Xiaonan dashed towards Sanji, arms wide open to Akanu's magma-infused fist mercilessly pierced through her chest. Blood spilled from the corner of Xiaonan's mouth, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sanji's pupils constricted sharply as he reached out to catch the faltering Xiaonan. The entire Straw Hat crew was momentarily stunned. Luffy gaped, Zoro clenched the hilt of his sword, and Nami covered her mouth in shock. In the distance, the Konoha ninjas were equally speechless, taken aback by the scene. Xiaonan leaned against Sanji, the gaping wound on her chest a horrifying sight. She struggled to lift her hand, attempting to touch Sanji's face, but her arm fell limply before she could reach that. "I'm sorry. Sanji, Luffy, and everyone." Xiaonan's voice grew fainter, her body beginning to disintegrate into paper-like fragments. "That I can't go with you." Sanji trembled as he gently caressed Xiaonan's cheek, where the paper transformation had already begun. "Xiaonan, don't speak. It's my fault. I am too weak." Sanji's voice choked with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. Xiaonan shook her head, a faint smile struggling to form at the corners of her mouth. "No, it's not." Her voice trailed off intermittently. "I protected my comrades." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiaonan's body completely transformed into countless paper fragments, swirling and dispersing in the air. Sanji found himself holding nothing but a half-burned piece of paper in his palm. He looked down at the tattered fragment, his entire being starting to tremble. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red with rage, voice anguished. "Akainu. Several months prior to, in a way. Absolutely not." Nami's scream was nearly torn apart by the howling wind as she clutched the ship's steering wheel. The compass. The compass is completely insane. The eternal pose that once guided them through countless perilous seas now had its 3 slender needles spinning wildly like deranged lunatics, colliding chaotically. "What the hell? Even the record compass is malfunctioning." Usopp clung to the mast, feeling as if his stomach was being tossed about by the waves along with the thousand sunny. "Miss Nami, please, do not panic." Sanji stumbled slightly but still managed to hold a steaming cup of herbal tea, his golden bangs whipping wildly in the sea breeze. Yet, the tenderness in his gaze remained unwavering. "As long as I'm here, even at the world's end, I shall present you with the most exquisite dinner." "Geez, what a fuss over nothing." Zoro leaned against the ship's railing without even opening his eyes. "If the compass is broken, just trust your instincts. If we can't find the way, then just carve a path." "Ha!" Luffy, with his straw hat flipped back, stood at the bow with arms outstretched, welcoming the storm into his red jacket, laughing heartily. "How awesome! Are we heading to an island without a compass? Adventure! Adventure!" Laughter echoed amidst the thunder but failed to dispel the chills seeping from the depths of their hearts. The storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, too quickly, almost unnaturally. One moment, towering waves threatened to engulf everything. The next, the sea lay as tranquil as a dead ocean. No wind, no waves. The thousand sunny drifted silently, enveloped in a thick, cloying mist that carried a scent reminiscent of damp earth. The crew fell silent, each breath cautious. This sea was unnaturally quiet. No matter how unpredictable the Grand Line might be, there was always a logic to it. The roar of sea beasts, the calls of seabirds, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the ship. But here, there was nothing but a peculiar scent wafted through the air, akin to the moist earth of a forest after rain, mixed with a faint, almost imperceptible odor reminiscent of iron being heated. Robin stood at the ship's edge, extending her hand to let the viscous mist flow through her fingers, her brow furrowed, in her vast repository of knowledge. There were no records of this sea. This place seemed to belong to a world unknown to them. Luffy's laughter faded. He sat cross-legged on his favorite lion's head figurehead. Inhaling deeply, he sensed the aroma of adventure, but this time, it was tinged with the scent of blood and battle. Usopp, nearly frothing at the mouth with fear, trembled as he held up his telescope. The lens quickly fogging over, he wiped it repeatedly, futilely peering into the pristine white. "I say, are we lost?" he stammered, his voice echoing loudly in the profound silence. No one answered that moment. A long, dark coastline emerged slowly from the thick mist ahead, like a grotesque scar. "Hey, look, land!" Luffy's shout shattered the suffocating silence. Everyone rushed to the ship's edge. It was an unfamiliar land, with trees towering like giants, reaching into the clouds. The earthy and metallic scent intensified, mingling with the smell of decaying vegetation. "Awesome." There'll be meat to eat. Luffy was already salivating, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait, Luffy. Nami grabbed him. Something feels off. This place gives me a dangerous vibe. What's there to fear? Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. As long as there are strong foes, that's all that matters. The ship gradually approached the shore. Luffy was the first to leap off, his feet sinking into the soft sand with a thud. He took a deep breath, yet his expression stiffened. This air, huh? Sanji followed suit, lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply, only to erupt into a fit of coughs. Cough. What a ghastly smell. It feels like my lungs are on fire. The air here, upon entering the lungs, seemed to carry a strange energy, causing every cell in the body to stir restlessly, excitedly, yet laced with a prickling sensation of being. Watched at that instant. Whoosh, whoosh, two sharp sounds sliced through the air, swift as lightning. Danger! Zoro shouted, drawing his twin swords in an instant, crossing them defensively in front of him. Clang, clang, the sharp sounds of metal meeting echoed. Sparks flying. Two uniquely shaped black metal shurikens were deflected, embedding themselves deep into the hull of the Thousand Sunny, trembling slightly. Shurikens. The crew assumed combat stances, backs pressed together, scanning the surrounding dark forest with vigilance. Hey, who's there? Show yourself. Luffy's playful demeanor vanished, his voice cold, the intimidating aura of his conqueror's haki unconsciously radiating outward, causing the air around them to quiver. Silence enveloped the forest. It felt as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yet the two shurikens still quivered, and the deep marks etched into the ship bore silent testimony to the reality of the attack. It's not an illusion. Robin's voice was hoarse, her gaze fixed on a point deep within the forest. Just now. I saw what, Robin-chan? Sanji asked anxiously. Robin did not respond immediately, seemingly processing the image she had just witnessed. In the deepest shadows of the forest, at the very moment the shurikens were launched, a pair of eyes had glimmered. They were not the eyes of a beast, nor any creature she knew. They were blood-red eyes. Within those eyes, three black tomo rotated slowly, exuding an ominous rhythm, silently observing. Those eyes scanned each member of the crew with cold indifference, as if evaluating a group of intruders trespassing into its territory. Then, just as it had abruptly illuminated the surroundings, it vanished just as suddenly. Along with it, the chilling aura of murderous intent that had ensnared them also faded into oblivion. The forest fell once more into an eerie silence. Only the crew of the Wanli Yangwang remained, rigidly standing upon the unfamiliar shore. The Straw Hat crew had lost their way. They had trespassed into a hunting ground that belonged not to pirates. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the Seventh Squad, surrounded by shadow clones. Where is everyone? Usopp's voice trembled, nearly losing its melody. The telescope in his hand clattered to the deck, but he could hardly pay it any mind. He fled. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, producing a soft metallic sound. Yet his solitary eye remained resolutely fixed on the darkness, his muscles taut. Such incredible speed. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, which was instantly torn apart by an invisible force. He had barely managed to catch a glimpse of the opponent's departure. It felt less like a shave and more akin to a bizarre melding with the environment, a peculiar vanishing act. Fear seeped into the hearts of all present. An unknown enemy, an unfamiliar power structure, an undiscovered world. This was far more disconcerting than facing a marine admiral or even one of the four emperors, for it implied that all their combat experience might falter here. Robin approached the ship's railing, gently extracting a shuriken deeply embedded in the wood. The metal felt cold and unyielding, still resonating with a faint pulse of energy. She brought the shuriken to her lips, delicately licking it with the tip of her tongue. A taste, mingled with rust and a hint of blood, exploded on her palate. Robin, what are you doing? It's dangerous, Sanji exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. Robin shook her head, her expression one of scholarly gravitas and excitement. This metal contains no sea prism stone, yet its forging technique is unlike anything I have encountered before. Moreover, it has been poisoned with a rapid-acting neurotoxin. However, she paused, glancing toward Luffy. For our captain, it should be no more significant than a sprinkle of pepper. All eyes converged on Luffy. In that moment, he was uncharacteristically silent. He did not shout about defeating the enemy, nor express excitement over the novel attack. He merely stood there, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki had receded, and the surrounding air seemed to return to a suffocating silence. Then, a low rumble echoed. All gazes swiftly shifted to the source of the sound, Luffy's stomach. Luffy raised his head, patting his flat belly. "I'm hungry." The entire crew was momentarily petrified. The tension that had filled the air moments before was washed away by this pronouncement. "You idiot, Captain. Is this really the time to say that?" Nami was the first to react, delivering a merciless punch to Luffy's head, creating a visible bump. "Ow, Nami, why did you hit me? Being hungry is a huge deal." Luffy protested, clutching his head, tears brimming in his eyes. "I can't take it anymore. I need to find meat." He leaped from the ground, pointing toward the dark forest, his eyes alight as if it contained not unknown dangers, but rather a feast of roasted lamb, seasoned to perfection. "No, Luffy, absolutely not." Nami grabbed him firmly, her tone resolute. "Just moments ago, unidentified individuals attacked us. Going in there now would be tantamount to courting death. But I can smell it. There's food in the forest." Luffy's nose twitched eagerly, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. "That might be the scent of a man-eating flower," Usopp exclaimed, clutching his head in terror. "Coward." Zoro hefted his 3 swords, striding toward the forest. "I want to meet that guy from earlier." "Hiding and lurking, what kind of thing is that?" "Hey, you green algae-headed fool. Don't run off alone," Sanji shouted at Zoro's retreating figure. Then he turned to Nami and Robin, instantly switching to his gallant knight mode. "Ladies, rest assured, I shall not allow that foolish captain to go hungry. In pursuit of the exquisite culinary treasures worthy of such beautiful ladies, I am willing to traverse this hell." With that, he straightened his suit and followed in Luffy and Zoro's footsteps. "Hey, you 3 misfit children." Nami stomped her foot in frustration. But as she watched them nearly vanish into the forest's edge, she could only sigh helplessly. "Never mind, Nami." Robin gently patted her shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Let them go. Some information can only be garnered through confrontation. We shall remain aboard the Sunny and analyze the air here." She glanced at her arm, where tiny, nearly invisible particles were slowly surfacing on her skin, as if her body were actively rejecting something or striving to adapt to something new. This world was reshaping them. Within the forest, darkness descended suddenly. Towering trees obscured the sun, fragmenting its rays into countless broken, mottled points of light. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, laced with an unfamiliar, exotic floral fragrance. "Hey, Luffy, where's that smell you detected?" Sanji scanned the surroundings warily, his observation haki at its peak, sensing every movement in the environment. This way, this way." Luffy bounded ahead like a hound on the hunt, his nose sniffing the air. Zoro, trailing behind, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. He cared little for food. His interest lay solely in formidable opponents. The power and skill encapsulated in that shuriken earlier were far beyond what mere fodder could possess. Here, he sensed the presence of a worthy adversary. After traversing a marshland adorned with purple mushrooms, Luffy suddenly halted. "Found it." He pointed to a large tree ahead. Sanji and Zoro quickly followed suit, adopting combat stances. However, beneath the tree, there were no beasts or foes, just a small brown pouch lying quietly by the roots. "It's opening ajar. What's this? Did someone drop it?" Sanji relaxed, stepping forward. Luffy, however, was quicker, snatching the pouch and flipping it upside down. With a clatter, a dozen deep brown, thumb-sized round pills tumbled into his palm. Luffy picked one up and brought it to his nose. A complex aroma wafted up, bitterness reminiscent of herbs. A hint of grains, and an echo of dried meat? Meatballs, Luffy declared without hesitation, tossing one into his mouth. "Hey, Luffy, you fool. Don't eat something you don't even know," Sanji exclaimed in horror, trying to intervene, but it was too late. Luffy chewed a few times, his brow furrowing. "Ugh, it's so tough and has a medicinal taste," he mumbled, but still swallowed it down. Just as he did, a surge of immense warmth and energy erupted from his stomach, radiating throughout his body. "Oh!" Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, feeling invigorated. What incredible meatballs! He felt his previously hollow body filled with vitality, even more potent than after a hearty meal. Excitedly, he grabbed a handful of meatballs, preparing to stuff them into his mouth. At that moment, whoosh, 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 3 sharper sounds sliced through the air from different directions, aiming straight for Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. "Annoying," Zoro roared, drawing his sword in an instant. The blade flashed as he deftly deflected the 3 shurikens. Who goes there? Sneaky. Sanji kicked out, his swift leg sending a kunai, armed with an explosive tag, flying, which detonated in midair, illuminating the surrounding forest. 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the tree trunks, forming a triangular formation around them. Leading the trio was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth, his face adorned with 6 whisker-like markings, and a forehead protector engraved with an unusual leaf symbol. He glared furiously at Luffy. Beside him stood a girl with pink hair, similarly wearing a forehead protector, her hands on her hips, appearing even more incensed than the blonde youth. The final individual was a pale-skinned boy with short black hair, his face displaying a formulaic, emotionless smile as he clutched a sketchbook and pencil, rapidly sketching something. Hey, you there. Return that immediately. That's Konoha's emergency supplies. The blonde youth, named Vortex Naruto, shouted, pointing at the rice ball in Luffy's hand. Luffy turned his head, still chewing on the morsel, and replied incoherently, What? I found this. You can't eat something you found, you idiot. Sakura Haruno exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Honestly, the pale-skinned Sai remarked, maintaining his smile, losing such crucial supplies during a mission. I wonder how Lady Tsunade will reprimand us upon our return. Naruto, it seems we must resort to more forceful measures, he added. Naruto clasped his hands together, forming a hand sign he was most familiar with. Since talking 1T work, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, his gaze sharpening. Then we'll just have to fight first. The air around him began to distort as a tremendous, surging energy rapidly coalesced. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chapter 3, The Infatuated. The Iron Fist and the Deep Pit. A resounding boom echoed, and white smoke exploded outward, engulfing the blonde youth's figure entirely. This smoke was no ordinary haze. It bore an unusual energy that could even briefly obstruct Sanji's observation haki. What on earth? Sanji frowned, lifting one leg slightly, preparing for an imminent strike. Zoro, more direct, stepped forward, shielding Luffy behind him, his single eye glinting with cold resolve. He sensed that within the smoke, the enemy's presence was multiplying at an alarming rate. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100. As the smoke dissipated, the small clearing in the forest became congested with figures. Hundreds of identical blonde youths stood in various poses, crouching or clinging to the surrounding tree trunks, each face marked with the same furious yet confident smile. Countless blue eyes simultaneously fixed their gaze on Luffy and his companions. The sight was enough to make anyone with a fear of crowds faint. Wow! Luffy's voice shattered the eerie silence, filled with amazement and admiration. With half a rice ball still in his mouth, he exclaimed, That's incredible. You're amazing. To create so many people at once. Is this some kind of magic? His eyes sparkled with childlike wonder, devoid of any fear, brimming instead with excitement as if he had discovered a new toy. He even waved his arms, greeting the surrounding legion of Narutos. Hey, you over there. Are you also him? And the one up in the tree. Within the encirclement, both the real Naruto and Sakura, along with Sai, were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated various reactions, terror, dread, or a state of readiness. But they never expected the response to be akin to attending a circus. Is this guy a bit off in the head? One of the shadow clone Narutos scratched his head and muttered, Idiot. Stop wasting time talking to them. Get the rice ball back. Sakura shouted at Naruto, finding the straw-hatted man before her utterly incomprehensible. Right. All the Narutos immediately adopted serious expressions, readying themselves for an attack. The overwhelming, collective pressure finally shifted the atmosphere back to one of tension. Numbers, huh? Zoro smirked cruelly, resting his hand on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji. What a dull trick. No matter how many, they're just trash. His palpable sword intent forced the nearest shadow clones of Naruto to instinctively take a step back. They could feel that this one-eyed man was akin to a drawn, deadly blade, merely standing there sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, Sanji, after his initial vigilance, found his gaze drawn to another figure. It was the pink-haired girl, although she stood there, arms akimbo, with an irate expression, to Sanji. Her cute fury painted the grim forest with the brightest cherry blossom. What an adorable lady. Even in anger, she radiates such captivating charm. Hey, curly brow, stop daydreaming. Zoro admonished without turning his head. These guys are a bit strange. Yet Sanji seemed to hear none of it. His wary expression vanished, replaced by one of twisted, ecstatic delight. His body began to sway like cooked noodles, one eye morphing into a heart shape. Ah, He let out a melodious, exaggerated serenade. Have you heard? The beating of my heart. It plays a symphony of love for you. Sanji completely ignored the hundreds of Narutos glaring at him and disregarded Zoro's look of disbelief. He elegantly adjusted his disheveled suit, striding with flamboyant knightly grace toward Sakura. Dear lady, please forgive our captain's recklessness. He is merely a fool with an insatiable passion for food. To express my sincerest apologies, I beseech you to accept my eternal affection. The battlefield fell silent once more. All the shadow clones of Naruto stood with mouths agape, bewildered by this sudden shift in demeanor from the curly-browed man. What is he saying? Has he truly lost his mind? So disgusting. The veins in Sakura's forehead throbbed. She glared at the man approaching her with heart-shaped eyes, feeling a wave of nausea rise within her. Disgusting. How can there be such a frivolous, greasy man in this world? Even worse than Jiraiya. Honestly, Sai remarked with his usual harmless smile, sketching rapidly in his notebook. He.s. quite a character. But he doesn't seem very popular. You. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Sakura extended her hand, pointing at Sanji, issuing her final warning. However, at that moment, Sanji was entirely immersed in his own world. Have you heard? The rhythm of my heart. It plays a love symphony for you. I can't take it anymore. Sakura roared. Unable to endure any longer, she stepped back forcefully, sinking slightly. A visible, pale blue energy enveloped her right fist. Get away from me, you pervert. Shinero, with a sharp shout. Her seemingly delicate fist struck Sanji's enchanted face with an explosive ferocity that belied her petite stature. At the moment of impact, Sanji's heart-shaped eyes blinked in confusion. Then boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if thunder had struck the ground. At the epicenter of Sakura's fist, a terrifying shockwave erupted with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to crack instantaneously, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly. Sanji, unable to emit even a single cry of despair, was driven into the earth with the force of an unstoppable giant, as if he were a nail struck head-on by a pile driver. A resounding thud echoed as dust billowed into the sky, scattering debris in all directions. As the dust began to settle, all onlookers were rendered speechless. In the center of the chaos lay a colossal pit, over 3 meters in diameter, with Sakura's fist as its nucleus. The chef, who just moments ago was twisting and flirting, was now reduced to a head and a portion of his neck protruding from the pit's center. His eyes rolled back in shock, wisps of smoke curling from his scalp. He had been decisively struck into the ground by a single punch. The world seemed to have been muted. The expressions of hundreds of Naruto shadow clones, previously filled with laughter and mockery, froze into a single, vacant gaze. Zabuza's forced grin also stiffened, his pen suspended in midair. Luffy, poised to pop another food ration into his mouth, dropped it to the ground with a thud. His mouth agape and his eyes wide with astonishment, more shocked than he would have been by the sight of 100 Narutos. The slight curve of Zoro's lips vanished entirely, his lone eye fixated on the pit and the pink-haired girl who was retracting her fist, still panting with indignation. Her grip on the sword's hilt turning pale from exertion. What kind of jest is this? Zoro mused, acutely aware of Sanji's strength and resilience. That foolish chef's body, honed through countless battles, possessed a hardness comparable to steel. Even a collision with a sea king or a blow from a giant could never inflict such damage. Yet now, he had been effortlessly obliterated by a girl who appeared utterly defenseless? What sort of power is this? This is neither haki nor the capability of a devil fruit. This is an unprecedented and terrifying force of pure destruction, refined to its utmost essence. Sakura shook her slightly numbed fist, surveying her handiwork, and huffed in lingering fury. Finally achieving silence, she turned to face the now petrified Luffy and Zoro, placing her hands on her hips. Hey, you two. Now you realize our might, don't you? Quickly return the food rations and surrender obediently, or else her gaze swept over Luffy and then Zoro, fiercely gesturing toward her fist. Your fate will be the same as his. Chapter 4, Second Gear. The Steam Demon versus the Ninja. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the rustling of leaves seemed to have been completely erased by that singular punch. Hundreds of Naruto shadow clones stood frozen in various states of shock, as if enchanted by a collective spell. Zoro's eye remained locked on the pit and the pink-haired girl. His mind raced, attempting to reconcile the information before him with his past combat experiences. The conclusion was simple. It was incomprehensible. This was not Haki. He felt no sign of Haki's flow. It was not the ability of a devil fruit, lacking the unique aura of a fruit user. This was a power he had never encountered, pure, distilled to its utmost form, as if it could manifest the very concept of destruction. He recalled the giant's Elbaf spear and Admiral Karp's iron fist that could flatten mountains. Yet the girl before him, with her petite stature and appearance, starkly contrasted with such cataclysmic power. This contrast was more intense than any pressure exerted by a 50-meter giant. "Hey," a low voice shattered the silence. It was Luffy. He slowly bent down to retrieve the food ration that had fallen from his mouth, not even glancing at it as he popped it back in, chewing vigorously. The astonishment and childlike curiosity on his face had vanished, replaced by a calm fury that was all too familiar to both Zoro and Sanji. This tranquility was far more disconcerting than any roar. "Hey, pink-haired one." Luffy raised his gaze, peering over the multitude of Naruto clones directly at Sakura. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "What did you just do to my chef?" Sakura felt a chill at his calm gaze, but recalling the might of her previous punch, she puffed up her chest and feigned composure. "What did I do? I taught that unruly lecher a lesson. You all should do the same. Surrender quickly." Or, before she could finish, Luffy interrupted. "Is that so?" He slightly crouched, adopting a peculiar stance, resembling a beast preparing to strike. A plume of white steam began to waft from his skin. "But anyone who dares to lay hands on my friends." A strange rumble reverberated through the air as Luffy's skin turned an alarming shade of red at a visible rate. The steam erupting from his pores intensified, enveloping him in a thick cloud, transforming him into a steam demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Prepare to be launched into the air. Second gear. What is that?" The real Naruto exclaimed. He could clearly sense the energy from the Straw Hat Boy escalating at an unbelievable pace. It was not chakra, but a more primal, ferocious life force. What a rapid surge. Zabuza's forced smile finally faltered as he watched the scene unfold, his brush moving frantically to capture the astonishing moment. Was Luffy using his own body as a pump, accelerating his blood circulation to gain power? Was he burning through his life force? A madman. Sakura stumbled backward, feeling like a fragile leaf in the midst of a tempest before the searing steam and terrifying aura. "Stop the chatter. Everyone charge. Capture him." The real Naruto reacted the quickest, bellowing commands. "Go, go, 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 go." The hundreds of shadow clones responded in unison, surging toward Luffy at the center of the steam like an orange tide. Yet, they grasped at nothing but air. "Look above you, idiot." Zoro's voice rang coldly. Instinctively, everyone looked up. Luffy had somehow appeared in midair, his legs coiled, arms flailing before him like a rapid-fire machine gun, moving too swiftly to see anything but a flurry of blurred remnants. Rubber, rubber, jet, Gatling. Bang, 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 bang. Those were not mere fists, they were torrential rain. Hail, a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Countless fists, entwined with steam, descended like divine punishment, accurately and violently striking down upon every shadow clone below. In an instant, the forest was filled with a singular sound. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of shadow clones exploding into white smoke upon impact melded into a cacophony, reminiscent of a million firecrackers being set off in a frenzy. In just 3 seconds, in merely 3 seconds, the once crowded and menacing Naruto army was utterly swept away by this storm of blows. Thick white smoke enveloped the entire forest, obscuring everyone's vision. With a hint of disbelief, Haruno Sakura murmured to herself, utterly perplexed by the events that had just unfolded. What kind of speed was that? What kind of attack? How could one person's fist unleash hundreds, even thousands, of strikes in the blink of an eye? As the mist gradually dissipated, Luffy's figure descended back to the ground, his body still enveloped in swirling steam. Around him lay an empty expanse, devoid of any shadow clones. Opposite him, a mere 10 meters away, stood Naruto, gazing intently at Luffy. "Who on earth are you?" Naruto asked, his blue eyes filled with gravity. Luffy offered no reply. His gaze shifted back to Haruno Sakura, and then, in an instant, he vanished. "Be careful." Sai could only manage a startled exclamation. Sakura felt a flash before her eyes, followed by a scorching wave of heat rushing toward her. The steam demon had crossed the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, now standing directly before her. It was too fast. She had no time to react. She could even see the fury burning in his eyes. For the first time, the shadow of death loomed over her with chilling clarity. Yet, the anticipated heavy fist did not descend. A foot clad in black leather shoes appeared from an unknown source, perfectly positioned to block the impact between Luffy's fist and Sakura. With a resounding thud, Luffy's jet punch, capable of shattering steel, collided forcefully against the back of a drawn sword. It was Zoro. He had unsheathed his Wado Ikemanji at some point, deflecting Luffy's attack with the blade's back, while his other hand pressed firmly on Luffy's shoulder. "Calm down, Luffy," Zoro spoke in a deep, powerful tone. "This woman is not to be harmed by you." Luffy's fist still trembled slightly, steam billowing from between his fingers. He glanced at Zoro, then at Sakura, whose face was now pale with fear. The violent aura surrounding him gradually began to subside. "But Sanji," Luffy started. "I know," Zoro interrupted. "The cook will deal with that himself." He turned his gaze back to Sakura, his single eye coldly scanning her as if she were a lifeless entity. "But now, our opponent is him." Zoro nodded towards Naruto. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the side. Rasengan. The revived Naruto glimmered with an indomitable spirit. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had conjured another shadow clone, and with its assistance, he formed a rapidly spinning, blue chakra sphere in his right hand. The chakra sphere emitted a piercing hum, exuding an aura capable of tearing through anything, as it hurtled toward the clashing Luffy and Zoro with unrelenting force. Chapter 5. Rubber vs. Rasengan. An unavoidable assault. The rapidly rotating blue energy sphere resembled a miniature celestial disaster. It no longer produced a hum, but rather a sharp, grating sound, akin to a blade slicing through the air. Where it passed, the air swirled violently, whipping up grass and dust into a fine powder. This was not a fist, nor a slash. This was a raw, unyielding force, a grinding of destructive power concentrated into a singular point. This was the Rasengan. Sakura's pupils constricted in shock. She was all too familiar with this technique. It was one of Naruto's strongest moves, developed by the fourth Hokage, and hailed as an indefensible ninjutsu. Just a graze would instantaneously shred flesh and bone. That straw-hatted boy and the green-haired swordsman were doomed. However, Zoro's response was swifter than anyone could have anticipated. Faced with the impending death spiral, his single eye revealed no trace of panic, only the cold focus of a hunter fixated on its prey. He did not retreat. Not even the grip of his sword changed. A low, resonating hum echoed, seemingly capable of shaking one's very soul. Zoro's right hand, gripping the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, along with the entire blade, was enveloped in an invisible, dark substance. It was a texture deeper than night, harder than steel. Armament haki hardened. The sharp, metallic sound of friction erupted as the Rasengan collided squarely with the blade of Wado Ikemanji. There was no explosion, no recoil, only an excruciating contest of grinding force. The blue chakra sphere, like a high-speed grinding wheel, pressed relentlessly against the ebony blade, unleashing a shower of blinding sparks. The immense rotational force caused the ground beneath Zoro to crack, creating a small indentation. Yet, his arm remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering. What? Naruto's expression shifted in disbelief. How could this be possible? His Rasengan was being thwarted by a mere sword. He could distinctly feel an incomprehensible power emanating from the blade. It was not chakra, it was solid, domineering, and intensely dense, resembling an insurmountable barrier that rendered the Rasengan's furious rotation and slicing utterly impotent. It was akin to attempting to drill through an infinitely dense diamond. "Your technique has some merit," Zoro remarked, his voice discernible amidst the cacophony of friction. "But it is too loud." In that instant, he forcefully shook his wrist. A surge of even mightier, more concentrated armament haki erupted from the blade. Naruto felt an irresistible force rebound from the center of the Rasengan, destabilizing the chakra sphere in his hands. With a loud pop, it exploded into a chaotic whirlwind before him. Ugh! Naruto was thrust backward by the recoil, an agonizing pain shooting through his right arm, the base of his thumb splintering, blood streaming forth. In disbelief, he stared at his injured hand, then at the green-haired man who remained unscathed and unchanged in stance. Defeated? His once proud Rasengan had been countered by a mere sword in direct confrontation? This was an unprecedented sensation of defeat, one that crushed him from the very roots of his power. At that moment, as Naruto stood stunned and immobilized by the shattering of his Rasengan, a figure enveloped in steam appeared silently behind him. It was Luffy. He had regained his composure. Or rather, he had transformed all his fury into pure combat instinct. He understood the threat posed by that blue sphere and recognized that the blonde boy who had unleashed it was a more pressing adversary than the pink-haired woman. "Hey, watch out behind you." Sakura's piercing scream barely reached their ears. But it was too late. Luffy's right leg, elongated and powerful from gear second, surged forth. Enveloped in scorching steam, launching upward with supersonic speed. Rubber, jet stamp. With a thunderous boom that reverberated through the earth. Naruto's body was sent soaring into the air like a ball struck by a giant's kick, propelled at an exaggerated angle toward the sky. He barely had time to scream before consciousness faded beneath the weight of that terrifying impact. Naruto. Both Sakura and Sai gasped in unison, helplessly watching as Naruto's figure transformed into a diminishing black, ascending high into the air before arcing downwards, crashing heavily into the depths of the distant forest. A resounding crash echoed through the forest, the sound of Naruto smashing through countless tree trunks before colliding with a colossal boulder. Subsequently, an oppressive silence enveloped the woods once more, a silence even more stifling than before. Haruno, Sakura, and Sai stood frozen, their minds utterly incapacitated. What had just transpired? What exactly had occurred? From Naruto's initiation of the Rasengan attack, to the bizarre black blade that intercepted it, and finally to Naruto being sent flying by that straw hat-wearing boy, did the entire sequence last more than 5 seconds? No, absolutely not. The pride of Konoha. The future hero, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, had been utterly defeated in the blink of an eye by 2 mysterious pirates, employing a manner they could not fathom. One possessed impenetrable armor, while the other exhibited a speed that defied belief. These were monsters, 2 beings clad in human skin. Sakura trembled uncontrollably as she gazed at the green-haired, one-eyed man who was slowly sheathing his sword, then at the straw hat boy whose steam gradually dissipated, returning his skin tone to normal. A feeling named despair seized her heart with unprecedented clarity. What did her once celebrated strength amount to before such individuals? It was not but child's play. As Luffy's steam completely evaporated and his second gear deactivated, he exhaled deeply, his body swaying slightly due to the aftereffects. Feeling a pang of hunger, he rubbed his stomach. Zoro cast him a glance before stepping towards the deep pit. He looked down at Sanji, who lay unconscious with a faint smile on his lips, and grimaced. What a disgrace, curly brow. He muttered before turning his gaze coldly toward the pallid faces of Sakura and Sai, who were barely able to stand. Now, Zoro's voice bore no hint of emotion as he spoke. Shall we have a proper discussion? Cold sweat trickled down Sai's forehead. His scroll and brush had fallen to the ground unbeknownst to him. His once proud super beast imitation was rendered utterly impotent in the face of such absolute speed and power, deprived of any opportunity to act. Meanwhile, Sakura's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She yearned to plead for mercy, yet found her throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. However, just as the tension reached a breaking point, a somewhat lazy yet resigned voice unexpectedly resonated from the treetops above them. Yo, it seems you've encountered quite a predicament, Sakura and Sai. The voice. Sakura and Sai gazed upward as though grasping at a last lifeline. Perched on a towering tree trunk was a silver-haired man, his left eye concealed by a headband, a black mask covering his face, and clad in a Konoha green vest, nonchalantly standing there with one hand in his pocket, holding an orange-covered book in the other. Hatake Kakashi, one of Konoha's strongest jonin and the instructor of Team 7. He had arrived. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Kakashi's gaze swept over his 2 disheveled students, then surveyed the devastated forest in the distance before finally settling on Luffy and Zoro below. His expression sharpened. That straw hat boy still emanated a residual aura of ferocious life energy, an essence reminiscent of the 8 gates, yet fundamentally different. As for the green-haired swordsman, Kakashi's attention fixated on the 3 blades at Zoro's waist. Just moments ago, this man had blocked Naruto's Rasengan with that white blade. Though Kakashi's Sharingan was obscured, he could still perceive the lingering, heart-stopping essence of pure willpower emanating from the sword. Upon their initial meeting, Kakashi closed the book in his hand, the visible eye of his usual deadpan expression curving slightly, as if smiling. I am Hatake Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha. It seems my students have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Chapter 6. Konoha's Kakashi has arrived. That voice fell over the battlefield like a bucket of ice water, dousing the boiling tension to a simmer. Lazy, casual, even tinged with the remnants of sleep, yet it provided a stabilizing anchor to the fraying nerves of Sakura and Sai. For Luffy and Zoro, however, the emergence of this voice signaled an entirely new, unknown, and thus far the most perilous threat. The air seemed to solidify. Though Luffy felt weak and ravenous after deactivating his second gear, his pure eyes remained fixated on the silver-haired man atop the tree. How swift! When did this individual appear? Despite activating his Kinbunshika haki, he had failed to sense his presence. It was as if he were a part of the tree, a rock, or a leaf. This sensation was far more chilling than the blood-red eyes he had encountered earlier in the forest. Zoro, on the other hand, reacted more directly. His relaxed muscles tensed once more, gripping the sword Wado Ikemanji with visible strain. His single eye had completely shifted its focus from Sakura and Sai, now concentrated solely on the man who identified himself as Hatake Kakashi. A true powerhouse. This was a genuine strongman, entirely different from that boisterous blonde youth. The seemingly lazy stance, in Zoro's eyes, was devoid of flaws. It exuded a confidence and composure cultivated through countless life-and-death battles. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice quivered with relief and an overwhelming sense of injustice. Meanwhile, Sai quietly retrieved his scroll and brush, retreating to a safe distance beneath Kakashi. His complexion still pale, but his gaze finally reflecting a hint of steadiness. Kakashi did not respond immediately. His attention shifted back and forth between the two below. The life energy within the Straw Hat Boy was recovering at an astonishing rate. Yet the explosive energy level he had just unleashed bore similarities to Guy when opening the 8 gates. No, it wasn't T-chakra, but a purer, more primal vitality. Was his body made of rubber? Truly unprecedented. As for the green-haired swordsman, Kakashi's gaze lingered longest on Zoro. He did not employ his Sharingan, but his instincts as a top-tier ninja were keen. This man exuded an aura that even Kakashi found exceedingly troublesome, not a mere killing intent, but a concentrated, domineering will. It was as if, should he desire, the blade in his hand could sever anything, including ninjutsu. The act of blocking the Rasengan was not merely due to the weapon's material, but was instead an overwhelming force of will that enveloped the blade, forming an indomitable armor. What a monstrous individual! Thoughts whirled in Kakashi's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged, still projecting that lazy demeanor. Well, it seems my students made the first move, didn't they? Kakashi raked his fingers through his iconic silver hair and spoke in a casual tone. Honestly, didn't Ti mention that one should conduct reconnaissance before embarking on a mission? Avoid unnecessary conflicts with unidentified individuals. His words appeared directed at Sakura and Sai, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zoro. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, narrowing his lifeless eyes slightly. You may have been a tad too forceful, don't you think? That guy Naruto is quite resilient. Launching him, that far transcends mere sparring. Before his words could fully settle, Kakashi's figure abruptly vanished from the tree trunk. There was no smoke from a Shunshin no Jutsu, nor a wooden substitute from a Kawarimi no Jutsu. He simply disappeared, as if an invisible hand had erased him from existence. Zoro's pupils constricted with shock. How swift! Acting purely on instinct, his body reacted reflexively, but it was too late. When he finally registered Kakashi's presence again, the latter was leisurely standing beside the deep pit, observing the unconscious Sanji. Oh, it seems this friend with the curly eyebrows has also been knocked out. Kakashi's voice drifted from that direction. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of Luffy and Zoro. The speed was nearly on par with Luffy's Gear Second state. The difference, however, lay in the fact that Luffy's Gear Second required him to accelerate his blood flow, incurring certain side effects. In contrast, this man seemed to stroll effortlessly, devoid of any sign of breath irregularity. This represented an overwhelming, technical disparity. Who on earth are you? Kakashi finally straightened and turned to formally pose the question. This time, a hint of sharpness tinged his otherwise laid-back tone. Where do you hail from? What brings you to Konoha, or the Land of Fire? The crux of the inquiry had finally emerged. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and coolly replied, We are pirates. We came from the sea. As for where we are, we have no idea. Your people attacked us first. His response was succinct, completely deflecting responsibility. Kakashi mulled over the term pirates. In the world of shinobi, it typically referred to river bandits or coastal marauders, a far cry from the two monstrous individuals before him. I see, Kakashi nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. Then, as compensation for injuring my student, and consuming vital military supplies from our village. He paused, extending a finger. I kindly ask you two to accompany me back to the village. How does that sound? His tone resembled that of an invitation to tea among friends. Yet the essence of his words was an unabashed declaration of arrest. The atmosphere plunged into a frigid silence once more. What if we refuse? A cold glint flashed in Zoro's single eye. He had already prepared himself for another battle, even against such an unfathomably strong opponent. The honor of the Straw Hat crew could not be easily trampled. Luffy also resumed a battle-ready stance, although his body still felt weak. The fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. Refusal, huh? Kakashi sighed, appearing quite troubled. That would complicate matters. Honestly, I'm not too confident about subduing both of you alone. He spoke candidly, particularly addressing Zoro. With your armor, my Raikiri might not prove advantageous. In a heartbeat, his figure vanished again. Just like that. This time, he reappeared between Luffy and Zoro, merely a step away from both. Too fast. So rapid that their minds struggled to keep pace. Luffy and Zoro barely had time to react, left to watch as the man loomed closer. Kakashi did not attack. Instead, he slowly raised his left hand, gently pushing up the forehead protector that had concealed his left eye. In the next instant, a chilling, ominous aura erupted, sending shivers down their spines. Within the socket of his left eye, a blood-red orb stared intently at them. Above the eye, 3 black tomos spun languidly, emanating a sinister and frigid glow. The Sharingan. The moment that eye opened, both Luffy and Zoro felt as though they were utterly exposed, as if every movement, every heartbeat, and even their next fleeting thought was laid bare and anticipated by that eerie gaze. This sensation was more bizarre than the pressure of Conqueror's haki and more tyrannical than the foresight of observation haki. I merely wish to inform you. Kakashi's voice deepened to a gravelly tone, laced with a note of danger. If it comes to blows, even if I cannot prevail, you certainly will not escape this forest. A threat. It was stark and utterly irrefutable. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luffy's forehead, while Zoro felt a weight in his grip on the sword. Unable to win? No. Such a word did not exist in Zoro's lexicon. However, it would undoubtedly be a brutal fight to the death. Besides, they had a fallen comrade. And 2 others were distant. Sanji remained unconscious. If they engaged in a mutual destruction here, they would be rendered immobile thereafter. Calm. They needed to remain composed. With the captain in a weakened state, he must make the most prudent decision. Just then, Luffy suddenly spoke up. Hey, old man. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Luffy. Are there any meats to eat if we come to your village? Luffy rubbed his growling stomach, his expression utterly serious. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Zoro nearly stumbled to the ground. Haruno, Sakura, and Sai appeared dazed, as if they had heard the most absurd tale. Even Kakashi, who had just exuded an overwhelming presence with his Sharingan, seemed momentarily taken aback, the 3 tomo momentarily stuttering in their rotation. What is this guy's thought process? In such a tense standoff, his primary concern is food? Kakashi remained silent for 2 seconds, then slowly lowered his forehead protector, concealing that unsettling Sharingan. The ominous and perilous aura dissipated entirely. His demeanor reverted to that of a laid-back jonin. Ah, we do have food. Kakashi's lifeless eyes curved into a crescent. Konoha may not have much to offer, but Ichiraku ramen and yakiniku Q are quite delectable. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling. That is fantastic. We can have meat. Zoro, let us go with him. You idiot captain, Zoro sighed in resignation, sheathing his sword. With the captain having made a decision, he had no choice but to comply. Then it's settled. Kakashi clapped his hands and spoke lightly. He approached Sakura, signaling her to retrieve the unconscious Naruto from a distance, and instructed Sai to bring Sanji out of the pit. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a peaceful resolution. Kakashi observed the ecstatic Straw Hat Boy celebrating the prospect of food, then glanced at the green-haired swordsman who, despite sheathing his sword, remained highly vigilant. Yet within him, there was no sense of relaxation. He exhaled slowly. This was troublesome. The individuals being brought back to the village were no ordinary drifters, but rather 2 pirates capable of overturning the very fabric of the shinobi world. Chapter 7. Pirates enter the village. The entire village gathers. Kakashi's proposition, or rather Luffy's astonishing response, served as a clumsy joke that abruptly concluded this imminent clash. The atmosphere, once frozen at an icy standstill, instantaneously melted into an awkward warmth. Zoro, resigned, sheathed his sword. He had grown accustomed to his captain's uncanny ability to kill conversations at the most critical moments. Since Luffy had made his decision, his role was clear: to follow and eliminate any potential adversaries that might emerge. Logic, indeed, was that simple. All right, let us proceed, Kakashi remarked, as though nothing had transpired, clapping his hands and resuming his nonchalant teacher demeanor. Under Kakashi's direction, Sakura hurried into the depths of the forest to locate Naruto, who had been sent flying by Luffy's kick. Meanwhile, Sai, with an impassive expression, approached the edge of a deep pit, summoning 2 ink lions to assist in dragging the unconscious Sanji, who lay in a pitiful state, out. Observing Sanji being hoisted by the ink lions like a mere sack of goods, Zoro's eye twitched slightly. "Hey, show our chef a bit of respect," he said coldly. Sai ignored him, silently manipulating the ink beasts as he followed Kakashi. Soon, Sakura returned, supporting a bruised and disoriented figure, Naruto. Although he had regained consciousness, he appeared extremely weak and confused. Upon seeing Luffy and Zoro, flames of anger ignited in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to shout, "You bastard." "All right, Naruto." Kakashi's voice floated in lightly, yet carried an undeniable authority. "We will discuss this upon our return to the village when we meet the Hokage. For now, remain quiet and lead the way." Stifled, Naruto gazed into Kakashi's unperturbed, deadpan eyes and reluctantly closed his mouth. Yet, his resentful glare was akin to daggers, piercing Luffy and Zoro's backs. Luffy, however, remained unfazed. His attention had been wholly consumed by the tantalizing mention of Ichiraku ramen and grilled meat that Kakashi had mentioned. "Hey, uncle, what is ramen? Is it meat? And grilled meat? Is it a large piece of meat? With bones?" Luffy trailed Kakashi, inquiring incessantly like an inquisitive child. "Ramen consists of noodles topped with a few slices of chashu," Kakashi replied wearily. Just a few slices?" Luffy's expression immediately fell. "As for grilled meat, there are many varieties: beef tongue, pork belly, tenderloin, meat, meat, meat." Luffy's excitement surged once more, saliva nearly materializing. The silent Zoro, trailing at the back of the group, was in stark contrast. He remained mute, his solitary eye sharp as a hawk, scanning the surroundings. The trees in this forest loomed unusually tall. The energy permeating the air, which they referred to as chakra, was entirely distinct from haki. The speed exhibited by that silver-haired man, along with his strange disappearance, proved that this world possessed a combat style they did not comprehend. It was imperative to ascertain the situation swiftly. This hastily assembled team traversed the woods of the Land of Fire in an eerie silence and harmony. Approximately half an hour later, their vision was suddenly unobstructed. A colossal red gate appeared before them, adorned with a prominent kanji character for fire. Towering walls flanked the gate, extending to the horizon. "Wow, what a massive gate!" Luffy exclaimed, mouth agape in astonishment. The 2 ninjas guarding the entrance, Izumi and Kota, immediately took notice of this peculiar group. Upon recognizing Kakashi, along with his 2 battered students and a comatose stranger, they were taken aback. "Kakashi-senpai, what has happened?" We encountered a slight mishap during our mission," Kakashi lazily replied, gesturing towards Luffy and Zoro. "Additionally, I have brought back 2 intriguing drifters. I must take them to meet the Hokage immediately." Izumi and Kote's gazes fell upon Luffy and Zoro. One wore a straw hat, dressed in a red vest and blue shorts, with straw sandals, appearing somewhat foolish. The other had green hair, adorned with 3 golden earrings in his left ear, a green waist wrap around his abdomen, and exaggeratedly carried 3 swords at his waist. His face bore a single eye, which coldly scrutinized them, emanating an aura that chilled them to the bone. Who were these individuals? Samurai? Their attire was markedly different from any nation in the ninja world. "We need to register," Kote said, somewhat anxiously. "It's the protocol, given the urgency." "I will return to complete the paperwork." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an irrefutable tone as he led the group through the gate. The moment they passed through, a vibrant and peculiar village unfolded before the Straw Hat duo. The streets were spacious, bustling with activity. The architecture was uniformly styled, imbued with a distinctly Japanese aesthetic. However, what intrigued Luffy and Zoro most were the villagers. Almost every person wore a metal forehead protector emblazoned with a leaf symbol. They moved with agility, some even leaping swiftly across rooftops with the grace of monkeys. Oh, look, Zoro. They're flying in the air," Luffy shouted excitedly. pointing at a figure darting over the rooftops. His loud voice instantly drew the attention of everyone on the street. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon them, curious, scrutinizing, wary, and unabashedly hostile. When the villagers beheld the three menacing swords at Zoro's waist and his beast-like eyes, many instinctively took a step back, pulling their children behind them. Who are these people? How frightening. Is that green-haired one a samurai? How could our village allow samurai in? Look at that straw hat wearer. He seems like a fool. Are they the ones Kakashi brought back? Could they be criminals? Whispers surged like a tide from all around. Zoro's brow furrowed deeper. He could sense at least a dozen obscure, yet powerful presences locking onto them from the shadows. These auras were significantly stronger than those encountered with Naruto's team. This village was undoubtedly a den of danger. Hey, uncle, where's the barbecue shop? Luffy completely disregarded the tense atmosphere, his nose sniffing the air like a puppy. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he pointed toward a street corner. I smell it. It's the scent of meat. No sooner had he spoken than his right arm shot forward, stretching like rubber, seizing a shop sign far off with precision, propelling him forward. Rubber rocket. This sudden spectacle sent shockwaves through the entire street. His hand. It's stretched. A monster. It's an enemy attack. Quickly, alert the security department. Villagers scattered in panic, and chaos erupted in the streets. With a swift motion, Kakashi's hand, quick as lightning, grasped Luffy's body just as he was about to launch himself. I told you, we must first see the Hokage. Kakashi's deadpan eyes now reflected a hint of exasperation. If you keep this up, not only will you miss out on barbecue, but you'll end up in jail. At the mention of missing out on meat, Luffy immediately settled down, retracting his outstretched arm. Kakashi sighed, feeling as though he and T brought back two individuals, but rather two colossal troubles. He quickened his pace, almost escorting these two troublesome children toward the most prominent red circular building at the heart of the village, the Hokage's office. As Luffy and Zoro stood at the doorway of the Hokage's office, they could still hear a woman's furious roar from within. What? You're telling me the mission failed? A few unidentifiable individuals have caused you to lose face in Konoha. Kakashi knocked on the door. Come in. The voice within was still filled with ire. Kakashi pushed the door open, revealing the scene in the office. A woman with a voluptuous figure and long golden hair was smashing a desk to pieces with a single punch. A diamond-shaped purple mark adorned her forehead. Beside her, a black-haired woman cradling a small pig trembled in fear. This was none other than the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, and her assistant, Shizune. When Tsunade saw Kakashi and the disheveled group behind him, her anger intensified. However, when her gaze fell upon Luffy and Zoro at the back, that fury was swiftly replaced by a grave concern. She sensed that neither of them possessed even a trace of chakra. Yet, the life force emanating from their bodies was as vast as an ocean. Especially that straw-hatted boy. The vitality he exuded was truly astonishing. Kakashi, are these the drifters you reported? Tsunade's tone turned icy. Indeed, Lady Hokage. Kakashi succinctly recounted the events, including Luffy's inadvertent consumption of military rations, the ensuing conflict, Luffy's rubber abilities, and Zoro's mysterious armor that could withstand and shatter Rasengan. With each detail Tsunade heard, her expression darkened further. Rubber? A swordsman capable of severing ninjutsu? This transcends the boundaries of our understanding. Who are you really? Tsunade's voice radiated an oppressive authority, akin to a mountain bearing down upon Luffy and Zoro. Where do you come from? What is your purpose? The atmosphere in the office felt as though it had solidified. Zoro's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, prepared for any potential conflict. However, Luffy remained blissfully unaware of the tension. His gaze was drawn outside to a massive stone wall etched with 5 colossal faces. Wow, Zoro, look. What huge faces. He pointed excitedly to the window and asked Tsunade, Hey, lady, who are those people? Can they eat a lot? Lady? A vein on Tsunade's forehead bulged instantly. Shizune was so startled that she dropped the small pig she was holding. Kakashi silently covered his face, wearing an expression of unfamiliarity with Luffy. I am Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, completely oblivious to the danger, turned to Tsunade with a broad smile that revealed his molars and gave a thumbs up. I'm going to be the Pirate King. The office fell into an absolute silence that lasted 3 seconds. Pirate King? What is that? Is it more powerful than Hokage? Tsunade took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently. Her well-maintained fists cracked ominously. Umbu. She spat out the words between clenched teeth. In an instant, 4 masked Umbu ninjas appeared like phantoms in the corners of the office. Take the injured to the hospital. Tsunade's tone was eerily calm, yet her gaze, sharp as blades, pierced through Luffy and Zoro. Take them to interrogation. I want to see whether their bones are tougher or Ibiki's methods are. The 4 Umbu ninjas lunged toward Luffy and Zoro. Just then, a clear clang of steel echoed. Zoro stepped forward, shielding Luffy behind him. 2 of the 3 swords at his waist were already drawn. If you wish to harm my captain, you must first contend with my blade. His single eye glinted with a murderous intent, devoid of any reservation. Chapter 8. Kakashi's limitless struggle. The sound of the blade resonated like a chilling lightning strike, instantly cleaving through the air in the Hokage's office, which had become as solid as reality. Zoro's step forward perfectly shielded Luffy. His movement understated, yet exuded an undeniable aura of stability and pressure. His renowned blades, Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Kitetsu, gleamed ominously under the office lights, their lethal sharpness causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The 4 Umbu ninjas, emerging like specters from the shadows, launched themselves silently from 4 different angles towards Luffy and Zoro. They were the elite of Konoha, extensions of the Hokage's will, tasked with executing orders and eliminating threats. However, just as they were about to reach their targets, a wave of unease washed over them. An invisible yet domineering aura erupted from the green-haired, one-eyed man. It was not chakra nor killing intent, but a purer, more primal will. Under the impact of this will, their proud speed felt ensnared in quicksand. Each movement became unbearably heavy. They experienced an illusion, as though they faced not a mere man, but a legendary beast awakening from the depths of ancient chaos. If you dare touch my captain, Zoro's voice was low and gravelly, each word forced through clenched teeth, you must first contend with my blade. His single eye glinted with unrestrained murderous intent. The atmosphere had tightened to its breaking point. Tsunade's fists cracked ominously, and the wall behind her began to show fine cracks from her uncontrollable power. As the Hokage, the dignity of Konoha village was openly challenged by 2 uninvited pirates. How could she possibly endure this? Seize them. She issued her cold command once more. Wait. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a languid voice, like an unseen hand, forcibly pressed down on the impending bloodshed. It was Kakashi. His figure moved with incredible speed, appearing between Zoro and the Umbu ninjas almost simultaneously with his words. He adopted no combat stance, merely extending his hands, placing one on each of the 2 foremost Umbu ninja shoulders. This seemingly casual action rendered the elite ninjas immobile, unable to advance an inch. Lady Hokage, please remain calm. Kakashi's tone retained its characteristic nonchalance, yet his eyes were uncharacteristically serious. This situation does not necessitate violence. Kakashi. Tsunade's fury found its outlet, directed squarely at him. Are you questioning my orders? They injured our ninjas, brazenly drew their blades in the Hokage's office. How can I remain calm? I am not questioning your orders, Lady Hokage. Kakashi sighed, feeling an intensifying headache. He stepped aside slightly, gesturing toward the door where Sanji lay, discarded by Sai's ink lion. Indeed, Naruto and the others are in a dire state. However, they too are not unscathed. Kakashi pointed to the still unconscious Sanji, whose face bore a colossal bruise, an artistic display of misfortune, and continued, their companion, the curly-browed chef, was also knocked unconscious by Sakura with a single punch. Judging by his injuries, he seems even worse off than Naruto. Tsunade paused, her attention having been solely on Luffy and Zoro. She had not closely examined the unconscious man until now. Indeed, he looked utterly wretched. His face was swollen beyond recognition, resembling a pig's head. And Kakashi continued, from my observations, this conflict erupted because Luffy accidentally ate a military ration, yet it was Naruto and his companions who initiated the attack. Are you implying this is our fault? Tsunade's brow furrowed into a knot. I am merely stating the facts. Kakashi's gaze shifted towards Tsunade, his tone becoming exceedingly grave. The most crucial point, Hokage-sama, is that their powers transcend our comprehension. He paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts. The youth named Luffy possesses a body that can stretch like rubber. This is neither ninjutsu nor a bloodline limit, but rather an innate physical trait. As for the swordsman named Zoro, do you know what he used to withstand the Rasengan? Kakashi's eyes sharpened. It is not chakra, it is a sheer will, or perhaps a spirit. He can envelop this spirit around his blade like armor, and its resilience can even shatter Naruto's Rasengan upon contact. This is far beyond mere swordsmanship. The office fell silent once more. This time, it was not due to tension, but rather astonishment. The fury on Tsunade's face gradually faded, replaced by profound contemplation and uncertainty. As the foremost medical ninja and combat expert in the ninja world, she understood the weight of Kakashi's words better than anyone. The ability to materialize non-chakra energy and bestow it with unparalleled physical defense? This is utterly preposterous. If this is true, the emergence of these two, this group, could potentially overturn the entire combat paradigm of the ninja world. The thought of sending such beings to Ibiki without hesitation filled Tsunade with dread. That would not be an interrogation, but rather the forging of an unbreakable enmity. Tsunade's gaze shifted back to Luffy and Zoro. Luffy still appeared oblivious, glancing between Zoro and Tsunade before curiously poking Kakashi's back. Hey, white-haired uncle, are they done talking? I'm really hungry. When can I eat meat? This ill-timed inquiry doused the last remnants of tension in the office like a bucket of cold water. Zoro silently sheathed his sword, producing a soft click. Shizune, cradling a small pig, gaped, unsure of how to react. Even the four stoic Umbu warriors seemed to twitch slightly beneath their masks. Tsunade took a deep breath, her impressive curves rising and falling dramatically. She felt the composure she had cultivated over decades nearly depleted within the span of 10 brief minutes in the presence of this straw hat boy. Umbu. She spoke slowly. The four ninjas knelt on one knee, affirmatively responding. Present. Dismissed. Understood. In a blur, the shadows of the Umbu vanished as if they had never existed. The crisis in the office was finally averted. Kakashi exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just returned from an S-rank mission, utterly drained. Kakashi. Tsunade's voice regained the authority and calmness befitting the Hokage. From this moment onward, you are entirely responsible for overseeing these two. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. I do not care what methods you employ. Uncover their origins, their intentions, and the secrets behind their peculiar powers. Understood. Kakashi replied immediately. Until we ascertain the facts. Their activities will be confined to the third training ground. Tsunade issued her final command. I will dispatch 2 teams of Umbu to monitor them around the clock. Without my orders, they are not to leave the training ground nor interact with any unrelated villagers. Understood. Shizune. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Immediately head to the intelligence department and gather all legends, ancient texts, and scrolls concerning the sea, islands, and other worlds. I want to know what lies beyond our continent. In Tsunade's eyes shimmered a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. As a gambler, she sensed the air of an unprecedented wager. The stakes could very well be the future of the entire ninja world. Very well, take them away. Tsunade waved her hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yes. Kakashi nodded before addressing Luffy and Zoro. Follow me. I will take you to a place. Zoro remained silent, simply trailing behind Kakashi. However, Luffy suddenly halted at the door. Turning back to Tsunade with utmost seriousness, his clear eyes brimming with pure hunger. Is there meat at the training ground? Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the wall behind Tsunade cracked like a spider's web, centered around the point where her fist struck. Kakashi swiftly covered Luffy's mouth and dragged him out of the office at breakneck speed. Chapter 9. The Lost Swordsman causes a stir in Konoha. Kakashi nearly dragged Luffy and Zoro out of the Hokage building. The crashing wall behind them served as a silent alarm, causing his temples to throb. He felt as though he were escorting 2 unidentified drifters, when in fact, they were 2 explosive tags capable of obliterating all of Konoha. Here we are, the third training ground. Kakashi pointed to the vast expanse of forest and open field, wearily introducing the area. Until Hokage-sama issues new orders, your activities are restricted to this location. He gestured to the seemingly inconspicuous trees surrounding the area. There is a barrier around Konoha, and we have personnel monitoring in the shadows. I advise you not to attempt any forceful breaches. It could lead to considerable trouble. Luffy had already wriggled free from his grasp, and was now curiously gazing around like a monkey, completely disregarding Kakashi's warning as his attention was wholly captured by a butterfly fluttering by. Zoro, on the other hand, surveyed the surroundings. Sensing the faint prying presence in the air, he was unconcerned with barriers or surveillance, merely nodding to indicate he understood. Food and water will be delivered at regular intervals. As for meat, Kakashi glanced at Luffy, who wore an expectant expression, and sighed. I will do my best to arrange it. Oh, white-haired uncle. You're such a good person. Luffy immediately gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi cracked a slight smile, feeling utterly drained. After relaying all necessary information, he vanished in a puff of smoke, needing to report back to the Hokage advisors. This matter exceeded the scope of what a Jonin could handle. Once Kakashi left, Luffy lost all interest, finding a patch of grass to sprawl out on and rubbing his rumbling stomach. I'm so hungry. When will the meat arrive? Zoro paid no heed to his captain's complaints. He walked to the center of the training ground, partially unsheathing Wado Ikamanji, feeling the blade's resonance. This world is peculiar. The air is thick with an energy he had never encountered before, what they referred to as chakra. He needed to adapt to this environment quickly and grow stronger. I'll take a stroll to familiarize myself with the terrain. Zoro informed Luffy, who was lying on the ground, nearly resembling dried fish. Oh, don't wander too far. Zoro, if the meat comes, I want to be able to find you. Luffy weakly waved his hand. Understood. Zoro acknowledged and selected a direction, stepping into the woods of the training ground. His pace was steady, his focus acute, as he absorbed everything around him, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant chirps of insects, and the faint presences hidden in the shadows, belonging to the Umbu ninjas. As he walked, he silently committed the route to memory. Left from the tallest tree, past 3 stacked stones, and then, Zoro walked with utmost seriousness, confident that he was capturing every detail in his mind. Though the training ground was vast, he believed that as long as he remembered a few key landmarks, he could not possibly get lost. He has always possessed unwavering confidence in his extraordinary sense of direction. An hour later, however, a peculiar situation unfolded. Zoro found himself standing on an unfamiliar stone-paved path, his brow furrowed in confusion. On either side of the road stood quaint wooden houses, and occasionally, a few villagers clad in strange attire passed by, casting curious yet wary glances at him before hastily moving on. This place did not resemble a training ground. He distinctly recalled walking in a straight line. How could he have ended up in a village? Surely, the terrain of this training ground was bizarre, creating a disorienting effect. Zoro rationalized his predicament in his mind and resolved to retrace his steps. He remembered clearly that he had come from an intersection marked by 3 parallel trees. Thus, he turned around and walked in the direction of his memory. Half an hour later, Zoro found himself standing before a bathhouse adorned with a warm curtain featuring the character for soup. His furrowed brow deepened further. At this moment, he finally realized the undeniable truth. He seemed to be lost once again. As Zoro pondered whether to ask someone for directions or simply carve a path through the building before him, a lively cacophony of barking dogs and youthful shouts erupted from the other end of the street. Hey, Akamaru, how many times must I tell you not to chase after other people's cats? We just completed our mission and are exhausted. A large white dog, towering at half the height of a person, joyfully dashed ahead, followed closely by a wild-haired youth with red fangs painted on his face, who was vocally scolding the canine. Behind them trailed 2 individuals. One donned a high-collared trench coat and sunglasses, exuding an air of enigmatic aloofness, while the other was a girl with short blue-violet hair styled in a Heim cut, wearing an oversized coat and nervously fidgeting with her hands, appearing somewhat shy and reserved. They were none other than Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata, freshly returned from a C-rank mission escorting a merchant convoy. Woof! The large dog, Akamaru, suddenly halted in front of Zoro, emitting a cautious growl. Its fur bristled, sensing the unusual and dangerous aura emanating from this man. What is it, Akamaru? Kiba hurried to catch up, following Akamaru's gaze to Zoro. Upon noticing Zoro's green hair, the menacing scar across his left eye, and the 3 exquisite swords at his waist, Kiba's brow instantly arched in suspicion. Hey, who are you? Dressed so strangely. You're not a ninja from our village, are you? His tone carried a hint of provocation. As Kiba, naturally combative towards strong opponents, felt an overwhelming pressure simply from Zoro's presence. Zoro cast a glance at him, uninterested in engaging in idle conversation with the child. He was solely focused on finding his way back. Which way to the 3rd training ground? He inquired in a tone bordering on command. Kiba's pride was ignited by Zoro's presumptuous attitude. Is that how you ask for directions? Do you even understand basic manners? Kiba placed his hands on his hips, ready to confront Zoro. Look at you, a wandering warrior? What brings you to Konoha with such intentions? Calm down, Kiba, interjected Shino, who had remained silent until now. He adjusted his sunglasses, concealing his serious expression. My insects detect no chakra flow from him. His voice was soft yet clear to Kiba and Hinata. No chakra? Kiba paused, then scoffed. What are you talking about? So he's just an ordinary person? What does an ordinary person need 3 swords for? You gave me a scare. However, Shino shook his head, his tone growing more solemn. No, my insects are afraid. They are warning me that this individual is extremely dangerous. This feeling surpasses even that of facing a Jonin. What? Kiba's smile froze on his face. Just then, Hinata, who had been quietly observing, spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper, trembling slightly. That's right. What Shino-kun said is true. Unbeknownst to them, she had activated her Byakugan. The veins at her temples throbbed, and her pure white pupils fixated intently on Zoro. In her sight, the world was composed of clear chakra pathways and flowing energy. Yet, the green-haired man before her was an absolute anomaly. Within his body, there existed not a single trace of a chakra network. He was a void. Yet within this void resided a colossal life force that nearly suffocated her. It resembled a slumbering giant beast, fierce, untamed, and brimming with primal vitality. Merely gazing upon him sent shivers down Hinata's spine, as though her very soul were at risk of being consumed by that overwhelming presence. He has no chakra, but his life force is immense, like the ocean, Hinata stammered, her face paling from shock. Upon hearing Hinata's description, Kiba and Shino's expressions shifted dramatically. They finally comprehended the magnitude of the existence they had encountered, a true monster, entirely divorced from the ninja understanding. Zoro had no interest in the whispers of these children. His patience was waning rapidly. I shall repeat myself. His voice grew cold as his hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. Where is the 3rd training ground? You. Don't look down on me. Kiba's pride had been thoroughly provoked. He perceived Zoro's indifference as an insult. Fueled by adrenaline, he disregarded Hinata and Shino's warnings. Let me show you the might of a Konoha ninja. Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru understood and leaped onto Kiba's back. Kiba swiftly formed hand signs. Ninjutsu, 4 legs technique. Instantly, Kiba's physique transformed, taking on a more animalistic form, his nails and fangs sharpening. Come on, Fong over Fong. With a thunderous battle cry, man and dog became 2 high-speed tornadoes, fiercely spiraling toward Zoro with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. In the face of this onslaught laced with lethal intent, Zoro did not budge an inch. He merely slowly raised his right hand. Clang! The 3rd generation of Kitetsu was drawn half an inch. An invisible, yet overwhelming aura erupted. It was a pure essence, a royal quality that transcended all. Though it was but a glimpse for Kiba and Akamaru, it felt akin to divine judgment descending from the heavens. The 2 spiraling tornadoes came to an abrupt halt, 3 meters from Zoro, as if a pause button had been pressed on a videotape, freezing their movements midair. Kiba's pupils dilated in terror. He felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his mind, leaving him in a daze. A primal fear, originating from the depths of his soul, seized his heart. He envisioned a blood-soaked beast, treading upon mountains of corpses, emerging from the depths of hell, regarding him with a cold, indifferent eye. Before that gaze, his pride in ninjutsu and his dignity as a ninja seemed laughable, utterly insignificant. Thud! Kiba and Akamaru lost all strength and plummeted to the ground. Unable to muster even a finger's worth of energy, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Shino and Hinata were also affected by that fleeting dominance. Their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. Under the trench coat of Zeno, the army of parasitic insects, which he relied on for survival, fell into an unprecedented silence. As if encountering a natural enemy, huddled together, too fearful to stir. In Hinata's Byakugan vision, the once tranquil life energy, akin to the depths of the ocean, erupted into a colossal wave in that fleeting moment. The entire world seemed to tremble under the will of that man. Zoro withdrew his hand from the hilt of his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu returning to its sheath with a click. He barely glanced at the fallen Inuzuka Kiba, instead directing his cold gaze towards the remaining 2. Do you know the way? Chapter 10. My illusion technique is ineffective against him. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The street was engulfed in an eerie silence. The sunglasses of oil girl Zeno slipped down slightly, revealing his eyes filled with astonishment. Every muscle in his body tightened, not in preparation for battle, but in a desperate struggle against the tremor that originated from his very soul. His insects, those parasitic creatures connected to life itself, had all succumbed to a state of false death. They curled up within Zeno, severing all ties to the outside world. As if this could allow them to evade impending doom. Zeno had never felt such unity and absolute terror among them. This was no mere difference in strength, but an absolute suppression on the level of life itself. Hinata's situation was even more dire. Her Byakugan remained active, her pure white pupils trembling violently. In that instant, the world within her sight shattered completely. Within the green-haired man's body, the life energy, once vast like the deep sea, suddenly unleashed a cataclysmic tsunami. A domineering, unassailable will swept through the space like a divine proclamation. Hinata felt as though her spirit was grasped by an invisible hand, nearly crushed. Her legs weakened, and had she not braced herself against the wall beside her, she would have collapsed like Kiba. You, Zoro's voice shattered the silence. His emotionless gaze shifting from the incapacitated Kiba and Akamaru to Zeno and Hinata. Do you know the way? The same question, delivered with an almost commanding tone. But this time, it resonated in Zeno and Hinata's ears like a death knell. Zeno's throat constricted painfully. He hastily analyzed the situation in his mind. The enemy's strength was unfathomable. Merely releasing a hint of their presence had rendered the valiant Inuzuka Kiba and his ninja dog Akamaru instantly incapacitated. Their strongest attacker had already been defeated. Meanwhile, his own insects displayed no fighting spirit before the adversary, and the secret techniques he took pride in likely wouldn't even allow him to approach. As for Hinata, although she had activated her Byakugan and perceived the opponent's true nature, her gentle fist was a close-range technique. Facing such a monster was tantamount to courting death. The conclusion was singular. To fight would undoubtedly lead to defeat, even to death. Kiba merely wished to spar. Zeno's voice emerged hoarsely, as he endeavored to sound as calm as possible, devoid of hostility. We harbor no ill intent. Zoro's brow furrowed slightly, his patience waning. He had no interest in sparring. He only recognized that the other party had attacked with murderous intent and then was cowed by his presence. He had no inclination to indulge in childish bickering. I do not wish to repeat myself. Zoro's hand once again rested on the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu. A chilling aura of killing intent pierced towards Zeno and Hinata like needles. I know. At that critical moment, a trembling yet clear voice rang out. It was Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, her face as pale as a sheet, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. Yet she summoned all her courage to take a small step forward. The third training ground. Just follow this road until the end, then turn left. You will see a place with 3 giant wooden stakes. She exerted all her strength to finish her sentence in one breath, gasping for air as if she had expended all her energy. Zoro's hand lifted from the hilt. He glanced at Hinata, nodding in acceptance of her answer. Then he turned, preparing to leave in the direction she indicated. Stop! A crisp, cold voice rang out from the other end of the street. Accompanying the voice, a red figure appeared like a specter before Team 8, shielding the newcomer behind her. The newcomer was a mature woman, boasting lustrous black hair and mesmerizing red eyes akin to rubies. Clad in a uniquely styled red ninja outfit, her demeanor was stern, exuding the formidable aura of a Jonin. It was none other than Konoha's Jonin, Team 8's guiding teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, her voice tinged with relief and a hint of tears. Kurenai did not turn back. Her proud red eyes remained fixed on the green-haired man ahead. Upon her arrival, she immediately assessed the situation. Her students, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, lay unconscious on the ground, their breaths faint. Zeno and Hinata stood rigid with fear. And the instigator of it all was evidently the man before her, adorned with 3 swords, emanating an eerie presence. Who are you? Kurenai's tone was icy. To injure my students in Konoha, do you seek to make an enemy of the entire village? As the foremost master of illusion techniques in Konoha, Kurenai's perception of mental energy surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She could distinctly sense an oppressive will lingering in the air, a force that caused her heart to race. It was not chakra, but a purer, more primal, and more overwhelming mental power. Zoro halted, slowly turning around. He was lost again. No, he had been obstructed once more. He was in a foul mood, hungry, lost, and now uninvited individuals kept appearing to block his path. It was your student who struck first. Zoro succinctly stated the facts. Even so, your response was excessive. Kurenai's gaze sharpened as her hands began to form seals. She was not prepared to grant him any opportunity for explanation. Attacking a lower-ranked ninja within the village, regardless of the reason, necessitated immediate subjugation. Illusion technique. Mist servant technique. Without warning, Kurenai unleashed her signature illusion technique. Under her control, the surrounding scenery began to distort instantaneously. Countless black phantoms seeped from the ground and walls, like an army of specters, silently encircling Zoro. Each phantom radiated an ominous aura, potent enough to cause the mentally weak to succumb to madness. This was an A-rank illusion technique capable of ensnaring the majority of ninjas in arduous battles. Zeno and Hinata instantly shut their eyes, severing their sight to avoid being drawn into the illusion. They anxiously awaited the outcome. Kurenai-sensei was the strongest illusionist in Konoha. Even elite jonin would find it difficult to escape once ensnared. No matter how powerful this man was, he should be susceptible to the influence of illusions. However, the subsequent scene completely upended their understanding. Faced with the terrifying phantoms that surged from all directions, capable of driving anyone insane, Zoro's expression remained unchanged. Not even a flicker of his brow betrayed any disturbance. He simply stood there, watching the phantoms pass through his body, as if observing a farcical performance unrelated to himself. "What are you doing?" Zoro looked at Kurenai with genuine confusion in his tone. "Dancing? What?" Kurenai felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her composed demeanor shattering in an instant. "Ineffective. My A-rank illusion technique has completely failed against him. He doesn't even realize he is ensnared in an illusion. How could this be possible? To what extent must a person's willpower be fortified to completely disregard the illusions that assail the mind? This is no longer mere resistance or unraveling. It is a total immunity." Just as Siehong found herself engulfed in profound astonishment, Zoro lost the last vestige of his patience. He no longer wished to squander time in this place. "Step aside." He uttered those two words, striding purposefully towards Siehong. "Not a chance." Siehong snapped back to reality, a potent sense of danger compelling her to retreat instantly, as she deftly drew to kunai, adopting a defensive stance. She understood that illusions held no sway over this man. Thus, the only recourse remaining was physical combat and ninjutsu. However, Zoro's aim was not her at all. He simply brushed past her. The instant his foot struck the ground, an invisible pressure enveloped Siehong, causing her breath to momentarily falter. She sensed that should she make any sudden move, one of the three blades would undoubtedly sever her throat in an instant. Zoro did not glance back. He continued onward in the direction pointed out by Hinata. Only when his silhouette was about to vanish around the street corner did Siehong break free from the overwhelming sense of oppression, her body drenched in cold sweat. "Are you all right, Hong-sensei?" Shino and Hinata approached her with concern. Siehong shook her head, her gaze lingering on the direction where the man had disappeared, then shifted to the still unconscious Inuzuka Kiba on the ground. Her crimson pupils were filled with unprecedented gravity and terror. "Immediately take Kiba to the hospital," she commanded in a trembling voice. "Then, you will accompany me to the Hokage's office. Now, at once." She realized that a true monster, capable of shattering the very foundations of the ninja world, had appeared in Konohagakure. Chapter 11. Zoro treats the hospital as a training ground? Zoro had always possessed unwavering confidence in his extraordinary sense of direction. The bashful girl had articulated her instructions with clarity. Follow this road to the end, turn left, and upon encountering 3 massive wooden stakes, you will find the 3rd training ground. Quite simple and straightforward. Zoro set forth, his steps steady and his focus sharply honed. He firmly committed the girl's words to memory, constructing a mental map of the route to the end, then left at the 3 stakes. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. The architectural style of Konohagakure was quite uniform, making it easy to become disoriented. Yet he trusted his judgment. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a street's end. Before him stood a tall wall. "Ah, the end." Zoro nodded, unhesitatingly turning left into another alleyway. After walking for another 5 minutes, he came to a halt. Before him stood 3 individuals clad in white coats. They stood side by side, engaged in conversation at the entrance, their postures perfectly straight, resembling wooden stakes. This must be it, Zoro concluded confidently. He strode purposefully towards them, intending to pass through these human-like stakes and enter the training ground behind. Konohagakure Hospital. The lobby was bustling with activity, the air infused with the faint scent of disinfectant. Siehong's expression was graver than her striking red pupils. She had just entrusted the unconscious Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru to the medical ninjas and received an initial diagnosis. No external injuries, but the mental shock was severe, necessitating rest. Hong-sensei. Hinata stood beside her, her hands nervously fidgeting, her voice tinged with lingering fear. On the other side stood Shino, adjusting his sunglasses, remaining silent. Yet the eerie stillness that enveloped him spoke volumes. His insects, even now, dared not stir. I understand. Xie Hong took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. The gravity of the situation had surpassed their capacity to manage it. Hinata, Shino, stay here with Kiba. I must report to Lord Hokage immediately. Understood. The two replied in unison. Remember, do not engage with that man again until the higher-ups in the village make a decision. Xie Hong's tone was resolute. He was not an enemy they could contend with. His strength transcended even the concept of a ninja. The terrifying will that disregarded illusions. The sheer force that could render elite Jonin powerless with mere presence still sent shivers down Xie Hong's spine. She could hardly bear to contemplate the devastation that would ensue should that man draw the 3 blades at his waist. As she turned to leave for the Hokage Tower, a sudden stir erupted at the entrance of the hospital lobby. An invisible pressure, akin to a heavy lead weight, inexplicably enveloped the entire lobby. The previously cacophonous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the hurried medical ninjas, the villagers seeking treatment, or the injured lying in their beds, all felt a chilling aura emanating from the depths of their souls, as if an ancient beast was lazily striding into this realm of mortals. Xie Hong's body froze in place. Gradually, she turned her head, inch by inch, towards the hospital's entrance. The man she had just warned her students to avoid, the one with green hair and 3 blades at his waist, stood there with an air of nonchalance. His gaze swept across the bustling lobby, seemingly searching for something. His brow furrowed in mild irritation. How could he be here? Hinata's voice became shrill with utmost fear. Her Byakugan activated uncontrollably. In her pure white vision, the man's colossal life force, akin to a deep sea, exuded a suffocating pressure that stained the entire hospital lobby with his unique, violent, and domineering essence. My insects warned me. Shino's voice was parched as he shielded Hinata, his chakra wildly alerting him. This is bad. This thought simultaneously surged through the minds of all the Konoha ninjas present. Why had this monster appeared in the hospital? Was he here to hunt Kiba? With that thought, a wave of immense fear and anger seized Xie Hong's heart. Halt! She shouted once more, appearing in front of Zoro in a flash, shielding her students and all the innocent people behind her. This is a hospital. What do you intend to do? Xie Hong's voice quivered with anger, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. As a Jonin of Konohagakure, she bore the responsibility to protect everything here, even at the cost of her life. Zoro regarded the red-haired woman who once again obstructed his path, his brow furrowing deeper. I said, I am going to the 3rd training ground. His voice carried a distinct irritation. It was the route the girl had indicated. She mentioned behind the 3 stakes. He pointed to the 3 medical ninjas who stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The world seemed to fall silent. Xie Hong, Shino, and Hinata found themselves ensnared in a surreal stupor. Did he truly mistake the medical ninjas for wooden stakes? Thus, he had traversed all this way not to pursue or destroy, but simply because he was lost. This realization felt more absurd and shattering than acknowledging Zoro as an unparalleled beast. This is Konohagakure Hospital, not a training ground. Xie Hong nearly ground her teeth to utter this statement, sensing her sanity being repeatedly crushed by the man's bizarre reasoning. Hospital? Zoro paused, glancing around, finally registering the injured patients and busy nurses, before belatedly responding, Oh, then where is the training ground? He asked so matter-of-factly, as if the misunderstanding that could have left even a seasoned Jonin trembling with fear was merely a trivial matter. Yuhi Hong felt as though a lump was lodged in her chest, rendering her incapable of either speaking or swallowing. How should she respond? Should she reveal the true path to him, potentially allowing him to wreak havoc elsewhere in the village? Yet, if she chose silence, who could predict where this creature, with a sense of direction that was decidedly negative, would wander next? Would it be the Hokage's tower, the Hyuga compound, or even the Umbu's base? The very thought sent a chill down Yuhi Hong's spine. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, the atmosphere grew tense once more as Zoro's impatience became palpable. Unexpectedly, someone emerged from behind Shino and Yuhi Hong, Hinata Hyuga. Her delicate face was ashen, her body quivering slightly, yet her steps were remarkably resolute. Hong-sensei, Shino-kun, Hinata? Both Yuhi Hong and Shino exclaimed in disbelief. They could hardly trust their eyes. The shyest and most timid Hinata was bravely approaching the monster. Zoro too was taken aback, observing the girl who was making her way toward him. The fear emanating from her, characteristic of the weak, was unmistakable. However, he detected no hostility in her eyes. Hinata halted 3 steps away from Zoro, took a deep breath as if summoning every ounce of courage, lifted her chin, and met Zoro's oppressive gaze. "I can take you there." Her voice was still faint, trembling, yet each word was articulated with startling clarity. "Hinata, do you realize what you are doing?" Yuhi Hong cried out, anxious to pull her student back. "Sensei." Hinata turned sharply, her voice resonating with newfound strength. "Please believe me." Within her Byakugan's sight, she could see that although this man's life force was immense and domineering, he bore no inclination to attack. He resembled a dormant volcano. As long as he was not provoked, he would not erupt. His earlier attack on Kiba was a mere passive response. His presence here was simply due to his disorientation. He was not a bloodthirsty villain, but merely a lost traveler, extraordinarily powerful and lamentably directionally challenged. Continuing to oppose him would only provoke unnecessary and potentially catastrophic conflict. Hinata was unsure where her courage to analyze this situation came from. She just understood that this was the only path to a peaceful resolution. Zoro regarded the girl before him, a flicker of surprise passing through his singular eye. He paused for a moment. "Very well." He uttered those 2 words in agreement. Finding someone to guide him was certainly more efficient than wandering aimlessly. With his affirmative response, Hinata felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She swayed slightly, but managed to steady herself. Turning to the still-stunned Yuhi Hong and Shino, she forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Sensei, Shino-kun, please take care of Kiba." With that, she hesitated no longer, bowing slightly to Zoro. "This way, please follow me." Chapter 12. The first dialogue between 2 worlds. Yuhi Hong and Yamanaka Shino watched in disbelief as Hinata Hyuga, a girl who would blush at the mere act of speaking and struggle to meet others' gazes, led the imposing man, akin to a ferocious beast, out of the doors of Konoha Hospital. The entire process was eerily silent. Yuhi Hong's body remained tense. She longed to dash forward and rescue her student from the clutches of the tiger. Yet, she found herself immobilized, not merely by the oppressive aura left in the man's wake, but by the resolute determination reflected in Hinata's gaze when she turned back. It was neither bravado nor recklessness. It was a profound realization she had never before witnessed in her student. "Hong-sensei," Shino's voice shattered the oppressive silence. He adjusted his sunglasses, concealing any emotion. "Hinata's judgment may indeed be correct. My insects indicate that while this man is dangerous, he harbors no intent to kill. His emotions remain remarkably stable." "Stable?" Yuhi Hong's mouth twitched. A volcano poised to erupt also appears stable before the eruption. "Immediately ensure Kiba's safety." Yuhi Hong's voice was dry and urgent. "Shino, you stay here. I must meet with the Hokage at once. Not a moment longer can we afford." As she exited the hospital, the afternoon sun bathed her in warmth. Yet it failed to dispel the chill lingering in Hinata's heart. She walked ahead, her body slightly stiff, each step feeling as though she were treading on a knife's edge. The man followed closely behind, unhurried. He uttered not a sound, yet his immense, domineering presence pressed down upon her like an invisible mountain, rendering her breathless. She dared not glance back, nor even cast a furtive look from the corners of her eyes. Her Byakugan was instinctively activated, and within her stark white world, the lurking life energy behind her, akin to a leviathan in the depths of the ocean, was terrifyingly clear. Silence enveloped them, an oppressive weight that threatened to drive one mad. Hinata understood that she could not remain silent any longer. She summoned every bit of courage she possessed, a courage that surpassed even that moment when she had stood up in the hospital. Are you from a faraway place?" The question nearly drained her of strength. Behind her, the heavy presence seemed to fluctuate ever so slightly. "Oh," a simple, hoarse syllable drifted from behind her, though it was merely one word. It miraculously eased the tension within Hinata. He had responded. He was willing to communicate. This realization surged through her like a potent tonic, invigorating her fear-stricken heart. "Is it from across the ocean?" Hinata boldly speculated based on the fragmented information brought back by Kakashi-sensei. In her understanding, the world consisted solely of this vast continent, housing the 5 great nations, with the ocean merely marking the edge of the land. This time, the footsteps behind her ceased. Hinata's heart raced as she too halted her steps, frozen in place. Zoro positioned himself beside her, his singular eye lowered, observing the girl who barely reached his chest and trembled slightly. The ocean has no other side, he stated plainly, devoid of emotion, as if relaying a simple fact. Yet, to Hinata, it was akin to a thunderclap. Huh. She looked up in confusion. The ocean is the ocean, it has no end. Zoro's tone carried a hint of impatience, seemingly perplexed as to why she would pose such a foolish question. We travel from one island to another, all across the ocean. All islands are across the ocean? Hinata's mind instantly fell into a void. Her worldview experienced an unprecedented and violent upheaval. The ninjas living on this continent spend their entire lives struggling to traverse every corner of the 5 great nations. Yet, in this man's words, the world they cherished and fought for seemed to be merely one of countless islands. Then, what about your country? Hinata inquired instinctively. Country? Zoro appeared amused by the term, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. We are pirates. We have no country. Pirates. Hinata's pupils dilated in shock. This vocabulary, as one can discern, signifies chaos, plunder, and disorder. Our captain aspires to be the pirate king. Zoro added with an air of nonchalance. Captain, pirate king. Each unfamiliar term struck Hinata's consciousness like a heavy hammer. Suddenly, she comprehended that they did not inhabit the same world. Not metaphorically, but in the most literal sense, they were from entirely different realms. Observing the girl's dazed expression, as if she had been exposed to a fantastical tale, Zoro lost interest in further conversation. Lead the way, he uttered coldly. Yes, Hinata exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, promptly turning to guide them onward. However, this time, the fear that resided in her heart subtly transformed into a sense of bewilderment, tinged with an indescribable curiosity towards this man from beyond her world. This is Konoha Hidden Village, part of the Land of Fire. The leader of the village is the Hokage. We are ninjas who combat using an energy known as chakra. Hinata endeavored to articulate her world in the simplest and most direct terms. Zoro listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Ninja? Chakra? He did not grasp, nor was he particularly interested in understanding. His sole curiosity lay in one matter. Hokage? Is that the strongest individual here? He suddenly inquired. No. The Hokage is the most respected and trusted ninja in the village. Hinata instinctively sought to correct him, but upon meeting Zoro's unwavering gaze, she hesitated and nodded. Well, one of the strongest ninjas. Oh, Zoro acknowledged, seemingly satisfied with this answer. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the villagers who pointed at him from the roadside before quickly retreating. Does this village have formidable swordsmen? He posed his most pressing question. Swordsmen? Hinata paused, her mind racing. Ninjas primarily utilize ninja tools. Although some wield swords, they are often used as supplementary weapons. The truly renowned swordsmen reside far away in a place called the Land of Iron, where the inhabitants are samurai, distinct from ninjas, and they all wield swords. Hinata shared the scant information she possessed. Samurai? A flicker of genuine interest sparkled in Zoro's singular eye. How strong are they? I don't know. Hinata shook her head. I've never been there. Zoro clicked his tongue, and his interest swiftly dissipated. Silence enveloped them as they continued on. Under Hinata's guidance, they finally reached their destination without incident. 3 enormous wooden posts, marred with the scars of countless sword strikes, stood silently in the center of the vast training ground. Here it is, Hinata pointed to the clearing, exhaling a long breath of relief. It felt akin to completing an S-ranked mission. Zoro, you were so slow. Did you bring the meat back? A robust voice of complaint emanated from a nearby patch of grass. A boy donning a straw hat lay sprawled out, and, upon spotting Zoro, sprang to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping from water. His eyes immediately fell upon Hinata, who was shyly peeking from behind Zoro. The straw hat boy's eyes lit up with excitement, sparkling as if he had just discovered treasure. Oh, Zoro, you finally found someone to deliver the meat. Chapter 13, Social Terrorist versus Social Anxiety. You finally found someone to deliver the meat. Luffy's exclamation, filled with joy and anticipation, reverberated like thunder across the expansive 3rd training ground. His rubber-like arms stretched out, pointing directly at Hinata, who was sheltering behind Zoro. In that instant, Hinata's body stiffened as if transformed into an icebound statue. Just moments ago, she had emerged from the extreme tension of guiding the ferocious Zoro, her heart still racing erratically. And before she could fully exhale, another unpredictable volcano erupted in a manner she could scarcely comprehend. Delivering meat? Her mind froze for 3 seconds due to this bizarre appellation. For Luffy, those 3 seconds were ample time to execute an extraordinary leap across the distance. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of rubber contracting, Luffy vanished from dozens of meters away, reappearing right in front of Hinata, barely half a meter apart. Too close. Hinata's pupils dilated as a chill surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head, causing her blood to feel as though it had frozen. Instinctively, she retreated, only to collide against a sturdy chest. It was Zoro. The green-haired swordsman had turned around, blocking her escape route without uttering a word. His solitary eye calmly observing his captain with a hint of accustomed exasperation. Caught between two formidable forces, one a menacing swordsman, the other an unpredictable energy being, Hinata felt like a rabbit ensnared between two prehistoric giants. Even the act of breathing became a luxury. Hey! Luffy's voice pulled her back from the brink of collapse. She stiffly raised her gaze, forced to meet Luffy's eyes. There, she beheld a face devoid of the earlier excitement. Instead, it radiated an utterly pure, untainted curiosity. Like a child witnessing a luminous stone or a singing shell for the first time, Luffy tilted his head slightly, his black eyes fixed intently upon her own. Your eyes, he began, his voice laced with wonder. They're white. Not a question, but a statement. Hinata's heart jolted. White eyes. This was the manifestation of the Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai, the source of their honor and strength. In Konoha, everyone recognized the white eyes, some with reverence, others with trepidation. But never had anyone spoken of it in a tone akin to discovering a novel plaything. Why are they white? Are you sick? Luffy continued, his inquiries flowing relentlessly, offering no time for thought or replies. Without black pupils, can you see things clearly? He leaned closer, his face nearly brushing against Hinata's nose. She could distinctly perceive the unique scent of sunlight and sea breeze emanating from him. Hinata's mind blanked. Fear surged like a tide, overwhelming her reason. She yearned to explain, to articulate that this was a Kekkei Genkai, to plead for him not to come so close. But her throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton. Not a single syllable could escape. Her body trembled violently from sheer tension. Luffy seemed to sense her unease, but misinterpreted it. He assumed she had not heard him clearly. Thus, he extended a finger. That finger, straight and deliberate, inched toward Hinata's eyes. In an instant, her body tensed to its utmost limit. Hey, Luffy, Zoro's deep, slightly impatient voice finally resonated from behind. One of his hands, unbeknownst to her, had settled on Hinata's shoulder, gently pulling her back just enough to evade Luffy's inquisitive finger. She is a ninja, not a toy, Zoro stated. Luffy's finger hovered in midair, blinking in apparent dissatisfaction at being interrupted. He cast a glance at Sualong, then shifted his gaze to Hinata, who was shielded behind him. A ninja? Luffy's attention was immediately diverted. Was she the type that could suddenly create numerous clones? More or less, Sualong replied dismissively. Oh, Luffy's eyes lit up with understanding. And once again, his gaze fixated intently on Hinata's face. This time, his curiosity intensified. So, are her eyes also a ninjutsu? He excitedly inquired. Can they shoot beams of light like Frankie does? Yubu. As he spoke, he animatedly mimicked a shooting gesture with his hands, making comical sound effects. Hinata, she could no longer think clearly. Light? Yubu? What on earth is he talking about? The immense cognitive dissonance and the fear of miscommunication caused Hinata's chakra to spiral out of control due to her emotional turmoil. She was so unaware that she instinctively infused more chakra into her eyes. In the next moment, a remarkable sight unfolded. Around the corners of Hinata's alabaster eyes, azure veins emerged, resembling winding vines, rapidly and distinctly manifesting along her temples. Those pure white orbs seemed to harbor a power capable of perceiving the essence of all things, exuding an invisible aura of pressure. Wow! Luffy, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle on earth, jumped back a step, his eyes sparkling. Mouth agape as if it could fit a fist. It changed. It really changed. He pointed at Hinata's face, exuberantly gesticulating like a child who had received a cherished gift. Amazing. Sualong. Look. Bugs are crawling all over her face. And they shine. Bugs. Upon hearing this description, Hinata stumbled slightly, nearly fainting on the spot. Those are meridians. A symbol of the Byakugan at its peak. How could they be bugs? Is this a ninjutsu? What is it called? Transform again, let me see. Can you see farther? Can you see where the flesh is? Luffy bombarded her with a flurry of questions. He surged forward again, this time bypassing Sualong, crouching before Hinata, tilting his head, examining her facial changes with the gaze of a connoisseur appraising a rare treasure. Sualong, observing his captain's antics, sighed in resignation, leaning against a nearby post, arms crossed, eyes closed. As long as there were no fights, he couldn't be bothered. Meanwhile, Hinata found herself ensnared in the greatest crisis of her life. This straw hat boy bore not a shred of malice. His curiosity was as pure as a blank canvas. Yet it was precisely this purity that rendered it all the more terrifying. He completely disregarded the personal space between individuals, ignoring all social conventions. His actions dictated by a straightforward logic. I am curious, so I must see, I must ask. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Luffy finally noticed the key issue. He leaned in closer, nearly touching Hinata's knees with his nose. Are you sick? Is that why your eyes are white and you can't talk? There was a note of genuine concern in his tone. This concern acted like a key, inexplicably unlocking Hinata's throat, which had been sealed by fear. I can't. She emitted a sound akin to a mosquito's buzz. Oh, you can talk. Luffy instantly brightened. Then why are you trembling? Is it cold here? No. That's not it. Then why? Luffy pressed on. Why? Why am I trembling? Because you're terrifying. This sentence echoed in Hinata's mind countless times. Yet she could not utter it. She could only bite her lip, summoning all her strength to prevent herself from crying in front of him. Observing the girl on the verge of breaking down, Luffy's rapid-fire curiosity seemed to momentarily stall. He tilted his head, maintaining his crouched position, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, before Hinata could fully process what was happening, he reached out, gently tapping the raised azure veins at the corner of her eye with his fingertip. The touch was warm and faintly pulsing. It doesn't feel like bugs. Luffy retracted his hand, stroking his chin, arriving at a serious conclusion. Then, he turned to the now completely petrified Hinata, flashing a radiant smile that could melt away all gloom. You are a good person. He inexplicably bestowed upon Hinata a good person card. Even though her eyes were strange, she couldn't speak, and she trembled all over. You guided Sualong. Therefore, you are a good person. Luffy stood up, dusting off his trousers. Then, as if completing some significant ritual, he solemnly announced to Hinata, I have decided. You are my partner. Chapter 14, Naruto arrives. The battle for Hinata. Partner? I am his partner? Hinata Hyuga's mind came to a complete standstill upon hearing Luffy's self-evident declaration. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. She felt her heart skip a beat, then begin to pound fiercely against her chest at a frantic rhythm. Blood rushed to her head, causing her peripheral vision to darken, with only the thunderous sound of her heartbeat and a buzzing in her ears remaining. This word carried a weight of extraordinary significance for the ninjas of Konohagakure. A partner is someone to whom one can entrust their back, a bond forged through shared missions. Life and death. Yet Hinata understood all too well that the meaning of partner, as uttered by this straw hat boy, extended far beyond that. It embodied the absolute trust and unwavering loyalty reflected in Sualong's eyes when he spoke of becoming the Pirate King. It represented a family, a collective, a gathering of souls pursuing a shared dream. And she, having only known him for less than half an hour, being treated as a novel toy for his examination, unable to even articulate a complete sentence, was so easily incorporated into such a seemingly grand group. Why? Because I led his green-haired partner? Because I am a good person? Such reasoning is far too hasty, far too absurd, far too. Hinata's body trembled violently, this time not due to fear, but rather a mix of absurdity, trepidation, and a hint of bewildered astonishment that she herself had barely registered. Hey, Luffy, don't just decide someone else's belonging. Sualong, leaning against the post, finally opened his eyes. He gazed at his captain's exuberant expression, speaking with resigned exasperation. He knew Luffy too well. This guy's radar for partners never adhered to any logic. If they are likable, interesting, and a good person, that sufficed. What does it matter? I have decided. Luffy placed his hands on his hips, wearing an expression that conveyed finality. Then turned back to Hinata with a bright smile. Let us embark on adventures together. There are many fun things in the sea. Hinata's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. She wished to refuse, to explain, but Luffy's pure, expectant black eyes seemed to possess a certain magic, blocking all her words in her throat. Just as this strange equilibrium was on the verge of shattering. What are you doing here? A robust, lively voice boomed from the entrance of the training ground like a clap of thunder. That voice. Hinata's body stiffened, instinctively turning toward the sound. In the distance, a golden-haired youth strode over with an air of indignation. His forehead was adorned with the headband of Konoha, and a few band-aids were plastered across his face. Yet within those azure eyes burned an everlasting flame. It was Naruto-kun. Behind him trailed a helpless Haruno Sakura and the ever-smiling Sai. "You, at long last, are back to normal," exclaimed Luffy, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the newcomer. Far from harboring any animosity, he seemed to have spotted a long-lost companion. "Perfect. Allow me to introduce my new partner." Saying this, he seized Hinata's arm and pulled her to his side. Naruto's steps came to an abrupt halt at the sight of Luffy grasping Hinata's arm. His pupils constricted instantaneously. "Hinata? Why is she with this rubber idiot who injured me? And that scoundrel is holding her hand." A surge of indescribable fury, mingled with a vexation he could scarcely articulate, surged from the depths of Naruto's heart to his mind. He had just overheard Sakura recounting the subsequent events in the hospital, learning that these two enigmatic individuals had been brought to the third training ground by Kakashi-sensei. Unable to contain himself, disregarding Sakura's protests, he charged over, intent on reclaiming his honor. Yet, he never anticipated witnessing such a scene. The shy Hinata, who would always retreat to the corners and blush profusely upon speaking to him, stood alongside this unknown adversary. "New partner?" Naruto nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, his gaze fixated on Luffy's hand grasping Hinata. "Remove your filthy hand from Hinata at once." "Huh?" Luffy tilted his head, utterly perplexed by Naruto's wrath. "Why? She is my partner. Partner my foot," Naruto roared, storming up to the pair, pointing an accusatory finger at Luffy. "Hinata is a ninja of Konoha. She is my comrade, not a partner of some random idiot like you." The emphasis on my comrade was laden with a sense of ownership. "Is that so?" Luffy blinked, tightening his grip instead of relinquishing it. But she guided Zoro. "She is a good person. I have made my decision. She is my partner. You're not allowed to decide," Naruto bellowed in retort. "I will decide." Luffy shot back defiantly. "She is mine. She is mine." The two simple-minded beings engaged in a monumental quarrel over the ownership of a partner, their foreheads nearly touching as they shouted like two toddlers. Standing aside, Zoro covered his face with a hand, letting out a heavy sigh. "Another fool," he muttered. Sakura's forehead throbbed with visible veins, struggling to restrain the violent impulses surging within her. "These two idiots," she whispered through gritted teeth. Sai maintained his disingenuous smile, retrieving a brush and sketchbook from his scroll, observing the scene with keen interest, even beginning to sketch. "Oh, is this a display of male intimidation over the ownership of a female? Such rare observational material," he commented softly while drawing. "Shut up, Sai." Sakura's furious shout halted Sai's brush momentarily. As the epicenter of this storm, Hinata had completely short-circuited. Her arm was firmly grasped by Luffy, while before her stood Naruto, furious and ready to defend her. To her left was the unilateral declaration of "she is my partner," and to her right was the vehement rebuttal of "she is not your partner." The sheer, overwhelming energy radiating from the two youths engulfed her, trapping her in between like a washing machine, the world spinning chaotically around her. "Naruto-kun is speaking for me. That Straw Hat fellow claims I am his partner." "Naruto-kun." Straw Hat. Hinata's mind flickered between the two options, her mental CPU usage skyrocketing to 100%. Overloaded, her brain turned blank. Even the act of thinking became a luxury. "Hey, are you going to let go?" Naruto, finding himself at a loss for words, reached out to grab Hinata's other arm, attempting to pull her away from Luffy. "I won't release her. She is the one I found." Luffy countered stubbornly, increasing his grip. "Nonsense. I've known Hinata for much longer. I met her when she was a child." Naruto began to dredge up old stories to assert his claim. "So what? I decided she was my partner first." Luffy's logic was simple and blunt. "You unreasonable rubber idiot. You are the stingy, yellow-haired one." "What did you say?" "I said you were stingy." The tugging and shouting ensued, and Hinata felt her body caught in the midst of a tug of war, being pulled in opposite directions by two immense forces. "Please, don't." She finally managed to squeeze out a faint voice, but it was instantly drowned out by the clamor of the two youths. "Hinata, you tell him. Who is your partner?" Naruto finally remembered to seek the opinion of the person in question, turning to look at Hinata with eager, azure eyes. "Yes, speak up." Luffy also turned, his black eyes filled with curiosity. Two pairs of eyes, 6 gazes, including Sakura and Sai, and one reluctant single eye all focused on Hinata. The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Hinata's body trembled violently. She gazed at Naruto's face, which was mere inches away, pleading her to choose him. Then, she looked at Luffy's equally close face, which radiated the essence of partnership. Pressure. An unprecedented weight bore down on her slender shoulders. As if the entire Hokage rock had come crashing down upon her. Her vision began to swirl. The Naruto before her multiplied into 2, 4, 8. The Luffy in front of her also began to split and overlap. I. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something. However, all that escaped her lips was a long, relieved sigh. Then, her eyes rolled back, her body softened, and she fell straight backward. System overload, forced shutdown. Hey. The arguments between Luffy and Naruto abruptly ceased. They both released their grips, watching helplessly as the girl collapsed like a marionette severed from its strings. Fortunately, Zoro, who had been standing behind her, swiftly extended his arm, catching her back and preventing her from meeting the ground. Luffy and Naruto, who had just been embroiled in a fierce argument, now stood frozen in shock. They stared at Hinata, who had lost consciousness in Zoro's embrace, her face carrying a hint of relief. In the next moment, Hinata. Two cries, filled with panic and concern, resonated simultaneously above the third training ground. Chapter 15. The Awakening of the Curly Chef. Target locked. The Byakugan Princess. Hinata. Two voices, originating from different chests yet imbued with equal urgency, collided in the air like discordant musical notes, creating an invisible spark. Luffy and Naruto, who had just been fervently arguing over the rights to a partner, now synchronized in panic. They both reached out simultaneously, trying to catch the slender figure that was toppling backward, but they missed entirely. A solid, powerful arm extended from behind Hinata, securely supporting her back. It was Zoro. He maintained his stance leaning against the post, merely extending one hand. His expression remained neutral as he gazed at the girl, who lay unconscious in his arms, her breathing steady and a serene smile gracing her lips. Then lifted his single eye to sweep over the two culprits. "You two idiots, be quiet." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable chill. "It was you who frightened her into unconsciousness. This is all your fault." Naruto immediately pointed an accusing finger at Luffy. "You are the one being petty." Luffy retorted without backing down. Just as the second round of quarrels was about to erupt, a pink figure, filled with anger, rushed forward. "Everyone, be quiet." Haruno Sakura forcefully separated the two boys and swiftly approached Zoro, her gaze filled with concern and frustration as she looked at Hinata in his arms. "Hinata, how are you feeling? Wake up." She understood Hinata all too well. This heiress of the Hyuga clan had always been extremely shy and lacking in confidence. And when faced with immense psychological pressure, she would choose to shut down to protect herself. At present, she was caught between the jealousy of her longtime crush Naruto and the formidable Straw Hat Boy who unilaterally declared her a comrade. Such dual pressures were enough to completely overwhelm her mental circuits. What an intriguing physiological response. Meanwhile, Sai had taken out his sketchbook, swiftly capturing the scene with his brush. Noting how one escapes social pressures by severing consciousness from reality. Truly an efficient defense mechanism. "Sai, if you utter another word, I will let you experience what physical shutdown feels like." Sakura shouted without turning her head, her fists cracking ominously. Sai's mouth twitched slightly, and he wisely chose to remain silent. At that moment, Hinata, supported by Zoro, felt her eyelashes flutter gently. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Consciousness returned to her like a drowning person struggling to surface from the depths of the ocean. Her vision, once shrouded in a haze of darkness, gradually became clear. The first thing she saw was a bronze-colored skin and a sharply defined jawline. Higher up, a tightly shut left eye marred by a grotesque scar. Above that was a single, hawk-like eye, gazing down at her with indifference. The green hair, the overwhelming sense of pressure, and the realization that she was lying in his arms. Hinata's mind, rebooting in a split second, crashed once more. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why am I lying in the embrace of this three-sword-style pirate? A surge of overwhelming heat rushed to her head. More intense than when she was caught between Luffy and Naruto. Her cheeks turned a shade redder than a ripe tomato in an instant. With a short, sharp scream, an unimaginable force erupted from within her. She sprang up from Zoro's arms like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stumbling momentarily in the air. Yet her feet landed precisely on the ground, stabilizing her form. This was the instinct honed from years of rigorous training. However, Her mind could not keep up with her body's reaction. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I've caused you tremendous trouble. Hinata dared not raise her head, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees towards Zoro, her voice trembling. She couldn't even bear to recall the fleeting sensation of being enveloped in that powerful embrace, filled with the scent of steel and strong liquor. How rude. How embarrassing. How could a Hyuga act this way in the arms of a stranger? Zoro was momentarily taken aback by her intense reaction, then shrugged nonchalantly, retracting his hand and leaning back against the wooden post as if nothing had happened. To him, supporting someone about to fall was no different from picking up a stone. Hinata, you're all right, Naruto exclaimed as he rushed over upon seeing her awaken. Thank goodness. You're awake. I thought you had fallen asleep. Luffy chimed in, joining the fray. The two boys once again trapped Hinata between them, gazing at their faces, which were dangerously close. Hinata's heartbeat, which had just begun to calm, surged wildly once more. This is it. Are you two trying to make her faint again? Sakura, like a savior, appeared, grabbing Luffy and Naruto by the back of their collars and yanking them aside with force. Give her some breathing space, you fools. The world fell silent. Hinata took a deep breath, gratefully looking at Sakura. Just as this brief moment of peace settled on the training ground and everyone thought the farce was about to conclude, a dramatic, syrupy voice, rich with a mix of honey and strong liquor, drifted in from a distance. Oh, Melorine. This voice was like a drop of hot oil splashing into cooling, boiling water, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves once more. Everyone, including Sakura, who was reprimanding the two fools, turned towards the sound. At the other end of the training ground, a golden-haired figure was moving towards them in an exaggerated S-shaped manner. His suit was somewhat disheveled, and a clearly visible swollen bump adorned his forehead. Yet that did not detract from his current state. His left eye was shut tight, while his right eye burned with a fiery pink heart. It was Sanji. He was awake. Moreover, it seemed he not only regained consciousness, but had also precisely zeroed in on his next target. His gaze passed over his captain Luffy, over the fearsome green-haired swordsman, and even over the pink-haired girl who had punched him into the ground. His entire focus was utterly captivated by the girl standing in the center, wearing a pale purple coat, shyly lowering her head, radiating an aura of purity and fragility. It's her. It's her. As I was plunged into the dark abyss by Sakura's iron fist, it was your violet-like figure that shone like a light, rescuing me from despair. Oh, my dear Violet Princess. Sanji's body twisted like a dehydrated seaweed, and he approached with devilish grace, allowing me to offer you my most sincere praise. A vein throbbed on Sakura's forehead. However, Sanji was completely lost in his own world, ignoring the mixed expressions of shock, confusion, and murderous intent from those around him. He elegantly stopped 3 steps away from Hinata and knelt on one knee. This motion was fluid and graceful, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Hinata froze completely. Her brain once again blared an overload alarm. Who is this golden-haired man with curly eyebrows? Why is he looking at me with such a gaze that seems to melt away? What is he saying? Princess? Your flowing black hair shines brighter than the finest deep-sea nori. Your fair skin is smoother than freshly squeezed milk. Your shy demeanor adds a lethal seasoning to your beauty. Sanji's flowery praises struck Hinata like heaps of cheap whipped cream, overwhelming her with their intensity, causing her to retreat until her back collided with a solid object. She turned around to find it was the wooden post Zoro had just leaned against, with nowhere left to retreat. Hey, you, back away from Hinata. Naruto finally reacted, dashing forward to stand protectively between Hinata and Sanji, arms outstretched in a defensive stance. Sanji was interrupted, glancing up in dissatisfaction at the blonde boy blocking his path. Kid, don't disturb the fateful encounter between me and this beautiful lady. What encounter? You curly-haired creep. Naruto shouted angrily. Sanji, are you hungry? Luffy also approached, curiously regarding the kneeling chef. She yes not food. She yes my comrade. Shut up, Luffy. Sanji shouted without turning back, then immediately switched to a gentler demeanor, attempting to sidestep Naruto. Oh, my lovely lady, please do not be afraid. I am merely a humble chef, utterly powerless against beauty. He reached out his hand toward Hinata. Just as his fingertips were about to brush the hem of her garment, a hand, like a vice, seized his wrist with force. Sanji was taken aback and looked up to see Haruno Sakura. At that moment, Sakura wore a radiant smile on her face. Yet that smile was colder than the frostiest winter night in Konoha. Behind her, it seemed as though green chakra flames were igniting. Ah, Mr. Curly Brow. Her voice dripped with saccharine sweetness. It appears that the lesson I imparted earlier was insufficiently profound. Sanji's body stiffened. The familiar, terrifying strength that could crush bones emanated from his wrist. He was abruptly yanked from his romantic reverie back into the harsh reality. Ah, it's Sakura-chan. His voice trembled. Sakura tilted her head, her smile growing brighter as she tightened her grip. So, are you now harassing my friend? And no, this is a cultural exchange, a testament to friendship that transcends worlds. Do you still wish to touch her? Sanji glanced at Sakura's eyes, which sparkled with a dangerous glint, then at Hinata, who appeared as startled as a frightened fawn. He swallowed hard, realizing that his pursuit of beauty ultimately succumbed to his fear of her violent prowess. Sakura-chan. Very well, Sakura nodded with satisfaction, then seized Sanji's wrist as if throwing a hammer, spinning him in the air for a couple of rotations. To ensure you remember, I shall establish a safe distance. With a fierce shout, she released him. Fly to the far end of the training ground. Shinero. Ah, Princess John. Whoosh. The golden figure transformed into a shooting star, tracing a perfect parabolic arc toward the boundary of the third training ground, ultimately crashing with a resounding thud against a towering wall, sliding down like a poster, and becoming utterly silent. The arena fell into a profound silence. Naruto stared in disbelief at the figure disappearing into the horizon. Sai silently noted in his sketchbook, under the title Male Intimidation Behavior. An additional line, observation results, female physical expulsion behavior is more effective. Zoro sighed, closing his eyes, seemingly accustomed to the chaos. Hinata stood frozen with her mouth agape, completely petrified. Luffy gazed at the direction Sanji had flown, then at Sakura, who stood with her hands on her hips, panting, exuding an air of formidable strength. His eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, amazing. Just like Big Mom. Sakura's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head, like a rusty robot, to look at Luffy. What did you just call me? Luffy, seeing her familiar, gentle smile, inexplicably felt a chill more intense than when facing a Navy admiral. Chapter 16. The Ultimate Self-Destruction. Dancing madly in the Tiger Mother's minefield. The air froze. Time seemed to suspend in amber, capturing the astonished expressions of everyone in the third training ground. Naruto's panic-stricken face. Sai's stiff, smiling visage. Hinata's cheeks, which had just regained a hint of color, turned pale once more. In Zoro's singular eye, a seriousness flickered that he had never experienced even when facing Mihawk. At the center of it all, the eye of the storm, Haruno Sakura, slowly turned her head toward Luffy, each movement reminiscent of a rusted automaton. Her face still bore that friendly smile. Yet, for reasons unknown, the temperature in the third training ground seemed to plummet by several degrees. What did you just call me? Her voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid to disturb the birds in the trees. However, it was this delicate tone that sent shivers down Naruto's spine. It had arrived. The suffocating silence before a storm. Sakura's most terrifying mode. He desperately gestured to Luffy, silently screaming, "Apologize. Run, you fool." Yet Luffy's mind evidently could not grasp such complex signals. He beheld Sakura's smiling face, felt the overwhelming aura of her power, and recalled how she had effortlessly sent Sanji flying, concluding that she must be pleased with his praise. Thus, the Straw Hat Boy grinned widely, displaying his signature smile that revealed his back teeth, and with a voice even louder and more sincere than before, reiterated, "I said you're amazing." Just like that, Big Mom. To bolster his argument, he nodded vigorously. You know, the one with the mark on her chest, super strong Hokage lady. It's over. Naruto despairingly closed his eyes. How could there exist a fool more oblivious to the atmosphere than himself? Hokage lady. Sakura's smile grew even more radiant. She gently repeated those words, each syllable seemingly squeezed out from between her teeth. She finally understood why Tsunade-sensei had been driven to crush her desk into dust upon hearing Kakashi-sensei's report. The root of it lay here. Oh, so that's how it is. Sakura smiled and nodded, then stepped forward. Thud. A soft sound. The ground beneath her feet cracked like spider webs, silently spreading from her point of contact. Zoro, who had been leaning against a post, suddenly straightened his body. Instinctively, his hand moved to the hilt of his sword at his waist. Something was amiss. Very amiss. This aura, it was not murderous intent. Throughout the Grand Line, he had sensed countless forms of killing intent. Mihawk's sharpness, Crocodile's chill, Enel's arrogance, CP9's iciness, all of which were distilled, pure wills aimed at slaying enemies. However, The essence emanating from this pink-haired woman was different. It exuded a more primal, chaotic, and unreasonable impulse for pure destruction. If killing intent was a sharp knife aimed at a vital point, then this aura was a bomb with no clear target, certain to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Danger. This was Zoro's sixth sense, his beast-like intuition, frantically sounding alarms. The level of danger even surpassed that which he had felt facing the Sharingan of the white-haired masked man in the forest. "Hey, Luffy." For the first time, he spoke in a tone that bordered on warning to his captain. Yet Luffy, completely oblivious to any danger signals, gazed at the advancing Sakura and the cracking ground beneath her feet, his eyes sparkling even more with stars. Wow, amazing. The ground cracks as she walks. Is this also a ninjutsu? He even curiously extended his foot to step on the fissures. Sigh. Sakura ignored Luffy, her gaze firmly fixed on the Straw Hat Boy, but her words were directed at someone else. "Do me a favor." "What is it, Sakura?" Sai maintained his professional smile. "Please document this." Sakura's voice remained sweet as ever. "The first medical exchange between Konoha and visitors from another world." "Medical?" Sai blinked in surprise. As Sakura's footsteps halted before Luffy, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Towering over her by a head, her smile radiant like a blossoming carnivorous flower. "I am determined to perform a comprehensive cranial reconstruction surgery on him." No sooner had she spoken than a surge of green chakra flames erupted from her being with a thunderous force. The overwhelming gust swept through the surroundings, causing nearby trees to sway violently and a cloud of dust to rise. Hinata, frightened by this imposing aura, let out a scream and took refuge behind Naruto. Although Naruto wore a look of terror, he mustered the courage to shout, "Sakura, calm down. He is an idiot. Why waste your anger on a fool?" "Shut up, Naruto." Sakura retorted without glancing back. "No one is stopping me today. I will make this ignorant fool understand what constitutes the most basic respect for women." She raised her right fist with fervor, that delicate yet fair hand charged with a terrifying amount of chakra. The air around her vibrated with a resonant hum, burdened by the intensity of her power. "Get out of the way." Naruto bellowed with desperation. Zoro's pupils constricted sharply, his muscles tensing. Should he intervene? No. The captain had not given the order. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Luffy's face, which was still adorned with curiosity and excitement. This guy seemed utterly unafraid. Oh, is it coming? What an impressive aura!" Luffy exclaimed, undeterred, as he faced Sakura's fiery fist, his chest puffed out in exhilaration. He sensed a pure and formidable strength emanating from her, akin to Tsunade's, and he longed to experience it firsthand. Splendid. Such vigor. Sakura noted Luffy's eager expression, her anger flaring even more. "Let your body fully grasp this." Monster strength fist. This was no ordinary technique. It embodied the most colossal and furious chakra Sakura had ever summoned, mixed with the humiliation of being referred to as old lady and the wrath of being overlooked. Shinero. It was a strike that wagered her very dignity. Boom. Her fist landed squarely on Luffy's cheek. In that instant, the entire third training ground trembled violently. From the center where Sakura stood, the earth fractured and collapsed, forming a terrifying pit over 10 meters in diameter. A ferocious shockwave transformed into visible white air currents, spiraling outward with reckless abandon. Trees at the edge of the training ground were uprooted, lifted into the sky, and then shredded to pieces. In the distance, Sanji, who had just extricated himself from a wall, was swept away by this tempest, disappearing like a leaf in the wind. Naruto and Hinata were thrown backward, rolling on the ground for several rotations before coming to a halt. Sai, employing his super beast imitation technique, conjured two eagles to grasp his shoulders, barely managing to stabilize himself, though his sketchbook was lost to the winds. Only Zoro remained steadfast, embedding the sheaths of his three swords deep into the ground. Leaning back against the storm, his one eye was wide open, fixed intently on the center engulfed in dust. Was it over? Even ancient dinosaurs would be reduced to pulp by such a direct hit. As the dust began to settle, at the heart of the pit, Sakura maintained her striking posture. Panting heavily, her fist was still poised forward. Yet, before her stood Luffy, one foot dangling in the void, while the other remained firmly planted on the edge of the chasm. Strangely, his face bore an expression of sheer astonishment. Sakura's fist, capable of shattering mountains, was now deeply embedded in his right cheek, while his head stretched absurdly backward, like an elastic band pulled to its limit, the neck appearing as a thin line swaying in the air. His entire form presented an absurdly comical posture that defied all laws of physics. This left Naruto gaping in disbelief, unable to articulate his thoughts. Unscathed, Zoro's face mirrored disbelief. He knew Luffy was made of rubber. But witnessing him absorb such a force left him in shock. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, Luffy's elongated head suddenly snapped back with a whoosh. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Luffy's head returned to its original position. He shook his head and touched his cheek, which bore nothing but a faint imprint of her fist. Then, he turned to face Sakura, who trembled from exhaustion and shock at the sight before her, revealing an even more radiant smile. Hee, what an impressive punch. Truly as formidable as that old lady, he exclaimed, genuinely admiring her strength, completely oblivious to the emotional toll his words inflicted upon her. However, with a broad grin, Luffy pointed at his own body and proclaimed with immense pride, I'm made of rubber, so hitting me is pointless. Sakura remained in her striking pose, her fist still resting against Luffy's face. She could distinctly feel the soft yet resilient texture emanating from her fist. Her strongest attack, one that could have garnered the attention of even one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and showcased her peak chakra control, had been rendered utterly ineffective. Was her final dignity as a woman completely immune to harm? Sakura's body stiffened. Her eyes lost their brilliance. The green chakra flames behind her, capable of incinerating all, extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving her world in shades of gray. Chapter 17. Sakura suffered a mental blow. The world had turned gray. Within Sakura's perception, sound, color, and temperature had all vanished. She remained frozen in her striking posture, her once mighty fist, capable of shattering boulders and instilling fear in countless foes, now limply pressed against a beaming face. There was no sensation of shattered bones, no gruesome imagery, not even a hint of effective feedback. Instead, there was only an overwhelming sense of despair, akin to striking the finest cotton or sinking into an endless mire, completely consumed and dissolved into nothingness. Her strongest punch, wagered with everything she had been rendered immune. Not blocked, not dodged, not defeated by a greater force, but immune. Like flames that cannot scorch flowing water, like swords that cannot cleave the gentle breeze. Conceptually, it had utterly failed. Luffy's laughter, devoid of shadows, pierced through her monochrome world. But I'm made of rubber, so hitting me is pointless. This statement fell upon Sakura like an invisible hammer, shattering the foundation of her pride and confidence. Crack! Something deep within her soul seemed to fracture completely. With a slow, almost lethargic motion, she withdrew her fist. There was no trace of blood upon her hand, which had gathered countless sweat, tears, and resolve. She looked down at that hand, and then raised her gaze to Luffy's unblemished face, which bore no signs of injury. Hey, Luffy tilted his head, observing the motionless Sakura with pure curiosity. What's wrong? Are you out of strength? He reached out and gently poked her shoulder where she had just struck. Your body appears remarkably rigid. Is this also a form of ninjutsu? Sakura offered no response. The chakra flames behind her had long since extinguished. Her vibrant emerald eyes had lost their luster, rendered vacant and bewildered. She stood there like a marionette devoid of its soul, frozen in place. Sakura. Naruto rushed over, tumbling as he came, his heart aching at the sight of Sakura's despondency. He had witnessed her fury, her tears, her joy. Yet he had never seen her expression as if the entire world had crumbled around her. He turned towards Luffy in anger, shouting, What have you done to Sakura? You bastard! Huh? Luffy, feigning innocence, pointed at himself, claiming, She was the one who attacked me. Naruto found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was Sakura who had initiated the confrontation, employing a technique that could have been fatal. But seeing her in such a state, his fury could not be quelled. He understood the logic, yet he simply could not accept it. A calm voice broke through the chaos. It was Sai. Unbeknownst to them, he had retrieved his sketchbook and was swiftly documenting the scene. The aggressor had suffered a more profound psychological trauma than the victim. As he sketched, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, declaring, This is excellent material. The title shall be The Broken Iron Fist. You jerk. Naruto was about to lash out at Sai. Yet he had a point. Zoro's voice unexpectedly chimed in, as he had drawn his sword from the ground and leaned back against a wooden post. Your companion is not injured. Her understanding has merely been shattered. Zoro solitary, I regarded Luffy calmly before glancing at the dazed Sakura. In our world, Such occurrences are commonplace. When one's perception cannot reconcile with the reality before them, they become vulnerable. Common sense? Naruto was taken aback. What did this have to do with common sense? This fellow's body is anything but normal. He is a monster. He is not a monster, Zoro replied coolly. He is simply Luffy. The answer was simple and direct, yet contained an undeniable truth. For the Straw Hat crew, Luffy was just Luffy. His existence transcended ordinary reasoning. At that moment, Hinata, who had remained silent, timidly spoke. That is, her voice was barely audible. Yet everyone instinctively quieted. Sakura's chakra is dissipating. Hinata's Byakugan allowed her to see that the once torrential chakra within Sakura was now chaotic and feeble, akin to a stream running dry without its source. This was a sign of significant psychological trauma causing her bodily functions to falter. If this continues, it could inflict irreversible damage on a ninja's body. What? Naruto's face paled, rushing to support the swaying Sakura. Sakura, please wake up. Sakura. Yet, she remained unresponsive. The scene had descended into an eerie stalemate. One was collapsing from ineffective attacks, another frantic due to a companion's breakdown, one bewildered by the unfolding events, another observing with detached calmness, one excitedly collecting data, and one trembling with fear. No one knew what to do, until a sigh, filled with weariness and resignation, resonated above them, as if aged by a decade in an instant. I knew that bringing you all together would yield no good outcomes. Everyone looked up abruptly. There sat Kakashi, squatting atop the highest wooden post in the training ground, one hand clutching an orange-covered book while the other supported his forehead, his expression exhausted. He surveyed the enormous pit below, gazed at the dazed Sakura, and then at Luffy, whose face reflected confusion. He didn't even need to ask to envision the entire scenario. Tsunade's immense strength, Luffy's rubbery physique. It was evident what would transpire when those two forces collided. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. You must help Sakura. She's acting so strangely. Kakashi's form flickered, and he appeared beside Sakura in an instant. He crouched down, observing her vacant gaze, then raised his hand to sense her condition. The chakra disturbance caused by psychological shock is troublesome. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply. He lifted his gaze, his lone visible eye locking onto Luffy. Luffy-kun. His tone took on a newfound seriousness. I believe we need to reassess our surveillance protocols concerning you too. Luffy did not grasp the deeper implications of Kakashi's words. He simply looked at Kakashi, then his stomach growled audibly. He patted his belly and earnestly asked, after the assessment, "Can we have meat?" Kakashi felt his blood pressure rising at an alarming rate. Engaging in rational discourse with this man was inherently irrational. Ignoring Luffy, he turned to Naruto and Sai, instructing, Naruto, Sai, immediately take Sakura to the hospital. Inform the medical team that it is a chakra disruption caused by psychological shock, and ensure they are prepared for emergency treatment. Yes, Naruto and Sai, not daring to delay, swiftly supported the listless Sakura and utilized body flicker technique to rush to the hospital. Hinata. Kakashi directed his gaze to the girl who had been lingering in the background. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata stood at attention, visibly anxious. You should head back as well. Do not speak of today's events to anyone for now. I will personally report to Lord Hokage. Yes. Hinata felt a wave of relief wash over her, bowing to Kakashi, Zoro, and Luffy before hastily departing. In an instant, the vast training ground was left with only Kakashi and the two core combatants of the Straw Hat crew. The atmosphere grew subtly tense once more. Kakashi stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Very well, then. He looked at Luffy and Zoro, stating, It seems that the third training ground is no longer suitable as your temporary lodging. Zoro remained silent. Yet his hand did not stray far from the hilt of his sword. Luffy, however, looked at Kakashi with anticipation. So where are we going? To a barbecue restaurant? No. Kakashi shook his head, then spoke with an unprecedented gravity. Until I report to Lord Hokage and reach a final conclusion, you two will be under my constant supervision. Hatake Kakashi. As his words settled, an intense aura emanated from Kakashi. It was no longer the previous air of lethargy and nonchalance, but rather that of an elite jonin who had faced countless life and death battles. The true presence of Konoha's foremost technician, Sharingan Kakashi. Zoro narrowed his solitary eye slightly, sensing that the man before him was now serious. Yet Luffy seemed entirely oblivious to the pressure, blinking in surprise before suddenly recalling something, excitedly clapping his hands. Constant supervision? Does that mean you will always be following us? You could interpret it that way, Kakashi replied. That's fantastic. Luffy beamed widely, grinning. Now you'll know when we get hungry. And you can take us for meat. Kakashi's body stiffened momentarily. He felt as though his carefully cultivated aura had been punctured by a single phrase. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Follow me. He abandoned further conversation and turned to lead the way. However, Luffy remained motionless, looking towards Naruto and Sakura's departing direction. Suddenly calling out, "Hey, white-haired guy. It's Kakashi." "Kakashi," Luffy corrected, pointing in that direction. "The girl with pink hair, is she all right?" Kakashi paused, unexpectedly glancing back at Luffy. For now, there is no immediate danger to her life, but the psychological trauma may take a long time to heal. Is that so? Luffy stroked his chin, as if pondering some profound question. After a moment, he seemed to have reached an understanding, breaking into a relieved smile. However, her punch was truly formidable. It left my face distorted for quite a while. He exclaimed, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Once she recovers, I must challenge her again. Kakashi looked at Luffy in silence, suddenly realizing something. In this Straw Hat Kid's world, perhaps concepts like insult or hostility are far too complex. Acknowledging each other's strength, then responding in an even stronger manner, is his unique way of communication. It is a form of interaction so pure that it could shatter the common sense of any world. Kakashi sighed, feeling that the days ahead would be extraordinarily exciting. Let's go, Luffy. Zoro's voice echoed as he caught up with Kakashi. Oh, coming. Luffy responded, striding forward while rubbing his belly, shouting loudly. Hey, Kakashi, when can we eat meat? Chapter 18. The Duel of Forbidden Books. Kakashi felt his nerves fraying, step by step, as he walked ahead, followed by two enormous sources of trouble. One was a green-haired, one-eyed swordsman, taciturn yet exuding a subtle sharpness akin to a drawn blade, making the surrounding air feel almost cutting. The other, the Straw Hat Kid, was entirely the opposite. Hey, Kakashi, where are we going? I'm starving. I'm so hungry I can't even walk. Don't you have any banquet halls in Konoha? The ones with plenty of meat. Zoro, you must be hungry too, right? Zoro ignored him, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfamiliar streets and buildings around them. Kakashi's pace did not falter, yet the veins on his forehead danced with agitation. He had just exchanged a few words with Lord Hokage, receiving orders for absolute isolation and strict supervision while awaiting a high-level meeting's decision. Isolation sounds easy enough. Locking him in Konoha's prison? He had no doubt the Straw Hat Kid could mold the specially designed steel cell like clay. Locking him in the Umbu interrogation room? Not to mention that place is unsuitable for guests. Considering the swordsman's vigilance, an unnecessary conflict would likely ensue at the slightest approach. After much contemplation, Kakashi realized that sometimes the most dangerous places are, paradoxically, the safest. He stopped, turning to face the two troublemakers. This is a regular residential area of Konoha, beneath an inconspicuous apartment building. We have arrived, Kakashi said wearily. Luffy curiously looked up at the ordinary building. Is there meat to eat here? No, Kakashi replied expressionlessly. But until the next instructions, this will be your residence. And mine as well. He had resolved to keep these two most unstable factors right under his watchful eyes. This was the helplessness of a monitor and the responsibility of a Konoha elite jonin. He fished out his keys and opened the door to his home. Come in. However, I must lay down some rules. Before he could finish, Luffy had already darted inside. Wow, it's so small. Luffy's voice echoed from within, dripping with unreserved disdain. Kakashi's eyebrows twitched. Zoro followed him inside, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, it was a very modest single ninja apartment. Apart from the most basic necessities, there was hardly any excess. Listening to Luffy's remarks, Kakashi entered, closed the door, feeling like a hapless parent about to confront two unruly children. First, no leaving without permission. Second, do not break anything. Third, and most importantly, remain calm until I return. After stating these rules, he prepared to use the body flicker technique to report back to the Hokage's office. Where are you going? Luffy asked. To report my work. Then what will we eat? Luffy pressed, as this was his primary concern. Kakashi's movements froze. He looked at Luffy's clear yet foolish eyes, then at his empty refrigerator. He took a deep breath, pulled out his wallet from his ninja tool pouch, and slapped a few bills onto the table. Go buy your own food. Remember, don't cause any trouble. He thought that letting these two go out to forage might be safer than keeping them starving inside his home. At least, they wouldn't demolish his house, right? After issuing his instructions, Kakashi's figure vanished in a puff of white smoke. Luffy grabbed the money from the table, his eyes sparkling. Oh, meal tickets. Zoro, let us go eat meat. Zoro nodded. He was indeed hungry. He approached the door, gripping the doorknob, ready to open it. Then he stopped. He turned left and walked toward the kitchen. Luffy looked at him curiously. Zoro? The door is that way. Zoro didn't look back, responding matter-of-factly, I know. I need to familiarize myself with the layout, so I won't get lost on the way back. Konoha Hospital. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt frozen. When Naruto and Sai rushed in, supporting the disoriented Sakura, the entire medical department was alarmed. What happened? The on-duty medical team leader, Shizune, gasped at Sakura's condition. Is it Sakura? Is she injured? Shizune. Naruto shouted anxiously. Hurry and check on Sakura. She is acting so strangely. Shizune immediately stepped forward. Her hands enveloped in a green chakra glow, beginning a thorough examination of Sakura. Moments later, her brows furrowed tightly. Strange, there are no external injuries, no signs of poisoning. The meridians are intact, and there are no traces of Genjutsu. She looked at Naruto. What on earth happened? Naruto's face flushed as he struggled to find the right words. Should he say that Sakura had exerted her full strength to punch someone, only for that person to remain unharmed, and then Sakura ended up like this? Who would believe such a tale? An inexplicable phenomenon. Sai, standing nearby, closed his sketchbook and spoke in his usual flat tone. Sakura used her full power against an intruder named Luffy. Sai calmly stated the facts, but the opponent's unique physical structure rendered her physical attack completely ineffective. And then, Sakura ended up like this. Shizune was stunned. The surrounding medical ninjas were equally taken aback. Immune to physical attacks? Shizune murmured, what does that mean? Is it some sort of special defensive ninjutsu? Or a bloodline limit? Neither. Sai shook his head. Based on my observations, it resembles an innate ability. A kind of unreasonable. Inherent physique. Unreasonable. Shizune pondered the term. Her heart chilled as she looked at Sakura's vacant eyes. To make Tsunade-sama's prized disciple, the spring flower Sakura, who prides herself on her immense strength, collapsed mentally merely from a single failed attack. What sort of monster is this Luffy? Quickly send her to the psychiatric ward. Shizune decisively commanded. Naruto, Sai, I need to report this matter to Lord Hokage immediately. Follow me. Naruto cast a worried glance at Sakura, who was being taken away by the nurses, clenched his teeth, and followed Shizune's lead. His fists were tightly clenched. Luffy, that bastard. Not only does he want to take Hinata away, but he has also harmed Sakura. Unforgivable. Hokage's office. The atmosphere was even more grave than in the hospital. Gangshu sat in the main seat, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. Before her stood Shiyu Hong and the recently arrived Kakashi. The advisors, Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mito Menin, also unprecedentedly attended this urgent meeting. In a low, hoarse voice filled with a sense of foreboding, Tsunade addressed the room. According to Hong's report, the swordsman known as Roronoa Zoro had incapacitated both Ya and Shino's parasitic insects merely through his imposing presence, rendering them completely immune to A-rank Genjutsu. Shiyu Hong nodded, still shaken. Then, turning her gaze to Kakashi, Tsunade inquired about the boy named Monkey D. Luffy, who had withstood Sakura's full-strength attack unscathed, causing significant mental distress to Sakura. Kakashi responded with a sense of helplessness. The office fell into a profound silence, the faces of the two advisors marked by shock and disbelief. One immune to Genjutsu, the other to Taijutsu. This was beyond mere strength. It was a subversion, a fundamental upheaval of the entire ninja combat system. Tsunade and Mito Men spoke in unison, asserting the necessity to reassess the threat levels of these two individuals, for they had transcended the realm of ordinary invaders. Their power structure was entirely different from theirs. Zhuangqin Xiaochun added that possessing such formidable abilities without chakra represented intelligence of immeasurable value. Tsunade remained silent, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. No one understood the power of Sakura's punch better than she did. It was a force capable of splitting mountains, inherited from her legacy. Yet now, there was someone who could take that punch on the chin. This reminded her of the bizarre abilities of enemies she had faced before, none of which could compare to such absolute immunity. What movements are happening on Danzo's side? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Nothing yet, Kakashi replied. The route is quite calm. Humph. It's merely the calm before the storm, Tsunade scoffed. That old man will undoubtedly seize such prime material. Rising from her seat, she approached the window, gazing down at the entirety of Konoha. Relay my orders. Tsunade's voice was resolute. First, elevate the intelligence level on the pirates to S rank, designating it as top secret. Second, Kakashi is to take full responsibility for monitoring Luffy and Zoro. No one is to approach them without my permission, especially Danzo and his route. Third, Shizune. Yes, Shizune immediately responded from the side. Compile all known intelligence regarding the pirates, including their ship and other crew members. I want to know everything about them. Simultaneously, prepare the Yamanaka clan, but no one is to use any probing techniques without my command. Understood. One order after another was issued, and the will of the Hokage began to set Konoha into swift motion. Everyone understood that an unprecedented storm was gathering above this village. Meanwhile, in Kakashi's apartment, Luffy and Zoro stepped out with money in hand. 5 minutes later, they returned. Luffy held a skewer of dango, while Zoro bore a bottle of inferior sake. We've run out of money, Luffy mumbled through a mouthful of dango. Zoro twisted open the sake bottle, took a swig, and grimaced, evidently finding the drinks of the ninja world unsatisfactory. At that moment, Kakashi's real self was convening a meeting in the Hokage's office, leaving behind merely a shadow clone for surveillance. The shadow clone Kakashi gazed at the skewered dango worth hundreds of ryo, recalling the thousands he had spent, and felt his blood pressure rising. He was certain these two had been swindled. Forget it, the shadow clone Kakashi decided, leaning against the wall and pulling out a small book with an orange cover to pass the time. Luffy quickly finished the dango, his stomach still growling. He began to wander around the small apartment. He opened the refrigerator, which was empty. He opened the cupboard, finding only a few packets of expired instant noodles. So poor. Kakashi, Luffy exclaimed with genuine astonishment. The shadow clone Kakashi's eye twitched slightly, pretending not to hear as he continued reading. Luffy's curiosity remained unquenched as he poked around, eventually fixing his gaze on a small cabinet beside Kakashi's bed. He walked over and casually opened a drawer. Inside, neatly stacked, was a pile of books, the same series as the one Kakashi held. Intimate Paradise, Intimate Violence, Intimate Tactics. Wow, Kakashi, you have so many books, Luffy exclaimed in delight. The shadow clone Kakashi, without lifting his head, replied, "Don't touch that." But for Luffy, the words "don't touch that" essentially equated to hurry up and touch it. He picked up the top book, Intimate Paradise, and curiously flipped it open. The pages illustrated some bizarre poses with little figures. Luffy stared at it for a while, tilting his head in confusion. He approached Kakashi, displaying the page before him. "Hey, Kakashi," he called. The shadow clone Kakashi reluctantly set aside his book and raised his head. Impatiently, "This book is so strange." Luffy pointed at the illustration of two entwined figures, earnestly asking, "Why are they fighting while wearing underwear? Is this some special battle rule? Does the loser get their underwear taken off?" Boom. An invisible thunderclap exploded in the mind of the shadow clone Kakashi. Fighting in underwear? The loser gets their underwear taken off? What a painfully clear yet foolish interpretation. What a barbaric and terrifying combat imagination. Kakashi felt his chakra pathways, no, his entire cognitive system, groaning under the weight of this question. The literary sanctuary he had cherished in adulthood, his only solace from the harshness of reality, was now labeled by this straw hat kid with a crude tag of underwear brawling. This was more hurtful than taijutsu being ineffective, more absurd than immunity to A-rank jinjutsu. It was a spiritual strike, an assault on his very essence that could not be defended against, comprehended, or rebutted. No, the shadow clone of Kakashi struggled, wishing to defend the dignity of literature. But Luffy provided no opportunity. "Oh, I understand." Luffy suddenly clapped his hands, displaying a look of enlightenment. "These strange poses must be the hand seals of ninjutsu. Just like Naruto, who does a few seals and can summon many people." Saying so, he genuinely began to mimic a complicated pose from the book, his rubber body twisting at an angle beyond human limits. "Look, Kakashi, is it like this?" Luffy wrapped his arm around his back, grasping his ankle, while his head turned 180 degrees, grinning widely. "This pose is so hard to pull off. Is this a particularly formidable ninjutsu?" The shadow clone of Kakashi is rendered speechless. He watches in disbelief as Luffy contorts the artistic tableau depicting the intricate entanglement of human emotions and desires from Shinra Tiantang into a ritualistic martial art reminiscent of a dark god summoning. Meanwhile, Zoro, disturbed by the commotion, awakens. He opens his solitary eye, glances at Luffy twisting himself into a pretzel, and then at the Kakashi clone who appears to be in a state of spiritual disconnection, furrowing his brow. "Luffy, stop playing around," He intones gravely, "It's deafening." "I'm not playing," Luffy retorts, maintaining his bizarre posture with conviction. "I'm mastering the powerful ninjutsu of Konoha. Once I learn it, I can defeat that pink-haired woman." With a sudden flicker, Kakashi's shadow clone becomes somewhat translucent. This can't go on. If this continues, the clone will dissolve due to excessive mental strain. He lunges towards Luffy, aiming directly for the forbidden book in his hands. "Quick, give it back." Kakashi's voice carries a hint of desperation. That is an S-rank secret of the village. It's a fragment of the sealing book. Ordinary individuals who gaze upon it will descend into madness. He has begun to ramble. "Wow, a sealing book?" Luffy's eyes instantaneously sparkle with excitement. He deftly dodges Kakashi's desperate leap. "Is it that impressive? Then I want to learn it. If I master it, can I eat loads and loads of meat?" "There's no meat in it." Kakashi is on the verge of insanity. "Then I'll trade it for meat." Luffy's reasoning is impeccable. "Absolutely not. Give it to me." "Not a chance." Within the confines of the modest apartment, Kakashi's shadow clone, vying to reclaim his mental sustenance, engages in a pursuit with Luffy, the future pirate king, that lacks any technical finesse yet is deeply rooted in matters of dignity. Zoro observes this scene, silently lifting the low-quality sake he purchased earlier, taking another sip. "This tastes terrible," he muses. At that moment, Kakashi's clone, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil, experiences a disruption in chakra supply. His form begins to flicker violently. "Damn it." He extends a hand, feebly pointing at Luffy. "You must not interpret Jiraiya-sensei's art in such a manner." With a soft thud, the shadow clone of Hatake Kakashi vanishes amidst a puff of white smoke. He was not defeated, he was rendered silent. The apartment fell into an abrupt stillness. Luffy halted, still clutching the book Shinra Tiantang. "Huh, where did he go?" Luffy scratches his head in curiosity. Zoro rises and approaches Luffy, casually flipping through the book before tossing it back onto the table. "Boring," he declares, returning to the doorway, this time resolutely grasping the doorknob. "Let us go, Luffy. Time to find something to eat." "Oh." Luffy promptly forgets about the sealing book as his stomach growls once more. Meat. Meat. Thus, the two most restless souls in the world, after the observer succumbed to mental collapse, nonchalantly exited the apartment, vanishing into the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, deep underground in Konoha, sunlight was absent, replaced only by cold stone walls and dim lights. The air was thick with dampness, oppressive and mingled with the scent of disinfectant and aged blood. This was the base of Root. A man seated upon a stone throne slowly opened his one exposed eye. Shimura Danzo. Before him, a masked Root ninja knelt on one knee, resembling a lifeless statue. The narrative unfolded as the Root ninja delivered an emotionless report, objectively recounting all the intelligence gathered. From the sudden appearance of the Straw Hat cruise ship in the Forest of Fire Country to Luffy's initial confrontation with Naruto. From Zoro's swift defeat of Inuzuka Kiba at the village entrance, to his immunity against Yuhi Kurenai's Genjutsu, and Luffy's resilience against Haruno Sakura's formidable strength. Each piece of information fell like a stone into the unfathomable lake of Danzo's heart, yet stirred not a single ripple. He listened in silence. After the Root ninja concluded his report, the subterranean space once again descended into profound silence. After a time, Danzo's raspy, cold voice broke the stillness. Immunity to A-rank Genjutsu. Directly enduring overwhelming strength without a scratch. He repeated these two key pieces of information, a glimmer of greed and ambition flashing in his keen eye. Neither a bloodline limit nor a defensive technique of ninjutsu or taijutsu. Danzo's voice slithered like a serpent across the sand, but rather a capability of a fundamental level. He perceived more clearly than anyone else. This was not merely a matter of strength, but of intrinsic difference. Just as water can extinguish fire, and wind can disperse smoke. The swordsman named Roronoa Zoro possessed a mental fortitude sufficient to render techniques targeting the spirit and chakra fundamentally ineffective. Meanwhile, the boy known as Monkey D. Luffy transcended the physical laws of attack and defense within the ninja world. An intriguing subject. A chilling smirk curled at the corners of Danzo's mouth. That naive woman Tsunade is surely contemplating how to coexist peacefully and exchange intelligence. Foolish. Power that cannot be understood or controlled is not a friend, but rather a potential, most lethal threat, or perhaps the finest nourishment. For Konoha, the great tree, to continue flourishing in the harsh world ahead, it must absorb all nutrients within reach into its roots. Where are they now? Danzo inquired. According to intelligence, Kakashi has taken those two back to his apartment for close surveillance. A flicker of disdain crossed Danzo's eyes. A blade dulled by naive thoughts is of little use. He rose from his throne, pacing beneath the dim candlelight. Tsunade's orders prohibit any contact with them, correct? Yes. Danzo scoffed, the mercy of a woman. He halted, shadows enveloping half his face, rendering him more sinister. Threats must be eradicated at their inception or transformed into blades in one's own hand. He turned his gaze to the darkened corner. To take root. Two figures emerged from the shadows like phantoms. One was a long-haired, composed young man, of the Yamashiro clan. The other was a boy cloaked in a cape, with only his eyes obscured by specially designed goggles visible, Toryun of the Yamanaka clan. They were Danzo's most trusted lieutenants. Tsunade's orders apply to Konoha ninjas. Danzo's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, but we are Root. We are the nameless roots supporting Konoha. This great tree, in the darkness. Can your mind transfer technique invade such a spirit? Of the Yamashiro clan paused, then replied, without engagement, I cannot ascertain. However, given his immunity to A-rank Jinjutsu, the risk is exceedingly high, and he may very well retaliate. Toryun, what of your insects? Toryun's voice was somewhat hoarse. Reports indicate that Shino's parasitic insects succumbed to fear upon nearing that swordsman. My nano-sized insects, while more concealed, cannot guarantee effectiveness against an unknown bodily structure. Excellent. Danzo seemed satisfied with this outcome. The unknown held value. He resumed his seat upon the throne, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. Tsunade has misguidedly focused on the individuals. Their core lies within that ship. Relay my orders. Fu and Toryun knelt simultaneously. The target is the pirate ship docked near the forest. A cold glimmer of determination flickered in Danzo's eyes. I seek to comprehend every aspect of that vessel, its propulsion, its construction, and the secrets that enable it to traverse the world's tempests. Dispatch a reconnaissance team to infiltrate it. Should they encounter resistance, he paused, his voice turning colder. Aside from that rubber man and the swordsman, any other crew members may be captured and brought back for research purposes. Yes, the silhouettes of the wind and the figure of Tsuging once again melded into the darkness, as if they had never existed. The underground space returned to silence, with only the beast-like whispers of Toanzo reverberating through the frigid air. The future of Konoha shall not be burdened by uncertainties. All powers must be harnessed for my use. Chapter 20. The Samurai's Secret Words. Legends from the homeland night had deepened. Konoha village, having shed the cacophony of the day, was enveloped in the tranquil embrace of moonlight. Apart from the occasional breeze stirred by patrolling jonin gliding across rooftops, the entire village seemed to be in slumber. Yet, at an inconspicuous corner on the village's outskirts, a tea shop, long closed, remained illuminated. The light was obscured by thick curtains, casting a faint glow that appeared particularly cautious. Inside, two figures sat facing one another. Lord Jin Sanlang, the information has been confirmed, spoke a young man named Atai. Clad in ordinary villager garb, his eyes shimmered with excitement that belied his age. He endeavored to lower his voice, yet the tremor within it was unmistakable. Seated opposite him was a calm middle-aged man, Jin Sanlang. He meticulously polished a teacup with a clean cloth, his movements slow and deliberate. Atai remained composed. Jin Sanlang did not lift his gaze. His tone as tranquil as still water. In times like this, one must not lose their composure. Our Yueguang clan has survived in this land of ninjas not through impulse, but through patience. But my lord, Atai's breath quickened. This is different, truly different. He poured forth all the intelligence he had gathered today, as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube. That boy named Luffy can stretch his body like rubber, and Naruto's shadow clones couldn't even touch him. The swordsman, Zoro, easily knocked out Inazuka Kiba from the 8th squad with a single blow. Even Captain Yuhi Kurenai's A-rank Jinjutsu was utterly ineffective against him, as if casting it at a stone. And then, what happened at the training ground? Lord Tsunade's direct disciple, the superhuman Sakura Haruno, threw a punch capable of shattering mountains. And it had absolutely no effect on that rubber lad. The more Atai spoke, the more fervent he became, leaning forward with his hands braced on the table. His gaze locked onto Jin Sanlang. My lord, do you grasp the implications of this? Jinjutsu is ineffective. Physical attacks are immune. This transcends the common understanding of ninjas. They are not of this world. Jin Sanlang's polishing of the teacup paused momentarily. He slowly raised his head, and a ripple of surprise finally surfaced in his otherwise placid eyes. What is their origin? He inquired. Have you uncovered their background? I have. Atai's voice rose with excitement, only to be forcibly subdued, rendering it somewhat peculiar. Through a contact at the Hokage building, I saw the initial report. Though it was soon classified as S-rank confidential, I discerned a term we have longed to hear. Jian Sanlang's body jolted. The teacup slipped from his grasp. Crash. The crisp sound of shattering resonated painfully in the still room. Yet, Jian Sanlang was unfazed. He stared intently at Atai, enunciating each word carefully. What is it? Atai took a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength to extract that word from his throat. Pirate. Boom. This word struck Jian Sanlang's mind like a thunderbolt cleaving through the heavens. Pirate. Not a mountain bandit, not a rogue, nor a traitor ninja. It is the title of those who exist only in the legends passed down from our ancestors, men who roam the boundless seas. In this world isolated from the continent and storms, for these ninjas, the term pirate may merely represent a foreign marauder. Yet for us, the descendants of the Yueguang clan, for those who have drifted far from home, this word bears an entirely different significance. It is the language of our homeland. It symbolizes freedom. It is the legend of dawn. Jian Sanlang's breath became exceedingly heavy. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled the words of their leader, Lord Yueguang Shizumaru, spoken to his followers during each despairing night. The prophecy of our ancestors foretold that when the world is shrouded in darkness, when the gates of our homeland are tightly locked, a band of pirates from the sea will arrive on a ship of the sun, heralding dawn. They will be unbound by any rules, and their leader shall be the next Joy Boy. They will rend the storm, traverse the world, and return us from this forsaken continent to our true homeland. Once, Jian Sanlang believed this was merely an ethereal dream, a fantasy that sustained their will to survive. They were a branch of the Yueguang clan, swept into this continent by a mysterious force centuries ago during a cataclysm. They lost their path back and could only struggle to survive in this world governed by chakra. The samurai way they inherited was seen as an aberration here. Lacking chakra, they could not cultivate ninjutsu, regarded as useless by the ninjas and subjected to oppression and discrimination. They could only conceal their identities. Like mice hiding in the shadows of Konoha, gathering intelligence for their compatriots in the land of iron while awaiting the realization of that elusive prophecy. Day after day, year after year, hope dwindled in the protracted wait until today, until the word pirate illuminated his desolate heart like a lightning bolt splitting the night. What is the name of their captain? Jian Sanlang's voice had become hoarse. Monkey D. Luffy. Atai answered without hesitation. He wears a straw hat. He even told Naruto and the others that his goal is to become the Pirate King. Pirate King. Another thunderous term. Jian Sanlang's body began to tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from an overwhelming ecstasy suppressed for centuries. He abruptly stood, pacing the cramped room. His mind raced with thoughts. Coincidence? Impossible. Such coincidences cannot exist in this world. An anomalous ability that immunizes against most attacks in the ninja realm. From the sea, claiming to be pirates, aspiring to be kings. Everything aligns seamlessly with the prophecies spoken by Lord Yueguang Shizumaru. My lord, Atai called out, concerned as he observed Jian Sanlang's frenzied demeanor. Jian Sanlang abruptly halted. Turning to face Atai, his eyes ignited with a fierce flame. It was a resolve to wager everything. What is the current stance of Tsunade and the higher-ups of Konoha? He asked calmly. Maximum security and lockdown, Atai promptly replied. Tsunade has ordered Kakashi Hitaki to monitor those two around the clock, forbidding any contact. All related intelligence has been classified as S-rank confidential. Humph, as expected, Jian Sanlang scoffed, deriding the short-sightedness and greed of the ninjas. They only see threats, or rather, opportunities to exploit. They shall never comprehend the significance of these individuals. He approached the wall, and, upon an inconspicuous tile, struck 3 rhythmic knocks. With a soft click, a concealed compartment on the wall gradually opened, revealing a scroll wrapped in oilcloth. This was their highest form of emergency communication. Once activated, it signified an event monumental enough to alter the fate of the entire clan. Atai's pupils constricted sharply. Immediately, Ken Saburo's voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, commanded, "Record all intelligence we have received today in its entirety." He paused, adding, "Especially concerning the pirates, the Pirate King, and that fellow named Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy." Not a single word may be mistaken. Understood. Atai promptly accepted the order, trembling hands unfurling the scroll as he began to write fervently. Kinsaburo moved to the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the heavy curtain to gaze at the resplendent moon outside. The moonlight fell upon his face. Centuries of lurking, enduring humiliation and darkness, perhaps. It was truly coming to an end. Lord Shizumaru, he whispered, his voice tinged with emotion, the dawn you have awaited seems poised to arrive. Atai soon completed the intelligence, sealing it with special ink. Kinsaburo solemnly accepted the scroll, entrusting it to Atai. Utilize the swiftest means to deliver it to Tetsu no Kuni, personally handing it to Lord Shizumaru. Even if it costs this life, it must be delivered. Yes. Atai nodded resolutely, carefully concealing the scroll within his bosom. He uttered no further words, turning to depart. Wait. Kinsaburo called out to him. Atai turned back. Kinsaburo regarded him intently, enunciating each word. Inform Lord Shizumaru that the eyes of Konoha will spare no effort in continuing to monitor the movements of the Straw Hat crew. For the king, clear the path ahead. Chapter 21. An attack on our ship for some. The night in Konoha was merely beginning. Far from the bustling center of the village, deep within the designated Forbidden Forest, lay the massive pirate ship named Qianli Yangwang, resembling a slumbering golden lion, quietly resting on a makeshift clearing. Under the moonlight, the lion's head at the ship's bow grinned widely, as if silently mocking this unfamiliar world. Swish, swish. Several shadows, nearly merging with the night, silently descended upon the treetops 100 meters from Yangwang. They donned identical animal masks and wore dark uniforms symbolizing the route. Their presence was as cold and lifeless as stones in an abyss, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Leading them was Yamashita Kaze, accompanied by Toriken. Is this the ship? Toriken's voice, muffled by the mask, sounded oppressive. His gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, scrutinized the peculiar vessel before him, truly a bizarre creation. Sensing no traces of chakra flow, the ship's structure appeared to be mere ordinary wood. Yamashita Kaze closed his eyes, his perception extending over the entire area. Yet, this ship emanated a feeling of being alive. Strange. Alive? Toriken scoffed, dismissing its nature. Regardless, Danzo-sama's command is to investigate the ship's secrets and, if necessary, capture a sample. His gaze swept across several illuminated windows aboard the ship. There were other individuals on board. Intelligence indicated that, aside from that rubbery fellow and the 3 sword-style swordsmen, the rest of the crew was present. Swiftly resolve this. Yamashita Kaze's tone bore no hint of wavering. Danzo-sama preferred not to wait. Understood. Toriken slightly raised his left hand. A special device on his wrist activated, releasing a swarm of nearly indistinguishable black particles, finer than dust, drifting silently toward Yangwang. This was his prideful secret technique, a toxic weapon composed of nano-sized venomous insects. Silent and lethal, it was a mere warm-up against these ordinary individuals devoid of chakra. However, just as the toxic insects were about to make contact with the ship's deck, a dull gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. A bullet, enveloped in a peculiar energy, struck precisely in front of the swarm of toxic insects. The bullet detonated, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered the nano-insects in disarray. Toriken's movement faltered. Who is there? A voice, resonant with metallic timbre and vigor, echoed from the ship. A figure clad in a floral shirt and blue trunks stood at the ship's edge, brandishing an arm resembling a cannon, striking an exaggerated pose. Daring to stealthily approach my super vessel. Do you wish to taste the iron fist of General Frankie? Indeed. It was the shipwright Frankie. Target acquired. Eliminate. Yamashita Kaze coldly commanded. Instantly, 10 root ninjas lurking nearby surged forth, like phantoms of the night, silently pouncing upon Yangwang. Want to fight? Come on. Frankie not only showed no fear, but rather laughed in exhilaration. Wind cannon. He abruptly aimed both arms at a direction, unleashing a compressed air cannon. Boom! The terrifying shockwave crashed into the ground like a battering ram, uprooting soil, grass, and debris, forming a towering shockwave that sent 3 root ninjas soaring through the air. What? This sudden attack, wholly outside the realm of ninjutsu, astonished all the root ninjas. Enemies. Inside the cabin, lights blazed. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper's panicked voices filled the air. Soon, everyone rushed onto the deck. Frankie. What is happening? Nami, wielding her weather stick, anxiously surveyed the surrounding shadows. Yahororo. It seems we have guests, though they don't appear very friendly, Brook remarked, gripping his gentleman's sword, the flames of his soul flickering in his skeletal eyes. Only Nico Robin stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing with a knowing smile, as if she had foreseen these events. A bunch of lurking individuals, she murmured. Onward. Yamashita Kaze wasted no words, forming hand seals. Mind-turn technique. His spiritual force transformed into an invisible arrow, aimed directly at the seemingly weakest individual, the trembling Usopp. Yet, just as his spirit was about to invade Usopp's mind, a wave of sheer, unadulterated fear surged, crashing back upon his consciousness like a tsunami. Don't come near me. Usopp, overwhelmed with terror, fled. Tears and snot streaming down his face. His world-class negativity had inadvertently formed an unbreakable mental barrier. Uft. Yamashita Kaze staggered as if struck, nearly toppling from the tree. The mental attack failed. A tempest of disbelief surged within him. How could this be possible? His mind-turn technique, which even seasoned shinobi could not evade, had been repelled by an ordinary person's fear. In that moment of astonishment, Torikane had circled to the side of the ship. He set his sights on the orange-haired woman, Nami, who seemed devoid of combat prowess. Capturing a hostage would ensure the mission's success. His figure, like a phantom, appeared silently behind Nami, a hand cloaked in nano-insects reaching for her neck. Nami, be careful, Usopp screamed. Yet it was too late. Just as Torikane's fingers were about to graze Nami's fair skin, a chilling voice pierced the night. 30-round hook claw. Swish. 30 arms, like blossoming flowers, inexplicably sprouted from the back, shoulders, and legs of Tsuging. What is this? The pupils of Tsuging dilated sharply. In the next moment, the palms of those arms transformed instantaneously into sharp claws, sinking deeply into his flesh. Ag! A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and Tsuging let out a muffled groan, his body firmly immobilized in place. This bizarre ability instilled a bone-chilling dread in all the root ninjas present. What kind of bloodline limit is this? No, there is not even a trace of chakra fluctuation. Eliminate them. Robin's voice remained calm. Understood. Deadly green star impact. Usopp seized the opportunity, quickly retrieving a seed from his pouch and launching it with his slingshot. The seed hit the ground and instantaneously grew into a colossal green wolf made of vines, roaring as it charged toward a root ninja. Thundercloud staff. Nami also reacted, swinging her weather staff, conjuring a small dark cloud that produced a slender bolt of lightning, stunning another ninja into paralysis. Nosebleed, 3D'ing tail slash. Brook's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, swiftly darting between two ninjas. Only after sheathing his sword did the two root ninjas stiffen and collapse, a thin line of blood appearing on their bodies. Excuse me, could I have a look at your underwear? The battle erupted in an instant. Although the root ninjas were well-trained and adept at assassination and coordinated attacks, they faced pirates who played by no rules. Frankie's lasers and cannonballs, Robin's distance-defying joint techniques, Usopp's endless array of peculiar plants, Nami's weather manipulation magic, and Brook's swordsmanship capable of freezing souls. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, within Kakashi's apartment, Luffy lay sprawled on the floor, patting his round belly and contentedly burping. He had just transformed a week's worth of meal allowance left by Kakashi into energy within a single meal. Zoro leaned against a corner, 3 swords at his side, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, Luffy's smile vanished. He shot up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his usually innocent eyes. He gazed out the window, toward the direction of the Going Merry. Almost simultaneously, Zoro opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst forth from his single eye. No words were needed. A bond stemming from the depths of their souls, a vague warning brought by Kinbunshika Haki, made them both sense an ominous presence. It was a cold, malevolent aura, foreign to their comrades. Someone is attacking our ship. Zoro's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with the oppressive feeling of an approaching storm. Luffy's expression instantly transformed from confusion to sheer fury. It was the rage of a king, threatened by an invasion of his territory and family. Whoosh. He sprang to his feet. Damn it, who is it? Meanwhile, Sanji, wandering the streets in search of beautiful ladies to flirt with, abruptly halted. He stylishly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. But his gaze was no longer that of a love-struck fool. It had turned cold and sharp, like a drawn blade. He too looked toward the direction of the Going Merry. The unpleasant stench of vermin dares to target the beautiful ladies. Unforgivable. Boom. The wall of Kakashi's apartment was smashed open by an overwhelming force. Luffy's body shot out like a cannonball. He extended his arms backward, grasping a distant roof edge, and launched himself. Gum Gum Rocket. His entire being transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing toward the seaside. Behind him, Zoro had already bitten down on Wado Ikamanji, gripping Sandai Katetsu and Aoi Kiri in his hands. He stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself forward like an arrow. On the street, Sanji discarded his cigarette butt, extinguishing it with his foot. In the next moment, his figure left behind an afterimage as he sprinted toward the same direction at an almost untraceable speed. Above Konoha village, 3 distinctly different auras, like 3 meteorites, streaked across the night sky, filled with unbridled fury, heading straight for the forest engulfed in battle. The Umbu monitoring them had not even had time to react before being left far behind. Report. Report to Lord Hokage. The target has gone out of control. Chapter 22. The captain returns. What have you done to my comrades? The deck of the Thousand Sunny was engulfed in the heat of battle. The Root Ninjas, truly the darkest and most ruthless blades of Konoha, immediately displayed astonishing tactical prowess after the initial shock and chaos. Spread out. Maintain distance. Look for weaknesses. Yamashiro's cold voice resonated in the battlefield channel. He pressed his pained forehead, still feeling the backlash from Usopp's negative emotions, which had left his mental state somewhat unstable. He had never imagined that a person's fear could itself serve as a form of defense. Oil Girl Tsuging had also freed himself from his restraints. A decisive root comrade severed the arms sprouting from him with kunai. The arms disintegrated into a flurry of petals upon severance, leaving not a trace of blood. A sight both eerie and disquieting. Their abilities do not belong to any known ninjutsu or bloodline limit. Tsuging's voice carried a tone of gravity. Do not attempt to comprehend with conventional methods. Execute Plan B, conducting suppressive attacks as a unit. Instantly, the remaining 8 root ninjas altered their strategy. No longer attempting to break through individually, they began to harass and suppress the Straw Hat crew in pairs, utilizing extreme speed and coordination. Doton, Dorihiki. Suiton, Suiro no Jutsu. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. In an instant, the brilliance of ninjutsu illuminated the area surrounding the Thousand Sunny. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was relentless and cunning. Ag. Fire and water everywhere. This ship is made of wood. Usopp rolled around in fright, not wanting his new home to be burned down so soon after arriving in the new world. Enough chatter. Cover me. Nami exclaimed, her weather staff spinning rapidly. Mirage weather. She created a vast illusion of a mirage, enveloping the entire Thousand Sunny and skewing the visual judgment of the root ninjas. However, these battle-hardened ninjas quickly locked onto their targets through sound and presence. Clang. Brooks swung his sword, accurately deflecting a kunai imbued with an explosive tag. What a warm welcome. But ambushing is not the act of a gentleman. Be quiet, skeleton. A root ninja growled, hands forming seals, wind release, great breakthrough. The howling gale instantly dispelled Nami's mirage. Not good. Nami's expression changed. In the moment of clarity, for root ninjas lunged toward her and Usopp, the weakest links. Super. You 1T succeed. Frankie roared, his shoulder armor opening to reveal a multitude of missile launchers. Frankie rocket cannon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Small missiles streaked through the air, accurately intercepting 2 of the ninjas. But the other 2 were already within striking distance. 30-round flower strangle. Nico Robin's gaze turned cold, and 2 more arms sprouted from the ground beneath the 2 ninjas, coiling around their ankles like venomous snakes, halting their advance abruptly. At that critical moment, the elusive Shan's Hongfeng found his opportunity. His target was the enigmatic woman, Nico Robin, who had been calmly observing the entire scene. Got you. The figure of Shan's Hongfeng appeared behind Robin in the blink of an eye. A short knife, gleaming with chakra, aimed directly at her heart. He realized that this woman was the core of all the bizarre abilities in play. Eliminating her would render the others insignificant. However, the tip of his blade halted just a mere centimeter from Robin's back. A foot clad in sleek black trousers and polished shoes, had appeared between his knife and Robin, precisely using its tip to block his attack. What? Shan's Hongfeng's pupils constricted. When did this foot appear? He sensed no aura whatsoever. A cold, tobacco-laden voice echoed from above. You filthy insect. Where do you think you're stretching your dirty hands? Shan's Hongfeng abruptly looked up to see a man with curly blonde hair, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke obscuring his handsome features, yet his eyes were sharp enough to pierce the soul. It was Sanji, just as Shan's Hongfeng was about to speak. Sanji executed a devastating kick, devil wind foot, level 1 meat grinder. Sanji's right leg spun mid-air, turning a vivid crimson, the scorching air distorting the view. Boom! A terrifying force surged from the tip of his foot to the knife, then transmitted through the blade to Shan's Hongfeng's entire body. Shan's Hongfeng felt an irresistible power sweep over him. He couldn't even activate his body flicker technique before he was sent flying like a train colliding at high speed. Crashing violently into a large tree at the forest's edge, the scene fell into a momentary silence. Sanji, Usopp and Chopper exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, are you unharmed? My lovely ladies, I sincerely apologize for the fright those scoundrels caused you. Sanji landed, swiftly transitioning from a cold combat mode to a lovesick demeanor, ready to rush towards Nami and Robin. However, before he could approach, a chilling sound, akin to a blade from hell, made everyone's souls tremble. An indescribable, pure, and tangible pressure descended like a tsunami, enveloping the entire area. This was neither the pressure of chakra, nor murderous intent, nor genjutsu. It was a primal, absolute suppression at the level of life itself. All the root ninjas present, including the struggling Shan's Hongfeng and the distant oil girl, Suji, froze in place. Their bodies instinctively trembled with fear. It was as if an ancient, monstrous beast from primordial times had opened its eyes. Hey! A deep, hoarse voice resonated behind them. The crowd turned stiffly to see a green-haired, one-eyed man who had somehow appeared at the railing of the Thousand Sunny. He stood bare-chested, revealing a body marred with scars, yet muscular and robust. 3 blades hung at his waist, one already clenched in his mouth. His solitary eye, like an abyss, coldly surveyed every root ninja present. You bunch of cowardly miscreants. Zoro slowly placed his hand on the hilts of his swords. Do you wish to be cut into pieces? Gulp. One of the root ninjas involuntarily swallowed hard. Terror, an unprecedented fear, gripped his heart. This man, merely standing there, was more terrifying than any S-rank rogue ninja they had faced. Yet, the true despair was only beginning. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, as if a meteor had fallen. The entire Thousand Sunny, along with the ground surrounding it, trembled violently. A black figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down onto the deck with an unreasonable force. Bang! The hard atom-wood deck, crafted from the precious treasure tree, was indented, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. Dust filled the air. All eyes focused on the figure. It was a young boy, not particularly tall, wearing a straw hat. He slowly stood upright, his head bowed, the shadow of the hat obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Silence. An oppressive silence. On the deck, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook felt all tension and unease dissipate upon seeing that figure. Replaced was an overwhelming sense of reassurance and exhilaration. The captain has returned. On the other side, all the root ninjas were overwhelmed by an unprecedented feeling of suffocation. The intense heat from Sanji and the domineering presence of Zoro had already shattered their spirits. Yet this boy before them, doing nothing but standing there, seemed to become the very center of this world. The aura emanating from him was neither as sharp as Sanji's nor as fierce as Zoro's. It exuded a kingly wrath, a sovereign's anger. Luffy slowly lifted his head. His normally clear, innocent, and somewhat foolish eyes now burned with a fierce black flame. His gaze swept over his comrades, over the chaos on the deck, finally locking onto the group of root ninjas, led by Suji. You all. Luffy's voice was low and heavy, rolling from his throat. Suji and Shan's Hongfeng exchanged a glance, each reading horror in the other's eyes. They were root, the blades in the darkness, the unseen force of Konoha. They were accustomed to instilling fear, to commanding life and death. But today, for the first time, they truly felt what it meant to be the prey. Luffy stepped forward. Thud. That step felt as if it stomped on every heart present. His expression bore no unnecessary changes, only the purest, most primal rage. Who sent you here? Chapter 23. The Death Warriors of Danzo. The Resolve of Mutual Destruction. Who sent you here? Luffy's voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every root ninja. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. This was not murderous intent. The root ninjas, having crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were all too familiar with it. Yet the aura radiating from the Straw Hat Youth was far more terrifying and tyrannical than mere killing intent. It was a pure will, one that brooked no dissent or resistance, as if the very heavens and earth shifted colors with his emotions. Suji's back was drenched in cold sweat. His body was issuing uncontrollable warnings. Every cell screamed for escape. But he was Root, the foundation of darkness supporting the great tree of Konoha. The Root had no option to retreat. Attack! Shanzhongfeng suppressed his fear and issued a hoarse command. Betraying Lord Danzo's name was more terrifying than death, since reconciliation was impossible. Let their enemy's blood fulfill the mission. Kill. The remaining 7 Root ninjas suppressed their instinctual terror and erupted with their final frenzy. They were weapons, tools, devoid of emotion, only understanding orders. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Lightning release, body flicker. Secret technique, poison dust dance. Various ninjutsu formed instantaneously, weaving into a great net of death, descending upon Luffy at the center of the deck. They understood clearly that this last arriving Straw Hat Youth was the true core. As long as he was dealt with, everything would come to an end. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp simultaneously gasped in astonishment. However, faced with a composite attack potent enough to instantly obliterate a Jonin, Luffy remained utterly unmoved. He merely raised his head slightly higher. A surge of invisible waves radiated outward from Luffy's form, manifesting the color of Conqueror's haki. There was no sound, no light. Yet, the oncoming flames, lightning, and toxic mist seemed to collide with an unseen barrier just 3 meters from Luffy, abruptly halting their advance. To the astonishment of all present, those ninjutsu began to disintegrate. The flames extinguished, the lightning dissipated, and the toxic dust was repelled by an intangible force, unable to breach even an inch. What? A member of the Root organization exclaimed in disbelief. The ninjutsu was pushed back. This was far beyond their comprehension. This was neither an illusion nor any form of defensive ninjutsu. It was an overwhelming force at the level of fundamental rules they had never encountered. The farce was over. Luffy's voice resonated once more. His body slightly crouched, his right leg's muscles tensed, and his skin glowed faintly red from the rapid flow of blood. Wisps of steam rising from his surface. Dear second. In an instant, Luffy's figure vanished from sight. No, he did not disappear. He moved with unparalleled speed, surpassing the limits of the dynamic vision of everyone present. A Root ninja, caught off guard, had no time to comprehend what transpired before a steam-wreathed fist struck solidly against his abdomen. The animal mask on the ninja's face shattered instantly, his eyes bulging, his body arching backward like a boiled shrimp, crashing through the ship's railing and plummeting into the distant dark forest without a sound. One strike. Instant kill. The figure of Luffy, embodying the essence of rubber, appeared like a specter behind another ninja. Jet pistol. Bang. Another thunderous sound echoed. The second Root ninja had no chance to turn around before Luffy's fist pierced through him from behind. No, it did not penetrate. Luffy's fist struck his back. Yet his chest grotesquely bulged outward in the shape of a fist, the terrifying impact rendering his bones and internal organs momentarily disoriented. Only after Luffy retracted his fist did he collapse to the ground like a heap of mush. Damn it! Yamanaka Fu and Oil Woman Toryun were both astonished and enraged. What speed? What power? Mind-body switch technique. Yamanaka Fu's eyes widened, recklessly channeling his spiritual energy into a sharp, invisible spike aimed at Luffy's mind. He could not believe that such a monster could be invincible even in spirit. Yet, the moment his mental energy touched Luffy, it was as if a drop of water fell into a seething cauldron. A sheer, tyrannical, and utterly pure will roared in his mental realm like a waking dragon. Get lost. Thud. Yamanaka Fu, struck as if by lightning, expelled blood from all his orifices as his body fell back like a kite with its string cut. His spirit suffered catastrophic damage in this collision. Invading the will of a future king? It was a fool's errand. Wind. Oil Woman Toryun bellowed, bringing his hands together forcefully. Secret technique. Poison puppet. Countless tiny black insects erupted from his body's surface, coalescing into a massive arm that reached for the rampaging Luffy. This was his most potent technique, combining offense and defense. Touch it, and death follows. Truly bothersome. Luffy did not even glance back. Behind him, a green figure dashed past like lightning. One sword style, lion's song. Zoro's deep voice resonated like the chant of death itself. The glimmering blade flashed and vanished in an instant. The enormous arm formed by the nanopoison insects, along with Torian's control, was severed cleanly. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. More terrifyingly, a relentless sword pressure spread from the blade, annihilating the severed insects into nothingness. My arm. Oil Woman Torian stared blankly at his empty shoulder, the excruciating pain engulfing him a moment later. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Those bastards wielding blades against beautiful ladies are not limited to just the two of you. A golden flame ignited on the opposite battlefield. Sanji's right leg blazed with crimson flames, akin to the claws of a demon, tearing through the night sky. Diable jam, Kankase. Boom. A root ninja attempting to ambush Robin was struck in the chest by Sanji's kick. His sternum crumpled instantly, and he transformed into a burning meteor, flying backward and colliding with another comrade, both tumbling across the ground like rolling gourds, charred and lifeless. Overwhelming. This was a complete and utter domination, devoid of suspense. From the moment Luffy activated Gear Second to the simultaneous assault of the monstrous trio, only a mere 10 seconds had elapsed. The Root Elite, who had previously held the numerical advantage and pressured Nami and the others, were now scattered, either dead or grievously injured. Only one Root Ninja remained, trembling as he stood, his kunai clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. He gazed at the green-haired man, his mouth clenching a sword, radiating a fearsome aura. He looked at the chef with a right leg engulfed in hellfire and cold eyes. Finally, his gaze fell upon the straw hat-wearing youth, who had paused, steaming and still seething with rage. Fear surged like a tide, drowning his reason. Monsters. These individuals were not human. They were creatures donning human skin. I surrender. The ninja finally broke down, kneeling and raising his hands. It was Danzo-sama. Danzo Shimura sent us. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. However, before his words could finish, a black poison needle shot from behind, piercing through his nape with precision. His voice was abruptly silenced. His body convulsing once before collapsing to the ground, his skin rapidly turning a deep purple, succumbing to death in an instant. The attacker was Torian, who had just lost an arm to Zoro. Leaning against a tree, his complexion was as pale as a sheet, yet his gaze was fiercely resolute. Root does not take prisoners. He gasped, looking at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, his eyes burning with the last vestiges of madness. He understood that they had lost. Lost utterly and completely. The intelligence had been fatally flawed. They had provoked an existence they should never have challenged. Yet, the mission of Root was not over. Danzo-sama's secret, Konoha's secret, must never be divulged. Yamanaka Fu, bleeding from all orifices, struggled to lift his head, grasping the determination in Torian's eyes. He smiled sadly, his hands beginning to form seals at a strangely slow pace. Oil Woman Torian, along with the other two severely injured Root ninjas still clinging to life, simultaneously commenced forming the same hand seals on the ground. An ominous and destructive chakra wave surged from the four of them. For the first time, Nico Robin's expression shifted. They are going to self-destruct. Oh ho ho ho, what a fiery group of guests. Brook exclaimed. Oil Woman Torian gazed at the three monsters before him, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Behold, outsiders. This is the resolve of Konoha's Root. The four symbols sealing technique is activated. Chapter 24. Farewell, Nameless Warriors. The Straw Hat Crew's first ninja world funeral. The four symbols sealing technique is activated. The final anguished cry of Yu Tsugen echoed like the tolling of a bell from the gates of hell. In that fleeting moment, he and the three severely injured Root ninjas erupted in a torrent of inky black chakra. It was not merely a form of energy. It resembled a living substance, ravenous and yearning to consume all in its path. Dark tendrils, akin to serpents endowed with life, spread from their hearts, swiftly enveloping their entire beings. Their skin and flesh withered and shriveled under the onslaught of these black markings, as if every vestige of vitality had been siphoned away and infused into this forbidden technique. A strange, overwhelming force erupted from the quartet, creating a vortex of chaos. It was not wind, yet it surged with a ferocity beyond any wind release. The surrounding air was agitated, emitting piercing shrieks, as sand, broken branches, and even tiny metallic fragments were uncontrollably drawn toward the four ninjas. What is this? Usopp's face turned pale with fear. He felt as if his body had become weightless, ready to be swept away. They intend to transform themselves into a black hole. Nico Robin's expression was grave as she utilized the power of her Hana no Mi to sprout multiple arms from the ship's railing, gripping the structure firmly to steady herself. Not a black hole, but a seal. Robin's voice rang clear in the ears of her companions, revealing it to be a self-destructive sealing technique. At the cost of their lives, it would forcibly draw in all objects within a certain radius, sealing them within a body that was gradually succumbing to death. We are too close. What? Even the ship will be consumed. Frankie roared, as the armor on his feet expanded, driving deep into the deck in a desperate bid to stabilize the Thousand Sunny. Yet the pull grew increasingly potent. The massive hull of the Thousand Sunny began to emit groaning creaks, being inexorably dragged toward the four ninjas. Oh no. It feels as though our very souls are being siphoned away. Though Brook lacked a physical form, the flame of his soul flickered violently, sensing the pull of death. This is the resolve of the root. This is the sharpest and most tragic blade cultivated by Danzo. Their lives are devoid of meaning. Their deaths represent the sole value of their existence. Yunu Tsugen felt the waning of his life force, yet bore a satisfied and sinister smile. Observing the newfound solemnity on the faces of the three monsters, a wave of vengeful delight surged within him. If he could not overcome them, then they would descend into hell together. For Lord Danzo, for the foundation of Konoha. It is over, the foreigner's voice faltered amid the chaotic wind. Yet, at the center of this vortex of despair, Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, the sound resonating as he embraced the calm. He stood with arms crossed, allowing the tempest to whip around him, his form remaining steadfast like a mountain. His solitary eye scrutinized the four figures marching toward oblivion. Fools. Sanji spat out the cigarette he had been smoking, the wisp of smoke immediately shredded by the force. He turned away from the ninjas, extending his arms wide as if to serve as a wall before Nami and Robin. Fear not, Miss Nami, Robin-chan. Even if the gates of hell are flung open, I shall stand as your sentinel. His tone remained frivolous, yet his unwavering posture conveyed an unparalleled sense of security. They understood. They comprehended the unwavering determination reflected in the eyes of those ninjas, a willingness to sacrifice everything to protect something precious. Though their protective motives differed, they could appreciate the weight of that resolve, as they too valued the lives of their companions above their own. Thus, they extended their final respect to their adversaries. However, respect does not equate to acquiescence, nor does it signify surrender. Hey! A calm voice pierced through the howling winds, ringing clear in everyone's ears. It was Luffy. He stood at the center of the deck, within the shallow crater created by his own might. Confronting the sealing technique that threatened to consume all, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Thud. This step resonated as if it echoed the heartbeat of the world itself. The tumultuous pull acted upon him, yet it felt like a gentle breeze. His cherished straw hat showed no signs of being dislodged. Luffy lifted his gaze. The fury that had once etched itself upon his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility, a regal indifference. I see your resolve. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable power. But Luffy's body sank slightly. Attempt to harm my ship and my comrades. A wave of indescribable, formless energy emanated from Luffy, erupting with tremendous force. Conqueror's Haki. This time, it transcended mere intimidation, no longer a mental assault that rendered mere fish unconscious. This was pure, distilled royal will. It embodied my thoughts, my intent. I am the manifestation of the world's rules. That overwhelming will surged forth like an invisible hand, crashing into the dark vortex formed by the sealing technique. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no clashes of light and darkness. This was a confrontation at a higher level, a collision of rules. The rule of the sealing technique dictated, at the cost of life, consume and seal all within its range. Luffy's rule proclaimed, in my presence, my comrades are inviolable. Creak. An eerie sound echoed. The black vortex, constructed from the lives of the four root ninjas, faltered under the impact of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Ceasing its expansion, it spun wildly, yet could no longer extend outward. It strained to pull, but could not budge the Thousand Sunny in the slightest. The smile on Yunu Tsugen's face froze. The terror in his eyes surpassed even the specter of death itself. How can this be? A forbidden technique thwarted by the will of a single person? What manner of monster is he? Who is he? Not worthy. Luffy's voice resonated like a final judgment. He stepped forward once more. Boom. An even more immense and overwhelming Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a deluge crashing through a dam. The stagnant black vortex emitted a mournful cry under the weight of this will. It began to twist and constrict violently, as if an unseen hand was forcefully compressing it inward. The four root ninjas let out their final, unwilling wails. Their bodies were instantaneously reduced to dust under this extreme inward force. Ultimately, the horrific sealing technique, capable of devouring entire realms, failed to unleash its power outward. Instead, it imploded violently under the pressure of Luffy's will. All the pull, all the darkness, all the chakra, converged in an instant towards the center. Finally, it coalesced into a fist-sized, pitch-black sphere, silently settling upon the ground. Upon contact with the earth, the black sphere dissipated like ink in water, leaving behind a bottomless, smoothly edged circular pit. The wind stilled. The noise vanished. Before the thousand sunny, on the ravaged deck, only a deathly silence remained. The four root ninjas, along with their final resolve, had utterly vanished from this world, leaving not a trace behind. We are saved. Usopp collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Super. That truly terrified me. Frankie also relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The battle has concluded. The Straw Hat crew stood in silence, gazing at the profound small opening. What a stubborn bunch they are. Sanji lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag, the smoke obscuring his expression. To carry out orders through death? Zoro stepped forward, observing the aperture, murmuring, as a samurai, it is admirable. Yet as a human, it is truly lamentable. They harbored a deep-seated disdain for the actions of these individuals, who nearly harmed Nami and Robin, threatening the entire ship. However, they also respected these individuals' resolve to face death. It was a sentiment so intricate it defied articulation. Luffy gradually withdrew his formidable presence, reverting to the typical Straw Hat boy. He approached the small hole, crouched down, and curiously poked at it. So they died just like that. His tone bore no joy of victory, only a faint, indescribable melancholy even he could not articulate. At that moment, a flurry of figures rushed in from the other side of the forest, landing at the battlefield's edge. Leading them was the silver-haired man in a mask, Hatake Kakashi. He arrived with a team of Umbu, finally reaching the scene. Upon witnessing the desolate battlefield and the unharmed Straw Hat crew aboard the Thousand Sunny, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Yet the next instant, his gaze was drawn to the pitch-black hole in the ground, as if it could consume light. His single eye widened in alarm. As a former Umbu captain and a direct subordinate of the Hokage, he instantly recognized the traces left by this technique. This is... Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. The Shiki Fuin technique belongs to Root. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Luffy and the others, his face revealing an uncontainable shock and horror for the first time. Did you kill all of Danzo's men? Chapter 25. The Hokage's Roar and the Captain's Feast. A banquet? Meat? When these two words, filled with joy, peace, and even a hint of grease, slipped from Luffy's lips amidst a battlefield that had just witnessed bloody carnage, where the air still lingered with the scent of forbidden techniques and death, Kakashi's mind shattered. The string named Ninja Common Sense, the string named Logical Reasoning, and the string named Worldview snapped under Luffy's clear yet foolish gaze. Kakashi, renowned in the ninja world for his composure and calmness in crises, now bore an expression of unprecedented confusion, dazedness, and disbelief as he stared at Luffy. His single eye held no shock or horror, only a vacant stare, washed clean by an overwhelming influx of information. He had experienced the Third Great Ninja War, witnessed countless lives and deaths, infiltrated enemy camps, and executed the most perilous assassination missions. He had faced the legendary Sannin and battled the monstrosities of the Akatsuki. He had even taken the life of a comrade himself. He thought nothing could ever disturb his state of mind again. He was mistaken, profoundly so. This Straw Hat boy, with the simplest and purest inquiry regarding hunger, effortlessly shattered the psychological defenses he had built over 20 years of a ninja career. People were killed. They were elite members of Root, directly subordinate to the Hokage. Using a method unheard of, almost miraculous, they had unraveled a self-destructing S-rank forbidden technique. And then, he touched his belly and asked if they could have a banquet to eat meat? What kind of logic is this? What sort of mental state allows one to think of their own hunger immediately after such a bloody event? The Umbu behind Kakashi, though their expressions were obscured, exhibited a collective pause in chakra flow and a rigid gaze that suggested they too were undergoing an unprecedented reconstruction of their worldview, much like their leader. Hey, Luffy. On the deck, Nami was the first to react. She struck Luffy on the head with her fist, though it inflicted little physical harm on the rubber man. Her attitude was quite clear. You fool. Look at the atmosphere. What banquet are you talking about? What does it matter? Luffy protested, covering his head, feeling aggrieved. The bad guys have all been chased away, our friends are safe, and the ship is fine. Shouldn't we celebrate with a banquet? You have a point. Sanji elegantly flicked away the ash, turning with a flourish. To celebrate the safety of Miss Nami and Robin, I am ready to present a lovingly prepared feast. Super. That sounds splendid. Frankie struck a dramatic pose. Yo-ho-ho. A banquet? Then we must have a tune to enliven the atmosphere. Although I have no belly to fill. A musical feast is equally satisfying. Brook produced his violin. Zoro said nothing, merely finding a corner to sit, and began polishing his sword. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips indicated his stance. Watching the deck transform into a lively scene, Kakashi felt his temples throbbing. He understood. He comprehended fully. For this group, perhaps everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial matter of having chased off a few villains. It was he and the Leaf Village who had taken things too seriously. No, that's not right. It wasn't he that they took it too seriously. It was that they had never regarded it as significant. Kakashi exhaled a long, deep breath, filled with resignation, fatigue, and a sense of complete surrender to the futility of communication. He felt he was not surveilling a band of pirates, but rather babysitting a group of walking disasters. No banquet. Kakashi's voice emerged hoarse and devoid of emotion. And no meat. Luffy's expression fell instantly, releasing a loud wail of disappointment. Kakashi ignored him, turning instead to address everyone on the deck in an official tone, as though detached from reality. Everyone, follow me. This place is no longer safe. Before the Hokage makes a final decision, you need to relocate. With that, he did not wait for the Straw Hat Crew's agreement and strode toward the village. His silhouette appeared forlorn under the moonlight, akin to a beleaguered office worker who had just completed 300 days of overtime only to be informed that the project had been scrapped and he must take the blame for the client. Hey, wait for us, masked uncle, Luffy shouted, leaping off the ship first. The others shrugged and followed suit. They sensed that this ninja named Kakashi seemed to be malfunctioning. Thus, a scene that could be deemed the most bizarre since the establishment of Konoha unfolded. A group of uniquely dressed and diverse individuals, led by a silver-haired shinobi who seemed on the verge of fading away, swaggered back toward Konoha. They were not bound, nor were they monitored, and they even animatedly discussed what to have for dinner. Meanwhile, behind them, the peculiar ship named Thousand Sunny was surrounded by a full contingent of Umbu ninjas, layered 3 deep. Each Umbu bore a tense expression, poised for battle, as if they were guarding not a ship, but a nuclear weapon poised to detonate at any moment. Protecting a pirate ship, allowing a group of murderers to stroll through the village. The absurd scene plunged all the vigilant members of the Umbu into profound self-doubt. Kakashi lacked the energy to elucidate the situation. At this moment, he merely yearned for a tranquil place to recline and reflect on life's intricacies. He refrained from leading this group back to his home, which had been demolished halfway and could not accommodate such a multitude. Instead, he guided them through the majority of the village, arriving at a special courtyard located in the heart of the village, typically reserved for receiving distinguished guests or detaining S-class rogue ninjas. This place boasted independent buildings, towering walls, and an array of invisible barriers and sealing techniques surrounding it. It was, apart from the Hokage's tower and the Roots base, the most secure and fortified location in Konoha. You will stay here for tonight, Kakashi said wearily as he pushed open the heavy door. I will have food sent over. The mere mention of meat caused a headache to throb in his mind. Wow, what a grand house. Luffy was the first to dash inside, curiously surveying the surroundings. The others followed suit, assessing the space that would soon become their new stronghold. Observing this group, utterly oblivious to the decorum expected of guests or prisoners, Kakashi tiredly rubbed his forehead. He turned to report to Hokage-sama about this situation, which could potentially shake the entire ninja world. However, after taking just 2 steps, he felt someone tugging at the edge of his clothing. It was Luffy. What is it? Kakashi turned back, his tone brusque. Luffy looked up, a blend of curiosity and seriousness on his face, pointing to his stomach and then to Kakashi. Masked uncle, you mentioned food would be sent, right? Yes. Luffy's eyes instantly lit up with childlike anticipation and innocent yearning. Can I have more meat? Kakashi gazed into those clear eyes, his body swaying slightly. Slowly, He raised his hand to cover his face. He wished to remain silent, merely desiring tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was lit yet heavy as iron. Tsunade sat behind her desk, Shizune standing beside her, pale-faced. Before them knelt an Umbu captain who had just returned from the scene. "This is the sequence of events," he recounted, his voice trembling slightly from agitation and fear. Relaying everything, including the grim state of the root team, the eerie small hole, and Captain Kakashi's orders. The office fell into a deathly silence. Tsunade lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, rendering her expression unreadable. However, her hands resting on the desk had turned pale from gripping tightly. "Danzo." After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally forced the name out through clenched teeth, her voice icy and brimming with suppressed fury. Her greatest fears had materialized. That old bastard Danzo had blatantly disregarded her orders and acted on his own. "Tsunade-sama, now is not the time to pursue Danzo's accountability," Shizune urgently reminded. "The more pressing issue is Luffy and his companions." Her words snapped Tsunade back to reality. Yes, the more critical problem was those pirates. An entire elite root team had been annihilated. Even the last resort, the four-symbol seal, had been undone. No, according to the report, it was not merely undone. It was forcibly suppressed by an even more unreasonable force. Tsunade slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the scene analysis report hastily compiled by Kakashi, presented by the Umbu. Her eyes locked onto the final words, written in Kakashi's trembling handwriting, suspected to twist reality through sheer will. Tsunade's grip on the report began to tremble. Suddenly, she stood, slamming her fist onto the desk. The Hokage's office desk, crafted from a special material and immensely sturdy, shattered into pieces under the force of her terrifying blow. "Immediately summon all senior advisors. An emergency meeting. Now. At once." Chapter 26, Jiraiya Falls. In the Hokage conference room. The atmosphere was beyond solemn. It was suffocatingly silent. It was a stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm, where even the air seemed to cease its flow. Tsunade stood amid the wreckage of the shattered desk, her chest heaving violently, her golden locks framing eyes ablaze with nearly tangible wrath. Opposite her stood the two elder advisors of Konoha, Midogate and Tazun Komaru, their expressions mirroring shadows of dread and disbelief. Looming in the corner, shrouded in shadows, stood a man with a cane, half his face wrapped in bandages, Shimura Danzo. He resembled a lifeless statue, impervious to Tsunade's fury and indifferent to the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the conference room. "Danzo." Tsunade's voice sliced through the air like ice, each word dripping with chilling intensity. "Do you have anything to explain?" "Explain?" Danzo finally spoke, his voice hoarse and devoid of emotion. "Everything I have done is for Konoha. Hokage, your weakness and hesitation are pushing the village toward the brink of danger." "My weakness?" Tsunade laughed bitterly, her fury boiling over. "You disregarded my orders, unilaterally mobilizing Root to attack a group of guests we barely understand. And what was the result? An entire elite squad wiped out. Even the four-symbol seal was swatted away like a fly. Is this what you call serving Konoha?" "This merely confirms my judgment was correct," Danzo replied flatly. "They are an uncontrollable threat. That force, which confronts ninjutsu with will, has surpassed our comprehension. Such a phenomenon must either be eradicated or wielded as our weapon. Your so-called weapon is to capture them, extract their secrets, and mold them into emotionless tools like those orphaned with bloodline limits." Tsunade slammed her fist into the wall beside her, spiderweb-like cracks spreading instantly. "If it could enhance Konoha's strength, what would be wrong with that?" Danzo coldly countered. "Enough." Midogate and suddenly pounded the table, interrupting their quarrel. "Now is not the time to assign blame. Tsunade, Danzo, both of you calm down." Tazun Komaru added gravely. "The crux of the matter lies with those pirates. According to Kakashi's report, at least 3 among them possess strength on par with, or even surpassing that of a Kage. More alarmingly, their power completely counters our ninjutsu." In the corner of the conference room, Kakashi, who had remained silent, finally lifted his head. Weariness and confusion akin to a hangover marked his features. "What the advisors have said is accurate." Kakashi's voice came out hoarse. "That was neither ninjutsu, jinjutsu, nor taijutsu. Based on my observations, particularly that captain named Monkey D. Luffy, the force he employed to dismantle the four-symbol seal can only be described as will." "Will?" Midogate frowned. "Yes," Kakashi nodded, seemingly recalling the moment that shattered his worldview. It was a will that declared, "You shall not devour my ship and comrades." And then that S-class forbidden technique truly ceased. It was as if his will became the only rule within that space. The conference room once again fell into a heart-stopping silence. Rule. What a terrifying notion that was. Ninja, utilizing chakra, adhering to a series of established rules such as hand signs, energy transformation, and changes in energy properties. Manipulate reality to create phenomena that do not exist in the real world. Yet that Straw Hat Boy possesses the ability to forcibly establish rules with his own will. This is a realm reserved for the divine. They must be eliminated. Danzo's voice echoed once more, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Before they fully acclimate to this world and realize the terrifying extent of their powers, they must be eradicated at all costs. Eradicate? Such words are spoken so lightly. Tsunade scoffed, questioning the fate of the elite root members you dispatched. Who do you propose to send? The Umbu to face death? Or shall we allow the Jonin to experience the despair of ineffective ninjutsu? Or perhaps, will you, Lord Danzo, take matters into your own hands and demonstrate whether your Kotoame Tsukumi can distort the will of such monstrosities? You. A glint of menace finally flickered in Danzo's solitary eye. Tsunade's observations held merit. Nara Shikamaru analyzed calmly, asserting that until a method to counter their rule-like powers is discovered, any proactive assault would be unwise. We cannot afford the cost of a second failure. Mito Gate-in also nodded in agreement, noting that while their actions may be eccentric, they have not shown any intent to attack the village. Kakashi, what is your assessment of them? All eyes turned to Kakashi. He sighed deeply, his gaze vacant. They resemble a pack of beasts devoid of common sense. He carefully chose his words, adhering to the simplest logic of survival. Those who treat them kindly are met with smiles, while those who dare to threaten their comrades or ship are torn to shreds. In their world, there may be no nations, no villages, no missions, only comrades, adventures, and flesh. The final word was difficult for Kakashi to utter. This conclusion left all present political beings feeling profoundly powerless. You cannot bribe them with interests, for they harbor no interest in power or wealth. You cannot coerce them with morality, as they have no concept of a village. You cannot even intimidate them with threats, for they themselves are the greatest threat. They are a group entirely incomprehensible through the logic of ninjutsu, otherworldly intruders. The meeting descended into a stalemate. To kill them posed too great a risk. To leave them would be akin to harboring a few prehistoric behemoths that might awaken at any moment, unsettling the village. Tsunade rubbed her aching temples, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion. The village's reconstruction efforts, the threat from Akatsuki, and now this group of pirates, more troublesome than tailed beasts. Why had all misfortunes converged? Just then, bang. The heavy door of the conference room was forcefully flung open from the outside. A figure, bloodied and covered in dirt, stumbled in. It was an Umbu. Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, his voice sharp and distorted with urgency and terror. This is bad. Tsunade's heart sank. Something that could cause the Umbu to lose composure is no trivial matter. Speak. What has happened? It's news from Myobo-Kuzan. The Umbu trembled, producing a scroll from his bosom, presenting it with trembling hands. It is about Fukasaku. Fukasaku? Tsunade was taken aback. Wasn't that the toad sage who accompanied Jiraiya on a reconnaissance mission to Yamagakure? An ominous premonition wrapped around her heart like a chilling serpent. With trembling hands, she accepted the bloodstained scroll. Unfurling it revealed not a lengthy report, but rather a few hastily scrawled, desperate words written in blood. Pain is Nagato. The child of prophecy survives. Jiraiya is dead. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world within Tsunade's mind collapsed. Time appeared to freeze. In the conference room, every breath ceased. Danzo's eternally stoic expression cracked for the first time. The two elder advisors stood in shock. Rising from their seats, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the man who was eternally optimistic, perpetually unserious, yet always the strongest pillar of support for Konoha at crucial moments. He is dead? Tsunade stared blankly at the scroll, her pupils losing focus. The scroll slipped from her grasp. She could hear nothing. The only sound was an endless roar in her ears. Her mind replayed vivid memories. The foolish grin of that white-haired idiot, scratching his head. The time he was sent flying after peeking at the women's bath. His boastful demeanor in the tavern, claiming to be the toad sage. The moments he silently stood behind her when she became Hokage, promising his unwavering support. The bet he made with her before leaving, firmly believing he would return. Liar. A low, suppressed sob escaped her lips, echoing clearly in the stillness of the conference room, filled with despair. Tsunade Dano's assistant rushed in, attempting to steady her faltering body. Liar. Tsunade ignored everyone, repeating the word in a daze. She suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful face now stained with tears. This was not sorrow. It was a mixture of regret, pain, and overwhelming rage, an expression capable of obliterating everything. That fool who always chased after her, the one she believed would never leave. Has he truly vanished? Jiraiya. Chapter 27. Luffy, you understand me. There exists a pain called loss. The following day, at dawn, the independent courtyard deemed an S-class criminal prison by Kakashi experienced its most undignified morning since its inception. Bang! A resounding crash. The door, reinforced with special alloys and sealing techniques, was torn open from the inside with an unreasonable, brute force. Monkey D. Luffy squeezed through the opening like toothpaste, stretching lazily and letting out a satisfied groan. Ah, that was a good sleep. I'm hungry. Let us find something to eat. Following closely behind, Zoro yawned and naturally stepped through the opening. Sanji lit a cigarette, maintaining a calm demeanor as he followed. Then came Nami, Usopp, and Frankie, with the entire Straw Hat crew successfully escaping without a hitch. The Umbu, responsible for monitoring the perimeter 24 hours a day, were left in shock. They watched helplessly as this group of S-class prisoners tore through the specially designed door as if it were a wet tissue. They could do nothing. Report? How could they report? Report to Hokage-sama. The S-class prison has been breached. The target is out for a stroll, requesting instructions. This sounded like a joke. The leading Umbu captain waved his hand, signaling everyone to discreetly follow and not to alert the beasts. His only thought was to pray that this group of monsters would return after satisfying their hunger. However, when Luffy and his crew truly stepped onto the streets of Konoha, an unsettling sensation washed over everyone. It was too quiet. The entire village was shrouded in a peculiar, suffocating silence. Typically, the morning streets would be filled with the sounds of children playing, housewives haggling, and ninjas hurrying off on missions. But today, there was nothing. The streets were sparsely populated, and the few villagers who passed by kept their heads down, hurriedly walking with expressions of suppressed sorrow. The air was thick with an invisible, heavy pressure, as if the entire village was mourning something. Hey, what is going on? Usopp shrank his neck, anxiously glancing around. The atmosphere felt oddly foreboding, as if something dreadful was about to occur. The silence was unsettling. Nami furrowed her brow, acutely sensitive to the shift in mood, sensing as though the entire village was weeping. Sanji exhaled a ring of smoke, his brow knitted in concern. It was not merely the atmosphere. Look at the expressions of those around them, as if they had lost some vital pillar of support. Even Luffy, who was usually oblivious to his surroundings, ceased his clamoring for meat. He surveyed the area, discomfort creeping in as he sensed the collective unhappiness. This was a rare moment of clarity for him. Just then, Zoro halted his steps, directing his gaze toward a nearby training ground. There on a swing sat a solitary figure clad in orange. It was Uzumaki Naruto. He hung his head low, his expression obscured from view. In his hand, he clutched a popsicle, long abandoned as it melted slowly in the morning light, each drop staining the ground with a dark mark. Ah, it's that guy? Luffy recognized him instantly. Memories from the previous day flooding back. This fellow had dared to vie for the girl with white eyes as a companion. Unforgivable. Luffy's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. Hey, you. We're not done talking about yesterday. But before he could finish, a slender figure darted from the nearby thicket, positioning herself in front of him. It was Hyuga Hinata. Her face was devoid of the usual shyness and timidity, replaced by a resolute plea. Without uttering a word, she gently yet firmly shook her head at Luffy. Her fingertips instinctively pressed together, turning pale from the intensity of her grip. Huh. Luffy was taken aback. He did not comprehend why this girl was stopping him, yet he halted in his tracks. Following Hinata's worried gaze, he turned his attention back to the figure on the swing. This time, he observed more closely. Naruto remained motionless, head bowed, resembling a soulless statue. The world around him seemed to have isolated him. Passing villagers instinctively circumvented him, their eyes filled with sympathy and sorrow, yet none dared to disturb his solitude. The sunlight fell upon him, failing to bring even a hint of warmth. He was enveloped by the world's isolation, lost in his own grief. It was an absolute loneliness, a profound sense of isolation that persisted even amidst a bustling crowd, leaving one with the feeling that they were the only soul left in existence. Luffy's anger dissipated unknowingly, replaced by an uncommon, weighty silence. For he recognized that gaze, that sensation all too well. It was the same look he had seen in the mirror during the Summit War, when Ace's life force ebbed away in his arms, the flame of life flickering out. It was the expression of a world collapsing, devoid of color, leaving only black and white, silence and death. It was the hollow gaze of one who had lost the most important person, where even the act of breathing felt like a punishment. Luffy. Sanji sensed something amiss with his captain. The ever-energetic, single-celled organism had unexpectedly quieted. He stood still, staring intently at the orange figure in the distance. The bold, unyielding spirit he typically embodied had completely receded, replaced by a heavy sorrow that felt as if it could crush the very sky. Zoro narrowed his single eye. Though unaware of the specifics, he could sense that Luffy's emotions resonated with that boy named Naruto at that moment. It was not sympathy, but a profound empathy. Captain? Frankie scratched his head in confusion. Nami and Usopp exchanged glances, having never witnessed this side of Luffy before. Hinata observed the now silent Luffy, then glanced at the isolated Naruto, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not understand why this peculiar Straw Hat boy had suddenly halted, but she could feel that the aggressive aura surrounding him had vanished, replaced by an ungraspable yet palpable weight. Luffy did not take another step forward. He ceased his outcry regarding the matter of companionship with Naruto. He simply stood there, quietly watching that boy, who, like him, was at that moment tasting the bitter pain of loss, watching the popsicle that melted away, no longer able to provide even a hint of sweetness. It was as if he were gazing upon a reflection of his former self. Without uttering a word, he slowly removed his straw hat, holding it in his hands and gently pressing it against his chest. Chapter 28. The monster who does not understand sadness can also feel sadness. In the Hokage's office, it had transformed into Tsunade's personal hell. Expensive sake bottles lay carelessly strewn across the floor, their rich contents mingling with scattered papers, exuding an air of despair and desolation. The once authoritative Hokage desk was reduced to splintered wood, a silent mockery of its owner's current state of mind. Tsunade sat amidst the chaos, cradling a sake bottle, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window. The sunlight was blinding, yet she felt no warmth. Her world had been reduced to coldness and darkness since yesterday. Lady Tsunade, please eat something, Shizen said softly, holding a bowl of warm porridge, concern lacing her voice. She dared not approach too closely, for the fifth Hokage resembled a mortally wounded lioness. Any slight provocation could trigger her to lose control entirely. Tsunade offered no response. In her mind, the last conversation with Jiraiya replayed incessantly, as if it were a curse. That idiot had bet her before leaving, wagering that she would think he would not return. She had won. She had won the most unwelcome bet of her life. Tsunade suddenly chuckled, her laugh hoarse and more heart-wrenching than tears. She had won, only to lose everything. She lost the man who would shield her from all storms, lost the friend who unconditionally believed in and supported her, lost the last sanctuary in her life, where she could shed all her facades. Liar, she murmured, downing the last of the alcohol, the burning liquid searing her throat. But it was nothing compared to the agony in her heart. Didn't you say you would definitely come back? Lady Tsunade. Shizen could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to snatch the bottle from her grasp. Smash! Tsunade swung her arm back, sending the bottle crashing against the wall, shattering into pieces. Get out! She roared like a beast, uncontrollable chakra erupting forth, forcefully pushing Shizen away. Everyone get out! Shizen slammed against the doorframe, yet she paid no mind to her pain, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Tsunade, who was on the brink of collapse. The pillar of Konoha had fallen. At that moment, a figure appeared in the office with a swift motion. It was Hatake Kakashi. His expression was more serious than ever. Lady Tsunade, he said, his voice deep and resolute, attempting to rouse the Hokage from her sorrow. There is an urgent situation to report. Don't bother me with trivialities. Tsunade shouted without turning her head. It concerns Uzumaki Naruto and that Straw Hat kid. Kakashi's words pierced Tsunade's ears like a needle, jolting her from her despair. Naruto, the child of prophecy, returned at the cost of Jiraiya's life. Tsunade's body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head. Her haggard face was streaked with tear marks and madness. What trouble had they stirred up now? Her voice brimmed with impatience and irritation. Had they demolished the prison? Then bind them. If they continued to disobey, execute them. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, she had lost her usual composure, seeking to resolve all issues through the most extreme measures. Kakashi was not intimidated by her imposing aura. He calmly stated a fact. They had not caused any trouble. The Straw Hat crew had torn open the S-rank prison doors this morning and entered the village. And then? Tsunade sneered. Did they demolish the village as well? No. Kakashi shook his head, his expression growing complex, even tinged with confusion. They found Naruto. Then, the captain named Monkey D. Luffy did nothing at all. He simply sat quietly beside Naruto. At the training ground, the atmosphere was stifling. Zoro and Sanji stood on either side like two sentinels, blocking all prying eyes, including those hidden in the shadows. Nami, Usopp, Frankie, and others stood a little further away, watching their captain with deep concern. Luffy was acting strangely. The fool, who could only think of meat and adventure, was now sitting silently on the ground. He sat close to the orange-haired boy named Naruto, yet maintained a subtle distance. He did not look at Naruto. Instead, he mimicked Naruto's posture, lowering his head to gaze at a small stone on the ground. His straw hat was removed and cradled in his arms. Naruto finally moved. He slowly lifted his head, his azure eyes now dull and bloodshot, filled with a hollow emptiness. He glanced at the intruder beside him. Go away. A hoarse, nearly inaudible word escaped his cracked lips, the first he had uttered since receiving the devastating news yesterday. Luffy remained unmoved. He did not even lift his head. I told you to go away. Did you hear me? Naruto's emotions surged. He roared like a young beast whose territory had been violated. He wanted to see no one, hear no sound. Especially not this inexplicable intruder. What right did he have to sit there? What did he understand? Luffy still did not respond. Hey! Naruto suddenly stood up, pointing a finger at Luffy's nose. Are you here to mock me? Are you happy to see me like this? Finally, Luffy lifted his head. He looked at Naruto's face, twisted with anger and sorrow. There was no sympathy, no pity, nor a hint of impatience on his face. He simply looked at him. Then, in an unusually calm tone, he uttered something that left everyone present, including the hidden Umbu, baffled. When you're hungry, you lack the strength to cry. Naruto was taken aback. He had prepared a storm of anger, ready to send this idiot flying. But what had he just heard? Hungry? At a time like this? In this atmosphere? Was this foolish brain seriously thinking of that? What was this? The utmost insult. However, Luffy's next word struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. I've been there. Luffy gazed at Naruto, and for the first time, his eternally clear eyes reflected a profound, unshakable sorrow. At that time, I just wanted to die. I didn't want to eat anything. Didn't want to do anything. Just wanted to follow him. But I still felt hunger. Hunger so intense that I didn't even have the strength to cry. He was recalling the days following Ace's death, before Jinbe had punched him awake on Amazon Lily. Those were the darkest, most despairing times of his life. He did not say, I understand you, nor did he offer empty platitudes. He simply described, in the most clumsy and straightforward way, a pain he had personally endured, both physically and psychologically. The anger on Naruto's face gradually faded, replaced by bewilderment. He stared at the man wearing the straw hat. The gaze in his eyes revealed no falsehood. That pain, that feeling of being abandoned by the world, where even living became torture, this man had truly experienced it. He was not pitying him. He was merely stating a fact that he too had once faced. Is that so? After a while, Naruto sat down again. He no longer commanded Luffy to leave. Instead, he silently dropped the now unrecognizable popsicle onto the ground. Luffy also lowered his head, returning his gaze to the small stone. The two no longer exchanged words. But an invisible bond, named resonance, quietly formed between them. They were both children who had lost their son. One had lost an older brother who guided his direction. The other had lost a mentor who illuminated his path. They were both soaked by an unexpected downpour, unable to find their way home. At that moment, two lost children simply sat side by side, silently licking their respective wounds. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi concluded his report. Tsunade stood there dazed, the madness and irritation on her face long gone. In its place was an indescribable shock. When you're hungry, you lack the strength to cry. I've been there. These words echoed in Tsunade's mind through the whispers of the Umbu. This creature she deemed incomprehensible, a walking disaster. This barbarian who seemed to embody nothing but destruction and gluttony, had effortlessly unlocked Naruto's sealed heart in such a manner. Something even she, Kakashi, and all those who cared for Naruto could not achieve. Suddenly, Tsunade recalled Jiraiya's final words. The child of prophecy survives. Jiraiya believed Naruto was the child of prophecy, destined to bring transformation to the world. But now, this child of prophecy was mired in the immense grief of losing his guiding light, unable to extricate himself. Who could lend him a hand? With sympathy? With grand ideals? With the will of fire? No, these things seemed so powerless in the face of true despair. Only another hand, one that had also once been ensnared in the abyss, could pull a person from the depths. Tsunade's breathing quickened, her gaze fixed intently on the intelligence report concerning the Straw Hat crew. Threat? Calamity? No. Perhaps they represented another possibility, a great variable that had not even appeared in Jiraiya's prophecy. Shizun. Tsunade suddenly turned, her voice now devoid of any despair and sorrow, replaced by a resolute determination. Yes. Shizun jolted, standing straight. Immediately relay my orders. Tsunade's eyes shone with unprecedented clarity. First, lift all confinement and surveillance on the Straw Hat crew. Second, she paused, as if making a significant decision. Deliver all the best meat in the village, not just the stock from the barbecue shops, to that fellow Luffy. Shizun and Kakashi were taken aback. Tsunade took a deep breath and, in a near-commanding tone, articulated each word with intention. Tell him this is from me, the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, inviting him to a meal. Also, please convey my thanks to him. Chapter 29. Only barbecue can heal all sorrows. The training ground was enveloped in an oppressive silence, akin to a heavy lead weight resting upon the hearts of all present. Two future kings of disparate worlds sat side by side, one bereft of a brother, the other a master. They appeared as forsaken islands, battling the overwhelming tide of sorrow that threatened to engulf them. Soru and Sanji stood like fierce statues, guarding this fragile tranquility. Nami, Usopp, Frankie, and their companions lingered at a distance, hearts aflame with anxiety, yet hesitant to approach. They had never witnessed this side of Luffy, the captain who seemed invincible, now shrouded in an incomprehensible, heavy grief. In the further recesses, the Umbu ninjas found themselves ensnared in deeper confusion and vigilance. This eerie calm was gently disrupted by the sound of footsteps. It was Hinata Hyuga, her hands nervously intertwined in front of her, fingertips pale, yet her strides were unwavering. She traversed the invisible barrier erected by Soru and Sanji. Soru's piercing gaze fell upon her, but upon meeting her clear, resolute, and devoid of malice eyes, he ultimately refrained from intervening. Hinata approached the two men. She gazed at Naruto, who kept his head bowed, the figure she had chased since childhood. Now entirely consumed by despair's shadow, her heart ached as if pierced by needles. Then, her gaze shifted to the man in the straw hat. Though she did not grasp the essence of piracy or the concept of haki, she sensed that this man shared half of Naruto's solitude. He was not offering pity, but rather an empathetic understanding. Naruto-kun, Hinata's voice, soft and trembling, wafted through the stifled air like a gentle breeze. Naruto remained unresponsive, still as a statue. Luffy, too, remained motionless, clutching his straw hat. Hinata inhaled deeply, summoning all her courage. Slowly, she extended her hands toward both men, one towards Naruto, the other toward Luffy. Her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, yet each word resonated clearly. Luffy-san must be suffering as well, from the pain of losing someone important. So please, do not bear it alone. She refrained from claiming understanding, for she perhaps did not fully comprehend. She simply wished not to let either of them sink into solitude. At last, Luffy responded. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze resting upon Hinata's outstretched hand, then upon her eyes that radiated worry and sincerity. He spoke not a word, but the sorrow etched in his eyes seemed to soften ever so slightly. Just then, a languid yet reassuring voice broke through the tension. Hey, this is quite the hassle. Nara Shikamaru ambled into view, hands tucked into his pockets, followed closely by Akimichi Choji, who was clutching a bag of chips. It's not right to put a girl in such a predicament, Naruto. Shikamaru stood naturally beside Hinata. Naruto. A spirited yell echoed from afar as Rock Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, appeared with a somersault. Sadness cannot defeat our enemies. Let us wash away our tears with the sweat of our youth. Lee, you're too loud. Inuzuka Kiba grumbled, accompanied by Akamaru. Yuhi Kurenai appeared silently, and soon after, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Tintin also arrived. The Konoha 12, seemingly without any summons, had gathered here, driven solely by the bonds of camaraderie and the palpable despair emanating from Uzumaki Naruto. One by one, they positioned themselves behind Naruto, devoid of empty comforts or hollow platitudes. They simply stood there, embodying the message, "You are not alone." The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates stood in astonishment. Usopp gaped, "What is going on? Are these ninjas capable of instant movement?" Frankie adjusted his sunglasses, exclaiming, "Super! Is this what it means to have companions in this world?" Soru and Sanji exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of relief in each other's eyes. They gradually lowered their guard, realizing these individuals, like Luffy, were not there to persuade Naruto. They were there to share in his pain. At that moment, the atmosphere underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer were there two isolated beings. Instead, there were two centers enveloped by their companions. Pirates and ninjas, two distinctly different factions, stood beneath the same sky, united by their desire to protect what they cherished. Naruto gradually lifted his head, gazing at Shikamaru, Choji, Lee, Hinata, and every familiar face. The emptiness in his blue eyes began to shimmer with renewed light. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the entrance of the training ground. "Make way! Clear the way!" A throng of Konoha Chunin rushed in, pushing enormous carts piled high with fresh, premium meats. The air was thick with the mouth-watering aroma of beef, pork, and various exotic meats, creating an olfactory feast akin to a moving mountain of flesh. Leading the charge, an Umbu ninja wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly approached Kakashi, breathless and on the verge of exhaustion. "Kakashi-senpai, Hokage-sama has ordered that all A-rank and above meat stock be delivered here. She said this is for Luffy-san's meal." Also, he swallowed hard. Casting a complex glance at Luffy, Lady Tsunade asked me to convey her thanks to Luffy-san. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap reverberated through Luffy's mind. Just a moment prior, he had been engulfed in sorrow, but upon hearing the word meat, his entire demeanor transformed. His eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. Drool cascaded down his chin as he sprang up with an unparalleled speed, racing towards the mountain of meat. Meat! The shout erupted from the depths of his soul, brimming with boundless joy and longing, resonating throughout the skies of Konoha. He dove into the pile of meat, rolling in pure bliss, seizing a chunk of raw flesh larger than his head, and prepared to devour it. "Hey, fool, that is raw." Sanji dashed over, kicking the raw meat from Luffy's grasp, then swiftly produced culinary tools and a massive grill from seemingly nowhere. "Honestly, there's no helping it now." He rolled up his sleeves, his expression turning professional and sharp. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magic of transforming meat into delectable dishes begins now." Oh, barbecue, barbecue. Usopp echoed excitedly. "Haha, how can we have barbecue without cola? My fuel needs replenishing." Frankie thumped his chest, producing chilled cola from within his body. "Yo-ho-ho. Such a joyous atmosphere. Shall we not have a celebratory tune?" Brook brandished his violin. The previously oppressive, heavy, and sorrowful atmosphere was washed away in the face of this most primal and pure joy. The ninjas of Konoha stood transfixed, particularly Naruto, who watched in disbelief as the man who had shared his despair just moments ago now danced around the grill like a 3-year-old child, drooling profusely. What was this? Was the sorrow just now a mere illusion? Was that profound pain merely feigned? No, it was not. Naruto's felt the weight of that grief, its authenticity resonating deeply within him. Yet, it was precisely this authenticity that rendered the scene before him all the more staggering. It was astonishing to realize that a single individual could experience such profound sadness, and conversely, such immense joy. It became evident that even after losing everything, one could still find solace in something as simple as meat, allowing a smile to return once more. As Naruto stood in a daze, a large, sizzling piece of meat, exuding an irresistible aroma, was presented to him by a dark hand. It was Luffy, his cheeks stuffed with meat, resembling a chipmunk. He mumbled, "Here, for you." Naruto stared at him, momentarily taken aback. "Eat up." Luffy grinned widely, revealing a pure, unblemished smile that sparkled in the sunlight, making it difficult to behold. "I tell you, if you're hungry, you won't have the strength to confront that jerk who upset you. So, eat to your heart's content." Naruto gazed at Luffy's beaming face, then at the meat he offered, and finally turned to see his companions who had come for him. Shikamaru sighed, Choji drooled, Lee was doing push-ups, and Hinata looked at him with eager anticipation. A crack formed in his frozen heart, and a warm current began to flow through that fissure. He extended his hand and accepted the steaming piece of meat. "Thank you," he murmured, then opened his mouth and took a hearty bite. Chapter 30. The Pirate Feast of Konoha. The meat burst in his mouth. The scalding fat, mingling with Sanji's special sauce, instantly enveloped Naruto's taste buds. It was a brazen, unreasonable delicacy that forcibly infused warmth and vitality into his cold, numb limbs. Delicious. So delicious it brought tears to his eyes. Naruto chewed vigorously, as if he were swallowing all the sorrow, anger, and loneliness of the past few days along with that piece of meat. He looked up to see Luffy, who was grasping a massive beast's leg with one hand, devouring it with exaggerated gusto, while the food vanished into his mouth as if drawn in by a black hole. The members of the Straw Hat crew showed no sign of restraint. Instead, they appeared accustomed to Luffy's antics, even wearing expressions of pride. "Sanji, bring me 10 more with bones," Luffy shouted, his words muffled. "Shut up. Just be grateful for what you have, you algae-headed fool. Don't steal Miss Nami's portion." Sanji's voice called from behind the grill, where he operated with the precision of a general on the battlefield, expertly ensuring each piece of meat was cooked to perfection. "Huh, what did you say, curly-browed chef?" Zoro leaned against a tree, cradling 3 swords with one hand while the other held a massive jug of sake, pouring it down his throat. "Yahororo, what a lively feast. Allow me to present a tune from the distant seas." Brook had already struck a pose, and a melodious yet cheerful violin tune filled the air. "Super. Music, barbecue, and chilled cola. Now this is a man's party," Frankie proclaimed, exposing his chest and pulling out rows of glass bottles filled with cola from his abdominal cooler, offering them to the curious villagers of Konoha. "What is happening?" The ninjas of Konoha, particularly Naruto's comrades, were utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had come to share in Naruto's pain, preparing for a lengthy and oppressive emotional release. Now, the atmosphere had transformed into an unprecedented, wild celebration. "Hey Shikamaru," Inuzuka Kiba nudged Nara Shikamaru, whose jaw was nearly on the ground. "Are these guys really here to comfort Naruto? Because it feels like they're here to eat Konoha out of house and home." Akamaru barked at Kiba's feet, staring in awe at the towering pile of bones before Luffy. "How troublesome," Shikamaru sighed, hands in pockets. Observing the chaotic yet oddly vibrant scene, his usually languid expression betraying a flicker of confusion. He could not comprehend it. The behavioral logic of this group transcended his understanding. There was no rigid organization, no clear hierarchy. The captain acted like a fool, while the crew members went about their business in a raucous manner. Yet they formed a flawless harmony. They appeared as one cohesive whole. And at the center of it all, the gluttonous Straw Hat boy was the undeniable core. "Is this what it means to have comrades?" Akimichi Choji murmured to himself, his gaze completely captivated by Luffy. Watching Luffy devour a piece of meat larger than his own head, witnessing the sheer joy emanating from him, Choji felt he had discovered a long-lost brother. "Hello, I'm Akimichi Choji." He mustered the courage to approach, holding a bag of chips. "The way you eat meat is incredibly manly." Amidst his frenzy, Luffy glanced up, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the chips, and he snatched the bag, devouring it whole, crunching away, then gave Choji a thumbs up. "You're a good guy too, fatty." Instead of feeling angered, Choji blushed with excitement. He cast aside his reservations, abandoning the self-control expected of a ninja, and dove into the mountain of meat. "Sanji, please give me an extra-large serving of pork belly, the kind that's marbled." Thus began a culinary showdown that transcended worlds. Luffy and Choji, 2 figures resembling high-speed meat grinders, reduced the pile of meat before them at an observable rate, while the mountain of bones beside them soared to astonishing heights. Inuzuka Kiba could no longer stand by. "What nonsense! How can we ninjas of Konoha lose an appetite to an outsider?" he bellowed, joining the fray. 10 minutes later, Kiba lay on the ground, clutching his belly, his face pale, rolling his eyes back. Beside him, Choji had also reached his limit, contentedly patting his round belly and emitting satisfied groans. As for Luffy, he merely let out a burp and patted his stomach. I'm only 8/10 full." "Sanji, is there more?" Silence enveloped the crowd. The 12 strongest of Konoha, along with the watching Umbu, regarded Luffy with expressions of disbelief. This man, was his stomach connected to another dimension? Naruto watched this scene unfold, and without realizing it, a smile crept onto his face. It was not a bitter or forced smile, but one that emanated from the heart, amused by the antics of these fools. A pure and genuine laughter. Hinata stood a short distance away, observing Naruto as he laughed heartily, and she too smiled, though tears glistened in her eyes. That's wonderful. Naruto-kun. Hey Naruto. Luffy's voice pulled Naruto back from his thoughts. He saw Luffy holding two of the largest pieces of roasted meat, offering one to him. What is your dream? Luffy suddenly inquired. Naruto paused, instinctively responding. My dream is to become Hokage, to be recognized by everyone in the village. What is a Hokage? Can you eat it? Naruto felt his fleeting good mood abruptly interrupted. The Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. The one who protects everyone. Oh, so, it's the king of the village. Luffy exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He puffed out his chest and pointed with the bone of another piece of meat, grinning broadly. My dream is to become the Pirate King. The words Pirate King resonated with a palpable intensity among all the Konoha ninjas present. They did not fully grasp the meaning behind the term, but they could sense the unwavering confidence with which this man proclaimed his dream, as if stating an undeniable truth. When Naruto declared his ambition to become Hokage, it resonated deeply within him. As he savored the words of Pirate King, he took another bite of the meat in his hand, and it seemed to carry an air of magnificence. Of course, Luffy proudly proclaimed that the Pirate King is the freest person upon these seas. Freedom. That word struck Naruto's heart like a bolt of electricity. Having been treated as a monster since childhood, isolated by the villagers, and bound by the identity of a Jinchuriki, he longed for that absolute freedom. Two young boys. One yearning to be the king who protects his village, and the other aspiring to be the freest king upon the ocean. In that moment, their distinctly different dreams resonated. Sparked by the shared joy of grilled meat and their pure devotion, they ceased to dwell on sorrow and the past, engaging instead in lively discussions about various topics. Which is more delicious, ramen or grilled meat? Which is more formidable, Rasengan or Goma Goma no pistol? Which is swifter, Shadow Clone or Gear Second? Their voices grew louder, filled with joyous exuberance, infecting everyone present. Shikamaru sighed and emerged from the shade of a tree, saying, Hey, you two. Your voices are too loud, it's unbearable. But Lee was already ablaze with enthusiasm, exclaiming, This is youth, shouting for our dreams. I want to join in. Ino and Tenten exchanged glances, both sharing a look of helplessness and amusement. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. Pirates and ninjas, two groups that were supposed to be adversaries, now gathered like old friends around the campfire, feasting and laughing heartily. In the distance, atop the crown of a large tree, Kakashi observed the scene in the training ground through a pair of binoculars, feeling the throb of his temples. Beside him, Umbu reported in a quavering voice, Kakashi-senpai. The A-grade meat stock has been completely depleted. The chef named Sanji was inquiring about the location of the B-grade meat, and that cyborg named Frankie, after finishing his own drink, was attempting to decipher the workings of the village's Southgate vending machine. Most ominously, the Umbu swallowed hard, noting that Straw Hat Luffy seemed to have had his fill. A sense of foreboding gripped Kakashi. This man, when hungry, is a madman. When sated, he only becomes an even more terrifying lunatic. Indeed, in the center of the training ground, a well-fed Luffy sprang to life, energetically embracing Naruto's shoulders, and exclaimed, Hey Naruto, your shadow clone technique is amazing. You can create so many of yourself. Of course, this is my proud ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Naruto, caught up in the atmosphere, puffed out his chest with pride. Luffy, with a mischievous chuckle, declared, I have a brilliant idea. In the next moment, Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clones. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, hundreds of whirlpool Narutos filled the training ground. The ninjas of Konoha held their composure, but the Straw Hat Crew's eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. 100 Narutos? Usopp gasped in terror. Luffy, however, was even more exhilarated. He dashed into the throng of clones, extending his rubber-like arms, seizing two Narutos by their ankles. Hee, watch this. He began to spin in place, faster and faster. The two clones he grabbed were flung about like blades of a fan, screaming in sheer panic. Goma Goma no. Luffy's voice echoed through the night sky. Shadow Clone Windmill. A terrifying whirlwind, fueled by human strength and chakra, erupted with Luffy at its center. The chaos sent dust, debris, bones, and grilled meat flying through the air, mingling with plates and soda. The closest, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, along with dozens of clones, were swept up by this absurd tornado, tracing a tragic arc across the night sky before vanishing at the horizon. The training ground lay in utter disarray. Luffy paused, surveying his handiwork, hands on hips, roaring with laughter. Ha! We did it. Amazing, right, Naruto? Meanwhile, Naruto, one of the instigators of this mayhem, stood in shock, mouth agape, watching his companions and clones soar into the sky, his hands empty, his mind blank. What did I just do? I flung my friends away with a windmill? Hey, you two fools. A furious shout jolted Naruto from his stupor. Sakura, her fists clenched and veins bulging on her forehead, emanated a more terrifying aura than even the root ninjas. Are you two trying to destroy the training ground? Ah, Sakura. Naruto instinctively felt fear. Luffy, tilting his head in curiosity, replied, destroy? No, we were just playing. Playing. Sakura's anger reached its peak, cracks visibly forming in the ground beneath her. This is a disaster. Nara Shikamaru covered his face with an expression of resignation, already disinterested in calculating how many reports would need to be written for this incident. Akimichi Choji lay contentedly on the ground, patting his round belly, oblivious to the chaos around him. Lee was fervently raising his fists, exclaiming, "This is the power of youth." The friendship between Naruto-kun and Luffy-kun burns so brightly. The worldview of pirates and ninjas clashed violently and irreconcilably at this moment. Amidst the clamor and chaos, under the shadow of a great tree, Hyuga Hinata stood quietly. Unlike the others, who were either shocked, angry, or excited, she merely watched Naruto at the center, witnessing his transition from dazed to terrified, and finally to the helplessness under Sakura's reprimand. She felt a smile creeping upon her face. The cloud of despair cast by the death of Jiraiya that had loomed over Naruto seemed to dissipate somewhat amidst this absurd spectacle, though he would still grieve. At least he was no longer that lonely boy sitting on a swing, isolated from the world. That was enough, Hinata thought quietly, her hands nervously twisting in front of her, her toes restlessly drawing circles on the ground. She wanted to step forward, to say something to Naruto, but her courage ebbed away like the receding tide, disappearing without a trace. This was her nature, forever destined to observe from afar, silently watching that figure. A gentle and magnetically charming male voice unexpectedly broke her reverie. Ah! Hinata jumped back like a startled rabbit, nearly losing her balance. She turned around in terror, only to discover that the golden-haired chef with curly eyebrows had somehow positioned himself beside her. He was still wearing that oil-stained apron, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the bluish smoke rising and obscuring his handsome profile. He did not glance at her, but rather gazed into the distance, where Naruto and Luffy were being playfully chased and beaten by Sakura, his expression calm and profound. You like that golden-haired boy, don't you? It was not a question, but a statement. Boom. Hinata felt her mind explode into a blank void. All the blood rushed to her face, scorching her cheeks and making her dizzy. How could he know? I don't. Just her words tumbled out incoherently, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. Her hands flailed wildly in an attempt to deny it, but she could not utter a complete sentence. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground and bury herself, never to emerge again. Sanji did not press further nor mock her. He merely exhaled a gentle puff of smoke, which drifted away in the night breeze. Love is like the finest cuisine, Your Highness, he began slowly, devoid of the exaggerated flattery he often displayed towards Nami and Robin, instead embodying the calmness of a mature man who has seen the world. The best ingredients require meticulous preparation to reveal their true value, and the most sincere feelings, if merely hidden within one's heart, remain raw ingredients, unable to warm anyone's soul, no matter how exquisite they may be. Hinata was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this seemingly frivolous man would utter such profound words. Sanji turned to face her, his pupils locking onto hers. There was no hint of frivolity, only a clear tenderness akin to the depths of the ocean. An idiot captain once said something I found quite sensible. He said that if one is too afraid of failure to even speak their truths, then what kind of man are they? Sanji extinguished his cigarette and flashed a gentlemanly smile at Hinata. This sentiment is also applicable to the beautiful princess. If you like someone, you must declare it boldly. If you miss someone, seek them out immediately. If you wish to protect someone, fight for them with all you have. This is how we know, how all dream chasers should be. That boy named Naruto dared to declare his ambition to become Hokage in front of everyone. Our captain dares to proclaim his desire to become the pirate king before any enemy. Their dreams may sound like jokes, do they not? Yet they have the courage to speak and act. So, Your Highness, Sanji leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Why not let him know your precious, albeit small, dream? Every word struck Hinata like a precise scalpel, peeling back the layers of her guarded heart and piercing her most tender and timid spots. Yes, why not? Because of the fear of rejection, because of the fear of being disliked by him, because of the fear of losing even the right to silently admire him from afar. Are you afraid? Sanji seemed to see through her thoughts and chuckled softly. Of course, one would be afraid. But, Your Highness, look at him. He pointed to Naruto, who, despite being beaten up by Sakura, was still laughing and shoulder to shoulder with Luffy. He had just lost someone vital and was engulfed in despair that even we could sense. Yet here he stood. What lifted him was our captain's barbecue and foolish antics. But what truly prevented him from falling again was the bond with his comrades and the support of his beloved. Sanji paused to light another cigarette, inhaling deeply. I must prepare dinner. Miss Nami and Robin must be hungry too. He turned away, his gaze beneath curly brows becoming resolute. Your Highness, remember, happiness, much like food, must be fought for. If one merely waits, it may grow cold. With that, he transformed into a black whirlwind, gracefully weaving through the chaotic crowd, instantly appearing by the grill to prepare dessert for his two beloved goddesses, as if the profound conversation had never occurred. Hinata stood alone, her heart pounding fiercely. Sanji's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout her heart. Happiness must be fought for. She lifted her gaze once more towards Naruto. This time, her eyes were no longer filled with shyness and trepidation. In the distance, Kakashi lowered his binoculars, rubbing his aching temples. The voice of the Umbu beside Kakashi trembled as he reported that the Inuzuka clan leader had just sent word, inquiring whether the village was facing another air raid, and that Hokage-sama had ordered all repair costs for the damaged training grounds, as well as all medical expenses for Inuzuka Kiba, to be deducted from Uzumaki Naruto as compensation. Moreover, the Umbu paused before adding in a tone that implied a death wish. The fifth Hokage also instructed that you write a reflection report of no less than 10,000 words, detailing how you allowed matters to escalate to this point under surveillance. It must be on her desk by tomorrow morning. Kakashi swayed slightly, feeling as though his 20-plus years as a ninja had culminated in this night. He gazed down at the group still frolicking amidst chaos, and then at the curly-browed chef, who had just served Hinata some chicken soup and was now presenting dessert to Nami and Robin in an exaggerated manner. Let it be destroyed. I am weary. Just then, Hinata took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. She clenched her fists and took a step forward, resolutely walking toward Naruto. Chapter 32, The Charge of Love. Then, a system crash. The surrounding clamor seemed to be muted by an invisible hand. Naruto, who was currently shoulder to shoulder with Luffy, discussing whether their next combo move should be called the Rubber Spiral Bullet Machine Gun or Shadow Clone Rubber Rocket, was the first to sense the strange atmosphere. He noticed that all eyes had shifted past him and Luffy, directed toward a certain spot. Shikamaru ceased his complaints, Chuji set down the meat he was holding, and Lee stopped burning with youthful passion. Even Sanji, who was busy serving heart-shaped dishes to Nami and Robin, momentarily froze. What is going on? Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. Then he saw Hyuga Hinata, the girl who always shyly hid in the corners of the crowd, speaking in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz, was now stepping out from the shadows of the trees, resolutely moving toward him, one step at a time. Her steps were slow, even somewhat stiff, as if each movement drained her of all her strength. Yet she did not stop. With her head bowed, no one could discern her expression, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her determination to go all in. Hey, Hinata, what is going on? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. Idiot. Sakura, not far away, muttered under her breath, yet a smile akin to an older sister's crept onto her lips, one she herself was unaware of. Inuzuka Kiba stood up nervously, while Akamaru let out a whimper. Hey Hinata, are you okay? Yamanaka Ino adjusted his sunglasses and, in his usual straightforward tone, analyzed. Her chakra flow is in disarray. Heart rate exceeds 200% of the normal threshold. Cause unknown. However, based on past data, this phenomenon typically occurs when she is within a 3-meter radius of Uzumaki Naruto. Huh, what does that mean? Naruto was even more bewildered. Luffy leaned in curiously, his eyes wide as he stared at Hinata. Is she hungry too? Does she want to eat meat? Sanji, another serving of meat. Shut up. You atmosphere destroyer. Sanji yelled without turning around, yet the corner of his mouth, which held a cigarette, bore a knowing smile. Your Highness, you are going to now. Hinata's mind was a cacophony. Sanji's words echoed in her ears like an incantation. If you have feelings, you must express them boldly. Happiness, much like food, must be fought for. Indeed, I have been watching him from afar, observing his ostracism, witnessing his pranks, noting his relentless training, and seeing him fall into despair. I have always been there. Yet, he remains unaware. This time, I want him to know, even if it is just once. She lifted her head, her pure white pupils devoid of evasion or fear for the first time. She traversed the gazes of all around her, rendering the world a mere backdrop. With only that golden-haired figure remaining in her sight, Naruto, caught off guard by her gaze, instinctively took a step back. Hey Hinata, do you need something from me? Hinata halted. She stood directly before Naruto, close enough to catch the lingering scent of grilled meat on him, and to see the dust on his face from their playful tussles. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt parched, producing no sound. Her heart raced within her chest, akin to a wild beast yearning to break free. Blood surged to her brain, inducing waves of dizziness. Go for it, Hinata. You can do it. Just as Mr. Sanji said. Even Mr. Luffy and Naruto dare to declare their dreams to the world. Why should I shy away from revealing my small yet precious dream? Finally, she managed to utter a syllable. Huh. Naruto leaned in closer, his expression filled with confusion. What did you say? He was too close. Naruto's face loomed large, and Hinata felt her vision blurring as the world spun around her. She saw her crimson face reflected in Naruto's azure eyes. And Naruto. She summoned her final strength to softly call out his name. Then, her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp, falling straight backward. Hey! Naruto was completely stunned, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He dashed forward, catching Hinata just before the back of her head could meet the ground. The girl's soft form lay in his arms, breathing steadily, her cheeks flushed, yet unconscious. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this miraculous turn of events. She fainted. Luffy tilted his head, voicing the thoughts of most present. Idiot. She passed out. Sakura was the first to react, rushing to Naruto's side, her fingers swiftly checking Hinata's pulse at her neck. How is she, Sakura? Inuzuka Kiba asked anxiously. After a moment of examination, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze shifting to the dazed Naruto cradling Hinata. She's fine. Just an emotional overload, compounded by chakra disruption, leading to temporary shock. Huh. Shock. Naruto looked down at the serene Hinata in his arms, his mind blank. But why? I didn't do anything. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, regarding Naruto with a look of sympathetic understanding. Shikamaru covered his face, letting out a long sigh. Ah, this is troublesome. Rock Lee clenched his fists, tears in his eyes. Is this the weight of youth? Hinata's passion is so intense that even she cannot bear it. How exceedingly fervent. No one paid attention to the impassioned Lee. Holding Hinata, Naruto felt her body was light as a feather, yet the weight of the moment was overwhelming, as if he held something unbearably hot. What do we do now? He looked to Sakura for help. Sakura shot him an exasperated look. What else? We need to take her to the hospital for a checkup. You carry her. Me. Naruto pointed to himself, his face turning beet red. Otherwise, I'm a girl. I don't have the strength to carry her all the way. Sakura asserted, completely disregarding her own past feats of strength. Flustered, Naruto attempted to adjust Hinata into a more secure hold, yet he felt utterly awkward. He had never been this close to a girl before. Her warm breath brushed against his chest, tickling him. A faint, floral scent lingered at his nose, causing his heart to race inexplicably. From afar, Kakashi set down his binoculars, feeling his stomach churn. Should I include in the report that Hinata was publicly fainted by Uzumaki Naruto on the training grounds? The Umbu operative beside Kakashi spoke hesitantly. Kakashi remained silent. He believed that if he included that detail, Hyuga Hayashi would likely arrive at the Hokage's office with the entire clan of Byakugan elites, ready to tear it down. Just right that Hinata Hyuga fainted due to overtraining and was taken to the hospital with the help of her comrades, Kakashi said wearily. Understood. The Umbu replied, relieved. Also, get me a bottle of the strongest alcohol you can find. Kakashi rubbed his temples. Finally, Naruto, amidst the encouraging gazes of his comrades, awkwardly picked Hinata up in a princess carry and began to walk toward Konoha Hospital. Luffy called out from behind, Naruto, are you coming back for me? We'll save some for you. Naruto stumbled, nearly dropping Hinata. Chapter 33, Love Overload, Hinata Reboot. The path to Konoha Hospital had never felt as interminable as it did today. Every step Naruto took while cradling Hinata felt painfully stiff. The girl was light, nearly weightless. Yet her softness burned against him like a red-hot iron, causing him discomfort. The gazes of those around him were inescapable. Sakura, Kiba, Lee, his friends' eyes were all fixed on him, making him feel 100 times more uncomfortable than when he was the center of attention for pranks back in Ninja Academy. Naruto, are you coming back for me? Luffy's voice echoed from behind, causing Naruto to falter again, almost dropping Hinata. He steadied himself, quickening his pace without looking back, eager to escape this place of gossip. He did not understand. Not at all. Why had Hinata suddenly fainted? He had done nothing. Was it because he had been too wild while playing with Luffy? Or was she upset because of the pervy sage? Naruto's mind was a whirlwind, countless thoughts colliding chaotically, only to be dismissed one by one. He glanced down at Hinata's tranquil face, flushed with an unusual hue. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she breathed evenly, appearing as if she were truly asleep. "Hey, Hinata," Naruto murmured softly, "what's wrong with you?" Just then, the girl in his arms fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Her pure white pupils first reflected confusion, then froze as she recognized her surroundings. Her gaze met Naruto's perplexed face, mere inches away. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Naruto could feel Hinata's body tense as if it had turned to stone. 1 second, 2 seconds. Oh, Hinata emitted a nearly inaudible sound. Then, her head tilted. Her eyes closed, and she fainted once more. Hey, Naruto was utterly bewildered. What was this? Waking up only to fall asleep again. What kind of new sleep was this? He stood frozen in place, cradling the unconscious Hinata in his arms, his mind utterly incapable of processing the unfolding events. A muffled laugh echoed from a short distance away. Naruto turned abruptly, spotting Sanji, who was trying to stifle his laughter while holding a cigarette, his shoulders shaking. Beside him, Usopp exaggeratedly clutched his stomach and squatted down. Hey, what is so funny, you guys? Naruto exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over him. Nothing much. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, adopting the tone of an experienced observer. It's merely the scenery of youth, a bit too dazzling, perhaps. Idiot Naruto. Sakura rushed over, her face etched with frustration. What are you still doing here? Hurry and take her to the hospital. What if she is seriously hurt? Oh. Naruto snapped back to reality, clutching Hinata as he dashed toward the hospital, nearly jogging. Observing his frantic retreat, the Straw Hat crew and the ninjas from Konoha exchanged glances. Is that girl Hinata really going to be okay? Chopper asked, his round eyes filled with concern. Such emotional fluctuations can impose a significant burden on the heart. Sakura sighed, rubbing her temples. Don't worry, this is just her old condition. Old condition? Usopp curiously leaned in. What kind of illness is that? Is it the kind that makes her faint when she is near Naruto? In a low voice, Inuzuka Kiba remarked, pretty much. Usopp's eyes lit up. Wow, is there really such a disease? Or is it some sort of curse? Shut up, Usopp. Nami punched him on the head. Don't make jokes about other people's suffering. But it seems so amusing, Luffy said, munching on a piece of meat, his words muffled. I'm worried. Let us follow them to see what is happening, Sakura insisted, still anxious for the oblivious Naruto. I'll go too. Chopper immediately raised his hoof. I'm a doctor. The lovely ladies are in distress. How could I, as a knight, stand idly by? Sanji adjusted his suit and followed suit. Since that is the case, I'll join the fun too, Usopp grumbled as he trailed behind. Thus, a covert observation team composed of ninjas and pirates stealthily followed Naruto towards Konoha Hospital. Naruto sprinted down the street, cradling Hinata. Passers-by cast curious glances, intensifying the heat on his cheeks. Please, nothing else should go wrong. He prayed silently as he ran. Perhaps his prayers had an adverse effect. Hinata stirred in his arms once more. This time, she seemed somewhat prepared, not immediately fainting. However, as she registered that Naruto was carrying her in a standard princess carry while dashing through the streets of Konoha, her mind once again succumbed to overwhelming chaos. Naruto-kun. Her voice was barely a whisper, trembling. Ah, you're awake again. Naruto halted, looking down at her with surprise. That is wonderful. How do you feel? Is anything wrong? His face was so close that his warm breath brushed against Hinata's face, causing her world to spin anew. She saw Naruto's azure eyes, which clearly reflected her tomato-red face. She wanted to say she was fine, to ask him to put her down, to apologize for the trouble she caused. Yet, all the words that surged within her transformed into a mere fragmented murmur. Like, huh, what did you say? Naruto leaned closer, straining to hear. Washing dishes? Boom. Hinata felt as if something in her head had exploded. Her eyes rolled back, and once again, in a serene and decisive manner, she fainted. Hey, Hinata, why did you faint again? Naruto's lament echoed throughout the street. The concealed observation team behind the street corner had lost all patience. Twice now, Usopp noted calmly, holding up 2 fingers. That idiot. Sakura stomped her feet in frustration. Is he deaf? The girl has summoned all her courage to say that much. No, this can't be blamed on Naruto-kun. Sanji inhaled deeply, his expression serious. The princess's voice was too soft. And the words like and washing dishes do have a faint resemblance in certain contexts. We're speaking Chinese here. We don't understand Japanese. Chopper was panicking. What do we do? She fainted again. At this rate, her brain will suffer damage from repeated oxygen deprivation before we even reach the hospital. This is troublesome, Shikamaru, perched in a tree some distance away, covered his face and turned to leave. This is beyond my capacity to resolve. I'm going back to sleep. At that moment, Naruto was on the verge of tears. Holding Hinata, he felt as if he was cradling a volatile explosive, precariously unstable. He dared not run any faster, fearing that any jolt might awaken her and cause her to faint again. Instead, he moved at an excruciatingly slow and steady pace toward the hospital. Hinata, he murmured, gazing down at the girl in his arms, adopting an almost pleading tone. Please don't wake up again, I beg you. Just stay asleep until we reach the hospital. All right, I'm a bit scared. He truly was frightened. This inexplicable and uncontrollable situation left him feeling powerless. As if in response to his request, Hinata remained peacefully nestled in his arms, not waking at all. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the familiar white building of Konoha Hospital appeared in his view. We're saved. A surge of elation coursed through him as he dashed toward the hospital doors. Doctor, nurse, someone please. We have a fainted person here. A nurse rushed over at the sound of his voice. Upon seeing Hinata in Naruto's arms, she immediately grew tense and wheeled over a stretcher. Quick, place her on here. Okay. Naruto cautiously bent down, ready to lay Hinata on the stretcher. Just as his arms were about to release her, fate decided to showcase its cruel sense of humor once more. Hinata's eyelids fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, first gazing at the hospital's white ceiling, then the anxious face of the nurse, and finally, Naruto's face, which finally bore a look of relief. She understood. She had been carried by Naruto-kun all the way to the hospital, causing him an immense hassle. Moreover, the entire village had likely witnessed her plight. Shame, guilt, panic, and a hint of indescribable sweetness washed over her like a tsunami, instantly overwhelming her reason. I'm sorry. She mustered her last ounce of strength to utter those 3 words. Then, under the dazed gazes of Naruto and the nurse, and the watchful eyes of the entire observation team hidden in the corner, her head tilted, and for the 3rd time, she perfectly fainted. Naruto, nurse. Naruto remained frozen in his bent position. Slowly, he lifted his head, his voice trembling on the brink of collapse as he turned to the nurse and asked, Is there any hope for her in this state? Chapter 34. The Hyuga family splits open. My young lady has brought back a bunch of monsters. At the entrance of the hospital, the air felt as if it had solidified into ice. The experienced nurse, who had encountered a myriad of bizarre injuries, from unfortunate souls blown apart by explosive tags to martial artists who twisted their bones during training, swore she had never seen such a strange case before. Repeated fainting? Or was it a precise, condition-triggered, continuous shock? Is there any hope for her in this state? Naruto's despairing question, tinged with a hint of tears, pierced through the suffocating silence like a needle, bursting the stagnant atmosphere. In the distance, Usopp could no longer contain himself. He gasped for air, laughter erupting uncontrollably. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground as he concealed his face, his shoulders shaking violently, clearly reaching his breaking point. Silence. Sakura delivered a sharp knock on Usopp's head, though her own lips quivered with suppressed laughter. The nurse, finally recovering from her shock, forcibly suppressed her sense of absurdity with her professional demeanor, directing another arriving medical ninja to assist in lifting the now peacefully slumbering Hinata onto a stretcher for the 3rd time. A preliminary assessment indicated that emotional distress had led to a temporary lack of blood supply to the brain. As the nurse pushed the stretcher inward, She regarded Naruto with an expression reminiscent of observing a prehistoric creature. You are Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? What on earth have you done to the young lady of the Hyuga clan? I did nothing. I absolutely did nothing. Naruto protested vehemently, his agitation palpable. He had merely held her, intending to bring her to the hospital. How did it come to this? At that moment, a calm, yet weary voice resonated from behind the crowd. Everyone, cease your antics. Kakashi appeared like a ghost, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes. Following him were Tsunade and Shizune, their expressions grave. The presence of the Hokage instantly quelled the commotion. Tsunade disregarded the farce, her gaze fixated on Naruto, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions that made his heart tighten: sadness, resolve, and a glimmer of expectation he could not comprehend. Hinata's condition will be personally addressed by Shizune. Her voice was hoarse but authoritative. Naruto, come with me. We have important matters to discuss. Naruto hesitated, observing Tsunade's serious demeanor. Realizing that the time which had stalled due to the perverse antics of the pervert sage was about to resume its course. He instinctively glanced at Hinata being wheeled into the emergency room, then turned to Luffy and the others. Luffy, clutching the last piece of grilled meat, tilted his head and mumbled, "Are we going to fight?" Naruto shook his head, then nodded, inhaling deeply as determination replaced the confusion and panic in his gaze. "Tsunade Baba, I will follow you." In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling. Tsunade pushed a scroll across the desk towards Naruto. "This is intelligence sent back from Sage Fukasaku in Myobokuzen regarding pain." As Naruto grasped the scroll, his fists clenched tightly upon reading the blood-written cipher, and the phrase indicating that pain's true form was not of the 6 paths. Jiraiya's death could not be left unavenged. Tsunade's voice was somber. However, pain's power exceeds that of a conventional ninja. He single-handedly annihilated the entirety of Amigate Cure. Thus, I require strength, do I not? Naruto lifted his gaze, flames igniting within his azure eyes. Indeed, Tsunade regarded him steadily, recalling that Jiraiya had once possessed a power he could not fully master. Now, you are the only one with the potential to surpass him, Sage Mode. Myobokuzen, Naruto murmured. Kakashi will instruct you in deciphering the cipher left by Sage Fukasaku. After that, you will immediately depart from Myobokuzen for training. Tsunade stood and approached the window, gazing down at the village below. Our time is limited. Naruto nodded firmly. Just before exiting the office, he paused and turned back to ask, "Tsunade Baba, what about Luffy and the others?" Tsunade remained silent for a moment, recalling the scene where Luffy had clumsily comforted Naruto, and the barbecue party that had healed the village's sorrowful atmosphere. "They are not our enemies," she spoke slowly. "At least not for now. I will arrange suitable accommodations for them." "That's a relief," Naruto sighed, turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Tsunade rubbed her temples and addressed Kakashi, "You take care of it. Arrange for them to stay with the Hyuga clan." "What?" Kakashi's single eye widened in disbelief. "Hokage-sama, that may not be appropriate." The Hyuga clan was the most traditional and rule-abiding family in Konohagakure. Placing the Straw Hat crew among them would be akin to tossing a lit fuse into a powder keg. Precisely because of that, it is the most suitable arrangement. Tsunade turned, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Aside from the Hyuga clan, where else in the village can we keep an eye on that motley crew without inciting their disdain?" The Byakugan of the Hyuga is the finest surveillance tool. With a mischievous grin, Tsunade added, "I simply wish to observe the delightful chaos that will ensue when the most unruly group resides in the most disciplined household. Let us bring some levity to this dreary village." Kakashi, witnessing the mischievous glint in Tsunade's eyes, felt his stomach churn in anticipation of the impending chaos within the Hyuga household. When Kakashi relayed this decision to the Straw Hat crew, their reactions varied widely. "Stay at Hinata's home." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is there meat there?" The Hyuga clan is a prestigious family in Konoha, so they will not skimp on food. Kakashi replied, exasperated. "Oh, that is fantastic. Let us go." Luffy immediately raised his hand in agreement. "To disturb such a lovely lady does not align with my chivalry." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, yet his concern for Hinata lingered. "However, since it is Hokage-sama's arrangement, we cannot refuse. It will be a good opportunity to check on how Hinata is recovering." "A family full of Byakugan? Sounds intriguing." Nico Robin smiled, seemingly captivated by the ancient ninja clan. Zoro leaned against the wall, arms crossed and eyes closed, indifferent. "As long as there's a place to sleep and drink, I'm fine." Thus, under Kakashi's guidance, This peculiarly mismatched group set off towards the heart of Konoha, the residence of the Hyuga clan. Upon their arrival, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. It was an expansive estate, steeped in traditional elegance, with white walls and black tiles, adorned with flying eaves and intricately carved brackets. Every detail exuded an air of solemnity, tranquility, and an unmistakable aura of inviolability. At the entrance, two Hyuga clan members, clad in traditional attire, stood stoically, resembling stone sentinels. The stark contrast between this solemn atmosphere and the free-spirited, boisterous nature of the Straw Hat crew was striking, almost catastrophic. "Wow, what a huge house!" Luffy exclaimed. "Super. This structure is incredibly archaic. If I were to renovate it, it could transform into a super battle fortress." Frankie struck a classic pose. "Such a refined dwelling. I wonder if the ladies inside would allow me a glimpse of their—" "Shut up, skeleton." Nami punched Brook on the head. After Kakashi concluded discussions with the guards, a serious-faced Hyuga steward emerged. He first bowed respectfully to Kakashi, then surveyed the Straw Hat crew. Upon encountering the motley assortment before him, Rubber Man, algae-haired swordsman, curly-haired cook, long-nosed trickster, alluring navigator, blue-nosed raccoon, cunning historian, bizarre cyborg, and a talking, explosive-headed skeleton, the steward's stoic demeanor cracked ever so slightly. Just then, a figure hurried from deep within the estate. It was Hinata, clad in a clean kimono. Her complexion was still pale, yet her spirits appeared significantly lifted, undoubtedly due to Shizun's effective medical ninjutsu. "Lady Hinata," the steward immediately bowed deeply. Tian Tsilong, the butler, was informed that these guests had been arranged by Lord Hokage, and he was instructed to prepare their accommodations. Hinata's voice remained soft, and she dared not meet anyone's gaze. "Yes, miss," the butler replied respectfully, despite his mind swirling with questions. Thus unfolded one of the most peculiar and bizarre scenes in the history of Konohagakure. Within the solemn and immaculate Hyuga estate, the shy, gentle, and demure eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan walked ahead, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, leading the way. Following her was a motley crew capable of unsettling any ordinary person. A curious young boy with a straw hat stretched his neck, attempting to glimpse the construction of the roof. A green-haired man carrying 3 swords surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment, clearly showing signs of having lost his way. A man in a suit, his curly hair framing his face, followed Hinata with wide, enamored eyes, murmuring praises of the pure and immaculate princess. A long-nosed marksman boasted about a stone giant he had once defeated with a slingshot, while a cyborg, towering with a massive metallic frame, made the wooden floor groan under each heavy step. A living skeleton moved with grace, occasionally attempting to crack jokes about bones to the passing Hyuga clan members. Lastly, a charming raccoon with a blue nose carried a small bag, its eyes brimming with curiosity about medicinal herbs. The Hyuga branch family members, hiding in the shadows, observed this procession resembling a parade of otherworldly spirits led by their esteemed eldest daughter into the innermost courtyard of the clan. An elder of the Hyuga clan, holding a teacup, found his hand trembling uncontrollably. What on earth were those creatures? Chapter 35. I am not a raccoon. I am a reindeer. The residence of the Hyuga clan was less a home and more a silent fortress constructed of rules and bloodlines. The air was infused with the peculiar scent of ancient incense, pristine to an immaculate degree. The corridors were straight, and every pine tree and patch of moss in the courtyard appeared meticulously arranged, adhering to some ancient aesthetic. Every passing Hyuga clan member, regardless of age or gender, donned similar plain kimonos, moving silently with straightened backs and devoid of any superfluous expression. As they witnessed Hinata leading such a peculiar assembly, they merely cast sidelong glances, their pure white eyes betraying no emotion. Yet the atmosphere of scrutiny and exclusion felt like countless invisible needles pricking at the Straw Hat crew. Wow, do the people here walk without making a sound? Luffy wondered aloud, attempting to mimic their movements by tiptoeing, only to nearly trip over himself. Hey, Luffy, don't act up. Behave, Nami cautioned in a hushed tone, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Sanji wore a serious expression, acutely aware of Hinata's slightly trembling shoulders. This princess seemed even more nervous in her own home than outside. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a crisp yet cold voice shattered the stillness. Sister. Everyone halted. At the corner of the corridor stood a younger girl, even younger than Hinata. She had deep brown hair and wore a kimono similar to Hinata's. Yet her demeanor was entirely different. If Hinata was a shy flower in a greenhouse, this girl was a blade unsheathed, glinting with cold light. Her Byakugan eyes were sharper than any other Hyuga clan member, as if they could pierce the very soul. Hyuga Hanabi, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and Hinata's younger sister. Hinata stiffened visibly, lowering her head as she murmured, "Hanabi." Hanabi did not respond to her greeting, her gaze scanning the Straw Hat crew with the precision of a scanner. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Zoro's 3 swords, then on Frankie's metallic body, before finally settling on the smallest member of the group, Chopper. Chopper, carrying his small backpack, curiously examined a previously unseen herb in the courtyard. Hanabi's brow furrowed slightly. "Sister, father did not say you could bring home those vagabonds and pets from outside." Her voice, though not loud, carried an icy sharpness. Since when had the threshold of the Hyuga estate become so low? "They are guests arranged by Lord Hokage." Hinata mustered the courage to defend. "Lord Hokage?" Hanabi scoffed. "Lord Hokage merely instructed you to accommodate them, not to lead them into the core courtyard of the clan. You're overstepping your boundaries again, sister. Always so weak." It's no wonder. Her words trailed off, but her disdainful gaze conveyed everything. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew shifted. Though Luffy did not fully comprehend, he sensed the atmosphere had turned tense, his smile fading. Sanji's brows knitted together, his fists discreetly clenching. However, the scene erupted when Hanabi approached Chopper, towering over him, and poked his hat with her finger. "This raccoon is rather cute, and its fur is decent. It's the only thing you've brought back from your trip that is somewhat presentable." The air thickened instantaneously as all eyes turned to Chopper. The blue-nosed reindeer froze, as if time had been paused. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A raccoon? Chopper slowly raised his head, his tiny hooves pointing to his own nose, disbelief trembling in his voice. "Do not worry," Hanabi said, her tone dripping with condescension, tinged with a hint of pity reserved for pets. "Although you are brought back by my sister, I will instruct the servants to prepare the finest feed for you." Usopp nearly choked on his breath, having experienced this routine countless times. "Who is a raccoon, you jerk?" A thunderous roar erupted within the silent Hyuga estate. Chopper's fur bristled as he tossed aside his small backpack, dancing with indignation. His comical antics paired with his furious expression created an odd sense of cuteness. "Look closely. I have hooves. I have antlers. I am a reindeer who ate the Hito no Mi. Not a raccoon, you blind little girl." For the first time, Hanabi's expression cracked. What had she just heard? This raccoon was speaking? Not only her, but every Hyuga clan member who had rushed to the scene stood petrified. They widened their pure white eyes, staring at the prancing, articulate raccoon, feeling their decades-long perceptions of life and the ninja world shatter in an instant. "Sister." Hanabi's voice wavered. Her finger pointed at Chopper as she looked at Hinata. "Chopper, he really can talk," Hinata explained in a hushed tone. "Jerk. Don't look at me like I'm some rare creature." Chopper fumed. "I am a doctor. I am the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat crew. I am not some pet." "A doctor?" Hanabi's mouth twitched as she struggled to regain her composure, attempting to process this surreal scene with her brilliant mind. Speaking creatures were not unheard of in the ninja world, such as powerful summoning beasts. Yet this raccoon bore no trace of chakra, appearing to be just an oddly peculiar animal. And yet, it claimed to be a doctor? Just based on that. A raccoon? The pride of Huahua rendered her unable to accept this absurd situation. She reverted to her icy tone, attempting to reclaim dominance through her words. "Let us not joke around. Regardless of whether you can speak, it does not alter the fact that you are a beast. In our Rishang family, one must adhere to the rules of the Rishang clan." This statement ignited Choba's fury completely. "I detest self-righteous individuals like you." Choba roared, his body beginning to undergo drastic transformation. For enhancement. In the next moment, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, that adorable raccoon dog expanded instantly. Its once soft brown fur became as hard and dense as steel needles, forming an enormous, round fur ball, akin to a wall, completely separating him from Huahua. This sudden burst of momentum caused Huahua to instinctively take a step back, assuming a ready stance for her gentle fist technique. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" A Rishang clan guard exclaimed in disbelief. "No, there is no chakra. This has nothing to do with ninjutsu." Another seasoned Jonin clearly observed with his Byakugan that within that creature, there was no chakra network whatsoever. But that is not the end of it. Choba's voice emerged from the fur ball, filled with a deep, resonant anger. "Arm strength enhancement." The massive fur ball rapidly shrank, replaced by Choba's upper body, which became immensely muscular. His arms bulged with sinewy muscles, his hooves larger than a bull, exuding explosive power. He supported himself with those robust arms, his copper bell-sized eyes glaring fiercely at Huahua. Do you still think I'm a pet? Huahua was rendered utterly speechless. Her mind had crashed. A talking raccoon dog. A raccoon dog capable of transformation. A raccoon dog exuding an overwhelming presence post-transformation. What on earth is this creature? Sister, where on earth did you bring back such a monster? A hint of pure terror, befitting her age, crept into Huahua's voice. Yo-ho-ho, Miss Huahua. Our ship's doctor has quite a temper. Brooke's skeletal figure had approached at some point, his hollow eye sockets fixated on Huahua. By the way, may I have the pleasure of admiring your get lost, skeleton? Nami's iron fist landed with precision once more. The entire courtyard of the Rishiang family descended into utter chaos. The elder clutched his heart, feeling he might follow in the footsteps of the third Hokage at any moment. The younger clan members wore expressions of sheer terror, gazing at the group that seemed to have burst forth from another world. At that moment, the previously silent Rishiang Rizu slowly opened his eyes deep within the main residence. His Byakugan penetrated the layers of walls and courtyards, clearly perceiving all that transpired. His expression remained impassive as he lifted his teacup, gently sipping. The attendant beside Rizu spoke nervously. Rizu set down his teacup, his voice calm and unperturbed. Huahua, cease your actions. Chapter 36. Gentle fist ineffective. One punch strikes rubber. Stop. The voice, though not loud, seemed to carry a magical authority, instantly resonating throughout the tumultuous courtyard. This sound did not emanate from any individual in the courtyard, but rather from the depths of the main residence, symbolizing the highest authority of the Rishiang clan, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. As Huahua, poised in her gentle fist stance, tensed her body as if faced with a formidable enemy, she trembled violently. It was her father's voice. The fear and vigilance on her face were instantly replaced by an instinctual sense of absolute obedience. Almost reflexively, she lowered her stance, straightened her back, and deeply bowed toward the main residence, respectfully responding, "Yes, father." On the other side, Choba, maintaining his arm's strength-enhanced form, was momentarily stunned by this sudden voice. He could sense that the voice's owner was immensely powerful. It exuded a regal authority that was entirely different from the ninjas he had previously encountered. As Huahua retreated, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly eerie. All the members of the Rishiang clan held their breath, aware that having the clan head speak personally indicated that matters had transcended the ordinary. In the deathly silence, the heavy paper sliding door of the main residence was silently drawn open. A figure slowly emerged, dressed in a simple white kimono, tall and serious in demeanor. With long black hair, he did not consciously release any aura, yet as he appeared, the air of the entire Rishiang estate seemed to freeze. He stood there, like the heart of this white fortress, governing all rules and order within. The current head of the Rishiang clan, Rishiang Rizu. Father. Huahua's voice grew more respectful, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Rizu. The surrounding clan members bowed in unison, their heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Rishiang Rizu paid no mind to anyone. His footsteps were slow, treading silently on the clean stone pathway. One step at a time, he approached the Straw Hat crew. Then, he raised his head. Those pure white, emotionless eyes scrutinized the group of foreigners for the first time at such close range. With a low growl, the veins at the corners of Rishiang Rizu's eyes bulged. Byakugan, this eye technique, renowned as the strongest for reconnaissance and insight in Konoha, was unleashed without reservation. In his sight, the world was instantly deconstructed, everything transforming into a network of chakra and flow. This was the power the Rishiang clan took pride in, capable of discerning the essence of all things. Yet in the next moment, a slight, nearly imperceptible tremor appeared on Rishiang Rizu's eternally stoic face. His pupils constricted. What did he see? The straw hat-wearing lad bore no chakra network. Instead, there was a peculiar, convoluted structure reminiscent of gelatin, filled with elasticity and resilience. Entirely inconsistent with biological structure. The green-haired swordsman, wielding 3 swords, also lacked a formed chakra, yet within his flesh and bones lay an extraordinary, terrifying essence. That essence condensed as if tangible, particularly potent in his arms and heart, to the extent that it caused a stinging sensation in Rishiang Rizu's Byakugan. This was not a body that a human should possess. The golden-haired chef's chakra was amiss. That was not chakra. It was a violent energy, burning like flames, concentrated entirely in his legs. And that enormous cyborg, half flesh and half cold steel, with some mysterious liquid running through its circuits. It was akin to a moving puppet mechanism. Most absurd of all was the skeleton. Rishiang Rizu's Byakugan could pierce through flesh, discerning the contours of the soul. However, when he gazed at the skeleton clad in formal attire, he saw a pale blue, ghostly energy, forcibly bound within a lifeless skeletal structure. This defied life and death, overturning the cycle of reincarnation. As for the raccoon dog that had just transformed, its insides were a chaotic amalgamation, as if containing several entirely different life forms. Rishiang Rizu felt a buzzing in his brain. His Byakugan, once heralded for its ability to perceive essence, felt like a farce in this moment. He could not discern a single individual he could comprehend. These beings, these creatures, bore no established chakra network. The power upon which they relied for survival and combat was entirely different from the foundational chakra of the ninja world. Tsunade, that woman, was not merely sending the Rishiang clan to monitor these pirates. She was using the Rishiang clan's most formidable cage to isolate these incomprehensible monsters. Rishiang Rizu's heart sank little by little. As the head of his household, he instantly grasped the terrifying implications of the situation at hand. It signified that all the conventional wisdom of the ninja world, every combat system, and every proud bloodline limit could potentially become ineffective before this group of individuals. For instance, the gentle fist. A chilling thought flashed through Hinata Hisashi's mind. He needed to confirm it. He had to personally verify whether his ominous suspicion was indeed true. In the next moment, his figure moved. Swiftly, at an unprecedented speed. The Konoha ninjas present, including Nami and Usopp, could merely catch a glimpse of a white shadow darting by. Hinata Hisashi abruptly materialized before Luffy, his movements flowing like water. Imbued with the elegance of ancient martial arts and lethal intent, he extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and precisely targeted an acupuncture point on Luffy's chest. Gentle Fist's acupuncture technique. This was the foundation of the Gentle Fist, embodying its essence. By infusing chakra into the enemy's body, it directly disrupts the chakra network, halting the flow of chakra, and a single strike could render the opponent paralyzed. In Hisashi's expectation, this strike would cause the seemingly leading Straw Hat Kid before him to collapse instantly, losing all ability to resist. He had even prepared for potential counterattacks from others. However, a bizarre sound, akin to that of poking a rubber ball, echoed. Hisashi's finger did indeed strike the target with precision. Nevertheless, the invasion of chakra he anticipated and the disruption of the network did not occur at all. The area his finger touched caved in, forming an exaggerated arc. The chakra, potent enough to cut through gold and stone, vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Luffy glanced down at his indented chest, and then back up at Hisashi, wearing a perplexed expression identical to that he had when stabbed by Haiden. Uncle, are you tickling me? Time stood still. Space froze. All the members of the Hyuga clan present, be it Hanabi or the elders and guards from the main and branch families, were petrified as if under a binding spell. Their expressions transitioned from shock to bewilderment, then to existential doubt, ultimately dissolving into blankness. The Gentle Fist, a martial art revered for a millennium, the strongest style in Konoha, had been rendered ineffective by the head of the clan himself. Not only ineffective, but the opponent perceived it as mere tickling. A muffled laugh escaped someone. Usopp was the first to break the silence. He quickly covered his mouth, but his vigorously shaking shoulders betrayed him. Following him was Frankie, who let out a low, super. Then Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings tinged with amusement. This was more humiliating for the Hyuga clan than any insult could ever be. Hisashi slowly retracted his hand, trembling not out of rage, but from an inexplicable fear rooted deep within his soul. He gazed into Luffy's clear yet foolish eyes and sensed the dissonance of reality. There truly existed a being who transcended his understanding and defied all reason. "Father!" Hanabi cried out, unable to accept the reality before her. Hisashi raised his hand to silence her. He took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous emotions within him, restoring his calm demeanor. He looked at Hinata, his voice hoarse, as if each word was squeezed from between clenched teeth. "Hinata." "Why, yes, father." Hinata replied nervously. "Take the guests to the best courtyard for rest," Hisashi pronounced. articulating each word with gravity, ensuring all reasonable requests were met. Convey my orders. No one from the Hyuga clan shall engage in conflict with the guests. Violators will face family punishment. Having said this, he turned abruptly, not casting another glance at the Straw Hat crew, and swiftly returned to the main residence, his back betraying a hint of disarray. The entire courtyard of the Hyuga estate fell into a profound silence. Just as Hinata was preparing to lead everyone away from this place of turmoil, Luffy suddenly shouted towards the main residence, "Hey, that white-eyed uncle. When is dinner at your place? I'm hungry." Crash. A distinct sound of a teacup shattering echoed from deep within the main residence. Chapter 37. The head of the Hyuga clan's teacup could not be preserved. Luffy's cry, filled with a pure yearning for food, reverberated like the horn of final judgment over the silent courtyard of the Hyuga estate. "Hey, white-eyed uncle. When is dinner at your place? I'm hungry." Crash. The sound of porcelain being crushed became the sole echo of his inquiry. The head of the clan had lost composure. The man who was perpetually as unyielding as an iceberg, whose very breath seemed to follow ancient rhythms, had shattered his beloved teacup in his own home. In the courtyard, all Hyuga clan members, including the previously arrogant Hanabi, stood like puppets stripped of their souls, frozen in place. Their Byakugan eyes forgot to close, staring vacantly at the seemingly unaffected guests. What did that Straw Hat kid just call the head of the clan? White-eyed uncle. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a form of pure, unrefined ignorance, a raw force capable of shattering the worldviews of those who sought to construct society through hierarchy, rules, and etiquette. Hinata felt her world crumbling inch by inch. Her cheeks flushed crimson and then turned pale, her entire being swaying as if she wished to dig a hole and bury herself. "I'm so sorry. Mr. Luffy didn't mean any harm. He just," Hinata stammered, bowing repeatedly in a desperate attempt to explain. "He was just hungry." Sanji exhaled a perfect smoke ring, calmly interjecting, as if stating an irrefutable fact. "Our captain doesn't think clearly when he's hungry." Zoro yawned, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, muttering, "Indeed. A hungry Luffy is more troublesome than a sea king." "Exactly. Eating is the most important." Chopper nodded vigorously in agreement. The calm demeanor of the Straw Hat crew contrasted sharply with the collective petrification of the Hyuga clan, creating the most absurd scene imaginable. "Hinata." Hisashi's voice once more resounded from the main residence, but it now bore an extreme strain, as though each word was forced through gritted teeth. "Take the guests to the secluded courtyard." "Yes, father," Hinata replied as if granted a reprieve, her voice almost breaking. She dared not linger, turning swiftly, mustering all her strength to conjure a smile more grotesque than tears. "Please, this way." The so-called secluded courtyard was the most remote and tranquil area of the Hyuga estate, typically reserved for wayward branch family members to reflect or for guests of special status who wished to remain discreet. The courtyard was expansive, adorned with white sand and surrounded by green bamboo, each aspect radiating a sense of zen and propriety. However, this tranquility was utterly shattered the moment the Straw Hat crew stepped through the entrance. "Wow, this place is huge. Is there somewhere to grill meat?" Luffy dashed in first, eagerly scanning for anything related to food. "Humph. The decor is too plain, not super at all." Frankie adjusted his sunglasses, pondering whether to install an automatic sensing and laser security system on the paper sliding doors here. "What a refined place this is. I wonder if the ladies here would grant me the pleasure of admiring their beauty." However, Nami's iron fist landed squarely on Brook's head, effectively halting a question that would undoubtedly lead to diplomatic disaster. Meanwhile, Zoro, upon entering the courtyard, decisively chose the right path, vanishing into a grove of bamboo as he contemplated whether the left path might be shorter. Sanji immediately noticed the timid Hinata branch family maidens sent to serve them. He transformed into a whirlwind of affection, rushing towards them and eloquently praising the purity of their white eyes. Startled by this sudden display, the maidens retreated, their faces a mixture of fear, shyness, and confusion. Usopp and Chopper huddled behind Robin, the former devising 100 escape plans for the strongest assassin clan, while the latter curiously observed the bulging veins at the corners of the Hyuga clan members' eyes. Only Nico Robin, with keen interest, surveyed the architectural style of the courtyard and smiled at Hinata, saying, "Miss Hyuga, your family's history must be quite fascinating." Hinata, witnessing this swarm of guests akin to a locust invasion, glanced at her frightened kin and felt her chakra beginning to flow backward. Taking a deep breath, She instructed the flustered maidens, "Please prepare tea and fresh garments for our guests. Dinner will be served shortly." "Yes, Miss Hinata." The maidens, relieved, swiftly escaped the tumultuous scene. Later that evening, within the main residence, Hyuga Hizashi sat cross-legged in an empty room, a pile of shattered white teacups scattered across the floor before him. Opposite him knelt several elders of the Hyuga clan, each wearing an expression of utmost gravity. "You all witnessed it, did you not?" Hizashi's voice was cold. "Indeed." Head of the clan, a gray-bearded elder solemnly replied. "The internal structure of that group is unprecedented, particularly that straw hat boy. I have observed him thrice with my Byakugan, and his body resembles a formless mass of clay. Gentle Fist is ineffective against them." Hizashi articulated the critical conclusion, causing the elders to shudder. The Gentle Fist is the foundation of the Hyuga clan, their pride as the strongest martial arts faction in Konoha. Yet today, that pride was shattered in the most absurd manner. "What of Hanabi?" Hizashi inquired further. "The second young lady is in her courtyard, venting her frustration with Kaiten." An elder answered in a hushed tone, "She seems greatly affected." "Affected? She is more than that." At that moment, Hyuga Hanabi knelt in her dojo, hands on the ground. Gasping for breath, she could not comprehend why that pet raccoon transformed, why its power did not belong to Chakra, why her father's gentle fist failed, why that straw hat boy dared to call her father Uncle White Eyes, and why her father did not execute him on the spot. Countless whys gnawed at her proud heart like venomous snakes. The elite education she received since childhood, the worldview she had constructed, was shattered this afternoon by that group of joyous vagabonds. Head of the clan, Lady Tsunade has placed these individuals with us with malicious intent. Another elder could not help but exclaim, "This is not mere surveillance. It is akin to locking uncontrollable beasts within our home." "No," Hizashi slowly shook his head, his white eyes flickering with unprecedented calm and depth. "Tsunade is not trying to trouble us. She is seeking assistance." The elders were taken aback. "She placed these rule-breaking individuals with us precisely because the Hyuga clan is the most rule-abiding family in Konoha," Hizashi articulated deliberately. "She wishes to observe what occurs when order clashes with chaos. She needs data, intelligence to prepare for potential future events. How shall we respond?" After a moment of silence, Hizashi gradually closed his eyes. "Convey this message. Seal all information. From now on, the quiet courtyard is a forbidden zone, except for Hinata and those responsible for delivering meals. No one is permitted to approach. Fulfill all their requests, no matter how absurd, as long as they do not destroy the house. Let them be. Our task is not to resist, but to observe." Hizashi opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. "Hinata." "Yes, father." Hinata, who had been kneeling outside the door, promptly replied. "For dinner, provide them with the finest grilled meat in the village, 10-fold portions." "Yes." Although Hinata was perplexed, she immediately complied. Soon, night fell, as mountains of sizzling, oil-dripping prime grilled meat were served in platters to the quiet courtyard. An uproarious cheer erupted, loud enough to lift the roof. The banquet commenced, or rather, a public execution of the Hyuga clan's traditions, etiquette, and worldview began. The serving Hyuga clansmen stared blankly at Luffy, who devoured a towering pile of meat within 3 minutes, his stomach showing no sign of expansion. They watched as Sanji elegantly savored the food while delivering a less than enthusiastic critique of Konoha's culinary skills. They observed Frankie extracting a small refrigerator, producing chilled cola, and shouting super as he toasted with Luffy. They witnessed Usopp and Chopper engaging in a full-blown battle over a piece of meat. They listened as Brook played the guitar, singing the melancholic yet incomprehensible Bink Sake. Meanwhile, the fearsome swordsman with green algae hair drank sake as though it were water, consuming the month's wages of several servants in mere moments. The elder tasked with monitoring this spectacle hid on a distant rooftop, watching the chaotic scene through his Byakugan, his hands trembling slightly. He felt the centuries-old dignity and grace of the Hyuga clan being corroded and dismantled by the smoke of grilled meat. Just then, he saw that straw hat boy finish all the food before him, licking his lips in satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze towards the other end of the courtyard, where a temporary dining table had been set up for the monitoring elders. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of all the Byakugan, Luffy's right arm unexpectedly defied all physical laws and stretched instantaneously. Goma Goma no rocket. That hand accurately traversed dozens of meters, bypassing the artificial hill and weaving through the bamboo grove. seizing the last piece of pork belly from the chopsticks of a shocked Hyuga elder. With a swift motion, Luffy retracted his arm, stuffing the meat into his mouth and emitting a satisfied crunch. The elder, frozen in the act of picking up food, remained utterly petrified. Chapter 38. The Super Hyuga Courtyard. After a moment of silence, the dawn of the Hyuga estate, which should have been heralded by the morning training shouts of the main family members and the delicate footfalls of the branch family cleaning the courtyard, was now transformed. This sound, steeped in bloodline and tradition, filled with order and discipline, had vanished. As the first rays of sunlight crested the high walls and illuminated the courtyard, temporarily dubbed the Quiet Courtyard, all the observing Hyuga clansmen felt a chill emanating from the depths of their souls. The previous night's chaotic barbecue feast had utterly shattered their pride and self-respect built over centuries. The courtyard still lingered with an inescapable aura, a wicked scent of grilled meat and rich sauce. On the meticulously maintained white sandy ground, bones, bamboo skewers, and discarded empty bottles lay scattered about. More unsettling was the sight of the swordsman with green algae on his head, soundly asleep under a cherry blossom tree, which was being used as a marker, clutching 3 blades. The straw-hatted lad sprawled across the eaves, his belly emitting thunderous snores with every breath. Hinata Hizashi had not slept a wink all night. He sat in the main residence, gazing at the chaos with his Byakugan throughout the entire night. He attempted to extract even a modicum of logic, any semblance of order from this pandemonium. Yet, he met with failure. All he perceived was pure, unbridled freedom. A freedom unconfined by any rationality. A freedom that instilled fear within him. Send someone to clean this up. Hinata Hizashi's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with exhaustion. Yes, my lord, replied several branch family maidservants, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, with a somber resolve akin to that of approaching a gallows. They cautiously pushed open the gate of the Jingshin courtyard, carrying water basins and brooms. Their movements were gentle, fearful of awakening the slumbering demons. However, upon entering the courtyard, they discovered that one individual had already roused. Frankie, the cyborg exuding the scent of iron and oil, clad only in a pair of shorts, squatted in the center of the courtyard, arms crossed, scrutinizing the architecture of the Hinata residence with an expression of grave seriousness, even bordering on critical disdain. He shook his head, sighed, and muttered to himself, "This is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable." Frankie rose, adjusting his sunglasses with a pained tone. The design concept is far too antiquated. Fragile, inefficient, not a shred of super. He pointed at the washi sliding door, lauded for its classical beauty. Paper? A door made of paper? This is an insult to the very notion of defense. Such a flimsy barrier can't possibly safeguard the comrades inside. He then gestured toward the carefully arranged rock garden. A pile of sand and a few broken stones. What purpose do they serve? Can they be wielded as weapons? Can they fire lasers? Purely a waste of space. Finally, his gaze landed on the bamboo tube from which clear water trickled. The crisp sound of bamboo resonated, originally an exquisite touch of zen. The flow is so weak it barely cools my body. Moreover, the circulation system is rudimentary. The energy utilization is appallingly low. Each of Frankie's critiques struck the branch maidservants like a hammer to the heart. As the courtyard, a representation of the Hinata clan's aesthetic and refinement, was rendered worthless in the eyes of this cyborg. Just as they stood bewildered, Frankie suddenly broke into a grin, radiating confidence and fervor. "In that case, allow me to upgrade this place for you." Experience the super transformation from the genius, shipwright Frankie. As his words fell, under the terrified gaze of the maidservants, Frankie's arms emitted a series of mechanical transformation sounds. His arms split open, revealing a plethora of tools glinting with metallic sheen. Wrenches, welding guns, screwdrivers, drills, you name it. "Hey, what are you doing?" One bolder maidservant stammered. "What am I doing?" Frankie turned and gave her a thumbs up. "I'm transforming this old relic into a super invincible secret base worthy of our Straw Hat crew." Boom. With a tremendous crash, Frankie didn't bother dismantling gently. He simply smashed his fist into the washi sliding door, which symbolized the Hinata family's dignity, shattering it into a flurry of paper fragments. "Ah!" The maidservants shrieked in terror, dropping their tools and scrambling out of the courtyard toward the main residence. "My lord, it's bad. That cyborg is starting to tear down the house." The shrill cries pierced the morning tranquility of the Hinata estate. When Hinata Hizashi arrived, accompanied by a cohort of pallid-faced clan elders. They rushed to the Jingshin courtyard at breakneck speed, only to be halted in their tracks by the sight before them. In a mere half hour, the once elegant, serene courtyard, steeped in classical Zen aesthetics, had been utterly transformed. The wooden structure of the gate had been completely dismantled, replaced by a massive steel door, half a meter thick, glimmering with cold metallic luster. Affixed to it was a gigantic yellow pentagram emblem, embodying a rugged and flamboyant industrial punk style. On either side of the door, blue warning lights flashed incessantly. As one elder instinctively approached the door, a loudspeaker suddenly popped up above, emitting Frankie's signature booming voice, "Super. Welcome to Frankie's abode." With this thunderous announcement, the colossal steel door rose with a speed that belied its weight, producing a thunderous sound. The elder, frightened, fell to the ground in shock, pale-faced. Hinata Hisashi's eyes twitched violently. He suppressed the impulse to draw his blade and stepped into the courtyard. What he beheld would be etched in his memory forever. The white sand of the rock garden had been channeled by Frankie into a waterway, diverting water from the pond. At the end of this waterway stood an extraordinarily wild filtration and circulation system, constructed from heaps of scrap metal and gears. After filtration, the pond water was pumped into a gigantic star-shaped fountain sculpture, from which water gushed forth from its 5 points. The fountain's base was, astonishingly, a soda barrel, equipped with a switch and 3 buttons labeled Original, 0, Ice Cold. "Wow, Mr. Frankie, this invention is magnificent. Ice cold soda at any time," Skeleton Brook exclaimed, holding a teacup beneath the fountain to catch soda. The stones once regarded as mountains had been smoothed down, with haphazardly painted inscriptions. Cannon 1. Laser launch port, to be installed. Food launch well for Captain. The elegant bamboo tube had been transformed into an automatic refill device connected to the massive soda barrel. Whenever the bamboo tube filled with soda and rang, it triggered a mechanism causing a nearby scarecrow to hold up a sign that read "Super." "Wow, amazing. Frankie, I want one too." Luffy, who had awakened unbeknownst to anyone, gazed at the soda fountain with sparkling eyes, drool trickling from his mouth. "This is my super masterpiece. What do you think, Uncle?" Frankie, seeing Hinata Hisashi and his entourage, not only showed no sign of panic, but rather struck a proud pose with his hands on his hips, exclaiming, "I've named it the Hinata Heavy Industries Cyber Zen Multifunctional Combat Courtyard Number 1. Isn't it super compared to your old dilapidated courtyard?" Uffed. The eldest elder could no longer endure the immense mental shock. His eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing backward. "Elder, quick, call the medical team." The scene erupted into chaos. Hinata Hisashi stood rooted to the spot, motionless. The veins in his pure white eyes bulged, threatening to burst. He saw it clearly with his Byakugan. This cyborg had not merely altered the courtyard's exterior, he had reinforced the very foundation of the estate with unknown metals, even laying a dense network of energy conduits resembling wiring within the walls. He was not demolishing a house. He was building a nest. He was transforming the most sacred and orderly land of the Hinata clan into his own chaotic sanctuary, filled with steel, soda, and incomprehensible logic. "Do you know what you've done?" Hinata Hisashi's teeth ground together, each word squeezed from the depths of hell. "Of course." Fulanshi patted his chest, producing a resounding metallic clang. "I have optimized the structure, enhanced energy efficiency, and augmented both entertainment and defensive capabilities. This is a qualitative leap. You should be grateful to me. Would you care for a taste? I have specially crafted a Konoha-exclusive Super Cola." As he spoke, he pressed a crimson button. At the apex of the star-shaped fountain, a vigorous stream of brown, bubbling liquid shot forth, tracing a perfect parabola through the air before landing precisely before Hinata Hisashi. Chapter 39 Hisashi declared, "Bring me a glass." Chilled. The brown, effervescent liquid, exuding an unfamiliar, cloying sweetness, arched through the air with a precise and provocative trajectory, aimed directly at the head of the Hyuga clan. In that moment, time appeared to slow infinitely. Hisashi's Byakugan, capable of perceiving high-speed ninjas and discerning chakra flows from 100 meters away, effortlessly captured every detail of the liquid's flight. He could see each bubble burst, see the reflection of the proud face of that mechanized individual, Frankie, upon the surface of the liquid. Evade. With his speed, that would be a trivial task. He could even teleport before Frankie, delivering a soft yet wrathful blow infused with the fury of the Hyuga clan, imparting a lesson in decorum. Yet he could not. He was Hinata Hizashi, the head of the most ancient and prestigious family in Konoha. Behind him stood dozens of clan elites, both main and branch families. He represented the face of the Hyuga. If he dodged, it would signify fear that he was intimidated by this unprecedented method of attack. Such a notion would be more painful than death. To remain still? To allow this seemingly viscous and filthy liquid to splatter upon his immaculate white kimono, a symbol of his status as clan leader? That too would be an unbearable humiliation. Within a mere hundredth of a second, Hizashi's mind conducted a risk assessment far beyond any S-rank mission. For the first time, the heart that had been tempered to rock-like resilience showed a crack. He made his decision. He would neither evade nor block. He would bear this assault with the most composed and disdainful demeanor. Then, with the coldest and most severe measures, he would make this group of audacious intruders understand the true meaning of authority. However, just as the cola was about to be splashed upon him, an unexpected figure intervened. Yo-ho-ho! Brook, with an elegant bow reminiscent of a violinist, skillfully caught a flying teacup with his bony hand, precisely intercepting the incoming cola. Not a drop was spilled. "Mr. Frankie, your hospitality is truly warm," Brook said, presenting the bubbling cola to the astonished Hizashi. "Esteemed clan head, this is our shipwright's special concoction called Super Cola, known for its invigorating and revitalizing effects. Would you care to try some?" All eyes of the Hyuga clan focused intently on that cup of brown liquid. Hizashi gazed at the cup being offered by Brook, his eye twitching uncontrollably. He now faced a choice even more daunting than before: to accept or to decline. To refuse would appear petty, as if he feared this drink. To accept, did it truly mean he would drink it? "Drink, drink, Uncle Byakugan." From the rooftop, Luffy shouted while picking his nose. "This is so delicious. Way better than water." Hizashi's fists clenched tightly within his voluminous sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. He inhaled deeply, surveying the room with his Byakugan. He saw the shock, confusion, and even fear etched on the faces of his clan members. He noted Frankie's provocative grin and the naive, clear eyes of the straw-hatted boy. He understood he could not retreat. Today, if he took a step back, the dignity of the Hyuga clan would regress 100 years. Humph! Hizashi emitted a cold syllable from his nostrils. He extended his hand, cautiously accepting the teacup from Brook as though he were grasping a deadly poison. The moment the cup touched his palm, the icy sensation and slight tremor traveled through his fingertips. Inside, countless tiny bubbles jostled for dominance, hissing softly as they ascended. He brought the cup to his nose. A pungent aroma, a blend of caramel and an unfamiliar herbaceous sweetness, surged to his senses. Crude, barbaric, utterly lacking in refinement. This was his first impression of the liquid. Compared to the decades of savoring the refined bitterness of top-tier tea, this concoction seemed akin to sugar water meant for rustic children. Under the gaze of all, Hizashi maintained an impassive expression as he brought the cup to his lips. He intended merely to sample it before delivering the most scathing critique, thus preserving his sophisticated palate and unassailable authority. He gently sipped a small amount. The instant the brown liquid touched his tongue, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced exploded within his mouth. It was not merely taste, it was a physical assault. Countless minuscule bubbles detonated on his taste buds, palate, and throat, delivering an exquisite yet sharp sensation akin to tingling pain. Following this was an overwhelming, unrestrained sweetness that cascaded over all his taste defenses, striking his long-dormant heart with a violent jolt. After the sweetness came a more complex and profound flavor. It resembled herbs and spices, tinged with a hint of elusive bitterness, perfectly counterbalancing the nearly cloying sweetness. The icy liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. An indescribable feeling of refreshment surged from his abdomen to his brain. Hizashi felt every pore in his body open wide. His mind, previously clouded by fatigue and fury, became astonishingly clear. What is this? This damned concoction is rather good. No. Hizashi's inner self roared. This cannot be. How could I find such a crude substance enjoyable? This is a betrayal of the Hyuga clan's legacy, an affront to the tea ceremony. His face remained the same unyielding mask of ice, yet within, a tempest raged. He could even sense his chakra becoming slightly more active due to this sudden stimulus. Slowly, he lowered the teacup, producing a crisp sound. All held their breath, awaiting the clan leader's judgment. Absurd. Hizashi finally spoke, his voice as frigid as winter iron. Transforming the sacred courtyard into this grotesque steel junkyard is the ultimate desecration of aesthetics. His piercing gaze swept over the heavy steel gates, the crude rivets. The lack of elegance in the lines, nothing but a display of brute force. He pointed to the cola fountain, a monstrous creation of gears and scrap metal emitting nauseating noise while exuding a sickly sweet odor. This was not a courtyard, it was a grand latrine. Each word dripped with authority and reproach. The Hyuga clan members nodded in agreement. Their esteemed leader was, after all, the epitome of dignity. Frankie, however, remained unfazed. Hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Ha! Old man, you simply do not understand. This is called pragmatism. This is industrial aesthetics. Your antiquated notions are merely for show and serve no purpose. Mine can defend, supply, and host a party. Super. Such nonsense. Rushang Raju exclaimed sharply, feeling his blood pressure rise once more. Yet, curiously, this surge of anger seemed less uncontrollable than before. He even found the mental capacity to reflect, observing his surroundings. Although still perceiving them as grotesque, he recalled the words of the cyborg. All of this serves a purpose: defense, supply, and even entertainment. He quickly realized that what lay before him was not merely a chaotic assemblage of modifications, but rather a novel path. A path distinct from the world of ninjas. Brimming with vitality, chaos, and freedom. He fell silent, unable to continue his tirade, for he recognized the inadequacy of his vocabulary in the face of the others. It was as if they were not on the same wavelength, akin to playing the lute to a cow. This phrase surfaced in his mind. He had to put an end to this farce. Enough. He spoke with a tone of undeniable resolve, declaring that from this day forth, Jingshin Ting would be deemed a forbidden ground for the Hinata clan. Without his permission, no clan member shall approach it. The elders were taken aback. Master of the house. This. However, he disregarded the elders' protests, fixing his gaze upon Luffy and Frankie. You unruly lot. What further mischief can you conjure on this land? He framed his observation and surveillance as a form of permissiveness. This not only preserved the dignity of the Hinata family, but also prevented further escalation of conflict. With that, he dramatically flicked his sleeves and strode purposefully towards the main residence, his silhouette remaining as steadfast as a mountain, exuding the authority of a superior. Yet, to the trembling maid beside him, who held a tray, he whispered in a tone only she could hear, "Bring that strange-colored water to my room." The maid froze, believing she had misheard. His footsteps did not waver as he added, "It must be iced." Chapter 40. The Lost Swordsman. The morning at the Hinata estate commenced amidst a stifling sense of panic. The cause was the disappearance of the green-haired swordsman, Rorinoa Zoro. The previous night's barbecue party had spiraled into a wilder affair after Frankie baptized the master of the house with a cola fountain. Zoro, recognized as one of the few on board with remarkable drinking prowess, naturally indulged. He single-handedly consumed all the spirits reserved for the adult clan members, eventually leaning against the sakura tree adorned with neon lights and falling into a deep slumber, cradling his 3 swords. Everyone assumed he would sleep until the following noon. However, when the clan member assigned to monitor him summoned the courage to approach the transformed Jingshin Ting, they discovered the area beneath the sakura tree was utterly devoid of presence, save for a few empty wine jars exuding a potent aroma. Where is he? The man, whose very essence radiated the aura of a beast, had vanished into thin air. In an instant, the entire Hinata estate was enveloped in a flurry of activity. Quick! Report to the master. Seal all exits. He must still be within the estate. Activate Byakugan. Everyone, conduct a comprehensive search. We must find that man, even if it means turning the ground upside down. Upon receiving the report, Hinata Hizashi felt the teacup in his hand shatter once more. He had lost count of how many times this had happened. All he knew was that ever since these pirates moved in, his beloved tea set had suffered. Incompetence. Hizashi seethed quietly. A living person has disappeared under the watch of your dozens of Byakugan eyes? He immediately burst from the main residence, activating his Byakugan personally. A vast surge of chakra emanated from him, instantly granting him a 360-degree view of the entire Hinata estate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Hizashi's expression shifted from fury to disbelief, ultimately settling into a pallid silence. There was nothing. The man's life force had dissipated as if a drop of ink had plunged into the ocean, thoroughly vanishing from the Hinata family's domain. He escaped? How did he traverse through layers of guardians and barriers without alerting anyone? Hizashi could not comprehend. He could only conclude that these monsters had once again surpassed the common knowledge of ninjas. Immediately report to Hokage-sama. Hisashi's voice quivered slightly as he stated that the target, swordsman Zoro, had escaped control. Repeat, he has escaped control. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Roronoa Zoro ambled along, his expression one of irritation. He had merely awakened in search of a restroom, while also wishing to practice in the morning. He distinctly remembered that the eastern side of the Byakugan uncle's estate featured a splendid bamboo grove, perfect for wielding a sword. Thus, he walked straight toward the rising sun. He passed a pool that sprayed cola, remarking how obnoxious it was. Then he walked through a massive steel gate, observing how unsightly Frankie's modifications were. Next, he traversed a row of houses adorned with white curtains, finding the layout rather monotonous. When he finally regained his bearings, the scenery had entirely transformed. No longer were there the quaint, elegant Japanese structures, but rather a series of bustling shops and a throng of people. The air was thick with the aroma of food and the clamor of conversation. TCH, what the hell is this? Zoro frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of Wado Ikemonji. This estate is enormous, and they even built a commercial street into it? Such poor taste. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had wandered far from the Hinata estate. In his mind, he was merely circling the Byakugan uncle's courtyard. He arrived at a noodle shop bearing the Ichiraku sign, inhaling the rich scent of bone broth. Hey, old man, Zoro called to the proprietor busy with noodles. Ah, welcome. The owner nearly dropped his ladle upon catching sight of Zoro's fierce countenance and the 3 swords at his waist. Hey, I need directions, Zoro said impatiently. You can do it. How do I get to the main house? Main house. The owner and his daughter Ayam exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. You mean the most grand structure? The one with the stone lions at the entrance? Zoro struggled to describe. After a long pause, Ayam tentatively asked, Are you referring to the Hokage building? Hokage? Zoro contemplated, recalling something about the violent old woman's territory. No, I mean the Hinata clan. The Hinata clan's estate. The owner gasped. That's on the other side of the village. How did you get here? Huh. Zoro merely stood there, exuding an invisible pressure that sent beads of sweat down the owner's and Ayam's backs, compelling them to direct him. From here, go out along this main road. Keep going until you reach the end, then turn right. Ayam trembled as she pointed the way. Zoro frowned, finding the instructions cumbersome. Forget it. He turned and walked away, deciding to trust his instincts. He felt that the direction the girl indicated was incorrect. The true path must be this way. He confidently strode in the opposite direction from Ayam's guidance. The owner and Ayam watched his retreating figure, exhaling deeply, feeling as though they had just escaped the gates of hell. Meanwhile, Zoro, relying on his extraordinary intuition, successfully arrived at the gates of Konoha village after about 10 minutes of walking. Zoro gazed at the imposing village gate inscribed with the character for wood, lost in contemplation. What the hell? This estate's gate is quite grand. Just as he prepared to step outside to see the scenery beyond, 3 figures appeared within his line of sight. Finally finished the task. I'm exhausted. In the heart of the mountains, Jiangzhong Jingye stretched lazily and complained, This time, the reward for our mission must be a luxurious barbecue feast. Barbecue. Barbecue. Xiao Dao Dingxi echoed as he ambled along, pulling a bag of chips from his pocket and munching heartily. Honestly, what a hassle, Nara Shikamaru yawned, his hands tucked in his pockets, appearing utterly unawake. Returning home for some much-needed rest was his priority. They had just returned from a mission outside the village, the 10th squad known as the Pig, Deer, Butterfly Trio. Suddenly, Jingya's gaze was captured by a man with green hair standing at the entrance. Although his back was turned to them, his tall stature, the 3 swords at his waist, and the aura of cold indifference exuding from him created an undeniable allure. Wow, who is that man? He looks so cool. Pink bubbles of excitement appeared in Jingya's eyes. Dingxi followed her gaze, forgetting to chew his chips. He doesn't seem to be a ninja from our village, does he? Meanwhile, Shikamaru's sleepiness vanished the instant he spotted the distinctive green hair and 3 swords, replaced by a look of intense concern, as if he had encountered a formidable foe. Hey, you two, don't go over there, Shikamaru warned in a low voice, filled with apprehension. That guy is one of them. Them? Jingya was taken aback. Just then, Zoro turned around, locking eyes with the trio. Upon seeing Zoro's face, Jingya's heart skipped a beat, although a long scar ran down his left eye, giving him a fierce appearance. His rugged features and stoic demeanor illuminated by the sun, were undeniably striking. Though he fell short of Sasuke-kun's charm, he was certainly far more appealing than the oddities in their village. "Hey," Zoro began, his voice deep and commanding. "Where is this place?" His question left the pig, deer, butterfly trio momentarily stunned. "Huh." Jinnya blinked, instinctively replying, "This is the entrance to Konohagakure." Before she could finish her sentence, Shikamaru pulled her behind him. What a troublesome fellow, Shikamaru thought, intensely scrutinizing Zoro as his mind raced. The group of pirates had been assigned to stay at the Hyuga clan's residence, under the watchful eyes of the Hyuga family and the Umbu. So why was this most dangerous swordsman appearing alone at the village entrance? Where were the watchers? Where were the Hyuga clan members? Countless questions exploded in Shikamaru's mind, yet he maintained a calm facade. "You seem lost," Dinktse remarked bluntly, observing Zoro's bewildered expression. "Shut up. How could I be lost?" Zoro exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I was merely asking where this courtyard leads." "Courtyard? Entrance?" The expressions on Shikamaru, Jinnya, and Dinktse gradually shifted from vigilance to confusion, ultimately morphing into an indescribable peculiarity. Shikamaru stared at Zoro's self-righteous demeanor, as if the whole world owed him an explanation, and recalled his earlier question about where this place was. A preposterous possibility emerged in his mind. This monster, as strong as a beast, could not possibly be Hey. "I say," Shikamaru sighed, his voice tinged with an unprecedented weariness. "Are you referring to the Hyuga residence?" "Of course," Zoro replied, regarding him with a look of utter disbelief. Receiving an affirmative answer, Shikamaru covered his face in exasperation. "Ah, what a hassle. This is truly a hassle." He was now 100% certain. This being, capable of withstanding ninjutsu and intimidating ninjas merely with his presence, was utterly directionally challenged. Moreover, he treated the entirety of Konohagakure as if it were someone else's backyard, the ultimate lost soul. This was no longer merely a nuisance. It was a walking super threat, a potential disaster that could unsheath his sword at any moment due to a misdirection. Chapter 41. The escort target has disappeared again. Nara Shikamaru felt his mind, renowned as the most astute among the Konoha 12, sounding alarms at an unprecedented frequency. Trouble. Enormous trouble. The level of trouble had far surpassed anything he had encountered in his life, including but not limited to the Chunin exams, retrieving Sasuke, or even facing members of the Akatsuki. The very existence of this man, Roronoa Zoro, was a vile curse upon the words logic and common sense. A supreme lost soul who could wander through the entirety of Konohagakure as if it were someone else's home. A monster powerful enough to ignore ninjutsu, but incapable of finding his way home. This contradictory amalgamation sent Shikamaru's brain cells into a frenzy, each one screaming for a break. "Hey, I say," Shikamaru covered his face and released a long, weary sigh. "Come with me. I'll take you back to the Hyuga residence." "Huh, why should I follow you?" Zoro frowned deeper, scrutinizing Shikamaru with a discerning gaze. "I can find my way back on my own. Your own sense of direction led you straight from the Hyuga residence on the east side of the village to the entrance on the west side." Jiangzhong Jingya finally couldn't hold back a retort. Her admiration for this handsome man began to crack under the harsh reality of his ultimate lostness. Though still striking, how could someone be so hopelessly directionally challenged? "Shut up, woman. That was just an accident." Zoro's face darkened, feeling extremely displeased at being publicly exposed for his shortcomings. All right. Enough of the bickering," Xiao Dinktse interjected, attempting to mediate. He pulled out another bag of barbecue-flavored chips from his pocket. "Let us discuss this after having a snack." Shikamaru firmly placed a hand on Dinktse's shoulder, pulling him behind him. He couldn't risk this green-haired fellow becoming enraged and drawing his sword. "Listen," Shikamaru forced himself to focus, analyzing the situation with utmost simplicity. "You, wandering around the village alone, is dangerous. Not for you, but for the village. Now that you've come out, as ninjas of Konoha, we have the obligation to escort you back. Do you understand?" Huh. Though directionally challenged, Zoro was not foolish. He could discern the gravity in Shikamaru's tone, aware of their sensitive identities here. Fine. What a hassle, he ultimately conceded, primarily because he genuinely had no idea where the white-eyed elder's home was located. Seeing Zoro nod, Shikamaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Jinnya, Dinktse, mission update." Shikamaru immediately issued orders. "Our current task is to safely escort this gentleman back to the Hyuga estate. This is an A rank, no, an S-rank escort mission. We cannot let him out of our sight for even a second. Understood. Dingxi nodded solemnly. Leave it to me, Shikamaru. Jingye appeared eager. Though he was a lost soul, escorting such a strong and handsome man felt like something out of a shoujo manga. She could take the opportunity to learn more about this enigmatic figure. Thus, a peculiar escort team was formed, led by the exceptionally intelligent yet lethargic Nara Shikamaru, responsible for planning the route and managing unforeseen circumstances, accompanied by the beauty-driven Jiangzhong Jingye, who would engage in conversation to extract intelligence, and supported by the kind-hearted yet gluttonous Chiu Dao Dingxi, primarily tasked with eating. Their escort target was the formidable Roronoa Zoro, who bore 3 famed swords yet possessed a sense of direction that was decidedly negative. This way, Shikamaru pointed in the correct direction, his mind already calculating how to write the report upon their return and how to request compensation for mental distress from the Hokage. Jingye immediately sidled up to Zoro, flashing a charming smile as she asked, "So, Mr. Zoro, right? I heard from Kakashi-sensei about you. Did you really come from the sea? What is the ocean like? Is there really endless water?" Zoro glanced at her, but remained silent. He held little interest in the chattering woman. In contrast, Jingye remained undeterred, showcasing her social finesse. "Your hair is green. Is it natural? How unique. And your sword looks formidable. It must be quite heavy. What do you usually use it for?" "Chopping wood." Zoro's forehead twitched ominously. "Jingye, be quiet," Nara Shikamaru warned, not turning back. "Do not provoke the escort target." "I'm merely curious," Jingye retorted, sticking her tongue out. The group traversed the streets of Konoha at a slow and peculiar pace. Shikamaru led the way, his senses heightened, ever vigilant for Zoro's potential sudden shifts into an alleyway. Just as they were about to turn a corner toward the Hyuga estate, an exaggerated, love-laden shout, accompanied by a rich aroma of food, wafted toward them. "Oh, my beautiful lady, your radiant visage shines like a lighthouse guiding ships through the dark night. Your industrious form is more delightful than any delicacy the mountains or seas could offer. Please allow me, the humble chef Sanji, to express my everlasting affection for you." Shikamaru, Jingye, and Dingxi halted simultaneously in their tracks. They turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, where, in front of the eternally long-lined Ichiraku ramen stall, a man in a black suit with golden curly hair was kneeling on one knee, cradling a bouquet of wildflowers, passionately addressing the girl wiping tables inside, the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku, Ayam. At that moment, Ayam appeared flustered and bewildered, holding a cloth, her body rigid as she retreated repeatedly. "Please, sir, do not do this. I still have work to do." "No. Your most noble task is to accept my love," the curly-haired man exclaimed excitedly, contorting his body into an exaggerated S shape. "Pray tell me your name, my beautiful angel. I shall name my latest confection after you." Beside him, Uncle Tucci held a ladle, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's, unsure how to intervene with this evidently eccentric customer. Zoro's expression soured at the sight of the familiar figure. That idiot chef. What was he doing here? Sanji. Jingyi recognized him as well. Wasn't he the one accompanying Zoro? How had he slipped away from surveillance at the Hyuga estate? Shikamaru's mind buzzed with frustration. One escapee was troublesome enough. Now there was another? Had the surveillance system of the Hyuga family and Umbu been compromised? "Hey, you perverted chef." Zoro growled impatiently. Sanji stiffened at the name. Slowly, he turned to face Zoro and the trio of Inoshikacho. His gaze lingered disdainfully on Zoro for a moment, then flitted to Ding Ci for a mere fraction of a second before ignoring him as well. His eyes finally settled on Yamashiro Jingyi. In that instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Sanji. Her golden hair, lively figure, exquisite features, and that hint of haughtiness. "Melarine." Sanji uttered an unintelligible cry, his eyes transforming into two enormous pink hearts. He dropped the wildflowers and, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared before Jingyi. Still reeling from the chaos of defending Ayam, Jingyi was caught off guard as his gentle grip enveloped her hand. "Oh, my God, I have encountered yet another goddess." Sanji's body swayed once more, gazing adoringly at Jingyi, showering her with effusive praise 100-fold more extravagant than before. "Your golden locks outshine the fabled land of gold. Your violet eyes hold the secrets of the entire cosmos. Might you, an angel lost among mortals, accept the lifelong service of a humble chef?" Jingyi was utterly bewildered. It was her first encounter with such an overt, passionate, and dare she say, greasy approach to courtship. Her mind was a blank slate. "Hey, you jerk! Let go of Jingyi!" Ding Si exclaimed angrily, stepping forward to intervene. "Ugh!" Shikamaru clutched his forehead, feeling his blood pressure soar. "You idiot curly-haired fool!" Zoro could no longer tolerate it, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Yet, Sanji remained oblivious to the surrounding men. In his world, there was only Yamashiro Jingyi. "Oh, beautiful lady, do not heed the roars of those brutish beasts." Sanji knelt, gazing up at the petrified Jingyi. "Their presence will only taint your holy gaze. Please tell me, what do you enjoy eating? French lamb chops? Italian baked lobster? Or perhaps my special creation, a mousse cake called First Love?" Jingyi felt a blush creep to her cheeks. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found his grip strong yet gentle, not painful. To be treated as a princess, basking in such admiration, truth be told, it was rather delightful. Amidst the chaos on the streets of Konoha, triggered by a suddenly appearing infatuated chef, Shikamaru's head throbbed as he contemplated whether to subdue the chef first or calm the sword-wielding warrior. Just as Ding Si and Uncle Tucci were at a loss, and while Sanji continued to shower Jingyi with affection, no one noticed that their S-class escort target, the man Shikamaru deemed a moving natural disaster, Roronoa Zoro, had vanished. He simply found the farcical scene too dull and noisy. If that imbecile chef could find this place, then surely the Hyuga estate must be nearby. Thus, he once again trusted his instincts and quietly turned into a narrow alleyway he deemed undoubtedly correct. Just let her go. Shikamaru could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward, preparing to use the shadow mimic technique. "Stop, you damn Nara deer!" Sanji shouted angrily without looking back. "Do not use your filthy ninjutsu to disrupt my sacred communion with this lady." "Who are you calling a deer?" Shikamaru retorted, incensed. In the midst of the chaos, Jingyi finally regained her voice. She glanced at the curly-haired man still emanating hearts at her feet, and then at the empty space beside her. Suddenly sensing something was amiss, she abruptly turned her head to look around. "Wait, where is Mr. Zoro?" Her voice trembled with panic, echoing like a bucket of ice water splashed over everyone present. Shikamaru and Ding Si froze, whipping around. The spot where Zoro had stood was now vacant, save for a gentle breeze rustling a fallen leaf. Shikamaru's expression shifted from anger to terror, ultimately settling into a pallid emptiness. They had lost an S-class target capable of navigating Konoha as if it were his backyard. Again. Chapter 42. The infatuated chef is recruited. Time seemed to pause at that moment. In Nara Shikamaru's world, all sound faded away. The cries of street vendors, the distant laughter of children, even the breathing of his companions became a mere background murmur. His pupils reflected only the emptiness of that spot. There, once stood a towering, moving calamity. Now, that trouble had vanished. "This can't be real," Shikamaru thought. Feeling as if a lump of dry sand had lodged in his throat, his voice dry and distorted. He slowly, frame by frame, turned his neck like a rusted automaton. He gazed at Yamanaka Ino in the mountains, then shifted his attention to Akimichi Choji. The blush on Ino's face, a remnant of fervent admiration, had yet to fade, but was now replaced by a pallor of terror. Her lips parted slightly, clearly in a state of mental blankness. Choji halted his chewing of potato chips, forgetting to swallow the morsel in his mouth, simply staring vacantly at the empty space, then glancing at Shikamaru. His eyes filled with an innocent inquiry of whether they had made a blunder. A blunder? No, this was not a mere mistake. This was calamity. A person capable of treating the entire Konohagakure village as a personal backyard, striding straight from one end to the other, an ultimate pathfinder. A creature so powerful that its mere presence could render elite Chunin unconscious. Such an entity had been lost right under their noses. "Melorine, oh, my beloved goddess. Why do you display such an anxious demeanor?" An ill-timed voice pierced through the silence like a sharp needle. Sanji remained on one knee before Ino, hands clasped over his heart, eyes brimming with pink love bubbles. He remained oblivious to the bizarre shift in atmosphere, immersed in his romantic fantasy. "Have those uncouth ruffians frightened you? Fear not. I, your humble knight Sanji, shall clear all obstacles for you. Even if my opponent is a god, I shall send him flying." Shikamaru watched the still deranged chef with a mixture of anger, despair, and utter fatigue, emotions surging like a volcanic eruption. One trouble had escaped. Now, another trouble knelt before him. What on earth were the Hyuga clan and the Umbu surveillance team doing? Were they allowing these two human disasters to roam freely? Was this a new form of terrorist attack aimed at the annihilation of the village? This was maddening. Shikamaru let out a near cry of anguish, rubbing his face vigorously with both hands, forcing his already sluggish brain to restart. Calm. He must remain calm. The more troublesome the situation, the greater the need for composure. This was the fundamental quality of a strategist ninja. First, assess the situation. Problem 1. A pathologically challenged swordsman had gone missing, with unknown destructive potential, yet a significant latent threat. Problem 2. A lovesick chef was harassing his companion, his strength equally enigmatic, and his actions entirely unpredictable. Both issues must be resolved simultaneously. No, a hierarchy must be established. Locating that green-haired fool was of utmost priority, for he represented a completely uncontrollable variable. No one knew whether he would appear on the roof of the Hokage's office or outside the women's bathhouse next. To find him, manpower was necessary. Shikamaru's gaze fell upon Sanji. Although this fellow was an irredeemable fool, he was the swordsman's companion. Perhaps he possessed some unique tracking method, or at least, he might provide useful information. However, to gain his cooperation, Shikamaru would first need to extricate him from his infatuation with Mallory. Hey, chef. Shikamaru's voice carried a tone of resigned calm. Your companion, the green-haired one, has gone missing. We need to find him quickly. Huh. Sanji turned his love-struck gaze towards Shikamaru with a hint of disdain. That lost green-haired fool? Who cares if he lives or dies? He'd better remain lost forever and never reappear, especially not while I'm conversing with this beautiful lady. With that, he immediately returned his gaze to Ino, his love-struck eyes becoming impossibly large once more. Oh, goddess, please do not heed the ramblings of this lazy fellow. Let us continue our previous discussion. Do you prefer strawberry-flavored or chocolate-flavored kisses? The shadow mimicked Shikamaru's movements, beginning to twist at his feet. However, just as he formed the hand signs, Sanji's body slid aside like a specter, narrowly evading the shadow's reach. He did not even turn around, impatiently remarking, "Do not disturb me with your sticky nonsense. You voyeuristic dear." Shikamaru froze. So fast. This guy, despite focusing entirely on Ino, could sense and evade his attack? This was no ordinary matter of speed. It was a kind of foresight, or perhaps a perception that transcended mere sight. Forcing the issue would not suffice. Shikamaru's mind raced, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. The only breakthrough lay with Ino. He shouted at his still-dazed companion. Yamanaka Ino jolted, instantly grasping Shikamaru's intent. She looked at the golden-haired chef before her and took a deep breath. Although this guy made her skin crawl with his oily demeanor, as Konoha's top spicy girl, she had experience in dealing with such men. That Sanji fellow, right? Ino's voice turned sweet, her tone several notches higher as she flipped her golden hair and offered him a customer service-like, charming smile. Yes, 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 my beloved goddess. You have finally called my name. Sanji trembled with excitement, nearly ready to soar into the sky. Your companion is lost, correct? Ino blinked, her tone laced with just the right amount of concern. Though I am not familiar with him, surely you must be worried about a companion going missing? If we do not find him quickly, and he causes some major trouble, the Hokage might hold us accountable, and we may no longer have the luxury of chatting like this, right? She deliberately prolonged her final words, hinting subtly at the implications. Sanji's movements halted. For the first time, a sliver of calm pierced through his love-struck haze. He began to analyze Ino's words. Companion lost, causing trouble, Hokage's blame. Ino-san facing punishment, unable to date Ino-san. Conclusion: he must immediately retrieve that damned green-haired fool. That bastard. Sanji sprang to his feet, his previously pink aura igniting into raging fury. How dare he interfere with my date with the beautiful lady? Unforgivable. I must find him and break his legs. Excellent. Ino seized the moment. Then let us search together. The more, the merrier. Once we find him, I can enjoy a romantic candlelit dinner date with you, right? My beautiful lady. Sanji excitedly interrupted. Yes, Ino's lips twitched, but she steeled herself to agree. Oh, Melorine. Sanji instantly rejuvenated, taking a deep breath, his nose sniffing the air like a hound. I smell it. That idiot green-haired fool's persistent stench of unwashed sweat. And that cheap alcohol aroma. It's in that direction. Sanji pointed emphatically towards a narrow alleyway. Shikamaru observed this textbook example of a beauty trap, a hint of admiration for his companion swelling within him. Choji, keep up. Shikamaru commanded immediately, let us go. Thus, An oddly mismatched tracking team emerged on the streets of Kanahagakure. A strategist whose face screamed, "I want to go home and sleep." A golden-haired beauty who had successfully turned the enemy's strength against them. A rotund fellow munching on potato chips. And a rampaging chef, using his nose to track their quarry while muttering about turning him into a three-sword-style sashimi dish. They traversed the streets, winding through alleys. To everyone's surprise, Sanji's nose proved remarkably effective, accurately directing them at several intersections. Right up ahead, the scent of that fool is growing stronger, Sanji shouted, pointing towards the entrance of a training ground. As they were about to charge into the training ground, a vibrant voice chimed in from the side. "Oh, is that Shikamaru and Choji? And Ino? What trouble are you all up to together?" The group turned to see Inuzuka Kiba, proudly accompanied by his ninja dog Akamaru, striding toward them from another direction. Kiba's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually settling on Sanji, who frowned slightly. "That curly-haired chef? What a peculiar fellow." "Hey, Kiba," Shikamaru exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "When it comes to tracking, no one in Kanahagakure can rival the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. Kiba, just the person we need. Could you lend us a hand? We're after a target who is quite adept at getting lost, and we require your nose." "Huh, my nose is not something just anyone can use," Kiba retorted, suddenly invigorated. The last time he was bested by that green-haired fool was a disgrace he could never forget. Now, it was time for him to redeem himself and showcase his prowess as Kanahagakure's premier tracking expert. What sort of individual are we dealing with? As long as he remains in this village, Akamaru and I will surely sniff him out, Kiba declared confidently, thumping his chest. Sanji cast him a disdainful glance, pulling a piece of torn green fabric from his pocket. "Smell this." He tossed the rag over. Akamaru approached, sniffing it before barking twice in a specific direction. "Found him." Kiba's face broke into a triumphant grin. The scent, though faint, was unmistakable. "Follow me," he exclaimed, racing off with Akamaru at remarkable speed toward one direction. Sanji observed their departing figures, inhaling the air, and furrowed his brow. "This is wrong. The direction is off." "What?" Shikamaru was taken aback. "I said, that foolish dog is pointing in the wrong direction," Sanji stated impatiently. "The scent of that green-haired fool is definitely over here." He gestured toward a direction completely opposite to Kiba and Akamaru. In that moment, Shikamaru faced a dilemma. Should he trust the most professional tracker in Kanahagakure along with his ninja dog, or believe a curly-haired chef who had just been acting a bit strange? "Oh, what a hassle," Shikamaru sighed, covering his face, feeling a headache brewing. He glanced towards the direction Kiba had vanished, and then at Sanji's determined expression. Ultimately, he made a decision that he might regret for the rest of his life. We'll follow Kiba. Chapter 43. The Lost Swordsman in the Most Inappropriate Place. Nara Shikamaru had made a choice. A decision that would haunt him through countless sleepless nights, as he would repeatedly analyze and berate himself for his foolishness. He chose to trust Inuzuka Kiba. This was not without reason. Logically, the Inuzuka clan was renowned as the foremost tracking experts in Kanahagakure. Their sense of smell, combined with the keen instincts of their ninja dogs, was the stuff of nightmares for countless S-rank rogue ninjas. This was an ironclad truth validated through numerous missions, etched in textbooks. And on the other side, a curly-haired chef whose mind was filled with romantic fantasies. His nose might detect the aroma of barbecued meat from hundreds of meters away or discern subtle differences in various women's perfumes. But tracking a living person? That sounded as absurd as asking a Kimichi Choji to undertake a mission requiring him to fast in stealth for half a month. Illogical and ridiculous. "Follow Kiba," Shikamaru commanded, and Choji immediately stepped forward, with Ino closely behind. "TCH, a bunch of fools," Sanji scoffed, but seeing Ino follow without hesitation ignited his gallant spirit, compelling him to keep pace. "Wait for me, my beautiful lady. That foolish dog and lazy man are unreliable. Only I can ensure your safety," Sanji shouted, quickening his pace to maintain a perfect distance that showcased his athleticism without appearing overly eager. Thus, this bizarre tracking party sped through the streets of Kanahagakure under Kiba's confident lead. "Ha! Did you hear that, Akamaru?" Kiba laughed triumphantly as they ran. "This scent, though faint, is undoubtedly that green-haired fool. The blend of rust and sweat emanating from him is unmistakable, like a damp rag left out for 3 days. So easy to recognize." Akamaru barked in enthusiastic agreement. Shikamaru trailed behind, observing Kiba's confident demeanor, feeling a slight relief. Perhaps the situation was not as troublesome as he anticipated. If they could locate that mobile S-rank disaster, return him to the Hyuga household, and then send that curly-haired chef back where he belonged, he could finally go home. Lie on the grass in his yard, gaze at the clouds, and enjoy a peaceful afternoon. Peaceful. What a delightful word. This is it. Kiba suddenly halted, pointing toward a massive structure ahead. It was a warehouse, with a giant character for sake hanging on the door. The rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the cracks, nearly intoxicating the entire street. Exactly. The scent is emanating from here. Kiba pounded his chest, utterly convinced of his deduction. That green-haired fool must have been drinking at the Hyuga household and sneaked out in search of more alcohol. Humph, what an incorrigible drunkard. This conclusion sounded flawless. Shikamaru's brow unfurled. It was too reasonable. A swordsman who was a slave to alcohol, lost, and then drawn to the village's largest liquor store by the scent. This logical chain was perfectly closed, arguably the only correct choice that a directionally challenged person might make. What a troublesome fellow, Shikamaru sighed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Choji, get ready. You might need to forcibly drag him out. Absolutely. Choji cracked his knuckles. Just then, a voice filled with disdain interrupted from the side. Are your noses merely for decoration? Sanji, hands in pockets, looked at the liquor warehouse with contempt. That green-haired fool's scent is not here at all. What did you say? Kiba exploded, spinning around to point an accusatory finger at Sanji. You curly-haired chef. Do you even know what tracking means? My nose and Akamaru's are the best in Konohagakure. How dare you question us? I don't need to understand tracking. Sanji elegantly exhaled a ring of smoke. I only need to know that the scent of that bastard green-haired fool is entirely different from the high-quality sake inside. He deserves only the cheapest, throat-burning liquor. If he catches a whiff of this sake, he would choke and turn the other way. His words were laced with ruthless insults toward Zoro's character and taste, yet they carried an undeniable truth born from long-standing camaraderie. That's nonsense. Kiba's face flushed with anger. The scent is definitely here. Idiot, you've mixed up the scent of the alcohol with his. Sanji dismissed, no longer bothering to look at him. His gaze returning to Ino as he shifted back into flirtation mode. Oh, my dear lady, please do not let these foolish arguments tarnish your noble ears. Allow me a moment longer, and I shall soon locate the obstacle preventing our date. With that, he closed his eyes, taking a deep, forceful breath of the air. His brow furrowed tightly, seemingly sifting through the myriad of complex scents. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up, not merely raised. His entire body trembled slightly as if struck by an invisible force. A bright red, searing liquid burst forth from his nostrils without warning. No, it wasn't flowing. It was spraying. Like a fire hydrant with its valve twisted off, two slender streams of crimson shot forth with a force defying the laws of physics, piercing straight ahead. Melarine. Sanji emitted a moan that was a curious blend of ecstatic delight and agonizing pain, his body swaying as if intoxicated. A countenance revealing both bliss and a hint of depravity. This scent, this direction, oh my, what a marvelous aroma. A delightful melange of steam, body wash, shampoo, and the fragrances of countless beautiful women. This, indeed, is the essence of paradise. The onlookers, including Inuzuka Kiba, were utterly astonished by the bizarre spectacle before them. Nara Shikamaru's mind momentarily shut down. He observed Sanji's head, pivoting abruptly like a radar, the incessant flow of his nosebleed, and the expression on his face as if he had witnessed a divine revelation. A terrifying, absurd thought crept into his consciousness. The sole place within Konohagakure capable of eliciting such a monumental reaction from this culinary pervert could only be one. Hey, Shikamaru, his voice trembled. Where are you sensing that from? Paradise. Sanji replied with an almost hallucinatory tone, the ultimate dreamland for all male beings. That wretched green-haired fool dared to tarnish such a sacred locale with his filthy presence. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. For the first time, Sanji's fury transcended mere lust. He opened his eyes wide, ablaze with jealousy and righteous indignation, transforming into a flash of yellow as he charged forth in that direction. I will tear him to shreds. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Kiba exchanged glances, each reflecting the height of terror. Mechanically, they turned their heads toward the direction Sanji had dashed off to. There stood a building, emanating wisps of steam, with a large warm curtain bearing the character for soup and an emblem of femininity at its entrance. Konohagakure, women's bathhouse. No way. Choji dropped the chips from his mouth onto the ground. This has to be a joke. Ino's face turned as pale as a ghost. We're in serious trouble. Shikamaru felt the foundations of his world crumbling. He had envisioned 100 possibilities. Zoro might be brawling at the training grounds, might be dining on a free meal at a barbecue joint, or even napping on Hokage Rock. But he never anticipated that a directionally challenged individual would miraculously lose himself in the one place he should never venture in all of Konoha. Quick, follow him. Shikamaru let out a desperate scream, and the four of them pursued him with wild abandon. As they reached the entrance of the women's bathhouse, before they could step inside, a cacophony of sheer terror erupted from within. There's a pervert. A man. There's a man here. Someone, come quickly. Seemingly in response, the wooden sliding door burst open with a resounding crash, and a figure was flung outward, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Sanji, lying blissfully on the ground with heart-shaped eyes, his nosebleed pooling into a small lake beneath him. I saw so many melarine. Subsequently, more items were hurled out. Wooden tubs, benches, towels, and soap dishes rained down like a tempest. Amidst this chaos, a tall figure was forcibly ejected by several irate women wrapped in towels. It was Roronoa Zoro, bare-chested and drenched, holding his 3 swords, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What is happening? Why am I being attacked? He glanced around at the furious women glaring at him, and then at the wide-eyed Shikamaru and the others, furrowing his brow. Isn't this the training hall of the Hyuga clan? Are these newcomers here to spar? Spar my foot. A furious roar resonated from within the bathhouse. As a robust woman, clearly the bathhouse owner, emerged wielding a giant ladle. Get out of here, you bunch of perverts. She swung the ladle like a mallet, sending the still-dazed Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji flying out one after another. Chapter 44. The Great Crisis at the Konoha Bathhouse. The entrance of the women's bathhouse in Konohagakure was, at that moment, akin to hell on earth. At least, that was how Nara Shikamaru perceived it. The stout bathhouse owner, brandishing a ladle larger than his head, struck like an enraged deity, battering him, Kiba, and Choji out in succession. Each swing sent splashes of water flying, accompanied by a wind that could potentially give a standard Chunin a concussion. Out. All of you out. A bunch of shameless perverts. Do you want me to break your legs? The owner's bellow echoed down the street, attracting the attention of numerous curious villagers. Shikamaru lay on the ground, feeling his mind spinning like a bowl of pudding shaken violently, utterly incapable of rational thought. His life plan had consisted solely of playing shogi, watching clouds, marrying a woman of average looks, having 2 children of moderate weight, and dying before his wife. Nowhere in that plan was there a scenario of being chased as a peeping Tom in broad daylight, with the bathhouse owner wielding a ladle. What a hassle. Such a monumental hassle. This was not merely a troubling situation. It was a catastrophe capable of obliterating a life. Hey, Shikamaru, are you all right? Choji, robust and resilient, was the first to rise, looking at him with concern. Meanwhile, Kiba clutched his head, his face a mask of humiliation and rage. How dare that old hag? I am a ninja of Konoha. His sentence was abruptly cut off as the ladle, whistling through the air, landed beside him with a thud, creating a shallow crater. Kiba promptly fell silent. Amidst the chaos, the catalyst of it all, Zoro, stood there looking utterly perplexed. His well-defined muscular torso glistened with droplets of water, his 3 swords casually held, and not a trace of guilt in his eyes, merely a maddening confusion. What are you all doing? Zoro furrowed his brow, addressing the disheveled trio. Why aren't you fighting back? The sparring partners at this dojo may have considerable strength, but their tempers are far too volatile. A dojo? Sparring partners? Shikamaru felt his nerves twitching violently. He struggled to prop himself up, pointing at the entrance adorned with the large character for soup, his voice hoarse from despair. Do you not see what this says? Zoro glanced over and matter-of-factly replied, 1 character. I can't read it, but the pattern on this curtain looks like a person in a skirt. It must be a training place exclusively for women. No wonder they have such a temper. Shikamaru surrendered. He had completely given up on any possibility of logical communication with this man. Zoro's thought process existed on a different plane from that of normal humans. His worldview formed a self-contained and indestructible loop. Any attempt to explain behavior using common sense was utterly incomprehensible to him. Where's Ino? Shikamaru glanced around, suddenly realizing one person was missing. She seems to have spotted someone she knows, Choji whispered. Following Choji's gaze, Shikamaru saw Yamanaka Ino standing at the street corner alongside a similarly terrified girl with pink hair. That girl was Haruno Sakura. It's over. Those two words echoed in Shikamaru's mind. One was in the know, and the other was already brimming with fury towards Luffy and his crew. When these two women joined forces, their combat power would undoubtedly exceed the simple sum of 1 plus 1. Worse still, the chef with the curly eyebrows, Sanji, who had been kicked away, lay nearby in a blissful state, his eyes shaped like hearts. Blissfully bleeding from his nose while muttering incoherently about Melorine Paradise and a love-struck nuclear bomb. Nara Shikamaru, today tasked with escorting 2 mobile nuclear bombs, wondered if it was too late to submit his resignation to Lord Hokage. He no longer wished to be a ninja. He longed to return to his hometown and tend to deer. Hey, slacker, Zoro's voice interrupted Shikamaru's spiraling despair. Are you going to lead us or not? If we don't leave soon, it will be dark, and I still need to eat and sleep. You still want to eat and sleep? A piercing roar erupted as Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino could no longer contain their fury. Sakura's face radiated explosive anger as she pointed at Zoro, her finger trembling with rage. You pervert. Directionally challenged fool. Do you know where you are? How dare you barge into the women's bathhouse? I'll kill you. Zoro's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized Sakura. It's you? Why are there only loud women in your dojo? Who said this is a dojo? Ino retorted furiously. This is the women's bath. It's where girls bathe. You uncivilized brute. Bathe. Zoro finally grasped the key word, nodding in sudden realization. Oh, so it's a bathing place. That makes sense. I got lost in the Hyuga compound, was drenched in sweat, and saw steam rising here. So I came in to take a bath. What is the problem? What is the problem? His nonchalant remark hit the hearts of all the Konoha ninjas like a heavy hammer. Shikamaru covered his face, wanting nothing more than to escape the scene. Sakura and Ino were utterly speechless, lamenting the disheartening truth that, by his logic, he was right. He got lost, he was sweating, and he saw a steamy place. So he entered to bathe. Flawless. Regardless, you must leave immediately. Then apologize to Lord Hokage. Sakura inhaled deeply, forcibly steering the conversation back on track. Apologize? Why? Zoro countered. I merely took a bath. Because you saw things you shouldn't have. I didn't see anything. The steam was so thick. I could barely make out a few blurry figures, Zoro replied calmly. Besides, I have no interest in the weak. That statement was more damaging than his intrusion into the women's bath itself. Who are you calling weak? Sakura's anger ignited instantaneously, her fists cracking as the ground trembled slightly beneath her. Ah, Shikamaru groaned, knowing that if he didn't intervene, the street would be demolished today. He mustered his energy, stepped forward, and raised his hands. Wait, Sakura, calm down. The priority now is to escort them back to the Hyuga compound. We can discuss everything later. But Shikamaru, trust me. Shikamaru's tone was unusually stern. Do you want to escalate this and draw the attention of the entire village? Do you want to embarrass the Hyuga family and Lord Hokage? His barrage of questions finally quelled Sakura's fury. She shot Zoro a resentful glare, but took a step back. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had exhausted more brain cells today than in the past year combined. All right, let us go, he said weakly to Zoro. Where to? Zoro inquired. Back to the Hyuga compound. Shikamaru nearly shouted. Oh, Zoro nodded, and then proceeded to walk in the completely opposite direction. It's this way, you idiot. Shikamaru felt as if he might vomit blood. He rushed over and seized Zoro's arm. Choji, bring that curly-haired chef along. Okay. Choji approached, effortlessly slinging the still unconscious Sanji over his shoulder as if he were a small chicken. Inuzuka Kiba stood off to the side, watching this absurd scene with a complex expression. His pride had taken a severe blow, yet he felt a glimmer of relief that the task of bringing these two misfits back fell to Shikamaru. As this peculiar group, a portly boy carrying a person, a strategist grasping a directionally challenged individual, and 2 furious girls, prepared to leave this place of chaos, a cold, imposing voice devoid of any emotion echoed from behind them. Stop. Shikamaru's body tensed immediately. That voice. He mechanically lifted his head inch by inch. At the end of the street stood Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, quietly observing them. Behind him were Hinata, her face etched with fear, and Hanabi, whose expression was cold yet contained a hint of shock. Hyuga Hayashi did not glance at anyone else. His gaze, those pure white eyes that seemed capable of piercing through anything, fell directly upon Zoro, whom Shikamaru was clutching. and then swept over to Sanji, being carried by Choji. His face betrayed no emotion. Yet Shikamaru felt a pressure more terrifying than that of the bathhouse owner's rage, a weight from the most serious and rule-bound noble family in Konoha. Hayashi's gaze finally settled on Shikamaru's despondent face. He slowly spoke, his voice soft yet clearly audible to everyone present. Nara's boy, I require an explanation. Why is my guest here? His gaze shifted to the warm curtain adorned with the character for hot. And why has the future son-in-law of the Hyuga family been thrown out of the women's bath? Shikamaru's vision darkened. Chapter 45. The future son-in-law of the Hyuga. Time seemed to freeze the moment Hyuga Hayashi uttered the words the future son-in-law of the Hyuga family. The street, once filled with whispers from onlookers, fell utterly silent. Even the previously furious bathhouse owner merely peered out from behind the curtain, her face a mask of disbelief and confusion. Son-in-law candidate. These 5 words detonated like a depth charge in the calm surface of a lake, creating a massive wave in the minds of all present Konoha ninjas. Nara Shikamaru's brain, renowned as the strongest intellect of Konoha's younger generation, buzzed under the overwhelming weight of realization, nearly burning out on the spot. Son-in-law candidate. Who? He instinctively removed himself from the list, dismissing the notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His life plan dictated that his future wife should be neither beautiful nor ugly. Certainly not the daughter of Konoha's foremost noble family. That would be far too complicated. Choji. Shikamaru cast a quick glance at his bewildered friend, who was scratching his head in confusion, his mouth full of snacks purchased earlier. Associating him with the Hyuga family was more absurd than believing Choji would voluntarily diet. Then, Shikamaru's gaze involuntarily drifted to the 2 sources of this calamity. The moss-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, wore an expression of impatience, digging at his ear with his pinky finger as if the term son-in-law bore no more significance to him than a stone by the roadside. The curly-haired chef, Sanji, remained unconscious on Choji's shoulder, a hint of blissful drool at the corner of his mouth, his eyes tightly shut, yet his features exuded a lewd springtime aura. To bind the future of the Hyuga family with these 2 miscreants? Shikamaru felt as if his mind were about to explode. Surely, even Lord Hokage would not toy with such a scheme? This was no longer mere amusement. It was akin to detonating a nuclear device in the heart of Konoha. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining truth, no matter how absurd, must be the reality. Shikamaru's gaze ultimately settled upon Inuzuka Kiba, who was covering his head with a look of humiliation. Inuzuka Kiba, an elite ninja of Konoha. The Inuzuka clan, a family with a long-standing tradition of secret arts, is known for their impulsive nature and lack of intellect. However, from the perspective of political marriage, they seem to be the only ones who barely meet the candidate threshold. In an instant, Nara Shikamaru's mind raced with countless possibilities. Was the Hyuga clan attempting to court the Inuzuka? Or had Kiba engaged in something with Lady Hinata during a time unknown to others? No, with Hinata's character, it seemed improbable. Thus, it must be Kiba's unilateral trouble. What a bother. Why was he even thinking about this? He merely wished to return home to gaze at the clouds. The title of son-in-law candidate evidently reached Kiba's ears, leaving him in a state of shock. He pointed bewilderedly at himself, his expression shifting from anger to astonishment, and then to a surreal, incredulous confusion. Me? His thoughts spiraled. The Hyuga clan's son-in-law? What a joke. While he found Hinata to be a lovely girl, he had never been fond of such delicate types. Moreover, who would dare to become the son-in-law of Hyuga Hayashi, with his icy demeanor? No, wait. Kiba's mind raced. Why was Lord Hayashi here? Because of Hinata. And why was Hinata here? Because she worried for this group. Who led this group? It was Shikamaru. Thus, Kiba's gaze abruptly shifted to Shikamaru. So it was this guy. How hidden his talents were. He always appeared to be lethargic, yet behind the scenes, he had already reached the stage of discussing marriage with the Hyuga clan. No wonder he had been so eager to return these 2 troublemakers. He was trying to impress his future father-in-law. Shikamaru, your mouth has formed an O shape, displaying an expression of realization. Meanwhile, Hinata, standing behind Hayashi, felt as if she were about to ignite. A son-in-law candidate? What was father saying? Could it be Naruto-kun? Did father know I liked Naruto-kun? Was he here to meet Naruto-kun? But Naruto-kun wasn't he here. He was off training. Hinata's heart raced, and her mind played out a dramatic scenario of her father pursuing her future husband all the way to the bathhouse. Desperate tears threatened to spill. as her anxious white eyes scanned the crowd, searching for a figure that simply did not exist. In the midst of the crowd, the only two bystanders, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, exchanged astonished yet elated glances. "Did you hear that, Ino?" Sakura whispered excitedly, unable to conceal her thrill. "I heard it." Ino's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. The Hyuga clan's son-in-law candidate. Goodness, what monumental news. Who could it be? Shikamaru? How boring. Could it be Kiba? Did he deserve it? The two girls' gossiping spirits ignited fervently, and their gazes inevitably fell on Zoro and Sanji. No way. Ino gasped. Could it be that green-haired guy? Or that curly-browed chef? Sakura's expression turned horrified. If Hinata were to marry such a person, I must stop her. Just as everyone's thoughts galloped wildly. The man who had triggered this chaos, Roronoa Zoro, finally grew impatient. "Hey," he frowned, looking at Hayashi, "have you finished talking? What is a son-in-law? A new type of barbecue, perhaps? If not, lead the way quickly. I'm hungry." This astonishing remark abruptly yanked the audience's scattered thoughts back to reality. Shikamaru covered his face, feeling as though he might perish here today, not by an enemy's hand, but by the sheer stupidity of his teammates. Hayashi's brow twitched ever so slightly. He paid no heed to Zoro's nonsensical chatter. His pure white eyes, akin to searchlights, slowly scanned each person present. He was not joking, nor was he inquiring. His tone was one of assertion, a questioning of an established fact. His gaze finally settled on Kiba's face, an elder scrutinizing a junior, imbued with undeniable pressure. "Inuzuka Kiba." Hayashi's voice was as cold as steel. "I am not asking you. I am telling you that my daughter, Hyuga Hinata, has exhausted herself in cleaning up your mess. And you, as one of her potential suitors, are here, publicly driven away for invading the women's bathhouse. Do you not think this tarnishes the dignity of both the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans?" Boom. Kiba's mind completely shattered. Me? Is it really me? When did I become a candidate? How was I unaware? No, this is not right. Lord Hayashi, you misunderstand. Kiba, terrified, waved his hands frantically. I was just here to catch them. They were the ones who barged in. Hayashi's gaze shifted from him to Shikamaru, who seemed to have nearly abandoned all rational thought. "Nara Shikamaru, you, as the highest commander present, shall explain." Shikamaru felt his throat dry. He took a deep breath, summoning the last remnants of his brain cells, preparing to present the most arduous and troublesome explanation of his ninja career. "Lord Hayashi, it is like this." Just as he began to speak, the curly-browed chef Sanji, who had been unconscious and carried on Choji's shoulder, suddenly twitched his nose. It seemed that even in his slumber, he had caught wind of the term son-in-law. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of all, Sanji's eyelids fluttered, then sprang wide open. His eyes bore no trace of grogginess, but were aflame with two enormous, pink hearts. His body surged upright on Choji's shoulder, like a fish gasping for water. Pinpointing the source of the sound, Hayashi. Then he saw, behind Hayashi, the astonished and frightened, sweetly delicate Hinata. In an instant, Sanji's romantic brain operated at hyperspeed. Father-in-law, daughter, son-in-law, marriage. All the keywords fused in his mind, forming a perfect, blissful conclusion. "Oh, Melorine." Sanji let out a soul-stirring cry, performing an unbelievable maneuver as he tumbled off Choji's shoulder and knelt on one knee. He did not look at anyone else, his gaze burning with fervor as he earnestly met the authoritative stare of Hayashi, proclaiming with the most splendid, sincere, and oily tone, "Father, you finally acknowledge me. Rest assured, I, Sanji, will ensure Lady Hinata's lifelong happiness. Our love is indomitable." The world fell silent. Shikamaru stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in an explanation pose. Hayashi's eternally icy face cracked, revealing a visible, distinct fissure. Chapter 46. The Ultimate Scapegoat, Shikamaru. Sanji's heartfelt, resonant declaration of father struck the nerves of every Konoha ninja present like an invisible hammer. The world fell utterly silent. If Hayashi's earlier mention of a son-in-law candidate was a deep-water bomb, then Sanji's declaration of kinship was the very fuse that ignited it. The shockwave was devastating. Nara Shikamaru, whose IQ of 200 had just rebooted, was left in a state of utter chaos. He stood there, mouth ajar, unable to produce a sound. He felt his soul gently drifting from his body, observing the hellish scene below with a pitying, godlike perspective. It's over. Everything is over. His life plan, his dream of being a sloth, was today shattered by a green-haired, directionally challenged fool and a lecherous chef with curled eyebrows. Now, all he desires is to resign. No, he yearns to defect. He longs to flee to the ends of the earth, to find a place devoid of any intelligent beings, where he can quietly watch the clouds until he breathes his last. Inuzuka Kiba's expression underwent an epic transformation, shifting from the terror of suddenly becoming a candidate to the dawning realization that it was actually Shikamaru, followed by sheer astonishment upon witnessing Sanji's entrance, ultimately settling into a profound philosophical confusion of who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? He gazed at Sanji, who knelt before Hinata, blissfully adoring the sun, and then glanced at the nearby Sauron, who was digging in his ears with a look of annoyance at the noise. Kiba's mind seemed to have gained a newly profound understanding of the dangers of being a ninja. It turned out that the most terrifying threats were not the formidable rogue ninjas or tailed beasts, but rather these utterly illogical and incomprehensible disasters. And he, Inuzuka Kiba, had not only encountered disaster today, but had almost been chosen as a candidate for it. How innocent. How unfortunate. Inuzuka Ino, am I not mistaken? At the street corner, Haruno Sakura's voice trembled, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. Her eyes sparkled with a blazing fire of gossip. You're not mistaken, Sakura. Yamanaka Ino clutched Sakura's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging in. He called. He truly called out. He addressed the head of the Hyuga family. Oh my. This is 1,000 times more thrilling than the latest issue of Intimate Paradise. The breaths of the two girls quickened. This was no ordinary rumor. It was a seismic event that could shake the very foundations of Konoha's social circle. The daughter of the Hyuga clan, one of the future heirs, had as her suitor this chef with curled eyebrows who had only recently arrived in the village, behaving like a lovesick peacock. Moreover, judging by the current atmosphere, this was not mere unrequited love. Clearly, it had already received the tacit approval of the father-in-law. Otherwise, how could he dare to call so confidently? The imaginative prowess of the two girls reached unprecedented heights at that moment. Meanwhile, at the center of this chaos, Hinata Hyuga was struggling to process the information. Son-in-law candidate. Father. Her thoughts momentarily slowed, but she finally broke free from the loop of wondering where Naruto was. She saw that golden-haired man gazing at her father with an intensity she had never witnessed before, filled with fervor and affection. Then she heard the phrase that made her stiffen. Father. Hinata's face flushed crimson from her neck to her ears. No. The candidate her father spoke of was not him, although she had no idea who her father meant. It was definitely not this frivolous man who showered every woman with sweet nothings upon meeting them. Father. Hinata was on the verge of tears, wanting to step forward to explain, but under her father's icy, imposing aura, she lacked the courage to speak up. Yet, amid all this chaos, the instigator, Sanji, remained blissfully unaware. He was lost in the happiest moment of his life. He had even begun to plan the grand wedding between himself and Miss Hinata in his mind. The main dish must be the dream fish, the elephant trunk tuna from the East Sea, slow roasted with ice crystal salt from the North Sea. The dessert should be a colossal heart-shaped cake, made with rainbow honey from the lost kingdom of the Grand Line, paired with cloud berries from the South Sea. Melarine. What a perfect wedding. He could even envision the tears of joy streaming down her father's face as he personally placed the ring on the lovely Hinata's finger. With that thought, Sanji's gaze grew even more fervent as he looked at Hyuga Hisashi, his voice filled with reverence and affection for his future father-in-law. Father, please rest assured. I will make Miss Hinata the happiest woman in the world. I will prepare the most delectable dishes for her every day. Her smile will be my only pursuit in this life. Hyuga Hisashi's expression had become so cold that it could not even be described as merely icy. It was a chilling demeanor, approaching absolute zero, capable of freezing the very air itself. The veins on his temple throbbed angrily in the wide-eyed gaze. He did not regard the fool kneeling on the ground, babbling incoherently. His gaze, sharp as a blade, slowly swept over every face present, finally resting precisely on Nara Shikamaru's neck. Nara's boy. Hisashi's voice was quiet and slow, yet carried a weight that could crush spirits. Now, I require an explanation. He paused, the chill in his tone deepening, one that satisfies me. Shikamaru felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground as well. An explanation? How could he explain? Should he say this curly-browed fool was hopelessly infatuated, entering a fantasy mode whenever he saw a beautiful woman? and automatically assuming the oldest male by her side was her father-in-law. Such words would be met with disbelief, not just from Hisashi but from himself. How could such absurd beings exist in this world? Why yes, it's true, Shikamaru stammered, his throat feeling like it was constricted by sandpaper. This Mr. Sanji. He may be expressing a unique form of respect? Respect? Hisashi's lips curled into a barely perceptible yet profoundly derisive smile. Just then, the green-haired Sauron, who had been overlooked by everyone, finally exhausted his patience. Hey, curly brow, what are you doing kneeling there? Playing mushroom? Get up and lead the way. I'm starving. This shout, like a thunderclap, temporarily shattered the frozen atmosphere. Sanji whirled around, his expression of happiness instantly transforming into fury. What? You damn green-haired fool. Didn't you see I was having a sacred conversation with my father-in-law? Shut your mouth. Huh? Father-in-law? Sauron looked utterly baffled. When did you get a white-eyed old man? I wasn't aware of that. Who are you calling a white-eyed old man? I'm referring to your cheap old man. Just as it seemed the two troublemakers were about to come to blows in the street, Shikamaru's nerves finally snapped. Enough of this, he shouted in a frenzied roar. At that moment, all thoughts of his 200 IQ and genius status flew out the window. He simply wanted these two idiots to vanish immediately. Shikamaru's outburst silenced both Sauron and Sanji, refocusing Hisashi's gaze upon him. It seems you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Hisashi's voice was now devoid of any emotion, resembling the calm before a storm. He no longer looked at anyone else, but delivered his final ultimatum directly. Nara Shikamaru. He called him by name. In the name of the head of the Hyuga clan, I command you, within 1 hour, bring these two back to the Hyuga residence' quiet garden. If, after 1 hour, either of them has not appeared within my line of sight, I shall regard it as the utmost provocation against the Hyuga clan. At that time, regardless of what the Hokage's orders may be, I will personally take action to resolve the matter. With that, he gave no one a chance to respond, snorted coldly, and turned, taking the dazed Hanabi and nearly fainting Hinata with him as he strode away. On the street, only a group of petrified Konoha ninjas and a nearly collapsing Nara Shikamaru remained. Lumaru gazed at Sanji, who was still glaring fiercely at Zoro, and observed Zoro, who had begun to instinctively move in the opposite direction. Beside him, Inuzuka Kiba wore an expression of relief, as if to say, at least it's not me. He covered his face and let out a desperate groan. An hour had passed, and he lamented, this is such a hassle. I just want to die. Chapter 47. The one she likes is only him. Hinata turned away, her silhouette reminiscent of a moving iceberg, leaving behind a chilling atmosphere that made the air itself feel unbearably cold. She did not look back, nor did she cast another glance at the Konoha ninjas who had become utterly petrified. She merely left behind a final ultimatum, laden with menace, and a nearly collapsing Nara Lumaru. The street lay in utter silence. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, who had been animated by the gossip moments ago, now found it impossible to smile. They beheld the despondent expression of their companion and glanced at the two troublemakers, who had resumed their silent battle of glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this was no longer mere gossip. It was a warning of impending disaster. The head of the Hyuga clan, the most ancient and rule-bound leader of Konoha, had personally issued a final ultimatum, imbued with lethal intent, a command heavy enough to crush anyone present. For an hour, Lumaru's lips trembled, feeling as if his intellect had been utterly drained by these unreasonable beings. His thoughts were consumed by nothing but the burden of this ordeal and his desire to resign. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Hyuga Hinata walked with rigid steps, trailing behind her father. Her mind buzzed chaotically, akin to a swarm of bees, in complete disarray. Who exactly was the suitor her father spoke of? She dared not ask nor look up at her father's frozen profile, opting instead to keep her gaze fixed on her toes, moving forward mechanically. Her younger sister, Hanabi, cast a glance filled with a mix of schadenfreude and disdain, a barely perceptible smirk playing at her lips. Sister, you have truly become quite skilled, Hanabi's words, though softly spoken, pierced Hinata's heart like a cold needle, reminding her that not only had she brought a group of unknown vagabonds into their home, but she had also disgraced the Hyuga family. Now that her father finally cared about her marriage, she had made a trivial contribution to the family. Contribution. Hinata's fingertips trembled violently. Was her only worth in her father's eyes merely that of a tool for marriage? A wave of desolation and grievance surged within her. causing her eyes to redden instantly. Yet, she said nothing, merely lowering her head further. Her father's words echoed in her mind like a curse. Suitor candidate. This term, which should have been sweet and shy for a blossoming young woman, now loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her. Who could it be? Hinata's mind began to spin uncontrollably. Her first thought was Inuzuka Kiba. As a member of Team 10, the Inuzuka clan was also a prominent family in Konoha. Though Kiba had a brash personality and could be impulsive, he was not a bad person. No. Hinata immediately shook her head. She and Kiba were completely incompatible. She could not envision herself living with someone who was inseparable from his ninja hounds. That would be far too strange. Could it be Lumaru? The Nara clan was known for its intelligence, serving as an advisor to the Hokage. Lumaru was undoubtedly a standout among his peers, though he often appeared lethargic. He was remarkably reliable in critical moments. From a political marriage perspective, this seemed like a very reasonable choice. Yet, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly. The few words she had exchanged with Lumaru were few and far between. She could not bring herself to marry a man she barely knew, solely for the benefit of their families. Suddenly, another face began to surface uncontrollably in her mind. That face, with eyes as blue as the sky, a radiant smile like the sun, and adorably cute whisker marks. Naruto. Just thinking of that name made Hinata's heart skip a beat, only to be overwhelmed by immense sorrow and despair. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her father would never agree. In her father's eyes, and those of the clan elders, Naruto was the Nine Tails, a dangerous and unstable entity. The Hyuga clan would never permit their esteemed daughter to associate with such a person. Moreover, Naruto liked Sakura. Hinata's gaze dimmed. She felt like a lost child in a forest, with the unreachable sun ahead, and behind her, the web of fate woven by her family. She had no escape. Dazed, she followed her father, staring blankly at his back. Why had her father suddenly brought this up? And in such a setting? Wait. A detail she had overlooked struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her father's exact words were, "My guest, the future suitor candidate of the Hyuga clan." Guest. Her father's words had been about a guest. Hinata's pupils constricted sharply. The current guest residing in the Hyuga household was none other than a thought so absurd it made her laugh at herself. A notion that emerged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. That golden-haired, curly-browed chef, Sanji? In an instant, Hinata's mind conjured the image of Sanji kneeling, gazing at her father with deep affection, calling him father. At that moment, her cheeks felt as if they had been ignited, burning with intensity. No, 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 no. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That man, while an excellent cook, was far too frivolous. He flirted with every girl, his eyes always sparkling with peculiar affection. How could her father possibly consider someone like that? Hinata shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast away this terrifying image. But what if? What if her father had indeed been moved by that phrase? Father? Though it sounded ridiculous, wasn't Luffy and his crew a group that defied all logic? Hinata's heart began to race erratically. Marrying Sanji? Being called Melorine daily in that sappy tone? She felt she might faint on her wedding day. However, just as she was reeling from this possibility, an even more terrifying thought surfaced, like a monstrous creature from the depths of the sea. That man, the green-haired swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Hinata shivered uncontrollably. She recalled that man, who, with merely a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, had rendered Kiba and Akamaru unconscious. The man who, when faced with Yuhi Kurenai's Genjutsu, had shown no reaction, even questioning if she was dancing. The man who boldly stormed into the women's bathhouse, treating the entire Konoha as if it were the Hyuga estate, and regarded the proprietress as a sparring partner. He was powerful. This was beyond doubt. His strength was a form of pure, unreasonable might. And what did the Hyuga clan value most? Bloodline. Power. What was it that displeased her father the most? Weakness. Hinata's breath quickened. A chilling chain of logic began to form in her mind. Her father had witnessed firsthand the futility of Gentle Fist against Luffy. He must have realized that the strength of these guests is a power distinct from chakra, an alternative force. Thus, to strengthen the bloodline of the Ryu family, to ensure that the descendants of Ryu can also possess this power, marrying into them appears to be the most direct and effective means. And Mr. Swallow, with his domineering and formidable aura, is not, in fact, the most perfect source of lineage for the Ryu clan? This thought pierced through Hinata's heart like a cold blade. Marry that man, the one who emanates an aura that repels others, whose gaze is sharper than a blade, and who seems indifferent to everything except drinking, sleeping, and fighting? The man who could get lost even while walking, lacking common sense, treating the world as his personal training ground. Hinata found it unimaginable, just standing beside him. She could feel the invisible pressure making it difficult for her to breathe. The mere thought of being with him made Hinata's face turn pale. She felt dizzy, her stomach churning. Compared to marrying Mr. Sualong, she felt that facing an enraged-tailed beast would be easier. No, Hinata unconsciously let out a silent whimper from her throat. Her footsteps slowed involuntarily, her hands clenching tightly at her clothing, her body trembling. Fear engulfed her like icy seawater. She did not want this. She did not want to marry Inuzuka Kiba, nor Nara Shikamaru, and certainly not that frivolous chef or that terrifyingly directionally challenged swordsman. The person she cherished was Naruto-kun. Amidst the boundless darkness and despair, she softly and stubbornly whispered that name, which brought her light. Chapter 48. The Hokage proceeds to stir the flames in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere should have been grave. The news of Jiraiya's death and the threats from pain weighed heavily on Tsunade's heart, making it feel as though even breathing was a burden. The desk was piled high with documents, each one tied to the safety and future of the village. However, when a patrolling ninja reported the farcical incident that had just occurred at the bathhouse door, along with the Ryu clan head's astonishing ultimatum, the oppressive atmosphere of the office shattered in an instant. Tsunade held the report scroll, maintaining her reviewing posture, and fell silent for 10 seconds. Shizune, standing by, dared not breathe, fully prepared for the Hokage to erupt in rage and send the newly replaced desk flying into the recycling bin. Yet, a suppressed laugh escaped, breaking the silence. Shizune looked up in astonishment. There stood the fifth Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Haim, whose shoulders began to shake uncontrollably. She covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushed, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle against an overwhelming force. But she ultimately succumbed. Ha ha! The thunderous laughter echoed as if it could lift the roof off the Hokage building. Tsunade laughed until she doubled over, tears streaming down her face as she slapped the new desk, creating a resounding bang. Well done. Magnificent. She continued laughing, pounding the table as if bewitched by some peculiar illusion. The candidates for the Ryu family's son-in-law? That curly-haired chef and the directionally challenged one? Ha ha. Old Ryu Hayashi. That stubborn old man. Is he really trying to introduce some fresh blood into the Ryu family? A super directionally challenged Byakugan? Or cooking with gentle fist? Tsunade laughed so hard she could barely breathe. All the gloom and pressure accumulated since Jiraiya's death seemed to find an outlet in her laughter. This was undoubtedly the most delightful, absurd, and uplifting news she had heard since assuming the role of Hokage. Without a doubt, that old Ryu clan head, who had maintained a stern demeanor for decades and engraved rules in his forehead, had been forced to choose a son-in-law from two calamity-level pirates. The mere thought of it could keep her laughing for 3 days and nights. Shizune. Tsunade suddenly stood up, still with traces of tears on her face. Her eyes shining with an exciting mischief. Cancel all my arrangements for this afternoon. No, for the entire day. I am heading to the Ryu household right now. Shizune, holding Tauntaun, looked alarmed. Lady Tsunade, what do you intend to do? What do you mean what? Tsunade replied defiantly, hands on her hips, of course. I am going to mediate. As the Hokage, isn't it only natural to care about the internal conflicts of my subordinates' families? The Ryu clan head is facing such a significant dilemma. I must personally be there to help him. She emphasized the words mediate and help, wearing an expression that seemed to revel in chaos, causing Shizune to feel a chill down her spine. It was over. Tsunade's gambling spirit had been ignited once more. Yet this time, the gambling table was set at the Ryu family. At that moment, Haruno Sakura, who had just entered the Hokage's office and was equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events, finally snapped back to reality. Seeing her master prepare for what seemed to be a grand spectacle, she rushed forward in a panic. Tsunade-sensei, please wait. Tsunade, in high spirits, raised an eyebrow in annoyance at being interrupted. This matter cannot be so loud. Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Hinata, she will break down. She was already timid. And now with such a disturbance, what's there to be afraid of? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. A flower in a greenhouse will never grow without experiencing wind and rain. I think that kid Luffy made a valid point. Sometimes, it's necessary to stir things up, to lay everything on the table for resolution. Besides, what is the big deal about a marriage alliance? That old fox Ryu Hayashi must have seen the potential in the Inuzuka or Nara clans and wants to force a match, right? Isn't this common in large families? That's just it, master. Sakura raised her voice. The trouble isn't with Inazuka-kun or Shikamaru. It's those two pirates. I know. Tsunade laughed even more joyously. That's why I said it's interesting. This old man has finally come to his senses, realizing that the bloodlines in the ninja world have reached their limits and wants to cross boundaries. Fine, I support it. That's not it. Sakura was nearly driven mad by her master's thought process. It's that Mr. Sanji. He misunderstood the Ryu clan head's words and kneeled in public, calling him father. And that Mr. Swalong, he doesn't even know what is going on. This whole situation is a massive, uncontrollable misunderstanding. Hinata must be on the verge of panic. Sakura took a deep breath, looking at Tsunade, who was still riding high on excitement, and finally revealed the most critical secret. And Hinata doesn't like anyone. The person she has always liked is Naruto. As the words fell, the uproarious laughter in the office came to an abrupt halt. Tsunade's smile gradually faded, and she turned her gaze, her golden eyes locking onto Sakura with a newfound depth and intrigue. Who did you say? Naruto, Sakura repeated, feeling a bit unnerved under her master's intense gaze. Heh, Tsunade chuckled softly, but this time her laughter carried a distinctly different meaning. Naruto, you say? She murmured the name, and countless memories flashed through her mind. That boy, isolated by the entire village since childhood. The one who foolishly declared he wanted to be Hokage in front of her. The disciple who inherited Jiraiya's unwavering ninja way. Now, this fool had unknowingly stolen the heart of the proudest heiress of the Ryu clan? How intriguing. Tsunade licked her lips, the gleam in her eyes intensifying. This was no longer a mere farce. This is a tumultuous storm involving the Prince of Konoha, the orphan of the fourth Hokage, two catastrophic outsiders, and the most traditional aristocracy within the village. Things are turning more interesting. Tsunade suddenly swung her Hokage robe behind her and strode purposefully towards the entrance. Shizun, Sakura, follow me. Her voice was filled with an undeniable resolve. We are heading to the Hyuga estate right now. I want to see for myself the expression on that old stubborn man, Hyuga Hisashi, when he discovers that among his candidates for future son-in-law lies the very Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails he despises the most. This was no longer a matter of mediation. It was an act of stoking the flames. It was a mission to detonate the greatest bomb. Sakura and Shizun exchanged a glance, both seeing deep despair reflected in each other's eyes. Konoha village might very well undergo a transformation today. Meanwhile, at Maiboka Mountain, this place, resplendent with verdant mountains and clear waters, teems with spiritual energy, its colossal flora and peculiar toads forming an ecosystem entirely distinct from the shinobi world. Upon a smooth giant rock, eroded by a cascading waterfall, lay a wooden plank where Naruto sat, striving to maintain his balance while earnestly attuning himself to the natural energy. Focused Naruto. The sage Fukasaku stood atop his head, mercilessly tapping Naruto's skull with his small cane. In sage mode, above all, your mind must be as tranquil as still water. How can you succeed in such a restless state? I know, old toad. Naruto grimaced. I'm trying my best. He closed his eyes, desperately attempting to empty his mind and merge with the surrounding environment. The sounds of wind, water, and croaking toads began to crystallize into clarity. He felt as though he could almost touch the flowing natural energy. Now's the time. However, at that crucial moment, a sudden, intense itch surged from deep within his nasal cavity to the crown of his head. Naruto's face contorted in agony. No, I must hold it back. He inhaled sharply, his body shaking violently as he struggled to suppress a sneeze. Hey, what are you up to, Naruto? Fukasaku noticed something was amiss and shouted. Achu. A thunderous sneeze erupted forth. In an instant, Naruto lost all balance, tumbling off the rock and plunging headfirst into the toad oil waterfall below. Splash! Water splattered everywhere. Moments later, Naruto emerged from the water, slick with oil and wearing an expression of utter despair. Darn it! What is going on? He wiped the grease from his face, dejectedly exclaiming, I've been sneezing nonstop since earlier. Am I catching a cold? Nearby, the sage Jiraiya, who was knitting, adjusted his glasses and said leisurely, Little Naruto, according to our ancient toad legends, if you sneeze out of the blue, someone is cursing you. If you sneeze twice, someone is thinking of you. But with how many times you've sneezed? Jiraiya paused, casting a sympathetic glance. It means a large group of people is gathered, discussing how to sell you off. Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Don't listen to her nonsense. Fukasaku descended, delivering a firm tap with his cane. It must be some pretty girl behind the scenes thinking of you. Stop overthinking and get back up. Continue your training. A pretty girl? Naruto rubbed his nose, even more confused. Is it Sakura-chan? No, when she thinks of me, my ears should hurt instead. Scratching his head, he was unable to comprehend it. Ultimately, this simple-minded youth abandoned his thoughts, shook off the toad oil from his head, and shouted, "All right, I'm coming. I definitely won't sneeze again this time." Chapter 49. The arrival of the Hokage. Make way. At the entrance of the Hyuga estate, the atmosphere was no longer merely heavy. It was a bizarre pressure. A blend of murderous intent, absurdity, exhaustion, and impending collapse, as if it could explode at any moment, reducing everything within 100 meters to rubble. Hyuga Hisashi stood atop the steps, his face, frozen for decades, contorted as veins throbbed menacingly. His Byakugan seemed ready to pierce through the air, locking onto Nara Shikamaru, who had utterly abandoned thought, wishing only to lie down and gaze at the clouds. Beside Shikamaru were two harbingers of calamity. Sanji was blissfully adjusting his suit, disheveled by the bathhouse owner, gazing fervently at Hinata behind Hisashi, murmuring as if composing an elaborate banquet menu with hundreds of dishes. Zoro, on the other hand, exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He carried his sword, scanning the surroundings impatiently, brows furrowed, attempting to comprehend why the architectural style of the dojo had shifted so abruptly after emerging from the bathhouse. Nara Shikamaru. Hisashi's voice emerged, as if carved from ice, with each word carrying the weight of frost. "I have granted you 1 hour. Now explain." Shikamaru covered his face, emitting a pained groan. What could he do? He was equally desperate. He was merely an ordinary chunin who wished to receive his salary on time, occasionally observe the clouds, marry a woman of no particular beauty, and live a mundane life. "Lord Hisashi, there is a profound misunderstanding." Shikamaru weakly defended. Misunderstanding? Hisashi's voice escalated sharply, causing the elders behind him to shudder in unison. "My future son-in-law was unceremoniously thrown out of the women's bathhouse in broad daylight, and you dare call this a misunderstanding? Father, please rest assured." Sanji, hearing the term son-in-law, immediately straightened his posture and bowed deeply to Hisashi, his voice earnest and resonant. "I swear by my dignity as a chef, I have not laid eyes upon any woman other than Miss Hinata. In my eyes, there exists only my Melorine." Silence. Hisashi's roar nearly shattered the roof tiles. Just as this farce was on the verge of escalating into a bloodbath, a languid yet slightly mocking voice, filled with undeniable authority, drifted from the end of the street. "Oh dear, what a commotion. Lord Hyuga, is there some joyous occasion today? Such heated tempers. Do take care not to frighten the future son-in-law." Everyone froze, turning in unison. At the end of the street, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, clad in the Hokage robe, strolled leisurely towards them, accompanied by Shizune and Sakura. A smile graced her face, warm enough to send a chill down one's spine. "Hokage-sama." Hisashi's pupils contracted, his anger swiftly suppressed, replaced by deep suspicion. "What brings her here?" "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Shikamaru, Ino, and others quickly bowed. Even Inuzuka Kiba instinctively straightened his back. Tsunade waved her hand casually, yet her gaze lingered with keen interest on Zoro and Sanji, finally settling on the pallid face of Hisashi. "Hisashi, no need to be so tense." Tsunade smiled sweetly. "I heard there was some joyful news in your household, so I came to take a look. After all, the union of the Hyuga clan is a significant event for the village, and as Hokage, I ought to show my concern." She deliberately emphasized the words joyful news and concern. Hisashi's lips twitched violently. If he could not discern the schadenfreude in Tsunade's tone, then his decades as clan head would have been in vain. This woman had come solely to witness the spectacle. "Hokage-sama, you jest." Hisashi managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. "It's merely some trivial antics among the younger generation. It is nothing serious." "Oh, trivial antics?" Kakshu raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as she turned to Sanji. "But how is it that I heard this esteemed candidate has already publicly greeted you, calling you father?" "Father!" she exclaimed. "Look, even Hokage-sama has come to witness this." Sanji, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. He excitedly turned around, attempting once more to grasp Hinata Hyuga's hand, to express his loyalty and affection. "Get away." Hinata instinctively stepped back, avoiding Sanji's unwelcome advance, her movement so swift it left a blur in its wake. "Hey, old man." Zoro, who had remained silent until now, finally grew impatient. He pointed the hilt of his sword at Hinata, then at Sanji. Are you two going to fight or not? If you're going to pick a son-in-law, why not just hold a martial arts tournament? The strongest becomes the son-in-law. It's as simple as that. In his uncomplicated worldview, a candidate was tantamount to a contestant, and the sole method of selection was through combat. A martial arts tournament? The collective minds of all the Konoha ninjas present, including Shikamaru, nearly collapsed. They looked at Zoro's seemingly reasonable expression and suddenly found that this suggestion might not be entirely without merit. Hinata's father, Hinata Hayashi, was nearly seething with rage. A lecherous cook and a muscle-headed brute. When did the noble bloodline of the Hyuga clan sink to the level of associating with such individuals? Hokage-sama. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to Tsunade, his tone grave. This is a matter concerning the Hyuga clan. There's no need for you to concern yourself. I will handle these two. Ah, you can't say that. Hayashi, Tsunade interrupted cheerfully as she stepped between Zoro and Sanji, examining them as if selecting produce at a market. Look here, she began earnestly analyzing. This green-haired young man possesses tremendous strength and unwavering resolve. Although his sense of direction could use some work, he would undoubtedly provide the Hyuga clan with formidable genes. He is indeed a powerhouse capable of withstanding fundamental forbidden techniques. Zoro furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing he was being praised, but merely snorted and fell silent. Tsunade then turned to Sanji, stroking her chin as she continued her assessment. As for this curly-haired young man, his culinary skills are exceptional. Just think about it. It would bring Hinata joy to enjoy the finest cuisine in the entire ninja world every day. Is that not a form of happiness? Plus, look at his abundant energy. It would greatly benefit the prosperity of future generations. Sanji, flattered, twisted his body into an S shape, exclaiming, "Oh, Hokage-sama, your insight is truly remarkable. Rest assured, our future children will inherit my handsome features and her noble Byakugan." In the background, Ino and Sakura could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into giggles. Shikamaru felt as though he wanted to resign from life. Hinata Hayashi's face had shifted from a dark shade to a purple hue, teetering on the brink of black. Tsunade. He finally could bear it no longer, forgetting to address her with honorifics, calling her by name. Do not push your luck. How have I bullied you? Tsunade replied innocently, raising her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. I am merely helping you analyze the pros and cons. After all, you were the one who publicly declared your search for a son-in-law, right? As Hokage, I cannot allow you to be untrustworthy and damage the reputation of Konoha's foremost clan. You. Hinata Hayashi felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, nearly causing him to faint. He realized that Tsunade was determined to drive this matter into the ground today. Tsunade savored the peak of Hinata Hayashi's exasperation before turning her attention to the petite figure that had been cowering behind her father, wishing to bury herself in the ground. Her smile softened slightly, taking on a playful quality. Hinata. Tsunade's voice resonated clearly throughout the courtyard. This is, after all, a matter of your lifetime. Their opinions do not count. Now, tell everyone. Between these two, whom do you choose? She paused, her gaze becoming laden with significance, her voice laced with subtle persuasion. Is there someone else in your heart already? In an instant, all eyes turned to Hinata Hyuga. Sanji looked at her with anticipation, Zoro with confusion, Hinata Hayashi with fury, Sakura and Ino with tension, and Tsunade with a mischievous smile, reveling in the unfolding drama. Hinata felt her world shatter in that moment. Before her were two disasters she wished to avoid. Behind her was her father's cold, piercing gaze, and before her was Hokage-sama's all-seeing smile. The pressure bore down upon her like an insurmountable mountain. Her mind went blank, all sounds fading away, leaving only the thunderous beating of her heart. Whom to choose? She wished to choose neither. The person in her heart, the one she had chased throughout her life, that silly, smiling fool, the son she had pursued, amidst boundless fear and despair. A name slipped from her trembling lips, carrying all her courage and love. Naruto-kun. Her voice was as soft as a feather, so faint that hardly anyone could hear it. But that utterance had drained her of all her strength. The next moment, Hinata Hyuga's eyes rolled back, her body softened, and she fell straight backward. Hinata. Sanji let out a piercing scream, rushing forward with a speed surpassing even the Shunshin technique, catching his unconscious goddess securely in his arms, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Tsunade, however, merely stood quietly in place, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The show had only just begun. Chapter 50. The chef was slapped away. Hinata Hyuga once again fell into darkness. But this time, her unconscious world was no longer filled with endless descent and icy despair. Deep within her consciousness loomed 3 insurmountable mountains. The first was her father's cold, authoritative visage, embodying the rules and fate of the main branch. The second was Hokage Tsunade's knowing, teasing smile, symbolizing the power that could not be defied and the shame of being observed. The third was the blonde, curly-haired chef, Sanji. His face, which distorted into heart shapes and waves of heat, represented an absurd nightmare imposed upon her future. These 3 mountains pressed down upon her, making it difficult to breathe, compelling her to wish for eternal slumber. Yet behind these mountains, a faint yet unwavering glimmer of gold persisted. It was Uzumaki Naruto, the only light that had illuminated her darkest childhood. Naruto-kun. No, she could not give up just like that. If her father decided her fate, she would never have the chance to stand beside that person, not even to gaze at him from afar. A surge of unprecedented defiance and resistance erupted from the depths of her soul, akin to a volcano. "Miss Hinata, my lovely Melorine." A voice so greasy it seemed to drip with oil rang in her ears, forcibly dragging Hinata from the abyss of her consciousness. She abruptly opened her eyes. What greeted her was a face mere inches away, curled eyebrows forming a heart shape, eyes sparkling with unabashed desire and obsession, and a mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, nearly drooling. It was Sanji. He held Hinata securely in a classic princess carry, his face inching closer to hers. "Oh, my goddess, you have finally awakened." Sanji's voice quivered with dramatic fervor. "Fear not, for I, Sanji, shall make you the happiest bride in the world. Our wedding will be held upon the sea. I will prepare 1,000 dishes seasoned with love just for you. Our child shall be named Hong." In that fleeting moment, Hinata's mind shattered completely. All her fears, shame, resentment, anger, and the love she had cherished for over a decade, untouchable by anyone, transformed into an overwhelming torrent of chakra. She did not pause to contemplate. Her body instinctively reacted before her consciousness could catch up. It was an innate impulse, primal in nature, to expel the contaminant before her. "Go away." A sound as delicate as a whisper, yet imbued with resolute determination, escaped her lips. Hinata's slender and fragile right hand, in an almost reckless manner, thrust forward with force, landing squarely on Sanji's face, which was lost in fantasy. This was not a gentle fist technique. There were no techniques, no strategies involved. It was merely a girl, on the brink of a mental collapse, expending all her strength in a desperate bid to preserve her dignity. Yet she was Hyuga Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, bearer of the purest Byakugan lineage. The chakra coursing through her veins was the most pristine essence, inherited over millennia. In that instant, all her chakra seemed to find an outlet, pouring uncontrollably and frantically into her right arm. Sanji's expression froze. His heart, aflame with love, was instantly pierced by an incomprehensible, tyrannical force. He did not have time to emit a cry of anguish. Under the petrified gazes of all present, this formidable member of the Straw Hat crew was sent soaring like a baseball struck by a wrecking ball, tracing a beautifully elegant parabolic arc into the sky. Whoosh! He soared over Shikamaru's astonished head. He passed above Tsunade's face, which was frozen in shock. He flew past Hinata's imposing bun, a symbol of her family's dignity. He transformed into a mere black, effortlessly surpassing the tall walls, leaving behind a straight white line against the azure sky of Konoha. After a long while, a drawn-out scream, filled with sorrow and confusion, echoed from the distant horizon. "Why, oh why, Hinata-sama?" Ultimately, with a resounding bang, a small burst of fireworks erupted in the sky, and he vanished without a trace. At the entrance of the Hyuga estate, the wind ceased, the clouds halted, and all breaths were held. Nara Shikamaru stood with his mouth agape, his head tilted skyward, his mind reduced to a mushy mass. Did he just fly? Or was he sent flying by Hinata-sama herself? "This life is unbearable. I must resign. I need to write my resignation letter immediately." Sakura and Ino, their mouths agape in an O shape, wide enough to fit an egg, exchanged glances at the sky and at the trembling figure of Hinata. The Hinata who would blush and faint at the mere mention of Naruto possessed such destructive power. Hyuga Hizashi, the head of the foremost clan in Konoha, wore an expression that defied description. Shock, anger, horror? No, none of these. It was sheer bewilderment. What had he just witnessed? His fragile eldest daughter, deemed useless by the clan, unable to even defeat her younger sister, had sent a potential son-in-law of monstrous caliber flying out of Konoha? The elders of the clan behind him were frozen in various strange postures, as if petrified. One elder's dentures fell from his mouth, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Amidst this profound silence, the only one who reacted differently was Roronoa Zoro. He silently averted his gaze from the sky, glanced at his sword, then looked at Hinata's still trembling, pale hand. He let out a soft snort, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whispering to himself, "Humph, well done." That fool Sanji had it coming. A muffled laugh broke the suffocating silence. It was Tsunade. First, her shoulders shook, then her body trembled. And finally, unable to contain herself, she clutched her stomach with one hand and pointed to the sky with the other, erupting into the most thunderous, unabashed, and gleeful laughter since she became Hokage. Ha ha ha. Well struck. Absolutely splendid. Tsunade's laughter echoed through the heavens, tears streaming from her eyes. She staggered towards Hyuga Hizashi, vigorously patting his stiff shoulder, gasping for breath between laughs. "Hizashi, did you see that? Did you see? This is your daughter. This spirit. This explosive power. She is truly the heir to the legendary strength of the gentle fist." Ha ha. She turned her gaze toward the instigator. Hinata remained poised in her striking position, as if all her strength had been drained by that single blow. She stared blankly at her hand, then looked up at the sky where Sanji had vanished, before her eyes swept over the petrified faces around her. Upon seeing her father's face, a mixture of shock, confusion, and despair, and hearing the unabashed laughter of the Hokage, the courage that had sustained her, named resistance, ebbed away like a receding tide. An overwhelming sense of fear and shame drowned her once more. I. Her mind cried out in despair, overwhelmed. Darkness enveloped her vision. Her body once again succumbed, collapsing backward. Hinata. This time, two figures sprang into action simultaneously. One was her father, Hyuga Hizashi, consumed by anger and shattered beliefs, yet instinctively reacting. The other was Haruno Sakura, snapping back to reality from her shock, rushing forward with the instincts of a healer. Both reached out toward the fainting Hinata. In the end, Sakura was quicker, just as Hizashi's hand, emblematic of paternal authority and clan dignity, was about to touch his daughter's sleeve. Sakura slid forward, securely catching the collapsing Hinata in her arms. As a professional medical ninja, her movements were precise and gentle, checking Hinata's pulse and breathing immediately. Hizashi's hand hovered awkwardly in the air. To extend it would mean to undermine the medical ninja's authority, while retracting it would signify retreating in front of his daughter, losing all semblance of dignity. The head of the foremost clan in Konoha had never felt so at a loss in his life. His cheek muscles twitched slightly. His long imperturbable icy facade now appeared marred by countless fissures, as though it might shatter at any moment. "Tsunade-sensei, Hizashi-sama." Sakura's voice carried a suppressed fury. She carefully leaned Hinata against herself, scanning the faces of everyone present, her gaze lingering longest on Tsunade and Hizashi. Hinata merely experienced a bout of emotional turmoil and chakra depletion, leading to a fainting spell. There is no danger to her life. However, if this continued stimulation persists, I cannot guarantee her mind will not suffer permanent damage. This statement bordered on reproach. The assembled crowd fell into a hushed silence. To reproach the Hokage and the head of the Hyuga clan? Haruno Sakura's audacity rivaled the enormity of her fists. Yet, Hizashi had no mind to dwell on a junior's insolence. His mind replayed the astonishing scene he had just witnessed. The parabolic arc of that figure sent flying by Sanji, the minuscule point of light that exploded in the sky, and the sudden eruption of an overwhelming and unruly chakra from Hinata, one that even the head of the main branch felt a pang of trepidation from. Was this truly the same delicate, introverted eldest daughter who could scarcely raise her voice during the clan meetings? Had she been corrupted by that group of pirates? Or was this the true nature she had long concealed? In that moment, Hyuga Hizashi's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, with confusion overshadowing his anger. The boisterous laughter of Tsunade echoed on, as she wiped away tears of mirth and approached Sakura, crouching down to examine the unconscious Hinata with keen interest. Her gaze resembled that of an art connoisseur admiring a rough, uncut gemstone rather than that of a physician assessing a patient. Damage? Sakura, you are mistaken. Tsunade extended a finger and gently touched Hinata's forehead, her expression reflecting unprecedented admiration. This is not damage. This is enlightenment. This child has been stifled by the rigid confines of the Hyuga clan, locking away her potential within her heart. Today, she merely found an outlet. Releasing a fraction of her power, rising to her full height, she fixed her piercing gaze on the now deeply self-doubting Hisashi. Hisashi. Tsunade's voice took on an air of grave seriousness, embodying the imposing presence of a Hokage, instilling a sense of dread in all present. I have a proposition. This child is a natural prodigy in martial arts. The explosive energy within her is perfectly tailored for my techniques. To confine her to your family's soft and ineffective gentle fist is a grave waste. Puffing out her chest, she gestured to herself with her thumb, her demeanor exuding haughty confidence. Entrust her to me. I shall personally take her as my apprentice, imparting my lifelong knowledge, including the Ein Seal and the creation rebirth. I assure you, within 3 years, Konoha, or rather, the entire ninja world, shall witness the emergence of a second Tsunadeheim. The Hyuga clan will give birth to a true monster capable of shattering mountains with her fists. This proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating through Hisashi and all Hyuga clan members present. The entrance of the Hyuga estate fell into a silence even more profound than before. If Hinata's display of strength had shattered their worldview, Tsunade's words threatened to unearth the ancestral graves of the Hyuga clan, suggesting that their cherished eldest daughter should learn such coarse, barbaric, aesthetically devoid martial arts. This was the ultimate insult to the gentle fist, to the Byakugan, and to the very bloodline and honor of the Hyuga clan. An elder from the main branch trembled with fury, pointing a quivering finger at Tsunade, his lips stammering. Hisashi's pallor shifted from ashen to a deep shade of anger, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, nails nearly piercing his flesh. Lady Tsunade, he ground out through clenched teeth. Our daughters of the Hyuga clan shall only practice the gentle fist passed down through generations. We will not stoop to learning such crude and inelegant brute force. Oh, is that so? Tsunade arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her features. Yet just moments ago, your daughter employed that very brute force to send your chosen son-in-law candidate flying. It seems to have proven far more effective than your gentle fist. Hisashi felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking him. He swallowed hard, glaring at Tsunade with eyes aflame, as if he could consume her whole with his gaze. Realizing she had pushed Hisashi to his limits, Tsunade nonchalantly waved her hand, her seriousness evaporating, replaced by a languid smile, as if nothing had transpired. Oh, I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so serious, Hisashi. Look at you. Your face is turning purple. One might think you were about to use your Byakugan for self-destruction. A joke. Hisashi's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an unseen hand, nearly stopping with the strain. He stared at Tsunade's flower-like smile, finally understanding why the first Hokage deemed gambling one of Konoha's taboos. This woman was an unadulterated madwoman. A gambler. All right, the jesting is over. And I've had my fill of laughter. Tsunade clapped her hands, her smile fading, her gaze sharpening like a scalpel, cutting through all pretense and honing in on the crux of the matter. Now, let us return to the main topic. She surveyed the room, her eyes landing on Hisashi's face, which was darker than a pot's bottom. Hisashi, regarding your selection of a suitor for Hinata, the situation has undergone a slight shift. Tsunade pointed to the sky where Sanji had vanished. Candidate number 1 has been unequivocally rejected by your daughter in the most literal sense. Now, only candidate number 2 remains. As she spoke, all eyes turned to the swordsman leaning against the wall, adorned with 3 swords, who had remained an outsider throughout. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro, sensing the collective gaze upon him, slowly opened his eye, revealing an expression filled with impatience. Tsunade regarded him with keen interest, her smile widening. Hey, green-haired swordsman. The Hyuga clan is Konoha's foremost noble family. We possess wealth enough to last several lifetimes. Should you agree, you could drink the finest wines from pure gold goblets whenever you desire. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming a member of the Hyuga clan? This proposition nearly brought Shikamaru to his knees. My Hokage, are you mediating or stoking the flames? Are you not satisfied that the fire is already raging? Zoro, however, barely lifted his eyelids, responding with a dismissive grunt. Not interested. His reply was curt and unambiguous, devoid of hesitation. I have no interest in being anyone's son-in-law, nor in your family's wealth. My captain is destined to become the pirate king, and I have no time for such trivialities. He paused, finally lifting his gaze to Hinata, supported by Sakura, a subtle smile gracing his lips. But that punch earlier had some merit. Compared to that weak girl who only cries, I found that version of her far more agreeable. This evaluation left all present once again in a state of shock. Hisashi's expression turned completely numb. One suitor had been sent flying by his daughter, while another publicly expressed disdain for the Hyuga clan, even commenting on his daughter's two forms. Was this a suitor selection or a summons for ancestors? Did you hear that, Hisashi? Tsunade spread her hands, adopting an expression of helplessness. Your two candidates, one rejected by your daughter, the other rejecting your daughter. What will you do now? Tsunade smiled sweetly, finally revealing the question she had long wished to ask. By the way, I've heard that Hinata seems to have someone in her heart already. A certain blonde-haired boy, quite different from your two candidates. Tsunade's words struck Hisashi like a thunderclap. He abruptly turned to gaze at his unconscious daughter. That name, the name she had unconsciously called out before losing consciousness. Uzumaki Naruto. The Nine Tails. The disaster of that village? Hisashi's body trembled uncontrollably. He gazed at the insidious smile on Kangsho's face, and his thoughts drifted to the boy he loathed to the very core of his being. An amalgamation of anger, humiliation, absurdity, and fear surged forth, overwhelming all semblance of reason within him. Chapter 52. The Patriarch's fury time seemed to freeze the moment Kangsho uttered her light-hearted question. The air was suffused with a deathly silence, ominously heralding the end of days. Hinata Hisashi's body stood rigid, akin to a weathered statue carved from stone over millennia. His proud white eyes narrowed into perilous pinpoints, fixated on the gleeful expression of Kangsho, who appeared to relish the unfolding chaos. Uzumaki Naruto? That name pierced his eardrum like a venomous steel needle, striking at the very nerves of his rationality. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a calamity that every villager shunned. A boy devoid of family, background, and only capable of causing trouble. His own daughter, one of the potential heirs of the Hinata clan, had developed feelings for such a wretch? Boom. Hinata Hisashi felt as if his skull had been struck from within by the powerful punch Kangsho had just referenced. The string of familial dignity and bloodline glory within him snapped with a resounding thud. You speak nonsense. A roar, suppressed to its utmost limit, erupted from the depths of his chest, shattering the oppressive silence. The veins on his forehead and neck throbbed, their ferocity reminiscent of Hinata's earlier awakening of her Byakugan. Blood vessels appeared in his pure white eyes, and the chakra emanating from him was as wild as a beast on the brink of losing control. Kangsho, as the Hokage, how dare you slander the honor of the Hinata clan? He had completely lost his composure. The surrounding members of the Hinata clan, including esteemed elders, wore expressions of ashen despair, as if they had heard the most terrifying forbidden words in existence. Their gazes towards Kangsho were no longer filled with reverence, but rather with fury and hostility. Oh, Kangsho faced the impending storm of fury, her brows remaining unperturbed. She lazily dug at her ear, as if listening to a neighbor's complaints about vegetable prices. Nonsense. Hisashi, have you grown too old to hear properly? Kangsho pointed a finger at Hinata, cradled in Sakura's arms. Your daughter, before losing consciousness, uttered that name with her own lips. Did you not hear it clearly? Are you suggesting that we both experienced auditory hallucinations? She paused, her smile taking on a more mocking curvature. Or do the rules of your Hinata family permit you to distort the truth? Hisashi pointed a trembling finger at Kangsho, consumed by rage. He wanted to retort, yet he found himself utterly speechless, for he too had heard that name, resonating clearly in his ears. In that fleeting moment, his mind instinctively rejected the information. Now, Kangsho had shattered the veil of denial. Moreover, Kangsho crossed her arms, her chin slightly raised. The pride and grandeur of the granddaughter of the first Hokage radiated from her. Even if Hinata's affections lie with Naruto, what of it? That boy is the orphan of the fourth Hokage, my junior, and the direct disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. In terms of lineage, he is far more legitimate than your two sons-in-law candidates who emerged from the shadows. Furthermore, he is destined to be the hero who will save the village. How is it that the hero of Konoha is unworthy of your Hinata family's esteemed daughter? Each word struck like a resounding slap across Hisashi's face and that of every Hinata clan member. The orphan of the fourth Hokage, the disciple of Lord Jiraiya? How could this be possible? This astonishing revelation crashed upon the gathered Konoha ninjas like a tsunami, obliterating their preconceived notions. Shikamaru's jaw dropped as if it could accommodate an egg, while Sakura and Ino were rendered utterly speechless. Even Zoro, who had been leaning against the wall, finally opened his lone eye, intrigued by Kangsho's demeanor. The power struggle in this world appeared to be more captivating than he had anticipated. Utter nonsense. An elder of the Hinata clan, unable to endure any longer, stood tremulously and pointed at Kangsho, accusing her vehemently. Regardless of his identity, he harbors the Nine Tails within him. He is the source of calamity for the village. The Hinata clan can never be associated with such an ominous being. Patriarch, I implore you to order this woman, who spreads chaos, to be silenced. Kangsho did not even glance at the elder, merely uttering 2 words with a casual disdain. An invisible pressure, far more formidable and oppressive than Zoro's aura, enveloped the room instantaneously. It was the weight of a leader, burdened with the fate of the entire village. The elder's voice faltered, his complexion drained of color, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Kangsho then slowly shifted her gaze to Hisashi, her expression now entirely frigid. Hisashi, it seems I must remind you of a certain fact. Standing here is the 5th Hokage of Konoha, and you are a ninja of Konoha, the head of the Hinata clan. My words are commands, and your only choice is to obey. Do you or does your clan have any objections? As her words fell, shadowy figures silently appeared on the rooftops surrounding them. Adorned with animal masks, they exuded a chilling aura of intent to kill, members of the Hokage Zanbu. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Shikamaru felt his heart racing, threatening to leap from his throat. This was no longer a mere family drama. It was veering toward a coup. He wished to drop to his knees and submit his resignation immediately. The shinobi world was perilous. He longed to return home and spend time playing chess with his father, watching the clouds. Hisashi's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Kangsho. He sensed the lethal intent from the Anbu had locked onto him and the elders nearby. He knew that should he utter even a single word of dissent, blood would flow freely the next moment. Kangsho, this madwoman, truly dared to do it. The humiliation, anger, resentment, and fear swirled tumultuously within him, ultimately manifesting as powerless tremors. He had been defeated. Before absolute power and the unpredictable whims of a madwoman, his pride in the clan's dignity and familial glory lay in ruins. I have no objections. Hisashi nearly ground his molars to dust as he forced these words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with bitterness. Excellent. Kangsho nodded in satisfaction, her frosty demeanor melting away, reverting to a cheerful countenance, as if the earlier tension had been but a mirage. She approached Sakura, glancing at the unconscious Hinata, a trace of affection gracing her features. Since you, as her father, have lost the right to make decisions on her behalf, I shall take it upon myself as Hokage to handle this matter. Kangsho turned to address everyone with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. From this day forth, Hinata will be my personal disciple, and I will take care of her. Until her emotional turmoil is fully resolved, she shall reside with me. None from the Hinata clan may visit without my permission. Sakura. Yes, Master Kangsho. Sakura immediately replied. Take Hinata, we are going home. With a graceful wave of her hand, Kangsho turned and left, leaving behind a stone-faced assembly of Hinata clan members. Hisashi stood dazed, watching as Sakura carefully cradled his daughter and followed Kangsho, step by step, away from the Hinata estate. His daughter was taken from him right before his eyes, snatched away by his most loathed adversary in the most humiliating manner conceivable. Yet he, from beginning to end, was rendered powerless. Wait a moment, a languid voice suddenly interrupted. The crowd turned to see the previously silent swordsman with green algae-like hair, Roronoa Zoro. He ambled over to Hinata Hisashi, brandishing his sword, regarding him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Are we done arguing? Zoro inquired. Hinata Hisashi stared at him numbly, speechless. Since we are finished, Zoro gestured towards the direction where Sanji had been sent flying, then pointed to himself. Where do we reside? Chapter 53, The Hokage's Seizure of the Home. The scene fell into a profound silence once more. Hinata Hisashi turned his head, gazing at the man with 3 swords and a look that was both clear and foolish. Where do we reside? Such a simple and unembellished question. Yet it pierced the heart. Indeed, his daughter had been taken, his engagement was in disarray, and his family's honor was being ground into the dirt. Yet the crux of the matter was that these 2 calamities, these 2 suitors he had personally endorsed, one had flown away, and the other remained here. Hinata Hisashi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt a throbbing in his temples. A sickly sweet liquid surged uncontrollably up his throat. As the head of the Hinata clan, what he desired most at that moment was not to uphold honor, nor to cleanse his household, but to find a secluded place and weep unabashedly. Why? What on earth was this all for? Just as Hinata Hisashi was about to dissipate like a wisp of smoke in the wind, the fifth Hokage, who had just declared victory and was preparing to depart with flair, abruptly halted. Tsunade slowly turned around. A fleeting look of realization crossed her face, as if she had momentarily forgotten something, only to be swiftly replaced by a more brilliant and fervent joy, akin to discovering a new continent. It was a complex amalgamation of excitement, curiosity, and a desire to meddle. "Ah, you are quite right," Tsunade exclaimed, clapping her hands, her face breaking into a dazzling smile that sent shivers down Hinata Hisashi's spine. "How forgetful of me. Engrossed in finding a good master for Hinata, I completely overlooked our guests." She strolled leisurely back to the center of the arena, approaching Hinata Hisashi. Her gaze scrutinized the already ashen-faced clan head, as if she were admiring a delicately crafted yet on the verge of shattering work of art. "Hisashi," Tsunade spoke in an exceedingly amiable tone, as if negotiating with an old friend. "You see, things have turned out this way. From today onward, Hinata will be my direct disciple. As her master, I must take responsibility for her, right? Especially since she is in such a fragile state now. She requires around-the-clock care and guidance." Hinata Hisashi's eyelids twitched. An ominous premonition began to settle in. Tsunade, disregarding his ashen demeanor, continued with a cheerful tone. "Initially, I planned to take her back to my place. But as you know, it's quite chaotic there, with bottles strewn about, not suitable for a young lady's tranquil cultivation." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the solemn courtyard of the Hinata estate. "Upon reflection, the most suitable place for cultivation in all of Konoha, the place that could truly nurture one's spirit, is undoubtedly your Hinata residence. The environment is serene, the rules are strict, and the spiritual energy is abundant. It is, quite simply, a perfect sanctuary for training." Boom. Shikamaru felt as though a bomb had detonated in his brain. He stared at Tsunade in horror, his mouth agape. "No, it can't be. Hokage-sama, what are you planning?" Thus, Tsunade clapped her hands, making her final decision, her tone as lighthearted as if deciding what to have for dinner. "From today onward, I, the fifth Hokage Tsunade, along with my disciple Haruno Sakura and my new pupil Hinata Hyuga, shall temporarily reside in your home." Clan head Hinata. Tsunade beamed at the utterly petrified Hinata Hisashi. "It shouldn't be a problem for you to arrange accommodations for us, should it?" By the way, she seemed to remember something, adding, "Our requirements are modest. A courtyard of a size similar to the secluded Tranquility Garden would suffice. Oh, and for convenience in teaching, it would be best to have a training ground in the courtyard. If none exists, we can make some modifications. Of course, all of this is for Hinata's growth. As her father, you will certainly support this wholeheartedly, won't you?" "Support? I support your whole disaster." Hinata Hisashi's inner turmoil raged, erupting like a volcano. This madwoman. Not only had she taken his daughter, but now she sought to seize his home as well. This was no mere humiliation. It was an outright colonization, an armed invasion. It was as if the Hokage's banner had been planted directly atop the Hinata estate. He longed to rebel, to roar his dissent, to unleash the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and turn that smiling face before him into a grotesque mask. Yet he could not. He sensed the chilling presence of the Umbu surrounding him, their cold auras intensifying rather than dissipating. He had no doubt that should he utter even a single word of dissent, the Hinata clan would be swiftly quelled for treason. Hinata Hisashi swayed, and the elders behind him hastily steadied him. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, his Byakugan was shrouded in a pallid gray of desolation. No problem. He managed to force out those 3 words with every ounce of strength he possessed. "It is the utmost honor for the Hokage to grace the Hinata clan with her presence." "Ha, that's splendid." Tsunade laughed heartily, slapping Hinata Hisashi on the shoulder with such force that he nearly stumbled. "I knew you were a person of great understanding." Having settled her own affairs, Tsunade finally recalled the initial matter. She turned her attention to Zoro and gestured towards Sanji, who lay on the ground, still bleeding profusely. As for these two, Tsunade pondered with her chin resting on her hand. Since they are both candidates for Hinata, they are essentially our own people now. "Hisashi, please take him back." Consider it an early evaluation of our future son-in-law. Pooh. Hinata Hizashi could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood and collapsing backward, only to be frantically caught by several elders. Clan head, quickly, summon the medical ninjas. The scene erupted into utter chaos. Tsunade observed the turmoil with a satisfied smile. Ah, today I feel unprecedentedly exhilarated. She waved her hand, commanding Sakura and Shikamaru. All right, Sakura, take Hinata with you. We are going to choose our rooms. Shikamaru, bring that troublesome fellow along. Do not let them run amok. Yes, Sakura replied. Understood, Shikamaru answered weakly. He felt as though his life was in shambles. He was not escorting guests. He was babysitting a walking catastrophe. He wished to resign immediately. The crowd gradually dispersed. Tsunade, with Sakura and the unconscious Hinata, exuberantly dashed into the Hinata mansion, inspecting her new territory like a bandit. The elders of the Hinata clan mournfully carried their unconscious leader back to the main residence. Shikamaru, despondent, grasped Zoro, who was still in a daze, as though dragging a massive burden, trudging along laboriously. Ino, on the other hand, wore an expression of exhilaration, feeling as though she had witnessed more drama today than in the past year combined. Soon, the once bustling streets fell eerily silent, leaving behind only a few stunned passers-by who remained rooted in place, unable to comprehend the abrupt stillness. Everything seemed to have come to an end. At that moment, a voice, calm to the point of indifference, resonated from an inconspicuous corner. The voice, though soft, rang out distinctly in the surrounding silence. There, at the street corner, stood a young man clad in a high-collared trench coat and dark sunglasses, wrapped tightly against the world. Surrounding him were nearly invisible, tiny black insects. Yunji now adjusted his sunglasses and, in his ever-unvarying monotone, stated a fact. It appears you have all forgotten about me. Indeed, my presence is so faint. Chapter 54. Hinata's mind is about to overheat. Yunji now pushed up his sunglasses. He stood at the corner of a chaotic street, the air still tinged with the lingering aura of the fifth Hokage's formidable presence. Everyone had departed. Lady Tsunade, accompanied by her new and old disciples, marched into the Hyuga clan like a victorious general. Shikamaru, burdened with a colossal headache, followed behind in resignation. The elders of the Hyuga clan carried their unconscious clan head, wailing as they retreated to the main residence. Even Ino and Sakura, who had come merely to spectate, eagerly pursued Lady Tsunade, wishing to witness the dawn of the Hyuga clan's colonization firsthand. Only he, Yunji now, a member of Team 8 and a companion to Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata, was left forgotten at the scene. He calmly analyzed the situation. Conclusion 1. From the onset of the event to its conclusion, no one had acknowledged his presence. Conclusion 2. His sense of presence had thinned to the point of complete disregard. Conclusion 3. This might be a novel form of stealth technique worthy of investigation. Why? Jinao's heart remained undisturbed, even harboring a desire to record certain data. He silently turned, following the overwhelming chaotic energy that seemed to stir the entire world into a frenzy, and headed toward the gates of the Hyuga residence. He wished to witness firsthand the intriguing chemical reactions that would unfold when a multitude of disasters was forcibly confined within a cage. In the center of the courtyard, two enormous wine jars were thudded heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thump. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, boldly rolled up her sleeves, one foot perched upon a stool, seizing a wine bowl larger than her head, and let out a thunderous roar directed at the man on the opposite end of the courtyard. Green, algae-haired brat, are you still in the game? If not, kneel and concede. Opposite her, Roronoa Zoro sat cross-legged, a pile of 7 or 8 empty wine jars accumulating before him. He remained unfazed, merely using his pinky to clean his ear, his gaze imbued with a hint of laziness and disdain. That nagging old hag should focus on drinking more bowls instead of talking so much. With that, he grabbed a wine jar, eschewing the bowl entirely, and tilted it directly to his mouth. The fiery liquor cascaded down his throat like a waterfall, not a single drop spilling. Good, Tsunade exclaimed upon witnessing this. And rather than becoming incensed, her competitive spirit erupted even further as she too seized a wine jar and drank with unparalleled fervor. Between them, an invisible arena of intoxicating fumes formed, the overwhelming bravado and scent of alcohol rendering the surrounding Hyuga clan members pale and weak-kneed. They were not frightened. They were nearly intoxicated by the sheer intensity of the alcohol fumes. On the opposite side of the courtyard, the curly-haired chef Sanji, who should have been sent flying by Hinata's slap, had inexplicably returned. His black suit was dust-laden, adorned with several leaves, yet his face radiated a sacred and fervent glow. He had commandeered the impeccably maintained kitchen of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, the kitchen was ablaze with fire, the aroma wafting through the air. "Oh, my beloved Hinata! My supreme lady Tsunade! My sweet Sakura-chan!" Sanji exclaimed like a graceful madman, twisting his body into an astonishing S-shape, his hands a blur as they danced among the cookware. "To celebrate your new abode, I shall present you with this dish infused with all my love, a new world rainbow seafood chowder. Taste it. Feel my volcanic love." The Hyuga maidens tasked with overseeing the kitchen had been completely petrified at the doorway. They could only helplessly watch as the man danced the dance of courtship in their sacred kitchen. In another corner of the courtyard, a different scene unfolded. Hinata Hanabi, once proud and aloof, now knelt on the ground, cautiously and somewhat ingratiatingly offering a delicate sweet to the mouth of a raccoon. "Come, raccoon, open wide." "Ah, I've told you, I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon." Chopper shouted in indignation, but his body obediently opened its mouth, devouring the sweet. A triumphant and satisfied smile illuminated Hanabi's face. She extended her hand, expertly stroking Chopper's fluffy fur, murmuring, "The texture is delightful, even better than my father's treasured mink blanket. From this day forth, you shall be my exclusive pet, raccoon. I'm a doctor, not a pet." Chopper's protest seemed painfully futile. Not far away, beneath an eave, Usopp was surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 children from the Hyuga branch family. "And then what? And then what?" they clamored. Then, Usopp puffed out his chest, pride radiating from his face. I, the great Captain Usopp, faced a sea king larger than Hokage Rock, and I did not flinch. I drew back my slingshot, aimed at its eye larger than a lantern, and shouted, "Deadly Firebird Star." Boom! A fiery dragon erupted forth. The children exclaimed in awe. "Wow! Usopp is amazing." Shikamaru, hiding at a distance, covered his face in despair. He feared that the future of the Hyuga clan might be led astray by this charlatan. Meanwhile, Frankie and Brook were engaged in their own antics. One was busy modifying the yard into a cyber zen space, occasionally erupting with super exclamations and explosive sounds, while the other floated through the corridors of the Hyuga residence like a ghost. "Ho ho ho! Though I cannot see you with my eyes, dear lady, I can feel your purity and beauty within. To express my respect, may I admire your undergarments?" Ah! Another scream from a maid, accompanied by a flurry of chaotic footsteps, erupted from deep within the residence. Today, Hinata Hayashi's teacup was destined to meet its end once more. Amidst this cacophony reminiscent of 100 demons parade, the individual at the very eye of the storm finally opened her eyes. Hinata Hyuga awoke, discovering herself lying on a soft bed. The room was adorned with elegance and solemnity, the air fragrant with a hint of sandalwood. "Where am I?" Her memories lingered on her father's icy interrogation and Lady Tsunade's teasing gaze. Then, a terrifying image struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. Mr. Sanji on one knee, proposing to her. No. Hinata's breath quickened. She remembered, under the watchful gaze of all, in a moment of utmost shame, fear, and despair. She seemed to have slapped Mr. Sanji. Hinata's face flushed, burning hotter than a red-hot iron. She struck someone and sent them flying away, disappearing into the horizon. No, that must have been a dream. Trembling, she covered her head with the blanket, attempting to deny the terrifying memory. Just then, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Haruno Sakura entered, holding a glass of water, and upon seeing Hinata curled up on the bed, a look of concern crossed her face. "Hinata, you're awake? How do you feel?" Hinata poked her head out from under the blanket, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did I just have a terrible dream?" Sakura paused for a moment before stating a fact in a tone mixed with sympathy, awe, and a hint of schadenfreude. "No, Hinata, you didn't dream it. You truly knocked that guy with the curly brows flying." Now the whole of Konoha is buzzing about how the heiress of the Hyuga clan has awakened a new bloodline limit that allows her to launch human projectiles with her bare hands. Hinata's eyes slowly lost their sparkle. She felt her soul drifting away from her body, just as she was about to succumb to her daily routine of fainting. A thunderous crash suddenly resonated from the courtyard. Boom. Following that was Tsunade's hearty laughter. "Ha! Come on, green algae head. We're not leaving until we knock down at least one person today." The massive sound jolted Hinata's wandering spirit back into her body. She stiffly turned her head and looked through the window at the chaotic scene in the courtyard. She saw Tsunade and Zoro competing in drinking, Sanji dancing in the kitchen, her sister feeding a talking raccoon, no, a reindeer, and Usopp boasting about his adventures. Her mind was utterly in disarray. Who am I? Where am I? Why has my home turned into this? Chapter 55, From Social Anxiety to Food King. Who am I? Where am I? Why has my home become like this? Hinata Hyuga's mind was experiencing chaos comparable to a cosmic explosion. Her consciousness floated like a solitary boat in a stormy sea, surrounded by deafening roars and bizarre illusions. In the courtyard, the fifth Hokage was drinking with the green-haired swordsman like a bandit, their boisterous laughter nearly lifting the roof off the Hyuga residence. From the kitchen, the curly-browed chef she had knocked away had returned, dancing with a strange rhythm while uttering incomprehensible love proclamations. In the corner, her sister Hanabi, typically so high and mighty, treating family rules as paramount, was feeding a talking raccoon, no, a reindeer, like a humble caretaker, a bizarre smile of satisfaction on her face. Further away, a long-nosed trickster was being revered by a group of Hyuga children as he recounted outlandish sea adventure tales. Each scene smashed against the plaque of rules and decorum that defined the Hyuga clan. And she, Hinata Hyuga, was the architect of all this chaos. It was she who had brought this disaster home. Just thinking about it made Hinata's breath become labored, her vision darkening as if her soul was on the verge of running away again. She remembered. She had sent Sanji flying, right in front of everyone, using a strength she herself could not comprehend, launching a living person like a cannonball. No, that must have been a dream. She curled up under the blanket, trembling, trying to use self-hypnosis to combat that too-real nightmare. Just then, boom. The exquisite washi sliding door made from precious cypress wood, intricately carved with dark patterns, exploded into a flurry of particles. It wasn't pushed open, nor was it broken down. It simply vanished. A figure bathed in the courtyard's fiery glow and clamor appeared at the entrance, resembling a descending deity. In his hand, he held a colossal, sizzling roasted leg of meat, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Hinata, Luffy's distinctive loud voice thundered in her ears. You're awake. Hinata's body froze. Even her trembling ceased. Slowly, like a rusty robot. She lifted her head to look at the straw-hatted boy at the door. Luffy grinned broadly, his smile radiant and unclouded. You look really sad. When you're hungry, you feel down. But once you're full, you want tea. Come, eat meat. This declaration was akin to a divine command. No, it was faster than any divine decree. Before Hinata's mind could process the meaning of eat meat, Luffy's figure vanished and reappeared at her bedside in an instant. Then, before her wide-eyed gaze filled with terror and confusion, that greasy, oversized roasted leg was thrust straight into her mouth with an undeniable force. Hinata's eyes widened to their absolute limit. A complex aroma of top-tier spices, rich meat juice, and overpowering grease surged like a flooding river, overwhelming all her sensory defenses. The warm meat touched her soft tongue, the hard bone pressed against her palate, and thick grease dribbled down her chin, leaving a shocking stain on her pristine white nightgown. Her mind went blank. Time froze. The world fell silent. What is happening? As the heiress of the Hyuga clan and the esteemed successor of Konoha, she had been raised with the most stringent etiquette training. Eating required slow, deliberate chewing. Speaking had to be soft and gentle. Even the stride while walking was measured to the centimeter. She had never encountered a scenario where someone shoved a roasted leg into her mouth. None of the secret scrolls of the Hyuga clan contained guidelines for handling such a situation. This eerie silence lasted less than a second. The next moment, the entire Hyuga estate erupted with a piercing scream. Luffy, you idiot. Haruno Sakura was the first to rush in, her hair nearly standing on end at the sight of this near-murderous scene. Are you trying to choke her? Get it out. Ha. Well done, Straw Hat. Tsunade punched a sake barrel, her laughter ringing out. This is how you handle a shy girl. Much more effective than any psychological counseling. My sacred dish. The golden legendary roasted beast leg prepared with all my love. And Hinata's delicate lips like cherries. Sanji's heart-wrenching wail echoed from the kitchen, his face turning ashen, as though his soul had been sucked away. Head of the family. The head of the family is going to faint. Quick, call a medical ninja. Miss, the young lady. This is the ultimate insult to the Hyuga clan. I must. The Hyuga clan members responsible for monitoring had completely lost their composure. An elderly elder pointed at Luffy, shaking with rage, before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, triggering further chaos. Yet the instigator of all this turmoil, Luffy, merely tilted his head in bewilderment, a look of pure, innocent confusion written across his face. He gazed at Hinata, whose face was flushed and eyes teary from being stuffed with roasted meat, and asked innocently, "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" He even thoughtfully pushed that enormous meat leg towards Hinata's mouth with his hand. Hinata emitted a dissonant wail, her hands weakly pounding the bed, feeling as though her fleeting and tumultuous life was about to conclude in the absurd manner of being suffocated by grilled meat. However, just as she was about to succumb to a lack of oxygen once more, a powerful and irresistible instinct for survival compelled her to open her mouth and, with all her might, bite down fiercely on the obstruction that was blocking her airway. With a rip, she successfully tore off a small piece of the perfectly grilled meat, crispy on the outside and tender within. Instantly, the exquisite symphony of meat and spices, elevated to the utmost by Sanji's culinary prowess, erupted upon her taste buds. The thought of deliciousness illuminated her grayish-white world like the first ray of light emerging from chaos. It was extraordinarily delectable, a flavor she had never before encountered. Wild and assertive, it was not like the delicate, elegant dishes favored by the Hyuga family, but rather pure, direct, and capable of making every cell in her body rejoice with delight, the very essence of meat. In that moment, the instinct for survival and the instinct for exquisite flavor perfectly converged. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Hinata Hyuga, the frail and timid young lady who would blush at the mere act of making eye contact, was actually, with tears in her eyes, puffing her cheeks and voraciously devouring that massive grilled meat leg. At first, her movements were awkward and filled with embarrassment, but soon, they became proficient, even tinged with a hint of ferocity. Just as Mr. Sanji said, it was as if she were not gnawing on meat, but rather on all the grievances, fears, and pressures she had endured over the past days. The entire room fell into a deathly silence once more. Haruno Sakura's outstretched hand halted midair. Sanji's lament was caught in his throat. Tsunade's wild laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a keen interest. Even Luffy exclaimed in surprise, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. Shikamaru, hiding in a corner, murmured in a tone of someone who had survived a catastrophe, relieved that no lives had been lost. Yet, before he could finish his words, a figure emanating a low pressure, as if just clawing its way back from the depths of hell, appeared at the other end of the courtyard. It was Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, who had just been carried away for emergency treatment and had now regained consciousness. His bloodshot white eyes fixated on the room, on his own daughter, who was joyfully indulging in a bone thicker than her own arm, her mouth glistening with grease. Hyuga Hayashi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately, no words escaped his lips. His eyes rolled back, his body softened, and once again, he fainted perfectly, precisely, and without a hint of uncertainty. This time, no one was able to catch him in time. Chapter 56. From gluttonous lowly to elegant young lady. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Space froze. In the ravaged courtyard of the Hyuga estate, all sounds, Tsunade's maniacal laughter, Sanji's wails, the gasps of the clan members, and the commotion of the medical ninjas, vanished in an instant. Everyone's actions were frozen in that frame. Haruno Sakura's hand was outstretched, poised to intervene with Luffy. Sanji clutched his chest, his face still bearing the pain of culinary desecration. Tsunade's raised sake jar hung, suspended in midair. The medical ninja responsible for treating Hyuga Hayashi held a syringe just a centimeter from the clan leader's skin. And at the center of it all, Hinata Hyuga, who had just devoured a piece of meat larger than her head like a famished beast, slowly, with a grace that starkly contrasted her earlier wild demeanor, set down the gleaming bone in her hand. She gently placed the bone on the nearby bed without making a sound. Then, she raised her hand and meticulously wiped the last traces of grease from the corner of her mouth with the sleeve of her nightgown, the motion delicate as if she were tending to a rare treasure. After completing this, she adjusted her slightly disheveled clothing, straightened her posture, brought her knees together, and placed her hands neatly on her lap. Facing Luffy, who was still in the feeding posture at the door, she bowed deeply, flawlessly, and impeccably. "Thank you for the treat." Her voice returned to its soft, shy tone, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. It had been Hinata who lost her composure. Boom! If Luffy's earlier act of stuffing her mouth with grilled meat had dropped a bomb in the Hyuga household, then Hinata's nonchalant words now were equivalent to detonating that bomb. Crack. The cane of an elder of the Hyuga clan, just helped to his feet, shattered in his hands. Thud. Haruno Sakura's jaw dropped to the floor. Uffed. From the kitchen, Sanji spewed a mouthful of old blood, his face flushing with a sickly hue, his eyes transforming into two enormous hearts. Is this the fabled contrast of cuteness? The coexistence of wildness and elegance. The fusion of savagery and restraint. My heart, my Cupid's arrow, is about to explode. Lady Hinata. Yet, the sound that shattered the silence was not Sanji's howling. Instead, it was an even louder, deafening burst of laughter. Ha! Tsunade finally failed to keep hold of that enormous sake jar, allowing it to crash to the ground and shatter into pieces. She, herself, rolled on the ground, holding her belly, laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. She finally awakened. This girl has completely come into her own, more fierce than I was in my youth. Ha ha. Tsunade's laughter acted as a switch, instantly activating the chaotic scene. The clan leader has fainted again. Quick, the adrenaline shot. Increase the dosage. But what about that young lady? What happened to her? Wasn't she just eating meat? How did she turn into this? This is a bloodline limit. A mental bloodline limit that can instantly switch personalities. The members of the Hyuga clan were utterly deranged. They looked at the young lady, sitting upright with a rosy complexion, eyes cast down in modesty, and then recalled her earlier ferocity as she voraciously gnawed on the bone. Their brains seemed to short-circuit. How could these two contrasting personas exist within the same individual? Hinata. Haruno Sakura floated over, as if in a dream, crouching down to cautiously ask with the gaze reserved for endangered species, "Are you truly all right? Do you remember what just happened?" Yes. Hinata's voice was as faint as a whisper, her cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding. I remember. Lord Luffy. He offered me meat. It was very, very delicious. She even remembered. She recalled her earlier disgraceful display that had embarrassed the Hyuga family. And she could sit here so calmly. Haruno Sakura felt her medical knowledge had been utterly pulverized that night. Right. Luffy finally snapped out of his confusion, grinning broadly like someone seeking praise. I told you, when you're hungry, you feel sad. Once you're full, you want tea. You're not sad anymore, right? Faced with Luffy's naively simplistic logic, Hinata earnestly nodded. No, I'm not sad anymore. She lifted her head, and within her pale eyes, though still tinged with shyness, there seemed to be a noticeable reduction in the previous gloom and despair. The piece of roasted meat, that sudden and somewhat crude offering, appeared to have swallowed all the negative emotions that had been bottled up within her, digesting them along with the morsel. Excellent. Luffy clapped his hands, utterly satisfied. For him, the solution was deceptively simple. When a companion is troubled, he offers them meat. Once they are satiated, their sorrow dissipates, and the problem is resolved. Perfect. As for family honor and the constraints of etiquette, what significance do they hold? Can they be consumed? Oh. Do you see it, Zoro? This is the wisdom of a captain. Usopp, hidden in a corner, excitedly explained to the equally dazed Zoro. Look. He has resolved the most complex psychological issues with the most direct and primal method. What do we call this? This is the essence of simplicity. Zoro shot him a glance, remaining silent, merely taking another swig of his drink, his gaze sweeping between Luffy and Hinata, seemingly lost in thought. No, wait. From the corner, a voice filled with despair, reminiscent of a dreamlike murmur, emerged from Nara Shikamaru. This is not simplicity. This is a dimensional strike. He covered his face, feeling as though his intellect had been repeatedly ground into the dirt. Using a madman-esque logic to solve an ordinary person-esque troubles. How did I end up here? I wished to return home and watch the clouds. Just then, Tsunade finally had her fill of laughter. She sprang to her feet with a flourish, a playful smile adorning her face as she approached Hinata. Little Hinata. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Hinata's body instantly tensed. Tsunade reached out, grasping Hinata's chin to force her to look up, scrutinizing her face, flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Quite remarkable. A truly beautiful face. Tsunade exclaimed, her earlier fierceness perfectly complementing this visage. Tell me, was that feeling exhilarating? Hinata was utterly bewildered. It was that sensation of disregarding everything, of doing whatever one desires. Tsunade coaxed, trampling all rules, all constraints, and everyone's gaze beneath her feet. Isn't it exhilarating? I don't have that, Hinata stammered, desperately wanting to deny it. You do, Tsunade interrupted firmly. Your body is far more honest than your words. That slap of yours sent those eyebrows flying. You devoured that roasted leg. It is your body rebelling and venting for you. Tsunade released her grip, stepping back with hands on her hips. Even Mr. Her tone echoing a momentous proclamation, addressing everyone present. From this day forth, Hinata Hyuga's training shall include a new element. In addition to the mighty fist and the sealing technique, she pointed at Hinata, her face beaming with the delight of a successful prank. You must also learn how to masterfully control your two forms. I shall cultivate you into the strongest kunoichi capable of seamlessly transitioning between a refined lady and a battlefield warrior. Tsunade's words reached the recently awakened Hyuga Hayashi once more. He trembled as he opened his eyes, gazing at the fifth Hokage, who was declaring her intention to mold his daughter into a being of dual personas, then glancing at his own daughter, who appeared shy and seemingly harmless. He opened his mouth, but no breath came forth. Then, under the sympathetic gazes of all present, the head of the Hyuga family, the leader of Konoha's most ancient noble clan, expertly closed his eyes once more, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 57. There is a kind of revelry meant to be shared with you. Hyuga Hayashi's fainting did not conclude the chaotic party destined to be recorded in Konoha's annals. On the contrary, it acted like a starting pistol, igniting a frenzy among the attendees. Without the authority of the clan head to suppress them, the Hyuga clan members, bound by rules for decades, though still hesitant to approach, began to gaze toward the courtyard with expressions that gradually shifted from initial fear and anger to a mix of numbness, confusion, and even a hint of yearning they had yet to recognize within themselves. Our protagonist, Hinata Hyuga, having navigated the transitions between the gluttonous lowly and the refined lady, was now forcibly positioned at the center of the courtyard by Tsunade. Before her sat a small table, stacked high with exquisite desserts prepared by Sanji, specifically catered for ladies. Behind her stood Sakura, vigilant like a bodyguard, keeping a watchful eye on Luffy, who might produce another roasted leg at any moment. Eat. Consume. Tsunade boldly poured a bottle of sake into her mouth, wiping her lips with her sleeve, and commanded Hinata, "Don't pretend to be a lady. I have already seen the beast within you. Release it." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple, her hands nervously clutching her clothing as her body trembled slightly. She dared not look at Tsunade, nor at the clan members casting strange glances her way. She felt as though she were being subjected to public execution. However, when her eyes inadvertently swept across the courtyard, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a scene she had never witnessed within the Hyuga estate. No, it should be said. It was a lively spectacle she had never experienced in her life. The straw-hatted Captain Luffy was engaged in an utterly meaningless yet fiercely contested competition with Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi Chuji to see who could open their mouth the widest. Luffy's rubbery mouth easily overwhelming the two, eliciting peals of laughter. The green-haired swordsman Zoro was being pressed down by Tsunade, with a row of enormous sake bowls before them. Engaged in the most primal contest between men and women, Zoro's gaze sharpened, while Tsunade remained unfazed, demonstrating the legendary Sannin's impressive drinking prowess. The blonde-haired cook Sanji was spinning wildly around Sakura, Nami, and Ino, his spatula fluttering like a butterfly, conjuring up fragrant dishes out of thin air, accompanied by his excessively flattering poetry. The cyborg Frankie had somehow dragged in a pile of metal and wood, enthusiastically explaining his grand transformative vision with several young members of the Hyuga clan, even pulling out blueprints and inviting them to join his ambitious Hyuga Heavy Industries project. The long-nosed Usopp found himself surrounded by a group of younger children, animatedly recounting his heroic tales from the land of giants, leaving the children in awe. Even the usually composed Aburame Shino quietly stood behind him, his glasses glimmering with curiosity. Even her sister, the once proud and aloof Hanabi, who regarded her as worthless, was now crouched beside the reindeer Chopper. Hanabi no longer referred to Chopper as a raccoon, but cautiously offered him a medicinal herb, her tone laced with a mix of reverence and curiosity as she sought his wisdom on medical knowledge. Chopper, puffing out his small chest, assumed the role of a doctor, imparting lessons to this brilliant young lady from the Hyuga clan. The entire courtyard was filled with the aromas of food, the sharpness of alcohol, the sounds of laughter, arguments, and boasting. These noises intertwined, raucous, crude, and utterly devoid of decorum. Yet, they were so vibrant, brimming with the essence of life. This atmosphere enveloped Hinata like a warm current, dissipating the chill of fear and shame that had settled within her. She suddenly realized that Tsunade's command to unleash the beast within her did not seem so frightening after all. Was this what the world looked like after losing one's composure? Was this the essence of freedom? Unbeknownst to her, the corners of Hinata's mouth subtly curved upward, forming a small arc as she gazed upon the chaotic and surreal tapestry before her, an unexpected thought blossoming within her mind. If Naruto-kun were here, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon witnessing such a scene. His love for lively gatherings and his yearning to be surrounded by friends are well known. He would surely engage in a ramen-eating contest with Luffy, test his endurance against Zoro, and boast alongside Usopp, shining like the sun and making this place even more vibrant. Naruto-kun, she unconsciously murmured that name in a voice only she could hear, infused with a deep longing and tenderness she herself was unaware of. Meanwhile, far away in the secluded ninja sanctuary of Myobokuzen, a thunderous sneeze erupted like a clap of thunder, shattering the silence of the Toad training grounds. Seated atop a sharp stone pillar, Uzumaki Naruto jolted as the natural energy he had painstakingly gathered dissipated in an instant. The faint toad-like shadow that had just appeared on his face vanished without a trace. With a thud, Naruto tumbled from the pillar and landed squarely in a pool brimming with toad oil. Coughing and sputtering, he clambered out, wiping the oil from his face, his expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Recently, what has been happening? He tugged at his hair in frustration, wondering why he kept sneezing. Little Naruto, the sage, Shinsaku, standing nearby, mercilessly tapped Naruto's head with his small staff. You are practicing senjutsu, not honing your sneezing skills. The essence of sage mode lies in a tranquil heart. It is the perfect synchronization with nature. How can you hope to succeed with such erratic behavior? I don't want this either. Naruto protested, rubbing his nose. I just can't help it. My nose feels so itchy. Humph. The common saying goes, one sneeze means someone is thinking of you, while two sneezes indicate someone is speaking ill of you. Shinsaku crossed his arms, adopting a sage-like demeanor. You just sneezed once. So it seems a certain young lady is missing you. Huh, a young lady? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, with the first image that sprang to mind being Sakura's terrifying fist that could send him flying. He instinctively shuddered. No, that can't be. Enough of this nonsense. Continue, urged Shinsaku. Think of Jiraiya. Think of pain. Think of the future of the village. You cannot waste time here wallowing in romantic sentiments. Yes, at the mention of Jiraiya, Naruto's gaze instantly hardened. He climbed back atop the sharp stone pillar, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and formed hand seals. Calm down, I must calm down. Feel the flow of the natural wind, the whispers of the water, the breath of the stones. He diligently recited the teachings imparted by Shinsaku within his mind, striving to eliminate all distractions. This time, he felt much better. The natural energy around him seemed to transform into gentle little sheep, slowly converging into his being. Tender yet powerful. The orange hue that signified sage mode began to reappear at the corners of his eyes. Success was imminent. However, just as he was about to attain perfect harmony with the natural energy, far away in Konoha, Hinata watched Luffy force a massive piece of grilled meat into Choji's mouth. Unable to suppress a laugh as she thought, Naruto-kun would surely laugh even louder at this sight. Myobokuzen. Achoo! Achoo! Naruto felt as if he had been struck on the head with a hammer, his body jerking violently as he let out two earth-shattering sneezes that scattered the natural energy he had so painstakingly gathered. Even worse. This time the energy spiraled out of control, far more severely than before. One side of his face began to uncontrollably morph into a toad-like visage. One eye grew disproportionately large, and even toad-like spots began to appear on his skin. Oh no! Shinsaku's expression shifted dramatically, and with lightning speed. He struck Naruto's head once more with his staff. Pow! Ah! Naruto screamed, tumbling down from the pillar again, landing in a disheveled heap on the ground. He clutched his head, nearly in tears. Not again. This time it was two. Who is cursing me? Chapter 58. A Crisis in Senjutsu Training. Not again. This time it was two. Who is cursing me? Uzumaki Naruto, clutching his head which bore a sizable bump from the staff, struggled to rise from the toad oil. Expressing his outrage, he felt more exhausted than when undertaking an S-rank mission. The physical fatigue was secondary to the emotional toll. He could not comprehend why. Despite his efforts to find tranquility, he faltered at the most critical moments, and in such an inexplicable manner. You fool. Is now the time to question who is cursing you? Shinsaku stood before Naruto, his white whiskers trembling in fury. His small frame erupted with an anger that belied its size. Look at your hands. Look at your face. Naruto instinctively raised his hand, lowering his gaze to find his left hand transformed beyond recognition. The skin had turned rough and sticky, with webbing forming between his fingers, and his nails had thickened and rounded, resembling a toad's claw. In terror, he reached toward his face, feeling the rough, cold texture covered in bumps. Ah! What has happened to my face? Naruto shrieked, frantically racing to the edge of the oil pool, using the reflection on the oily surface to see his current visage. Half of his face had completely morphed into that of a toad, one eye grotesquely enlarged, its golden iris emanating an inhuman glow. His skin was speckled with deep green spots, and the curve of his mouth stretched beyond the limits of normality. The sight of his half-human, half-toad form filled him with dread. This is the peril of Senjutsu training. Shinsaku's tone turned grave, pointing his staff at Naruto, enunciating each word. Sage mode is the ultimate technique that perfectly fuses spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Once the balance is disrupted, and you cannot perfectly absorb natural energy, it will retaliate against you, gradually transforming you into a true toad. He paused, a flicker of sorrow passing through his small eyes. Ultimately, you will become an immobile toad statue, forever trapped in Myobokuzen. A statue. Naruto shivered. Images of the unfortunate predecessors who had failed their training in Myobokuzen flashed through his mind, as mentioned by the perverted sage. He refused to accept such a fate. He must return to take vengeance on the perverted sage, protect Konoha, and become Hokage. What should I do? Naruto was on the verge of tears. I truly cannot control it. The sneezes seem to have a mind of their own. Humph. In my 800 years of existence, I have never seen someone fail their training due to sneezing. Shinsaku paced around Naruto, inspecting him like a malfunctioning tool. One sneeze means someone is thinking of you. Two sneezes mean someone is speaking ill of you. Since you just sneezed twice, it indicates someone is bad-mouthing you. Old Toad analyzed seriously. Have you offended any formidable women in the village? Perhaps the fifth Hokage? Tsunade Baba? Naruto scratched at his face, which was beginning to return to normal. She scolds me all the time, but it shouldn't come to this. What about Sakura? Sakura hits me at any time. Naruto felt increasingly aggrieved. Shinsaku fell into contemplation. It sensed an ominous aura surrounding this matter. This external, unpredictable disturbance had become the greatest obstacle in Naruto's pursuit of mastering sage techniques. No, conventional training methods have become futile for you. The gaze of the sage, Shinsaku, sharpened as he made a significant decision. He must resort to more extreme measures to force you into a state of tranquility. More extreme methods? A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, at the Hyuga estate, the intensity here rivaled that of the training at Myoboku Mountain. The revelry in the courtyard had reached a fever pitch. Under Tsunade's boisterous declarations, Zoro had already emptied his 17th bowl of liquor, his fierce gaze almost tangible, slicing through the air. Tsunade remained unfazed, her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding an air of valor and grandeur. Frankie's Hyuga Heavy Industries project had successfully captivated the first batch of investors. A few young members of the branch family who had been ensnared by his romantic theory of men should engage in Zaku. They were gathered around a hastily drawn blueprint, fervently debating whether to install beam cannons or coal-powered jet engines in the courtyard. Usopp's boasting competition attracted an ever-growing audience. Even some usually stoic Hyuga clan members could not help but display expressions of skepticism as they were drawn in by his legendary tales of having 8,000 subordinates and defeating Sea Kings in one blow. Our protagonist, Hinata Hyuga, after experiencing initial chaos and embarrassment, now found herself in a dazed, out-of-body state, being firmly seated by Tsunade. Come on, Hinata, show us what you've got. Tsunade, fueled by enthusiasm, gestured towards Luffy, who was in a contest with Choji and Inuzuka Kiba to see who could devour larger chunks of roasted meat. Look at him. That's the appetite of a true warrior. You should join him. Show him the spirit of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Lady Tsunade, I can't do it. Hinata was on the verge of tears, feeling that if she stayed any longer, the decades of modesty and shyness she had built would be utterly shattered. Master, please don't go too far. Sakura, unable to bear the scene, attempted to rescue Hinata from Tsunade's clutches. She isn't a monster like Luffy. What monster? Are you talking about me, Sakura? Luffy, with keen ears, turned his head, a large piece of meat larger than his head clutched in his mouth, and asked, "Are we having a competition? Is Hinata joining too? That's fantastic. The more, the merrier." He excitedly grabbed another equally massive piece of roasted meat, ready to send it Hinata's way. Just as the situation became critical, a yellow whirlwind flashed by. "Stop, you rude brat." Sanji, striking a gallant knightly pose, stood protectively in front of Hinata, his eyes sparkling with hearts as he vehemently shouted at Luffy, "How dare you treat the noble lady, Miss Hinata, with such crude food? She deserves to savor my meticulously prepared, sweet as morning dew, and dazzling as the stars, heartfelt dessert fantasy." "Huh, but meat tastes better," Luffy replied, puzzled. "What do you know, curly-browed chef?" Zoro's languid voice chimed in from the side. "Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. She might just love meat." "What did you say? Green-haired fool." Sanji was instantly ignited. "Want to fight? You stinky chef." Zoro set down his bowl of liquor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. As a fierce battle was about to erupt in the courtyard, the surrounding Konoha ninjas nervously retreated, ready to intervene at any moment. However, amidst the storm, Hinata observed this absurd scene with unexpected tranquility. In fact, she felt a hint of amusement. This extreme chaos seemed to form an absolute barrier, shielding her from all external scrutiny and judgment. Here, no one demanded her to maintain decorum, nor did anyone criticize her for being weak. Everyone lived in the most authentic and unrestrained manner. So, this is what Mr. Luffy refers to as freedom? A smile unconsciously crept onto Hinata's lips, one she hadn't even realized she wore. She watched Luffy and Sanji bickering over what she should eat, saw Zoro eagerly waiting to join in, and observed her companions around, some tense, others enjoying the spectacle. Her heart swelled with the thought, if only Naruto-kun were here. Witnessing this scene, he would undoubtedly be delighted. He would join Mr. Luffy's meat-eating contest without hesitation, then debate with Mr. Sanji whether ramen or roasted meat was more delicious. And finally, compete with Mr. Zoro to see who had greater willpower. He would illuminate this place like the sun, making it all the warmer. Naruto-kun. She softly whispered his name in her heart once more, the longing sharper and more profound than ever before. At Mayuboku Mountain, in the Toad training ground, Achu, Achu, Achu. 3 earth-shattering sneezes erupted like thunderclaps above Naruto Uzumaki's head. He was tightly bound by a massive rope to a sharp stone pillar, a drastic measure devised by Shinzaku to incapacitate him and force his concentration. However, it proved utterly ineffective. At the moment of the 3rd sneeze, Naruto felt as if his body were infused with magma. Boom! An unprecedented, wildly ferocious surge of natural energy, akin to a flood breaking its dam, instantaneously overwhelmed the fragile barrier within him, aggressively flooding every corner of his being. "This is bad," Shinzaku screamed in terror, his pitch rising. Bound to the stone pillar, Naruto's body was visibly undergoing a transformation. His skin rapidly turned green, sprouting spots. His hands and feet swiftly developed webbing. His mouth uncontrollably stretched wide, his eyes bulging. He resembled an inflated toad balloon. This time, it was not just half his face. It was his entire body undergoing an irreversible toadification. This was a sign of utter chaos, the prelude to becoming a stone statue. Little Naruto. Shinzaku's eyes reddened with urgency as he grasped the nearby staff, summoning all his strength to hurl it towards Naruto. "Wake up!" Cut off the connection to nature. However, Naruto could no longer hear him. He felt his consciousness being devoured by a cold, ancient power. He sensed his bones distorting, his blood degrading. An overwhelming fear gripped him. Who is it? Who is it? In the last moments of his consciousness, he let out a desperate scream. "Stop thinking of me. And don't scold me anymore. I beg you. No matter who you are. It's too late." Shinzaku watched as the staff was about to strike Naruto's head. Yet the toadification traits on Naruto's body continued to spread uncontrollably, and he desperately closed his eyes. Chapter 59 Love-Stricken Mind as an S-Class Assassination Technique. Ding! A crisp yet muffled sound reverberated through the silent Toad training ground. The staff thrown by Shinzaku struck Naruto, whose transformation had already begun, squarely on his swollen forehead. The intense pain pierced through Naruto's consciousness, which was on the verge of being completely consumed by natural energy, like the most primal thunder. Ouch, 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 ouch. A cry, tinged with a toad's croak, erupted from Naruto's wide-open mouth. This sheer physical impact forcefully interrupted the uncontrollable surge of energy within him. The natural energy that sought to assimilate him was momentarily stunned by this sudden strike, halting for a brief moment. Then, a miracle occurred. The terrifying signs of toadification on Naruto rapidly receded like a receding tide. The protruding eyeballs retracted, the green skin transformed back to a healthy wheat hue, and the webbing between the hands and feet visibly vanished. With a thud, the freed Naruto collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat and toad oil, gasping for air. His pupils still reflecting an abyss of terror. Was I about to turn to stone? He stammered, his voice trembling, even his lips quivering. He truly felt his consciousness sinking into a cold, dark swamp, his body no longer his own. The eternal solitude and chill were more terrifying than death itself. Oh, so you do know fear. Sage Shinsaku soared forward, retrieving his staff, his small frame trembling with rage, yet his little eyes betrayed a hint of fear and profound concern. Just a moment more. If he hadn't decisively interrupted Naruto's sage transformation with such a crude method, what stood here now would likely be a brand new, fear-stricken toad statue. I have come to understand. Sage Shinsaku circled the limp Naruto, his tone gravely serious. Conventional training is futile for you. You have a significant problem. I don't know what's happening. Naruto whimpered, on the verge of tears. I swear I was truly concentrating. The problem is not with you. Sage Shinsaku struck the ground with his staff. The issue lies outside. Just then, another small figure hurriedly jumped from afar, its voice arriving before its presence. What are you up to here, kid's father? I sensed a chaotic surge of sage chakra just now. Nearly thought you had blown up the oil pot. The newcomer was none other than Sage Shizuma, the wife of Sage Shinsaku. Upon seeing Naruto's half-dead appearance and the solemn expression on Sage Shinsaku's face, she immediately realized the situation was dire. What happened? Did this kid get off track? Sage Shinsaku nodded gravely, succinctly explaining what had just transpired. A sneeze? Sage Shizuma's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression mirroring the absurdity that Sage Shinsaku had first displayed. Are you saying this kid almost turned to stone because of a sneeze? Not because of it, but through it. Sage Shinsaku corrected sternly. The sneeze was merely a facade, a switch. The true cause is a powerful external thought interference. Thought. Indeed. Sage Shinsaku paced, his expression increasingly grave. Longing, curses, affection, hatred. These human emotions are forms of spiritual energy. The emotions of ordinary people are as weak as a breeze. But some individuals possess feelings so intense they can manifest as tangible power. He pointed at Naruto, his voice carrying a tremor of disbelief even he could not comprehend. This kid is connected to an overwhelmingly powerful emotion. A sneeze represents the source of that emotion, which created a strong longing for him, traversing some bond and directly interfering with his connection to natural energy. 2 sneezes signify curses, increasing the interference. And those 3 life-threatening sneezes earlier were likely extreme emotions of affection or concern, reaching their peak. The intensity of that thought was comparable to an A-ranked mental ninjutsu, directly igniting his internal natural energy. Sage Shizuma was left speechless. Having lived for hundreds of years, she had heard of countless bizarre deaths. But this was the first time she encountered someone nearly losing control due to another's overwhelming desire. What is this? An S-ranked love-struck forbidden technique. Sage Shizuma couldn't help but scoff. This is no time for jokes. Sage Shinsaku rebuked. If we do not resolve this source of interference, training cannot proceed. Moreover, the intensity of that thought is only increasing. If this continues, even without training, this kid could explode into a toad in his sleep due to someone else's longing. Upon hearing this, Naruto jolted upright in fright. Sleeping could turn me into a toad. Is there no justice? What should I do? Naruto was nearly frantic. How about you knock me out? If I'm unconscious, I won't think about anything. Fool. It's others thinking of you, not you thinking of them. Sage Shinsaku struck him with his staff again. The only solution is to go to Konoha and find that source of emotional turmoil powerful enough to kill. Make her stop thinking. I will stay here. Sage Shinsaku declared decisively. I must use my sage chakra to temporarily seal Naruto's perception, isolating him from the natural world to stabilize his condition. He turned to his wife. Only you can go. Me? To that chaotic human village? Sage Shizuma grimaced. But seeing Naruto's almost tearful face and recalling that bold white-haired disciple, she sighed. Fine, fine. What a troublesome little kid. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hyuga estate, troubles were brewing in another form. The courtyard party had devolved into a chaotic frenzy. Hinata sat dazed in the main seat, observing everything unfold, feeling as though her soul had drifted far beyond the clouds. Luffy and Sanji had escalated their debate over whether Miss Hinata should eat meat or dessert into a full-blown brawl. Zoro, bored, began a drinking contest with several branch family ninjas from the Hyuga clan, his boisterous demeanor leaving those typically disciplined ninjas in awe, venerating him as the god of wine. Watching this lively yet absurd scene, Hinata's heart, filled with shame and fear, was unknowingly overtaken by a warm emotion. So this is what it feels like to be unbound by rules. This is how it feels to laugh freely with everyone. She couldn't help but think of that golden figure. Naruto-kun, if he were here, he would surely be delighted by this sight. He would be the first to rush up to compete with Luffy for meat, laughing that ramen is the best. A gentle smile, so tender she had not even noticed it herself, graced Hinata's lips. That longing, that hope for him to share this joy at this moment, transformed into an invisible wave, crossing mountains and rivers. Naruto-kun, at Myobo-kuzen, an unprecedented and earth-shattering sneeze erupted from Naruto, who had just been stabilized by Sage Shinsaku. This time, there was no warning whatsoever. Boom. Naruto's eyes rolled back, his body leaning back violently as the Sage Chakra, which had just calmed, erupted with a force 10 times more intense than before. Akin to a volcano ignited by a nuclear bomb. Not good. Here it comes again, and stronger than ever. Sage Shinsaku's expression changed drastically as he exerted every ounce of strength to restrain the convulsing Naruto. Kid's mother. Hurry. No need for your chatter. Sage Shizuma, witnessing the scene, dared not delay. She swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. A massive plume of white smoke shot into the sky. As the smoke dissipated, Sage Shizuma had vanished from her spot. In the next moment, at the center of the Hyuga estate courtyard, atop a table piled high with wine bowls and meat bones, a similar loud explosion occurred, and a cloud of white smoke erupted. The party's revelry came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to the billowing smoke. As the smoke slowly cleared, a small, furious toad, no larger than a palm and wearing an apron, stood at the center of the table. Tsunade was stunned. Zoro was stunned. Luffy dropped the meat from his mouth onto the ground. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Jima Xianren surveyed her surroundings, observing the peculiar gathering of humans, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the formidable figure of Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, she summoned every ounce of her strength and unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the entire Hyuga household. Fifth Hokage, who among you in this village is it? Which woman is employing her damned romantic notions to assassinate our dear Shao Naruto from Myobo-kuzen? Chapter 60, Stop Thinking About Naruto. Jima Xianren's sharp and furious bellow struck like thunder at the heart of the Hyuga estate, causing time itself to seem to freeze. The raucous party came to an abrupt halt. Luffy's substantial piece of roast meat fell from his grasp with a thud as he stared in bewilderment at the small, green toad before him, his expression conveying confusion akin to that of encountering a new species of phone bug. Zoro, having just taken a large swig of alcohol, nearly spewed it forth. Sanji, still kneeling before Hinata in a posture of adoration, became utterly immobilized. His romantic notions colliding with an incomprehensible situation. Could a love-struck mind indeed be used for assassination? The members of the Hyuga clan collectively fell into a state of petrification, their minds grappling with the disjointed phrases of Toad's speech, assassination, Hokage, and romantic thoughts. Only Tsunade, after an initial shock, donned an expression of grave seriousness. She recognized her well. This was the great Toad sage from Myobo-kuzen, Jima Xianren, the mother of Jiraiya. Why had she appeared here using reverse summoning techniques, uttering such absurd and chilling words? Assassinating Naruto? Tsunade stepped forward, her authority as Hokage enveloping the space, her gaze fixed on Jima Xianren, her voice deep and foreboding. What has transpired, Jima Daren? How is Naruto? What is his condition? Upon hearing Naruto's name, Jima Xianren's fury intensified, her apron-clad limbs akimbo, resembling a fiery housewife berating passers-by in a market. That boy is barely clinging to life. If it weren't for the quick thinking of his father, he would have already turned into a stone slab. joining the unfortunate souls who failed their training at Myobokuzen. What? Tsunade and Sakura exclaimed in shock. They understood that training in sage arts could lead to petrification, but Naruto, with his extraordinary talent and the protective chakra of the Nine Tails, how could he have lost control to such an extent? Who is interfering with him? Tsunade pressed. How should I know who it is? Jima Xianren exclaimed, bouncing agitatedly upon the table. All I know is that an overwhelmingly powerful longing is battering his mental world like a pile driver. Just as he was about to achieve balance with natural energy, bam, you all launch a mental cannonball at him. How can he train like this? Taking a deep breath, Jima Xianren's bulging toad eyes sparkled with insight as she scrutinized everyone present. The source of that longing was here, among you all. Her gaze, akin to the most precise radar, swept over Luffy, Zoro, the terrified Hyuga clan members, and finally landed with unerring accuracy upon the quiet figure of Hinata, who was curled up in her seat, overwhelmed by fear and confusion. In that moment, the air in the courtyard seemed to be sucked dry. All eyes followed Jima Xianren, fixating on the fragile girl who seemed as though she might shatter with the slightest touch. Hinata's body trembled violently as she felt countless gazes piercing her like needles, her mind going blank. Is it me? How can it be me? Indeed, it is you. Jima Xianren pointed a tiny claw at Hinata, her tone resolute and irrefutable. Little girl, suppress those fatal thoughts. I do not care what your connection is with our little Naruto, but if you continue to dwell on him day in and day out, he will truly perish. The impact of this proclamation was 100-fold greater than the previous shock of the love-struck assassination. Hinata's face turned ashen, devoid of color. She opened her mouth to protest, but the tears surged uncontrollably in her eyes, overwhelming her with immense fear and anguish. I did not mean to. Her voice was but a whisper, trembling with despair. I just wish for Naruto-kun to be happy. Happy my foot. Jima Xianren interjected sternly. Your hopes, under the perception of sage mode, are the most violent mental storms. Little Naruto is striving for balance, while your longing continuously adds to his mental burden. The first time he sneezed, his sage chakra went awry and he fell into a pit. The second time, he sneezed twice and half his face turned into a toad. Just moments ago, your most dangerous longing caused him to sneeze thrice, wreaking havoc on his natural energy. If I hadn't acted swiftly to have his father bring him back from the brink with a staff, you would already be in Myobokuzen lighting incense for him. As Jima Xianren continued, her voice grew louder, each word striking Hinata's heart like a hammer. It was because of me. My desire for him to share in my joy has become a blade that harms him. I wish for his safe return. Yet this concern has become a precipice leading him towards death. The love I hold dear, which sustains all my courage and faith, has transformed into a deadly curse? No, it cannot be. Hinata's mental defenses crumbled entirely in that moment. She clutched her head, writhing in agony, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. I do not want this. I truly do not want this. I am sorry. I am so sorry, Naruto-kun. I am sorry. Her incoherent apologies echoed as she sank into profound guilt and despair. Witnessing this, Tsunade's heart sank. She understood that this unfathomable situation was indeed real. Hinata's emotions, on a level she could not comprehend, had grown powerful enough to influence reality. Sakura and Ino rushed to her side, supporting the trembling Hinata from either side, their faces etched with worry and disbelief. How could this be? Sakura murmured. How could the feelings of love transform into an attack? This is troublesome, Shikamaru lamented, covering his face, feeling utterly inadequate in intellect. This transcended the realm of shinobi combat. It had become a theological dilemma. Hey, that toad. A clear yet perplexed voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. Luffy scratched his head, gazing earnestly at Jima Xianren. So, if she stops thinking about Naruto, he won't turn to stone, right? Jima Xianren paused, then replied begrudgingly, that is indeed the case. But it is easier said than done. How can you expect her to control such a thing? That's simple, Luffy declared with conviction, stepping up to the nearly fainting Hinata, amidst the astonished stares of everyone. He picked up the large piece of roast meat he had dropped, brushed it off, and presented it to Hinata. Here, take this. When you're hungry, you won't have the energy to think about all those random things. Luffy beamed, his smile radiant. As long as you keep eating meat and fill your belly, all you'll think about is how delicious the meat is. There won't be any room left to ponder Naruto. The courtyard fell silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by Luffy's clear yet foolish logic. which seemed to embody a profound simplicity. To combat affection with appetite? To suppress emotional longing with physical satiation? Perhaps there was indeed a kernel of truth in this notion. Even the furious Jima, Xianren momentarily found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the roasted meat in Luffy's hand. However, Tsunade's eyes suddenly sparkled with revelation. Yes, suppression is futile. The more one stifles human emotion, the stronger it rebounds. Since suppression is impossible, one must instead guide and redirect. Employ a more intense, direct, and domineering desire to overshadow a more delicate and enduring emotion. Like dousing flames with a deluge. I understand now. Tsunade clapped her hands excitedly, a fervent smile illuminating her face as though she had discovered a new continent. She strode confidently to Hinata, ignoring her tear-streaked visage and the roasted meat offered by Luffy. With her hands on her hips, she looked down upon her newly accepted disciple, commanding in a tone reminiscent of royalty. Hinata Hyuga, from this moment forth, I shall devise a brand new training regimen for you. Until you learn to control your yearning, you shall have but one task. Tsunade pointed a finger at the bizarrely altered rockery in the courtyard, which had been transformed by Frankie. Shatter it. With the very punch that sent the chef with the curled eyebrows flying. Visualize all your longing, worries, affection, and guilt for Naruto as that scoundrel's face. And then, punch. Punch it all away. Chapter 61. Love Forgotten Through Pain. Thud. 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 This was not the first day. Ever since Jima Shinran's astonishing theory of love-induced assassination, the Hyuga estate had utterly devolved into a prison plagued by noise pollution. For 4 relentless days and nights, the heavy, rhythmic sound of impact incessantly struck the nerves of every Hyuga clan member. At the center of this cacophony stood Hinata Hyuga, once regarded by all as a mere failure. She stood before the rockery, mechanically swinging her fists over and over again. Her once delicate and fair hands, meant for gentle techniques, were now battered and bloodied. Blood trickled down her arms, pooling on the ground and blossoming into dark red, despairing flowers. Yet, she felt nothing. Or rather, she refused to feel anything beyond the pain. Her face bore no expression, and her white eyes had lost all focus, vacant like 2 pale, lifeless moons. All her spirit and will coalesced into one singular purpose. Punch. Then strike. She was terrified. Terrified to the core. She feared that if she paused, even for a fleeting second, that figure would uncontrollably invade her mind. She feared her longing would transform into the most venomous curse, traversing through time and space, to become the final straw that would crush that person. She feared she might never again witness that foolish yet radiant smile that illuminated her entire world. Thus, she could not stop. Absolutely could not stop. Using the agony in her hands to drown out the yearning within her heart. Using her body's exhaustion to numb her crumbling soul. As long as she continued to punch. As long as her hands bled. As long as the pain persisted, it proved she was not thinking of him. He would remain safe. Enough. Hinata. That is truly enough. Sakura could no longer bear it. She watched helplessly as her friend inflicted such horrific self-harm, a pain greater than facing 1,000 enemies. Her hands glowed with a gentle green light, the brilliance of medical ninjutsu. She rushed forward, attempting to grasp Hinata's bloodied arms. Stop. Let me heal you. If you continue like this, your hands will be ruined. Your tendons and bones will suffer permanent damage. Do you still wish to be a ninja in the future? However, Hinata merely tilted her head slightly, her voice a near whisper, broken and ethereal. No. If I stop, Naruto-kun will die. It's all my fault. I cannot think of him any longer. These words struck Sakura's heart like a dagger, a blend of sorrow and pain. She gritted her teeth, her eyes welling with tears, the glow of her healing jutsu intensifying. Fool. You absolute fool. How could this possibly be the case? Let go of me. For the first time, Hinata's voice carried a hint of struggle and plea. At that moment, a languid yet undeniably authoritative voice emerged from the nearby eaves. Sakura, let her continue. Tsunade leaned against a pillar, holding a sake gourd, sipping intermittently. She observed the frenzied figure in the courtyard with a complex gaze, admiration, fervor, and a trace of concern unbeknownst to even herself. Tsunade-sensei. Sakura turned abruptly, incredulous. What are you saying? You are a medical ninja. How can you stand by and watch her? I am indeed a medical ninja. Tsunade downed a mouthful of sake, the fiery liquid searing her throat. But I also understand that emotional pain requires a remedy from the heart. The only thing that can suppress her mental anguish is the self-inflicted agony she endures. If you heal her now, her hands will no longer hurt, and with her mind at ease, the next moment, that old toad from Mayaboku may come wielding a cleaver, telling you that Naruto has turned to stone. Can you bear that responsibility? Tsunade's words doused Sakura's impulsive spirit like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, she could not bear it. After all, that was Naruto, an irreplaceable member of their Team 7. Sakura's hands fell limply, the green glow fading. She looked at Hinata, then at Tsunade, for the first time doubting her teacher and the notion of righteousness. Is this truly the only way? The members of the Hyuga clan stood at a distance, their expressions having shifted from initial anger and humiliation to a state of numbness and fear. Was the one furiously punching in the courtyard truly the timid heiress they knew? The aura of blood and madness radiating from her sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned ninjas accustomed to life and death. Hinata Hanabi hid behind a pillar, her small frame trembling slightly. She gazed at her sister, who seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell. All past disdain and scorn replaced by a profound, indescribable awe. She did not comprehend the concept of love-induced assassination. Yet she recognized the resolute willingness to forsake oneself for another. How terrifying it was. Was her sister truly such a madwoman? Deep within the main residence, Hinata Hizashi held a cup of tea, his hand trembling uncontrollably, spilling the liquid without awareness. His Byakugan could see nothing but his daughter spiraling towards destruction. He wished to intervene, yet Tsunade's status as Hokage held him firmly in place. The millennia of glory of the Hyuga clan shattered at that moment, echoing with the relentless thuds of impact. "Hey, Hinata!" A vibrant voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Luffy approached with a large piece of roasted meat clamped in his mouth. Striding with exuberance, he curiously regarded the bloodied Hinata, then glanced at the pitifully battered rockery. "Aren't you full yet? If you're hungry, your punches will lack strength." With that, he offered her half-eaten, glistening meat dripping with grease, believing that the root of all troubles lay in hunger. Following closely behind, Sanji held a bowl of meticulously prepared, fragrant nourishing soup, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Hinata-chan, please, do not harm yourself any further. Seeing you like this is breaking my heart. Come, partake of this bowl of heartfelt healing soup I have prepared for you. It possesses the power to soothe all your wounds." Yet, be it Luffy's roasted meat or Sanji's rich soup, they cannot penetrate the world of Huatian. She appears as a marionette, programmed to respond to nothing beyond her immediate surroundings. Sakura, witnessing this chaotic scene, painfully closes her eyes. No, this cannot continue. She abruptly opens her eyes, determination igniting within them. As a medical ninja, she harbors her own pride and principles. "I am sorry, Huatian." Sakura lunges forward once more, her hands no longer channeling healing chakra, but instead, a precise chakra scalpel. She intends to forcibly sever the flow of chakra within Huatian's arm, rendering her unable to strike. "I said step back." Tsunade's gaze sharpens instantly. Yet, Sakura is beyond caring. Just as her hand, gleaming with cold light, is about to make contact with Huatian's shoulder, a piercing scream erupts from Huatian's throat, echoing like a cuckoo lamenting its fate. Her once vacant white eyes suddenly focus with an overwhelming surge of fear and despair. Boom. Instinctively, she strikes at the nearby rock formation with a punch heavier than any she has ever delivered. This blow lacks the finesse of gentle fist techniques, devoid of pinpoint accuracy. Instead, it is a raw, frenzied eruption of chakra, imitating Tsunade's monstrous strength. Her fist does not even touch the rock. The terrifying force transforms into a visible wave of white energy, violently exploding outward. Boom. The sturdy rock formation shatters as if struck by a battering ram, splintering into countless pieces. Debris, mingled with a terrifying gale, scatters in all directions. Sakura, caught in the brunt of this wave, is violently hurled away. The entire courtyard resembles a scene ravaged by a tempest, chaos reigning supreme. The ground, with Huatian at its center, is marred by spiderweb-like cracks extending for over 10 meters. All present are rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Tsunade's sake gourd clatters to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. She stares at Huatian, her expression for the first time revealing shock. Luffy's roasted meat tumbles to the earth, and Sanji's rich soup splatters across the ground. They all distinctly sense that the punch just delivered transcends the might of any ordinary human or ninja. It embodies a pure, irrational force of destruction. After that single blow, the light in Huatian's eyes extinguishes once more, reverting her to a state of soullessness. As if nothing had transpired, she turns away, approaching another relatively intact stone. Raising her battered fist, thud, she begins anew. Observing this scene, an icy chill rises from the depths of everyone's hearts. She is not training, she is a weapon, a tragic embodiment of overwhelming power spiraling out of control. Just as Huatian's fist is poised to descend once more, a hand defined by muscular lines, materializes, firmly grasping her wrist. The grip is not forceful, yet it is utterly inescapable. Huatian's fist, capable of shattering mountains, is effortlessly halted mid-air. She sluggishly turns her head, following the arm to behold the face of her captor. Short green hair, 3 golden earrings adorning the left ear, and a fierce scar traversing from the forehead to the left eye. It is Soren. He stands beside her, having arrived unnoticed. Soren does not regard anyone else. He merely lowers his gaze, his single eye calmly observing Huatian. His gaze sweeps over her mangled fist, his brow furrowing slightly. Hey! His voice is deep and steady, akin to a boulder plunging into a turbulent lake, instantly silencing the surrounding clamor. What you are doing is wrong. Huatian's hollow gaze seems to flicker with the slightest hint of disturbance. Soren fixes his gaze upon her, speaking clearly. Word by word, training that only results in self-inflicted wounds is not cultivation. It is foolishness. A blade that merely harms its wielder, breaking itself, cannot be deemed a sword. It is nothing more than a useless scrap of iron. Chapter 62. Taming the Beast Named Love. Scrap iron. Huatian's vacant eyes, shrouded in a veil of lifeless gray, tremble slightly for the first time. Those 2 words act as a stone cast into a stagnant pool, stirring faint ripples in her consciousness, which teeters on the brink of complete silence. For the onlookers, this discourse is akin to tossing a lit match into a powder keg. What did you say? The first to explode is always the chef, born of love. Sanji transforms into a streak of black lightning, his long leg igniting with visible, furious crimson flames, hurtling towards Soren's head with a howl that rends the air. You damned green algae head. How dare you insult Huatian-chan with such words? I will kick that moss-covered head of yours into the stinking ditch to serve as a chamber pot. Faced with Sanji's furious kick, Soren does not even flinch. He does not release his grip on Huatian's wrist. Instead, he casually raises his other hand, lightly deflecting the sheath of his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing reverberates. Sanji's ferocious kick is effortlessly repelled by the white sheath. The gust of wind generated ruffles their clothing, yet Soren remains unshaken. A mountain of immovable strength. Move aside, you bushy brows. Soren's tone remains flat, as if merely shooing away an annoying fly. I have no time to play house right now. You. Sanji's forehead veins pulse with rage, eager to retort. Sanji cease. This time, it is Tsunade who intervenes. The usual nonchalance and sloth have vanished from her countenance. She gazes intently at Soren, her amber eyes shimmering with a blend of shock, confusion, and fervent intensity. She may not comprehend Soren's theory regarding swords, but she recognizes strength. She clearly observes that in the instant Soren blocks Sanji, there is not a flicker of energy emanating from him. It is pure, unreasoned power of flesh and will. Even more baffling is Soren's words to Huatian. They are neither consolation nor advice, let alone healing. He dissects Huatian's uncontrollable, emotion-driven strength through a warrior's logic. Soren completely disregards the reactions of those around him. His keen eye fixated on Huatian's face. Your strength stems from your feelings for that boy named Naruto, does it not? Huatian's lips move silently. Yet her trembling form speaks volumes. You fear this power may harm him, so you wish to destroy yourself to quell these feelings. Soren's tone carries a trace of unabashed disdain. Utterly foolish. Your emotions resemble a tempest, and you, like a fool, stand in the storm, attempting to disperse it with your fists. Tell me, what good does that do? He gradually releases his grip on Huatian's wrist, gesturing towards her battered fist with his chin. Will beating yourself to a pulp stop the storm? It will only grow stronger and more violent due to your pain and despair. His words strike deep, piercing the hearts of all present, especially Tsunade and Sakura. One tried to solve Hinata's problem through indulgence, the other through medicine. But they were both wrong. They were only circling the outer edge of the storm, while this green-haired swordsman pierced through its core. Mr. Zoro, what? What are you trying to say? Hinata's voice was broken, like a candle flickering in the wind, but she did speak. Zoro looked at her, his eyes turning serious for the first time. The storm cannot be killed. You only have two choices. Either control it, become its master, or drown in it, be torn to pieces. He pointed a finger at Hinata's heart. Your power, your emotions, are your sword. Now, it controls you, and what you must do is not break it, but hold it in your hand. Tell it who its master is. Having said that, Zoro stopped looking at her, turned, and walked onto the ruins. He scanned the rubble for a moment, then looked up and pointed to a green leaf that had miraculously survived, clinging to a broken branch. Forget the stones. From now on, your enemy is that leaf. Everyone was stunned, including Hinata. She looked in the direction Zoro was pointing. The leaf, swaying gently in the wind, looked so fragile, so vulnerable. What are you going to do? Sakura couldn't help but ask, completely unable to comprehend this man's thought process. Zoro said without turning his head, it's simple. Stand here. Pack all that world-destroying power you just felt, all your longing, fear, and love for that kid, all that damned storm, into your fist. Then he paused and uttered something that left everyone bewildered. Do nothing. Just hold your fist up like that. Don't swing it. Don't let a single bit of power leak out until you can completely control it. If you can't do it, you'll stand here forever. The world fell silent. Tsunade's mouth opened slightly. She wanted to say it was impossible. Chakra is energy, and the nature of energy is to flow and release, forcibly imprisoning chakra within the body, preventing any outlet for its release. Fundamentally violates the basic laws of chakra. That's not control, that's self-destruction. Hinata's body began to tremble violently. She understood. Zoro hadn't given her a path to survival, but a path of carnage more painful and hopeless than self-harm. No more running away, no more numbness. Instead, she would face the emotion that could devour her. Face the power that could destroy everything. On the battlefield of will, she would wage a war against it to the death. Win, and she would be reborn. Loss, and she would be doomed. Hinata raised her head, her pale eyes meeting Zoro's gaze for the first time. Fear and confusion still lingered in her eyes. But more than anything, there was a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve born from being driven to the brink. I understand. She turned to face the lone leaf. She slowly closed her eyes. The next second, boom, a shockwave, more violent and terrifying than ever before, erupted from her petite body. This time, it wasn't just simple chakra. It contained her will, her emotions, everything about her. The wind howled, blinding everyone. The entire courtyard floor, centered on her, cracked inch by inch. The Hyuga clan members screamed in terror, scrambling backward. It's over. She's going to lose control. Sakura cried out, instinctively trying to rush forward. Don't move. Tsunade grabbed her, her eyes more serious than ever before, watching. The violent energy, instead of exploding outwards as before, surged forth like a flood finding an outlet, rushing wildly towards Hinata's raised right fist. A blinding light began to emanate from her mangled fist. The light grew stronger and more concentrated. It was as if a miniature sun was about to be born in her hand. Aawa. With her last ounce of willpower, she unleashed a roar from the depths of her soul. Whoosh, a miracle occurred. The sun about to explode, the violent energy capable of leveling the entire Hyuga mansion, was abruptly suppressed at the last moment. All the light, all the storm, all the sound ceased abruptly. Everything vanished. Silence returned to the courtyard. Hinata still stood there, fist raised, her body soaked in sweat and blood. Her fist looked no different than before. But Tsunade, Zoro, Sanji, and even Luffy all sensed it. Within that small, pale, bloodstained fist, an ocean slumbered. A faint, approving smile curved Zoro's lips. Very good. He walked to a relatively intact stone lantern, sat cross-legged, placed his 3 swords on his lap, and closed his eyes. And so it went until dawn. When you've figured it out, then you can lower your fist. Having said that, he truly became like a meditating monk, his breathing steady, motionless, leaving the entire courtyard stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost, staring blankly at the girl with her raised fist, as if she were holding up the entire world. Tsunade looked at Zoro, then at Hinata, and after a long while, finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. This guy isn't training ninjas. He's forging monsters like himself. Chapter 63. Congratulations, you've entered the door. The night faded, and the faint light of dawn tore through the last sliver of darkness above Konoha. The Hyuga clan's courtyard was eerily silent. All eyes were fixed on that slender figure. Hinata Hyuga had maintained that strange posture for an entire night. Her right fist was raised high, her body trembling violently from extreme pain and suppressed emotions. Sweat streamed down her pale, bloodless face, leaving a small, damp patch on the ground. Her teeth were clenched so tightly that her lips were bleeding. A trickle of bright red blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, a horrifying sight. Enough! Enough! Sakura couldn't bear it any longer. Her eyes were bloodshot, her voice trembling with tears as she roared at Zoro, who sat cross-legged like a meditating monk. She'll die? You bastard! She'll die? Her meridians and cells are becoming unstable due to the excessive concentration of chakra. If this continues, her entire arm will completely necrotize from the energy rampage. You're murdering her. As a medical ninja, Sakura knew better than anyone what Hinata was enduring. It was a torture more cruel than any form of torture. Forcibly confining raging energy within her small fist, not allowing even a single drop to leak out. This wasn't training. This was playing with fire. Sanji's usual frivolity was gone. His brows were furrowed, and the air around him seemed to distort slightly with rage. Shut up. Zoro didn't even open his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Your ninja world is too weak. When power gets out of control, you suppress it, channel it, and forget it. Just as one would soothe a petulant child. Coaxing and deceiving without revealing the true rules of the world, he paused, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. A storm is a storm. Its essence is destruction. If you wish to halt it, the sole method is to become stronger, fiercer, and more unreasonable than it. Make it aware of who the true master is. Such reasoning is flawed. Tsunade could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, the aura of the Hokage erupting around her. I acknowledge the merits of your philosophy. Yet it contravenes the principles of humanity and the laws of energy. She is but a child. No. Zoro finally opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his singular gaze. In my world, when she decides to protect someone, she is no longer a child. She becomes a warrior. And a warrior must be prepared to confront death. These words struck the hearts of all the Konoha ninjas present. They beheld Hinata, struggling in pain, yet refusing to give up, and for a moment, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Indeed, when a ninja resolves to stake their life to protect something, age and gender cease to be excuses. At that instant, Hinata, who had been trembling violently, suddenly began to calm. Her tightly shut eyes burst open, and within those white irises, pain and confusion were replaced by an unprecedented determination and fervor. A piercing scream, as if she were unleashing her very soul, erupted from the depths of her throat. The immense energy suppressed by her life for an entire night. A tumultuous mixture of love, concern, fear, and a desire for destruction, finally found an outlet. However, it did not explode as Tsunade and Sakura had anticipated, obliterating everything in its path. Instead, it was forcibly redirected by an even more savage, more unreasonable will. I will protect Naruto-kun. No longer will I hide behind him. I will stand by his side. Thus, obey me. Hinata's heart roared. That was her most fervent wish in this life. The cry from the depths of her soul. This will was pure to the utmost, and powerful to the utmost. It was as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped the energy beast on the verge of breaking free from its cage, and began to compress it inward with a nearly brutal force. Compressing. Buzz. A strange sound, reminiscent of metallic resonance, emanated from Hinata's fist. Everyone witnessed it. They beheld the astonishing scene. Upon Hinata's delicate, pale fist, now appearing somewhat grotesque due to blood flow, a faint blackness emerged, as if ink were bleeding into the air. It first appeared as a subtle shadow on the skin of her knuckles. Yet, swiftly, this darkness solidified, deepening into a profound hue, exuding a chilling, metallic luster. It was no longer flesh, no longer blood. It was an armor, unprecedented, filled with an oppressive weight and hardness. Tsunade's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks at that moment. As the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, she wielded countless top-secret scrolls concerning human anatomy and bloodline limits. She had witnessed techniques that could petrify the body, seen forbidden arts that could elementalize flesh, and even encountered jutsu that transformed blood and flesh into weapons. Yet, she had never seen nor heard of any power capable of cloaking a human's flesh and blood in armor without altering its fundamental structure. She could distinctly sense that beneath that layer of black material, Hinata's flesh, bones, and meridians remained unchanged. That darkness did not belong to chakra, nor to bloodlines, nor to any known energy. It was as though Hinata's will had forcibly manifested an armor for herself in the realm of reality. Armament Haki. Zoro's deep voice resonated. A rare, genuine smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though still rough and limited, unable to fully encompass even her fist, congratulations, Hinata of the Hyuga clan. You have taken your first step. At the moment his words fell, the madness in Hinata's eyes faded, her body softened. And that layer of black armor vanished in an instant, causing her to topple backward. Hinata, Sakura and Sanji both exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. Yet, a figure was quicker than them. Tsunade appeared beside Hinata in the blink of an eye, catching her in her arms. Her gaze intensely fixated upon Hinata's now restored fair hand. She extended her fingers, gently caressing, examining, sensing. Finally, Tsunade murmured, her voice trembling with a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of excitement. Monster. Zoro, you rascal. Chapter 64. It is time for the world to feel pain. Outside Konoha. Within a hollow tree wrapped in countless sheets of paper, a gaunt, skeletal man sat upon a massive mechanical chair. His back was pierced by thick black rods, each delving deep into his spine, draining the remnants of his life force. Nagato, once the prophesied child, self-proclaimed god. Beside him stood a serene, blue-haired woman, delicate and beautiful like a paper butterfly. Konan. She was the messenger of the god, the only one capable of approaching him. Before them stood a man with orange hair, black metal rods piercing his face, possessing the same eyes as Nagato, devoid of any human emotion. Pain. The Nine Tails in Konoha. Pain stated this fact in a monotone voice. Konoha. Nagato softly repeated the name of the place that once held all his light and hope, now only a remnant of pain and hatred. Unbidden, another face emerged in his mind. A face always adorned with a bright smile, sporting a spiky white hairstyle, burdened with a massive scroll on his back. Jiraiya-sensei. The man who pulled him from the depths of hell, taught him ninjutsu, and spoke of peace. The one who believed he was the prophesied child, capable of bringing transformation to the world. The man he had killed with his own hands at the icy depths of Amigakure. Sensei. Nagato's breathing quickened, the mechanical chair emitting a faint alarm. Konan immediately stepped forward, extending her hand, seemingly wishing to comfort him, but ultimately halted midway. She understood that such pain could not be shared by anyone. You sacrificed your life to protect what you called the future of Konoha. A subtle tremor laced Nagato's voice. Not of weakness, but of profound anger and sorrow. You believed in that absurd theory until your death. You believed that people could understand one another. You believed in the so-called will of fire. But what has been the outcome? He suddenly lifted his head, those Rinnegan eyes igniting with a terrifying purple light in the darkness. The result is that war has never ceased. Pain has never vanished. My parents perished beneath the blades of Konoha ninjas. Yahiko died at the hands of Konoha's allies. How much blood has been shed and how many lives lost because of the machinations of you great nations. The so-called peace is but a lie built upon countless corpses. Your peace is flawed. Sensei. Nagato's roar echoed throughout the empty room, filled with despair. Konan closed her eyes, tears silently streaming from the corners. She recalled the orange-haired boy, who always smiled and declared his ambition to become the bridge for this nation, leading everyone towards peace. Yahiko. His death was the final straw that broke Nagato. From that day forward, Nagato ceased to trust anyone, placing his faith solely in suffering. Only by making the world feel pain could one truly prevent war. Nagato's voice regained a serene calmness, imbued with a divine indifference. As long as the Kyuubi existed, and as long as the Jinchuriki, this unstable weapon of war, remained, true peace could never grace this world. The mission that you, Jiraiya-sensei, were unable to fulfill, I shall accomplish. I will gather all the tailed beasts and forge an ultimate weapon capable of annihilating a great nation. Then, under the shadow of absolute fear, the nations of the world will attain a fleeting and illusory peace. When they once again forget their suffering and reignite the flames of war, the divine will descend once more, compelling them to remember that pain. This is the only path to peace that I have discovered. His words were icy and resolute. Beyond dispute, Konan silently approached him, placing her cool hands gently upon the armrests of his mechanical chair. Nagato, your body, she began, but he interrupted. At the moment Yahiko perished, my heart too died. This broken shell is merely a tool for realizing our shared ideals. He closed his eyes, and a torrent of chakra surged forth, like a flood released from a dam, pouring into the darkness on the other side of the black receiver behind him. Buzzing filled the air, and in the darkness, pairs of Rinnegan eyes suddenly ignited. 5 figures, identical to the Deva Path of Pain, with metal rods piercing their faces and vacant expressions, emerged slowly from the enormous cultivation chamber. Human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, hell path. The 6 paths of pain converged at this moment. 6 lifeless shells, 6 vessels embodying the will of the divine, each possessing the power to obliterate the world, each representing a facet of reincarnation. A trace of fatigue appeared on Nagato's gaunt face. Simultaneously controlling the 6 paths was an immense burden for him, yet he remained unfazed. Jiraiya-sensei, you once said I was the child of prophecy. Then let Konoha, which you protect, bear witness. Witness the descent of the divine. The Deva Path of Pain slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the horizon, where Konoha lay. From this moment forth, let the world feel pain. Pain's voice harmonized perfectly with Nagato's at that instant. It was not the voice of a single individual, but the decree of a god. Conan watched the departing figures of the 6 paths of pain, understanding that a tremendous storm was about to erupt in the shinobi world, with the epicenter being Konoha, a village currently immersed in joy and laughter. Conan approached Nagato's side, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a piece of paper. Nagato, go. Conan, do not hesitate, he replied, his voice weary yet resolute. You must go as well. This time, there can be no mistakes. Yes. Conan's figure began to grow ethereal. Sheets of white paper peeling away from her, coalescing into a grand storm of paper butterflies that surged out of the dark hollow. As the storm passed, it took with it the last remnants of sound and warmth. The entire space fell into a tomb-like silence. The 6 world-destroying figures vanished, and Conan was gone as well. The immense chakra fluctuations subsided, leaving only coldness and emptiness in the air. A violent fit of coughing shattered the stillness, as Nagato's frail body trembled violently in the mechanical chair. Controlling the 6 paths simultaneously was a drain on his very life force. In the darkness, the only sound was the faint humming from the black receivers connected to him, sustaining his vital signs. Aside from the mechanical noise, there was only his labored, shallow breathing. In this absolute solitude, a faint purple light became the sole source of illumination, flickering in rhythm with the rising and falling of his chest. It emanated from his eye sockets. Konoha. The sun shone brightly, the streets bustling with life, an atmosphere of peace enveloping the village. Ninjas who had just completed their missions boasted loudly in the barbecue shop, while the laughter of children echoed around the corners. Everything remained as it always had, filled with the happiness of daily life. No one noticed. High above, a paper butterfly silently hovered. It gazed down upon the prosperity and tranquility, as if scrutinizing a masterpiece on the verge of shattering. Chapter 65. The Pirates Escape from the Shinobi World. Hundreds of miles away from the coastline of the Land of Fire, in a secluded azure sea, a dilapidated fishing boat floated alone. A man named Barto lay over the ship's edge, gasping for air like a dying fish. He greedily inhaled the air, the salty, briny breeze tasting sweeter than any nectar in the world. Ha. He laughed, and as his laughter flowed, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face, quickly turning into wails. He was free. He was finally free. He had escaped that cursed den shrouded in thick fog. 17 years. A full 17 years. Barto could never forget that fateful day 17 years prior. He had been a young pirate, newly set out to sea, dreaming of adventure, when his ship was sunk by cannon fire amidst a clash between 2 powerful pirate crews, sending him plunging into the ocean. When he awakened again, he found himself on unfamiliar land, rescued by 3 children and an adult, 2 boys and a girl. One boy had white hair and wore a mask. Another sported strange glasses and shouted of becoming Hokage, while the girl was more demure, with 2 purple marks on her face. The leader was a golden-haired, blue-eyed individual, who claimed to be a ninja from Konoha. From that moment forth, Barto's world was irrevocably transformed. He had thought he had seen all manner of monsters at sea, abilities, giants, and fishmen, but compared to the ninjas of this continent, those were mere docile pets. He had witnessed a child from the Uchiha clan, transformed into a blood-red fury merely because of a stolen candy, his black eyes morphing into a swirling, black tomo. He had seen a fox, towering as high as a mountain, with 9 tails, rampaging through the village. That night, Konoha was engulfed in flames and cries of despair. He had also witnessed the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. It was not war, it was slaughter, a silent, efficient cleansing. In just one night, the once proud and powerful clan, known for their Sharingan, was wiped out entirely by their own genius, Uchiha Itachi. Bardo had hidden behind a garbage bin at the street corner. Watching Itachi walk calmly amidst the bloodshed, moonlight casting down upon him, his gaze colder than death itself. Later, only the white-haired boy remained among those four who had rescued him. The others had perished. He heard that the girl had been killed by the white-haired boy, and this world made no sense to him. Why did friends kill so easily? Why did clansmen slaughter their own? From that day forth, Bardo was consumed by a frenzied desire to escape. This place was far too terrifying. The strong here did not fight for treasure, fame, or even ambition. They would unhesitatingly sacrifice themselves, and without a second thought, slaughter their kin for the sake of so-called ideals and their village. Their powers were beyond comprehension. With a few hand seals, they could conjure flames and lightning from thin air. A mere glance could drag a person into a mental abyss. There were even techniques that allowed one to perish alongside their enemies. This was neither a nation nor a village. Here lies a twisted asylum of madness. Bardo yearns to return home, to that tumultuous yet at least familiar sea. He stealthily commandeers a vessel, time and again navigating towards the dense fog that severs the continent from the outside world. Yet each time, he loses his bearings within the mist, ultimately exhausted, discovering that the boat has inexplicably drifted back to its original shore. This fog resembles an invisible, living wall, denying anyone the chance to escape. Until yesterday, last night, as usual, he embraced a flicker of hope and once more sailed into the thick fog. This time, however, he sensed a change. The fog appeared to thin. He was oblivious to the cause and uninterested in knowing. He merely rowed with all his might, expending every ounce of his strength. At last, dawn broke today, and the bow of his boat pierced through the final veil of mist. An endless expanse of azure greeted him, accompanied by the familiar briny sea breeze, signifying his success. I'm free. I'm finally free. Barto wept like a child, releasing 17 years of fear, repression, and despair. Just as his emotions began to settle, a familiar cooing sound jolted him. He looked up abruptly. A news bird circled above him. It was the news bird, the messenger of the sea, a symbol of the normal world he had long been estranged from. Barto trembled with excitement, hastily retrieving a few long-hidden berries from his pocket, raising them unsteadily. The news bird gracefully descended, snatching the berries and dropping a fresh newspaper in return. With trembling hands, Barto unfolded the ink-scented paper. He beheld a familiar map of the world, recognized the names of countries, and saw the insignia of the world government. Everything felt immensely comforting and secure. He had finally returned home. He greedily devoured every word printed on the newspaper, eager to learn about the events that had transpired in the outside world over the past 15 years. Then, his gaze was captured by a bounty notice wedged within the pages of the paper. Curiously, he pulled it out. The first image depicted a carefree youth wearing a straw hat, grinning widely. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 500 million berries. Bardo's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. 500 million. What a jest. When he had departed, a bounty exceeding 100 million was the stuff of legendary pirates. Who was this fellow named Luffy? What had he done? He continued to read. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, 320 million berries. Blackleg Sanji, 170 million berries. Nami, the cat burglar. God Usopp. Frankie, the Iron Man. Barto perused each notice, his heart racing with increasing trepidation. This pirate crew, each with bounties in the tens of millions to over 100 million. What manner of monstrous pirate crew was this? Wait a moment. Barto's movements suddenly froze. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. It was the scattered rumors he had heard in Konoha village. Have you heard? The Hokage returned with a group of guests. Yes, they're staying at the Hyuga household. Holding feasts daily, it's unbearable. I saw one person with arms that could stretch for dozens of meters, and a green-haired swordsman, with 3 swords at his waist, got lost in the village and stumbled into the women's bathhouse. Then there's a curly-haired chef who goes wild at the sight of any woman. The most outrageous is that cyborg who wants to turn the Hyuga estate into a steel fortress. And there's a talking raccoon. It's a reindeer. Each rumor, like fragments of a puzzle, swiftly pieced together in Bardo's mind. A rubber man with extending arms, a green-haired swordsman with 3 swords, a curly-haired chef, a cyborg. A talking pet? Barto's breathing quickened. He fixated on the bounty notices in his hands. Each vibrant face perfectly overlapped with the rumors from Konoha village. An absurd yet soul-shaking conclusion emerged in his mind. No, it can't be. His lips began to pale, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. That crew of monstrous pirates led by Luffy was now on the very ninja continent he had just desperately escaped from, a place more terrifying than hell itself. In the midst of that village teeming with lunatics and madmen. In an instant, Barto felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. The two groups of monsters had collided. He could scarcely fathom the scene that would unfold. At that moment, he was profoundly grateful to have escaped that hellish place. He gazed at the bounty notices in his hand, then turned his gaze back toward the fog-enveloped direction he had just left behind. Trembling, he let out a sound more pitiable than a cry. Run, run. He didn't know to whom he was speaking. Was it to himself or to the sea that had just afforded him freedom? Chapter 66. The Ambition of Clown Buggy. Barto's lament dissipated into the boundless sea breeze. Just as he curled up in his small boat, on the brink of total mental collapse. An exaggerated and comical melody accompanied by the raucous noise of a circus wafted from the horizon. He stiffly lifted his head. An inconceivably enormous ship, adorned with a giant red-nosed figurehead and a bizarrely painted sail, was cutting through the waves with vigor. Colorful flags fluttered above, and a massive tent loomed on the deck, occasionally accompanied by lions and monkeys leaping about the ship's railing. It was the pirate ship of Clown Buggy the Clown. However, to the already unhinged Barto, the appearance of this ship was more terrifying than the bounty notices he had just seen. Not again. Barto's lips quivered, his face ashen. He wanted to flee. But his little boat was already in shambles, and the oar had slipped from his hands into the sea in his previous despair. He could only watch helplessly as the colossal pirate ship drew closer. Hey, Captain, there's a small boat ahead. Looks like there's someone on it. A lookout shouted. Soon, the deck of the Buggy the Clown was swarming with a motley crew of pirates. Leading them was Buggy, dressed in flamboyant attire, his face painted in clown makeup. Beside him stood a candle-headed performer named Galdino and a voluptuous woman wielding a spiked club, Olvida. Oh, Buggy said, stroking his chin with a greedy smile. Boys, bring him to me. Let us see if he is hiding any treasure. Aye, Captain Buggy, the pirate screeched, tossing ropes and effortlessly hauling the already resigned Barto aboard the deck like a limp fish. Barto was unceremoniously thrown onto the deck, and as he lifted his head, he was met with twisted, malevolent faces. He saw the beast tamer riding a lion, the acrobat swordsman, and many more fearsome-looking crew members whose names he did not know. Finally, his gaze landed on the man seated in a lavish captain's chair, sporting an enormous red nose. Buggy. Barto recognized him. Years ago, when he was just a fledgling pirate, he had heard of the infamous Clown Buggy, a figure of some notoriety in the East Sea with a bounty of 15 million berries. Though to Barto back then, 15 million seemed a substantial sum. After witnessing the devastating power of the ninjas in Konoha village, the Buggy before him appeared merely a fledgling jester. Yet, this jester now regarded him with a disdainful, ant-like gaze from a position of superiority. Hey you, where did you come from? Buggy arrogantly pointed at Barto and asked. This sea belongs to me. Hand over all your valuables and treasure maps. Otherwise, I shall chop you to pieces and feed you to the sharks. Bartolomeo remained silent, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. Images flashing before his eyes. Uchiha Itachi's icy Sharingan, the Nine-Tails rampaging through the village, and the recently witnessed bounty of 300 million, the smiling face of Luffy. Fear, despair, absurdity, all emotions intertwined, ultimately manifesting as a hysterical scream. Monsters! Bartolomeo sprang from the ground, pointing at Buggy and then at all those behind him, shouting with every ounce of strength, You monsters! Why is the entire world filled with monsters? He began to ramble incoherently. Ninjas. They are everywhere. They can kill with their eyes. They breathe fire. They can create clones. They run across the water. And that old woman, with a single punch, can reduce a mountain to dust. And that straw hat-wearing one, that rubber man, he is there too. He is in that cursed place. And that green-haired, directionally challenged swordsman. That lecherous cook with curly eyebrows. They are all there. That world is insane. You are all insane. The entire world has gone mad. Bartolomeo's outcry plunged the entire deck into an eerie silence. All the pirates stared at him with expressions of disbelief. Has this guy been adrift at sea too long? Losing his mind? One pirate muttered. What ninjas? What fire-breathing? And he speaks of the Straw Hat Kid? How could he possibly be in a place like this? Buggy's expression darkened upon hearing the name Straw Hat Kid. Shut that fool up, Buggy roared. Several pirates rushed forward, pinning Bartolomeo down. Captain, this guy seems genuinely insane. Galdino stepped forward, frowning, but he mentioned the Straw Hat Kid. Arlita approached with interest, lightly tapping Bartolomeo's head with her spiked club. Hey, you say you've seen the Straw Hat Kid? Where did you see him? Pinioned to the ground, Bartolomeo gasped for breath. I saw them just beyond the mist. In Konoha Village. Yes, Konoha Village. He stammered. A deep-seated dread and loathing surged through Buggy's heart. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Buggy let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, launching himself from the captain's chair, looking around in terror, as if Luffy might spring from some corner to deliver a rubbery rocket punch. Why is he there? Buggy shouted incoherently. Captain Buggy, calm down. Arlita picked up the bounty notice, speaking calmly. This guy says the mist should be that legendary lost mist. He claims the Straw Hat crew is just beyond that mist. Konoha Village? The lost mist? Buggy was taken aback. Yes. Galdino forced himself to regain composure, beginning to analyze. It is said that at the center of this sea, there lies a perpetual thick fog. Any ship that enters becomes lost and never returns. Over time, it has become a forbidden zone. Could it be that behind that fog lies an entirely new world? An entirely new world. These words struck Buggy's mind like a lightning bolt. His previous fear was instantly supplanted by a more intense emotion, greed. An entirely new world. A world without the Marine headquarters. Without the world government. Without the four emperors. Perhaps even a world devoid of devil fruits and hockey. What treasures lie there? Endless riches. Uncharted lands. Weaklings to enslave at will. And he, the great Captain Buggy, would be the first to discover this new world. This is an achievement that even GOLD, Roger, could not accomplish. Wahaha! Buggy suddenly erupted into a thunderous, earth-shattering laugh. Tears streaming down his face. The new world. An entirely new continent. It belongs to me. Treasure. Fame. Everything is mine. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. Listen up, everyone. Turn the ship around immediately. Full speed ahead. Our destination is that lost mist. We shall conquer the new world. Buggy's wild proclamations ignited the fervor of all the pirates on the deck. They were all desperate souls drawn to Buggy's fame, driven by an instinctual thirst for treasure and adventure. Oh, conquer the new world. Long live Captain Buggy. The entire Buggy ship was engulfed in a frenzy of excitement. Only Bartolomeo, pinned to the ground, gazed at this jubilant throng with the look of a madman. You cannot go there, he weakly protested. It is dangerous, those ninjas. They shut up. Buggy sneered, stepping on Bartolomeo's face. What ninjas? Before my chop fruit, they are all trash. Once I conquer that continent, you will be the first to witness history. Wahaha! Bartolomeo fell into complete despair. He felt like a sane person trying to warn a group of lunatics about an impending danger, only to find them excitedly arming themselves to chase ghosts. He ceased his struggles, allowing the pirates to bind him and toss him into a corner of the ship's hold. Lying on the cold wooden planks, he listened to the thunderous cheers outside, to Captain Buggy proclaiming that the treasures of the new world were beckoning to them. His heart turned to ashes. After a while, a pirate tasked with guarding him tossed a moldy piece of bread and a jug of water his way. The pirate looked at him with a hint of pity and said, Hey, you really have bad luck. You just escaped, and now you encounter us. But don't be too despondent. Follow Captain Buggy, and you'll eat well and live lavishly. After all, he is one of the Shichibukai of the new world. After the pirate finished speaking, he hummed a tune and walked away. Bartolomeo halted his chewing, slowly, mechanically turning his head like a rusty robot, gazing at the pirate's retreating figure. What did he just hear? Shichibukai? Wait. Bartolomeo summoned his last ounce of strength to call out to the pirate. What? The pirate turned back. Impatiently. What did you just say about that red-nosed guy? Bartolomeo's voice was weak, like a mosquito's buzz. Huh, you don't even know this. The pirate looked at him as if he were an idiot. How long have you been adrift at sea? After the Battle of Marineford, the world order has changed. Whitebeard is dead, and our Captain Buggy, through his immense reputation and power, has become one of the Shichibukai. This is common knowledge worldwide. The entire world knows. At that moment, Bartolomeo's pupils lost all focus. The clown Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries 17 years ago, is now a Shichibukai? Ah, a sound. unintelligible and akin to a deflating balloon, escaped Bartolomeo's throat. He felt his worldview, his understanding, his sanity, shatter in that moment, leaving not a trace behind. He had escaped from an asylum only to discover that the entire world had become one. And that most inconspicuous, most ludicrous clown from his memories had now become a shichibukai? A mouthful of blood erupted from Bartolomeo's lips, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, utterly losing consciousness. In the final second before oblivion, he seemed to hear Captain Buggy's exuberant, thunderous roar on the deck. "Straw Hat Kid, you just wait. This time, I will capture both you and your new world." Wahaha! Chapter 67. The Turmoil of the World. The entire globe rushes towards the new continent. The fainting of Barto did not halt the relentless march of history. Nor did it prevent this wildly off-course world from racing towards a more frenzied abyss. A few days later, an extra edition penned personally by the president of the World Economic News Agency, the renowned Morgans, swept across the seas like an 18-point super hurricane. The front page displayed an almost bursting headline that could induce insomnia across the globe. Shock. Clown Buggy discovers the lost continent. Is the legendary One Piece hidden elsewhere? The accompanying image depicted the giant ship of Buggy plunging into a strange, dense fog, evoking an epic sense of adventure. As if a great pioneer were resolutely sailing towards an unknown destiny. Morgans, a master of manipulating public opinion, had no concrete information. All sources merely consisted of fragments from merchant and pirate vessels lingering at the edges of the mist. Yet, that was sufficient. Eyewitnesses claimed that Captain Buggy's ship had brought aboard a survivor who appeared to be deranged. This survivor was reportedly howling hysterically on the deck, repeatedly mentioning ninjas, fire-breathing, and other cryptic terms. Most importantly, he uttered the name of Straw Hat Luffy. Upon hearing these tidings, Captain Buggy did not falter. Instead, he erupted with the laughter of a conqueror, proclaiming his intent to claim the new world for himself. Morgan skillfully wove these fragmented, delirious accounts into a tantalizing narrative filled with suspense and allure. A new, unknown continent, potentially brimming with endless treasures and powers. A mysterious land already claimed by Straw Hat Luffy. A miraculous place that Buggy was determined to conquer at any cost. The seas were set ablaze. In the New World. At Tato Land, atop the throne of Cake Island, Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom, teetered on the brink of rage due to her inability to procure the desired desserts. The terrifying aura of the Soul Queen cast a suffocating shadow over the entire Cake Island. The homies trembled, too fearful to sing aloud. Mama's eldest son, Perispero, under immense pressure, cautiously presented the latest newspaper, his tongue nearly tripping over itself in anxiety. Big Mom snatched the newspaper, her enormous eyes scanning the headline. Initially, she merely scoffed. What? That red-nosed brat Buggy? He dares to discover a new continent? However, as her gaze continued downward, encountering keywords such as survivor, ninja, fire-breathing, new world, and Straw Hat Luffy, her expression began to subtly shift. A new race? Big Mom unconsciously muttered this phrase. Her thought processes diverged from those of 99% of the world's population. Treasure? She lacked for nothing. Fame? She was already one of the 4 emperors. Yet, the words new race acted like a key, precisely unlocking the deepest, most fervent desires within her soul. Establishing a realm for all races of the world was her lifelong dream. Now, a continent with a potential unknown race had emerged. Perispero. Big Mom's voice suddenly rose in pitch, infused with childlike excitement and greed. The newspaper says those people can breathe fire? They can duplicate themselves? Yes, Mama. That's what the paper says. Perispero hurriedly replied. Huh. Big Mom erupted into a deafening laugh, her terrifying pressure transforming into pure joy. A race that breathes fire. A race that can duplicate. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. My Tato land lacks such citizens. Her eyes began to glimmer with the light of obsession. And a brand new continent. Surely, there are flowers I have never seen, fruits I have never tasted, ingredients capable of creating the most exquisite desserts in the world. Children. Big Mom leaped from her throne, her massive form casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Set sail. Set sail. Set sail. She waved her arms like a child who had just received a beloved toy. We will seize that new continent along with everything upon it to transform into my homies. Bring me that new race called ninjas. And Straw Hat Luffy. They shall all become part of my collection in Tato Land. The songs once again resonated throughout Cake Island, but this time filled with a fervent desire for conquest. The new world awaits me. Desserts and souls, I am coming. In Wano country, Onigashima, the intoxicating aroma of sake and the raucous festivities were the eternal themes here. Kaido, known as the strongest creature, clutched a gourd larger than a water barrel, drunkenly lamenting the monotony of the world. Boring. So boring. Whitebeard is dead. Roger is dead. There are no decent wars left in this world. He lay on the ground, his immense dragon face marred by disappointment. At that moment, the top calamity, Ember, approached him with steady strides, holding a newspaper. Mr. Kaido, there is new intelligence. Get lost. Kaido growled impatiently. If it's those boring naval movements, don't bother me. No. Ember's voice remained unshaken. It concerns a new world. He succinctly recounted the contents of the newspaper. Initially, Kaido showed no interest. What new continent? What treasure? What buggy? To him, these were mere trifles of childish play. Yet, when Ember mentioned a madman shouting about ninjas, war, fire-breathing, and that straw hat brat being involved, a glimmer of light ignited in Kaido's bleary eyes. War? He slowly sat up, his massive frame causing the entire hall to tremble. You said war? Indeed, Ember nodded. According to Morgan's speculation, behind that dense fog lies a continent previously undiscovered by the outside world, filled with conflict and battles. The inhabitants possess a combat technique akin to devil fruit abilities known as ninjutsu. This intelligence, during its dissemination, had been embellished by countless individuals. By the time it reached Wano, it had transformed into a land where all were soldiers, engulfed in warfare, filled with formidable warriors. Ga ha ha ha. Kaido's deep laughter began to echo throughout the hall. A world where all are soldiers? A battle-hardened race wielding unknown powers? A colossal battlefield involving Straw Hat Luffy? His laughter grew louder, more frenzied, ultimately erupting into a thunderous roar that resounded across the entire Onigashima. Ga ha 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 ha. Kaido suddenly sprang to his feet, smashing the gourd in his hand against the ground, shattering it to pieces. The liquor splattered, yet he remained unfazed. In that moment, his blood, subdued by alcohol and boredom, boiled over. Fantastic. This is what I desire. He spread his arms wide, howling towards the heavens, the sound waves transforming into a tangible shockwave that sent nearby barrels and tables flying. This is a proper war. A war capable of annihilating everything. The ultimate war. Ember, gather all the gifters. Summon all the Flying Six. Bring Yamato back to me. Kaido's eyes burned crimson, filled with a desire for destruction. Our beast's pirates shall embrace the grandest celebration in this world. I shall go to that place and eradicate those ninjas, along with Straw Hat Luffy and that presumptuous buggy. This shall be the most splendid journey of demise in my life. In a certain maritime expanse of the new world, the ship Red 4 sails steadily. On the deck, the crew of the red-haired pirates lounges in their usual leisure. Captain, take a look at this, the first mate Ben Beckman said, handing a newspaper to the man adorned with a straw hat and missing an arm. Shanks received the paper, and his smile vanished the instant he laid eyes on the headline. His gaze became profound and tranquil. No one could discern his thoughts. That fool buggy has wandered off to such a place, Shanks murmured, tinged with a hint of helplessness and nostalgia. The issue is that Luffy is also there. Jesper mumbled through a mouthful of meat, complicating matters further. Buggy's luck remains as astoundingly good, or perhaps absurdly bad as ever, remarked Lucky Lou with a chuckle. Shanks, however, did not share in the amusement. He silently scrutinized the report about the new world, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of his renowned sword, Griffin. Beckman, he suddenly spoke. Yes? Alter our course. Shanks lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, in the direction of the thick fog. Let us go see. His tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. I have a premonition that something extraordinary is about to transpire. Are we going to seize territory, Captain? Lucky Lou inquired excitedly. No. Shanks shook his head, a smile returning to his face, though it bore a hint of gravity. We are going to prevent a few reckless fools from losing control. The homeland of Whitebeard, Sphinx. The immortal Marco, under the guise of a doctor, was treating the villagers on the island. Upon receiving the newspaper from the newsbird, his perpetually languid expression revealed profound weariness. New world ninjas, he muttered, gazing at the paper. Must the world not find a moment of peace, Yua? He recalled the war of the summit, the loss of their father and ace. War brings forth only suffering. Now, Kaido and Big Mom, those two harbingers of chaos, must have been ignited by this news. Captain, several commanders of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over, their expressions animated. We must go too. We cannot allow our father's name to be overshadowed by those scoundrels. Marco paused in silence, slowly folding the newspaper. He raised his head, a flicker of azure flames igniting in his eyes. Gather the brothers willing to fight. His voice was soft yet resolute. We are not going to vie for supremacy, nor are we in pursuit of treasure. Marco's gaze swept over all his family present. We go to defend, to safeguard this era, which our father exchanged his life for, from being dragged into a deeper abyss by those lunatics. We will inform them that even in Whitebeard's absence, anyone wishing to act recklessly on these seas must first reckon with us, his sons, Yua. Beneath the depths of the sea, a yellow submarine glided silently. Inside the medical bay of the polar dive, the atmosphere was tranquil, save for the faint hum of machinery. Trafalgar Law slouched in a chair, his long legs draped casually over the table, exuding an aura of exhaustion and resignation. He clutched a newspaper in his hand. Hey, Jean, Shocky. Yes, Captain. The two crew members promptly approached. Law, too weary to lift his eyelids, merely tossed the newspaper in their direction. See what your esteemed ally has done now. Jean took the paper, and upon glimpsing the headline, he shrieked. New World. Ninjas? That Straw Hat Kid is charged in. Can't he stay out of trouble for even a day? Shocky lamented in agreement. The captain's fluffy white navigator, Beepo, approached with concern, his paws anxiously twisting together. Luffy won't be in danger, will he? Law finally stirred. He removed the spotted hat from his head, irritably ruffling his hair, and let out a long, deep sigh filled with endless fatigue. That idiot, he murmured, his voice laden with a sense of fateful resignation. Where on earth has the Straw Hat Captain gone now to court death? This utterance was less a question and more a desperate lament, a reproach against himself for allying with such an unpredictable individual. I'm sorry. Beepo instinctively apologized. Law waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to be silent. He stood and approached the nautical chart, tracing his finger across it until it landed heavily on a region marked as an unknown foggy sea. That lunatic Kaido and that old hag Big Mom must be overjoyed at this news. His tone was cold, carrying an analytical precision. All the monsters of the world will be drawn to this bait. So what do we do? Jean cautiously inquired. Law turned, his expression a complex blend of disdain, headache, and resignation. What else is there to do? He enunciated through gritted teeth. Change course. Our destination. He paused, seemingly gathering the strength to utter the next phrase. To clean up the mess left by our esteemed ally. Chapter 68. Sabo's Resolve. I will protect my brother. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baldigo, an island renowned as a realm untouched by the world government, a weighty atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. In the command center's conference room sat the various officers of the Revolutionary Army. With Dragon absent, the meeting was presided over by Chief of Staff, Sabo. A newspaper from the big news Morgans lay spread open at the center of the table. Shocking. Clown Buggy discovers the lost continent. The legendary One Piece is elsewhere. This headline bore extraordinary allure for the Revolutionary Army, eager to overturn the world government. A brand new continent, free from the celestial dragon's dominion, symbolized hope and possibility. Ninjas, the new force? Hark stroked his chin, brow furrowed. This intelligence seems too outrageous. Could it be a smokescreen released by the world government? It is plausible. Lindbergh adjusted his goggles, utilizing Buggy's newly acquired warlord status to divert the global pirate attention and ensnare them all. This is a tactic they frequently employ. However, the paper mentions the Straw Hat Kid. This statement came from Kara. Her words instantly hushed the conference room, all gazes instinctively turning toward Sabo, who sat at the head of the table. Since acquiring the newspaper, Sabo had remained silent, quietly scrutinizing the document, focusing on the headline that nearly threatened to burst through the paper. He gazed at the image of Buggy charging into the fog, and finally, his attention fixated on the text that Morgans had emphasized. Most crucially, it mentioned the name of Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy. Sabo's hand unconsciously formed a fist beneath the table. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The joy and tears of their reunion at the Dressrosa Coliseum. Sabo believed it marked the beginning of a reclaimed bond. He consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, inheriting Ace's will, vowing to protect his soul brother this time without fail. He had thought that as long as Luffy sailed the seas and dared the new world, no matter the adversaries he encountered, whether they be Marine admirals or Yonko. He could rely on the Revolutionary Army's intelligence network to keep abreast of developments and be ready to provide support. Yet now, this newspaper had completely disrupted his plans. A brand new continent, a world shrouded in fog, a realm entirely untouched by even the intelligence networks of the Revolutionary Army. A domain of complete mystery. There, amidst the unknown, stands Luffy, my younger brother, who perpetually wears a smile and dreams of becoming the Pirate King, has once again ventured into an unpredictable and perilous territory. In Sabo's mind, another newspaper uncontrollably surfaced. It was the newspaper about the Summit War, the one announcing Ace's execution. When he regained his memories and laid eyes upon that paper, the excruciating agony, the despair that made him wish to obliterate the world, still haunts him as a nightmare deep within. He had missed Ace. He cannot, and must not, allow himself to miss Luffy again. I must go. Sabo finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Sabo-kun. Kila immediately stood up, her face etched with concern. It's too dangerous. That place is entirely unknown. Precisely because it is unknown, I must go. Sabo raised his head, his expression now embodying the composure of the chief of staff. Yet his determination sent shivers through everyone present. Luffy is my brother, he enunciated, each word encapsulating his entire rationale. We shall accompany you. Mori brandished his massive harpoon, laughing heartily. It's a perfect opportunity to explore the new world and perhaps unearth a tunnel leading to Mary Geos. Indeed, the more allies, the stronger we are. The crow added solemnly, his black feathers rustling behind him. No, Sabo firmly rejected. He stood and approached the vast world map, his gaze fixed on the region marked as the Mist of Lost. Everyone, please reflect calmly. What does this intelligence signify? His voice restored composure among the agitated officers. Kaido, Big Mom, even the Navy, monsters from across the world are now focusing their attention on this very point. Soon, it will become an unprecedented chaotic battlefield. Our goal as the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's dominion, not to engage in a pirate melee. Our strength must be utilized in the most critical areas. Sabo turned to face his comrades. Thus, this operation is not a military endeavor of the Revolutionary Army, but rather something I, as an elder brother, must undertake. I will go alone to ensure Luffy's safety while gathering first-hand intelligence about that continent. Until my return, all matters of the Revolutionary Army will be decided remotely by Commander Dragon and Ivankov. I will personally explain this to our superiors. This is madness, Sabo. Hark objected sternly. Your current identity is not only Luffy's brother, but also our chief of staff. I understand, Sabo smiled, a mixture of relief and guilt in his expression. Therefore, I shall take only myself. The flames of the Revolutionary Army will continue to blaze across the world, while I go to protect another flame that is equally significant to me. He paused, pulling down his goggles to conceal the eye that inherited Ace's will. I will not allow Ace's tragedy to repeat itself with Luffy. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office was so oppressive it felt as though it could explode at any moment. With a thunderous crash, a fist enveloped in dark red magma smashed into the special alloy desk, creating a massive hole. The searing lava hissed as it reduced the documents on the table to ashes. It should not exist, roared Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, his voice resembling a beast's growl. His justice cloak billowed without wind, veins bulging on his forehead, each word forced through clenched teeth. Under the world government's rule, in these seas, there should never be any ungoverned land. His rage manifested as palpable heat, causing the temperature in the room to soar. Ninjas? Another world? That scoundrel Morgan's. He is proclaiming to the world that the world government's rule has loopholes. This so-called continent, and all who inhabit it must be completely and utterly erased from existence. Calm down, Sakazuki. A leisurely voice came from the adjacent sofa. Former Admiral Sengoku, munching on senbei, was examining the newspaper nearly reduced to ash. Before you consider how to erase it, you must first locate it. Sengoku crunched on a piece of senbei. Right now, we know nothing of its precise location, scope, or internal conditions. Then let's evaporate that sea along with the fog. Sakazuki's tone brimmed with undeniable ferocity. And then, Sengoku replied, picking up another piece of senbei. Shall we let the world see the Navy launching a demon extermination order against an empty sea? We are not pirates, Sakazuki. We are the face of justice. Without concrete intelligence, any large-scale military action would be foolish. Sakazuki's chest heaved violently, magma roiling beneath his skin. He knew Sengoku was correct, yet it did little to quell his fury. Just then, a knock echoed through the office door. "Come in." Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino strolled in with his signature leisurely gait, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. "Oh, Admiral, still so fiery, I see." Sakazuki disregarded his jest and issued an order. Borsellino, immediately depart to investigate the mist of lost. Sakazuki's voice was cold and firm. Your task is to confirm whether that continent truly exists and to retrieve all intelligence regarding the ninjas and Straw Hat Luffy. Oh, Kizaru elongated the syllable, hands tucked into his pockets, tilting his head slightly. What a remarkable task this is, he remarked in an exaggerated tone. However, Admiral Sakazuki, this mission is rather troublesome for your subordinate, implying a salary raise. This is an order. Sakazuki slammed his fist onto the broken desk, lava splattering. Kizaru appeared startled, raising his hands in mock surrender. How frightening. He leisurely picked up another intact newspaper from the desk and glanced at it. Oh, the paper says those ninjas can breathe fire. He continued reading. Oh, and Straw Hat Luffy is there too. A more mischievous smile spread across Kizaru's face as he pointed at Luffy's photograph on the newspaper. This is getting increasingly terrifying, indeed. Chapter 69. The Arrival of Angel Conan in Konoha. The gloom of the Rain Village and the sunlight of Konoha represent two utterly different worlds. Conan found this feeling exceedingly unpleasant. The sunlight was too piercing, and the air was infused with an unfamiliar, languid essence known as peace. The faces of pedestrians in the streets still bore remnants of the recent storm, the chaos caused by the Straw Hat crew. Yet more prominently was a sense of a leisurely life. This discomforted her to the point of nausea. She shed the black robe adorned with the red clouds, a symbol of Akatsuki's will, and donned a plain white dress purchased during her journey. Her purple hair was meticulously styled, and her face bore light makeup, softening her originally frigid expression to that of a friendly neighbor girl. This was a disguise. As a messenger of God and an angel of pain, her mission infiltrating Konoha was singular, to gather all intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto, paving the way for divine punishment. She walked the streets of Konoha like a newcomer, curious about everything, yet in reality, her perception had reached its zenith. Every subtle movement of the air, every fluctuation of a ninja's chakra, and every casual conversation among passers-by were meticulously captured, analyzed, and classified by her. Have you heard? The young lady from the Hyuga clan seems to have awakened an extraordinary bloodline limit, having sent a man flying out of the village with a mere slap. Is that true? Isn't the Hyuga clan known for their gentle fist? When did they switch to the use of brute force? Who knows? But the man who was struck appears to be one of the guests brought back by the Hokage, the blonde chef. Serves him right. I saw him in the women's bathhouse yesterday, thrown out by the proprietress alongside that green-haired fellow. Xiaonan's footsteps momentarily faltered. Guests? She immediately began cross-referencing this fragmented information with what Nagato had gathered. Tsunade had returned from the sea with a group of unidentified pirates. It seems these individuals have already caused quite a stir in Konoha. This could serve as an opportunity to divert attention. She continued onward, her gaze sweeping over rows of shops, attempting to piece together more clues about Uzumaki Naruto. She needed to ascertain his current strength, patterns of activity, and interpersonal relationships. At that moment, an intense gaze, imbued with a peculiar energy, locked onto her. It was neither murderous intent, nor malice, nor the probing of a ninja. Rather, it was a gaze mingled with admiration, fervor, and an insatiable hunger that seemed poised to consume her whole. Xiaonan's body tensed instantaneously, her chakra flowing silently within, and countless pieces of paper were poised to transform into lethal weapons in an instant. She slowly turned to face the source of the gaze. There stood a man with golden hair and curly eyebrows, clad in a black suit, at the entrance of a nearby grocery store. A cigarette dangled from his lips. Its tip burned down to the filter. His body was rigid, resembling a statue, save for his heart, which throbbed uncontrollably, as if it might burst from his chest. "Sanji," the man murmured in a dreamy tone. In the next moment, he sprang into action, not walking, nor running, but transforming into a swirling black whirlwind. It was a tornado, spiraling and moving at high speed, infused with the scent of romantic yearning. "Melorine, Melorine, Melorine." Accompanied by these unintelligible exclamations, the whirlwind rushed toward Xiao Nan with astonishing speed. coming to a perfect halt before her. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, too swift for the surrounding pedestrians to comprehend. Xiaonan's pupils narrowed to their utmost. How swift! This is pure taijutsu. It contains no chakra whatsoever. Who is this man? Is he Konoha's secret weapon? However, the anticipated thunderous impact did not materialize. The golden-haired man knelt before her, lifting his gaze with an expression she could not fathom, as if he beheld a lifelong belief. His eyes had transformed into two enormous pink hearts. Oh, angel, I see it. I see the true angel. Sanji's voice trembled, a mix of excitement, joy, and reverence. Permit me, your humble servant, to offer you my eternal loyalty. Your purple hair is the rarest dream grape in the world, exuding a fragrance that enchants the very soul. Your white dress is woven from the purest clouds in the heavens, crafted by Venus herself. Xiaonan's mind became a tumult of confusion. As a veteran of the Akatsuki organization, she had endured countless trials of blood and fire. She had battled elite ninjas and witnessed Jiraiya sage techniques. Her heart had long been as resilient and cold as the paper she manipulated. Yet now, her once calm heart was thrown into chaos by the man before her. What is this? A new type of genjutsu? A mental attack technique specifically targeting female ninjas? A malicious jutsu that disrupts the opponent's mind with shameful verses to create openings for assault? How insidious! Oh, beautiful lady! Sanji was entirely oblivious to the turmoil within her. Continuing his fervent praises. May I inquire your name? No, do not tell me. Your existence is a poem that words cannot encapsulate. Your name must be the sweetest incantation in this world. He suddenly produced a rose from seemingly nowhere, cradling it with both hands and holding it aloft. I am Sanji, a humble chef. My lifelong dream is to present the most exquisite dishes made from the finest ingredients to the most beautiful lady. And today, upon encountering you, I have realized you are the eternal, unparalleled main course on my menu. A divine masterpiece that I could never perfect in my lifetime. Surrounding pedestrians had formed a circle, pointing and whispering, unable to suppress their gasps and laughter. There's that golden-haired chef again. Goodness, what is he up to this time? This man is beyond salvation. Always performing like this on the streets. These remarks pierced Xiaonan's ears like countless needles. Shame, a feeling she had long forgotten, surged forth. Her cheeks began to flush uncontrollably. She wanted nothing more than to turn and flee, but reason told her that would appear suspicious. She considered launching a paper shuriken to silence this boisterous man forever. But the mission took precedence. She could not reveal her identity. What to do? What to do? The intelligence provided by the organization made no mention of such a phenomenon existing in Konoha. Gazing at the man before her, with love-struck eyes and drool at the corner of his mouth, extolling every pore of her being, Xiaonan found herself wavering in her task. Perhaps the destruction of Konoha was not solely to inflict pain upon the world. Perhaps it was also to cleanse it of such things. Oh, my beautiful angel, why do you remain silent? Is my language too clumsy to depict even a fraction of your beauty? Noticing Xiaonan's lack of response, Sanji's face fell into an expression of despair. He suddenly grasped her hand, which felt icy yet astonishingly tender. Ah, these hands. They are not the hands of an ordinary person. They are the hands of a saint, meant to create art and spread love and peace. Xiaonan's body trembled involuntarily, a surge of killing intent instinctively ready to erupt. Yet at that moment, she distinctly felt that although this man held her hand, there was no hint of lewdness in his intent. It was pure, as if a devotee were reverently touching a sacred artifact. Could it be that he truly seeks love? This realization struck her more profoundly than everything that had transpired thus far. Just as her mind plunged into a void, unsure whether to eliminate him or flee, Sanji suddenly lifted his head and, with an earnest and hopeful tone, posed a question that would forever linger in her memory. So, dear angel, to celebrate our fateful encounter, would you join me for dinner this evening? Chapter 70. Xiaonan. I desperately want to flee, yet I cannot escape. Dinner together? Upon hearing this question, Xiaonan's mind momentarily ceased to function. She felt as though she had been cast into a dimension filled with pink bubbles. Everything around her, the pointing fingers of passers-by, their stifled laughter, even the disconcerting scent of peace in the air, became blurred. The only clarity in this moment lies with the man before her, kneeling on one knee, his eyes ablaze with a fervent love that instills a sense of trepidation within her. What is this situation? The mission objective was the Kyubi Jinchuriki: infiltration, reconnaissance, and capture. This plan had been meticulously crafted by her and Nagato on numerous occasions. It included strategies to counter Tsunade, to deal with the Umbu, and even to confront all known jonin of Konoha. Yet, it conspicuously lacked a plan for a public declaration of love. My angelic lady? Sanji, noticing Xiao Nan's prolonged silence, felt his expression shift instantaneously from fervent devotion to heart-wrenching sorrow. Is your silence a rejection? Oh. My heart feels as if it has been cast into the icy seas of the far north, freezing instantly and shattering into countless fragments. His theatrical display prompted gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Xiao Nan's lips moved as she contemplated a response, wishing to utter a cold rebuff to extinguish this man's unrealistic fantasies. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. Under the intense gaze of his fervent affection, her throat felt constricted. Any words of rejection seemed painfully inadequate, even somewhat cruel. The mere thought startled her. Cruel? She, an angel of Akatsuki, with hands stained in blood, traversing the shadows of betrayal. When had she ever cared for the feelings of a stranger? As she wrestled with these inner conflicts, nearly on the verge of collapse, Nagato slowly opened his Rinnegan. His perceptions would not err. Moments ago, through the shared vision of his Rinnegan, he had clearly sensed Xiao Nan's state. This was not the tumult of battle. It was a profound confusion, a sense of helplessness, intertwined with an emotion of embarrassment that she herself had not even registered. Such feelings had not graced Xiao Nan for decades. Trouble had arisen. Xiao Nan. A cold, emotionless voice reverberated in her mind. An echo of the mental link established by Nagato. The suddenness of his voice was akin to a bucket of ice water, rousing her from her confusion. She snapped back to reality, her body tensing instinctively. Nagato, she mentally replied, her voice betraying a tremor she was unaware of. What is happening? Nagato's voice remained steady. Yet beneath that calmness lay an unmistakable vigilance. Your emotional fluctuations are abnormal. Have you encountered a formidable foe? Formidable foe? Xiao Nan glanced at Sanji. Still kneeling and dabbing at his heartbreak with a handkerchief, a wave of absurdity washing over her. No, I have encountered an unexpected situation. Speak. There is a man. Xiao Nan took a deep breath, attempting to report with the utmost objectivity and calmness, a blonde, curly-haired chef who obstructed my path. A hint of confusion emerged in Nagato's consciousness. Chef? Who is he? An infiltrator from Konoha? An elite ninja disguised as a chef? I do not know. Xiao Nan felt a pulse of anxiety at her temples. He exhibited no traces of chakra, yet his taijutsu speed was remarkable. However, he did not attack me. What did he do? Xiao Nan fell silent. How could she report this? That the man had praised her with an array of embarrassingly flattering words before inviting her to dinner? Would Nagato think she had lost her sanity on her first day infiltrating Konoha? Xiao Nan. Nagato's voice took on a tone of urgency. Determined. Xiao Nan clenched her teeth and resolved to speak the truth. He is professing his love to me. On Nagato's end, there was a prolonged silence lasting 10 seconds. Professing love? Confusion colored his voice. Is this a new form of interrogation or jinjutsu? A mental assault aimed at breaking the opponent's will? I am uncertain. Xiao Nan replied sincerely, for she too had entertained such doubts. Does this man have any connection to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Nagato swiftly redirected his thoughts to the mission at hand. I do not know. Xiao Nan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. He seems to be one of the guests Tsunade brought back from the sea. The villagers are discussing him. Guests? After a moment of contemplation, Nagato issued an order. Since there is no direct threat, continue to observe. Uncover his background and his connection to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Do not let any complications arise before the mission is complete. I understand. Xiao Nan severed the mental connection, her heart heavy with bitterness. No complications? She gazed at the man before her, who was now eagerly jotting down notes while drooling over the menu for their initial dinner, and felt that this task was far more daunting than confronting the Hokage directly. Ah, my beautiful angelic lady, to complement your noble essence, the appetizer shall consist of the ethereal jellyfish from 500 meters beneath the sea, accompanied by dew sauce crafted from the first rays of dawn. Sanji, oblivious to her turmoil, had entered a creative frenzy. Xiao Nan took a deep breath, summoning all her willpower to utter a cold, firm rejection. I refuse. With that, she turned away without a second glance and departed. She needed to escape this overwhelming predicament immediately and resume her intelligence-gathering efforts. However, barely 3 steps into her departure, that familiar whirlwind of love-struck ardor swept back into her path. Ah, You have refused. Your rejection sounds like the sweetest melody. Sanji, adopting an even more fervent posture, blocked her way. Surely, this is a test from the angels. A trial to gauge the steadfastness of my love. Xiaonan thought to herself, I understand. Sanji suddenly clapped his hands, his face illuminated with epiphany. You must be a reserved lady, unaccustomed to accepting my proposal in such a public setting. I have been too forward. He bowed deeply to Xiaonan. Therefore, I shall no longer disturb you with words. However, my heart and gaze shall transform into the most loyal knight, forever guarding you until the day you acknowledge me. With that, he indeed took several steps back, gesturing for her to pass. Xiaonan, half convinced, glanced at him and quickened her pace, merging into the crowd, attempting to use the throngs of people as a shield to shake off this source of mental pollution. She veered into a narrow alley, emerging from the other end, traversing a bustling market, even employing the most basic stealth techniques of a ninja to blend her presence with the surroundings. 10 minutes later, standing on a bridge, she confirmed that the golden figure was no longer behind her, allowing herself a long sigh of relief. How terrifying. Konoha is toxic. Just as she prepared to replan her route, a vibrant voice suddenly called from below the bridge. Melorine, angelic lady, are you enjoying the scenery? The sunset here is beautiful, yet it pales in comparison to your radiant splendor. Xiaonan stiffened and lowered her head, seeing the golden-haired chef paddling furiously in a small boat, waving madly at her. His eyes still adorned with those oversized pink hearts. Xiaonan's body swayed, nearly toppling off the bridge. Chapter 71. The chef Xiaonan cannot shake off. Xiaonan's body was rigid as stone. She watched the small boat below, observing the chef with love-struck eyes, feeling her once proud calmness and rationality disintegrate inch by inch. Is this an illusion? No, it is not. She sensed no disturbance of chakra. Is this a form of tracking ninjutsu? Impossible. Her recent choices had perfectly utilized the crowd, architectural blind spots, and breath concealment. Even the most skilled sensory ninja could not possibly re-establish her location in such a brief time. Thus, the only explanation is that from the very beginning, she had been unable to shake him off. The man was, from beginning to end, like an unyielding shadow, firmly glued to her side. A sense of unease, stemming from the unknown, mingled with an indescribable feeling of shame, surged wildly within Xiaonan's heart. She no longer offered any response. Her body transformed into a fleeting silhouette, vanishing from the bridge in an instant. This time, she harbored no illusions. She maximized her stealth and disguise abilities as a member of the Xiao organization. She morphed a piece of paper into a butterfly, blending into the swirling fallen leaves. She melded into the shadows of the buildings, each step taken within the visual blind spots. She even briefly disassembled her body into countless tiny paper fragments, drifting over a heavily guarded street, only to reassemble in an unnoticed corner. The entire process flowed seamlessly, betraying not a hint of chakra. This was the movement of an angel, an art form, and the pinnacle of assassination technique. 5 minutes later, she emerged on the back mountain of the My Ninja School, a seldom trodden place where students engaged in wilderness survival training. Leaning against a large tree, she breathed heavily, not due to physical exertion, but from immense mental strain. She must have shaken him off. This time, she had undoubtedly escaped. She even drew upon a part of her essence. Unless the opponent were a deity, it was impossible. Melorine. That devilish voice, cheerful and lively, unexpectedly came from the treetops. Xiaonan trembled, snapping her gaze upwards. There stood the blonde chef, leaning against the trunk with an effortlessly suave posture, one hand clutching a cigarette, the other holding an exquisite food box. Lady Angel, you must have come to this tranquil forest to escape the clamor of the mundane world. Haven to you? Sanji smiled gently. I guess you must be hungry. So I specially prepared a heartfelt bento for you. Xiaonan opened her mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Her mind was utterly blank. Gazing into his fiery, love-filled eyes, she began to doubt her own understanding of reality. Had the world gone awry? How did you find me? She finally managed to squeeze out, her voice dry as sandpaper. Sanji nimbly jumped down from the tree, landing steadily before Xiaonan, extending the food box towards her, saying matter-of-factly, with heart. Heart. Xiaonan furrowed her brows tightly. Indeed, Sanji pointed to his heart, his expression grave. My heart, my soul, my everything, beats for you. Thus, no matter where you are, no matter how deep you hide, my heart can sense your presence at once. This is the miracle of love. The miracle of love? Xiaonan felt her rationality shatter under the weight of such illogical words. She understood then that reason could not bridge a conversation with this man. The logic of a ninja was utterly ineffective here. His existence defied reason itself. Outside of my village, Xiaonan. Nagato's voice resonated through their mental connection, laden with unprecedented gravity, crashing into Xiaonan's mind. Report your situation immediately. I sense your emotional fluctuations are on the verge of collapse. What has that chef done to you? Xiaonan's consciousness was pulled back by Nagato's voice, grasping onto the last thread of hope. I can't shake him off. It's impossible. Nagato firmly rejected her assertion. Your stealth abilities are not easily seen through, even by Jiraiya-sensei. How could a chef? He is not a ninja. A hint of despair laced Xiaonan's voice. He doesn't use chakra, nor does he rely on perception. He claims to have found me with his heart. Nagato fell silent once more. An unknown entity, one that does not utilize chakra yet possesses extraordinary physical prowess, capable of tracking her while ignoring all rules of stealth. Nagato, what should I do? Xiaonan's voice brimmed with helplessness. She would rather confront all the Kage of the 5 great nations than face this source of mental pollution again. I understand. Nagato's voice became exceedingly serious. Xiaonan, alter your plan. Abandon the preliminary reconnaissance on the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Xiaonan was taken aback. Your immediate priority. Nagato's directive was clear and cold, is to uncover everything about that chef. His abilities, his motives, and what he represents. An unknown variable has emerged in my village. One that does not exist in our intelligence. We cannot act recklessly until we understand this variable. Nagato realized that this sudden guest posed a threat that might far exceed that of the Kyubi. The Kyubi was a known disaster, while this chef represented an unknown fear. I understand. Xiaonan severed the connection, taking a deep breath, her gaze turning icy once more. Since evasion was futile, she would have to confront it. She looked at the bento Sanji offered her, refusing to accept it, coldly stating, I do not need it. With that, she propelled herself, transforming into countless paper fragments that shot skyward. This was the purest display of her ability. Paper escape, angel technique. The pristine white paper wings unfurled behind her, lifting her soaring high into the sky. In the air, she was the absolute sovereign. Everything below could no longer reach her. Feeling the sharp winds at high altitude, watching as the figure on the ground shrank to a mere black, Xiaonan's taut heart finally relaxed. An unprecedented sensation of liberation surged within her. Farewell, unreasonable chef. Farewell, this toxic mind. She even felt a sudden urge to fly back to Yuin village and never return to this cursed place. She cast one last glance downward, wishing to etch that man's expression of despair into her memory as compensation for the humiliation she endured today. However, what she beheld was not despair. The blonde chef merely gazed up at her, his face radiating a more fervent and devout expression. Then, under Xiaonan's incredulous stare, one of his legs suddenly kicked the air. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated. The air beneath his feet seemed to solidify like solid ground. Then came the second kick. The third. He stepped forward, leisurely walking upon the void. Xiaonan's thoughts froze at that moment. She watched as the golden-haired figure strolled through the sky with an elegance bordering on the surreal, and within seconds, he reached her height. Ah, my beautiful angel lady. Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, his face adorned with a warmth capable of melting glaciers. You truly are a real angel. Even your flying posture is so enchanting. From seemingly nowhere, he produced an exquisite tea set, balanced on a silver tray, hovering steadily before him. Though the view at high altitude is splendid, the wind is rather chilly. He extended a steaming cup of red tea toward Xiaonan. Would you care for a warm cup of tea, Melorine? Xiaonan hovered midair, her pristine paper wings stiffly flapping. She gazed at the man who walked upon the air, holding the tea tray with eyes full of affection, and finally, with a roll of her eyes, her consciousness plunged into darkness. Chapter 72. Angels are killers. In the high skies, those pure white paper wings seemed to be severed by an invisible force, losing all support. Xiaonan's body helplessly plummeted from a height of 100 meters. In the final moment before her consciousness sank into darkness, the last image she beheld was that of the golden-haired man, walking on air, holding the red tea. His face alight with a satisfaction and happiness akin to a knight receiving a princess's handkerchief. This world has gone mad. That was her last thought. Ah, my beautiful angel lady. Sanji emitted an exaggerated and heart-wrenching gasp as the red tea and pastries in his hands vanished in an instant, replaced by a fleeting shadow of blackness. Without employing his moonwalk technique, he leaped directly from a height of 100 meters, arriving ahead of time. In the moment just before Xiao Nan was about to collide with the ground, he caught her in a flawless and elegant princess carry. The fierce wind tousled his golden hair and impeccably tailored suit as he cradled the unconscious beauty in his arms, akin to a hero from myth rescuing a princess. Gently descending until his feet touched the ground, making not a single sound. Fortunately, he made it in time. Sanji gazed down at the pale-faced, furrow-browed Xiao Nan. His expression filled with infinite tenderness and admiration. You must be utterly exhausted, having inadvertently fallen asleep, right? Fear not. I shall ensure that no one disturbs your peaceful slumber. My dear Melarine. However, his deeply romantic self-indulgence received no response. The location where he landed was none other than the transformed, unrecognizable Cyber Zen garden of the Hyuga family, now altered beyond recognition by Frankie. At this moment, the courtyard was alive with activity. Luffy was competing with Ding Xi to see who could devour a whole roasted cow the fastest. Zoro was leaning against the cola fountain, snoring soundly with 3 swords as his pillow, a large bubble forming on his nose. Usopp animatedly narrated tales of his heroic exploits, leading 8,000 subordinates to defeat the giant race to a group of children from the Hyuga branch family. Frankie, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of trunks, was polishing the steel gate, shouting out super repeatedly. Brooks strummed his guitar, singing the song of Bink Sake, drawing a crowd of female attendants from the Hyuga household. Meanwhile, the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hizashi, sat beneath the eaves of the main residence, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, observing the motley crew of guests with his piercing Byakugan, his expression devoid of emotion. His heart had long since grown numb. Ever since these peculiar beings moved in, his worldview shattered multiple times each day, and his beloved teacups had been replaced no less than 10 times. He had now given up on contemplation, relinquished his anger, and entered a state of serene acceptance, as long as they did not topple the roof of the Hyuga house. Today marked yet another peaceful day. Hyuga Hizashi lifted the teacup, preparing to take a sip to soothe his weary soul. However, at that very moment, a resounding thud, a golden figure, cradling a woman clad in a pristine white dress with tattered paper wings sprouting from her back, descended from the heavens, landing precisely in the center of the courtyard. An instant silence enveloped the scene. Luffy halted his chewing, a half-eaten steak still lodged in his mouth, eyes wide with curiosity. Usopp, in mid-story, tumbled off his bench in fright. Frankie's polishing motion froze mid-air, striking a classic bodybuilding pose. Brooks' music abruptly ceased, leaving only a quivering note in the air. Even the sleeping Zoro seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow in irritation. All eyes converged on Sanji and the unconscious woman in his arms. "Hey, Sanji," Luffy mumbled. "Did you find a new companion?" "She's an angel," Usopp exclaimed, captivated by Xiao Nan's exquisite features and the peculiar wings behind her. "Doctor, quickly call a doctor." Chopper had wriggled free from Hanabi's embrace, his small medical kit in tow, rushing over with urgency. A patient, a critically unconscious patient. Oh, what a beautiful lady. Sanji entirely disregarded the commotion among his companions, kneeling down, carefully laying Xiao Nan on the grass, his gaze reverent, as if treating a rare treasure. "Your sleeping visage is akin to the brightest moonlight in the night, causing my soul to tremble." Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi, still under the eaves of the main residence, felt his hand tremble uncontrollably while holding the teacup. Another one? And from the sky, no less? And with wings? What manner of beings are these? Pirates, or a nefarious group abducting people from another realm? His Byakugan activated, piercing through dozens of meters, revealing Xiao Nan's condition in vivid detail. No traces of chakra pathways? No, wait. Within her resides a vast reservoir of chakra. Yet, its flow differs entirely from that of other ninjas. Her wings are made up of countless sheets infused with chakra. What kind of bloodline limit is this? Crack. The sound of shattering echoed. The porcelain teacup in his hand cracked, scalding tea splattering across his palm, yet he remained completely oblivious. His teacup was lost once more. Amidst the chaos in the courtyard, as Chopper prepared to conduct an urgent examination on Xiao Nan, Sanji vehemently refused, citing the sanctity of the angel's body, nearly leading to a confrontation between the two. Suddenly, A voice imbued with a blend of drunkenness and undeniable authority echoed from the direction of the main residence. What is all this ruckus? It's early in the morning. Can't a person enjoy their drink in peace? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, yawned, clutching a gourd of sake, wobbling her way outside, followed by a resigned Sakura and a quiet Ino cradling a piglet. Oh, is there new amusement? Tsunade's eyes lit up upon spotting the unconscious woman in the courtyard. Her innate curiosity for a spectacle surfacing. Well, if it isn't Sanji. Quite the catch, isn't it? Just a few days ago, he was sent flying by Hinata, and now he has brought back another one? As she spoke, she sauntered closer, eager to discover who could so enchant the lovesick chef. Sakura, intrigued, trailed behind, her medical ninja instincts urging her to assess the patient's condition. However, as Tsunade approached and recognized the face that Jiraiya had referred to as Angel, her smile instantly froze. The air of drunken nonchalance vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a chilling aura that could freeze the very atmosphere around her. You. Tsunade's voice dropped to a low rumble. Her gaze bore into the unconscious Xiao Nan, her brown eyes swirling with uncontainable fury and sorrow. It's a member of Akatsuki. The courtyard fell into an immediate hush, as if the noise had been muted. Everyone was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Tsunade. Luffy ceased his antics, gazing at Tsunade in confusion. Though unaware of what Akatsuki was, he could sense her profound anger. Sakura's face turned pale as memories flooded back, her body trembling uncontrollably. Akatsuki? Usopp quietly inquired of Shikamaru. What is that? A famous pirate crew? Shikamaru's expression turned grave, shaking his head as he replied hoarsely, No. That is not a pirate crew. They are a group of rogue ninjas, a highly dangerous terrorist organization within the ninja world. Tsunade disregarded the murmurs around her, stepping towards Xiao Nan, each step resonating as if treading upon the hearts of all present. She crouched, ignoring Sanji's wary gaze, and gently brushed aside Xiao Nan's hair from her forehead. The face before her was identical to that of the woman named Xiao Nan, for whom Jiraiya had sacrificed his life to gather intelligence. Amigacure. Angel, Xiao Nan. In an instant, Tsunade's mind flashed back to Jiraiya's ever-reverent smile. The unfinished wager he left behind, and the blood-soaked final words brought back by Fukasaku. An uncontrollable fury and sorrow erupted explosively from her chest. Jingyin. Xiaoying. Tsunade stood abruptly, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion. Yes, Hokage-sama. The two responded immediately. Activate the highest level of sealing techniques and barriers. Bring her to me. Tsunade's gaze swept over everyone present, ultimately resting on Sanji. This woman is one of the murderers of Jiraiya. Chapter 73. For the angel, I am willing to oppose the world. Tsunade's chilling words instantly shattered the absurdly joyous facade of the courtyard, revealing the bloody reality beneath. The air and time seemed to freeze. The meat skewer that Luffy held fell to the ground. Usopp and Chopper's screams were caught in their throats, Usopp's complexion paling visibly. Frankie's imminent exclamation of super was abruptly stifled, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing eyes equally filled with shock. Even Zoro, who had been peacefully sleeping with his head resting on his sword, suddenly opened his eyes. He did not rise. Instead, a sharp glimmer flashed within his single eye, as if it could cut through the air. Every member of the Hyuga clan, from the head of the household to the children of the branch family, felt an icy chill emanating from the depths of their souls. The Akatsuki organization, the death of Jiraiya. These two phrases combined weighed heavily upon the entirety of Konoha, like an enormous stone pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. And now, a living murderer lay in their courtyard, having been retrieved from the sky by that blonde chef. Hyuga Hizashi felt his heart skip a beat before it began to race uncontrollably. The shards of the teacup in his hand cut into his palm, blood mingling with the tea as it dripped to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. It is over. The Hyuga clan is truly finished this time. Jingyin. Xiaoying. Barrier team. Tsunade's voice shattered the silence, her orders clear and concise, imbued with an undeniable iron will. Immediately execute the A-level lockdown protocol. Restrain her. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Yes. Xiaoying and Jingyin instinctively moved, several Hyuga clan members who had been hidden in the shadows suddenly revealing themselves, hands forming seals in preparation for the sealing technique. However, just as they were about to approach Conan, a golden blur, too swift for the eye to capture, suddenly interposed itself between all of them and the unconscious Conan. It was Sanji. He remained in a kneeling position, but this time, he was not expressing love. He was guarding. His upper body leaned slightly forward, resembling a fierce beast protecting its territory, completely shielding Conan behind him. He did not look at Tsunade or anyone else. He merely lowered his head, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet the cold and resolute aura emanating from him instinctively halted the steps of all ninjas preparing to advance. What are you doing? Tsunade's voice brimmed with a dangerous warning. Step aside, Sanji. Sanji slowly raised his head. The frivolity and infatuation that usually adorned his face had vanished entirely. The eyes that typically sparkled with affection now held only an icy resolve. I do not know what you speak of regarding the Akatsuki, nor do I know of any murderer. His voice was calm, yet it struck like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. All I know is that she is a beautiful lady in need of help. Sanji stated each word deliberately, crystal clear, before me. No one shall lay a finger on her. Insane. This chef has truly lost his mind. Shikamaru covered his face, feeling dizzy. He had envisioned countless troubles. But this scene exceeded the boundaries of his imagination. That was the fifth Hokage. That was an S-rank rogue ninja who had slain one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. And this brazen chef dared to openly oppose the highest authority of Konoha for a woman he had met for less than an hour. Are you betraying Konoha? Xiaoying asked, her voice trembling as she struggled to comprehend Sanji's actions. Betrayal? Sanji scoffed, slowly rising to his feet and adjusting his impeccably crisp suit collar. I have never been one of you in Konoha. I am merely the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. My chivalry is solely devoted to beautiful ladies. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Tsunade. It was not chakra, but a pure pressure emanating from absolute power and unbridled rage. I will say this one last time. Tsunade's fists cracked ominously as the ground beneath her began to fracture under the weight of her fury. Step aside. Sanji did not respond. A flicker of crimson flame ignited at his ankle, the air's temperature rising sharply, distorting around him. Demon Wind foot. The battle was imminent. Wait. Sanji. Tsunade. Usopp, terrified, waved his arms, desperately trying to prevent the impending catastrophe. But no one paid him any heed. Hey, Sanji. A voice unexpectedly rang out. It was Luffy. He stood up, dusting off his clothes, the innocent expression previously adorning his face now absent. He looked at Tsunade, then at Sanji, and spoke. That person named Jiraiya. He was Naruto's mentor. And also your friend, right? Tsunade's body jolted. Luffy continued. He is Naruto's mentor, and he was your friend, correct? Tsunade did not respond. But her tightly clenched lips spoke volumes. After a moment of silence, Luffy turned to Sanji, speaking with an unprecedented seriousness. Sanji, she is Naruto's companion. And she is our friend. We cannot fight her. Sanji's body stiffened slightly. Luffy's words brought a moment of clarity to his chivalrous haze. Yes, she was Naruto's companion. The one who had provided them with food and healed Hinata. But he glanced back at the unconscious Conan, her brows furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. That pale yet exquisite face, that vulnerability and helplessness, shattered the rationality he had just begun to build. Luffy, Sanji's voice carried a hint of anguish. I cannot stand by and watch a lady be harmed before me. This is my principle. Luffy gazed at Sanji, and Sanji returned the gaze. One was driven by the bond of friendship, while the other was committed to his own code. The captain and the chef faced an irreconcilable conflict for the first time. This is troublesome. Zoro, having risen at some point, yawned, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword. Hey, Curlybrow. Zoro looked at Sanji. Even though you are an idiot, since you have made your decision, do not embarrass us. He then turned to Tsunade, a combative grin spreading across his face. Old lady, while I'm not sure what is happening, this guy is our chef. If you want to touch him, you must first ask our captain's opinion. If the captain agrees, then you must also consult my sword. With a light sound, the blade of his sword slid out slightly, a chilling gleam causing the temperature in the courtyard to drop further. The captain, the swordsman, and the chef, the three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew, stood firmly in their stances. Tsunade's anger had reached a boiling point. She gazed at the unruly pirates before her, their faces reflecting a disregard for rules and propriety, and the sorrow and rage within her intertwined, culminating in an explosive eruption. The death of Jiraiya, the looming threat to the village, and the provocations before her. Every emotion converged upon her right fist. Since you wretches have chosen to stand against Konoha for the sake of a murderer, Tsunade's body sank slightly as a colossal chakra surged within her, a force so overwhelming that it instilled despair. Then together, I shall bury you here. Without the slightest hesitation, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch. She did not aim at anyone in particular, but struck fiercely at the ground. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. The entire Hyuga estate, no, half of Konoha, seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake. The ground shattered like fragile cookie dough around Tsunade's fist, collapsing and creating countless grotesque fissures spreading in all directions. While Frankie's proud Cyber Zen garden was reduced to rubble in an instant, the terrifying shockwave sent the Straw Hat crew flying. Only Sanji managed to anchor himself to the ground at the last moment, his legs digging deep into the earth, creating two profound trenches behind him. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. Coughing, Usopp emerged from the ruins, trembling as he spoke. Is this the power of the fifth Hokage? She intends to kill us. This is war. Shikamaru's voice was parched, his eyes filled with an endless despair. As the dust gradually settled, Tsunade stood in the center of a pit over 20 meters in diameter, her gaze icy, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Now, is there anyone who dares to stop me? Yet, at that very moment, a faint, pained voice drifted softly from behind Sanji. Yahiko Nagato, no? It was Conan, though still unconscious. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured unintelligibly. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. These two names were indeed the core of Pain's 6 paths, mentioned in Jiraiya's intelligence. At the instant Tsunade's murderous intent wavered upon hearing those names, the voice arose again. This time, the name she uttered froze everyone present in their tracks. Teacher Jiraiya. That shout was as light as a whisper that could be carried away by the wind, yet heavy as a mountain, crashing down upon each heart present. Tsunade, her body a vessel of boundless rage and sorrow, stood frozen in place. Her eyes, ablaze with fierce, killing intent, fixated on the woman lying on the ground, weeping and trapped in a nightmare. Teacher, a word that pierced the most tender and painful part of Tsunade's heart. She dared to call that man her teacher? This murderer. This member of the Akatsuki. What right did she have? This was a desecration of Jiraiya. An insult to Jiraiya. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade's teeth ground together, each word squeezing out with a hint of bloodlust. Luffy's confusion deepened. He glanced between Tsunade and the woman, scratching his head in bewilderment. Zoro's hand resting on the hilt of his sword loosened slightly, a flicker of subtle astonishment flashing in his single eye. The situation seemed far more complicated than he had anticipated. Sanji, meanwhile, stood utterly stunned. He watched the painful tear streaks on Conan's face, listening to her desperate murmurs. Confusion flooding his heart. The angel he had sworn to protect bore a heavy past he could not fathom. Outside Konoha, moments ago, a violent disturbance rippled through the mental connection between Nagato and Conan, the last thread binding their tacit understanding. It was Conan's consciousness, filled with anguish, sorrow, remorse, and a trace of fear so foreign that even Nagato felt it. Conan? Nagato called out through their mental link. No response. Conan, answer me. A hint of urgency colored his voice. Still, no reply. What is happening? With Conan's willpower, even if under siege, she could never succumb to such a state of mental breakdown. Nagato immediately intensified his psychic output, attempting to penetrate the interference and re-establish the connection. Conan, respond to me. Yet, no matter how he tried, the link snapped abruptly, as if severed in two. Nagato coughed up blood, his complexion paling even further. The backlash from the failed connection exacerbated his already weakened state. The link with Conan had been completely severed. Panic flickered in his divine eyes that overlooked all beings. Something had happened to Conan. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Hyuga estate, under the astonished gaze of all, the woman who had been unconscious stirred, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Confusion, bewilderment, and a deep-seated timidity filled her gaze. Conan had awakened. For a moment, she stared blankly at the overcast sky. Then her gaze shifted to the terrifying ruins around her, taking in the faces of those filled with shock, anger, or wariness. Finally, her eyes fell upon the blonde woman radiating a terrifying murderous intent. Ah! A sharp and terrified scream erupted from her throat. She resembled a frightened rabbit, scrambling backward. Her body trembling violently with fear, desperate to distance herself from the woman who emanated a lethal threat. Didn't come any closer. Her voice, no longer the cool and serene tone from before, had turned soft and trembling, tinged with a hint of sobbing, filled with an unmistakable sense of fragility and helplessness. I am not a bad person. Please, don't hurt me. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Tsunade's fury froze in an instant. She stared blankly at the woman before her, curled up and trembling, tears glistening in her eyes, her mind a blank slate. Who is this? Is this still the calm infiltrator of Konoha, the one who killed Jiraiya, a member of the Akatsuki? What is this manifestation of cowardice and timidity, as if she might shatter with a mere touch? Is this an act? Tsunade murmured instinctively, yet even she felt the reasoning was absurdly weak. For in those eyes, she saw no trace of pretense, only pure, genuine fear. Sanji was the first to react. He dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Konan, glaring at Tsunade. Do you see this? She is merely an ordinary woman who has been frightened. How could you even think of harming her? Sakura was equally bewildered, glancing between Konan and Tsunade, utterly unable to reconcile this innocent girl with the infamous S-rank rogue ninja. Hey, she seems broken, Usopp whispered to Chopper. Chopper nodded fervently, his little hooves covering his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, the girl sheltered behind Sanji timidly reached out a hand, gently tugging at the hem of his suit jacket. Excuse me, what is this place? Why am I here? Has she lost her memory? The thought exploded in everyone's mind simultaneously. However, this revelation did not quell Tsunade's fury. Instead, it poured more oil onto the already raging fire. Lost memory. Tsunade's body trembled again, but this time, it was not from anger, but from an uncontrollable sorrow. What right do you have to forget? She forcefully shoved Sanji aside, the sheer power of her action causing him to stumble back several paces. You have forgotten, but I have not. Tears finally welled up in Tsunade's eyes, intertwining with her unquenchable fury, rendering her expression fearsome. I will forever remember. That fool Jiraiya died at your hands. He regarded you as his disciples. He believed that you could usher in peace. Even until his last breath, he held faith in you. And what was the outcome? You betrayed him. You killed him. You obliterated everything he cherished. Tsunade's voice crescendoed, transforming into a hysterical roar, the anguish contained within resonating painfully with everyone present. Now, you, the murderer, stand before me claiming amnesia? Do you seek to elicit sympathy with such a ludicrous charade? I assure you it is futile. Boom. A colossal surge of chakra erupted from Tsunade as she raised her right fist high, the power coalescing within it capable of leveling a small mountain. I will kill you, for Jiraiya's vengeance, to cleanse the shinobi world. She bellowed, her fist descending mercilessly upon the terrified Konan, who had crumpled to the ground. This strike was devoid of any restraint, a true lethal blow. Just as this critical moment approached, two figures rushed in from either side, moving with astonishing speed. It was Sakura and Hinata. Sakura formed hand seals, and a sturdy earthen wall sprang up, though it shattered instantly under Tsunade's might. It bought her a precious moment. Meanwhile, Hinata's white eyes shimmered with resolve. Instead of employing her gentle fist technique, she enveloped her palms with a faint hint of haki, painstakingly cultivated through her recent training with Zoro. Bang, bang. The sound of two muffled impacts echoed as Sakura and Hinata combined their strength, managing to firmly brace Tsunade's annihilating fist. The immense force surged through their arms, causing their bones to creak under the strain, the ground beneath them fracturing as their legs sank deep into the earth. Yet, they did not waver an inch. What are you doing? Tsunade glared at her two students, incredulity and rage filling her eyes. Let go of me. We cannot continue fighting. Sakura gritted her teeth, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to speak. If this goes on, the Hyuga clan will truly be lost. Lady Tsunade. Hinata's face was etched with anguish, yet her gaze remained clear. Please, calm down. Her appearance mirrored that of Naruto's in his moment of despair, lost and engulfed in solitude after losing something precious. Hinata's words acted as a key, unlocking the floodgates of Tsunade's memories. Jiraiya, the broken bonds, the anguish of lost love, and the irretrievable regrets crashed over her like a tidal wave, drowning her rationality. Release me. Tsunade's power surged further in this moment of emotional turmoil. I command you to release me. The tears streaming from her eyes finally overflowed. What do you understand? You know nothing. This woman did not just kill Jiraiya. She destroyed my youth that I can never reclaim. Tsunade's wail echoed with unfathomable sorrow and despair. Let me go? You murderer. In her mind, memories of Jiraiya's parting words resurfaced. Fool, gamble with your favorite game, bet that I will die. For you always lose. As a condition, when I return alive. Fool, I wouldn't dare to gamble. If I had known, I would have bet on your survival. If I had known, I would have stopped you from leaving. If I had known. Chapter 75. The one who understands you best is the one who, like you, has lost the sun. Let me go. Tsunade's roar transformed from mere anger into a lament woven with blood, tears, and endless regret. The force erupting from her fist transcended mere chakra control, morphing into an unyielding will to destroy. Crack. Sakura's left arm emitted a sharp sound as her bones fractured. Pain surged through her like lightning, yet she gritted her teeth, swallowing her agony, her hands remaining locked around Tsunade's fist like iron clamps. I cannot let go. If I release, not only will that amnesiac woman perish, but my master will also be consumed by this hatred. On the other side, Hinata's situation was equally dire. Her palms, cloaked in a flicker of haki, crumbled visibly under Tsunade's overwhelming sorrow, which weighed on her spirit like a mountain. Her legs had sunk deep into the shattered ground, yet her white eyes burned with an unwavering flame. For Naruto, to ensure that no one else endures the pain he once bore. You ungrateful disciples. Tsunade's vision blurred with tears as she gazed at the two girls desperately resisting her. The turmoil of pain and fury within her pushed her to the brink of madness. Get away from me. Boom. The force surged once more. Sakura and Hinata were hurled through the air like leaves in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground some distance away. The obstruction had vanished. Tsunade's fist finally broke free from its last restraint, descending with the intent to obliterate upon the cowering Konin, who had been utterly paralyzed by fear. Death loomed ominously. Sanji's pupils dilated as he yearned to intervene, only to find his legs weighed down as if laden with lead. It was not fear but an instinctual paralysis induced by the terrifying aura of the Hokage. Zoro furrowed his brow, sensing within that woman's fist a rage akin to his own haki, yet far more ferocious and sorrowful. The elders of the Hyuga clan gazed in horror at the impending doom that loomed like divine retribution. However, just as everyone believed the conclusion was inevitable, a figure stepped forward, unhurriedly entering the eye of this tempest of death. It was Luffy. He did not activate Gear Second nor unleash incredible speed. He simply approached Tsunade, stepping steadily to position himself before the woman destined to be shattered. He did not glance at the trembling Konin behind him, nor did he regard Tsunade's cataclysmic fist. His gaze rested calmly upon Tsunade's tear-streaked, anguished face. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Tsunade could see clearly that Luffy's expression bore no sympathy, no pity, nor any inclination to impart wisdom. What she perceived was an unfathomable, yet oddly familiar tranquility. Step aside. Tsunade's reason had been scorched away by sorrow. Her voice a desperate roar, her fist unwavering. Luffy did not yield. He simply stood there quietly, slowly raising his right hand to meet the fist that could crumble mountains. What was he attempting to do? Absorb the blow. That thought flickered through everyone's minds, only to be mercilessly dismissed by the harsh reality. It was impossible. That was the full-force strike of the fifth Hokage. Even if this rubber man could withstand immense punishment, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a pulp. However, the subsequent scene completely shattered the understanding of all the ninjas present. Luffy's fist did not collide with Tsunade's, just as the two were about to make contact. A surge of formless yet overwhelmingly dominant energy erupted from Luffy's being, as if a sovereign had descended upon the earth. This was the Conqueror's haki. This aura was entirely distinct from chakra. The closest few Hyuga maidens could not even let out a scream before their eyes rolled back, foam gathering at their lips as they fainted on the spot. In Hinata's Byakugan vision, he saw no flow of chakra. Instead, he witnessed the regal wool emanating from Straw Hat Luffy. What is this? Hinata's voice trembled with profound shock. Even the ever-cool Zoro revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his single eye. It is the essence of a king. Tsunade, being the first to bear the brunt of this impact, felt the shock most intensely. That will of the Conqueror crashed through the dam she had built with sorrow and rage, forcefully invading the depths of her consciousness. Her fist, under the onslaught of that will, involuntarily froze. In that fleeting moment, Luffy spoke. His voice remained calm and simple, yet it carried an undeniable strength. I understand, he said. I know how it feels to lose someone dear, Tsunade Baba. There is an emptiness in your heart, making everything feel meaningless, leaving you with the urge to destroy everything. His words acted as a key, unlocking Tsunade's long-buried memories. The Battle of the Summit. Ace, that body in his arms, gradually losing warmth. The world collapsing into stark black and white, devoid of even the strength to weep. Luffy's words were not meant to console. They were merely a statement of fact, one that he himself had endured, a hellish truth. The person who understands your pain the most is not the one who tells you to be strong, but the one who, like you, has lost their son. A soundless cry of anguish escaped from Tsunade's throat. The destructive power in her fist dissipated like a retreating tide, overwhelmed by a deeper, more profound sorrow. She gazed at the young man before her, his eyes clear yet reflecting an endless darkness. She understood why this seemingly foolish boy could sit alongside Naruto, who had also lost everything on that fateful day. They were of the same kind. Unable to contain her sobs any longer, Tsunade's body, once as firm as steel, finally succumbed to exhaustion. With a thud, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Hime of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, sank to her knees before all. She no longer roared in fury. She simply resembled a helpless child, hands covering her face, releasing long-suppressed tears. Her cries echoed with memories of Jiraiya, regrets for Dan and Shizune, accusations against the unfairness of fate, and a profound despair over her own powerlessness. In the Hyuga estate, silence enveloped everyone, save for the heart-wrenching wails of the Hokage. Lingering over the ruins, Luffy stood quietly, observing the woman weeping on the ground. He slowly removed his straw hat and pressed it against his chest, reminiscent of the day he had seen Naruto on the training grounds. Chapter 76. Drowning unresolvable sorrow in alcohol. The fifth Hokage's long-suppressed, heart-wrenching cries seemed to drain her of all strength, silencing the very space around her. All present, whether Konoha ninjas or Hyuga clan members, were as though frozen in time, unable to move. Part of it was due to Luffy's overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki, which instilled an unresistible pressure deep within their souls. Yet more so, they were rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. The legendary Sannin, Konoha's supreme leader, known for her strength, generosity, and even volatility, now resembled a child stripped of all their sweets, kneeling on the ground, utterly vulnerable. Sakura and Hinata struggled to rise, disregarding their own pain. Concern etched on their faces as they gazed at the crumpled figure before them, yet they dared not approach. They understood that Tsunade needed not comfort at this moment, but a means to vent her pent-up emotions. Luffy had opened that outlet for her. The one who had done so merely stood quietly at the side, placing his straw hat back atop his head, as if the one who had just commanded the room was not him at all. He did not comprehend grand philosophies, but he understood the pain of losing one's son. He had done all he could. The rest was beyond his reach. The atmosphere was thick with suffocating heaviness. Yet, amidst this frozen sorrow, an incongruous sound of footsteps broke through the silence. Tap, tap, tap. All eyes were involuntarily drawn toward the source. It was Roronoa Zoro. The green-haired swordsman bore no extraneous expression, as if the devastation around him and the Hokage's collapse were of no concern to him. He strolled leisurely, holding a massive wine barrel, seemingly plundered from some corner of the Hyuga estate. What was his intention? This thought simultaneously flashed through Nara Shikamaru and Hinata's minds, followed by an ominous premonition. Shikamaru's face twitched. He felt an impulse to immobilize this green-haired man with his shadow imitation technique right then and there. His instincts warned him that Zoro's next actions would surely turn the already chaotic situation upside down. Yet, he was still a moment too late. Zoro approached Tsunade, looking down at the still sobbing woman. Without uttering a word, he casually tossed the enormous wine barrel into the air. "Watch out!" Sakura screamed in alarm. Crash! The wine barrel crashed to the ground before Tsunade, kicking up a cloud of dust mere centimeters from her knees. This sudden turn startled everyone. Tsunade's cries ceased abruptly, and she slowly lifted her tear-streaked face, bewildered as she beheld the gigantic barrel before her, and then the expressionless green-haired man behind it. "You." Her hoarse voice barely managed to utter a single word. Zoro's voice, calm yet tinged with impatience, rang out. "Stop crying, old hag. Crying won't bring the dead back." Boom. This remark detonated like a bomb in the minds of all Konoha ninjas. "You bastard." Sakura's rage ignited instantly. She attempted to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by Ino beside her. How dare he disrespect the Hokage? "Let me go, Ino." I must make him understand that the Hokage is not to be insulted. The elders of the Hyuga clan trembled with fury, their beards shaking in indignation. On the face of Hinata Hizashi, the eternally unchanging expression of an iceberg finally cracked. He felt his understanding of the world, today, mercilessly crushed by this group of guests from the sea. First, that Straw Hat Boy forcibly halted the Hokage's rampage. Now, this green-haired swordsman sought to console the Hokage in such a manner? What on earth are these people? However, Zoro completely disregarded the murderous glare surrounding him. His single eye calmly gazed at Tsunade, as he continued with his uniquely straightforward and blunt logic. If you're sad, drink more. Pain is a personal affair. No one else can alleviate it. You can either be overwhelmed by it or swallow it down like a drink. After speaking, he fell silent, standing there like a statue. The courtyard once again plunged into silence. Yet this time, a subtle change permeated the atmosphere within that quietude. Haruno Sakura's anger became lodged in her throat. It seemed they began to understand. Zoro's words, though coarse and disrespectful, contained a logic that was as simple, direct, and even brutally honest as he himself was. Pain is a personal affair. Either succumb to it or swallow it. Is this not the survival principle of the ninja world? Yet, no one had ever articulated it in such a stark manner, especially not to a Hokage on the brink of collapse after losing a dear friend. All eyes turned to Tsunade. What would she do? Would she lash out again, sending this oblivious swordsman flying with a punch? Or would Tsunade, dazed, look at Zoro and then down at the enormous wine jar at her feet? Wine. This word felt so familiar to her. How many nights had she relied on it to numb herself after the deaths of Dan and Shoten, just to get by? She thought she had quit. After becoming Hokage, she buried all her weaknesses deeply, donning the heavy armor of the Hokage to disguise herself as invulnerable. Yet now, the news of Jiraiya's death, the identity of his killer, and Luffy's words shattered all her facades. Pain, once again, gnawed at her soul like a parasite. Gentle consolation proved futile. Great truths were equally ineffective, as they failed to reach the deeply rotting wound within her heart. But wine. The corner of Tsunade's mouth suddenly twitched. It was an exceedingly peculiar expression, a blend of crying and laughing, sorrow and anger. Then, a light, ambiguous chuckle escaped her throat. The laughter grew louder and increasingly uncontrollable. Ha ha ha, she laughed, tears streaming down her face, her entire body trembling violently. That laughter was filled with self-mockery, profound sorrow, and an ineffable resignation to fate. Under the astonished gazes of all, Tsunade extended her slightly trembling right hand, gripping the edge of the wine jar. With a sudden force, she lifted the heavy jar. With a decisive slap of her other hand, she broke the seal on the jar's mouth. A potent, spicy aroma of liquor instantly filled the air. It was the most potent liquor cherished by the Hyuga clan. Without the slightest hesitation, Tsunade raised the jar high and brought it to her lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The clear and spicy liquid cascaded down her throat like a waterfall. Most of the liquor spilled from the corners of her mouth, soaking her clothes and mingling with the dust on the ground and the tears on her face. The scene was disheveled and pitiful, yet possessed a breathtaking, wild beauty. Sakura and Ino stood dumbfounded. In Hinata Hizashi's Byakugan, only the image of the woman kneeling amidst the ruins, drinking ravenously, remained. He suddenly felt that this version of the fifth Hokage was even more terrifying than the one in a state of rage moments before. Luffy watched this scene, grinning widely, revealing his white teeth. He did not understand liquor, but he sensed that the old woman seemed to have found the strength to move forward. Zoro's lips also curled into a barely perceptible arc. He turned, resting his three swords back on his shoulder, preparing to find a quiet place to continue sleeping. For him, the matter was settled. Chapter 77. The arrival of Pain outside Konoha village. The gaunt Nagato suddenly opened his Rinnegan, a mouthful of blood unexpectedly spewing forth, staining the nutrient solution before him. Nagato. A ripple of emotion surfaced in the otherwise unfeeling voice of Devapath. I'm fine. Nagato coughed violently, severing his connection with Conan. He closed his eyes, sensing the void. It was not death, but a more complete severance. It felt as though an incomprehensible force had forcibly extracted Conan from his world. Was it that fifth Hokage of Konoha? Or those unknown variables called pirates? It no longer mattered. The last vestige of humanity on Nagato's face faded completely with that mouthful of blood. When he opened his eyes again, only the cold indifference of a deity and the compassion of one who gazes down upon all beings remained in his Rinnegan. Conan was now out of contact. He calmly stated this fact, as if uttering a name that no longer held significance for him. Yahiko's pain, my pain, and the suffering she was about to endure, all of this must come to an end. Devapath stood quietly in a tree outside Konoha village, the face belonging to his dear friend Yahiko devoid of any expression. He was merely a vessel, a perfect puppet carrying Nagato's will. Pain. Nagato's voice was as light as a sigh yet heavy enough to crush the entire world. It was almost time to begin. Devapath nodded slightly. I understand. He did not ask why, nor did he hesitate. The will of God was his entirety. He lifted his head, gazing at the flourishing Konoha village. Let the world feel pain. In Konoha village, within the Hyuga mansion, Tsunade sat cross-legged on the ground, cradling the massive wine jar, drinking fiercely. She no longer cried nor laughed. She simply drank in silence. The intoxication mingled with clarity in her golden eyes, and sorrow coexisted with murderous intent, forming a dangerous vortex. Sakura and Ino stood not far away, filled with anxiousness yet too afraid to approach. They could sense that Tsunade at this moment resembled a powder keg, ignited and ready to explode at the slightest external provocation. Zoro leaned against a broken wall, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yet anyone who approached within 3 meters could feel a chilling sword intent warning all living beings not to disturb him. Luffy, on the other hand, looked at Tsunade drinking with wide-eyed curiosity, tilting his head as if studying why this old woman, after consuming alcohol, radiated an aura more fearsome than when she was about to fight. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the center of the village. Boom! The ground felt as though it had been ruthlessly struck by an invisible giant hand, causing everyone to lose their balance. What is happening? Sakura exclaimed. On Hinata Hisashi's already numb face, astonishment re-emerged as he shouted, Is it an earthquake? No. This chakra fluctuation is an attack. Zoro's closed eye snapped open, his sharp gaze slicing towards the direction of the village. The sensation of his hand firmly gripping the hilt of the katana was no jest. Luffy's curious expression faded as he turned to gaze at the rising clouds of dust in the distance, his nostrils flaring slightly at the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder. Tsunade paused her drinking, slowly raising her head. In her eyes, dulled by alcohol and tears, all traces of confusion and fragility evaporated in an instant, replaced by the unyielding authority and chill of the 5th Hokage. Umbu. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable clarity, echoing through the courtyard. A masked Umbu ninja appeared before her like a specter, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. Tsunade had yet to finish her sentence when a more terrifying explosion reverberated from the same direction. The onlookers could distinctly see a tall structure collapsing amidst the fiery blaze, akin to a child's blocks tumbling down. The piercing cries of despair reached their ears, even from such a distance. The faces of all Konoha ninjas turned ashen. It's from the direction of the Ninja Academy, Ino exclaimed. Hinata's Byakugan was already activated, veins bulging around his temples as he fixed his gaze on the horizon, his voice trembling from sheer shock. 6 intruders. How did they get in? The village's barrier showed no reaction. Their chakra is so peculiar, so immense. Each possesses chakra levels rivaling that of a Kage. Those eyes are the legendary Rinnegan. The mere mention of the Rinnegan struck the hearts of all who were aware like a thunderclap. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. She recalled the intel that Jiraiya had sacrificed his life to obtain. Pain. Hokage-sama. The kneeling Umbu's voice was filled with terror and despair. 6 unidentified foes suddenly appeared in the village center. They are indiscriminately attacking civilians and buildings. We cannot stop them. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice, seemingly descending from the heavens, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. It felt as though it was echoing directly in their minds. From this moment forth, the village center was engulfed in flames. Countless civilians screamed, fled, and cried out in terror. The human path pain seized a fleeing man, pressing his hand against the man's head. He emitted a short, pitiful wail before his body slumped lifelessly, becoming a soulless husk. The human path closed his eyes and, after a moment, coldly declared, no intel on the Nine Tails. The Azura path pain waved his arm, launching 3 miniature missiles that raised an entire commercial street to the ground. The beast path pain formed hand seals, summoning a massive, multi-headed hellhound, also possessing Rinnegan, which rampaged and tore apart anything that moved. The Deva path pain floated silently in midair, gazing down upon the hellish scene below, observing the struggling, wailing ants with an impassive expression. Let the world feel pain. Chapter 78. The Massacre of the Six Paths of Pain. Let the world feel pain. As the words lingered, the Hyuga estate trembled violently. No, the entire Konoha village. The very earth shook under this overwhelming force. Go. Tsunade smashed the sake jar in her hand against the ground with a sharp crack. All her sorrow and confusion were incinerated in that moment by the towering flames and anguished cries. She was no longer the bereaved woman. She was the fifth Hokage who must rise amidst the village's wails. Her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as she charged toward the village center. Tsunade Baba. Luffy followed closely behind. Everyone surged forward like a tide against the current, racing toward the heart of the devastation. The closer they approached, the more intense the mingled sense of blood, scorched earth, and despair became, stinging their nostrils. The heart-wrenching cries and the thunderous crashes of collapsing buildings grew ever clearer. When they burst onto the bustling central square of Konoha, all footsteps involuntarily halted. The scene before them was not of war, it was a vision of hell. Once vibrant streets were now reduced to cracked and pitted wasteland. Shops and houses were severed in two or consumed entirely by flames, billowing black smoke into the sky. Countless bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Some were comrades in ninja attire, their forms twisted, faces frozen in their final moments of fear and defiance. Others were defenseless civilians, elderly, women, even children, fallen in pools of blood amidst the ruins of their homes or upon the path to safety. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Nami could no longer endure. She covered her mouth and retched violently, her complexion pale as a sheet, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had witnessed Arlong's brutality and had endured countless life-and-death battles, but she had never witnessed such cold-blooded, efficient, indiscriminate slaughter. This was not for treasure, nor for territory. It was pure destruction for the sake of destruction. How could this happen? Chopper's tears flowed freely as he gazed at a fallen ninja at the ramen shop's entrance. His body mutilated beyond recognition. Just yesterday, he had seen that ninja, who had smiled and ruffled his hat. Now, he was merely a cold corpse. As a doctor, Chopper's duty was to save lives. Yet the scene before him cruelly reminded him of the futility of his skills in the face of such calamity. This is too much. Nami's voice quivered with sobs. This is utterly intolerable. Her voice shifted from stifled whimpers to an angry scream. The architects of this devastation stood at the center of the square, 6 figures, each clad in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, their faces adorned with eerie black iron rods. Their eyes devoid of emotion, circles of purple Rinnegan. They resembled 6 harbingers of death, executing the grim task of reaping lives with apathy. The human path pain slowly withdrew his hand from atop a Konoha Jonin's head. The Jonin's body crumpled, eyes vacant, his soul entirely extracted. No intel on the Nine Tails. The human path reported to his companions in the sky, his tone devoid of inflection. The Azura path pain's expressionless face remained unchanged as his arms suddenly transformed into a menacing cannon aimed at a distant building still defiantly standing. Boom. Several miniature missiles screamed forth, striking their target with precision. A violent explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, obliterating the structure into a cloud of debris. The cacophony of anguished screams was completely drowned out by the explosion. Meanwhile, the Beast Path Pain's 3-headed hellhound, also possessing Rinnegan, savagely tore into any resisting ninja. Each pounce showering the ground with torrents of blood. This was no battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Monsters. These fiends are monsters. Sakura's teeth chattered as she clenched her fists. She recognized the fallen comrades, could even name each one. Hinata's Byakugan had already activated, revealing deeper horrors. She witnessed the chakra of those enemies. She also saw more of her compatriots, easily crushed before these monsters like ants. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from a deep-seated rage mixed with sorrow that surged from the depths of her heart. Things have become troublesome. Cold sweat poured down Nara Shikamaru's forehead like a waterfall. His mind raced at this moment, attempting to analyze everything before him. 6 enemies, each with distinct abilities, cooperating seamlessly, clearly a united front. Their attack methods were unprecedented and immensely powerful. The intelligence was clear. The target was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Their actions were decisive, devoid of humanity, aiming primarily to instill widespread panic and destruction. My future plans did not include an apocalypse, he muttered in despair. Sanji quietly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The swirling smoke could not obscure the cold, murderous intent in his gaze. He saw a mother clutching her child, knocked to the ground by the shockwave of an explosion. The barrel of Azura Path pain slowly turning towards them. In that instant, a layer of eerie crimson flames enveloped Sanji's right foot. Zoro's hand had long since grasped the hilt of his sword. He said nothing, merely observing quietly. His Kinbunchika haki allowed him to sense the chilling aura emanating from those 6 foes. It was a deathly presence, as if they were embodiments of the very concept of death itself. This is intriguing, Zoro thought, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. It had been a long time since he felt such an urge to cleave them all down. Tsunade stood at the forefront of everyone. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the figure in the air, Nagato Pain. Jiraiya's intel flashed through her mind. Rinnegan Pain. It's you bastards killed Jiraiya? Tsunade's teeth ground together, an overwhelming chakra erupted from her, explosive and suffocating. The ground beneath her cracked inch by inch. Everyone, enter the highest state of combat. Medical team, immediately attend to the wounded. Hyuga clan, investigate if there are more enemies. Umbu, evacuate the civilians. At all costs. The command of the Hokage was clearly conveyed to every Konoha ninja still capable of fighting at that moment. However, just then, the silent Luffy moved. He did not explode with an astonishing aura like Tsunade, nor did he take a fighting stance like Sanji and Zoro. He simply walked forward, step by step, in silence. He passed a corpse drained of its soul, pausing briefly. He walked past a burning house, the flames illuminating the shadowed face beneath his straw hat. He saw the barrel of Azura Path aimed at the mother holding her child. He saw the human path reaching once more for a boy attempting to flee. He saw Nagato Pain, those eyes looking down upon all, treating life as mere fodder. Luffy's steps halted. He slowly raised his head. Those usually clear and vibrant eyes now harbored a silence, dark like the ocean before a storm. He thought of Ace. But he also recalled those homeless people in the Goa Kingdom, burned like refuse by the nobles. He remembered the fishmen on Fishman Island, driven to the brink by human discrimination and hatred. He thought of all the weak who were mercilessly bullied by the strong, stripped of even the right to live. The scene before him was no different. Hey, a soft voice rang out, yet it resonated like thunder in the chaotic square. All eyes were drawn towards it. Luffy stood before the mother and her child, shielding them with his back. His voice held no furious roar, only a heart-stopping calm. You guys. The gaze of Nagato Pain finally descended from above, landing on this straw-hatted boy, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Luffy slowly turned his head, those black pupils locking onto the god in the sky. Stop it. Chapter 79 Two-Gear Luffy was instantaneously overwhelmed. Luffy's command, imbued with boundless fury, exploded in the ruins littered with corpses. Whether it was the Azura Path, attacking furiously, or the human path, extracting souls. Even the Konoha ninjas engulfed in despair and fear instinctively turned their gaze to the straw-hatted boy standing before the mother and child. Yet, the suspended Nagato Pain merely lowered his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Luffy with his emotionless Rinnegan. That gaze was akin to a human looking at a noisy ant obstructing their path. Contemptuous, indifferent, not even a trace of interest. In the next moment, he withdrew his gaze. Luffy's existence was hardly worth a second of his time. Continue. The cold words that escaped his lips were a command to his comrades, as well as the final decree against Luffy's shout. Boom. Azura Path Pain's arm transformed back into a cannon, unhesitatingly targeting another residential area. The menacing barrel gathering destructive energy. The human path's hand also reached for the next terrified, fleeing Konoha ninja. Ignored. This was more igniting of Luffy's fury than any mockery or attack. I told you to stop. Boom. A surge of scorching steam erupted from every pore of Luffy's body. Second gear. Luffy. Nami and Usopp shouted anxiously. Sanji ignited the cigarette in his mouth. Zoro's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened further. Entering second gear, Luffy's figure instantly vanished from his original position. His speed reached its zenith. Leaving a blurred afterimage in the air, the ground cracked beneath his feet as he transformed into a red cannonball, shooting straight towards Nagato Pain in the sky. Gum Gum. Luffy's right arm stretched back, fist clenched, aimed at Nagato Pain's expressionless face. He intended to shatter that infuriating visage with this punch. Everyone held their breath. The Konoha ninjas even ignited a flicker of hope in their eyes. The Straw Hat crew firmly believed their captain would turn the tide. However, just as Luffy's fist was about to strike, Nagato Pain remained suspended in midair, his posture unchanged. He simply lifted his right hand slowly, palm facing the rapidly approaching red cannonball. His lips parted slightly. Universal pull. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling light effects. Only an irresistible, incomprehensible, and unresistible terrifying force instantly enveloped Luffy's entire being. What? Luffy's mind went blank. His unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt. His entire being was drawn back, as if a massive magnet had seized him, propelled away at a speed even greater than that which he had approached. Luffy, what is happening? He is being pulled over. On the ground, all who witnessed this scene gasped in disbelief. It's gravity. Tsunade's eyes filled with terror. That technique can manipulate gravity. What nonsense! Sanji roared. How could such a thing be possible? Hinata's Byakugan was already activated, yet in her vision, there was no violent flow of chakra from Nagato Pain at all. He merely raised his hand, and Luffy was effortlessly captured. In the astonished gaze of all, Luffy's figure was like a shooting star, instantly drawn before Tiandao Pain. A soft sound echoed. With precision and nonchalance, Tiandao Pain's hand, gripped with a black rod, seized Luffy by the neck, akin to grasping the neck of a small chick. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The Straw Hat Boy, who had just been brimming with confidence, ready to bring the divine down to earth, was now suspended in midair, feet off the ground, utterly immobile. The square fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of flames and the distant, faint sounds of weeping. The tears of Chopper had burst forth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Nami and Usopp's faces turned as pale as parchment, their minds having ceased to function. That was their captain, the indomitable Monkey D, Luffy, who could laugh in the face of any formidable foe. How could he be so easily subdued? A sense of indescribable terror exuded uncontrollably from Zoro, permeating the air around him. The ground beneath him seemed to sink slightly under the weight of his pure murderous intent. You bastard! Zoro's voice emerged, squeezed through clenched teeth. Tiandao Pain gazed down at Luffy, still struggling in his grasp, his Rinnegan eyes betraying no emotion. Is this the companion of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Pathetic. His words were soft, yet they pierced through the hearts of everyone present. Coughing, Luffy found it difficult to breathe, yet his flushed face bore no trace of fear. Instead, he flashed a defiant grin. It's useless. My body is rubber. Indeed, a physical chokehold posed no lethal threat to this rubber man. Is that so? A subtle, almost imperceptible change crossed Tiandao Pain's expression. It was neither surprise nor anger, but rather an understanding, as if he had just grasped a crucial detail. Then, he released Luffy's neck. Just as Luffy thought he might escape, Tiandao Pain's free hand aimed once more at the close-range Luffy. This time, his voice was colder, devoid of any emotion. Shinra Tensei. In that instant, Luffy beheld a blinding white light. Following that, an indescribable, earth-shattering repulsive force erupted from Pain's palm. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, shaking the entirety of Konoha. Luffy's body, in the face of this force, was akin to a scarecrow struck head-on by a siege cannon. His rubber form was instantly compressed, twisted, and stretched to its limits. He became an imperceptible black meteor, hurtling backward with an unimaginable speed. Bang! 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 He crashed through the first rickety building, the walls shattering to pieces. He barreled through the second sturdy shop, the reinforced concrete structure collapsing instantly. He smashed through the third, fourth, and fifth buildings, like a runaway marble carving a devastating trench through the village of Konoha. Ultimately, with a muffled thud, his figure vanished from everyone's sight, leaving behind a trail of crumbling edifices and billowing dust. Everyone stared blankly at the direction in which Luffy had disappeared, gazing at the line formed by destruction. Their minds blank. Luffy. The heart-wrenching cries of the Straw Hat crew finally shattered the silence. Chapter 80, Gear 3rd. The iron fist of a mountain Luffy's lips moved unconsciously. Usopp's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering repeatedly, "This must be a lie." Chopper had completely lost the ability to think, curling up in a ball, overwhelmed by a terror so great that he forgot to cry. Defeated? Their captain, the man who could smile and declare his ambition to become the pirate king in the face of any adversity, had fallen? And so completely, so decisively, so pathetically? This realization pierced the hearts of each Straw Hat member like a blade forged from ice, twisting cruelly. Tsunade trembled slightly. She had just emerged from the despair of Jiraiya's death, and now, That flicker of hope had been extinguished once more. The Konoha ninjas behind her wore expressions of ashen despair. Despair spread through the crowd more swiftly and ruthlessly than Pain's attack. Yet, amidst this profound silence, two presences remained unconsumed by despair. Instead, they ignited like fuel thrown into a furnace, burning with terrifying intensity. Crack! Sanji bit down on his cigarette, snapping it in half. He slowly raised his head, revealing the eye concealed by his bangs, now devoid of its usual levity and warmth, replaced by a cold, seething rage. That bastard dared to shatter their captain, their hope. Unforgivable. On the other side, Roronoa Zoro's hand, which had rested upon the hilt of his sword, slowly tightened. Finger by finger. He did not look at anyone, nor did he utter a sound, but an invisible yet palpable aura of dread radiated from him, spreading like a tsunami. This aura was so pure, so concentrated, that the ground beneath him creaked under the pressure, spiderweb-like cracks forming. Tiandao Pain remained suspended in midair, coldly surveying the scene. The despair of the ants and their anger held no significance to him. He had no interest in the direction from which Luffy had vanished. Rather, he prepared to issue his next command, intending to see this ceremony of suffering through to its end. But then, a deep rumble resonated, as if it emanated from the very depths of the earth. The ground trembled violently. Tiandao Pain's movements faltered slightly. His Rinnegan eyes, devoid of emotion, slowly turned toward the horizon, toward the dust-laden ruins. Not just him, but everyone instinctively looked in that direction. What was it? An earthquake? No, that wasn't he right. The tremor was heavy enough to make every heart skip a beat. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of all, a colossal black shadow slowly rose from the depths of the ruins. What was that? It loomed like a black mountain, obscuring the light of the distant sky. Bones. Chopper murmured unconsciously, recognizing it. Bone Balloon. With his scream, every member of the Straw Hat crew felt a spark reignite in their eyes. It was Luffy. It was his ability. Gomu Gomu no. A voice so familiar struck like a war drum in the hearts of all the Straw Hat crew. The enormous black shadow finally revealed its true form. Gear 3rd. Giant's Fist. Tsunade stared in shock at the massive fist, astonished that it still wasn't over. A proud smile returned to Sanji's lips. As if there was any doubt, Zoro's voice was low and hoarse. That is their captain. How could it be possible to be defeated so easily? Like a cannon, the resonant roar of Luffy echoed from afar. Boom. That enormous fist, accompanied by a terrifying howl that tore through the air, surged toward the sky, where Tiandao Pain resided, striking with ferocity. This blow covered half the sky. No matter the angle, there was no escape. In the face of this earth-shattering punch, Tiandao Pain's expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised his hand, palm directed at the incoming mountain-like fist. Shinra Tensei. Again this move. This unreasonable repulsion. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his ability, two figures shot up from the ground, one to the left and one to the right, like arrows released from a bow. Do not underestimate us, you bastard. Sanji's furious shout resonated through the skies. His right leg traced a brilliant arc in the air, engulfed in a crimson flame that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. The air warped and crackled with heat. Diable jam. Meanwhile, Zoro's figure moved with even greater swiftness. He uttered not a sound, yet the two swords in his hands were drawn. The pristine blade of Shusui was clenched fiercely between his teeth. Three-sword style. Hinata. Sakura gasped. She saw that Hinata Hyuga was also following closely, gathering chakra in her feet, ready to charge forward. Stay back, you little girl with Byakugan. A cold reprimand came from ahead. It was Zoro, without even turning around. He spoke in an undeniable tone. Your current strength is insufficient to even tickle this guy. However, Hinata hesitated. There is no however. Zoro's voice bore no warmth. This is not a battle you can partake in. Understand, this is how we fight. The moment his words fell, Zoro's aura surged once more. An indescribable dark will, like ink splattering into clear water, instantly spread from him, enveloping the two swords in his hands, as well as the blade of Wado Ikamanji clenched in his mouth. Buzz. The three famed swords were entirely transformed into a deep black, darker than the night itself. Haki hardening. Three-sword style, Oogie. Zoro's voice resonated in Tiandao Pain's ears. At this moment, Sanji's diable jam had already struck toward Pain's cheek, while Luffy's giant iron fist was about to descend. Tian Dao Pei and Rinnegan simultaneously locked onto the three directions of lethal attacks. Sanzen Sekai, Zoro's figure, alongside the three black blades, spun into a swirling black tornado in the air. His target was not Tian Dao Pei's flesh and blood. Rather, it was the invisible repulsion field constructed by Shinra Tensei. He aimed to sever the power of the gods with his blade, Shinra Tensei, in two. Chapter 81. Severing the Absolute Domain of the Gods. Roronoa Zoro's figure melded entirely with the three blades imbued with haki, transforming into a defiant black tornado, swirling and roaring, targeting not Tian Dao Pei's corporeal form, but the intangible repulsion field before him. He intended to slice the power of the gods in two. Shinra Tensei. Tian Dao Pei's voice remained icy, devoid of emotion. The repulsion, capable of leveling a village, finally erupted from his palm. Boom. The pitch-black blade clashed violently with the intangible repulsion field. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing, soul-rending shriek. Countless black, lightning-like fissures radiated from Zoro's center. A manifestation of pure will colliding with a domain, distorting space. Blocked. Sakura instinctively covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. Shinra Tensei. It was actually blocked by a blade. No, not blocked. Nara Shikamaru's mind raced at the brink of overload. He stared intently at the sky. He is slicing through. He was cutting Pei's technique apart with that dark power. Indeed, Zoro's blade was visibly penetrating deeper into the repulsion field with each inch. Bastard. Don't put your eyes on the top of your head. At that moment, another crimson meteor struck from the side. Sanji's diable jam, ablaze with hellish flames, aimed a fierce kick toward Tian Dao Pei's head. Tian Dao Pei's Rinnegan flickered slightly. Shinra Tensei was grappling with that bizarre swordsman. He could not divide his focus. However, just as Sanji's toes were about to brush against his cheek, a figure appeared before Tian Dao Pei like a specter. Silent and swift. It was the hungry ghost path. He extended his hands, assuming a strange posture, palms directed at Sanji's burning right leg. Sanji's brow furrowed sharply. He felt the power in his leg, as well as the searing energy ignited by pure fury, being frantically absorbed by that gaunt figure ahead. The flames rapidly extinguished. The strength swiftly ebbed away. Sanji's attack abruptly halted in midair, dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, true destruction was just beginning to descend from the heavens. That colossal fist, shrouded in a black haki, accelerated with the steam of Gear Second, no longer a slowly falling mountain, but a true black meteor capable of annihilating everything. This punch contained all of Luffy's rage, in memory of the innocent civilians who perished in Konoha, and for this self-proclaimed god, whose disdain for life was palpable. In the face of this world-ending strike, even Tian Dao Pei, engaged in a struggle, could no longer maintain his composure. Yet, he remained unmoving. Because there was no need to. Summoning technique. Another figure, the Beast Path Pei, slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Three massive clouds of smoke erupted in the ruins of the plaza. As the smoke cleared, three colossal monsters emerged before everyone. One was a hellish three-headed dog, its body continuously splitting and proliferating, adorned with countless snarling heads. Another was a gigantic rhinoceros, clad in a hard shell, with sharp horns glinting with a metallic sheen. And the last was a bizarre giant bird, its wings spanning dozens of meters, with a beak like a sharp blade. Each of these summoned beasts radiated the terrifying aura of shadow-level magical beasts, and upon their arrival, they unhesitatingly charged toward the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew. Roar! The hellish three-headed dog howled, splitting into several heads, akin to a raging python emerging from its lair, mercilessly lunging at Zoro, who was grappling with Shinra Tensei. Get out of my way! Zoro roared, overwhelmed, having to rely solely on instinct to block with his sword, yet he was quickly immobilized. His speed in slicing through the repulsion field diminished instantly. On the other side, the massive rhinoceros charged forward like a heavily armored vehicle, ruthlessly barreling towards Sanji, who had just been thwarted. Damn it! Sanji cursed, forced to abandon his attack on Paeon, turning to engage in a fierce struggle with the colossal beast. Meanwhile, the bizarre giant bird emitted a sharp cry, its wings flapping as it shot skyward. Its target was Luffy's descending giant iron fist. Bang! The giant bird's beak, as hard as steel, precisely struck Luffy's fist. An unimaginable, Terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, spreading outwards with ferocity. The ground of the Konoha ruins sank once more under the immense force. Ah! In the distance, Usopp and Chopper, along with others, were hurled away by the shockwave, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. The colossal bird, under the impact of that earth-shattering punch, let out a mournful cry as it was sent flying backward. However, it successfully blocked Luffy's lethal strike. How infuriating! In midair, Luffy's fist began to shrink rapidly. The combined assault of the Straw Hat Crew's three main fighters was utterly dismantled in the face of this sudden summoning beast. The Six Pains exhibited a seamless synergy in their abilities and coordination. Their combat system, encompassing attack, defense, absorption, and summoning, was flawless and devoid of vulnerabilities. Now, the cold voice of Tendo Pain echoed again, just as Luffy's fist reverted to its original size. At the moment when Zoro and Sanji were firmly ensnared by their respective summoning beasts and unable to escape, the hungry ghost Pain, resembling a shadow, moved. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear silently behind Luffy. Luffy, beware of what's behind you. Nami's piercing scream reverberated across the battlefield. Yet, it was too late. A pair of withered hands, resembling chicken claws, gripped Luffy's arms tightly from behind. What? A shock coursed through Luffy's mind, and instinctively, he attempted to utilize his rubber abilities to break free. However, an extraordinarily bizarre sensation suddenly spread throughout his body from the grasp of those hands. It was neither pain nor impact, but rather a feeling of being drained. He sensed that something within him was being voraciously devoured. It was Haki. It was his will. His source of strength. My strength. Luffy's pupils contracted sharply. He could distinctly feel his Haki and physical energy being siphoned away through the enemy's palm. An indescribable force continuously drawing it out. His body was rapidly losing strength, becoming feeble. Even maintaining a standing position was becoming increasingly difficult. What is this ability? Sanji kicked the rhinoceros away and witnessed this scene. Let go of our captain. Zoro roared, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his three swords, temporarily pushing back the hellhound, intent on rushing in for a rescue. However, more split-headed hellhounds pounced recklessly once more, ensnaring him tightly. Luffy's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The Haki within him was dissipating at a terrifying pace, even his consciousness beginning to blur. The hungry ghost Pain wore a satisfied expression on his emaciated face. He could feel a force, distinctly different from chakra, yet purer and more domineering, surging into him. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Luffy, who was helplessly struggling in his grasp with his lifeless, unfocused Rinnegan eyes. He opened his mouth and, in a hoarse voice, softly uttered, "Your power is quite delectable." Chapter 82, Divine Might Descends. The copy ninja comes to the rescue. The hoarse voice of the hungry ghost Pain echoed like a curse from the depths of hell, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Delectable? What is he talking about? The Straw Hat Crew was utterly bewildered. Yet, they could see Luffy visibly wilting before their eyes. His skin lost its luster, muscles slackened, and those eyes that always burned with fire were rapidly dimming and hollowing out. Luffy! Nami's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, tears instantly blurring her vision. Let go of Luffy. Usopp raised his trembling hand, clutching the enormous slingshot, but paralyzed by overwhelming fear. He couldn't even fire a single projectile. He was facing a god against whom even the combined strength of the captain and his two main fighters was futile. Get away from me, you bastard! Zoro roared, swinging his three swords like a tempest, unleashing his black-coated Haki without reserve, driving back the hellhounds that clung to him, blood and flesh flying. Yet, that monster appeared inexhaustible. The severed heads, upon hitting the ground, transformed into new entities, charging at him fearlessly, relentlessly dragging him down. Meanwhile, Sanji was similarly ensnared. Don't touch our captain, you trash! Flames reignited from his legs, each kick imbued with searing heat, forcing the massive rhinoceros to retreat, its hard shell marred with charred cracks. Yet he, too, could not break free. The three main fighters were thoroughly restrained, and Luffy's stamina and Haki were being devoured at an alarming rate. Haki! My Haki! Luffy's consciousness began to fade, feeling as if he had transformed into a balloon punctured with countless holes. The very essence of his will, what had sustained him thus far, was being violently siphoned away by the monster behind him. He wished to resist, to struggle, to clench his fists once more, but it was futile. His body would not obey. Even the strength to stand was slipping away. It's over. Tendo Pain coldly observed everything, as if watching a drama with a predetermined ending. At that moment, the bizarre giant bird, hurled away by Luffy's giant cannon, let out a sharp cry and soared into the air once more. It circled above, its cold, beastly eyes precisely locking onto the now diminished and utterly controlled figure of Luffy on the ground. Luffy! Chopper gasped in terror. The giant bird suddenly folded its wings, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it dove down, its beak, as hard as steel, aimed directly at Luffy's heart. Should this strike land, given Luffy's current state, it would be fatal. It's over. This desolate thought emerged in the hearts of all. Yet, just as the deadly beak was about to make contact with Luffy's body, the space in front of the diving giant bird warped. A bizarre vortex appeared out of thin air. What is that? Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out. The menacing giant bird halted abruptly upon encountering the vortex. Following this, a terrifying force emanated from the vortex's center. The giant bird emitted a fearful cry. Its massive body began to be rapidly consumed from the head, twisted and contorted. Before everyone's eyes, that shadowy summoning beast could not even struggle, being forcibly drawn into that strange spatial vortex, ultimately vanishing without a trace. As if it had never existed. All actions, whether those of Zoro and Sanji engaged in battle or the watching Konoha ninjas, even Tendo Pain above, came to a standstill at that moment. What is this? Ninjutsu? Devil fruit? As everyone grappled with the incomprehensible supernatural phenomenon before them, a figure silently appeared behind the hungry ghost Pain, dressed in a green vest of a Konoha Jonin, with a head of distinctive silver hair. He wore a black mask that obscured his face, revealing only a single lazy, dead fish eye. Yet at this moment, that one visible eye was anything but lazy. Kakashi. Tsunade murmured the name. It's Kakashi-sensei. Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Has he finally arrived? Honestly, he always makes his entrance just in time. That bad habit of his hasn't changed. Nara Shikamaru covered his face, but let out a long sigh of relief. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Let him go. Kakashi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. The hungry ghost Pain froze, slowly turning his head. But at the very moment he turned around, Kakashi sprang into action. In his hand, lightning had manifested, seemingly out of nowhere. Raitun Raikiri. The piercing sound of Chidori echoed across the battlefield once more. His target was not the hungry ghost realm, but rather the arms that had seized Luffy. The eyes of Tendo Pain narrowed slightly. He realized that the silver-haired man's intention was not to inflict harm, but to effect a rescue. If the hungry ghost realm did not release its grip, Luffy's arms would be severed by Raikiri. The hungry ghost realm abruptly released Luffy, retreating backward in haste. Thud. Without support, Luffy collapsed helplessly to the ground, gasping for breath, devoid of the strength to move a single finger. After driving back the hungry ghost realm, Kakashi did not pursue, but instead landed firmly in front of Luffy, shielding him with his own body. His Sharingan swiftly scanned the entire battlefield. The green-haired swordsman entangled with the colossal monster and the blonde chef in the distance. The members of the Straw Hat crew still in shock, the ravaged village, and the 6 Pains possessing the legendary Rinnegan. The intelligence was true. Jiraiya had indeed perished at the hands of these fiends. A wave of indescribable sorrow and anger surged within Kakashi. Yet another troublesome adversary had arrived. Tendo Pain looked down at Kakashi from his elevated position, his voice devoid of any emotion, his eye a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. To his surprise, the Uchiha clan still harbored remnants such as you. Kakashi paid no heed to his words, aware that reasoning with these beings was futile. He abruptly turned to the nearby Tsunade, speaking in a grave tone, Hokage-sama. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc here any longer. The casualties among the civilians are already too great. We must immediately partition the battlefield, employ the Shikyojin or a stronger barrier. Let us completely seal these fiends in here with us. Chapter 83, Shikyojin Activate. Kakashi's voice momentarily halted the frenzied and despairing atmosphere of the battlefield. Let us completely seal these fiends in here with us. This resolute declaration drew the attention of all present to the newly arrived silver-haired man. Tsunade whipped her head around, fixing her gaze intensely on Kakashi. Her chest heaved violently. The authority of the 5th Hokage transformed into a palpable pressure in that moment. Kakashi. Her voice was hoarse, yet laced with a dangerous inquiry. Are you instructing me on how to act? However, this inquiry lasted less than half a second. Tsunade was no fool. She had merely been overwhelmed by grief and fury. Kakashi's words instantly rekindled her sense of duty and reason as Hokage. Indeed, this cannot continue. The village is destroyed, but the villagers remain. The roots of Konoha have not yet severed. Well then, enough. Tsunade abruptly waved her hand, the decisiveness and authority of a leader returning to her. I approve your proposal. Taking a deep breath, her chakra erupted, her voice resonating throughout the ruins. Barrier team. Swish. 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 For figures appeared behind Tsunade like phantoms, silently kneeling in unison, not a sound to be heard. Hokage-sama, follow my command. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. Immediately set up the Shikyojin centered around the central plaza. Seal those 6 monsters and Kakashi within. Yes, the 4 ninjas showed no hesitation the moment they received their orders. Their forms transformed into fleeting shadows as they dashed toward the 4 cardinal directions of the ruins. The instant Tsunade issued her command, a slight relaxation washed over Kakashi's taut nerves, but it was soon followed by sharp, stabbing pain in his left eye and intense dizziness. The consumption of Kamui was more terrifying than he had anticipated. Merely distorting and devouring that summoning beast nearly drained half of his chakra reserves. This level of ocular technique was not a conventional weapon that could be used continuously. His gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. The green-haired swordsman was indeed as formidable as a monster. Each of his strikes contained a will to sever. The hellish 3-headed dog, nearly immortal in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, was being forcefully suppressed, its recovery speed unable to keep pace with the onslaught of strikes. And that blonde chef, his footwork was nothing short of artistry. Speed, power, and heat were perfectly intertwined, each kick accurately striking the giant rhino's weak points, thwarting its every charge. Individually, each of these 2 possessed destructive power rivaling that of a Kaguya. However, Kakashi furrowed his brow deeply. They were too chaotic. Their combat relied solely on instinct and rage, lacking any semblance of coordination or strategy. They fought as individuals, easily ensnared by the enemy in the simplest manner. Against the Pain's 6 paths, which shared vision and coordinated seamlessly, this approach was tantamount to suicide. Their captain, the boy named Luffy, had just displayed astonishing explosive power. Yet at this moment, he resembled a deflated balloon, struggling even to rise. They could not be relied upon. Kakashi swiftly concluded in his mind. We cannot win this battle. Our only hope lies in stalling. Stalling until Naruto returns. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, becoming his sole course of action at that moment. Do you wish to confine us? Foolish. Tendo Pain's voice remained as frigid as ever, devoid of emotion. He seemed entirely uninterested in halting their actions, merely observing the 4 ninjas swiftly traversing the ruins, searching for the barrier nodes, as if they were mere mice in a cage, expending their final energies to construct a more fortified prison for themselves. Roar! At that moment, the colossal rhino, repeatedly pushed back by Sanji, let out a thunderous roar. It abandoned its tussle with Sanji, its massive form pivoting abruptly, hooves pounding the ground like a moving mountain, charging furiously toward one of the ninjas preparing to form seals. Not good. The ninja's expression changed dramatically. He was at a crucial moment in setting up the barrier and could not evade. You want to get away with this? Sanji's roar echoed as he transformed into a streak of black lightning, arriving first and landing a powerful kick on the rhino's cheek. Devil wind kick. Boom. The terrifying force sent the rhino's massive head lurching violently to the side, causing its enormous body to lose balance and crash to the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth. Simultaneously, the hellish 3-headed dog, previously suppressed by Zoro, underwent a transformation. Its 3 snarling heads abruptly ceased their attacks, all opening wide their gaping maws. No flames, no wind blades. 3 distinct chakra streams surged within their mouths, converging and ultimately spewing forth a terrifying torrent infused with poison, curses, and corrosive energy. This torrent was not aimed at Zoro, but rather at another ninja located to the west. Damn! Zoro cursed as he sensed the terrifying power contained within the torrent. If it struck, that ninja would undoubtedly perish. He wanted to rush to their aid, but his body was entangled by the other split forms of the 3-headed dog. Just as the dark torrent was about to engulf the Umbu, shadow imitation technique succeeded. A shadow extended from beneath the feet of the Umbu at an astonishing angle, precisely connecting to the shadow of the hellish 3-headed dog. The movements of the hellish beast suddenly froze. The torrent of darkness that was about to erupt became lodged in its throat. What a hassle, thought Lu Shuang. Slumped against a rock, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. Controlling such a high-level summoning beast was indeed taxing. Well done, Lu Shuang. Ino and Ding Ji immediately shielded him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. However, Pain's assault was far from over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Shura path of Pain, suspended in midair, suddenly spread its mechanical arms wide. Dozens of small tracking missiles, trailing long tails of flame, surged like a locust swarm toward the remaining two Umbu and the performing Tsunade. This was an indiscriminate saturation attack. Shinra Tensei echoed the voice of the Deva Path Pain. An invisible repulsive force emanated from him, rapidly expanding. Yet the target of this force was not the ninjas, but the very ground beneath their feet. Boom. The ground of the central plaza was violently upheaved by this repulsive force. Countless fragments of stone, steel rebar, and shattered walls soared like projectiles from a catapult, mingling in a storm of death. It was over. This time, it truly was over. No one could survive such a cataclysmic assault. The CZ Yanjun was on the brink of complete destruction before it could be completed. Tsunade's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Yet, at this critical moment, that man's voice resonated again. It's too late. Kakashi's figure had somehow appeared at the forefront of all the attacks. Alone, he faced the tempest capable of leveling mountains. His crimson Sharingan spun wildly, coalescing into the iconic, shuriken-like kaleidoscope pattern. Kamikaze. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, nor dazzling light effects. Centered on Kakashi's left eye, the space ahead twisted in a bizarre, spiral distortion. The torrential rain of missiles and the engulfing storm of debris, upon encountering that warped space, seemed to plunge into an abyssal black hole. Devoured, absorbed, twisted. In the blink of an eye, that annihilating attack vanished into thin air, as if erased from this world by an invisible divine hand. Now, Kakashi exerted every ounce of strength, letting out a roar. Yes, the four ninjas simultaneously completed the final hand seal. The barrier ninjutsu, CZ Yinjun. A hum resonated as four pillars of purple light shot skyward from the corners of the ruins. The beams converged in the sky, instantly forming a massive, translucent purple energy shield, resembling an inverted giant bowl, encompassing the entire central plaza, along with Pain's six paths, Zoro, Sanji, and Kakashi. Thud. In that moment of barrier completion, Kakashi could no longer hold himself up, collapsing to one knee, breathing heavily. Blood tears streamed from his left eye, his vision beginning to blur. Within the barrier, the Deva Path Pain slowly lifted his gaze, observing the ominous purple canopy above that shimmered with dangerous energy. Then turning his attention to the silver-haired man, half kneeling on the ground. For the first time, a subtle expression of appreciation flickered across his face. Remarkable ocular technique, remarkable resolution. His cold voice echoed within the barrier. But have you considered that a cage cannot contain a deity? It can only confine yourselves. Chapter 84. Chakra in Crisis. Kakashi in Peril. The voice of the Deva Path Pain resonated coldly amidst the ruins. It can only confine yourselves. Kakashi knelt on the ground. The blood tears from his left eye now dried, his vision distorted and tinged with crimson. Each breath sent waves of pain throughout his body, his mind buzzing from the overexertion of chakra. From the very beginning, he had lost. He believed he had calculated everything, decisively carving out the battlefield, buying time for the village with his limits. Yet he miscalculated one thing. Pain's power could not be measured by conventional means. Kakashi internally chuckled bitterly. There was not enough chakra left. Not to mention using Kimyui again. Even gathering the most basic Raikiri felt beyond his capability. Hey, are you alright? Zoro's voice came from beside him, the blades of his three swords still stained with the hellish dog's dark blood. He could sense Kakashi had reached his limit. Shut up. Green algae head. Can't you see Kakashi-sensei needs to rest? Sanji's furious shout followed, his right leg engulfed in crimson flames, distorting the surrounding air. He glared at Pain's six paths, his gaze as if to devour them whole. These two guests from the sea, one on either side, shielded the half-kneeling Kakashi. However, the Deva Path Pain's gaze completely ignored them. His focus remained locked on Kakashi, as if admiring a masterpiece he was about to shatter with his own hands. Remarkable ocular technique, remarkable resolution. He began to speak slowly, as if delivering a final judgment. As a reward for your courage and wisdom, I shall personally grant you the end. The moment his words fell, the Shura path pain, hovering behind the Deva path, moved. His body emitted cracking sounds. The armor on his arms and back splitting open to reveal not flesh and blood, but gleaming metallic barrels and launchers. Boom. Without warning, a massive chakra laser ripped through the air, hurtling toward Kakashi's head at supersonic speed. Not a chance. Sanji's reaction was instantaneous. He barely had time to think as instinct propelled him forward, transforming into a black lightning bolt that instantly shielded Kakashi. Demon Wind Foot. Yet, he didn't even finish naming his technique. Shinra Tensei. The voice of the Deva Path Pain resounded again. The invisible repulsive force struck Sanji with precision and ferocity. Thud. Sanji felt an irresistible and terrifying force collide with his chest, his haki crumbling against the might of the repulsion like paper. He spat out blood, hurtled through the air, crashing heavily against the barrier of the CZ Yenjun, producing a muffled sound as he slowly slid down. Sanji, Zoro roared, ready to charge forward. Your opponent is me. The emotionless voice of the animal path pain echoed as he formed hand seals. The hellish three-headed dog, previously subdued by Zoro, healed instantaneously. And in a puff of white smoke, split into three. Three identical hellish dogs lunged toward Zoro from three different directions. Mince. Zoro was ensnared, helplessly watching the chakra laser hurtle toward Kakashi without obstruction. It was over. This thought flashed through Kakashi's mind. He wanted to evade, but his body would not obey. He wished to counterattack, yet felt utterly drained. Before him, the fleeting visages of the three mischievous imps from Class 7 danced in his mind, accompanied by the weighty entrustment of Dato before his demise, as well as the desolate silhouette of his father. I apologize, everyone. It seems I can only go this far. With that, he gently closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the arrival of death. Yet, the anticipated excruciating pain did not descend upon him. That devastating laser, halted less than half a meter from him, was forcefully intercepted by another power. It was the hungry ghost path, pain. He had appeared before Kakashi, arms outstretched, forming a barrier to absorb chakra, completely devouring the assault from the Azura path. The six paths of pain shared a vision, their coordination seamless as if they were one. Their attacks had never been singular. One was responsible for the main assault, another for repelling defense, one for summoning beasts to disrupt, and another for absorbing ninjutsu. The Deva path had never intended to kill Kakashi with the laser. It was merely a ruse, a prelude to ensnare him in despair and compel him to relinquish all resistance. The true lethal blow was only just beginning. The Deva path slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the silver-haired man who had utterly lost his capacity to resist. His sleeve slid down his wrist, revealing a pitch-black rod that emerged slowly from his palm, exuding an ominous, eerie aura that sent chills down the spine. Kakashi-sensei. Outside the barrier, Sakura let out a heart-wrenching scream. She pounded against the violet wall of the four purple flames formation with all her might, yet the barrier remained unyielding, only returning the agony of searing pain. Damn it! Let me in. Tsunade's eyes blazed red. As the Hokage, she could only stand by helplessly, watching her subordinate march towards death. Calm down, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru gripped her tightly, his face as pale as a sheet, his mind racing yet failing to find a glimmer of hope. This barrier was one they had meticulously set. They had unwittingly led Kakashi-sensei into this arena of execution. Within the barrier, Kakashi felt the chilling breath of death. He abruptly opened his eyes, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to draw a kunai from his pouch, bracing himself as he stood unsteadily. I am a ninja of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. He rasped defiantly, refusing to succumb so easily in this place. He would fight. Even in death, he would stand tall, leaving a mark upon the divine as a testament to humanity. A commendable spirit, the Deva path remarked, his tone devoid of any emotion. Yet it was clear that it was all over. With a gentle flick of his hand, he released the black rod. Whoosh! The slender dark projectile, devoid of the dazzling spectacle of a laser or the catastrophic aura of a missile, silently sliced through the air with unfathomable speed. So swift that even Zoro's dynamic vision could only catch a fleeting shadow, and Kakashi's Sharingan could not react in time. Thud! A faint sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, all action suspended. The black rod pierced through Kakashi's forehead. Emerging from the back of his skull, the expression on Kakashi's face became rigid. The radiance within his Mangekyo Sharingan swiftly dimmed, ultimately fading into nothingness. His body swayed, and the kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Then, as if all vitality had been drained, he toppled backward like a marionette with its strings cut. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as dust gently rose. Kakashi's chakra and life force vanished from everyone's perception. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura collapsed to the ground, her pupils dilated, murmuring incoherently as tears streamed down like a flood unleashed. That bastard! That bastard! Chopper trembled violently with rage, pointing at Pain as he let out a hoarse roar. This is too much. He has gone too far. Dead. Nami covered her mouth, her body shaking uncontrollably, unable to believe her eyes. That man, who always bore a hint of laziness, yet was incredibly reliable at critical moments. The very ninja who had just saved everyone with his extraordinary ocular technique, had been so effortlessly slain. Standing beside her, Robin's usually calm eyes were filled with unmistakable shock and coldness, astonished at how easily such a formidable ninja had been killed. Inside the barrier, Zoro's breathing grew labored. His murderous intent exploded like a tangible force, pressing the surrounding air to a near standstill. You bastard! His voice was deep as the wails of demons from the abyss. You seek death. Chapter 85. From now on, let the world feel pain. Zoro's aura manifested as a black storm, shattering the rubble beneath his feet. The blades of his three swords vibrated with the boiling bloodlust of their master, crying out for the taste of blood. You bastard! His voice emerged, each syllable squeezed through clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling intensity that could freeze souls. Sanji struggled to rise, slamming his fist into the ground and coughing up blood. He lifted his head, revealing his hidden eye, ablaze with hellish fury. A living being had been executed so nonchalantly before their eyes. This sensation was more unbearable than any humiliation. I will kill you. Sanji's roar harmonized perfectly with Zoro's murderous intent. The two figures, one black and one red, surged like arrows released from their bow, charging towards the figure standing amidst the ruins with cataclysmic force. Zoro's sword, enveloped in a dark haki, unleashed three slashes that intertwined in the air, forming a colossal crosswind capable of rending the heavens and earth. Sanji's leg ignited with crimson demonic flames, the air warping under the searing heat as he aimed for the head of the Deva Path. This was the unleashed fury of the Straw Hat Crew's two top-tier fighters, ignited by the death of Kakashi. Yet, in the face of it all, the Deva Path's expression remained unchanged. No surprise, no gravity, not even the slightest inclination to evade. He simply raised his right hand slowly, palm directed towards the two rushing figures. Shinra Tensei, he uttered softly. In the next moment, an incomprehensible, irresistible force of terrifying gravity enveloped Zoro and Sanji. What? Zoro's pupils constricted as he felt his body completely lose control, that overpowering force yanking him off the ground. He attempted to plant his sword into the earth for stability, but the gravity was so tyrannical that his blade barely grazed the surface. Damn it! Sanji found himself in a similar plight. His diable jam kicked through the air, trailing a brilliant flame, yet like iron shavings drawn to a magnet. He was helplessly pulled in the same direction. Their devastating attacks, poised to obliterate all, disintegrated before they could even reach the Deva Path. Their bodies traced awkward parabolas in the air before the Deva Path effortlessly seized them by the throat, just as he had done with Luffy before. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that very moment. Outside the barrier, everyone was frozen in place. Tsunade's intoxication was utterly shattered in an instant, leaving only a chilling, piercing despair. Sakura's heart-wrenching cries were caught in her throat. She opened her mouth wide, yet could produce no sound. Shikamaru's mind was blank. It was over. This was the sole thought that echoed in his mind. Even those two monstrous men were rendered speechless, as Dinksy muttered to himself, his chips falling to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zoro and Sanji had become synonymous with monsters in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha. They transcended the very essence of what it meant to be a ninja. Yet, in the presence of this man with the Rinnegan, these two behemoths appeared as fragile as infants. They were effortlessly drawn in, their fates gripped mercilessly by an unseen hand. Sanji's legs flailed wildly in the air. Crimson flames fueled by his fury blazed even brighter, but his strikes could not even graze the hem of Nagato's garment. Zoro's arms were firmly restrained. He exerted every ounce of strength to plunge his sword into his adversary, yet the hand around his neck remained unyielding. The sensations of suffocation, helplessness, and an unprecedented humiliation surged within both men. It was the end. Nagato surveyed the two mortals struggling in his grasp, and, with a voice devoid of emotion, delivered his final verdict. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying, repulsive force erupted from Nagato's being, more potent and ferocious than any previous outburst. Zoro and Sanji barely had time to emit a scream as their bodies were instantaneously hurled away. Their hardened haki and their ironclad physiques became utterly meaningless in the face of such overwhelming power. With a thunderous crash, their forms transformed into black meteors, colliding with the translucent Shirju no Enzai barrier with an indomitable force. The indestructible purple luminescent wall shrieked under the strain of their impact, fissures spider-webbing outwards from the point of collision. With a resounding boom, the barrier shattered as if struck by a hammer against glass. Outside the barrier, the four elite members responsible for maintaining it simultaneously spewed forth blood, their bodies drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Zoro and Sanji, having shattered the barrier, continued their momentum, crashing through a dozen dilapidated buildings before embedding themselves deeply into the distant ruins, raising clouds of dust and vanishing from sight. The entirety of Konoha fell into a profound silence. The wind ceased. Cries halted. The battle ceased. Everyone stood as soulless puppets, staring blankly at the shattered barrier and the ruins left in its wake. Hope was irrevocably crushed. Kakashi was dead. Luffy reverted to his original form, stripped of combat capability. Now, even Zoro and Sanji were engulfed in despair, thick as an impenetrable fog, enveloping the hearts of every survivor. Nagato slowly descended from the air, his feet gently touching the ground littered with corpses and debris. He did not concern himself with the fates of Zoro and Sanji, for it was no longer significant. He lifted his gaze, his emotionless Rinnegan sweeping across the Hell's Cape he had wrought, taking in the faces marked by fear, rage, and despair. Then, he gradually spread his arms wide, resembling a ruler embracing his dominion. In a tone that proclaimed a divine decree to the entire world, he began to speak. A bag of rice must bear the weight of the second floor. Feel the pain. A bag of rice must be shouldered by the second floor. Contemplate the pain. A bag of rice must be given to me. Accept the pain. A bag of rice must be washed by me. Understand the pain. His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears and minds. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 86. The Descent of Azura. The Nine-Sword Style, betting everything on Shinra Tensei. The decree fell. The entire village of Konoha began to tremble, the surrounding structures collapsing under the terrifying repulsive force. Soon, an even greater expanse of ruin lay before the onlookers. Tsunade witnessed Zoro and Sanji being flung away. The A-rank barrier, Shirju no Enzai, shattering like glass, completely obliterated. Everything was over. Sakura knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant. She could not even shed tears. Kakashi-sensei was dead. Luffy had reverted to his original form, and those two monstrous men, Zoro and Sanji, had also succumbed. Nagato, the man with the Rinnegan, slowly opened his arms as if embracing his kingdom. Beneath him lay the ruins of Konoha, the corpses of ninjas. Behind him stood 5 similarly indifferent figures. They were gods. The ninjas of Konoha, the Straw Hat crew, were mere mortals existing beneath the feet of the divine, living and dying at the whim of their will. It was over. Hyuga Hizashi murmured to himself. This usually dignified and stern head of the Hyuga clan appeared suddenly aged, while the clan members behind him wore expressions of utter desolation. Yet, amidst this desolate ruin ruled by despair, a faint sound emerged from the distant wreckage where Zoro had crashed. All eyes were drawn to this subtle noise. Gradually, chunks of debris began to shift outward inch by inch. "It's not over yet," a hoarse voice echoed, accompanied by the thunderous crash of stones being pushed aside. A figure staggered forth from the dust and darkness. It was Zoro. His body bore scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. Blood had stained his green garb a dark crimson, and deep, bone-deep wounds marred his form. Yet he still stood. 3 swords remained firmly clasped in his hands. That guy is still alive? Dinksy could hardly believe his eyes. After enduring such a magnitude of Shinra Tensei and even shattering the Shirju no Enzai, he was still able to rise. Nagato's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue as he regarded the swaying yet formidable green-haired swordsman. He murmured, not dead yet. Such tenacious vitality. However, this is where it ends. Where it ends. Zoro raised his head, his single eye ablaze with a fury hotter than the fires of hell. "Stop talking to yourself, you bastard." Boom. A terrifying, inky black aura erupted from Zoro, a pure manifestation of murderous intent, wrath, and indomitable will. Oniki. The tangible essence of his spirit coalesced into a black tempest, reducing the rubble beneath his feet to dust. The air wailed under the weight of his colossal will. Warping around him. "You've made me extremely angry." Zoro's roar pierced the air like a demon's howl. Before the horrified gazes of all, his form began to undergo a bizarre transformation. One head became 3, 2 arms multiplied into 6. His 3 swords morphed into 9. Azura's 9-sword style. It was not an illusion. It was the pure embodiment of a swordsman's soul, will, and fury, taking the form of a divine apparition. At this moment, Salong appeared as a true demon emerging from the depths of the inferno. "What is this?" Xiaoying gasped in disbelief. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she sensed an aura of pure malevolence emanating from the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. "A tiresome trick," Tendo Pain remarked, his expression once again returning to its eternal chill and indifference. Even transformed into a monster, a mortal remains immortal. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing Salong. To him, this was merely the final, desperate cry of an ant. However, unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the eyes on Salong's 3 heads were fixed upon him. Though their true target was not him, Salong was wagering everything. In the instant his mind was sent reeling, it began to operate at a speed that transcended all limits. A direct confrontation would yield no victory. That technique called Shinra Tensei was an absolute defense and an absolute attack. Luffy could not manage it. Nor could he and that curly-haired chef succeed together. So how could they possibly win? The sole breakthrough lay with Luffy, with that entity who had absorbed Luffy's powers. The hungry ghost path. If he could eliminate him, the absorbed powers, that haki, would surely return to Luffy. At that point, Luffy would undoubtedly find a way. That fellow always managed to create miracles at the most critical moments. This was the only way, the only chance of victory. Thus, this strike must succeed. It must deceive the self-proclaimed god before him. Ashura Ichimu Jin. Salong moved. His figure left behind a pitch-black afterimage as he instantly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before Tendo Pain. 9 blades, entwined with dark, demonic energy, sliced through space with a resolute intent to sever the cycle. Striking simultaneously from all directions towards Tendo Pain. This blow sealed off all avenues of retreat. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain's reaction was extraordinarily swift. A terrifying gravitational force erupted, attempting to pull Salong towards him as he had previously done with Salong and Sanji. Yet, he miscalculated. The demonized Salong had reached a new dimension of power and speed. Those 9 slashes had already been unleashed the moment the gravity took effect. What? For the first time, an emotion called shock appeared in Tendo Pain's Rinnegan. The 9 dark blades, capable of rendering him into fragments, passed by him in the instant they were about to make contact. Their target had never been him. Tendo Pain turned sharply. He beheld the 9 dark slashes tracing eerie arcs in the air, akin to 9 black serpents seeking their prey, ultimately converging upon a single point. That point was none other than the hungry ghost path Pain, who stood not far behind him, a smirk of satisfaction and disdain on his face. The hungry ghost path was completely unprepared. His attention was entirely focused on the confrontation between Tendo Pain and Salong. He could never have imagined that this swordsman's true target was himself. Splurt. There were no cries of agony, no struggles. The 9 slashes struck the hungry ghost path with pinpoint precision simultaneously. Time froze for a second. Then, the hungry ghost path's body, along with his Akatsuki robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, was instantaneously sliced into countless tiny fragments, vanishing into thin air. It succeeded. Salong roared within his heart. The form of the demon faded away in an instant, and he returned to his original state. An overwhelming fatigue and excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to kneel on one knee, gasping for breath. As the hungry ghost path fell, an energy brimming with vitality and free will erupted from the remnants of his being. It was the haki that had been absorbed from Luffy. This torrent of energy spiraled through the air, transforming into a radiant pillar of light that surged toward the rubble, toward the curled-up figure of Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 87, 4th Gear. Launching the god away. Boom. An indescribable energy storm erupted, centered around Luffy. It was a roar of a more pure, more unrestrained, and more liberated will. Light erupted from every pore of Luffy's body, blasting away the surrounding debris, scrap metal, and shattered walls. Tsunade staggered back a step, feeling the vitality contained within that energy, causing even her, a peak powerhouse in the ninja world, to tremble with fear. It was a relentless will, as if it could pierce the heavens. Luffy, Xiaoying murmured, as her once silent heart began to beat uncontrollably upon witnessing that dazzling glow. In the center of the ruins, that figure stirred. He slowly raised his arm, placing his thumb in his mouth, then forcefully blew into his arm. Puff! Accompanied by a tremendous sound, an astonishing scene unfolded. Luffy's formerly thin and frail arms suddenly swelled. Muscles, bones, and tendons all expanded at a visible rate, becoming immense and solid. But this was merely the beginning. He did not stop. More air was blown into his body. Before the eyes of all the Konoha ninjas, his form expanded inch by inch, growing larger and larger. Waves of scorching white steam erupted from his surface, enveloping his body in a mist-like garment. The dark haki no longer merely covered him in a crude manner. Instead, it spread intricate and magnificent patterns across his chest and limbs, resembling living vines. His hair no longer flowed smoothly but stood upright like flames, dancing in the air. His physique did not become cumbersome like the previous third-gear Iron Fist, but appeared even more lithe and refined, each muscle radiating explosive dynamism. Fourth gear, Snake Man form. What is that? A trembling voice asked, belonging to a Hyuga clan ninja, his Byakugan unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. There were no hand seals, no flowing chakra. Tendo Paine's eternally cold mask finally displayed a crack. He could sense that this Straw Hat Boy was now a being of an entirely different dimension compared to before. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him was akin to that of a primordial beast, even causing a slight tremor in his godly heart, constructed of chakra. Luffy exhaled a long breath of steaming air. He uttered not a single word of frivolity. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Tendo Paine's Rinnegan shrank suddenly. He instinctively raised his hand to activate Shinra Tensei. But it was too late. Gomu Gomu. Luffy's voice seemed to resonate from all directions simultaneously. Jet Snake Pistol. Boom. A fist, entwined with dark haki and scalding steam, appeared without warning on Tendo Paine's left side, crashing brutally into his side. Tendo Paine was struck as though hit by a battering ram, sent flying through the air. Yet he was, after all, a god. In the moment of losing balance, he forcibly twisted his body, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground, stabilizing himself. However, before he could catch his breath, Luffy's roar echoed from behind him. Tian Dao Paine abruptly turned his head, yet found nothing in his sight. This was because the fist that had struck him, after being propelled away, inexplicably curved mid-air at an angle that defied the laws of physics. It slithered like a black viper endowed with a life of its own, tracing a vast arc from behind Tian Dao Paine, and once again, viciously struck at his back. Bang! This time, Tian Dao Paine could no longer maintain his stance. He was launched like a cannonball, crashing through 3 dilapidated walls before landing heavily amid the ruins. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at this scene. The man who claimed to be a god, the one who had toyed with Mu Yi at will, effortlessly dispatched Kakashi, and sent Sauron and Sanji flying. Was he truly being knocked away? And in such a pitiable manner. Did we win? Ding Ci stammered. Not yet. Nara Shikamaru fixed his gaze intently on the cloud of dust enveloping the debris. As the dust settled, Tian Dao Paine slowly rose from the rubble. A slight tear appeared on his black and red cloud Akatsuki robe. Aside from that, he was unscathed. He raised his hand to dust off the debris, his expression devoid of any pain or anger. He looked towards the distant figure, shrouded in steam and resembling a demonic entity, and calmly uttered a few words. Is that all? His tone was as bland as one critiquing a dish lacking flavor. This statement felt like a bucket of ice water extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had ignited within the hearts of all the Mu Yi ninjas. Damn it! Luffy gritted his teeth. He could feel that his fist had indeed landed solidly on his opponent. It felt akin to striking an inanimate piece of steel. No sensation, no response. Then I shall strike until you react. Boom. Luffy's figure vanished once more. Great Serpent Cannon. Black Mamba. This time, it was not just one fist, but 2. Luffy's arms danced like 2 frenzied black serpents, carving unpredictable trajectories in the air, mercilessly bombarding Tian Dao Pain from all directions. Shinra Tensei. Tian Dao Pain spread his hands, and an invisible repulsive force erupted instantaneously. However, in his snake-like form, Luffy's attack patterns were far too erratic. His fists could seemingly predict the repulsive force's point of explosion, continually altering direction mid-air, like swallows navigating a storm, deftly evading the brunt of the repulsion, striking from the sides, above, and below, relentlessly pounding against Tian Dao Pain. Bang! 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 The relentless sounds of strikes echoed like a torrential downpour. The entire central plaza transformed into a forbidden zone. Two figures collided amid the ruins, becoming flashes of light too rapid for the eye to catch. The earth beneath them cried out, fracturing. The surviving structures were utterly leveled by the aftermath of this battle. The Muyi ninjas could only retreat in terror, unable even to approach the battlefield. Go for it, Luffy. Sakura clenched her fists, silently cheering within her heart. Hope once again flickered in the hearts of all. Yet, as the strategist, Nara Shikamaru's expression grew increasingly grave. He had detected a fatal issue. Although Luffy's attacks were ferocious and numerous, their speed was gradually diminishing, almost imperceptibly. The steam enveloping him seemed less dense than before. Indeed, this form had its limits. Like an overburdened machine, he was recklessly burning through his own life. On the battlefield, Tian Dao Pain once more employed Banzhou Tenin to forcibly pull a massive rock wall before him, blocking Luffy's heavy punch. He sensed the change in Luffy as well. This ends here. His cold voice resounded once more. Just as Luffy was about to launch his next wave of attacks, Tian Dao Pain's figure suddenly vanished from behind the rock wall, appearing before Luffy with a speed surpassing his own. Luffy reacted swiftly, roaring as he unleashed his most powerful strike. Gomu Gomu no King Cobra. The fist, compressed to its utmost limit, shot forth like a venomous snake, aiming directly at Tian Dao Pain's face. Yet, Tian Dao Pain merely raised his hands, palms pressed together before his chest. His expression remained neutral, devoid of sorrow or joy. A terrifying energy, capable of instilling dread in the entire world, began to coalesce between his palms. A pitch-black sphere, emanating an unfathomable gravitational force, formed. Let you experience the power of a god. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 88. The last hope is sealed. The dark sphere hovered silently within Tian Dao Pain's palm. It emitted neither chakra fluctuations nor any grandiose display. However, upon glimpsing that sphere, all present, whether seasoned ninjas or members of the Straw Hat crew, felt an icy tremor emanating from the depths of their souls. What is that? Tsunade's voice trembled uncontrollably. Her Byakugan no Jutsu still maintained its peak vitality, but her instincts, honed as one of the pinnacle warriors in the ninja world, were issuing the most harrowing and desperate warnings. Run. Stay away from that thing. Yet, it was too late. Tian Dao Pain gently pushed the small sphere skyward. Hum. The world fell silent. Immediately thereafter, an unfathomable gravitational force erupted from that black sphere, defying all physical laws. Crack, crack, crack. The earth began to wail. The ground, within a radius of several kilometers from the central plaza, instantly became riddled with web-like fractures. Countless fragments of stone, debris, architectural remnants, and broken steel. Everything lost its gravitational tether and began to float slowly toward the heavens. What is that? Luffy, who had just moments ago seemed invincible, now felt the terrifying pull of that force. Even his body, reinforced by Gear 4th, was being lifted off the ground. He roared in fury, his legs pounding against the earth like a pile driver, trying to stabilize himself. Boom, boom. With each stomp, he left deep craters in the ground, but it was futile. The gravitational pull was intensifying exponentially. Damn it, Luffy bellowed, utterly unable to resist this force. His body was being inexorably drawn towards the black core in the sky. Luffy. Sakura let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, the other Muyi ninjas were completely dumbfounded, unable to think in the face of the apocalyptic scene before them. They watched helplessly as the ground beneath them disintegrated and ascended into the sky. The entire Muyi village was being uprooted. In the sky, countless rocks surged from all directions, rushing toward Luffy, bound by the gravitational force. Their target was none other than Luffy. Get away from me. Luffy frantically swung his fists in midair. Great Serpent Cannon. Black Mamba. His fists, enveloped in haki, shattered the approaching rocks into dust. Yet, the sheer volume of the rocks was overwhelming. Endless. A shattered piece instantly multiplies into 10, then 100, encircling Luffy and sealing off every avenue for evasion. Bang! A boulder the size of a house crashes violently against Luffy's back. Bang! 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 More rocks, like relentless parasites, crush, collide, and pile upon each other. Luffy's figure is soon engulfed by the ceaseless torrent of stone. Ultimately, all the rocks coalesce under the terrifying gravity of the black core, forming a colossal sphere that hangs ominously above the Konoha. It resembles a nascent moon, exuding an aura of death and despair. The tempest of energy on the battlefield dissipates. The heartbeat of Luffy, reminiscent of war drums, fades away. That indomitable spirit, brimming with vitality, vanishes as well. What remains is the immense sphere hovering in midair, akin to a silent tombstone, casting a frigid shadow of despair upon all surviving beings below. No. Sakura's legs give way, and she collapses to the ground, tears streaming like a torrential flood. Hope, which had just been ignited, is now utterly sealed away. It is over. Tendo Pain stands atop the highest ruins, surveying the ninjas below, who resemble ants in their despair, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yet, amidst this profound silence, an intense and pure killing intent erupts, more potent and terrifying than when Zoro had dispatched the hungry ghost path. This killing intent is so frigid and substantial that it momentarily freezes the surrounding air. You bastard! A hoarse voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, slowly resonates. Amidst the ruins, Zoro, propping himself up with his sword, Wado Ikamanji, gradually rises to his feet. Blood mingled with dust flows down his forehead, obscuring his tightly shut eye. However, the eye that remains open radiates a fierce light akin to that of a hellish demon. He raises his gaze, fixating intently on the enormous stone sphere above, then slowly turns his attention toward Tendo Pain in the distance. His voice is deliberate, as if he has expended every ounce of his strength. What have you done to my captain? Boom! In that instant, the ground beneath Zoro erupts. He transforms into a green flash of lightning, disregarding his injuries and the seemingly insurmountable gap in power, charging with unwavering determination toward the man who calls himself a god. This is a pure, unrefined, and suicidal charge, infused with all the anger and loyalty of a swordsman. On the other side of the ruins, Sanji struggles to push away the debris pressing against him. One of his legs twists at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. He gazes at Zoro's resolute back, then looks up at the moon in the sky that seals Luffy, his eye, free from bangs, filled with bloodshot urgency. That green-haired bastard. He grits his teeth, attempting to rise, but the excruciating pain from his broken leg sends him crashing back down. Damn it! In the center of the battlefield, faced with Zoro's all-consuming charge, Tendo Pain's expression remains as cold as ever. He doesn't even bother to raise his hand to initiate Shinra Tensei. Just as Zoro's blade is about to make contact, Tendo Pain's figure vanishes. Instantaneous movement. Zoro's pupils constrict. Not good. His battle instincts scream in alarm, yet the momentum of his charge is too great to halt. In the next moment, an unbearable pain surges from his abdomen. Tendo Pain appears like a phantom at his side, driving a knee sharply into his soft belly at a cruel angle. Thud! Zoro feels as if his insides have been rearranged, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spills forth. But it is not over. Just as he bends forward from the agony, another, even heavier force strikes from behind. Bang! It is Pain's elbow strike. The two forces, one after the other, crush Zoro's body completely. He cannot even utter a scream, collapsing like a lifeless kite, helplessly falling to the ground. His sword clatters as it drops from his hand. Tendo Pain slowly approaches Zoro, who lies prostrate on the ground, looking down upon the swordmaster, now devoid of any resistance. He extends his hand, and several black rods, sharp as nails, materialize between his fingers. Thud! 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 Emotionless, he pierces the rods into Zoro's limbs and shoulders, pinning him firmly to the ground. Zoro's body convulses violently before falling completely still. Nailed to the cold earth, he can only muster the strength to lift his head, gazing at the colossal stone prison that holds his captain captive in the sky. Chapter 89, Tsunade's Fury, 100 Heel Liberation. The air is suffocatingly silent. If Luffy's sealing by the Chibaku Tensei signifies the fall of hope, then Zoro's resolute and tragic charge, culminating in his merciless impalement, extinguishes the last flicker of rebellion within everyone's hearts. Sakura kneels, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her vision blurs, tears and snot staining her face, a picture of utter despair. She witnesses her captain, Luffy, who aspired to be the pirate king, imprisoned within that cold moon, his fate unknown. The steadfast swordsman Zoro, now reduced to a broken doll, is pinned to the ground by black rods, blood soaking the earth beneath him. The perverse chef Sanji lies not far away amidst the ruins, his leg twisted at an impossible angle, struggling yet unable to rise. And Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's gaze drifts uncontrollably to the silver-haired figure. Kakashi lies there quietly, a black rod embedded in his forehead, like a sacrificial offering in a cruel ritual. He will no longer lazily scratch the back of his head, nor will he pull out that book, nor will he use his Sharingan to protect them in their hour of need. Oh, a desperate, discordant wail escapes her throat. Why? Why has it come to this? Nara Shikamaru, the sharpest mind in Konoha, has utterly abandoned thought in this moment. His shadow imitation technique stands as a mere joke against Pain's might. What can he do? He can do nothing. He can only watch helplessly as his comrades fall one by one, witnessing the village's gradual destruction. All ninjas, all survivors, have lost their voices and there will beneath the oppressive shadow of Pain. They resemble a herd of ants awaiting slaughter, watched over by a deity. And Tendo Pain stands there, relishing the silence, savoring the perfect pain he has meticulously crafted. He slowly raises his hand, seemingly preparing to deliver the final blow, erasing this shattered village from existence entirely. However, amidst the ruins, there stands one person. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. She does not weep, nor does she shout. She simply stands silently, the purple diamond mark on her forehead emanating a gentle glow. Her gaze slowly swept across the entire battlefield. She beheld the enormous stone sphere in the sky. She saw Zoro, impaled into the ground. She witnessed Sanji, with his leg shattered. She observed Kakashi, lifeless and devoid of spirit. Her eyes traversed beyond these fallen warriors, reaching further afield. There, beneath the ruins of a collapsed house, lay the small body of a child. Not far away, a kunoichi from Konoha was half buried in the earth, her once vibrant eyes now staring vacantly at the sky. Severed arms, dismembered limbs, charred corpses, and congealed blood surrounded her. The air was thick with dust, gunpowder, and an overwhelming stench of blood. This was her village, the home built by her grandfather, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was a place safeguarded by the lives and blood of countless ancestors, a land that embodied the will of fire. It was a place she, Tsunade, vowed to protect with her life. Yet now, Tsunade's body began to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from a surge of fury, an indescribable rage, potent enough to incinerate her very soul. Jiraiya. She recalled that lecherous fool with white hair and the silly grin he wore before departing. I will definitely return. A liar. A great deceiver. You are dead, slain by the hands of the man before her. She remembered her early departed lover, the one who aspired to become Hokage, yet died in her embrace. She thought of her dear younger brother, the one who wore their grandfather's necklace, who also dreamed of becoming Hokage, but was shattered on the battlefield. They all died in the name of protecting this village. And what of her? As the fifth Hokage, what had she accomplished? She watched as her village was destroyed. She witnessed her comrades being slaughtered. She beheld the massacre of her people. What kind of Hokage was she? Boom. An unprecedented surge of chakra, immense enough to induce a sense of dread, erupted from Tsunade's body. It was not a gentle life force, but a violent torrent brimming with the essence of destruction. The ground beneath her feet could no longer withstand this force, cracking and splintering like a spider's web. The diamond seal on her forehead glowed brilliantly. Black markings, as if alive, surged forth from the seal, enveloping her entire being. From her cheeks, to her neck, to her arms, every inch of her skin was covered in these markings. The 100 Healings Technique. Complete release. The gaze of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, finally shifted from the ants below to Tsunade. He felt it, the immense chakra and the palpable killing intent contained within. This terrifying energy storm even sent a shiver of dread through Zoro, who was firmly pinned to the ground by black rods. He opened his single eye wide, fixating on the epicenter of that power. This momentum, merely existing, was enough to render the weak unconscious and subdue all creation. Conqueror's Haki. Zoro gritted out those 3 words. This sensation was reminiscent of Luffy. No, it was even stronger, more concentrated, more infused with destructive fury. What a joke. In another part of the ruins, Sanji struggled to rise, but the agony from his shattered leg caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his pain. How could Miss Tsunade possess Conqueror's Haki? It was indeed Conqueror's Haki. Nami clutched her head tightly, disbelief saturating her voice. There was no mistaking it. This sensation was indeed Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Sakura beside her bore a similar expression of shock, but more so confusion. What was that? Sakura suddenly lifted her head, gazing at the figure in the distance, covered in black markings and radiating overwhelming energy, her voice trembling as she explained. That is not merely Haki. That is my master. Unleashing every ounce of chakra she has accumulated throughout her life, all at once. Pain's lips curled into a cold arc. Finally, is she ready to take action herself? Tsunade slowly raised her head. Her face bore no trace of sorrow or despair. Instead, it was replaced by a nearly feral calm, ablaze with intense fury. Pain. Her voice was hoarse and deep, but resonated with an undeniable authority. You should never have. She gradually lifted her right foot, angered a medical ninja. Boom. In the instant her words fell, she stomped her foot fiercely onto the ground. At that moment, the entire ruins of Konoha trembled violently. From her point of impact, countless stones and earth were propelled into the air, creating a gaping chasm that surged ominously towards Pain. Pain's pupils contracted slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from view. Appearing midair, avoiding the terrifying fissure, he looked down at the woman, resembling a Valkyrie, with an icy demeanor. A futile struggle. Struggle? Tsunade laughed, filled with endless derision and chilling intent to kill. She slammed her hands together and struck the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of white smoke. An unimaginably large figure descended upon the ruins. It was a slug. A colossal slug, its size rivaling several towering buildings, vast enough to blot out the sky. Tsunade's voice, usually gentle, now carried a hint of astonishment. Slug, my chakra. Distribute it to every injured person in the village. Not a single one is to be overlooked. Heal them. Yes. Then, Tsunade's gaze locked onto Pain in the sky. All remaining power, to me. She declared her final war proclamation as the 5th Hokage. Pain. Do you not desire the world to feel pain? Come. Today, I shall let you truly experience my suffering. Chapter 90. The 100 Healings Tsunade versus Pain. As Tsunade's roar, filled with boundless wrath and determination, echoed across the remnants of Konoha. The world seemed to come to a standstill. Pain hovered in the air, his Rinnegan coldly observing the woman below, cloaked in black markings and exuding an overwhelming aura. He sensed the torrent of chakra flowing through the massive slug, continuously supplying the struggling ants below. Simultaneously, an even purer and more violent force surged back into Tsunade's body. This was a singular effort to connect and heal the entire battlefield. What immense vitality! What foolishness! Dispersing power to the weak only accelerates your own demise. Pain's voice was as frigid as unyielding ice, devoid of any emotion. Shut up! Tsunade's furious shout answered him. In her action, boom, Tsunade's figure vanished from sight. The already shattered ground beneath her collapsed upon her push-off. A massive pit, over 10 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air. Her body transformed into a golden meteor, entwined with black patterns, striking the sky towards Pain with a fierce and almost savage demeanor. The eyes of Tiandao Pain suddenly narrowed. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted instantaneously from his body, radiating outward. However, this time, what he faced was neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu. It was a pure manifestation of a woman's accumulated fury, sorrow, regret, and protective will. Boom. The golden meteor collided violently with the invisible repulsive field. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound so deep and resonant that it seemed to mourn the very fabric of space itself. At the point of impact, the atmosphere was brutally compressed and twisted, forming a visible circle of white shockwaves. These shockwaves spread outwards like a tsunami, sending the surviving ninjas in the distance tumbling helplessly, unable to maintain their footing. What kind of power is this? Sakura knelt on the ground, using her arms to shield her head, disbelief etched across her face. She had inherited Tsunade's immense strength and believed she understood her master's power well. Yet, the scene before her was a different form of devastation, one capable of directly contending with Pain's world-destroying might. In the sky, the stalemate lasted less than a second. Break apart. Tsunade's roar resounded again. Her fist, covered with black markings, compressed chakra at an unprecedented frequency, erupting forth. Crack! A crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed in everyone's ears. A crack appeared on Tiandao Pain's invincible repulsive field. What? From the hollowed-out tree hole, Nagato's gaunt face revealed a look of shock. Shinra Tensei was broken through. How could this be possible? Yet, Tsunade afforded him no time for contemplation. Hiya! With her final roar, her fist, concentrated with all her strength, smashed through the barrier of the repulsive field. Then, it struck fiercely against Tiandao Pain's chest. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at that moment. Tiandao Pain's body arched back dramatically. His cloak, adorned with red clouds on a black background, began to shred from the chest, piece by piece. Then boom! His entire body was sent flying, crashing through the air, leaving a long white sonic boom in his wake. He tore through the ruins, obliterating the already precarious buildings into dust. Ultimately, he crashed into the mountainside at the edge of Konoha village, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless crater. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. Had they won? That being, akin to a deity, who toyed with them all and brought endless despair, had been sent flying by the Hokage with a single punch? Incredible! A young Konoha Chunin murmured, his voice trembling with a mixture of relief and ecstasy. Truly, the fifth Hokage is remarkable. We are saved. Konoha is saved. The joy of survival spread like wildfire among the survivors. However, Nara Shikamaru remained tense, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Tsunade maintained her punching stance, suspended in midair, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. Her muscles trembled slightly. That punch had nearly exhausted her momentary burst of strength. Most crucially, Shikamaru's gaze shifted to Tsunade's fist. That once pristine, jade-like fist was now a gruesome mess. Her knuckles were completely shattered, revealing stark, white bones. The direct collision with Shinra Tensei had exacted a heavy toll, even on her in the Byakugo state. However, in the next moment, the black markings, like sentient tendrils, swiftly enveloped Tsunade's ruined fist. Flesh began to grow at a visible pace, writhing and intertwining. In less than 2 seconds, that once utterly destroyed fist returned to its pristine state. The skin was smooth, knuckles defined, as if the horrific injuries had merely been an illusion. Is this the true power of Byakugo? Shikamaru's mind raced. An immense amount of chakra, coupled with formidable regenerative abilities. As long as the chakra in her Ein seal was not depleted, she would be immortal. Boom! At that moment, the distant mountainside exploded. Tiandao Pain's figure slowly emerged from the dust. His chest had caved in significantly, bones evidently shattered. Yet, his expression remained cold, devoid of human warmth. Impressive strength. He regarded Tsunade, and for the first time, a hint of admiration flickered in his Rinnegan. But your attack is futile against me. No sooner had he spoken than the caved-in injury on his chest began to eerily mend itself. Although the speed was nowhere near Tsunade's Byakugo, it was indeed a form of recovery. 6 paths pain, visual sharing, complementary abilities. Shikamaru's heart sank into despair. Could it be the ability of another pain? Suddenly, he recalled something. There was more than one pain present. Nagato was the original. So that was it. Tsunade observed pain recovering, her anger unabated. Can you heal after being smashed? A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Then I shall beat you to the point of utter annihilation. Let us see how you restore that. Boom. She transformed again into a golden meteor, charging forward. Naive. Tiandao Pain scoffed, arms spread wide. Bansho Tenin. A tremendous pulling force instantaneously acted upon Tsunade, halting her advance abruptly. Pain's intention was not to control her, but to disrupt her rhythm. The moment Tsunade's form hesitated, Shinra Tensei, the repulsive force erupted once more. This time, Tsunade was prepared. She forcibly twisted her body midair, crossing her arms defensively across her chest, bracing herself against the blow. Bang! She was sent flying hundreds of meters, but thanks to the cushioning, she suffered no substantial harm. However, before she could regain her footing, Tiandao Pain appeared behind her like a specter. It was that 5-second interval. He utilized Bansho Tenin to create a pause, then blasted the opponent away with Shinra Tensei. And in those 5 seconds of cooldown, he pursued. This was the tactic he had employed during his battle with Jiraiya. A dark, penetrating black rod materialized in his hand, thrusting fiercely towards Tsunade's back. Got you, Nagato thought to himself. As long as she was pierced by the black rod, it would disrupt her chakra, rendering Byakugo ineffective. Yet, at the moment the black rod was about to pierce her, Tsunade's body spun around at an incredible angle. She did not evade, allowing the black rod to pierce through her shoulder. Blood splattered, yet there was no trace of pain on her face. Instead, a cruel smile of triumph emerged. "Caught you." Her uninjured left hand, like an iron claw, seized Pain's arm holding the black rod. Tian Dao Pain's pupils constricted violently. This was a trap. She deliberately exposed a flaw, using her body as bait to close the distance. Too late. Tsunade's right hand, the fist that had just healed, struck fiercely towards Tian Dao Pain's pallid face. If this punch connected, Pain's head would be obliterated in an instant, reduced to a mist of blood. However, just as the fist was about to graze Pain's visage, the cold voice of Shinra Tensei echoed once more. Boom! At such close range, the repulsive force erupted. Tsunade felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from the front. Her left hand, which grasped Pain's arm, was instantly shattered. Her entire body was hurled backward like a kite with its string cut. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her bones internally fracturing under the terrifying impact. Yet, the formidable regenerative abilities of the Baika no Jutsu allowed her to recover significantly before hitting the ground. She tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, Tian Dao Pain descended slowly nearby. He shook the arm that Tsunade had clutched, revealing a clear five-finger imprint that nearly crushed the bone. Useless. He regarded Tsunade with an emotionless tone. Your strength is indeed formidable, and your regenerative capacity is indeed troublesome. But he gradually raised both hands, opening them towards the sky. In the face of absolute divine power, all your actions are rendered meaningless. A chakra more immense and terrifying than ever before began to coalesce between his palms. The surrounding air began to tremble. The debris on the ground floated uncontrollably upward. Tsunade abruptly lifted her head, watching Pain's movements, witnessing the gathering power, her pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. This technique is Cho Shinra Tensei. Chapter 91. I am not a hero, but my friends need me. As that icy voice fell, accompanied by a terrifying force capable of flattening the entire Konoha, the world was left with only destruction. Endless dust obscured the sky. The place where Tsunade stood transformed into a deeper, larger circular pit. Everything had come to an end. Now, the woman who had bravely confronted divinity alone lay like a broken doll at the center of the ruins. The black markings on her body had completely faded. That boundless vitality had been utterly exhausted by the cataclysmic strike. The In seal was lifted. The Baika no Jutsu reached its limit. Her limbs twisted, and every bone in her body was shattered beyond recognition. She was still alive, but merely existing. Even moving a finger had become a distant luxury. Tian Dao Pain descended slowly from the air. His black robe adorned with red clouds was tattered from the earlier impact, revealing a gaunt, pale body riddled with black metal rods beneath. He was unscathed. Or rather, any injuries he sustained had long been mended by the powers of the Naraka path. He cast a detached glance at Tsunade, who had lost all capacity to resist and chose to disregard her. Ants are ultimately ants. Even if they can momentarily shine, they cannot alter the fate of being crushed. His objective had always been singular. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. He stepped over Tsunade's body, walking steadily toward the two figures sprawled on the ground not far away. Haruno Sakura. Nami. The two girls had been tossed by the remnants of the storm and now lay on the ground, severely injured. But more than the physical pain, what consumed them was the despair of a shattered spirit. Luffy was sealed within that enormous stone sphere in the sky, his fate unknown. Zoro lay impaled by a black rod, glaring helplessly at the deity with murderous intent in his eyes. Sanji's leg bones were shattered, rendering him unable to stand. Kakashi-sensei was dead. Tsunade-sensei had been defeated. In that moment, all hope, all support, crumbled into dust. They could only watch helplessly as the bringer of destruction approached them step by step. Each footfall was neither hurried nor slow. Each step felt as though it pressed upon their very hearts. Fear engulfed them like icy waters, drowning them completely. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their teeth chattered. They wanted to flee, but their limbs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to obey. Do not come closer. Nami's voice cracked with tears, pure and primal fear emanating from her. Sakura bit down hard on her lip, striving to maintain her composure. She could not cry. She was a ninja of Konoha, a disciple of Tsunade. Even in death, she could not show weakness before the enemy. Yet, when Pain's emotionless Rinnegan locked onto her, the fragile psychological barriers she had painstakingly built collapsed in an instant. Behind a pile of crumbling walls in the distance, a long-nosed man covered his mouth tightly, stifling all his screams and sobs. Usopp, his entire body curled into a ball, trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. I cannot go out. Absolutely cannot go out. It would mean death. In the past, it would mean death. That person is not human. He is a monster, a god. As a mere footnote, a glance from him would reduce me to nothing but pulp. Usopp's mind raced with visions of despair. The gigantic stone sphere hanging in the sky, sealing Luffy. Kakashi, pierced through the forehead by a black rod, lifeless. Sanji, moaning in agony with his shattered leg bones. Zoro, pinned to the ground, unable to move. And Tsunade, who had just been rendered utterly powerless. Even these monstrous companions, had fallen so tragically. What use would it be for me to step forward? Merely adding another corpse to the pile. I must live. I must survive. As long as I live, there is hope. Captain Usopp must tell of his heroic deeds. Yes, that is the most rational, the most correct choice. In his heart, Usopp desperately sought excuses for his cowardice. His tears and snot smeared his face, his body nearly curling into a tight ball from sheer terror. Yet, his gaze could not tear away from the two trembling girls in the distance. Nami, Sakura. They were there, unarmed, despairingly helpless, and Pain was advancing towards them. Usopp's breathing quickened alarmingly. He saw Pain standing before the two girls, looking down upon them. Tell me, where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The cold voice bore no hint of emotion. Sakura struggled to prop herself up on her elbows, raising her head with all her might, and shouted, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? Pain's tone remained unchanged. He slowly raised one hand. It seems I need to employ a method that will compel you to speak. In that instant, Usopp's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. He saw it. He observed that Nami's face had lost all color, leaving only a stark, lifeless despair. He noticed Sakura's body, rigid as stone. The moment Pain raised his hand, memories flooded back. He recalled the moment on Judicial Island when Luffy declared war on the world government to save Robin. He remembered Zoro's unwavering resolve to bear all of Luffy's pain alone to protect everyone aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. He thought of Sanji, who had taken a lightning strike from Enel to shield Nami. He remembered Kaya and the children from the village. He reminisced about the grand tales he had spun. I am a brave warrior of the seas, Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. But those were all lies. He was no valiant warrior but a coward. Merely a worthless being who could only cower behind and watch his comrades perish. A sound, dissonant and anguished, escaped Usopp's throat. Why? Why do my legs still tremble? Why does my heart race as if it might explode? Why am I so useless? Tears surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Yet this time, he did not cover his mouth. His hands, trembling with fear, slowly yet resolutely lifted the enormous slingshot beside him. He fumbled through his pouch, his fingers shaking so violently that he could barely grasp even a small pellet. Finally, he seized a single one, a red, slightly uneven pellet that appeared utterly unremarkable. Killer Chili Star. This was the least impressive, least lethal weapon in his arsenal, utterly pointless against formidable foes, incapable of even inflicting pain. However, it was the only action left to him. Usopp cautiously peeked out from behind the wall. He placed the red pellet onto the rubber band, and, through the sight, aimed at that godlike silhouette. It was so distant, his hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to aim properly. Calm down, Usopp. You are the Sniper King. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, the breath warm and trembling uncontrollably. He thought of Luffy, the captain who always smiled and made the impossible possible. He thought of Zoro, the swordsman who always got lost, yet never retreated in battle. He remembered Sanji, the chef whose mind was filled with beautiful women, yet could deliver a perfect kick at the most crucial moment. He thought of Nami, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, and Brook, recalling every member of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am not a hero. I am merely a liar, a coward. But my friends need me. Even if just for a second, even if it's a futile struggle, I will become a companion they can boast about. In that instant, Usopp's gaze transformed. Fear remained, and trembling did not cease. Yet amidst the overwhelming dread and quivering, a flame ignited, brighter and more resolute than ever before. His hand steadied. The crosshair locked firmly on Pain's profile. "Inform me, Hubie." Pain's voice continued. His raised hand was about to descend. "Now is the time." With every ounce of strength, Usopp drew back the rubber band. The voice, tinged with tears yet unwavering, resonated through the ruins. "Gunpowder Star." The red pellet, infused with Usopp's resolve and courage, became a fleeting spark that tore through the air, aimed at the deity overlooking all. Chapter 92. Usopp's Critical Strike. The red pellet sped toward Pain, watched by countless despairing, fearful and numb eyes. It did not bring forth devastating winds, nor contain the energy to rend the earth. It merely flew forth. Pain's actions did not falter in the slightest. His raised hand remained poised to fall. To Pain, such a trivial attack was hardly worth consideration. Ridiculous and presumptuous. He could not be bothered to deflect it with Shinra Tensei, simply raising his other hand, as if swatting away an annoying fly, meeting the red pellet. A soft sound echoed. So soft it was nearly drowned out by the howling winds among the ruins. The pellet shattered the instant it touched Pain's palm. A cloud of fine red powder burst forth like smoke. Usopp's heart plummeted. He had failed. Indeed, he had failed. His pathetic attack could inflict no harm upon this monster. Sakura and Nami's faces were devoid of life. Everything was over. Pain's hand was about to descend. Yet, at that critical moment, within the hollow of a tree outside of Konoha, a mechanical contraption resembling a divine throne erupted with a shrill, inhuman scream. Nagato, the man who considered himself a god, overseeing all through the 6 paths of pain, now emitted the most agonizing howl. His eyes, those eyes, which looked down upon the world and contained the power of reincarnation, felt as though they were being filled with molten magma. Pain, an indescribable agony. It was neither the sharp pain of being cut nor the searing burn of fire. It was a pure, ultimate sting, originating from the depths of sensation, as if millions of red-hot needles were frantically piercing between his eyeballs and brain, as if someone had ground the world's spiciest peppers into a fine powder and blasted it into his eye sockets with a high-pressure air gun. The sudden, excruciating pain caused Nagato to spring up from the mechanical device, only to be held fast by countless black rods. His fingers clawed desperately at his face, as if trying to rip out the eyes that brought him endless suffering. My eyes. As a ninja, Nagato had endured countless pains. The mental anguish of witnessing his parents perish before him, the despair of watching Yahiko die in his arms, the physical agony of having his legs blown off. He believed he had transcended pain. He believed he was pain itself. But he was mistaken. What is this feeling? Why does it hurt so much? What transpired on the battlefield of Konoha? Who unleashed this unheard of attack upon him? The searing pain blurred Nagato's consciousness. The chakra link between him and the 6 paths of pain became unstable, flickering like a candle in the wind. In the center of the ruins of Konoha, the deity of destruction and despair, Tendo Pain, halted. His hand, poised to descend, abruptly froze in midair, mere centimeters from Sakura's head. He stood there, resembling an immobile statue. What had transpired? Everyone was taken aback. In the distance, Zoro, pinned to the ground, exhibited a glint of astonishment in his fierce eyes. All the remaining Konoha ninjas gazed at the bizarre scene before them with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Could it be that the peculiar projectile launched by the long-nosed man had taken effect? This absurd thought simultaneously ignited in everyone's minds, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was Pain, the one who had defeated Luffy, slain Kakashi, and obliterated the entire Konoha. How could he be halted by a trivial, seemingly ludicrous projectile? Usopp was utterly stunned. Crouching behind the wall, his eyes widened as his mouth hung agape, as though it could accommodate an egg. What had he just witnessed? That monster had come to a halt? Because of the chilly star he had fired? No, that was incorrect. He had mistakenly shouted Gunpowder Star to bolster his courage. Could it be that he had inadvertently uttered some mystical incantation that manifested reality? No, that was even more implausible. Usopp's mind was a swirling concoction of confusion, fear, bewilderment, and a flicker of joy that even he could not believe coursed through him. Outside the village, Nagato's roar gradually diminished. The excruciating pain that had threatened to consume his sanity began to ebb, yet the fiery sensation in his eyes remained intense. He gasped for breath, his muscles twitching violently from the aftershock of terror. This was an unprecedented, searing humiliation. He, the god, Pain, had been interrupted in his assault by an insignificant insect that had emerged from nowhere in such a ludicrous manner. This was more infuriating than being struck away by Luffy's punch. It was the ultimate disgrace of divinity tarnished by a mortal. Unforgivable. Nagato's voice brimmed with murderous intent. He suppressed the discomfort in his eyes and re-established the link with the 6 paths of pain. Through the perspectives of the other pains, he saw the long-nosed man quaking behind the crumbling walls, utterly dazed. It was him, this ridiculous fool. At that moment, Nagato's fury overshadowed his physical pain. He no longer cared about the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Now, he yearned for but one thing: to obliterate the mortal who dared to insult the divine in the most brutal and agonizing manner, making him pay the most excruciating price for his folly. The human path. Nagato's voice, devoid of any emotion, directly issued the command through the mental link. Go. Kill him. The order was given. On the battlefield of Konoha, one of the figures that had been standing behind Deva Path Pain began to move slowly. The human Path Pain. He turned his head gradually. Those emotionless Rinnegan eyes traversed the stunned Deva, bypassed the despairing Sakura and Nami, and precisely locked onto the long-nosed man behind the shattered wall, who was still engulfed in confusion and fear over the miracle he had unwittingly created. With a swift motion, the human Path Pain vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared less than 10 meters away from Usopp. All expressions on Usopp's face froze instantly. He beheld the new monster adorned in a black cloak with red clouds, coldly scrutinizing him with those eerie, concentric purple eyes. The gaze felt as if it were assessing a lifeless object. Ack! A dry, anguished cry escaped Usopp's throat. The bone-chilling fear surged back like a tidal wave, engulfing him once more. The fleeting courage he had mustered vanished in an instant. Run! Flee! That was the only thought occupying his mind. Yet, his legs refused to obey. The human Path Pain afforded him no time to react. He took a step forward, slowly approaching Usopp with deliberate strides. Each unhurried step echoed like the countdown of death, pulling Usopp's soul further into the abyss with every inch. Chapter 93, The Desperate Scream. The final call that rends the sky. Fear was no longer a mere tide, but solidified into an eternal, glacial prison that encased every fiber of his being. He yearned to flee. He desired to turn and exert every ounce of strength to escape this nightmarish battlefield, as he had countless times before. However, his legs, his feet, every part of his body betrayed him. They trembled and convulsed, instinctively communicating to him the futility of his efforts. In the presence of a god, fleeing was merely a laughable aspiration. At last, the dark figure halted before him. There was no malice, no rage, only a chilling indifference. As if regarding a mere stone by the roadside, the human Path Pain slowly raised his hand. That hand was clean and long, yet it seemed to bear the weight of the abyss. Usopp watched, helplessly as that hand grew larger in his vision, until it gently pressed against his head. Save! A whisper so faint it was nearly inaudible escaped Usopp's cracked lips. In the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying vacuum of force emanated from above. It was a sensation of being wrenched from the depths of his soul. Usopp felt his consciousness, his thoughts, his very essence being violently extracted from his body by an overwhelming, tyrannical power. Before his eyes, a myriad of bizarre images began to materialize. The tranquil village of Shirubaru, where he had once run from corner to corner, shouting that pirates had arrived. The kind girl Kaya, who lay in her sickbed, yet always listened to his outlandish adventure tales with the gentlest of gazes. I want to become a brave warrior of the sea. Fragments of memories flickered like a frantic lantern. He saw the Going Merry, the vessel that had once carried their initial dreams. He beheld Luffy's eternally radiant smile, Zoro's ever-sleeping profile, Sanji's foolishly charming demeanor, and Nami's calculating visage. Damn you, Luffy. He recalled the moment on Eni's lobby when he donned a mask, transformed into the Sniper King, and ignited the world government's flag with the Firebird star. At that instant, he truly believed he could become a hero. He saw himself kneeling on the terrifying three-masted ship, struck by Perona's negative ghost, confessing, "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm just a boastful coward." That fool. In the distance, Zoro, impaled by a black stick. He witnessed Usopp's body visibly shrinking, his face, usually animated with exaggerated expressions, now reduced to one of pain and emptiness. Move. Zoro thrashed wildly, muscles bulging and veins popping, attempting to dislodge the black rod that pierced his body. Yet, that short black stick seemed rooted in his marrow and the earth, unyielding. Each struggle only intensified the agonizing tearing pain. Usopp! Zoro let out a beastly roar. He could die. He could be pinned here, bleeding his last drop. Yet he could not accept that his companion, the one who was the most timid and in need of protection, was being consumed by the enemy before his very eyes in such a manner. This pain surpassed any wound inflicted by blades or any defeat he had ever faced. Meanwhile, the Tendo Pain, momentarily paralyzed by the Pepper Star, gradually regained his composure. Slowly, he lowered the hand that had been suspended in midair. The bewilderment in his Rinnegan eyes had completely faded, replaced by an absolute indifference. For Nagato, the recent incident with the pepper was merely an inconsequential interlude, a despicable and laughable trick of mere mortals. Although it had inflicted unprecedented sensory shock and humiliation, it changed nothing. The dignity of a god is not to be provoked, and the provocateur was to be dealt with by the realm of mankind. Now, it was time to complete the final task. Tendo Pain turned around, his emotionless gaze falling once more upon Sakura and Nami, who remained slumped on the ground, tears staining their faces, trembling in fear and despair as they beheld the tragic fate of Usopp. It was truly the end. Luffy was sealed, Zoro and Sanji were defeated, Kakashi had perished, and Tsunade had exhausted her strength, collapsing amidst the ruins. Even Usopp, who had just mustered the courage to create a miracle, found that the word hope had been utterly erased from the desolation of Konoha. Sakura gazed at the man, resembling the Grim Reaper, who extended his hand towards her once more, her mind blank. She wished to resist, to gather her chakra, even to unleash the most powerless punch of her life. However, her spirit was overwhelmed by an oppressive force that had reached its limit. Despair enveloped her like a swamp, rendering her immobile. What to do? Haruno Sakura's lips moved unconsciously. Was Tsunade-sensei truly going to end it all? Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes once again. In her blurred vision, she seemed to see the foolish blonde who had always followed her, smiling innocently. She saw Team 7, saw Kakashi-sensei, saw Sasuke, and recalled the moments they had spent on missions together, bickering and growing together. Those daily occurrences she once took for granted, those annoyances that had irritated her, now became the most distant and warmest light in her heart. Why? How did it come to this? Sasuke-kun had left the village. And you, why have you not returned? That fool who always spoke of his convictions, this is my ninja way. That fool who appeared at the most critical moments, saving everyone with his silly grin. That companion to whom she felt she owed so much. Sakura's throat emitted a choked sound. Endless regret, unwillingness, fear, despair, and the deeply buried final hope that she was reluctant to acknowledge surged forth in that moment, breaking through the dam of reason. With the last remnants of her strength, she tilted her head back and let out a heart-wrenching final cry into the gray sky that had turned into hell. Naruto. The voice contained all of a young girl's despair and plea, piercing through the silence of the ruins, tearing apart the ominous clouds that shrouded Konoha, and soaring towards the distant horizon. Chapter 94. The Return of Naruto, a reignition of hope. That cry embodied the last and entirety of a young girl's hope and despair. It pierced through the howling winds, overshadowed the groans of survivors amidst the ruins, and echoed across the desolated land. The movement of the human path pain momentarily halted. The hand that had been pressed against Usopp's head, drawing out his soul, seemed to hesitate ever so slightly due to the sudden outburst. Tendo Pain cast a glance towards the source of the voice, the pink-haired girl who sat on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. And then, there was nothing more. Just the lament of an ant. It could not alter any outcome. Sakura's body slumped as she exhausted all her strength. She gasped for air, her vision blurred by tears and fatigue. She had cried out, but what use was it? That fool was far away, training in Mayaboku. He could not hear her. It was nothing more than the most unrealistic and laughable fantasy before her demise. Despair, like icy seawater, engulfed her once more. However, just when everyone thought that the cry would sink like a stone in the depths of the sea, creating no ripples, a thunderous boom erupted unexpectedly from the center of Konoha, from the edge of the enormous crater created by Shinra Tensei. The entire earth trembled violently. All eyes were drawn to the sudden sound. A thick, dense white smoke erupted into the sky, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Within that smoke, 3 colossal silhouettes, unimaginable in size, began to emerge. What was that? Sakura's eyes fixated on the smoke. That chakra felt so familiar, yet so foreign. Familiar in its essence. foreign in its overwhelming pressure that seemed to merge with nature itself. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 3 gigantic figures resembling mountains before everyone's gaze. 3 enormous toads. The foremost toad, clutching a massive pipe and wearing a short sword at its waist, bore an unruly expression. It was none other than Fukasaku from Mayaboku. To his sides stood Gamakin and Gamabunta, their enormous eyes scanning the battlefield with vigilance, which resembled hell itself. And atop Fukasaku's broad head stood a figure, quietly poised. He donned a long red cloak adorned with black flame patterns, and an exaggeratedly large scroll rested upon his back. His dazzling golden hair shone like a burning sun. Most striking were his eyes, surrounded by an orange hue reminiscent of oil paint, and his azure pupils had transformed into the unique horizontal slit of a sage, blending the essence of a frog. Not a single trace of toad characteristics was present in his appearance. The terrifying aura emanating from him, a blend of his chakra and natural energy, was calm and vast, akin to an endless ocean. Uzumaki Naruto. What is happening? Naruto furrowed his brows, surveying the unfamiliar, seemingly meteor-stricken chasm before him. Confusion etched across his face. Had the reverse summoning technique gone awry? He looked around, witnessing the crumbling ruins and the billowing smoke and flames. This was not the Konoha of his memories. Hey Fukasaku, where are we? Naruto asked, glancing down at the toad. Fukasaku exhaled a smoke ring, his tone grave. I don't know, kid. I've never seen this place before. No, an aged and weighty voice came from Naruto's shoulder. Sage Fukasaku stared in shock at the scene before them, disbelief etched on his wrinkled face. Little Naruto, there is no mistake. This is Konoha. What? Naruto's pupils dilated in shock. This is Konoha. What kind of joke is this? The Konoha I know is a peaceful, prosperous village filled with laughter. This is the home that boasts the presence of Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade Baba, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Choji, along with all his companions. How could it possibly be reduced to this abyss that resembles hell itself? His gaze abruptly traversed the desolate ruins before him, turning towards the familiar horizon in the distance. And then he beheld it. At the far end of the immense chasm, upon the precipice, stood the stone likenesses of the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage, quietly towering there. The visage of the fourth Hokage bore the scars of battle. Yet indeed, they were the Hokage rocks. That was Konoha, the unchanging, eternal coordinate. In an instant, Naruto's mind went blank. It was true, Sage Jiraiya had not deceived him. The vast, unfathomable pit before him was his home, Konoha, gone. A chilling wave of icy dread surged from Naruto's feet, coursing through his entire being. His sage mode allowed him to perceive everything upon this land with clarity. He sensed it. He sensed the countless faint, flickering, and even extinguished life forces. He sensed Tsunade Baba's chakra, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. He sensed Sakura's cries filled with despair and sorrow. He sensed Zoro, pinned to the ground by a black rod, struggling desperately. He sensed Kakashi-sensei's presence had vanished. A terrifying mix of wrath, sorrow, and murderous intent erupted like a volcano in his chest. Why? Why did this happen? Jiraiya-sensei, why even the village? It was at that moment, a figure that had been observing everything with indifference slowly turned around. Pain of the Six Paths raised his head. Those emotionless Rinnegan eyes met Naruto's sage eyes, ablaze with rage, in the air. He released his grip on Haruno, Sakura, and Nami. He signaled the human path to release the long-nosed man, whose soul had been nearly drained and was barely alive. Those matters had become inconsequential. The main subject had arrived. Had he finally come? The voice of pain of the Six Paths was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. That voice was cold, detached, devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating an exceedingly ordinary fact. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Excellent. No need to search for you any further. Chapter 95. The Edge of Rampage in Sage Mode. Note: this chapter is rather lackluster. That icy voice pierced directly into Uzumaki Naruto's eardrum. In an instant, Naruto's mind went blank. He felt neither anger nor sadness. In Sage Mode, his perception, intertwined with nature, was feverishly absorbing every detail of what transpired upon this land, flooding his mind with profound clarity. It was a reality more brutal than mere eyewitness accounts. He saw them. He saw the villagers of Konoha lying among the ruins. Some corpses were halved, with the other half vanished. Some were trapped beneath collapsed walls, revealing only a desperate hand. Countless once vibrant lives, familiar even if only exchanged nods with on the street, had now been utterly extinguished. Cold, silent, this land was weeping. His sage perception continued to spread. Then, he saw the man with the exaggerated long nose, the sniper from Luffy's crew. At that moment, he resembled a piece of desiccated wood, lying on the ground. His body emaciated, breath faint to the utmost, as if he would completely dissipate in the next moment. His perception shifted again. He saw the chef with curled eyebrows, his leg twisted at an odd angle, bones seemingly protruding through his pants, exposed to the air. He lay motionless on the ruins, his life force still present, yet filled with decay and weakness. Following that was Tsunade Baba. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He sensed it. At the very bottom of that immense chasm, the chakra he was most familiar with and most revered was now as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. The seals had faded, and Tsunade Baba lay there quietly, unconscious. The fifth Hokage, who had always stood like a mountain, shielding him from storms. The elder who had supported him in her own brusque way after he lost Jiraiya-sensei, had fallen. No, it was not over yet. Naruto's gaze, or rather, his perception, suddenly lifted. He saw the swordsman with algae-colored hair, the man exuding a monstrous aura, the one Tsunade Baba praised even while drinking at the Hyuga household. At this moment, he resembled a butterfly nailed to a specimen board. Several ominous black rods pierced through his limbs and body, pinning him to the ground. He was still struggling. That indomitable spirit, roaring like a demon, remained unyielding. But it was futile. Above him, a massive stone sphere, suspended in midair, composed of countless rocks and debris, loomed ominously, blotting out the sky. Naruto's sage pupils constricted abruptly. He sensed it. At the core of that stone sphere was a life force he recognized, as blazing as the sun and as free as the sea. It was Luffy, their captain, the one who had proclaimed he would become the pirate king. At this moment, he was trapped in the deepest, eternal prison. That life force was being relentlessly suppressed and isolated, as if it would be utterly crushed by the endless gravitational pull at any moment. Why? Why did this happen? These beings, these powerful monsters, how could they suffer such a devastating defeat? An indescribable sense of suffocation tightened around Naruto's throat. His mind buzzed from the overwhelming influx of despairing information. He dared not look further. He was afraid. He feared he would witness scenes even more unbearable. Yet, Sage Mode was honest. It would not deceive. It would not cease to perceive out of fear. Ultimately, Naruto's perception settled at the center of the ruins. Upon that familiar figure, silver-white hair stood out amidst the dust and smoke. A green vest, worn by a Konoha Jonin for over a decade. And that face, mostly obscured by a mask, forever bearing a hint of languor and resignation. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's lips trembled involuntarily. He saw it. He clearly saw it. On that familiar silver forehead protector, a pitch-black, cold rod, identical to the one piercing the algae-haired swordsman, was deeply embedded into his skull. There was no struggle, no resistance. He lay there quietly, as if merely asleep. But Naruto's Sage Mode revealed the most brutal truth. There was no chakra, no heartbeat, not a trace of life force. It was empty. He was dead. Kakashi-sensei was dead. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world shattered within Naruto's mind. All sounds, all images, all perceptions were engulfed by an emotion that surged forth from the depths of his soul, dark, violent, and capable of incinerating everything. It was the figure of Jiraiya-sensei. The desolation of Konoha village transformed into ruins, the sight of Granny Tsunade lying in a coma, Luffy sealed, and Zoro pinned down. All companions sprawled on the ground in despair. Kakashi-sensei's cold forehead pierced by a black rod. All these images, all the suffering, all the despair, all the regrets, coalesced into a singular force, a force named hatred, a black flame. A suppressed, inhuman howl erupted from Naruto's throat, strained and labored. The vast, steady sage chakra coursing through him began to boil uncontrollably. A visible, violent wave of energy erupted from him, shaking the ground beneath Gamabunta, causing the colossal to slide back several meters in fear. "Kid," Gamabunta shouted in horror, "calm down. Your Sage Mode is about to spiral out of control." The sage, Fukasaku, was also thrown off Naruto's shoulder, gazing at him in terror. Those once clear eyes, now infused with sage power, were filled with endless crimson veins. The orange hue around his eyes, under the violent chakra, appeared as two burning streaks of blood. "Naruto, little Naruto." The cries of the onlookers could no longer penetrate his ears. In his world, there was only one figure left, the culprit gazing down at everything with indifferent, divine eyes. Pain of the six paths. Slowly, Naruto raised his head. His gaze pierced through thousands of meters, locking onto Pain with unwavering intensity. In his eyes, confusion, sorrow, and fear had vanished, leaving only the most primal, pure, and frenzied intent to kill. Finally, he uttered a word. His voice, hoarse and deep. Each syllable seemed to extract the last vestige of strength from his being, squeezing out one by one through clenched teeth. You bastard. Chapter 96. The first battle in Sage Mode. That utterance of bastard was not a cry, but a verdict. As the final syllable escaped the lips of Uzumaki Naruto, the boiling sage chakra threatening to ignite the very fabric of space suddenly quelled. It did not dissipate, but rather compressed. Distilled into a tangible essence of hatred and killing intent, forced back into his not-so-tall frame. He no longer roared. He no longer howled. The bloodshot sage eyes regained a semblance of clarity. Yet beneath that clarity lay an abyss deeper than the void, colder than the depths of hell, an absolute killing intent. Kid. Gamabunta, about to speak, felt a sudden lightness above. Naruto had vanished. Without any warning. Without the smoke of a body flicker or the afterimage of high-speed movement. He simply disappeared from above Gamabunta's head, as if he had never existed. Where is he? In the distance, Shikamaru's pupils constricted, his mind racing, yet unable to capture any coherent information. Too fast. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, Pain's ancient, unchanging Rinnegan exhibited a minute fluctuation. A golden flash, like a sword tearing through time and space, unannounced, breached the distance between him and Naruto. The target aimed directly at his true body. Not a chance. A cold, inhuman voice rang out. Azura Path Pain, a weapon of slaughter composed of machinery and corpses, reacted instantly. Its back split open. Countless dark barrels pointing at the golden streak, its arms morphing into menacing cannon tubes, blinding light gathering within. Simultaneously, Animal Path Pain formed hand seals. A massive summoning array unfolding before it, summoning the hellish three-headed dog that had once ensnared Zoro and Sanji, roaring thunderously as it shielded the Deva path. And the human Path Pain, having just extracted a significant portion of Usopp's soul, glided over like a specter, standing alongside the hellish path. Human path, Azura path, animal path, hell path. Except for the hungry ghost path, which Zoro had slain, the remaining four pains swiftly formed an impregnable wall of despair, capable of crushing any shadow-level adversary. They aimed to thoroughly obliterate the audacious mortal who dared to provoke a deity. However, the golden streak showed no sign of hesitation, not even altering its trajectory. Its singular objective remained unchanged. Deva Path Pain. Boom. First, it was Azura Path. Just as it was about to unleash its world-destroying laser cannon, the golden light appeared before it without warning, not rushing in, but simply materializing. A flicker of astonishment flashed across the mechanical visage of Azura Path Pain. Then, a fist, enveloped in visible, tangible natural energy, struck directly at its chest. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, in the next instant, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on Azura Path's indestructible mechanical body from the point of impact. The fissures rapidly spread across its entire form. Bang! It shattered like a porcelain doll, disintegrating mid-air into countless pieces, scattering wildly. One punch. Instant kill. Roar. The roar of the hellish three-headed dog followed. The three grotesque heads opened their gaping maws, dripping corrosive saliva, lunging from different angles at the golden figure. Yet, they bit into emptiness. A flash of gold. Naruto's silhouette appeared behind the hellish dog. In his hand, he had somehow lifted a massive, rapidly spinning blue energy sphere, far larger than his own body, exuding terrifying pressure. Udama Rasengan. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The blue tempest instantly engulfed the hellish three-headed dog along with its master, the animal path. No cries, no struggles. Within that violent, rending torrent of energy, both the summoned beast and its controller were utterly pulverized without a moment's breath. Again, a single move. What? At that moment, even the previously indifferent Deva Path could no longer maintain his divine composure. Shock colored his voice. In merely 2 seconds, Azura Path and Animal Path, two pains with shadow-level power, were cleanly defeated. What kind of monster had this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki become during his training in Maiboku Mountain? Yet, Naruto's slaughter had not ceased. His figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, he stood before Human Path and Hell Path. "Seize him," Hell Path Pain rasped, extending a purple tongue in an attempt to ensnare Naruto and enact judgment. Human Path also reached out, for a mere touch would extract even a sage's soul in an instant. Facing the dual assault of the two pains, Naruto executed two of the simplest actions. Left fist, right fist. His left fist, arriving first, pierced through Hell Path Pain's extending purple tongue and, with unrelenting force, smashed into its face. Hell Path Pain's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. Meanwhile, his right fist collided with Human Path's hand capable of soul extraction. There was no evasion, no defense. With a brutal force, a single punch connected. The arm of Rinjiandeo Pain, capable of piercing steel, crumbled before Naruto's fist, infused with Senjutsu chakra, as fragile as mere parchment. The fist shattered its palm, crushed its arm, and ultimately pierced through its chest. Half of Naruto's arm emerged from the back of Rinjiandeo Pain, stained with the cold, viscous fluids of the lifeless body. He slowly withdrew his arm. Both Rinjiandeo and Jiendo Pain fell backward simultaneously, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. In an instant, among the 6 paths of pain, only Tiandao remained, solitary and alone. Amidst the ruins, everyone's mouths gaped wide enough to fit a fist. Their faces were etched with a singular expression, dazed. A pure stupor induced by witnessing phenomena beyond comprehension. What had just transpired? What had they seen? The seemingly invincible Pain, a deity that had raised Konoha to the ground, rendered the 5th Hokage unconscious, sealed Luffy, impaled Zoro, and slain Kakashi-sensei. This horror that had dragged them all into an abyss of endless despair. Had Naruto just resolved it all, one punch at a time? In less than 5 seconds? Was this an illusion? Shikamaru murmured, beginning to doubt if he had fallen prey to some high-level genjutsu of the enemy. Everything unfolding before his eyes felt too surreal, too absurd. That fool Naruto, who once only thought of ramen, had become this formidable. At this moment, Naruto stood quietly amidst the 4 corpses of Pain. He slowly lifted his head, his sage eyes, glowing with an orange hue, pierced through the lingering smoke. Locking onto the final and strongest adversary, he raised his hand, the fist stained with the enemy's blood, pointing at the divine figure hovering in midair. His voice was cold and resolute, each word resonating like an oath etched into the very soul. "The killer of my mentor Jiraiya, today, I shall defeat you." Chapter 97. The time for Sage Mode has arrived. The instant his words fell, the ground beneath Uzumaki Naruto erupted violently. He transformed into a golden comet, trailing along. Air-splitting tail, charging straight ahead, devoid of any tactical maneuvering, propelled solely by all the hatred and strength he could muster, hurtling towards Tiandao Pain. The Senjutsu chakra on his right fist compressed with an unprecedented density. Even before the punch landed, the air howled under the pressure. Amidst the ruins, every shard of stone, every fragment of rubble trembled beneath this overwhelming force. "Be careful." From a distance, Fukasaku Sennin issued a hoarse warning. He sensed that Naruto was wagering the dwindling time of his Sage Mode entirely on this one strike. A single blow, guaranteed to kill. Tiandao Pain's calm, indifferent Rinnegan finally revealed a hint of seriousness. He clasped his hands together, massive chakra coalescing before him, bracing to meet this earth-shattering blow. He knew that failing to withstand this punch would mean death. However, just as the golden fist, radiating with the energy of destruction, was about to make contact with Tiandao Pain's body, an unexpected event occurred. The orange sheen of Naruto's sage eyes abruptly faded without warning. The golden fist, dazzling as the sun, lost all its Senjutsu chakra, receding like a tide. The time for Sage Mode had elapsed. That world-shattering punch transformed back into a mere mortal fist. Though it still bore Naruto's inherent strength and speed, it appeared utterly laughable before Pain. Tiandao Pain's movements momentarily stalled. He sensed the sudden disappearance of the threat. A mocking emotion flickered in his Rinnegan. He didn't even bother to block. Simply, he sidestepped to the side. Naruto's all-or-nothing punch merely grazed the edge of Pain's clothing. Missing entirely, the inertia propelled Naruto a few staggering steps forward. Meanwhile, Pain had already turned around, his expressionless face confronting Naruto's bewildered back. He slowly lifted his hand. Cold, emotionless syllables escaped his lips. "Shinra Tensei." Boom. An unimaginable force of repulsion struck Naruto's back at point-blank range. He was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, his body folding at an unnatural angle and hurtling away. He shattered every remnant of debris along his path, carving a deep trench into the ground, crashing towards the remnants of the ruins hundreds of meters away. Naruto. Sakura's scream, ignited by a flicker of hope, was once again drowned in despair. Yet, Pain's assault was not over. As he watched Naruto tumbling through the air, on the verge of crashing down, he raised his other hand, palm facing up, fingers spread wide, aimed at Naruto's direction. Bansho Tenin. An opposing force erupted instantaneously. The repelling force that was propelling Naruto towards destruction was replaced by an even more domineering, irrational gravitational pull. As Naruto fell, his body abruptly halted. In the next moment, he was yanked back towards Pain at a speed surpassing that of his flight. Pain did not remain stationary. He charged forward, meeting Naruto head-on, his body serving as the most lethal weapon. Thud! A chilling elbow strike landed viciously in Naruto's abdomen. Naruto's body contorted painfully. Immediately afterward, Pain's figure materialized behind Naruto, delivering a knee strike infused with terrifying power directly into his spine. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed across the desolate battlefield. Naruto's consciousness teetered on the brink of being consumed by excruciating pain. Yet, this was not the end. Pain's silhouette flickered once more, appearing directly above Naruto. He raised his leg, akin to a war axe, channeling the might to cleave the earth, and struck down towards Naruto's head. Boom! The entire Konoha ruins trembled violently. A massive crater, akin to a meteor impact, emerged at the center of the battlefield. Clouds of dust billowed skywards, obscuring everything. As the dust slowly settled, there lay Uzumaki Naruto, embedded at the bottom of the crater like refuse, bloodied and contorted, on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Tiandao Pain stood unscathed at the edge of the crater, gazing down upon his prize with an air of superiority. You little brat. The earth-shattering roar finally erupted. Gamabunta, Gamakin, and Gamagoro, three colossal summoning beasts, snapped back to reality. The brutal slaughter of Naruto ignited a fervent rage within them. You bastard! In a furious roar, Hama Wentai unsheathed the formidable dagger from his back, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, exuding an aura capable of cleaving mountains as it descended upon his foe. Hama Jin, wielding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, charged forth like a heavily armored knight. Hama Guang unleashed both blades, tracing lethal arcs in the air that sealed off all escape routes for Pain. Three colossal summoned beasts attacked simultaneously from three directions, launching a devastating assault. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Tendo Pain merely lifted his hands slowly. His indifferent Rinnegan surveyed the three raging behemoths as if they were merely slightly larger ants. The countdown reached 5 seconds. Shinra Tensei. The air trembled. This time, the repulsive force was not unidirectional, but rather a spherical field of absolute repulsion, radiating outward indiscriminately from his center. There was no escape, no defense. The immense blade of Hama Wentai shattered upon contact with the repulsion field, its power rebounding violently and sending his mountain-like form hurtling away. Hama Jin's shield disintegrated as if made of paper, and he, along with Hama Guang, was violently propelled into the sky by that irresistible force. The three gigantic toads tumbled helplessly through the air, akin to leaves swept away in a storm, ultimately crashing into the distant ruins, raising clouds of dust. Tendo Pain stood alone at the center of the battlefield. Beneath him lay the unconscious Naruto, surrounded by defeated summoned beasts. He gradually lifted his gaze, looking beyond countless ruins to the distant figures of the Leaf Village ninjas, who had succumbed to despair. He extended his arms wide as if embracing the world. Now, who could possibly stand in my way? Chapter 98. Sage Art. Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken. Tendo Pain's voice echoed like the final judgment of a deity over the desolate ruins of Konoha. There was no response, only a suffocating silence of despair. Sakura knelt on the ground, tears long dried, emitting only meaningless whimpers. Nara Shikamaru, the smartest mind in Konoha, had completely surrendered his thoughts. He gazed up at the godlike figure, feeling only the abyss of powerlessness. The members of the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, yet wished they were blind. All hope, all struggle had been crushed in that cataclysmic blow. It was over. Tendo Pain slowly approached the edge of the deep pit, looking down upon the figure at the bottom. Reduced to a mere remnant of trash, the boy who bore Konoha's last hope. He raised his hand, a pitch-black chakra rod forming in his palm, emanating a sinister aura. It was time to send him to meet the man named Kakashi. However, just as the dark rod was about to be hurled, the bottom of the pit revealed a sight that should have been impossible. The once unconscious Naruto, with ghastly wounds and broken bones, began to writhe. A faint yet pure natural energy seeped from within him, followed by second, third, and hundreds upon hundreds of threads. What was happening? In the distant ruins, the sage Fukasaku, who had been blasted away by Shinra Tensei, struggled to rise, his toad-like eyes bursting with incredulous brilliance. He remembered. It was the shadow clone. Fukasaku let out a hoarse yet ecstatic roar, realizing that Naruto had left shadow clones at Myaboka Mountain, continuously merging with nature, absorbing an endless supply of sage chakra. This was his true trump card. This was what empowered him to dare challenge the divine alone. Boom. An unimaginable surge of natural energy crossed the spatial divide, linking with Naruto's body, flooding him with vigor. The once dulled orange hues around his eyes rekindled like a blazing flame. His life-threatening wounds healed at an astonishing pace. His shattered spine clicked back into place. His ruptured organs recovered to their former state under the nurturing of sage chakra. In mere moments, the bloodied, near-death Naruto had vanished, replaced by a flawless figure, as if even the rips in his clothing had been mended, standing in full glory as a sage. Naruto stood slowly from the pit, dusting off his clothes, lifting his head to meet Tendo Pain with his golden, shining eyes, once again locking onto him. There was no furious roar. There was no declaration of vengeance. There was only an icy calmness, as enduring as ancient glaciers. Tendo Pain's motion to throw the black rod froze midair. His Rinnegan stared intently at the resurrected mortal below. How could this be possible? How could such a thing happen? Mere parlor tricks. Ultimately, he forced the words out of his mouth, attempting to convince himself that what lay before him was insignificant, trivial. Yet Naruto would not grant him another opportunity. Sage art. Naruto's voice was deep and hoarse, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. He extended his right hand, colossal sage chakra swirling in a manner far beyond before, coalescing in his palm. Wind release. The sound erupted like the shrill cries of thousands of birds, resonating throughout the battlefield. A gigantic shuriken, radiant like the stars yet edged with blades sharp enough to slice through anything, materialized in his grasp. Spiraling shuriken. With a swift motion of his arm, that concentrated embodiment of lethal intent and natural energy transformed into a blinding beam, hurtling towards Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain reacted with utmost swiftness. He unhesitatingly activated his strongest defense. The invisible repulsion field once again stood before him. However, just before the spiraling shuriken collided with the repulsion field, Naruto's form vanished. No, he did not disappear. It was another Naruto. A shadow clone had appeared behind Tendo Pain, holding a colossal Udama Rasengan. Here, the shadow clone roared, thrusting the Rasengan fiercely towards Pain's back. The simultaneous assault. Tendo Pain's pupils constricted. He had to make a choice. He chose to prioritize the threat behind him. He spun around, directing the repulsive force at the shadow clone. Boom. The shadow clone and its Rasengan were utterly obliterated upon contact with the repulsion field, dissipating into a puff of white smoke. Boring trick, Pain coldly remarked. Yet, as he turned back around, the true wind release spiraling shuriken, imbued with deathly intent, was already upon him. The 5-second cooldown. Naruto had calculated it perfectly. The preceding actions had all been feints. This was the true, deadly strike. It was over. In the mind of Tiandao Pain, a fleeting thought crossed. He wished to evade. But it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as that white star of death violently collided with him. Buzz. A colossal, white spherical storm erupted, centered around Tiandao Pain. Countless razor-like winds, too fine to be seen by the naked eye, wildly sliced, tore apart, and obliterated everything within that spherical space at an astonishing rate of billions of times per second. This was destruction at the cellular level, unavoidable and undefendable. When the storm subsided, Tiandao Pain plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. One of his arms had completely vanished, and half of his body was reduced to a bloody, charred mess, as though he had endured the most brutal of tortures. He struggled to rise, but weakly fell again. Success! Success! Sakura was overwhelmed with joy and tears. The Hell Path had been defeated by Naruto. He could no longer heal himself. Shikamaru's mind instantly assessed the fatality of the injury. Victory was within reach. All the survivors of Konoha erupted in a deafening cheer of relief. Naruto, standing not far away, breathed heavily. Yet, as he looked at the fallen Pain, the murderous intent in his golden eyes showed no sign of waning. He intended to completely end this man here, avenging the perverted sage, Kakashi-sensei, and all the deceased. He stepped forward, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow. However, at the moment he raised his foot, the fiery orange shadow at the corner of his eye flickered like a flame snuffed out, then quietly faded away. The immense and pure sage chakra that filled his body vanished, as if retreating with the tide. Sage mode. Time was up. Naruto's body suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Pain, lying in a pool of blood, struggled to prop up his broken body with his remaining hand. He raised his head, his cold Rinnegan eyes observing the changes in Naruto. A smile slowly spread across his face. Chapter 99. The Evolving Gentle Fist. That smile, the one that emerged amidst blood and fire, on the shattered mask of a god, resembled a devilish grin. A sense of weakness washed over Naruto like the deepest curse, instantly draining all the strength from his limbs. The fading of Sage Mode took not only the power capable of annihilating the world, but also stripped him of the ability to stand. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The Sage Chakra stored in his shadow clones had been entirely depleted. He had no cards left to play. The game was over. Pain's voice carried a hint of a victor's cruelty. Using his remaining arm, he pushed against the ground and slowly stood. The wounds torn by the spiraling shuriken remained a bloody mess, yet he paid them no mind. He dragged his broken body step by step toward the motionless Naruto. "No, don't come closer." Sakura screamed in anguish, attempting to rush forward, but Shikamaru held her back with a firm grip. "Let go of me, Shikamaru. Naruto it's useless." Shikamaru's eyes were bloodshot, yet his voice was chillingly calm. "If we go, it will only add to the corpses. Don't throw your life away." Indeed, it was useless. Everyone understood this truth. They could only watch helplessly as the embodiment of despair, the Grim Reaper, approached their last hope. "Kyubi, I shall claim you." Pain's voice echoed above Naruto's head. He raised his remaining left hand, gathering dark chakra rods within his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, thrust. The black rods pierced through Naruto's hands with a dull thud, nailing him firmly to the cold ground. The excruciating pain jolted Naruto's consciousness awake as he let out a painful howl, his body thrashing violently. Yet those black rods seemed to possess a peculiar power, restraining his body and wildly disrupting the chakra of Kyubi within him. "Naruto, bastard! You bastard!" Sakura's cries, Choji's furious shouts, Ino's screams. All seemed so pale and powerless in that moment. On the other side of the ruins, Roronoa Zoro, similarly impaled by a black rod, felt an unprecedented surge of bloodlust in his single eye. He sensed the chef and Luffy's aura had diminished to a mere flicker. And now, that golden-haired brat was also on the brink of demise. "Move, damn it!" Zoro let out a beastly growl, his muscles bulging to a terrifying degree. The veins on his arms protruded like twisted dragons, attempting to forcibly pull the black rod from his chest. However, it was futile. The black rod seemed to be fused to his bones, remaining utterly unmoved regardless of his efforts. This was the first time since arriving here that he felt such a pure and profound sense of helplessness, merely watching his comrades walk toward death. Tiandao Pain ignored the mournful cries of the surrounding ants. He slowly crouched down, his emotionless Rinnegan gazing down at Naruto, pinned to the ground like a sacrificial offering. In despair, feel the pain. He extended his left hand toward Naruto's abdomen, where the seal of Kyubi, the four-symbol seal, resided. As long as he extracted Kyubi, everything would come to an end. Konoha would become nothing but history. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In everyone's eyes, this scene of despair was reflected. However, just as Pain's hand was about to touch Naruto's clothing, a figure, a small figure unnoticed by anyone, suddenly burst forth from the nearby ruins like an arrow released from a bow. Her speed was not swift. Her chakra, under Pain's divine pressure, was weak to the point of being negligible. Yet in her eyes burned a resolute flame capable of incinerating everything. "What is that?" Shikamaru's pupils contracted sharply. "Hinata?" Boom. A deep, thunderous sound erupted. Just before that cold hand could snatch away hope, A slender, yet tightly clenched, pale fist crashed down upon the ground. A violent wave of air stirred up a cloud of dust, instantly engulfing both Pain and Naruto. What just happened? Everyone stood in shock. As the dust began to settle, a figure stood before Uzumaki Naruto, like the most formidable fortress, isolating Pain from them. She bent her legs slightly, assuming the most standard starting stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Her white eyes fixated intently on the godlike man before her. It was her, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata. Pinned to the ground, Naruto struggled to lift his head. When he recognized the silhouette, disbelief and fear etched across his face. Why are you here? Leave. It's dangerous here, he screamed, his voice twisted with pain and urgency. He would rather perish here than witness her suffer even the slightest harm. Hey, that girl from the Hyuga clan. From afar, Zoro also roared in anger. Get out of here. You can't defeat him. You'll die? Zoro understood better than anyone how formidable the enemy before them truly was. That was an existence even Luffy's Gear 4th and his own Azura could not triumph over. A little girl who cannot even control her armed color hockey. Charging him would be no different from seeking death. Yet, Hinata Hyuga did not look back. She paid no heed to anyone's cries. In her world, there remained only this unforgivable enemy who had harmed Naruto-kun. Her body trembled, not from rage, but from fear. That tangible sense of oppression made her feel as if she were suffocating. Her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her mind was blank. Escape. Run away. Every cell in her body cried out in despair. But she could not flee, for behind her stood the person most important to her. The boy who, when she was most lost and helpless, illuminated her entire world like the sun. The one who, no matter how many times he fell, would rise with a smile and tell her that sticking to his word was his ninja way. I love Naruto-kun the most, she whispered softly, in a voice only she could hear. This phrase seemed to possess infinite power, instantly dispelling all her fears. The trembling ceased. The confusion vanished. Her gaze became unwaveringly resolute. Another one seeking death? Pain, the god of the six paths, looked at the girl before him, seemingly as fragile as a leaf in the wind. His voice dripping with disdain and annoyance. The foolishness of you Konoha ninjas is truly boundless. He slowly raised his remaining left hand, aiming at Hinata. Since you wish to die so much, I shall grant your wish. The threat of death loomed large. Yet, at that moment, Hinata's mind recalled the words of another man. That green-haired, fearsome swordsman, akin to a demon, who had subjected her to hellish training. Your strength comes from your emotions. That emotion is an unquenchable storm. Do not think of suppressing it, much less consider avoiding it. That is the act of a coward. What you must do is harness it. Clench it tightly in your fists. Show it who the master is. Harness it. Hinata slowly closed her eyes. All her feelings for Naruto, the admiration, the worry, the heartache, the determination to protect him, everything was infused into her fists. She could sense a furious power surging within her, crashing and roaring. It was painful, as if her very soul were being ground to pieces. Yet she did not retreat. Obey me. She let out a silent roar in her heart. Buzz. The next moment, a layer of deep black substance, like ink yet gleaming with metallic luster, swiftly enveloped her tightly clenched fists. It was the manifestation of will. Armed color hockey. Though rough and unstable, that indomitable will was undeniably real. For Naruto-kun, Hinata suddenly opened her eyes, her pure white gaze devoid of any fragility. She moved. The ground beneath her instantly cracked. She transformed into a bolt of lightning, ignoring Naruto and Zoro's anxious warnings, charging directly at Pain, the god of the six paths. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. No, this was not gentle fist. It was a new martial art, a fusion of gentle fist stances, yet forsaking all technique, wagering everything on destruction. Her fists became a myriad of striking shadows, enveloping Pain like a torrential storm. Chapter 100. This is also my ninja way. The myriad of fist shadows descended like a downpour, carrying an unwavering resolve that completely engulfed Pain. Each punch gleamed with a dark metallic sheen. That was the color of her will. It was the power of protection that Hinata Hyuga had forged by burning away everything she had. Yet, in Pain's Rinnegan, all of this appeared as a ludicrous slow-motion farce. Too slow. So slow that he could clearly see the fine beads of sweat forming on the girl's face from exertion. So slow that he could discern his own emotionless face reflected in her pure white eyes. so slow that he had countless ways to easily crush this moth that did not realize it was flying towards the flame. Foolish. He even found it tedious to raise his hand. A simple repulsive force would be sufficient to shatter the girl's bones. He prepared to do just that. But just as he was about to unleash Shinra Tensei, a slight fluctuation appeared in his cold gaze. Something was amiss. These punches, seemingly chaotic, were frantically attacking him. Yet their target was not his vital points, nor his body. Their target was clang. A crisp sound, like breaking metal, rang out abruptly on the chaotic battlefield. Pain's pupils slightly contracted. He saw the girl's fist, enveloped in armed color, graze past the hem of his clothing at an awkward angle, smashing heavily against the black rod that pierced through Naruto's left hand. Crack! A clear fissure appeared on the black rod, capable of binding tailed beasts. So that was it. Pain instantly understood. This girl had never intended to defeat him from the very beginning. She knew she could not. All her attacks, all her determination, all her desperate struggles were merely for one purpose: to break these black rods and rescue the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Heh! A slight, contemptuous sneer escaped from Pain's lips. Anger? No. What he felt was a higher form of humiliation, being toyed with by an ant. This girl did not regard him as a god at all. In her eyes, he was merely an obstacle to be circumvented. Unforgivable. Hinata. Naruto, pinned to the ground, witnessed this scene. His mind became a blank slate. He saw the crack on the black rod, and instead of hope, an overwhelming fear surged within him. He understood Hinata's intention. It was precisely because he understood that he felt even more despair. This was no different from provoking a slumbering lion. That fool. On the other side of the ruins, Zoro's single eye flashed with shock, soon transformed into fury. He understood too. This tactic, this method of seeking the sole point of resolution under absolute disadvantage, was filled with the cunning and madness of a pirate. But this was a god, a monster that even Luffy could not defeat. Your petty cleverness will only invite the cruelest retribution. Since you wish to save him so much, Pain's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of cold rage. Then I shall utterly crush your hope before your very eyes. He no longer hesitated. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An irresistible repulsive force erupted instantly. There was no technique. No chance to evade. Hinata Hyuga was like a fragile boat struck by a giant wave. Her diminutive frame emitted a painful groan the moment she came into contact with the repulsive field. A mouthful of blood erupted from her, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Her body was violently hurled away, crashing into the distant ruins. Everyone's heart sank to the depths. Yet, just as Hinata's body was about to collide with the crumbling walls, that force propelling her towards destruction vanished without warning. In its place, there emerged an equally irresistible and terrifying force. Wanxiang Tianyin. Pain's cold voice echoed like the pronouncement of death. The recently hurled Hinata suspended momentarily in midair, only to be forcefully pulled back with even greater speed. She resembled a puppet stripped of all will to resist, flying straight toward the man who embodied despair. Naruto's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. He watched helplessly as Pain slowly raised his intact left arm, the elbow slightly drawn back. A merciless posture of confrontation. Hinata. Naruto let out a heart-wrenching roar. Bang! The dull sound of flesh and bone colliding reverberated throughout the arena. Pain's elbow strike landed with brutal precision on Hinata's abdomen. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Hinata's pure white eyes instantly lost all luster, leaving only emptiness. She couldn't even emit a cry of anguish. Her entire being fell powerless to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The layer of armed color hockey that had just coalesced around her fist completely dissipated. How infuriating! Zoro emitted a beast-like howl. He writhed frantically, every muscle in his body straining to its limits, attempting to break free from the black rod pinning him down. Veins bulged like grotesque centipedes across his neck and arms. Blood poured from the wound where the black rod had pierced him, flowing freely. Yet, he remained immobile. That black rod seemed to be rooted deep within his soul, nailing all his strength and pride firmly to this land of despair. Your Highness Sanji lay amidst the ruins, powerless to do anything but watch as that brave girl with a noble spirit was so cruelly trampled. His heart ached more than his fractured bones. Hinata, Hinata! Naruto wept. He could no longer suppress himself. Tears cascaded down his face like a flood, mingling with the blood staining his features. Please escape, I beg you escape. His voice was hoarse and shattered, filled with endless regret and self-recrimination. Why did you come here? Why were you so foolish? Tendo Pain gazed down coldly at the girl who lay oblivious to life and death beneath him. However, just when everyone believed it was all over, from the dust, a slender finger, stained with blood and dirt, twitched gently, followed by a hand that pushed against the ground. A figure, trembling violently, attempted to rise. Once. Failed. Again. Still failed. Her body had reached its limit. Bones felt as if they were shattered, and her insides burned. Each breath was laced with the metallic taste of blood. Yet, she did not give up. With the last ounce of strength she could muster, she finally stood up once more, to everyone's disbelief. Half her face was stained crimson with blood. Her long hair clung messily to her cheeks, obscuring her vision. She raised her hand to casually wipe the blood from her face. Then, lifting her head, her pure white eyes, which should have been weak, once again locked fiercely onto Tendo Pain. In her gaze, there was no fear, no confusion, only a pure will, burning like a flame. Never give up, she spoke, her voice soft yet clear, reaching every ear present. This is also my ninja way. Chapter 101. Do not stand up, Hinata. My ninja way? Tendo Pain's lips curled into a faintly pitying smile. He repeated the words, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Ninja way? In the face of absolute power, before the divine, what does the will of mortals amount to? Merely a candle flickering in the wind, a bubble in water. A mere poke, and it shatters. Utterly foolish. He rendered his final judgment, his voice devoid of warmth. Then, let you experience true pain. Upon finishing his words, he did not form seals. He did not even summon the devastating Shinra Tensei, nor the space-warping Wanxiang Tianyin. He merely raised his remaining intact arm slowly. The palm was aimed at the bloodied girl standing amidst the ruins, still holding her head high. In the next moment, Hinata Hyuga's body trembled violently, an invisible force gripping her instantly. Following that, her feet left the ground. She was uncontrollably lifted straight into the air. What is that? The surviving ninjas in the distance cried out in terror. They could not comprehend what was happening before them. It had utterly transcended their understanding of battle. This was no longer a duel of ninjutsu. This was divine retribution. Hinata. Sakura's scream pierced the heart. Damn it, damn it. Zoro's roar echoed like a trapped beast. He watched helplessly as the girl was suspended in midair by an unseen force, her limbs hanging limply like a puppet manipulated at will. Yet he remained pinned down by that damned black rod, experiencing the fury of his own helplessness. Tendo Pain's gaze swept coldly over the faces of those below, each etched with fear and despair. He relished the effect. This was precisely the outcome he desired. To make these ants fully comprehend how foolish and futile it was to resist the divine. His arm moved. The raised hand, in an almost ceremonial manner, swiftly descended toward the ground. Boom! It was as if an invisible giant hammer fell from the heavens. The suspended Hinata Hyuga lost all support in an instant. She plummeted toward the ground with a speed more terrifying than that of a meteor. The velocity was so great that all that remained in the retinas of the onlookers was a purple afterimage. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the ruins of Konoha. The earth trembled violently. Dust surged upward like a tsunami. In the very spot where Hinata had just stood, a gaping, bottomless pit suddenly appeared. At the center of the pit, the purple figure lay sideways, motionless. Her attire, representing the Hyuga clan, was now even more tattered, revealing skin marred by blood and dirt beneath. Her body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Naruto's mind went blank. He could only stare vacantly at the deep pit, at the figure lying at its bottom. Time seemed to freeze. Silence enveloped everything. In his world, there was only that blinding purple and an overwhelming, suffocating stillness. Tendo Pain slowly lowered his arm. He did not even spare another glance at the deep pit. To him, that moth had been utterly crushed. A useless mortal. He uttered this phrase and turned away, stepping forward once more, one step at a time, toward the pinned Uzumaki Naruto. It is over. This farce must end. Yet, just as he turned, a faint, suppressed cough emanated from the depths of the pit. The footsteps of Pain hesitated momentarily, yet he did not turn back. Behind him, within the abyss, a figure lay on her side, stirring. Her fingers curled slightly, digging deeply into the earth beneath her. She endeavored to prop herself up, but with every movement, crimson blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, mingling with the dirt, rendering her a pitiful sight. Wait! Her voice shattered, hoarse and frail, as if it might be carried away by the wind at any moment. Yet, it resonated with an unsettling clarity, reaching the ears of all present. Pain halted, and indescribable. Icy fury beginning to swell within his chest. She's not dead? No, this transcends the mere question of life and death. It is a blasphemy, the most grotesque and reckless affront to his divinity. I can still fight. In the pit, Hinata Hyuga summoned every ounce of strength, finally managing to raise her upper body from the ground. Her vision was blurred, the world spinning around her. She felt as though her insides were misaligned. Every bone crushed and then forcibly reassembled. Each breath felt like swallowing red-hot blades. The pain was excruciating. Yet, she lifted her head, and through the haze of blood and tears, she beheld that man, the grim figure advancing toward Naruto-kun. No, absolutely not. She could not allow him to approach Naruto-kun any closer. Stop. With her last ounce of strength, she cried out, swaying as she attempted to rise. No. A voice, tinged with tears and brimming with boundless fear and supplication, floated from nearby. It was Naruto. He was crying. This boy, who had never feared death, now wept like a helpless child. Large tears cascaded down his face, washing away the blood. He gazed at the swaying figure in the pit, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. He would rather endure 1,000 tortures. He would prefer to have the QB extracted and die instantly than to witness this scene any longer. Enough. Truly enough. Please do not rise again. His voice trembled, shattered, filled with desperation. Hinata, I beg you flee. Chapter 102. Hinata's final defense. Only to protect Naruto. Flee. Upon hearing Naruto's heart-wrenching plea, the corners of Pain's mouth twisted into a more pronounced, frigid smirk. Flee. In the presence of a deity, where can you escape? He paid no heed to Naruto's desperate cries. His gaze remained fixed on the swaying purple figure in the abyss. Once more, he slowly raised his unscathed arm, akin to an elegant conductor lifting their baton. What he intended to orchestrate was a symphony of despair, with the sole performer being the reckless mortal known as Hinata Hyuga. His arm lifted gently. A hum. An invisible force descended once again. Hinata, who had just struggled to climb from the pit, felt her body stiffen abruptly. Her bloodied hands had barely grasped the ledge when, in the next moment, she was wrenched violently from the pit by an irresistible force. Once again, she soared into the air. No, Hinata. Naruto's scream had turned hoarse, breaking. He struggled frantically, attempting to free himself from the black rods piercing his limbs. Yet, those rods felt as if they were fused to his bones, refusing to budge no matter how hard he fought. He could only watch helplessly as the girl dangled in the air. Pain's expression remained impassive. His raised arm moved without hesitation or pause. With a swift motion, he swung downward. Boom. Once more, Hinata's body was forcefully hurled to the ground at an even greater speed. Bang! The earth emitted another anguished cry. This time, she did not land back in the original pit, but rather beside it. The unforgiving ground cracked instantly, forming a new, shallower pit beneath her. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, tracing a tragic arc in the air. Her body bounced heavily and then lay limp on the ground. Her consciousness began to blur. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if her entire body had shattered. But it was not over. A chilling voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in her ears. Pain's arm rose once more. A hum. Her recently grounded body was forcibly lifted again, upward. Then it crashed down. Bang. Another new pit formed. Ah! Sakura's scream had lost all semblance of humanity, a primal wail intertwined with sheer terror and rage. Stop. For the love of all that's holy, stop it, you monster. Sanji's eyes burned crimson as he dragged his nearly severed leg, struggling to push forward, only to collapse time and again. Bang, bang, bang. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, Pain's movements were imbued with an eerie, cold rhythm. Each time his arm rose and fell, it was executed with mechanical precision. Hinata's body became the hammer he wielded, relentlessly smashing it into the earth. The ruins of Konoha reverberated with the spine-chilling, dull thuds. Bang, 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 as if the deity were impatiently beating a drum known as the world. The purple figure was merely the mallet bouncing madly upon the drumhead until it was utterly shattered. Her once purple attire was now drenched in blood, transformed into a shocking dark red. Her exposed skin bore ghastly wounds and purplish bruises. Her arms twisted unnaturally, evidently fractured. Her legs dragged uselessly behind her. With each collision, the unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed forth. Crack! Crack! Enough! Naruto ceased his screams, his struggles. He simply stared blankly. Tears had long since dried. What remained was an abyss of hollow despair. Kill me. He strained to force out the words from his throat, using every ounce of strength. Please, pain, kill me. He had given up. This vortex of a Naruto, who had never known surrender, had fully relinquished hope in that moment. He would rather die now. He would prefer the QB to be extracted immediately. He could no longer bear to see that girl endure such suffering on his behalf. This was the price of defying the divine. Pain's voice rang coldly, as if reading an already penned judgment. Do you feel it? This is pain. Bang. Another heavy strike. Hinata's body crashed forcefully to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. In the depths of endless darkness and agony, she glimpsed fleeting images. She saw that golden-haired boy, swinging alone on a swing beneath the setting sun. Upon witnessing the green-haired swordsman, her expression grew solemn as she reminded herself that one must either master the storm or be torn apart by it. Then, she beheld Naruto-kun, whose radiant smile was warmer than the sun itself. No, it cannot be, not yet. I have yet to protect him. A cough, followed by a spatter of blood, escaped her lips. In yet another instance of being drawn skyward by an unseen force, she summoned her final vestige of willpower, channeling her unwavering determination to protect and her deep affection for Naruto-kun into her fists. A barely perceptible layer of dark energy enveloped her hands, faint yet present. However, compared to a few days prior, it felt feeble. Yet, it had indeed manifested. With a resounding crash, as her body struck the ground once more, Hinata drove her fists, now cloaked in a tenuous form of chakra, forcefully into the earth, striving to counter the cataclysmic impact. The moment her fists collided with the ground, the thin layer of chakra shattered. The overwhelming force surged into her body unimpeded, and in that instant, she felt as though her very organs had been shattered into fragments. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Tendo Pain. That black power is intriguing. Yet, it is a futile struggle. His arm fell with increased speed. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of relentless and frenzied strikes commenced, akin to a merciless rainstorm, mercilessly pummeling Hinata's already battered form. In the distance, Zoro gritted his teeth, his gums bloodied and tasting of iron. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had never felt so powerless. That girl was employing the methods he had taught her, wielding that will to engage in a struggle doomed to fail. And he, the so-called teacher, could only stand helplessly, ensnared in place, forced to watch. This was more unbearable than defeat or death itself. Time passed, though how much, he could not tell. The percussion of blows finally ceased. Tendo Pain slowly lowered his arm. Before him, the ground was no longer dotted with separate craters, but was transformed into a vast, irregular pit reminiscent of a meteorite's impact. At the center of the pit lay the purple figure, motionless and silent. No more coughs, no more struggles. Dead. This time, it was truly over. Tendo Pain cast a cold glance, turned, and proceeded toward the despondent figure of Uzumaki Naruto. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 103. The Final Confession, Guarding with Life. Tendo Pain's voice remained as frigid as ever. He advanced, unhurried, toward the golden-haired youth kneeling on the ground, his spirit seemingly drained. Step by step, the footsteps of death echoed hauntingly across the desolate ruins, clear enough to provoke outrage. It is over. This thought lingered in everyone's minds. No one could rise again. No one could create miracles anymore. Just as Pain's foot was about to cross the 3-meter threshold before Naruto, an almost inaudible sound of friction broke through the silence. Pain halted, puzzled, and turned slowly to look at the enormous pit he had created to entomb Hinata. The sound originated from there. It was not only him. All who remained conscious, Sakura, Sanji, Shikamaru, Zoro, were instinctively drawn to the source of the noise. What was that sound? An illusion? The next moment, everyone's pupils constricted in shock. In the center of the pit, the purple figure, which should have long been deceased, stirred slightly. Not in struggle, not in an attempt to rise, but in a manner akin to a springing motion. Bang! Her limp body, as if a pile of mud, seemed to be pushed upward by an internal force, lifting her slightly from the ground. Then, she fell back down. Bang! Again, this time with a slightly greater amplitude. Her form resembled a deflated rubber ball, clumsily bouncing with each push. What is that? Sakura's voice trembled uncontrollably. It's the gentle fist. Shikamaru recognized it. This was not some bizarre power. It was the fundamental technique of gentle fist, utilizing chakra to create an internal reaction. Normally, this power would be directed into an enemy to disrupt their chakra network. Yet now, Hinata Hyuga was employing it to attack herself, utilizing the recoil of her own gentle fist to maneuver her shattered body. Each bounce signified a brutal collision of bones and flesh within her. Bang! This time, the bounce was even greater. Her body finally left the center of the pit, inching toward Naruto's direction, less than half a meter away. Curled up, her face buried in the ground, none could discern her expression. All that could be seen was a gruesome trail of blood being dragged along the earth with her movement. She has lost her mind. Ino covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Bang! 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 Hinata's movements quickened, adopting a self-destructive yet unwavering stance as she propelled herself closer to the one she yearned to protect. Inch by inch. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Finally, after one last vigorous thrust, her battered body collided with Naruto's leg and came to a halt. She had succeeded. She had reached his side. Slowly, she summoned the last remnants of her strength to raise her bloodied, mangled right hand, still capable of movement. At the fingertips of that hand, a layer of nearly invisible, fragile black substance clung tenaciously, the last vestige of her chakra. With her trembling fingers, enveloped in willpower, she grasped the black rod that pierced Naruto's palm. Tendo Pain observed this scene in silence. His expression bore no anger, only a condescending pity, as if he saw through it all. Foolishness. He spoke, his tone laced with mockery. To sacrifice one's life for someone so utterly unrelated, was it worth it? Hearing his words, the girl, unable to lift her head from the ground, shuddered slightly. She seemed to want to smile, but the pain from the wound at her mouth only allowed a sound of agonized breath to escape. Naruto-kun, her voice was as soft as a whisper. He is not an unrelated person, he is my most beloved. The words remained unspoken, for Tendo Pain had already raised his hand once more. The invisible force descended anew. Hinata, who had just grasped the black rod, along with it, was violently yanked from the ground by an irresistible power. The excruciating agony of his palm being brutally torn apart elicited a piercing scream from Naruto. However, far surpassing this physical torment was the sight of that girl, once again, suspended in midair. This time, Tiandao Pain did not hurl her to the ground. He had grown weary of such games. Emotionless, he slowly extended a sharper, black chakra rod from the voluminous sleeves of his robe, aiming it vertically toward the heavens, targeting the plummeting purple figure. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. All present stood transfixed, observing the girl's body tracing a desperate parabolic arc in the air. Unerringly and with absolute precision, she collided violently with the upright, deathly fang-like black rod. A muffled sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. Hinata's descending body abruptly halted as the thick black rod penetrated her back, emerging through her chest, accompanied by a warm, crimson cascade of blood. She was impaled there, a tragic sacrificial offering. The world fell into complete silence. A drop, 2 drops. The warm, viscous liquid dripped down, staining Naruto's pallid, expressionless face. It was blood. Her blood. Naruto remained motionless, not even blinking. He merely stood there, numbly feeling the warmth trickle down his cheek. So warm. Yet, why did my world feel so cold? Hinata, pinned to the black rod, convulsed slightly. In the final moments before consciousness sank into darkness, she summoned all the strength left in her life. Her lips trembled weakly, and 4 words emerged from the depths of her throat. Yong Bu Fong Chi. That was her nindo, her unwavering resolve, and her final confession to him. As the words fell, her head drooped helplessly, extinguishing the light in her eyes. Chapter 104. Naruto's Descent into Darkness Blood. A drop. Another drop. The warm, viscous liquid, carrying the last remnants of her life, flowed down Naruto's cheek, drenching his neck and seeping into his collar. The world was silent. Naruto heard no sounds. He could not hear the desperate cries of his comrades, the mournful whispers of the wind through the ruins, nor even the faint, faltering beat of his own heart. His world was reduced to the cold black rod that pierced her body and her final, ethereal words, Yong Bu Fong Chi. Those 4 words were like a rusted key, thrust into Naruto's heart, which had long been filled with despair and locked tight. Then, with all his might, he twisted it fiercely. Crack! Something shattered. Not his heart, but the final shackles of reason. A hoarse, dissonant wail, as if extracted from the depths of hell, erupted from Naruto's throat. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. His once clear azure eyes were now replaced by the deepest, primal crimson of rage, an anger that seemed poised to consume the entire world. Pain. I will. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a visible surge of boiling red chakra exploded from within Naruto. The crimson energy enveloped his entire being, and behind him, for tails composed of pure energy lashed out, carving deep chasms into the ground. A roar, devoid of humanity and filled with endless anguish and murderous intent, burst forth from Naruto, transforming into a tangible shockwave that swept across the ruins of Konoha. Tiandao Pain's expression changed. He sensed that the being before him could no longer be considered human. This was the embodiment of unleashed destruction. Is this the true form of the Kyuubi? Pain whispered. Yet, Naruto's transformation was far from over. The fifth tail, the sixth tail, the crimson chakra thickened, coalescing into a skeletal, white exoskeleton upon his surface. Skin burned, muscles tore, and bones restructured. Roar. Naruto howled at the sky, completely oblivious to the pain in his body. The only sensation he felt was the boundless hatred powerful enough to shatter his very soul. He hated pain. He hated Akatsuki. He hated this world. Most of all, he loathed the impotent self that could only watch as she perished before him. The seventh tail, the eighth tail, a tempest of wild energy surged from Naruto, radiating outward in all directions. The overwhelming force lifted everything around him. Debris, rubble, and the cold purple figure. Bang! The black rod shattered under the impact, and Hinata's body was tossed aside like a discarded rag doll, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, falling silent. Naruto remained oblivious. In his eyes, she was no longer present. Or rather, the entire world had vanished from his sight. Only destruction remained. Finally, under the horrified gaze of all survivors, the ninth tail slowly unfurled from behind him. It was an ominous tail, symbolizing termination and annihilation. The Kyuubi had descended. On the other side of the battlefield, Zoro emitted a beastly growl, the veins on his forehead and arms bulging as if about to burst through his skin. He exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the two black rods that pierced his shoulder blades, pinning him to the ground. Yet, it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the woman named Hinata fought and died in a manner he had never witnessed before. He watched as his captain was sealed in the sky. He watched as that golden-haired boy descended into hell step by step. And he, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, was pinned here like a lifeless dog, powerless to act. Damn it! Just as his anger and helplessness began to cloud his consciousness, a hand emerged from the blood-soaked earth beneath him. A delicate, white, slender hand unexpectedly reached up, grasping the black rod lodged in his left shoulder. Zoro's pupils dilated in shock. In the next instant, another hand appeared from the opposite side, firmly grasping the other black rod. Soon, a third, fourth, and fifth hand joined, an overwhelming multitude of arms sprouting from the ground around Zoro, layering upon one another, completely enveloping the two black rods and the surrounding earth. Robin. Zoro's hoarse voice forced out a name. Hanakai. A clear, albeit weary, yet unwavering voice resonated as if emanating from all directions. Shiryo. The moment the words left her lips, with hundreds and thousands of arms suddenly exerting force in unison, a resounding crack echoed. Those two black rods, which even the formidable Sualong could not budge, were uprooted from the ground by this gentle, yet overwhelming force. As the rods detached, two jets of blood erupted from Sualong's shoulders. Yet, he made not a sound. He was liberated. Sualong rolled over, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. His Kinbunchaku haki spread forth with full intensity the moment he regained his freedom. The Captain Luffy's presence was sealed within the enormous stone sphere above, yet it remained. The golden-haired chef's aura was chaotic, his legs seemingly broken, but he still clung to life. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami were all alive. Sualong's gaze abruptly shifted to the distant ruins. That purple figure, flung effortlessly by the nine tails, was unmistakably there. He could sense it. There, a faint, almost imperceptible breath of life lingered, as if it could extinguish at any moment. She was not dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Sualong left a fleeting shadow behind, transforming into a green flash, ignoring the monstrous nine-tails Naruto who was locked in confrontation with pain, and charged straight toward the ruins. He had to confirm it. It was not an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he reached Hinata's side. She lay quietly there, her body twisted, a gaping wound in her chest. devoid of breath and heartbeat. Any healer would declare her dead at first glance. Sualong slowly crouched down, extending his trembling hand, quivering from exertion, toward her neck. It was cold. A chilling silence enveloped him. Sualong's brow furrowed deeper. No, something was amiss. The sensation he had felt earlier was not a mere figment of his imagination. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his attention on his perception. Then he felt it, deep within that cold, shattered body. In the innermost sanctum of the soul that even the Byakugan could not penetrate, there resided a flicker, exceedingly faint, almost undetectable, of black light. That was willpower. It was the tenacious spirit that had just begun to sprout under his guidance, yet was remarkably resilient, a fortified will. This will, like an unyielding cage, held her fading essence tightly within that broken body. Sualong opened his eyes, gazing at the pale face before him, reminiscent of paper, yet still retaining a hint of stubbornness. You are truly an extraordinary woman. Chapter 105. Her will resist treatment. Chopper. Sualong's roar tore through the battlefield, shrouded by the terrifying howl of Ninetales Naruto. His voice held no trace of panic, only a commanding resolve. He cradled the light, almost weightless body in his arms, each step taken with unwavering steadiness, as if traversing a solid deck rather than the crumbling ruins beneath him. With every stride, he distanced himself from the completely uncontrollable war between gods and demons. This was Naruto's battlefield, and here was theirs. All right, I am coming. A voice, tinged with tears, echoed from nearby. The small, blue-nosed reindeer doctor, Chopper, was sprinting frantically through the debris with a speed that belied his adorable appearance. On his back, he bore a large medical bag filled with miraculous medicines from the sea. Just as Sualong found a relatively flat section of rubble and carefully laid Hinata down, Chopper arrived. Sualong. Chopper glanced at Hinata, and his eyes, usually filled with innocent curiosity, were instantly flooded with horror and grief. This could no longer be termed merely a wound. This was a remnant, a human wreckage, ravaged by the cruelest of means and casually discarded. Sualong remained silent, stepping back to make way for the doctor. His unarmed hand clenched into a tight fist. He had done all he could. The rest was in the hands of the ship's doctor. I will come too. A hoarse, tear-streaked voice rang out. Sakura struggled to rise from the ground nearby. Her face was smeared with dirt and blood. She had just witnessed her master Tsunade's defeat, seen Kakashi-sensei's demise, and watched her comrades fall one by one. Her spirit had been repeatedly crushed in the endless abyss of despair. However, upon seeing the broken, purple figure Sualong had brought, and recognizing the girl who once shyly hid behind others, now reduced to this state, a force stronger than despair, named responsibility, surged from the depths of her shattered heart. She was a medical ninja. She was the sole disciple of the fifth Hokage. If she gave up, who could save her? Sakura stumbled to Hinata's side, wiping her tears with her sleeve, casting aside all sorrow and weakness in that motion. She knelt, her hands glowing with a soft yet resolute green chakra. Chopper. What is the situation? She forced herself to remain calm, adopting the most professional tone. Chopper's hooves swiftly examined Hinata's body, his expression growing increasingly grave and incredulous with each finding. There is no hope. Chopper's voice was low, as if it could drip with despair. Medically speaking, she had been dead for at least 5 minutes. Over 90% of her bones were shattered. All her meridians had been forcibly torn apart, and not a single part remained intact. Her internal organs were ruptured and displaced, even. Chopper's voice faltered, and he took a deep breath before continuing. Even due to repeated violent impacts, they had turned into a mushy pulp. Her heart had long ceased to beat. Her brain, too, had succumbed to death from lack of oxygen and trauma. The fact that she could maintain her body without collapsing completely, still retaining human form, was a miracle beyond my comprehension. Sakura's body trembled uncontrollably. The medical ninjutsu in her hands, that green light, flickered in uncertainty. She knew the injuries were severe, yet she never anticipated the extent of the damage. This surpassed the realm of any medical ninjutsu. Regeneration is based on cellular vitality, yet now, Hinata's cells were dead. Why? Why must you go to such lengths, Hinata? Tears streamed from Sakura's eyes once more, falling onto her palm, covered in green chakra, instantly evaporating. In her mind, the image of the girl who always bowed her head, spoke softly, and pointed at her fingers surfaced. The girl who, during the class placement exam, chose to injure herself rather than harm her comrades. The girl who would blush to the roots of her neck and become tongue-tied every time she saw Naruto. The gentle, timid, kind-hearted heiress of the Hyuga clan, and the fearless warrior before her, who fought against the gods with her broken body. What profound love could ignite such fierce courage within her? What cruel battles could transform her into this? No, wait. Just as Sakura's heart was about to be consumed by sorrow, Chopper suddenly exclaimed. She still has a response. Something within her body is protecting her. Sakura Haruno suddenly regained her senses and immediately channeled more chakra into Hinata's body, meticulously sensing the situation. Then, she discovered it. Deep within Hinata's lifeless body, in the shattered and necrotic core of the cells, there existed an incredibly faint yet remarkably resilient energy, not of chakra, fiercely resisting the intrusion of her medical ninjutsu. This energy was dark, cold, and filled with a sense of tyranny and determination. It acted like the most loyal guardian, intervening at the last moment when Hinata's body was on the brink of complete collapse, forcibly locking away the final breath of her life along with her fading soul within this shattered form. It was Zoro, who had been silently standing by, who suddenly spoke. It was her own will. Her will would not permit her to simply perish. Well, both Sakura and Chopper were taken aback. How could willpower accomplish such a feat? This was entirely contrary to everything they understood about medical knowledge and the principles of ninjutsu. But there was no time to ponder. Sakura was the first to react, gritting her teeth as a resolute light flickered in her eyes. No matter what it was, as long as there remained even the slightest possibility of survival, I shall never give up. She intended to use her stored chakra to forcibly activate Hinata's already necrotic cells, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. However, something strange occurred. As Sakura's pure life chakra came into contact with the dark willpower within Hinata's body, that originally passive defensive energy erupted like an enraged beast. Becoming wildly aggressive, it no longer protected, it began to counterattack. Sakura was struck back as if by a powerful blow, her body flying backward. Sakura! Chopper exclaimed. What happened? Zoro stepped forward, supporting Sakura. Clutching her chest, Sakura was filled with disbelief. Her body is rejecting my treatment. No, wait. Her eyes widened as if she had witnessed something utterly incredible. It is not rejection. That dark power is devouring my chakra and using it to attack me. Chapter 106. Recognition from the 4th Hokage. Devouring. Chopper's eyes, always filled with innocence and kindness, were now as wide as saucers. Exactly. Sakura struggled to regain her footing with Zoro's support. That dark power resembled a ravenous black hole. The moment my medical chakra came into contact with it, it was consumed as nourishment. She could distinctly feel that the black willpower within Hinata, after devouring her chakra, did not use it to repair the damaged body, but instead became denser and more violent. Zoro released his grip, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hinata's pallid face. His tone bore no hint of admiration or pity. Her will had twisted the concept of protection to its utmost extremes. In her subconscious, aside from that boy named Naruto, the entire world was deemed a threat that must be excluded. Her body, her soul, her entire existence was dedicated to that singular goal. Thus, any external force was perceived as an invasion. Zoro's words pierced the heart of the phenomenon like a cold blade. Sakura and Chopper fell silent. They could not comprehend such an extreme form of obsession, but they could sense the fierce yet pure love contained within it. What do we do now? Chopper asked, his voice trembling with despair. If this continues, even if that power can secure her soul, her body will eventually collapse due to lack of repair. Sakura bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. Give up? No, absolutely not. I still have a way. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Since my chakra is viewed as an enemy, then let us use her own. Utilize the residual cellular vitality within her body. She extended her hands once more. This time the green light became more restrained and refined. Cellular extraction technique. This was a technique far more intricate than mere healing ninjutsu, capable of bypassing surface resistance and directly acting on the minutest cellular layers, stripping away necrotic tissue and stimulating regeneration. However, just as Sakura's chakra threads were about to carefully probe into the depths of Hinata's body, the entire battlefield shook violently due to Naruto's furious roar in the distance. Waves of crimson chakra, filled with brutality and hatred, spread in all directions. Among them, one surge of chakra seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing straight toward Hinata. Not good. Zoro's expression changed, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Hinata, ready to sever that malevolent energy. But it was too late. The Crimson Chakra, belonging to the Nine Tails, did not react defensively upon contact with Hinata's body as Sakura's chakra had. Instead, it was entirely absorbed by that dark willpower. A tremor coursed through Hinata's body. Her consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss. It hurt. Everything hurt. Hinata could not feel her existence, only pure, boundless agony. In the darkness, a voice echoed, "You monster! Stay away from her." Several larger children surrounded a boy with golden hair and whisker-like marks on his face, kicking and punching him. Though the boy was already bruised and battered, he stubbornly spread his arms wide, shielding the trembling Hinata. "You can't bully her. My dream is to become Hokage. I absolutely will not run away from here." His voice was tender yet resolute. That small yet immensely reliable figure was the only light in her childhood. The scene shattered. In an instant, she found herself back in the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Teacher Irika stood at the front, gently smiling as he asked, "If tomorrow were the end of the world, who would you most want to be with?" Her classmates were chattering excitedly. Yet, she kept her head down, pouring all her courage into a small piece of paper, painstakingly writing the name that had long been etched in her heart, Uzumaki Naruto. The scene shattered once more. Endless darkness and pain consumed her again. She saw herself, that foolish self who charged toward the divine time, and again to protect Naruto-kun. She glimpsed Pain's cold, emotionless face. She saw the dark iron rod piercing her chest. Why go to such lengths for someone unrelated? Yes, why? Because I like Naruto-kun the most. This was her answer. It was her unwavering nindo. Just as Hinata's consciousness was on the verge of being completely assimilated by this endless pain and darkness, a bright crimson hue, as fiery as flames, forcefully tore apart the darkness. She beheld it. At the center of that crimson storm, Naruto-kun was roaring in agony. His body was enveloped in bright red chakra, and behind him, 9 colossal tails thrashed wildly, each swing bringing forth unimaginable destruction. Naruto-kun. She yearned to reach out, to embrace him, to tell him not to be ruled by hatred. But she could not move. At that moment, the entire space transformed into a brilliant white. All pain, all darkness, all turmoil vanished without a trace. A figure appeared before her. Golden hair, like the warmest sunlight of Konoha in the afternoon. Blue eyes, as clear as the sky after a storm. Behind him, he donned a white ceremonial robe adorned with intricate red flame patterns. Boldly inscribed across his back were the words, "Sidai Muhugang." The man turned to her, offering a gentle smile. His azure eyes seemed capable of perceiving all her strengths and vulnerabilities. He blinked playfully and raised a thumb in encouragement. "I have great faith in you." His voice exuded a reassuring strength. However, before he could finish his thought, a fist came crashing down upon his head with unrelenting force. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm being serious." A vibrant, slightly abrasive female voice interjected. It was only then that Hinata noticed a beautiful woman standing beside the blonde man. She possessed long, flame-like crimson hair tied in a high ponytail, radiating with the fervor of an unquenchable fire. "Who are you?" Hinata's voice trembled with confusion and fragility. The blonde man rubbed his head, still wearing a bright smile, and proudly gestured towards his cape with his thumb. "I am the 4th Hokage, Bo-Fong Shui-men." Shui-men. The red-haired woman, hands on her hips, shouted, "Get to the point." "What? Mentioning our identities is important too." Bo-Fong Shui-men mumbled under his breath. "What did you say?" The fiery-haired woman, Uzumaki Jio Xi seemed to command the winds as her hair swirled with her fury and shadows of 9 chains flickered behind her. Yes, I'll get to the point." Bo-Fong Shui-men straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and spoke to Hinata with utmost seriousness. "Miss Hinata Hyuga, I am Bo-Fong Shui-men, the father of Uzumaki Naruto." He gestured towards the fierce red-haired beauty beside him. "And this is my wife, Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Jio Xi. Chapter 107. The 4th couple joins forces to save Hinata. The terms father and mother felt distant and cold to Hinata Hyuga. Her father was the embodiment of relentless authority and disappointment, an oppressive weight that suffocated her. Her mother was but a vague memory, a gentle silhouette long lost to the breezes of childhood. Yet, the two individuals before her shattered her entire understanding of what parents meant. The man revered as the 4th Hokage, a legendary hero who saved the village and shone like a sun god, now resembled a friendly older brother, beaming with a sunny, albeit slightly foolish, smile. The beautiful red-haired woman was akin to a living flame, vibrant, passionate, and full of life. They were the parents of Naruto-kun. The realization filled Hinata's heart with an indescribable pang of bittersweet emotion. The boy, who always stood alone and resorted to mischief for attention, once had such warm parents. Radiant as the sun and fiery as flames. Feng Shui Min noticed the confusion and sorrow in Hinata's eyes and scratched his golden hair, donning what he believed to be a charming smile in an attempt to lighten the mood. Since we're all acquainted now, why don't we take a look at that mischievous fox inside Naruto? I'll tell you, though he has a foul temper, yes actually. However, Hinata's mind was still trying to catch up. A fox? Naruto-kun has a fox inside him. Yet, Shui Min's words were abruptly cut short. Bang! A sharp slap echoed as Uzumaki Gyouxinai landed a crisp smack on the fourth Hokage's head. With one hand on her hip and the other still poised as if ready to strike, her fiery crimson hair seemed to echo her wrath, swirling with an unseen wind as shadows of dark red chakra chains flickered behind her. You foolish father, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see Hinata's condition? Her consciousness is the only thing holding her broken body together. If you take her consciousness away, that child outside will die instantly. Is this how you act as a father-in-law? I'm so sorry. Shui Min winced, covering his head in pain. Yet he offered no rebuttal, only repeated apologies. I got carried away and forgot. Witnessing the legendary couple bicker like an ordinary married pair, Hinata's heart, filled with pain and despair, felt a flicker of unexpected warmth. After scolding her foolish husband, Gyouxinai turned to Hinata. In that instant, all her fierceness and anger vanished, replaced by a warmth that enveloped Hinata like a blazing flame. Good child, were you frightened? Gyouxinai's voice dripped with tenderness. The reason we are here is due to your will, combined with the Nine-Tails chakra belonging to Naruto that you recently absorbed, which activated the last remnant of our spiritual imprint left in his seal. She extended her hand, revealing a warm, glowing mass of chakra energy slowly materializing in her palm. This energy was imbued with unimaginable vitality, and merely gazing at it brought a sense of relief to Hinata's nearly shattered soul. Hinata's voice was barely a whisper. This is the primordial life chakra of our Uzumaki clan. A proud smile graced Gyouxinai's lips. Accept it, child. It will heal all your wounds. Heal. At the mention of this word, Hinata instinctively recoiled. Images flooded her mind of Naruto being consumed by the Nine-Tails chakra, roaring in madness. She envisioned the devastation wrought upon Konoha, the sight of Lady Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei, and Sauron collapsing in pools of blood. All of this was because of her. Her weakness and inability had driven Naruto to that brink. She had harmed the village and comrades he cherished most. What right did a sinner like her have to accept such a gift? I cannot. Hinata lowered her head, her voice laced with sobs. I harmed Naruto-kun. I made him suffer so much. You did not harm him. A gentle yet firm voice interrupted Hinata's self-reproach. It was Feng Shui Min. He had wiped away all traces of mirth from his face, his azure eyes now solemnly fixed on Hinata. You did not harm him, Hinata Hyuga. You saved him. His tone bore an undeniable strength. As his father, I must even thank you. Thank you for protecting our most precious treasure with your life when we were not there. You are the bravest and most extraordinary kunoichi I have ever seen. Thus, this is not a gift. Shui Min raised his thumb once more, offering a smile that shone brighter than the sun. This is the reward you have earned through your life and will. It is yours to claim. Shui Min's words acted as a key, unlocking the door of self-doubt that resided within Hinata's heart. At that moment, Gyouxinai stepped forward, grasping Hinata's cold hand in her warm, strong grip. Did you hear that, foolish child? Her voice held a hint of affectionate reproach, but more than that. It radiated genuine warmth and acceptance. When we Uzumaki clan members fall in love, we stake everything, including our lives and souls. In this regard, you, my dear, have long since become one of us. I mean it. So stop saying such foolish things. Accept this power. It will not only heal your wounds. A forceful will, powerful to the point of being unreasonable, deserves a body equally formidable and unreasonable to bear it. Gyouxinai proclaimed, pressing the vibrant red chakra firmly against Hinata's chest without hesitation. This is the first gift we, as parents, present to our future daughter-in-law. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Hinata lifted her gaze, beholding the couple before her, radiating warmth akin to the sun and flames, feeling their untainted recognition and affection. At last, summoning all her strength, she nodded. In that moment, the red chakra transformed into a warm current that surged through her limbs and bones. Meanwhile, in the outside world, atop the ruins of Muyi, a panicked scream erupted from Haruno Sakura. Get back! She, along with Chopper and the solemn-faced Zoro, witnessed a terrifying spectacle. The chakra of the Nine Tails, emanating from Naruto, violently flowed into Hinata's lifeless body. Such a colossal and malevolent chakra could obliterate even a shadow-level ninja. Hinata's already fragmented form would surely be torn asunder. Yet, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, an unforgettable and miraculous scene unfolded before all present. A brilliant, vibrant red light, brimming with boundless vitality, erupted from within Hinata. This newfound red chakra was pure and warm. It instantly dispersed all brutality and hatred within the Nine Tails chakra, and, in a domineering manner, began to merge with the dark, ink-like energy of Kinbunchika Haki residing within Hinata, before the astonished eyes of Sakura and Chopper. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan, symbolizing life, intertwined with the formidable will of Haki. Two distinct yet powerful energies began to entangle and spiral together like two mighty dragons in pursuit of one another. Black and red coiled into a mysterious spiral. A terrifying aura, seemingly transcending all powers in this world, erupted from Hinata. Chopper's antlers trembled in shock. What did he see? He witnessed Hinata's massive wound, pierced through by a black rod, miraculously healing at a visible pace. Her shattered organs, ravaged by Shinra Tensei, were rapidly reorganizing and regenerating. Her splintered bones crackled as they swiftly reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before. This was a rebirth, a thorough evolution at the most fundamental level of life. Monster! Sakura stared at this scene, inadvertently uttering the word. Only Zoro remained unfazed, clutching his sword with a firm grip, feeling the escalating combined essence of two terrifying powers emanating from Hinata, and a fervent smile began to form on his lips. So this is it. The merging of a will potent enough to distort reality with a life force capable of reversing death. The brilliance of red and black gradually faded. Hinata lay there peacefully, her body restored to its original state, as if all the fatal injuries she had endured were merely an illusion. Yet, beneath her fair skin, one could faintly perceive countless mysterious intertwining patterns of red and black flashing by. Sakura, trembling, reached out her hand, gathering green medical chakra in her palm, cautiously extending it toward Hinata's tranquil face. Chapter 108. The fourth Hokage couple acknowledges their daughter-in-law. The vivid red chakra was the primal hymn of life. The moment it surged into Hinata's limbs and bones, she felt as though she were immersed in the warmest hot spring in the world. The profound agony inflicted by pain, the piercing torment of the black rod, which had threatened to utterly shatter her soul, began to dissipate at an astonishing speed. In its place arose an unprecedented sense of fullness. She sensed that the Haki energy, guided by Zoro, was not only welcomed by this warm life force, but rather rejoiced, as if it had found a long-lost companion, humming in delight. Red and black, life and will, two powers achieved a miraculous balance within her. Her body was being reshaped. Her soul was being healed. Everything felt so beautiful, so weight. Hinata's consciousness, just liberated from boundless suffering, finally clicked into a detail she had overlooked. Future daughter-in-law? We Uzumaki. The first meeting gift? Boom. It was as if a ton of explosives had detonated in Hinata's mind. Her face, which had just regained a hint of color, rapidly flushed a scorching crimson, starting from her neck and spreading swiftly. Pink, red, deep red, until it finally transformed into a ripe tomato hue that seemed as if it could drip blood. Ah! Hinata's mouth moved involuntarily, uttering incomprehensible syllables, her white eyes rolling uncontrollably in shock and embarrassment. What did they just say? I have become Naruto-kun's daughter-in-law. Puff! A wisp of blue smoke genuinely began to rise from her head, as if she might spontaneously combust from overheating. Xiao and Bofeng Minato exchanged worried glances, observing Hinata's demeanor, which seemed on the verge of a meltdown. Minato scratched his head. What is happening to this child? Could it be that our chakra is causing a rejection reaction with her body? Bang! Another resounding thwack landed squarely on the fourth Hokage's head. You ultimate, unbeatable fool. Xiao, hands on her hips, glared at her husband. Is this a rejection reaction? This is shyness. Shyness. Can't you see that? Where did all your Hokage intellect go? I'm serious. Ah, it's shyness. Minato exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But then his brow furrowed in confusion. But is such a reaction necessary? She's about to self-ignite. Xianbai rolled her eyes dramatically, choosing to ignore her emotionally oblivious husband. She turned back, her expression softening instantly, grasping Hinata's cold hand. Good girl, don't be afraid. Xianbai's voice resonated with comforting power. You heard me right. From the moment you risked your life for Naruto, I recognized you. You are our Uzumaki daughter-in-law. No one can change that. Hinata's mind was so overwhelmed that she couldn't even articulate a complete sentence. She felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Is this a dream? It must be a dream. The legendary hero, the fourth Hokage, and his wife, are actually acknowledging me? They said I am. Listen well, Hinata. Xianbai, noticing her almost fainting expression, grew even more animated. Leaning closer to Hinata's ear and proclaiming in a tone as if announcing a divine decree, once this ordeal is over, go back and tell Naruto to hurry and take you home. If he dares to dawdle, you can use that fist of yours, capable of shattering mountains, and beat him into submission. We are unable to attend the wedding. After all, we have already departed from this world. It is truly a pity. I speak sincerely. Xianbai's face displayed genuine regret, yet she reassured, but it's all right. When you have children in the future, be sure to bring them to us. If it's a boy, let him be as handsome as Naruto's father. If it's a girl, she should be as beautiful as I am. Minato, nodding vigorously and giving a thumbs up, added, exactly. Just like me. Shut up, you foolish show-off. As she gazed at this lively couple, Hinata's heart, which was on the verge of bursting from extreme embarrassment, miraculously calmed just a little. She felt the warmth emanating from Xianbai's palm, akin to a fiery blaze, and sensed Minato's somewhat silly yet utterly sincere smile. A wave of warmth, unprecedented in her life, surged from the depths of her heart, washing away all the grievances, insecurities, and anxieties she had endured throughout her existence. So this is what it feels like to be part of Naruto-kun's family. To be recognized and unreservedly loved by others brings a warmth that is truly tear-jerking. All right, Xianbai, Minato cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Since our future daughter-in-law has nearly recovered, isn't it time we attended to some serious matters? His smile faded, and a hint of gravity flickered in his azure eyes. We must take her to meet another member of our family. Another family member? Hinata looked up, somewhat bewildered. Xianbai's smile turned playful as she pinched Hinata's cheek and said with a grin, yes. One who resides within Naruto. With a foul temper and a hefty amount of overdue rent. An insufferable fox. A fox? In an instant, Hinata envisioned those 9 tails that could obscure the sky and the roar filled with destruction and hatred, strong enough to make the world tremble. It is the Kyuubi. Are we going to meet the Kyuubi? The very thought of the source of endless suffering that Naruto-kun had endured tightened Hinata's heart. Let us go, my child. Minato extended his hand, gently resting it on Hinata's shoulder. His voice was warm, yet resolute. It is time for Naruto to know certain things. And you, as someone who is about to walk through life with him, have the right and the necessity to witness all of this. Moreover, Minato's tone shifted, revealing his signature sunny smile. That guy may have a sharp tongue, but he is actually quite lonely. I believe his expression will be rather amusing upon seeing you. Minato took Hinata's hand, while Xianbai affectionately linked her other arm. The pristine white space around them began to distort and spin, just before her consciousness sank into darkness. Hinata heard Xianbai's final mischievous whisper, filled with anticipation. Let us go, Hinata. Use the strength that even we recognize to give that foul fox a taste of its own medicine. Let it know who the future mistress of this home truly is. I speak sincerely. Chapter 109. Hinata strikes hard. The foul fox needs discipline. Hatred. Within Naruto's consciousness, there remained only the vast, despair-inducing iron cage, and beyond it, a pair of scarlet eyes filled with brutality and mockery. Are you ready, kid? The Kyuubi's voice dripped with sarcasm and anticipation. Unleash this damned seal, and you shall gain everything you desire. Power, revenge, everything. I am ready. Naruto lowered his head, golden strands of hair obscuring his expression. His voice was hoarse, each word squeezed from the depths of his throat. I am absolutely prepared. He suddenly lifted his head. His azure eyes, at that moment, were entirely suffused with the Kyuubi's chakra, now blood red. Konoha has been destroyed. Tsunade has fallen. Kakashi-sensei is dead. And Hinata, the image of that girl, pierced by the black rod, bleeding out her last drop of blood before him, caused Naruto's heart to ache unbearably. He craved vengeance. He yearned to make that self-proclaimed god pay a price more torturous than death. I will defeat pain. Naruto let out a roar that resembled a beast's cry, tearing off his shirt to reveal the intricate four-symbol seal on his abdomen. This is it. This is the thing that has bound me for over a decade. This is the reason I watch my comrades fall one by one, powerless to help. Today, he would personally shatter this shackle. Naruto trembled as he raised his right hand, 5 fingers pressing resolutely against the seal's runes. The Kyuubi's enormous pupils abruptly constricted, bursting forth with unprecedented ecstasy and greed. Freedom. The freedom I have longed for over a decade is within reach. Come, Naruto, unleash me, and together, let us utterly destroy this pathetic world. Naruto's fingers began to move. The sealing paper emitted a mournful cry under the strain, its golden glow starting to dim. A vast, malevolent chakra, brimming with the essence of destruction, surged forth like a torrential flood from the crevices. However, just as the seal was on the brink of complete rupture, a warm, powerful hand suddenly reached out from the side and firmly grasped Naruto's hand resting on the seal. Naruto, a gentle yet somewhat familiar voice called out. Naruto's body stiffened, and he turned his head to see a man with brilliant golden hair clad in the robes of the 4th Hokage. His face bore a mix of helplessness, heartache, and sternness. Father. Naruto's lips trembled, a flicker of struggle and confusion flashing in his blood-red eyes. Naruto. Another voice rang out, filled with authority and concern. A woman with long, blood-red hair stood there, hands on her hips, glaring at him with an indignant expression. Mother. Naruto's voice cracked with emotion. Don't do anything foolish, Naruto. Wolfing Minato's tone was gentle, yet unyielding. He firmly pulled Naruto's hand away from the seal. Yet, Naruto crumbled, collapsing to the ground and sobbing like a helpless child. I know this is foolish, but Konoha, Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade, and... He choked, the name slicing through his heart like a sharp blade, each utterance causing fresh pain. And Hinata. We all know. Uzumaki Gyoshinai slowly crouched down, extending her arms to embrace her child who had suffered so much. You don't understand. You know nothing. Naruto shoved her away violently, screaming in despair. She died to protect me, right in front of me, and I could do nothing. Who says she is dead? Gyoshinai, far from angered, revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. What do you mean? Naruto was taken aback. What I mean is, Minato also smiled, turning to reveal the figure that had silently stood behind them. Shouldn't you apologize to our brave future daughter-in-law first? Following his father's gaze, Naruto looked over. The next moment, his entire world froze. The girl with flowing, deep blue hair, clad in clothes he knew all too well, stood there, looking somewhat anxious. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her pure white eyes were filled with boundless worry and concern as they gazed upon him. Hinata? He reached out, trembling, yearning to touch her. Naruto-kun. Hinata, witnessing his demeanor, no longer cared about shyness or embarrassment. She rushed forward, grabbing Naruto's hand with fervor. It is indeed true. You are alive. The warmth emanating from his palm is so tangible that it brings him to the brink of tears. Tears cascade from Naruto's eyes once more, but this time, they are not born of hatred or despair. Rather, they stem from an overwhelming joy of reunion. How wonderful, he mutters incoherently, until his vision gradually clarifies. Then, he notices the 2 figures standing behind Hinata. One is a golden-haired man in a cloak, while the other has red hair and stands with arms akimbo. A thunderous realization strikes his mind as the words he just blurted out echo back to him. Mom and Dad. The ecstasy etched on Naruto's face freezes instantly. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, he jerks his hand away from Hinata and stumbles back a couple of steps. Wait a moment. He points at Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, his mind devolving into a chaotic muddle. Why did I just call you Mom and Dad? Who exactly are you? Huh? Uzumaki Kushina stands with her hands on her hips, her eyebrows arched high, a look of disbelief plastered on her face. You foolish son. Who else would be your mother if not me? Mom. Naruto shakes his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this absurd notion. No, this cannot be right. My parents, the 3rd Hokage told me, died when I was born. The word death pierces through Kushina's ears like a sharp needle, and her smile vanishes without a trace. Her long crimson hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, erupts into 9 flowing tails, dancing wildly in the air, as a terrifying aura, even more potent than the 9 tails, surges forth. What did you say? Kushina's voice turns icy, chilling the air. Death. She advances step by step, each movement causing Naruhodo's mental landscape to tremble. Listen closely. You little brat. That is not called death. That is called sacrifice. A sacrifice made to protect Konoha, to safeguard you, my foolish newborn son. Do you understand? The weight of her lineage compels Naruhodo to adopt a submissive demeanor. I understand, I understand. A loud, irritated click of the tongue echoes from behind the iron cage. The immense form of the 9 tails trembles with rage. What a dreadfully tedious family drama. Namikaze Minato. Even in death, you cannot let anyone rest in peace. Minato disregards the 9 tails roar, instead smiling as he explains to the still bewildered Naruhodo. I left a portion of my and Kushina's chakra within your seal, to prevent you from being swayed by the 9 tails and succumbing to its wrath. As for Hinata, Kushina puffs out her chest proudly, pulling Hinata close as if showcasing her most treasured possession. This child's willpower is something even I acknowledge. Her determination to protect Naruhodo is so powerful that it can manifest into reality. Coupled with the vast life force of our Uzumaki clan, do you think my daughter-in-law, Uzumaki Kushina, is so easily defeated? I speak the truth. Manifesting into reality? Naruhodo gazes at Hinata, then at his seemingly unreliable parents, his mind still in a fog. Hey, you all, am I invisible? The 9 tails' furious roar sends tremors throughout the entire mental space. Freedom, so close at hand, has slipped away. How could it not be enraged? And you, Hyuga girl? The 9 tails' scarlet eyes fixate menacingly on Hinata. Do not presume that with these 2 deadweights backing you, you can act recklessly here. What is that dark, repulsive power within you? Under the weight of the 9 tails' destructive gaze, Hinata instinctively quivers. But in the next moment, she recalls the whispered encouragement Kushina had given her before arriving here. Go, Hinata. Utilize the power we both acknowledge to show that foul fox who's truly the future mistress of this home. An inexplicable courage wells up from within. Hinata takes a deep breath, stands tall, and fearlessly meets the 9 tails' intense gaze. That power was born from my desire to protect Naruhodo. Her voice, though still soft, carries an unprecedented firmness. Huh, protect this little brat? With you? The 9 tails erupts into a thunderous laugh, as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. Indeed. Hinata nods resolutely. She slowly raises her right hand, her fair fist enveloped in a layer of inky black armor. Subsequently, radiant, life-infused Uzumaki chakra, reminiscent of rubies, coils around her arm like a serpent. The juxtaposition of red and black intertwines into a mysterious and powerful spiral pattern upon her arm. You foul, stubborn fox. Hinata summons all her courage, articulating the affectionate name Kushina had taught her, enunciating each word clearly. Then, with the eyes of Naruhodo, Minato, Kushina, and the momentarily stunned 9 tails upon her, she delivers a mighty punch against the indomitable iron cage of the seal. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 1 strike. The space shudders slightly in the aftermath of this strike. Naruhodo, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, all 3 pairs of eyes are transfixed on the iron cage of the seal. No, more accurately, they are fixated on the indentation left by Hinata's punch upon the cage. The iron bars that have imprisoned the Beast King for over a decade have, at this moment, genuinely caved in. Although the dent is not extensive, the clear, warped impression, along with the crackling red and black arcs of lightning dancing upon it, proclaims the might of that blow. The entire realm of consciousness falls into a profound silence. It is so silent that one can even hear the 9 tails' heavy breathing mixed with an incredulous gasp. Its enormous scarlet eyes are locked onto the dent, the pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. This is a humiliation more intolerable than being pummeled by the first Hokages would release, more unbearable than being manipulated by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, and more disgraceful than being sealed within a child's body by Namikaze Minato. It, the Kyuubi, the embodiment of chakra, the harbinger of calamity, has been marked by a mere human, a seemingly fragile girl, right at its doorstep. You damned, the 9 tails' voice shifts from a roar to one that is forced out through clenched teeth, overflowing with boundless resentment and murderous intent. However, before it could finish its ominous threat, a peal of bright, Ringing laughter interrupts mercilessly. Haha. Well done, Hinata. Splendid work. Uzumaki Kushina, hands on her hips, laughs uproariously. Nearly moved to tears. She embraces Hinata, who is still poised in her punching stance, her body slightly trembling, enthusiastically patting her back as if showcasing her proudest creation. Did you see that? Did you see that? Now, that is what I call momentum. To deal with this disobedient foul fox, one must use their fists. Let it know who the true boss is. I mean it. Poof. Kushina's hearty slap nearly leaves Hinata breathless, rendering her momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails. Upon hearing the terms foul fox and disobedient, especially when uttered by Kushina, the woman it loathes the most, feels its towering rage obliterate any remnants of rationality. Uzumaki Kushina. The earth-shattering roar transforms into a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire realm of consciousness. However, Gyo-Xi-9 merely waved her hand gently, and the shockwave dissipated like a spring breeze, vanishing into thin air. She completely disregarded the enraged Kyuubi, turning her head to gaze at Naruto, who was still kneeling on the ground with her bright, sparkling eyes filled with cunning brilliance. Did you hear that, Naruto? Gyo-Xi-9's voice was imbued with an undeniable authority. Hyuga Hinata will be your wife from now on, the daughter-in-law of the Uzumaki clan. This is my decree. No one can change it. Upon returning, you will marry her immediately. Did you hear me? Naruto's mind, after a series of overwhelming impacts, finally rebooted. He first glanced at the unscathed Hinata, whose aura seemed more profound than before, then at his fiercely commanding mother, and at last, he processed the information-laden command. He then posed a question that would be etched in history. Why? Why must I marry Hinata? At these words, the entire world came to a standstill once more. The gentle smile on Bo-Fong Minato's face froze instantly. Hinata's already crimson cheeks turned pale in an instant. Her eyes rolled back as if she might faint from embarrassment. Gyo-Xi-9's smile gradually faded, replaced by an extreme gentleness that felt as chilling as a descent into an icy abyss. Naruto, my dear son. Her voice dripped with sweetness. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Boom. A chakra more terrifying than Kyuubi's erupted from Gyo-Xi-9's body. Her blood-red hair surged wildly behind her, eventually splitting into 9 chakra tails that appeared almost tangible. The blood-red pepper had awakened. Upon witnessing this scene, Kyuubi's enormous fox face exhibited a somewhat anthropomorphic expression of schadenfreude. It even recoiled slightly, as if wishing to distance itself from this rampaging woman. Confronted with this terrifying pressure, Naruto's DNA, his bloodline, and his survival instincts inherited from his mother sounded a dire alarm. Danger. Extreme danger. More perilous than facing pain. I understand. Naruto instinctively reacted, dropping to his knees. Joining his hands together in a standard Dajiza posture, and with all his might, shouted, I understand. Mother, I comprehend completely. I will marry Hinata right away. As soon as the words left his lips, Gyo-Xi-9's terrifying aura vanished without a trace. The tenderness on her face transformed back into a radiant smile, and the 9 tails behind her obediently retracted. She approached Naruto and lovingly tousled his blonde hair. Now that is more like it. Truly, you are my good son. Beside them, Bo-Fong Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and offered Naruto a smile filled with helplessness and sympathy. You'll get used to it, Naruto. Your mother has always been like this. Meanwhile, Hinata had completely abandoned any semblance of rational thought. She covered her face with her hands, squatting on the ground, curling into a ball as wisps of white steam seemed to rise from her head, repeatedly murmuring apologies. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here. Please forget me. She felt she had never been this humiliated in her life. Playing a role in a violent marriage coercion drama before the person she cherished most and his legendary parents. Moreover, she was both the executor of the violence and the beneficiary of the forced marriage. This was no longer mere social death, it was public execution. A sharp click of the tongue, filled with disdain and annoyance, shattered the peculiar atmosphere of this familial drama. Kyuubi's mocking gaze swept over everyone present. What a dull spectacle. Bo-Fong Minato, Gyo-Xi-9, how long do you two corpses intend to perform this farce? Its gaze finally settled on Hinata, who was still crouched in the corner, drawing circles on the ground. Don't think that just because you have these two backing you, you can do as you please. Was that punch, just now, all the disgusting power within you? Hey, you foul fox. Gyo-Xi-9 retorted, hands on her hips, stepping protectively in front of Hinata. How dare you speak to my daughter-in-law like that? Do you want me to knock out the rest of your teeth? I mean it. Enough. Kyuubi erupted in fury. It forcefully slammed its head against the iron cage, producing a thunderous clang. Have you all forgotten where you are? This is my ceiling space. My territory. You all gather here for family meetings, marriage coercion, without considering my opinion. And you, Uzumaki Naruto. Kyuubi's enormous eyes bore down on Naruto. Weren't you seeking revenge? Don't you want power? I am right here. Break the seal, and you can obtain everything you desire. Stop hiding behind your parents and women like a coward, crying. Chapter 111. Seizing Kyuubi's power, Bo-Fong Minato's heart tightened instinctively, wanting to step forward and shield his son from this heavy malice. Gyo Xinai's crimson hair began to stir uneasily once more, the terrifying aura of the blood-red pepper becoming palpable. However, the anticipated collapse, rage, or madness consumed by hatred from Naruto did not occur. Kneeling on the ground, Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his head. There were no tears, no hatred, not even the ecstatic joy from moments before. Instead, he wore a calmness that even Kyuubi found inexplicably disconcerting. The corners of Naruto's mouth even turned slightly upward, forming a curve that could hardly be called a smile. Ah, power, he spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the space. I certainly desire it. A cruel glint of cunning flickered in Kyuubi's crimson eyes. It knew no human could resist such temptation. Hatred is always the quickest path to power. But Naruto's tone took a complete turn in the next moment. He stood up, brushed off his knees, his actions deliberate and unhurried. His gaze transcended the furious Kyuubi and his worried parents, ultimately landing on Hinata, who was still curled up in the corner, nearly self-immolating from embarrassment. Looking at her, a genuine, tender smile emerged on Naruto's calm face. He then turned back to the massive ceiling iron cage and declared, word for word, with utmost clarity, not to break the seal, but to seize your power, Kyuubi. Boom. The entire consciousness space froze completely. The worry etched on Bo-Fong Minato's face solidified into shock. The fury on Gyo Xinai's face became a mask of stupor. Hinata's flushed cheeks, too, were momentarily halted by this earth-shattering proclamation. Even Kyuubi's ferocious face displayed an expression of blankness for 3 whole seconds. 3 seconds later, a soft sound akin to air escaping echoed. Then, a thunderous laughter erupted, engulfing everything. Kyuubi laughed uncontrollably, its massive body quaking behind the iron cage. Its enormous claws pounding the ground vigorously, sending ripples through the air. Cease. Cease. It laughed until tears nearly fell. Its vast crimson pupils filled with utter disdain and absurdity. Little brat, do you even know what you're saying? I am Kyuubi, the king of tailed beasts. A conglomeration of chakra, a walking disaster. From the era of the 6 Paths Sage to the present, countless elite ninjas have either sought to seal me, manipulate me, or exploit my power, seize my strength. How presumptuous. You, a mere yellow-haired brat who can hardly maintain sage mode for mere minutes? This is, without a doubt, the most ludicrous jest I have heard in a millennium. The Nine-Tailed scorn was unrelenting. Bo-Fong Shui-min regained his composure and urgently implored Naruto, Naruto, do not act impulsively. The chakra of the Nine Tails is an embodiment of hatred. Forcibly seizing it will only lead to being consumed by its will. You will lose control completely. Yes, Naruto. Hinata, momentarily setting aside her shyness, stood up anxiously. This is too dangerous. There must be another way. Yet, Kushina's reaction astonished everyone once more. She stared blankly at her son's back, and gradually, a fervent and proud light ignited within her pupils. Well said, Naruto. A crisp and resounding cheer ruthlessly interrupted the Nine Tails' maniacal laughter. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, chin held high, wearing an expression of unmatched pride. Now, that's more like it. That's my son, Uzumaki Naruto. She turned to Bo-Fong Shui-min and Hinata, who were both bewildered, and spoke with an undeniable tone. What do you mean by consuming? What do you mean by losing control? If my son says he will seize it, then he surely can. You must believe in him. Bo-Fong Shui-min revealed a helpless smile. The laughter of the Nine Tails abruptly ceased due to Kushina's words. Damn you, Uzumaki Kushina. The Nine Tails snarled, its teeth grinding ominously. However, Naruto paid no heed to the commotion behind him. He calmly gazed at the enraged Nine Tails and asked, have you laughed enough? I once yearned for your power. Because I had nothing, because I was looked down upon, because I sought the recognition of all. But now, things are different. Naruto's voice carried an unprecedented maturity and composure. I have the recognition of my master, companions I can trust, and those willing to sacrifice their lives for me. His gaze met Hinata's once more. Their eyes locked, and Hinata's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. I understand now. The words left by the perverted sage, I finally comprehend. Hatred can indeed bestow power. However, those driven by hatred are merely beasts. What I must do is not become a slave to hatred, but rather the master who wields it. Naruto's eyes erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun. Just like Hinata, he proclaimed, she can condense all her emotions, all her will, into her fists, transforming them into that dark power. It is not mere destruction, it exists to protect. Therefore, I shall do the same. Kurama, your hatred, your power, from this day forth, are no longer yours. They will become my tools to safeguard Konohagakure and my comrades. As his words fell, a cerulean Rasengan materialized in Naruto's right hand, appearing out of thin air. This time, however, the interior of the Rasengan was no longer a mere tempest of chakra, but was illuminated by a multitude of intricate, arcane black runes. These runes bore an uncanny resemblance to the 8 trigram seal on the ceiling iron cage. This is Bo Feng Shui Min's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. Integrating the sealing technique into the Rasengan. How is that even possible? There is nothing impossible. Naruto grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. I am destined to become the Hokage. At that moment, 9 chains of chakra, shimmering with golden light, erupted from Kushina's back, coiling around the Nine-Tails' massive limbs and neck like a living dragon. Adamantine sealing. She commanded. You foul fox. Behave yourself. Kushina's voice resounded as she formed hand seals, fully supporting Naruto. Kushina. Naruto. Bo Feng Shui Min was utterly astonished. He beheld his wife and son, one providing the strongest restraint, the other creating an unprecedented technique. They were truly attempting to rob the king of tailed beasts. Then I shall commence. Naruto raised the sealing Rasengan high, aiming it at the center of the sealing cage. Open for me, he bellowed, forcefully pressing the Rasengan against it. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing hiss. The adamantine sealing bars were indeed penetrated by the Rasengan, creating a new small opening composed of countless runes, radiating golden light. A one-way passage, designed specifically for seizure. What? The Nine-Tails' massive pupils shrank dramatically at this incomprehensible sight. It struggled madly, yet was firmly bound by the adamantine ceiling. Naruto stood before the newly formed door, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, extended his right hand through it. His hand pierced through the seal, diving directly into the ocean of chakra filled with boundless hatred of the Nine-Tails. As Naruto's palm made contact with the chakra, an overwhelming torrent of pure hatred, so intense it felt as though it could incinerate his very soul, surged up his arm, flooding in. This was the most primal and vile amalgamation of negative emotions accumulated over centuries of the Nine-Tails being sealed, utilized, and consumed by hatred. Pain, brutality, destruction, slaughter. Countless negative sensations, akin to millions of burning steel needles, sought to pierce Naruto's consciousness, dragging him into an abyss from which there was no return. Naruto. Bo Feng Shui Min's expression changed drastically. He could distinctly sense the terror of that hatred. Be careful, Naruto-kun. Hinata's heart raced. However, Uzumaki Naruto's face betrayed not a hint of pain. He merely furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a more domineering, dazzling will, as scorching as the sun, erupted from within Naruto. That was the will of Uzumaki Naruto himself. It was a flame of protection, ignited to safeguard his comrades, to reclaim the future, and to respond to that girl's life-risking confession. Subsequently, the golden will clashed violently with the crimson hatred on Naruto's arm. The torrent of hatred, upon contacting Naruto's will, was forcibly repelled, purified, and evaporated, as if snow met with the scorching sun. How is this possible? The Nine-Tails roared, incredulity lacing its voice. Its hatred was one of its most powerful weapons. Jinchuriki often lost control and were ultimately devoured by it. Yet this young boy dared to disdain its power. I have stated it before. Naruto raised his gaze, his golden pupils unwavering. Your power is now mine. He clenched his fist tightly, the muscles in his arm tensing instantaneously. Come to me. A furious roar erupted from him. This was not some intricate control of chakra, nor was it an advanced sealing technique. It was the most unrefined, savage, and unreasonable act of theft, like a ruthless landlord kicking down a tenant's door, disregarding their cries, and seizing everything that caught his eye. The Nine-Tails chakra was indeed forcibly extracted from its body by an irresistible force. A visible torrent of crimson energy surged through the small opening, continuously pouring into Naruto's body. The Nine-Tails emitted a thunderous roar, filled with humiliation and fury. "You little brat! You scoundrel! Thief!" It struggled madly, its enormous form crashing against the ceiling cage, attempting to break free from the adamantine bonds. Yet, all efforts were in vain. Uzumaki Kushina firmly formed hand seals, and the 9 golden chains behind her stood straight, binding the Nine-Tails in place, her face adorned with a triumphant grin. "Scream! Scream louder! You foul fox! Today is your day? Ha ha! Son, well done! Push harder!" Drained every last bit of his centuries-old reserves. Wolfeng Shuemin stood by, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He gazed at the surreal scene before him, feeling the worldview he had established as the 4th Hokage crumble into pieces. This was a tailed beast, a walking catastrophe capable of annihilating a nation. Even the first Hokage had to resort to sage art would release to subdue such a legend. Yet now, one was tugging like a tug-of-war champion, while the other shouted encouragement like a carrot puller. And the one being robbed could do nothing but curse impotently in rage. Was this truly the pinnacle of power concerning the future of the ninja world? It seemed more like a heinous domestic robbery. Shuemin's gaze fell upon Naruto. At the moment the crimson chakra of the Nine-Tails surged into Naruto's body, the anticipated rampage and loss of control did not occur. Instead, Naruto's body appeared to transform into a precise filter. The crimson chakra of hatred was enveloped, washed, and purified by his will to protect the moment it entered him. All negative, violent, and filthy emotions were eradicated, leaving only the purest, most immense, and primal life energy. Subsequently, this cleansed chakra seamlessly fused with Naruto's own chakra. A radiant golden pillar of light, blinding in its brilliance, erupted from Naruto. His hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold. A golden cloak woven from high-density chakra, burning like flames, manifested around him. A power far surpassing his previous sage mode, surpassing Jiraiya and even Wolfeng Shuemin, was born within Naruto. The Nine-Tails chakra mode. It worked. Wolfeng Shuemin murmured in disbelief. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. There was no severing of the tailed beast, no struggle of wills. In an almost cheeky manner, he forcibly seized the power of the Nine-Tails and transformed it into his own in perfect harmony. This approach, this illogical and outlandish style of action was unmistakably inherited. At that moment, Shuemin's heart swelled with a mixture of shock and an indescribable emotion, interlaced with pride and sorrow. He had missed so much, the sight of his son taking his first steps, the moment he called out mom and dad, all his growth. But today he witnessed it. He bore witness to his son surpassing everyone, including himself, in his own way. "Jiraiya, did you see?" Shuemin thought softly. "Your disciple, my son, has become an extraordinary ninja beyond our imagination." Just then, the golden radiance enveloping Naruto gradually receded. He released his hands, and the torrent of chakra ceased. Exhaling deeply, he wore a satisfied smile. The Nine-Tails behind the iron cage was notably weakened, lying on the ground with its enormous scarlet eyes filled with endless humiliation and resentment. Glaring fiercely at Naruto, Naruto turned around, scratching his head, and revealed a brilliant smile to the dumbfounded Shuemin and Hinata. It's done." He glanced at the power he had claimed, nodding in satisfaction. Then, he faced the fox, nearly driven to madness, cleared his throat, and said in an infuriatingly serious tone, "Kyubi, don't misunderstand. This is just a deposit. I will come to collect the rest on time. Just stay here and fatten up that chakra." After all, Naruto grinned, flashing 2 rows of pristine teeth. "I'm a good landlord." The Nine-Tails, who had been holding on, could no longer contain itself upon hearing this piercing remark, spewing out a mouthful of chakra and collapsing in a faint. Chapter 113. Kushina's Ultimate Assist. Wolfeng Shuemin opened his mouth, staring at the legendary calamity that had been fainted by his son's mere words, feeling as though his soul might escape his body. He had risked everything to seal this creature halfway. Yet, here, his son treated it like a bargaining chip at a market, causing the vendor to faint. Is this reasonable? Naruto scratched the back of his head, displaying his signature goofy smile as the golden chakra cloak slowly faded, returning to his usual appearance. He turned to Hinata, his gaze filled with unprecedented warmth and gratitude. "Hinata, thank you." This time, his voice lacked its usual boisterousness, instead carrying a weight of sincerity born from life and death experiences. "If it weren't for you, I might have—" No, Naruto-kun." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she waved her hands nervously, stepping back. "I didn't do anything. It was all my fault." The thought of her heavy longing nearly hindering Naruto's training and turning him to stone filled her with endless guilt. Observing the sincere gratitude from one and the bashful denial from the other, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes ignited with the flames of gossip. What a perfect opportunity. This was a divine chance. Her son was wonderful in every way, yet utterly oblivious in matters of the heart. And this daughter-in-law, clearly smitten, remained perpetually shy. How long would it take to see grandchildren? Though that may no longer be possible. As a mother and a mother-in-law, she must give them a strong push at this critical moment. A mischievous smile crept across Kushina's lips as she crept stealthily, low to the ground, like a red leopard poised to pounce, silently circling behind Naruto. Wolfing Shuemin instantly felt the familiar, tempestuous chakra of mischief, and his eyelids twitched, a terrible premonition rising within him. "Kushina, you." Just as he attempted to speak, Kushina abruptly turned, placing a finger to her lips and signaling him to be quiet, her eyes flashing a warning. "Do not interfere with my matchmaking." Shuemin thought, "Forget it, let it all be destroyed quickly." He despairingly closed his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending catastrophe. Now is the time. Gyo Nai seized the opportune moment. Just as Naruto was about to say something to Hinata, she took a deep breath and quietly gathered her formidable strength, akin to a blood-red pepper, in her hands. Then she exclaimed, "Son, be a bit bolder for your mother." With a low growl filled with anticipation, she exerted all her might and pushed Naruto forcefully from behind. Caught completely off guard, Naruto felt an irresistible force propelling him forward, causing him to lose balance and hurtle towards Hinata like a cannonball. "What?" Naruto's mind went blank. Hinata gasped, instinctively attempting to dodge. But Naruto's speed was too swift for her to react. Gyo Nai had envisioned a scenario where Naruto would stumble and then embrace Hinata in a heartfelt surprise, perhaps even stealing a kiss. How perfect! How romantic! However, she had clearly underestimated her own strength and overestimated her son's coordination in a moment of panic. Thus, an awkward situation unfolded. In an effort to stabilize himself mid-air, Naruto's flailing arms inadvertently landed precisely on Hinata's well-developed and impressive bosom, cultivated through years of training. A soft sound echoed, as if something soft and elastic had been firmly grasped. In that instant, the entire world came to a standstill. Naruto, Hinata, Minato, face-palming Gyo Nai, smiling awkwardly. Naruto's mind remained blank for several seconds. He could only feel his palms sinking into an indescribably warm and soft realm. What was this? Cotton candy? Or freshly baked bread? The sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Driven by primal curiosity and the innocent exploration of a youth, his fingers instinctively squeezed gently. This squeeze seemed to trigger a cataclysmic reaction. Hinata's porcelain-like face rapidly transformed from pink to crimson, and finally to a deep red, as if about to bleed. A wave of scorching steam erupted from her head, nearly scorching the ceiling of this conscious space. Her eyes lost focus, spinning like swirling incense coils. "I was touched by Naruto-kun, and he squeezed me." Countless chaotic thoughts erupted in her mind like a volcanic explosion. Shame, terror, confusion, and an indescribable sensation that made her feel as if she might melt away. Amidst these emotions, her body's instincts overwhelmed everything. It was the battle instinct forged through countless trials. It was the destructive impulse instilled by Tsunade, belonging to the power of the monstrous fist. It was the tradition coursing through the veins of the Hyuga clan. All her strength harmoniously converged at that moment. "Naruto-kun, you?" She uttered a faint, mosquito-like cry, then raised her right hand. With a resounding smack, a sound that defied description reverberated throughout the ceiling space. It was no ordinary slap. It embodied the will of armed Haki, infused with the life force of the Uzumaki clan, and encapsulated a girl's entire sense of shame into an ultimate protective slap. In an instant, Naruto's body was flung away by Hinata's palm. His expression remained frozen in a soft astonishment. Then, he transformed into a golden meteor. accompanied by a piercing sound as he was propelled away at a speed surpassing the flying thunder god technique, soaring past the dazed faces of Gyo Xi and Minato, beyond the confines of the ceiling space, ultimately vanishing into a distant speck of light in the sky with a soft ding. Minato slowly lowered his hand from his face, his mouth twitching as if afflicted by Parkinson's. He gazed at Hinata, who was slowly retracting her right hand, her face still flushed and steaming, as though she might burst from embarrassment. He sensed that his son might not return. Gyo Xi forced a smile, her expression resembling a painful grimace. She looked at Hinata's small hand, still radiating a faint crimson glow, and swallowed hard. Indeed, my chosen daughter-in-law possesses impressive strength. Minato took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. He felt that, throughout his tenure as the fourth Hokage, nothing had been as exhilarating as these few minutes spent in his son's consciousness, surpassing even the tumult of the Nine Tails incident and the Third Shinobi World War. He adjusted the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage. Though it was merely a manifestation of chakra and bore no creases, it held a sense of ritual, a means of forcibly reclaiming his composure from the sorrow of misfortune. All right, Hinata, he offered a gentle yet weary smile, his form beginning to fade. Our time is running short. Let us return. However, Gyo Xi was evidently not ready to relent. Having just recovered from the shock and joy of her daughter-in-law's extraordinary combat prowess, she seized the final opportunity. Rushing to Hinata's side and firmly grasping her small hands, her eyes ablaze with determination. Hinata-chan, you must take good care of this foolish child. Gyo Xi's tone was filled with maternal concern and urgency. He is just like his father, completely oblivious to matters of the heart. Sometimes, if you don't hit him, he won't know what to do. Minato, from afar, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hey, why am I included in this? I understand, Gyo Xi-san. And Lord Fourth Hokage, Hinata responded softly, her head bowed in confusion at the sudden seriousness of the moment. What? Gyo Xi's brow furrowed, her face displaying extreme dissatisfaction. She placed her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. At this point, you should address us more familiarly. No more formalities. Hinata looked up in bewilderment. What do you mean, Gyo Xi-san, and Lord Fourth Hokage? Gyo Xi waggled a finger before Hinata, asserting in an authoritative tone. You should call us Papa and Mama. No, better yet, just Dad and Mom. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt struck Hinata's head. Dad and Mom. Hinata's body stiffened like a statue, her mind blank in that moment. She felt her cheeks blaze as if they had been thrown into molten lava, the heat so intense it threatened to ignite. The steam still rising from her head erupted once more, intensifying with fervor. This is too sudden. Although she felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging from being acknowledged as part of the Uzumaki family, this was too much too soon. This is swifter than the rocket modified by Frankie. Observing Hinata's adorably bashful demeanor, Kushina's mischievous smile deepened. This is precisely what she desired. When dealing with such a shy child, one must employ this direct approach, leaving her no room for contemplation or retreat. Come, call out for me. Let me hear it. Kushina leaned in, resembling the cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Hinata's lips quivered, her tongue felt knotted, and that simple yet profound syllable weighed heavily upon her, rendering it impossible to utter. Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly, her iconic crimson hair beginning to sway as if caught in an unseen breeze. An almost imperceptible yet profoundly terrifying pressure began to permeate the air. It was the pressure of the blood-red chili pepper. Hinata's survival instincts instantly overwhelmed her youthful embarrassment. She abruptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, mustering every ounce of strength, eyes shut tight, and almost cried out in a wailing voice. Yes. Daddy. Mommy. After calling out, she felt utterly drained, her body swaying as if her very soul had been unmoored. Upon hearing this address, Kushina's heart burst with joy, the earlier pressure dissipating entirely. She swiftly embraced Hinata, nuzzling her cheek against her hair in bliss. Such a good girl. My daughter-in-law is simply too obedient. Beside them, Minato gazed at this scene, shaking his head helplessly, yet his eyes brimmed with affection and contentment. Looking at the girl nearly melting from embarrassment, his heart swelled with gratitude. With such a wife, such a child, and now, a brave, kind, and powerful daughter-in-law, he felt his life bore no regrets. In this heartwarming moment, a golden figure, accompanied by a whoosh that shattered the air, returned from the distant horizon. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as it landed heavily on the ground before Hinata, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Naruto, who had just been slapped away, now sprawled out on the ground, his eyes swirling like spirals. A distinct red handprint stamped on his face, bubbles unconsciously forming at his lips. Clearly, his last memory lingered in that fantastical realm. Upon witnessing her son in such a foolish state, Kushina's smile vanished, replaced by a mother-esque seriousness. She released Hinata and approached Naruto, gazing down at him. Her form had grown exceedingly translucent, as though a gust of wind could disperse her. Minato joined her, equally ethereal. Naruto, Kushina's voice, no longer teasing or domineering, was filled with boundless tenderness and reluctance. The Naruto on the ground seemed to hear his mother-esque call, groggily opening his eyes. Mom, listen well. Kushina's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her tone remained resolute, urging him to eat well, grow strong, maintain good hygiene, and ensure ample sleep. Additionally, she advised him to make friends, emphasizing that a few trustworthy companions were sufficient. Naruto listened, seemingly absorbing her words that transcended 16 years, etching themselves deep within his soul. Hinata stood quietly nearby, her eyes glistening. She felt the profound and simple love of a mother for her child about to embark on a journey. Mom, I'm not very good at this, Kushina admitted with a smile, but you must study diligently. Be particularly cautious of the 3 prohibitions in the ninja world. Exercise prudence in borrowing money and save your mission rewards. Also, remember, alcohol is for those 20 and older, for it is detrimental to health. Lastly, a woman. At this point, Kushina's voice faltered. Her already translucent figure turned towards Hinata, gently beckoning her over. Hinata instinctively approached. Kushina took her hand, grasping Naruto's still silly hand, placing them together. Finally, she covered their hands with her own, which flickered between existence and absence. Find a good woman. She looked at Naruto, then briefly at Hinata, wearing the most content smile of her life. A woman who cherishes you above all else is paramount. Though it seems you have already found her. Naruto. Kushina's form flickered more violently. She knew her time was limited. The future will be arduous and fraught with challenges. But you must have your own dreams, and the confidence to turn those dreams into reality. Do you hear me? Her voice quavered, tears filling her eyes. Yet she continued to smile valiantly. Time truly is insufficient. I have so much more to say, so many more moments I wish to share with you. Her ethereal hand reached towards Naruto's cheek, flickering in the air, as though it might dissipate at any moment. I love you, Mom. Naruto's voice was barely a whisper, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Minato's silhouette appeared silently behind Kushina, one hand resting gently on her shoulder, the other covering the hands of the 2 young ones. He offered Naruto a gentle, reassuring smile. Naruto, my words echo those of your talkative mother. As his words fell, their forms shattered completely. Golden specks of light danced through the air, gradually melting into this pure white space. In the final moments of consciousness, a faint voice, almost imperceptible, reverberated deep within Naruto and Hinata's minds. Hinata-chan, I entrust my foolish son to you. Yes. Hinata nodded vigorously, tears brimming, making her promise. A single crystalline tear slipped from Kushina's fading light. With its fall, the entire ceiling space began to dissolve. Naruto's consciousness returned to reality. Hinata's figure gradually became transparent within Naruto's awareness, ultimately dispersing. Chapter 115, The Nine-Tails Assistants. This canon shatters the divine celestial sphere. In the real world, the scarlet nine-tails fox clung tenaciously to the surface of the heavenly floating rock, the divine celestial sphere. At this moment, this prison's ceiling monkey D. Luffy had already shattered nearly half due to Naruto's fierce battle with pain. Fragments fell like rain, revealing the figure trapped within the stone. Luffy's head and one foot had already broken free, and he was exerting every ounce of strength to escape from this wretched stone sphere. Meanwhile, at the center of the ruins of Konoha, the man known as Pain, with his godly eyes, remained impassively gazing at the unfolding scene. His expression held no panic, no fear, only a detached indifference, as if the Nine-Tails rampage and Luffy's struggle were merely scripted interludes in his play. Yet soon, this divine composure would be utterly shattered. Roar! The Nine-Tails opened its massive, fang-filled maw, unleashing a roar that could rip through the atmosphere. Crimson and jet-black chakra swirled and converged into its mouth at a visibly frenzied pace. A pitch-black point, capable of consuming all light, formed within its jaws. Then, this point began to expand wildly. A sphere, its surface entwined with devastating arcs of electricity and harboring a terrifying energy capable of flattening mountains and vaporizing rivers, has emerged. The tail beast orb. Furthermore, it is an unprecedented, colossal tail beast orb of despairing magnitude. Its size has expanded in mere seconds to nearly half the size of Konoha village. It resembles a small, black sun suspended in the sky, a harbinger of absolute death and annihilation. Nara Shikamaru sat paralyzed on the ground, gazing at the cataclysmic energy sphere, his mind completely blank, devoid of even the strength to think. It was utterly absurd. Not even pain could withstand it. Should this tail beast orb truly collide with the earth, the entirety of the Land of Fire would likely be obliterated in an instant. Sakura, Sanji, Chopper, and all the surviving ninjas of Konoha and the Straw Hat crew succumbed to absolute despair. Before that tail beast orb, which symbolized termination, all struggles, all rage, and all hopes appeared helplessly pale. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He could sense the energy contained within the sphere was capable of evaporating him, soul and all. Yet, just when everyone believed that this tail beast orb would descend, bearing the endless hatred of the Kyuubi and annihilate pain along with the world, the massive fox, entirely consumed by hatred and rage, locked eyes with the Straw Hat Boy desperately struggling within the stone sphere. Was it an illusion? No. In the next moment, the colossal head of the Kyuubi suddenly lifted. It did not aim at pain on the ground, but rather at the higher and more distant sky. Shrouded in despair, roar, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The all-destroying tail beast orb transformed into an unfathomably thick black beam of light, soaring skyward. Boom! It did not attack anyone, nor did it strike the ground. Instead, it tore through the atmosphere, piercing the clouds, carrying infinite destructive energy, and shooting into the depths of the universe. The entire world seemed to tremble violently beneath the force of this blast. Following closely was an indescribable, terrifying recoil. This power was entirely unleashed upon the already crumbling Daitenkai. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed. Then came a chain reaction akin to a landslide or tsunami. Boom, 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 boom. The cage crafted by the gods, the rock sphere sealing the future pirate king, could no longer maintain its form under the terrifying recoil from the Kyuubi. It erupted on the spot. Countless tons of rock transformed into a meteor shower, cascading from the sky. And at the center of this erupting storm of rocks, a figure finally broke free from all constraints. Freed. Oh, oh, oh. A roar filled with exhilaration and fury echoed through the skies. Monkey D. Luffy. During the time of his confinement, his strength and haki had been slowly recovering. And now, he had finally emerged. Fourth gear. In midair, Luffy's plummeting body suddenly halted. He took a deep breath and blew into his arm. Armed haki instantly enveloped his entire form, his muscles grotesquely swelling to an extreme. Billowing steam erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Bound Man. The form that had once driven Don Quixote Doflamingo to despair now descended once more over Konoha village. What? On the ground, Nagato Pain's godlike, indifferent visage was suddenly overtaken by shock. He could not comprehend it. Why? Why would that embodiment of hatred, that monster meant to annihilate everything, make such a choice? It did not attack him. Instead, it saved another? This was entirely beyond his calculations. Luffy. The members of the Straw Hat crew, after a brief moment of stupor, erupted into thunderous cheers. They too did not understand what had transpired, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that their captain had returned. Zoro gazed at the figure in the sky that had transformed back into Bound Man, then glanced at the Kyuubi, which was slowly lowering its head, its breath slightly weakened, and a cruel, satisfied smile crept across his lips. He could perhaps guess something. Using one monster to save another. How chaotic. How fitting for their style. Boom! With a deafening sound. Amidst the steam, Luffy in fourth gear descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground. He said nothing. He simply raised his head slowly, his eyes ablaze with an anger potent enough to scorch the divine. Chapter 116. The Arrival of Two Kings. This punch heralds the dawn for the world. All eyes were fixated on those two figures. One was the Bound Man, enveloped in dark haki, muscles grotesquely inflated, continuously exhaling billowing steam. Monkey D. Luffy. He resembled an enraged demon emerging from the depths of hell. Each heartbeat resonated with the ground beneath him, causing it to tremble rhythmically. His eyes, infused with fury and haki, reflected only one target that must be utterly destroyed. The other was even more unfathomable. The Kyuubi, which had just shattered the Daitenkai with the recoil of a tail beast orb, was now visibly disintegrating into countless crimson chakra particles. This energy, representing pure hatred and destruction, surged madly toward the descending figure of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto! Haruno Sakura screamed in terror. She feared that Naruto had ultimately been consumed entirely by the Kyuubi's hatred. However, what transpired next utterly overturned the understanding of everyone present. Those crimson, brutal chakra particles, upon contact with Naruto's body, did not shred him apart. Instead, they were forcibly purified, absorbed, and transformed by an even more resplendent power. Like snow meeting the blazing sun, Naruto was no longer clothed in that disquieting fox mantle, nor did he sprout the tail, symbolizing destruction. Instead, he was enveloped in a golden light, as if the sun had descended upon the world. It was a warm, vast, and boundlessly life-affirming golden radiance that formed a pillar of light soaring into the sky around Naruto, dispelling the despair that hung over Konoha and illuminating the blood-soaked ruins into brilliance. His hair stood on end, his entire being wrapped in a layer of golden chakra that burned like flames, intricate ancient black patterns and designs emerging upon his surface. In that moment, he was no longer the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki reliant on hatred for strength. He had become the embodiment of power itself. As Naruto landed, he made no sound. Yet an invisible shockwave emanated from him, violently dispersing debris and dust from the ground. He stood beside Luffy. One was the future pirate king, surrounded by steam and haki. The other was the luminous hero of Konoha, radiating brilliance. Two kings from different worlds stood together at this moment, united for a common purpose. They did not exchange words, nor did they share even a glance. However, that tacit understanding emanating from the depths of the soul rendered the atmosphere of the battlefield unbearably oppressive. Tian Daopayan, the man who had always regarded himself as a deity, displayed a fissure in his eternally indifferent expression. Was it shock? Confusion? An inability to comprehend? Why? Where had the Nine-Tails hatred vanished? That little brat had not only evaded obliteration, but had, in fact, commandeered that power? This was entirely inconsistent with the intelligence he had received from Jiraiya and utterly contradicted his understanding of the tailed beasts. A flurry of questions erupted within his mind, an overwhelming sensation of loss of control engendering an unprecedented agitation and a flicker of fear that he himself was loath to acknowledge. No, this cannot be. I am a god, the one true deity guiding the world towards peace. How could a mere Jinchuriki, a mere mortal, possibly shake my will? Regardless of the tricks you employ, Tian Daopayan's voice brimmed with a barely contained fury. Before the might of the divine, all is futile. He raised his intact hand, palm directed at the two figures resembling the sun and a demon. Universal pull. The gravitational force was unleashed. This was one of his formidable abilities, the divine authority to control all things. In the past, no one had ever been able to withstand this technique. Be it ninja, summoned beasts, or ninjutsu itself, all would be effortlessly drawn before him and then ruthlessly crushed by the Shinra Tensei. He awaited, anticipating the two figures would be uncontrollably drawn toward him, eager to witness despair and terror etched upon their faces. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Nothing transpired. Naruto and Luffy remained steadfastly rooted in place, unmoving. The golden chakra flames enveloping Naruto merely flickered slightly, completely negating the unseen gravitational force. Meanwhile, Luffy, in his bouncy state, exhibited a resilient undulation, the force capable of wrenching mountains merely a feeble breeze against him, failing to alter his rhythm. What? Payan's pupils constricted to the utmost. Universal pull had failed. His divine authority now seemed a laughable illusion, effortlessly disregarded by his opponents in a manner he could not fathom. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Naruto moved. Without hand seals, without preparation, indeed, without any forewarning. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a pure golden flash, vanishing from sight. Payan's Rinnegan could hardly trace his trajectory. By the time he regained his senses, an icy, bone-chilling sense of peril surged from behind. Naruto had inexplicably appeared at his back. That right leg, ablaze with golden chakra, lifted high like a war axe. Then, with an overwhelming force. Swept mercilessly towards Pei-En's vulnerable back. Too fast. So swift that Pei-En could only rely on his battle instincts to awkwardly twist his body. Boom! A profoundly thunderous crash resounded. The kick landed squarely against Pei-En's back. Terrifying power erupted instantaneously. The ground beneath Pei-En shattered, forming a vast web of cracks exceeding 10 meters in diameter. His entire form shot forth like a black shadow at a speed surpassing the sound barrier, uncontrollably hurtling toward Luffy's direction. In the distance, Zoro witnessed this scene, a smile stretching across his face. A splendid pass. Meanwhile, Luffy was already poised for action. The moment Naruto launched his kick, he had completed all preparatory movements. He gazed at the projectile hurtling towards him with unyielding eyes ablaze with fury, devoid of any surprise. Oh! Luffy unleashed a beastly roar, his massive right fist enveloped in armament haki retracting sharply. The entire arm compressed like an exquisitely coiled spring, sinking deeply into his inflated shoulder. Muscles contracted, haki coalesced, power accumulated. As Pei-En's figure drew ever closer, the pent-up energy finally found its outlet. Goma Goma no. Luffy's voice thundered like an explosion from his chest. His retracted fist targeted Pei-En's face, contorted with pain and shock. King Kong gun. Boom! The punch. The air beneath it emitted a desperate wail. The entire space seemed to warp and cave in under the force of this strike. The face of the self-proclaimed god collided at point-blank range with Luffy's King Kong gun, imbued with supreme armament haki, in a most direct, savage, and unreasonable confrontation. No explosion, no blinding light. Immediately following was a visible, circular black shockwave that surged from the point of impact, violently radiating outward. Wherever it passed, massive boulders and crumbling structures were reduced to mere fragments. Next came Pei-En's body. In the face of the terrifying power of the King Kong gun, he was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Crack, 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 the sound of shattering bones echoed like firecrackers. He could not even muster a scream before he was entirely pierced through by that irresistible destructive force. Subsequently, he transformed into a shooting star, even faster than he had arrived, hurtling backward and crashing into the only relatively intact Hokage rock, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless void. Sakura and Sanji, along with others, stared blankly at this scene. Tsunade leaned against the slug, her gaze fixed upon the two figures standing side by side, and a glimmer of hope reignited in her murky eyes. Amidst the ruins, Luffy slowly retracted his fist, steam still rising from his heated knuckles. Naruto returned to his side, his golden chakra blazing like flames. Chapter 117. Boundless Elasticity of the Fourth Gear versus Tian Dao Pei. That fellow is not dead. Indeed, he has not perished. Despite being struck head-on by the earth-shattering King Kong gun, his entire body having pierced through Hokage rock, that detestable chakra, though significantly weakened, still stubbornly lingered. I know. Naruto's response was chillingly calm. The golden chakra flames enveloping him, reminiscent of a descending solar deity, gradually receded, revealing his newly gleaming eyes. He did not gaze at the bottomless void on Hokage rock, but instead directed his attention toward the empty horizon. He is merely a puppet, a marionette controlled by strings. Naruto's voice resonated clearly throughout the ruins, asserting that no matter how many times we shatter him, as long as the one hiding in the shadows remains, he will always rise again. A puppet? The one pulling the strings? Nara Shikamaru's mind raced, rapidly grasping the implications. This was fundamentally akin to the puppetry techniques employed by Scorpion and Kankuro. However, the capabilities of this puppet were astonishingly formidable. They could not kill him because they had never targeted the true body. Shikamaru murmured, a deeper sense of helplessness swelling within him. But how could they locate the hidden puppeteer? None of the sensory ninjas present could accomplish that. Luffy. Naruto turned his gaze toward his partner, who remained in the bouncing form. Luffy responded with a firm nod, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of Hokage rock, his muscles taut and ready for another strike. I'm going to find that real guy, Naruto declared, but I need a bit of time. Before I locate him, I'll handle this puppet. Luffy's reply was succinct and direct, devoid of any hesitation. He did not inquire how Naruto intended to find him, where he would search, or how long it would take. He simply understood that Naruto needed him to hold off the enemy before them. Therefore, he would not only delay, but would ensure that the foe was thoroughly incapacitated. I'm counting on you, Naruto affirmed, nodding gravely. In the next moment, The golden chakra mode enveloping him dissipated entirely, restoring his orange and black combat attire. Then, he made a move that caused everyone's heart, especially Sakura's, to momentarily stop. He bent down and picked up a black rod that had pierced the body of Pain. This rod, a manifestation of the controller's chakra, represented absolute control. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura cried out in terror, fearing he would harm himself. However, Naruto ignored her plea. He closed his eyes and activated the serene yet powerful Sage mode once more. Taking a deep breath, he unhesitatingly plunged the cold black rod into the palm of his left hand. Blood instantly stained his palm. From a distance, Zoro witnessed this scene and grimaced. He was familiar with this madness, the willingness to inflict pain upon oneself to achieve a goal. He was tracing back. Tsunade leaned against a slug, her weakened state allowing her to comprehend Naruto's intent immediately. The black rod was an extension of the controller's chakra, akin to a thread. Naruto aimed to utilize Sage Mode's ultimate perception of natural energy to trace back along this thread to the original entity lurking in a shadowy corner. It was a genius concept, a gamble only a madman would dare to undertake. In an instant, a torrent of vast and complex information surged into Naruto's mind through the black rod. It consisted of Pain's visual, auditory, and tactile sensations, intertwined with Nagato's anger, hatred, and suffering. "I found it." In just a few seconds, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce light shining within them. He had seen it. Outside of Konoha, atop a tree disguised with paper, a gaunt, red-haired man, with multiple black rods protruding from his back, sat on a crude machine, observing everything with shock and rage through his Rinnegan. At the very moment Naruto pinpointed Nagato's location, a thunderous explosion erupted from Hokage Rock. A disheveled figure shot up from the rubble, suspended in midair. It was Devapath. One of his arms had completely vanished, and the other dangled weakly. His once vibrant black and red robe was now absent, his body riddled with grotesque cracks, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Yet his Rinnegan remained cold, filled with murderous intent born from mortal provocation. "You shall not succeed." Pain's voice echoed as if it emerged from the depths of hell. He raised the only arm that could still move, aimed at Naruto, who was in the process of locking onto his target. He would stop him at all costs. However, a massive, resilient black figure appeared, moving faster than him, and instantly blocked his path. "Hey!" Luffy's face, twisted by anger, loomed close. The steam billowing from his mouth nearly scorched Pain's face. "Your opponent." With legs enveloped in haki, Luffy propelled himself forward, utilizing the reaction force, launching like a cannonball. "It's me. Gomu Gomu no Rhino Rocket." Luffy's legs, akin to a machine gun, frantically stomped in midair, transforming him into a streak of black lightning as he charged toward Devapath. Pain's pupils constricted sharply. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion force activated. Yet this power, capable of repelling all ninjutsu and physical attacks, produced an unusual effect upon Luffy's bouncing form. His body was indeed pushed back by the repulsion. However, like an overly compressed spring, he absorbed all the repulsive force in that instant, converting it into an even greater counterforce. Bang, bang, bang. He rhythmically bounced through the air, each jump dissipating the repulsive force while accumulating stronger kinetic energy. He resembled an unstoppable, black, destructive rubber ball. What? From afar, Nagato witnessed this scene through Pain's eyes, and his heart surged with turmoil. Shinra Tensei is ineffective against him. No, it wasn't he ineffective. Rather, it was utilized in a way he could not comprehend. What sort of monster is this guy? Just as Nagato was momentarily dazed, Luffy completed all his acceleration and charging. His continually bouncing figure finally broke through the repulsion field, arriving before Devapath. Oh oh oh! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Luffy's fist, cloaked in dark haki, rained down upon Devapath's pale face like a torrential downpour. Gomu Gomu no Lion Bazooka. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy thuds echoed like the drums of battle. Devapath, once revered as a deity overseeing all, was now akin to a battered punching bag, pinned in midair as Luffy unleashed the most primal and savage of beatings upon him. He attempted to create distance, but Luffy's fists extended eerily, following him relentlessly. He tried to retaliate with taijutsu, but before Luffy's furious strength and speed, all his actions appeared futile. He, Nagato, inheritor of Yahiko's will, destined to bring peace to the world, was being utterly overwhelmed by a wild monkey that seemed to have erupted from nowhere, relying solely on brute force. Die! Nagato's silent roar erupted. The Rinnegan in Deva Path's eyes suddenly blazed with blinding light. The suppressed repulsion, after so long, finally found a moment to erupt. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An even stronger repulsive force exploded, striking Luffy squarely in the chest. Luffy's tempestuous assault was finally interrupted, and he was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the debris below, creating a cloud of dust. Pain hovered in the air, his damaged body exhibiting even more cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. Did he win? Just as this thought began to form, a vibrant voice rang out from the dust below. I'm back. In an instant, a black figure shot up from the ruins, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air, once more charging toward him. Luffy emerged unscathed. In fact, his speed was even greater than before. Damn it, this guy? Nagato's heart sank. He finally realized a fatal flaw. His Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown, and this rubber man before him was truly an unkillable monster. His attacks could not inflict any significant harm on this creature. In those fleeting 5 seconds, the silhouette of Luffy, imbued with the essence of rubber, once again materialized before the formidable creature. His colossal fist retracted into his shoulder, gathering an overwhelming force capable of obliterating everything in its path. Chapter 118. Can the god of pain resurrect infinitely? Then let us shatter him. Boom. Luffy's fist, now contracted to its utmost, enveloped in a dark hue of haki and billowing steam, struck unceremoniously at the chest of Tendo Pain. This time, it was no mere sound of impact. It was the sound of annihilation, the cracking of bones, the destruction of flesh. The very essence of this powerful puppet was utterly crushed, compressed, and vaporized beneath that absolute power. Tendo Pain's shattered form could emit not even a lament, akin to a watermelon smashed by a mighty hammer, bursting apart in midair. Under the immense shock, he was reduced to a formless mass of flesh, propelled at supersonic speeds, embedding deeply into the distant mountainside, leaving behind a gaping chasm even more profound and terrifying than before. The wind stilled. The dust settled. All surviving Konoha ninjas, including Sakura and Shikamaru, gaped in disbelief, their minds blank. Had they won? Was it over? The nightmare that had descended like a deity, raising Konoha and slaughtering countless comrades, had been obliterated by a single punch? Gasping, Luffy slowly descended from the sky, his immense form causing the ground to rumble with each landing. The steam that enveloped him gradually dissipated, yet the form of the fourth gear remained intact. He exhibited no sign of relaxation, his obsidian eyes fixed unwaveringly on the chasm in the mountainside. Indeed, the next moment, under the horrified gaze of all, the amorphous mass of flesh within that abyss began to writhe. Shattered bones reassembled, torn muscles regenerated, countless black chakra rods pierced through the void, stitching together the mangled mass into a precarious human shape. Moments later, Tendo Pain emerged once more from the mountainside, appearing more wretched than ever. His entire body resembled a ragged doll haphazardly stitched together, marred by cracks and seams, one leg longer than the other, one arm grotesquely twisted. Yet he stood again, his Rinnegan still coldly surveying the world below. It was not over yet. Luffy let out a furious roar, his impatience palpable. He detested these seemingly immortal foes. He understood neither chakra nor puppet techniques. He only knew that this scoundrel had slain many, brought tears to Nami and Sakura, wounded Zoro and Sanji, and left his friends battered. Thus, he must be sent flying. If once was insufficient, then twice. If twice was still not enough, then 100 times, until he could rise no more. Luffy's legs pounded the earth once more, his massive frame shooting skyward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, atop the tallest tree on the outskirts of Konoha, within a rudimentary and oppressive space disguised as a canopy with paper jutsu, a gaunt Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the cold machinery beneath him. His complexion had shifted from pale to a deathly gray. Each time Tendo Pain was shattered and forcibly repaired, it drained the last vestiges of his life force. What manner of monster was that Straw Hat Kid? Nagato's breath quickened. His eyes filled with incredulity and fury. He had witnessed many formidable beings through his Rinnegan, yet none resembled this rubber man. His attacks were pure, defined solely by power and speed. His defenses were bizarre, with Shinra Tensei merely serving as a trampoline propelling him higher. His will was terrifyingly resilient. Regardless of how pain demonstrated divine might or preached suffering, that man's eyes held nothing but fury, deepening with each moment. He must not be allowed to continue. Nagato gritted his teeth, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He manipulated the freshly repaired Tendo pain, his hands slowly coming together in prayer. That fool. Sakura covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, he succeeded. Tsunade's voice, though weak, trembled with excitement. He had sensed the location of the enemy's true body using Sage Mode. He was now in pursuit of the mastermind behind it all. What? Shikamaru's mind reeled once more at this illogical combat strategy. Reverse tracking? Following the chakra trail to find the source? Theoretically feasible, yet practically, what immense and precise perception was required. Moreover, to withstand the overwhelming influx of chaotic information demanded an iron will. Had Naruto truly grown to such a level? Just as they were astonished in that fleeting moment, boom. Luffy and the newly risen Tendo pain collided once more with tremendous force. Goma Goma no, Shinra Tensei. The violent shockwave swept across the entire battlefield once again. This time, everyone understood. Luffy's attacks could indeed shatter pain, but pain could also regenerate infinitely. Meanwhile, Naruto had gone to seek the true body that could end it all. Thus, Luffy's sole task remained, to hold them off, to buy enough time for Naruto. That guy is truly an unreasonable scoundrel, Zoro thought. Observing the primal and violent clash in the sky, a grin spreading across his face. He knew full well that the concept of stalling for time did not exist in Luffy's mind. His captain was solely focused on one thing, to unleash greater strength and speed to obliterate this bothersome punching bag until nothing remained. Luffy's roar confirmed Zoro's conjecture. His fists, akin to a tempest, once again slammed Tendo Pain into the ground, mercilessly rubbing him into the earth. Boom, 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 boom. Each heavy strike elicited a mournful cry from the very ground. 5 seconds later, Shinra Tensei. Boom. Luffy was sent flying. Pain staggered to his feet, his body now riddled with more cracks. The next moment, Luffy sprang forth from the rubble, fueled by an even greater fury, charging again. Lion's bazooka. Boom, 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 boom. This cycle repeated more than 10 times within a mere minute. The ninjas of Konoha transitioned from initial shock to numbness, and finally to a near-absurd admiration. They watched as the black rubber ball shattered the divine, only to witness that deity rise from the ashes time and again. This was no longer a battle. It was the purest contest between a monster and a god, a struggle defined by the length of their endurance. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Atop the giant tree, Nagato's orifices began to seep blood. His consciousness blurred. His life force had dwindled to its limits through the repeated repairs of pain. He could feel death approaching. He would be outlasted by that rubber scoundrel. No, before his demise, he must first eliminate that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Chomen expended his last ounce of strength, pouring all his consciousness into the body of Tiandao Pain. He was about to unleash the most formidable strike, one that would surpass his previous obliteration of Konoha. However, in that fleeting moment of gathering power, through Pain's Rinnegan, he beheld a scene that shattered his very soul. The rubber-clad foe, who had been locked in combat with him, abruptly ceased his assault. Luffy, suspended in midair, drew in a deep breath. His right arm began to swell uncontrollably, muscles bulging, enveloped in an unprecedented density of Busashoka haki, growing larger and darker than the mightiest mountains. Fourth gear, muscle balloon. At that instant, Luffy's voice resonated with profound weight. A terrifying force, potent enough to distort space itself, coalesced upon his colossal fist. Tiandao Pain, or rather Chomen, sensed a deathly threat capable of obliterating him entirely. He frantically activated his repulsion, striving to push Luffy away. But it was too late. The Great Ape King. Chapter 119. Chomen's Awakening, the Birth of Reincarnation. Luffy's immense fist, shrouded in an abyssal black Busashoku, descended mercilessly upon Tiandao Pain. At that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to be forcibly halted. Following this was a silent annihilation. Tiandao Pain's body did not explode as before. It did not disintegrate into a gruesome mass. Instead, under that incomprehensible brute force, he was utterly crushed, inch by inch. Back to his most primal form, bones turned to dust. Flesh was compressed into thin layers. Every cell constituting his being emitted anguished cries under the unbearable strain before ultimately collapsing. His once mighty Rinnegan, in its final moments, revealed an emotion known as fear. Then, along with that fear, it was ground to dust. The long-overdue sonic boom finally engulfed the ruins of Konoha. A terrifying shockwave transformed into visible white air currents, hurling all debris, rubble, and shattered stones hundreds of meters into the sky. The earth, akin to a lake disturbed by a colossal boulder, surged in massive waves, spreading wildly in all directions. The remnants of Tiandao Pain, now pancake-like, morphed into an indistinguishable shadow, colliding with the ravaged Hokage rock at a speed beyond comprehension. This time, no crater was left behind, for the entire Hokage rock, from its center, developed a massive, mountain-spanning fissure. Countless fragments cascaded down, as if this peak, emblematic of Konoha's will, was on the verge of collapse beneath that single punch. With a thunderous crash, Luffy's massive form plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Steam erupted from his body, and his enormous physique rapidly shrank back to its original size. Fourth gear was released. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, that punch had nearly depleted all his stamina. Yet, he did not falter. He raised his head, staring intently at the cracking Hokage rock in the distance. This time, that pile of mangled flesh did not stir. Had he won? All the surviving Konoha shinobi, Tsunade, Sakura, Shikamaru, stood frozen, witnessing this scene. That nightmare, that god, had truly been beaten to death by this creature from another world in the most primal and brutal manner. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, within the paper jutsu disguised as a giant tree, Chomen's body could no longer be described as thin. It was desiccated, like a corpse drained of all moisture and vitality, skin tightly clinging to bone, black blood oozing from every orifice. His life was flickering out. He sensed his consciousness rapidly blurring, the chakra within him depleted to the point where not a single drop could be extracted. He had lost, utterly defeated, not to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who inherited his teacher's will, but to that rubber-wielding imbecile, who disregarded all reason and ninjutsu, only knowing how to resolve matters with brute force. Cough, cough, cough. Chomen struggled to raise his head, his Rinnegan now devoid of all luster, dulled. A golden flash appeared before him, as if teleporting silently. Finally, I have found you. A cold, hoarse voice echoed in his ears. He labored to lift his gaze and beheld Naruto's face, a visage mixed with overwhelming rage and boundless sorrow. Uzumaki Naruto. How could he have found this place? Bang! The golden flash vanished in an instant. Without any extravagant ninjutsu, it was merely the most pure and primal of punches. The fist struck Chomen squarely in the face. With a dull thud, Chomen, along with the massive machine beneath him, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Naruto did not halt. He stepped forward, approaching the crumpled machinery. Another punch landed on Chomen's face. Chomen spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his face contorted into a twisted smile. What's wrong? He rasped, his voice laced with condescension. Is it anger? Or perhaps guilt for being unable to protect the village? Naruto offered no reply. What followed was another heavy blow. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. Without a trace of chakra, each strike landed on Chomen's face. The metallic wails and brittle crack of bones melded into a symphony of despair within that stifling space. Chomen's face was rendered a bloody mess. Yet he allowed Naruto to vent his fury, his Rinnegan betraying not a single ripple of emotion. Until, plop, an orange-covered book slipped from Naruto's grasp, landing on the ground. That fist, filled with unbridled rage, suddenly halted just a hair's breadth from Chomen's nose. The entire space fell silent. Naruto slowly lowered his head, gazing at the book that had been dog-eared and bore the title The Tale of the Resilient Ninja. The cover illustrated a boy strikingly similar to him, with a mane of vibrant golden hair. The author was Jiraiya, and the protagonist within its pages, a boy hero aspiring to bring peace to the world, bore the name Chomen. Naruto's fist finally relaxed. It felt as if all his strength had been drained, and his previously taut body began to tremble uncontrollably. A single drop, 2 drops. Scalding tears fell onto the cold ground. Why? The perverted sage always believed in you. Believed you could bring peace to the world. Why did you have to kill the perverted sage? He finally spoke, the pent-up sorrow exploding forth. Naruto seized Chomen's collar, yanking his bloodied face close, and with every ounce of strength, bellowed, "Why did you destroy Konoha like that? Why did you kill so many people?" And Hinata, the image of that girl, drenched in blood and subjected to relentless torment, clenched Naruto's heart like an iron vice, leaving him gasping for breath. What had she done wrong? Why did you do such atrocious things to her? Tell me, why? Choman's battered face bore no expression. Yet within, a tempest raged. Yes, why? For the sake of peace? In an attempt to make the world experience pain and thus move towards understanding? Yet he has taken the lives of countless innocents. He ended the life of his own mentor, Jiraiya. He nearly killed the courageous Hinata from the Hyuga clan, who was willing to risk everything to protect her comrades. Within Nagato, a heart that had long since withered, now reduced to a barren desert of hatred and suffering, finally stirred with a trace of insignificance. Why? This simple, almost foolish question was one he had not dared to ask himself in a long time. His mind was inundated with flashes of memories. The white-haired teacher, always smiling as he handed him steaming buns. The orange-haired friend, full of ambition, who aspired to build a bridge for world peace. The blue-haired companion, who silently followed, praying for them with paper flowers. Those moments shared under the eaves of the Rain Village, splitting a loaf of bread, perhaps represented the only times he could genuinely smile. But now, his mentor lay dead at his own hands. The body of his dear friend was transformed into the strongest puppet. The smiles of his comrades had long been obscured by his so-called peace. He raised his once vibrant Rinnegan eyes to behold the tear-streaked face of the golden-haired youth before him. Is this truly the peace you envisioned, Sensei? Not one achieved through pain, but embraced through protection? He recalled that rubbery being who had effortlessly reduced his godlike form to mere scrap metal. A creature whose logic was absurdly simple, driven solely by the desire to protect his companions. There were no grand ideals, no convoluted theories. It was simply pure. And now, his own disciple was questioning the meaning of it all. A grotesque smile, more painful than tears, suddenly stretched across Nagato's bloodied visage. He had lost, utterly and completely. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, he whispered, his voice barely audible to himself. I was truly wrong. Conan, I'm sorry. Yahiko, I'm sorry. With great effort, he raised his frail hands in prayer. I must atone for my sins. A vast and desolate aura erupted from within him. The outer path, samsara technique. Naruto staggered back, feeling the life force of Nagato rapidly dissipating. Take care of Conan. Nagato's voice had grown so faint it was nearly inaudible, his once vibrant red hair fading at a visible rate. In that moment, the last indistinct soul shadow was forcibly extracted from Nagato's withered body. Just before consciousness sank into darkness, he gazed at Naruto's astonished face, his lips moving soundlessly. Sensei, boom! The gigantic tree, camouflaged in paper, began to tremble violently, countless sheets peeling away from the walls. The final shadow of a soul did not glance back at Naruto, nor did it acknowledge the crumbling paper tree. The specter soared upwards, piercing the heavens in an instant. It traversed the clouds, sweeping past the ruins of Konohagakure, which he himself had reduced to rubble. In the blink of an eye, it crossed mountains and rivers, plunging into the eternally weeping skies of the Rain Village. The soul showed no signs of pausing, diving headfirst into the cold, lifeless depths of the sea. Downward, ever downward, through the endless darkness and chill, until it reached a seabed untouched by light. There, countless pristine sheets of paper formed an exquisitely tranquil white world. At the center of this paper flower realm sat a solitary figure. With striking white hair and a forehead protector that had long lost its sheen, it was Jiraiya. He sat there quietly, as if merely slumbering in the depths of the sea. The shadow of Nagato's soul gently paused beside this figure. It curled up, resembling a child returning home after mischief. Sensei, I have returned. Chapter 120. The Returning Hero. Amidst the ruins of Konohagakure, voices of disbelief tinged with tears. Dad. A wounded ninja beheld his father, who should have been cold, as his chest began to rise and fall, before suddenly opening his eyes wide. Am I in hell? You're alive. You're alive. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the ruins. Those ninjas ruthlessly slaughtered by pain. The civilians who had been reduced to mere flesh in the onslaught, all bore glimmers of green light upon their bodies. Wounds healed, life returned. 1, 2, 100. 1,000. All the deceased were forcibly pulled back from the abyss of death. Initially bewildered, then ecstatic, and finally, they wept with abandon. All of Konoha was enveloped in a complex tapestry of emotions, a mix of relief and sorrow. They gazed at their obliterated home, feeling the presence of lost loved ones returned. For a moment, they were unsure whether to laugh or cry. Yet amidst this chaotic symphony, One corner remained eerily quiet. Zoro stood there, arms crossed, his green bandana fluttering in the wind. His body bore wounds and blood, yet he stood tall, like a legendary sword plunged into the earth. Before him, Chopper and Sakura were busy around a figure lying on the ground. It was Hinata Hyuga. "Hey, Chopper." Zoro's emotionless voice shattered the silence. "How is that woman doing?" "Eep." Chopper jumped, nearly losing his balance, with dark circles under his eyes. His face reflected shock and confusion from the medical knowledge he thought he knew. "Zoro, it's incredible. This is simply impossible." The little reindeer's voice trembled as he pointed at Hinata, exclaiming, "When I checked just now, she was clearly dead. Heartbeat, breathing, everything had stopped. Her bones were shattered, her insides reduced to mush. By all accounts, she had no chance of surviving. But now," Chopper's voice rose an octave, filled with an astonishing fervor. That dark energy within her fused with a warm red energy from who knows where. And then her bones, her insides, they all healed on their own. Nearby, Sakura's face was equally pale, but more so from exhaustion and relief. She gently pushed aside Hinata's sweat-drenched bangs, softly saying, "Hinata is just very tired. She's merely asleep. All her bodily functions have returned to normal, perhaps even better than before." "I see," Zoro replied in a low tone. He looked down at Hinata's peaceful sleeping face, still marred with blood and tears, yet devoid of any suffering. This woman had stood before that blonde boy with the frailest of bodies when everyone else had lost hope. She had endured torment from the divine, and despite her body being utterly destroyed, she clawed her way back from the brink of death through a sheer force of will. Perhaps she had even undergone some unimaginable evolution. A hint of softness seemed to grace Zoro's otherwise stoic features. The corners of his mouth, almost imperceptibly, lifted in a rare smile. "An extraordinary woman. Beautiful Sakura, you have healed Miss Hinata. Perhaps you could also mend my shattered heart and this troublesome leg." A greasy voice intruded abruptly. Everyone turned to see. Sanji dragged his right leg, which had twisted into a pretzel shape, the bones protruding through the flesh. Limping yet maintaining an air of elegance, he placed one hand over his heart while extending the other in an inviting gesture towards Haruno Sakura. His face was flushed with infatuation, and his eyes radiated with unwavering love. It was as though that leg did not belong to him at all. "Sanji-kun," Haruno Sakura exclaimed. Startled, she quickly rose to her feet, both angry and anxious, and cried out, "Your leg is so badly injured. Why are you still moving? Lie down at once." "Seeing your beautiful face, Miss Sakura, makes this trivial injury seem insignificant," Sanji replied tenderly as he attempted to strike a more dashing pose, only to inadvertently aggravate his wound, turning his face pale from the pain. "Ugh, that hurts," he exclaimed. "Serves you right, you foolish brow roller." Zoro mocked without mercy. "Shut up. Keep it down. What did you say? You green algae-headed fool. Do you want to fight?" Sanji instantly forgot the excruciating pain in his leg and glared at Zoro. An electric tension crackled between them. At that moment, a thunderous cheer filled with joy echoed from nearby. Wonderful. It was Luffy, who had reverted from his Gear 4th form and now sat on the ground, utterly exhausted yet exhilarated. "Everyone's alive. That's fantastic." He beamed at the Konoha villagers who were rising from the ground, flashing a wide, foolish grin. Then, a golden figure darted like lightning to Hinata's side. It was Uzumaki Naruto. The chakra mode of Kurama had faded, returning him to his original appearance. Though his face was marked by fatigue, his azure eyes brimmed with a mix of elation and trepidation. Gazing at Hinata, who was safe but merely asleep, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed to his knees. "Thank goodness, Hinata." Naruto's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. He reached out to touch her cheek, but hesitated midair, fearful of disturbing her. That haunting image of Hinata pierced by the black rod was a nightmare he would never forget. Now, that nightmare had come to an end. Sakura, seeing Naruto in such a state, felt her heart soften and gently said, "Naruto, Hinata is fine. Let her rest." Naruto nodded solemnly, his eyes reddening. He said nothing, merely choosing to vigilantly guard Hinata's side. A sense of warmth and tranquility, born from surviving a catastrophe, began to spread slowly. However, hey, Luffy's energetic voice shattered the tranquility once more. He shouted with all his might toward the sky, "We won. Time for a feast. I want to eat meat." Instantly, everyone present, whether from Konoha or the Straw Hat crew, froze in disbelief. Shikamaru held his forehead. letting out a desperate groan. This idiot is such a nuisance. Tsunade was initially taken aback, but then a hint of a bold smile appeared on her sorrowful face. "Well said, kid," she declared, wiping her tears. "Today, to celebrate our victory, to celebrate everyone's survival. Konoha, we won't stop drinking until we drop." Chapter 121. Sabo's lone journey amidst the ruins of Konoha. Tsunade's bold declaration was like the final straw that shattered the fragile sanity of all the Konoha ninjas present. They had gone mad. All of them. The fifth Hokage had lost her mind. That Straw Hat Kid had lost his mind. And those so-called pirates who had descended from the heavens were nothing but complete lunatics from the very beginning. In Shikamaru's mind, the thread of reason snapped with a loud crack the moment he heard Tsunade's proclamation. He covered his face with his hands and slowly crouched down, muttering incessantly, "What a hassle, what a hassle. The world might as well end. Really, what a hassle." Their homeland lay in ruins. Countless comrades had just been pulled back from the brink of death, and while the corpses were still warm, this was hardly a reason to hold a feast in such a hellish scene. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable. Yet, no one cared about what was reasonable anymore. Ho 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 ho. Long live Granny Tsunade. Luffy was the first to raise his hands, letting out a deafening cheer. "Meat, meat. I want to eat lots and lots of meat. Sanji, hurry up and cook. I want to eat the bandit-style roast." "You idiot." Luffy. Sanji, with his broken leg, hopped and skipped, yet somehow retained an air of grace as he shouted at Luffy. "The dishes I make are culinary masterpieces for beautiful ladies, not mere fodder for you rubber-headed brutes." After venting, he immediately turned 180 degrees, his face adorned with an overly flattering and infatuated smile, kneeling, though that leg hardly permitted such an action, towards Haruno Sakura and Ino. "Beautiful Miss Sakura, gentle Miss Ino, and dear sleeping Hinata, please wait a moment. Even with just one leg, I shall prepare the most exquisite victory feast for you." "Sanji-kun, your leg, your leg," Haruno Sakura exclaimed, nearly in tears. Zoro, however, completely ignored the commotion. He walked over to a relatively flat section of the rubble, sat cross-legged, and produced a massive gourd of alcohol, which he slammed onto the ground before uncorking it and tilting it back. Gulp gulp. "This is good liquor." His bold demeanor suggested he was not sitting amidst the ruins of his home, but rather beneath a cherry blossom tree admiring the moon. The members of the Hyuga clan were utterly numb. They gazed at their once recognizable residents, and then at this peculiar, erratic group of guests, along with the Hokage, who had completely abandoned reasoning and joined the revelry. The cane of an elder from the Hyuga clan slipped from his hand without a sound. He looked up, rolling his eyes, which were already white, murmuring, "O ancestors of the Hyuga clan, what have we done wrong?" Yet Uzumaki Naruto remained entirely unaffected by the surrounding clamor. In his world, there was only the girl lying on the ground, breathing steadily, her expression serene. He sat beside Hinata, repeatedly stretching out and retracting his hands several times before finally summoning the courage to gently and cautiously hold her hand. That hand, which not long ago had been covered in the cold, hard armor of battle, had fought against divinity for him. That hand, which had been marred with scars and drenched in blood. Now, it felt soft and warm. Naruto's heart swelled with an unprecedented, fiery emotion. It was fear, it was joy. It was the preciousness of having regained something lost, and it was an indescribable impulse to embrace this person before him forever. "Hinata," he softly called her name, his voice imbued with a tenderness and tremor he was unaware of. "Thank you." He wanted to say, "I love you," to respond to her most courageous confession in the face of life and death. Just then, "Hey, Naruto," Luffy's voice rang from afar. "Come over and eat some meat." Sanji made super delicious roasted meat. Naruto turned abruptly, seeing Luffy grinning widely while holding up a roast leg larger than his own head. In that instant, the myriad tender emotions he had been nurturing were abruptly choked back. He took a deep breath, deciding to momentarily set aside those intricate emotional dilemmas. Protection. Indeed, just as Hwayne protected herself, he too must safeguard everything. He must protect this captain, though foolish, yet incredibly reliable, and this peculiar yet genuinely sincere group of companions. He must protect this village, which, despite having recently endured devastation, could still throw a celebration amidst the ruins. Naren stood up, a radiant smile, characteristic of Schwanwa Naren, blossomed on his face. "Here we go." On the boundless sea, a small speedboat sliced through the azure waves like an arrow released from a bowstring. The engine roared loudly, echoing across the sky and sea, as if expressing the driver's urgent emotions. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, was at that moment merely a brother consumed by anxiety, wearing his iconic top hat, goggles shielding him from most of the wind and waves. Yet his tightly pressed lips and the knuckles turning white as he gripped the helm betrayed the tumult within him. In his other hand, he tightly clutched a small, slightly worn piece of paper. It was Luffy's life card. A few days prior, when the newspaper from Mogan spread across the world and reached the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in Baldage, the entire headquarters trembled with shock. The New World, ninjas, a completely new power structure. These terms were enough to make any ruler take notice. And his brother, Luffy, was creating chaos in that brand new world. The subsequent news plunged Sabo's heart to the depths of despair. That clown Baji announced his intention to venture to the other side of the mist of lost souls to conquer that new world. Baji's actions were like a lit fuse. Sabo could almost envision the gluttonous madness of Big Mom upon learning of new races and ingredients. Kaido, the beast who relentlessly sought a place to die in battle, would be equally exhilarated upon hearing of a brand new world brimming with powerful foes. They would all come, without a doubt. The fleets of the four emperors would swarm towards the sea region known as the Mist of Lost Souls, drawn like sharks to blood, heading towards the place where Luffy resided. Just thinking of that scene made Sabo's heart feel as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. No, absolutely not. He could not allow Luffy to face such a situation alone. The name EIS flashed through his mind like a burning brand, bringing a sharp pain. He would never forget the despair and breakdown he felt upon seeing EIS's death notice in the newspaper. He had failed to join the Marineford War. He had not stood by EIS when he needed him the most. This regret gnawed at his soul like a relentless parasite. He had already lost one brother. He could not afford to lose a second. Luffy, Sabo whispered, his voice swept away by the sea breeze. This time, I will not be late. He slammed the throttle down, and the speedboat surged forward, its bow lifting high as if to fly above the ocean. The life card in his hand grew increasingly warm, like a blazing flame, guiding him onward. In Delisiliosa, he had inherited EIS's flame fruit. It was not merely a power, it was a will, a responsibility, a charge from another world, from his brother. EIS had protected Luffy with his life. Henceforth, it would be his turn to continue that protection. Regardless of whether the path ahead was fraught with peril or faced the fleets of the four emperors, he would press on without hesitation. At the horizon, a dense, impenetrable whiteness abruptly appeared on the sea line. That was the Mist of Lost Souls. Unlike ordinary fog, it loomed like a towering white wall, emanating a bizarre and lifeless aura. Anything that drew near would be silently consumed. There were no navigational routes, no guidance. To enter was to become lost. Yet, Sabo's gaze remained unwavering. He needed no route. The blazing life card in his hand was the most precise beacon in the world. EIS, watch closely. A resolute smile curved at the corners of Sabo's mouth. I will protect our brother. He recalled the distant past, in the forest of Kurbishin, where 3 filthy little boys raised their cups and pledged brotherhood. From today onward, we are brothers. Regardless of what happens in the future, our bond shall never be severed. That vow still echoed in his ears. Sabo inhaled deeply, casting aside all hesitation, and steered the speedboat like a launched arrow, plunging into the endless expanse of white. As he breached the mist, the engine's roar seemed to be abruptly silenced, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Visibility was nearly zero. Up, down, left, and right. There was nothing but pure, maddening white. Even his Kinbunshika haki was suppressed to its limits, the range of perception reduced to mere meters around him. It felt as if the entire world had been isolated by this white fog. Yet, Sabo's heart was unprecedentedly calm. He released the helm, allowing the speedboat to drift within the mist. He opened his palm. The life card erupted with scorching brilliance, the edges of the paper curling slightly, as if burning fiercely. It was guiding him. It was calling him. Sabo stood, moved to the bow, and gazed through the layers of white fog towards the direction indicated by the light. His eyes were both calm and fervent. Luffy, I am coming. Chapter 122. The man named Uchiha Sasuke. Above the ruins of Konoha village, a party deemed the most absurd in history was fervently underway. The declaration of no intoxication, no return sounded like a clarion call for chaos. Tsunade stood atop a partially broken statue, wielding a wine jar larger than Sarang's head, engaged in a drinking contest with an unknown Konoha Jonin sporting a bushy beard. Losers tilted their heads back to gulp down drinks, while winners erupted in boisterous laughter that rattled the surrounding debris. Haruno, Sakura, and Shizune were being forcefully pinned down by Sanji onto a relatively clean stone slab, their surroundings filled with an array of steaming delicacies. Sanji, dragging one injured leg, moved between the makeshift stove and dining table in a nearly balletic manner, muttering, "My beautiful ladies, please enjoy this dinner of love," causing Sakura to feel so embarrassed she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Not far away, Frankie and Usopp had successfully duped a group of branch clan ninjas from the Hyuga family, passionately explaining the grand blueprint of Hyuga Heavy Industries' super-transforming robots with saliva flying everywhere. Those who had just endured life-and-death battles, their worldviews shattered, now stared blankly, nodding along in a trance. At the center of this revelry was undoubtedly Monkey D. Luffy. He was engaged in a no-holds-barred meat-eating contest with a Kimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, and Akamaru. Massive roasted legs of meat piled like small mountains between them, and Luffy opened his mouth wide, capable of devouring half in one bite, chewing at a speed that left behind afterimages. "Luffy, slow down a bit. Leave some for me," Choji protested, his words barely intelligible. "Woof, woof," Akamaru barked anxiously nearby. The entire ruins of Konoha were infused with an air of mania, absurdity, yet brimming with indomitable vitality. Shikamaru crouched in the shadows of the corner, pressing his hands tightly against his ears, attempting to isolate himself from this chaotic world. It was in vain. The sound still penetrated his mind. All he desired was to sleep, to slumber until the end of time, until this troublesome world could reset itself. Uzumaki Naruto did not immediately join this farce. He released Hinata's hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her serene, sleeping visage. Hinata's breathing was steady and tranquil, her chest gently rising and falling, as if she were merely lost in a sweet dream, entirely unaware of the hellish chaos that had unfolded outside. Looking at Hinata in such a peaceful state, the turbulent waves of battle within Naruto gradually calmed, transforming into a warm and gentle lake. He could not resist reaching out, softly brushing the back of his fingers against Hinata's cheek. Warm, alive, that was enough. "Hey, Naruto," Luffy's iconic boisterous voice cut through the clamor. "Don't just stand there. Come over and eat some meat." Naruto snapped back to reality, noticing Luffy grinning widely and waving a meat leg that had been reduced to mere bones. He smiled, a heartfelt, radiant smile returning to his face. Rising to his feet, he cast one last glance at the slumbering Hinata before turning away and striding purposefully toward the center of the chaos. "I'm coming," he thought, "to protect not only this village, but also to guard this irrepressible revelry, to safeguard these irreplaceable fools." Just as Naruto was about to snatch the last piece of grilled meat from Choji's hands, a cold, untimely voice pierced the fervent party like an icicle in winter, intruding without warning. "It seems that Konoha no longer requires my destruction." The voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the entire ruins fell into a deathly silence. Tsunade's sake jar halted midair. Sanji's heart-shaped eyes froze on his face. Luffy's chewing came to a standstill, his mouth still stuffed with meat, his cheeks bulging. Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Atop a towering ruin stood a figure with black hair. Clad in dark attire, his stature imposing, like a drawn sword in the night, exuding an aura of aloofness and coldness that warned others to keep their distance. The evening breeze tousled his bangs, revealing a pair of ink-black pupils. Within those eyes lay no emotion, no anger, no sorrow, only an unfathomable void. As if all things in the world were mere meaningless dust in his sight. "Who is that guy?" Luffy asked vaguely, instinctively swallowing the meat in his mouth. Zoro's seated form stiffened slightly, his previously closed eyes slowly opening a slit, and the hand gripping his sake gourd unconsciously tightened. Sanji furrowed his brow, standing upright, the lovesick expression on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by vigilance. As the Konoha ninjas recognized the figure, their expressions collectively changed. "Uchiha Sasuke, that rogue ninja. What is he doing here?" Fear, anger, and hatred surged through the crowd. Uzumaki Naruto abruptly turned around, his smile long gone, replaced by a complex expression of pain and fury. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched tightly. "Sasuke," he gritted through his teeth, forcing the name from his throat. The figure, Uchiha Sasuke, seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. His gaze pierced through the throngs of people, traversing the ruins, landing squarely on Naruto. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, he materialized before Naruto. He extended a hand, adopting an oppressive yet intimate posture as he pulled Naruto closer by the shoulder. Their faces mere inches apart. In Sasuke's black pupils, Naruto's form finally reflected back at him. Leaning into Naruto's ear, he spoke in a nearly beguiling, low voice, "Naruto, come with me. This foolish village, these foolish people, are not worth your protection." His words struck like a knife, accurately piercing the softest and most painful part of Naruto's heart. He envisioned the village's destruction, the deaths of comrades, and should have comprehended the sheer filth and hopelessness of this world. Yet, Naruto remained unmoved. He merely tightened his fists, the tremors in his body gradually subsiding. Sasuke Naruto slowly raised his head. Under the golden strands of hair, his azure eyes blazed with an unprecedented, resolute fire. "You are mistaken. I intend not only to protect this village, but also," Naruto enunciated each word clearly, his voice unyielding as steel, "to bring you back. Even if I must break your legs, shatter every bone in your body, I will drag you back." The air seemed to crystallize at that moment. Sasuke's hand, which had been resting on Naruto's shoulder, stiffened slightly. His calm, black pupils flickered ever so slightly. He gazed at the resolute will in the golden-haired boy's eyes, falling silent for a moment. Then, he slowly released his grip, taking a step back, a barely perceptible, cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Is that so? Then do try." That frigid "then do try" landed like a boulder into the previously raucous banquet, causing all sounds and actions to abruptly cease. Tsunade's hand holding the sake jar froze mid-motion. Sanji's heart-shaped eyes shattered, and Luffy, with his mouth full of grilled meat, forgot to chew. The entire Konoha ruins fell from one kind of liveliness into another, chilling silence. Uchiha Sasuke no longer regarded the flames burning in Naruto's eyes. His gaze drifted past Naruto's shoulder, landing on the girl lying quietly asleep not far away, Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke's expression remained inscrutable, as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside. "I see," he spoke, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "Is it because of a woman?" Naruto's body tensed involuntarily, instinctively shifting a step to the side to shield Hinata's figure more securely. "Sasuke, what do you intend to do?" "Nothing." Sasuke's gaze withdrew from Hinata, returning to Naruto's face, which was etched with anger and vigilance. He regarded Naruto like a child lacking understanding, a fleeting flicker of condescension flashing in the depths of his dark pupils. "Naruto, women are merely tools." "What did you say?" Naruto's fury ignited instantly, his azure eyes ablaze with wrath. Sasuke ignored his roar, merely emitting a faint, mocking scoff. He called out a name into the empty shadows behind him. "Xiangling." As his words fell, a red figure emerged from behind a massive broken wall. It was a red-haired woman wearing glasses, who hurried to Sasuke's side, her head bowed. Her expression a mix of unease and fervent adoration, akin to a tamed hound. The people of Konoha, including Tsunade, furrowed their brows. They had never seen this woman before. The chakra emanating from her felt peculiar, unlike that of a Konoha ninja. "Sasuke, what exactly?" Naruto's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by a chilling glare. Clang. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword from its sheath behind him. The blade gleamed with a pallid light beneath the moon, its razor-sharp aura causing the surrounding air to chill. Under the astonished gazes of all, Zwisu raised the sword, his expression impassive, and ruthlessly slashed down upon his own left arm. With a swift sound, flesh was severed, and blood surged forth, cascading down his pale arm and splattering onto the dust-laden ground in dark crimson blooms. "Zwisu, have you lost your mind?" Narin exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice. Sakura instinctively stood, her instincts as a medical ninja compelling her to rush forward. Yet, Zwisu appeared oblivious to the chaos around him. He merely lifted his bloodied arm towards Narin, his voice as frigid as ever. "Watch closely, Narin." He then turned to the red-haired woman, Xiangling, beside him. Trembling slightly, she obediently rolled up her right sleeve. As her arm was exposed to the air, everyone present gasped in horror. Her arm was riddled with a multitude of bite marks, varying in depth and severity. Old scars had faded to pale reminders, while fresh wounds still bore bruises, layered and ghastly, leaving scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. It resembled a piece of flesh repeatedly gnawed upon. What on earth? Jing gasped, unable to fathom the torment a person must endure for their arm to resemble this. Zuosu grasped Xiang Ling's arm, and, before the eyes of all, lowered his head, opening his mouth to bite into the only gap amidst the myriad of scars on her arm. A piercing scream shattered the night. Xiang Ling's body convulsed violently. Her face contorted in excruciating pain, yet she stood resolutely, refusing to retreat. Even more bizarre and chilling was the sight that unfolded. As Xiang Ling cried out, the deep, bone-exposed wound on Zuosu's arm healed at a visible pace. The opened flesh writhed, severed blood vessels reconnected, and the flowing blood reversed its course. In mere breaths, the grotesque wound vanished entirely, leaving behind only a faint red mark, which too faded, restoring his skin to its smooth, unmarred state as if he had never been injured. Zuosu released his grip, and Xiang Ling staggered back a step, clutching her arm where the fresh, bleeding bite mark remained, gasping for breath. Zuosu raised his now flawless arm and clenched his fist before Narin. He observed Narin's face, distorted by shock and fury, and with an air of undeniable authority, declared, "This is how women are used." The impact of his words struck Narin's mind like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily blank. He looked at Zuosu, then at the suffering red-haired woman, as an unprecedented wave of disgust and rage erupted from the depths of his chest. Zuosu, he managed to utter through clenched teeth, a foreboding, violent crimson chakra swirling around him like steam. Sakura's complexion turned ashen. She gazed at Zuosu, the boy she had once idolized and loved, now transformed into a monster who viewed people as mere tools for healing. A bone-chilling dread surged from her heart, spreading through her limbs. Luffy paused in his chewing, swallowing the morsel in his mouth, his innocent expression replaced for the first time with a serious demeanor devoid of mirth. "Hey," he addressed Zuosu, "you are truly insufferable." Zoro's lone eye narrowed, veins bulging on his hand gripping the sword's hilt. He had encountered countless nefarious individuals, but Zuosu's philosophy of cruelty was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. This transcended the matter of strength. It posed a fundamental question of humanity. Yet one person reacted with even greater fervor. Sanji stood rooted, trembling with rage. He regarded the woman treated as a mere tool and the nonchalant demeanor of Zuosu. The tension in his mind snapped, the cord of chivalry breaking. "You." Sanji's voice emerged as a guttural growl. "What did you say?" His right foot lifted, tracing an elegant yet menacing arc on the ground. "You bastard." With a final, thunderous roar, an inferno of fiery orange flames engulfed his entire right leg. The air warped under the searing heat, emitting a hissing sound. Sanji's figure morphed into a streak of black lightning, showing no hesitation, unleashing the hellfire of his foot directly at the indifferent visage of Uchiha Zuosu. Chapter 124, Remnants of a Bygone Era. Sanji, in anger, delivers a devastating kick for the lady. "Sanji, your leg." Sakura's cry was swallowed by the ruptured air, failing to reach the man transformed into a black flash. It was too swift. Rage is the most inexpensive yet powerful fuel in this world. At that moment, Sanji's very soul ignited. His right leg, already grievously injured in battle against pain, now wrapped in fiery orange flames, surged forth with a speed and power surpassing even his peak. He cared not. A broken leg could heal, shattered bones could mend, but once the honor of a knight was sullied, it could never be cleansed. The world around him had faded away. There were no ruins of Konoha, no astonished comrades, no predatory foes. Only that face remained, that handsome, cold visage, uttering the abhorrent words that women are mere tools. Uchiha Zuosu. He aimed to shatter that face, along with the twisted, repugnant philosophy that trampled upon all that is beautiful in this world. The demon wind kick. The searing flames traced a deadly trajectory through the air, the high temperature creating a sharp wail, targeting the temple of Uchiha Zuosu. This strike contained all the fury a chef and a knight could muster. Yet, in the face of this blow capable of shattering steel, Uchiha Zuosu did not even flinch. He merely stood there, watching the burning shadow rush toward him. A remnant of coldness and indifference lingering on his face, as if confronting not an enraged warrior, but a moth drawn to the flame. Just as the blazing foot was about to graze Zuosu's cheek, a chilling voice pierced the air, just a cripple. The words echoed like a frigid wind from the depths of hell, resonating in every ear. The next instant, a thunderous crash erupted, reverberating through the air. A figure, as robust as a small mountain, had silently appeared behind Zhusu, an insurmountable wall standing before him. It was a man, exceptionally muscular, with short orange hair and a vacant expression. Yet, his right arm had undergone a horrifying transformation. The entire limb swelled and hardened, its surface cloaked in a gray-black, rock-like carapace adorned with eerie black runes. The end of the arm morphed into a massive, irregular shield-like structure, grotesque and terrifying. Sanji's hellfire-infused demon wind kick met this monstrous flesh shield with a resounding impact. The collision of fire and flesh distorted the air violently, compressing it before erupting explosively. The nearby Konoha ninjas were blown about, while Tsunade instinctively raised her arm to shield her face, squinting her eyes. In the eye of the storm, Sanji's complexion turned ashen. A sharp crack echoed from his right leg, a sound so crisp it was almost unbearable. Excruciating pain surged through his leg, instantly flooding his entire being. He felt his leg bone shatter completely under the terrifying recoil. The man standing before him, Yugo, displayed no change in his expression, as if it were not his own arm that had been struck. He merely followed orders, thrusting that rock-like shield forward with force. Thud! Sanji's body was violently propelled away, tracing a chaotic parabola through the air before crashing heavily into the distant ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sanji! Sanji-kun! Luffy and Chopper's cries echoed in unison. Sakura rushed forward without hesitation, her hands glowing with emerald medical chakra. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, his lone eye glinting with ominous intensity. The festive atmosphere of the gathering was utterly slaughtered in that moment, leaving only a chilling intent to kill and stagnant air. Uchiha Sasuke had not moved a single step from the beginning. He didn't even glance back to see whether the man he deemed a cripple was alive or dead. It was as if the events that had just transpired were akin to swatting away an irritating fly. The abnormality in Yugo's arm slowly faded, returning to a more human appearance, and he quietly retreated behind Sasuke, standing side by side with the red-haired woman, Karen, like two emotionless statues. Sasuke's gaze returned to Naruto, who was now trembling all over. Streams of crimson chakra, thick with ominous and brutal energy, continuously emanated from him, corroding the ground beneath his feet with a sizzling sound. His azure eyes had transformed into eerie slits. Hatred, rage, a tumult of emotions surged within him, roaring and threatening to consume his sanity. Sasuke! He squeezed the name through clenched teeth, each syllable draining his strength. Naruto, Sasuke began, his voice still flat, as if he were entirely unfazed by the terrifying aura that could make even shadow-level warriors tremble. I have not come to fight you. He surveyed the surrounding ruins, observing the Konoha villagers and ninjas who had survived, their faces etched with terror and confusion. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I merely wish to convey a message. He paused, fixing his gaze once more on Naruto's fiery slit eyes, and in a tone that declared a final judgment. He articulated each word clearly. This village is not worth protecting. Naruto glared at Sasuke with rage. Not worth protecting? What was Jiraiya Sensei's sacrifice for? What was Kakashi Sensei's purpose? What was Granny Tsunade's battle for? What about Hinata almost dying? The sacrifices, the battles, and the tears of everyone were cruelly negated by that statement. A beastly growl escaped Naruto's throat, the crimson chakra nearly manifesting into a physical form. Let us go, Karen. Yugo. Yet, Sasuke offered no further opportunity for dialogue. He turned his back to the ruins, to all the anger, hatred, and fearful gazes, to the place he once called home, and took a resolute step forward. He walked with a calmness that was unwavering and determined. Karen and Yugo immediately followed suit, their three figures slowly moving towards the darkness at the edge of the ruins, as if to merge into it. No one intervened. It was not out of a lack of desire, but rather an inability to act. The icy aura that regarded everything as insignificant isolated everyone present. Naruto stood frozen, motionless. He watched Sasuke's retreating figure, the very figure he had chased countless times, grow ever distant. The red chakra that enveloped him, having surged to its peak, miraculously began to retract back into his body. His once eerie slit eyes gradually reverted to the azure of the sky. However, within that blue, the clarity and warmth of the past had vanished, leaving behind a profound void of silence. He slowly, deliberately clenched his fist. Chapter 125, The Hero Crowned Amidst the Ruins. Uchiha Sasuke's figure completely vanished into the depths of darkness, Yet his words, "This village is not worth protecting," sank deeply into the hearts of every Konoha resident present, freezing their blood. Not worth protecting? Tsunade's face drained of color, her lips quivering slightly. Countless survivors from the catastrophe, who had just glimpsed a flicker of hope and relief, found that hope shattered by those words, leaving them engulfed in confusion and despair. Indeed, with homes destroyed, loved ones lost, and comrades betraying them, could such a village truly be deemed worthy? Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will proliferate wildly in the soil of despair. Naruto stood unmoving, like a petrified statue. His nine-tails chakra had fully receded, and his slit eyes had returned to the azure of the sky. Yet, everyone could see that something within that blue had shattered. He simply clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the corroded ground, emitting a faint sizzling sound. "Hey!" A languid voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, abruptly shattered the suffocating silence. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source. It was the straw-hatted boy, Luffy. He frowned, glancing in the direction Sasuke had vanished, his displeasure evident. That guy is such a colossal jerk. Without complex reasoning or profound philosophy, it was the simplest, most straightforward assessment. Jerk. This blunt statement jolted many dazed souls awake. Indeed, who cares whether it is worth it? That guy is simply a jerk. Sanji-kun. Chopper's cry pierced the air as he and Sakura rushed to the ruins, frantically checking on Sanji's injuries. He lay amidst the rubble, his bones exposed to the air. A gruesome sight. Yet, he was not unconscious. His eyes were fixed intently on the sky, his teeth chattering, his handsome face slick with sweat and humiliation. His chest heaving violently. "That bastard," he spat through clenched teeth. "I will personally turn him into hell's three-headed dog-s feed." Zoro's hand, still gripping the hilt of his sword, slowly relaxed. He did not look at Sanji or Naruto. His solitary, I simply coldly surveyed the despairing Konoha ninjas around him. "A bunch of fools," he muttered softly, though the words were clear enough for Tsunade and Shikamaru to hear, to be frightened by a single sentence. If this village is destroyed, so be it. Cruel, direct, unforgiving. Tsunade shuddered violently, as if struck by a mighty slap. What do you know? A young Konoha Chunin could no longer contain his anger, shouting, "You aren't one of us. You have no idea of our suffering. Indeed, our homes are gone. Our comrades are dead. Even the ninjas of our own village have betrayed us. How can we believe in protecting anything?" Negative emotions spread like a plague. Cries, questions, and desperate howls arose in a cacophony. The entirety of Konoha appeared as though it were destined to plunge into the abyss known as despair. Naruto remained motionless, quietly listening, observing, and absorbing all that transpired around him. He beheld the anguished visage of Tsunade, the clenched fists of Shikamaru, the tear-stained eyes of Sakura as she tended to Sanji, and the faces of the villagers, etched with a blend of sorrow and confusion. Gradually, he lifted his gaze. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from a corner of the crowd. A little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, peeked from behind her mother, her arm still bandaged from an earlier encounter with Pain's assault. She looked at Naruto, her large eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with a glimmer of curiosity and admiration. "Big brother, you were so amazing just now," she whispered. "Even though it seemed like you were about to unleash something red, you didn't harm us." The innocence of her words struck like a thunderbolt, resonating with all the adults present. Indeed, just moments earlier, in the face of Sasuke's provocation and insults, the Kyuubi chakra enveloping Naruto had surged, a force of destruction and ominous portent threatening to consume reason itself. They all felt it, the tremors emanating from the depths of their souls. They feared the apocalypse would descend once more, that this enraged beast would unleash its final wrath upon their already devastated home. Yet it did not. He forcefully restrained that power. Why? An elderly man, who had lost a leg in the Great Ninja War, leaned on his cane, his murky eyes fixed intently on Naruto. Memories flooded back. The moment pain descended, that golden figure arriving like a deity to confront the divine for their sake. He recalled the colossal celestial body that blotted out the sun and the straw-hatted boy sealed within. He remembered the swordsman, fearless in the face of death, rushing toward the divine for the sake of his comrades. He thought of the golden-haired chef, kicking with burning resolve to protect. Lastly, he remembered the frail heiress of the Hyuga clan, shielding Naruto with her fragile form. These outsiders, these individuals with no ties to Konoha, were fighting valiantly for this village. Meanwhile, their own child, Naruto Uzumaki, whom they had long regarded with fear, repulsion, and disdain, had borne all the suffering, shouldered all the blame, and time and again stood in front of them all. The old man's lips quivered, and the cane he held clattered to the ground. Summoning all his remaining strength, he straightened his broken body and let out a hoarse yet resounding roar in Naruto's direction. Uzumaki Naruto. This was no longer the demon fox, nor the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but simply his name. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's body trembled slightly. He slowly turned to face the elderly ninja. Uzumaki Naruto. Another voice rang out, that of a young mother clutching her child, tears streaming down her face. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. And thank you to the straw-hatted boy. Thank you. To the swordsman. To the chef. Thank you all. The heiress of the Hyuga clan is also a hero. A chorus of voices, 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, converged from all corners of the ruins. The villagers who had survived, the injured ninjas, and those who had been lost in doubt, now had their eyes rekindled with a new light. A light named hope. They gazed at the solitary blonde youth standing amidst the rubble, alongside the battered yet unwavering foreigners. They finally understood that the worth of their village was not defined by any traitor, but by those who were willing to bleed and sacrifice for it. Naruto. Naruto. Hero. It was unclear who first shouted this term, but in the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the very foundation of Konoha. The nearest robust ninjas could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward to embrace him, lifting him high into the air amid Naruto's astonished gaze. Oh, the hero of Konoha. We have triumphed. Naruto was tossed high into the sky, only to be caught securely once more. He was in a daze, gazing down at the faces filled with excitement, joy, and gratitude, at the hands reaching out to him, now devoid of all fear. A torrential warmth surged from his chest, instantly collapsing all his defenses. The frigid silence melted away, replaced by uncontrollable, surging tears. He wept, like a child, amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Yet, he also smiled, a heartfelt, radiant smile resembling the sun. He saw Luffy beaming at him, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Naruto, you're amazing." Zoro leaned against a boulder, a faint smile curving his lips as he tilted his head back to drink. Sanji, supported by Sakura, grimaced in pain yet continued to flirt with her, his eyes sparkling with affection. His gaze drifted past the revelers to a girl resting on a stretcher nearby, still quietly asleep. Hinata Hyuga. Sunlight bathed her face. Serene and beautiful, Naruto looked at her, his smile transforming into one of profound tenderness. He, Uzumaki Naruto, was no longer the demon fox, nor the underdog. He was the hero of Konoha. He had a village worth protecting, comrades to fight alongside, and a girl he wished to safeguard for a lifetime. Oh, hero, hero. The villagers hoisted him high once more, their jubilant cries resonating throughout the skies of Konoha. Chapter 126. The surgical fruit defies destiny. The entire submarine space warp. The Grand Line, the second half. In the profound depths of the ocean, silence reigned. This was a zone devoid of light, a graveyard of sound, a realm of eternal, frigid darkness. A yellow submarine glided silently through this endless void. The Polar Dive, the vessel of the Heart Pirates. Inside the submarine, it was brilliantly illuminated, starkly contrasting with the exterior gloom. Captain, the navigation chart indicates we have entered the outskirts of the Bermuda Triangle, reported a pirate clad in a jumpsuit, Shachi, as he closely monitored the intricate control panel. Understood, came a languid voice from the corner, as if it were perpetually drowsy. Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates and known as the Surgeon of Death, leaned against the wall, cradling his beloved sword, Kikoku, his face always bearing a hint of fatigue and displeasure, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He held no interest in a place like the Bermuda Triangle. Since his alliance with that straw-hatted boy, he had encountered more bizarre events than throughout his entire past. A mere Bermuda Triangle was insignificant. Beepo, is the water pressure reading normal? Another crew member, Penguin, glanced back at the large white bear clad in an orange jumpsuit. Everything is normal. I'm very sorry. Beepo stood at attention, quickly bowing his head in apology. What are you apologizing for? Shachi and Penguin shouted in unison. The atmosphere in the cabin was filled with lively energy. Law barely lifted his eyelids. He was merely pondering the whereabouts of that unpredictable ally, who was likely stirring up trouble once again. Since departing from De Lacy Luosa, the Straw Hat crew had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was not until recently that the notorious Morgans unveiled an astonishing revelation. Behind the mist of lost souls lay an entirely new continent. And there, indeed, was Monkey D. Luffy. Trafalgar Law's initial reaction was not shock, but rather a throbbing headache, a fateful, inescapable discomfort tied to that troublesome fool. He could almost guarantee that the arrival of Monkey D. Luffy would undoubtedly upheave the entire new land. Thus, he felt compelled to venture forth, not in pursuit of treasure, nor conquest, but simply to witness firsthand the chaos his foolish ally had unleashed. He needed to ascertain whether their alliance could endure. At that moment, Pekin uttered a hesitant gasp. "What is it?" Shachi inquired. "It seems there is fog ahead," Pekin replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shachi scoffed. "How deep is this ocean? How could there possibly be fog?" However, the next instant, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the vessel. Beep, beep, beep. Unidentified high-density energy zone detected ahead. Sonar system malfunction. Power output has decreased by 30%. The lights on the control panel began to flicker wildly, casting a ghastly red glow upon the crew's panicked faces. "What is happening? Captain, it seems we have collided with something." "No, we have entered a fog." Through the circular observation window at the front of the submarine, everyone beheld an astonishing sight. In the profound, pristine darkness of the ocean floor, a dense mist, emitting an eerie white glow, silently enveloped them. The fog appeared almost alive, thick and viscous, consuming much of the submarine's light. "What is this? Why is there fog at the bottom of the sea?" Shachi's voice trembled. This was beyond their comprehension. Trafalgar Law rose slowly to his feet and approached the observation window, his perpetually dark-circled eyes fixated on the strange white mist outside. Weariness and lethargy faded from his visage. "Fog," he murmured softly. Could it be? A wild thought detonated in his mind. "Full speed ahead," Law suddenly commanded. "Enter the mist." "What?" Pekin and Shachi exclaimed in unison. "Captain, this is far too dangerous. Our instruments are failing." "Indeed, this fog is certainly abnormal." "Silence." Law's tone turned cold. He turned his gaze to all his crew. The Straw Hat captain might just be out there. With that single declaration, all doubts dissipated. "Aye, Captain." The submarine's engine let out a mournful wail as it forcibly increased power, diving headlong into the seemingly all-consuming white mist. The moment they plunged into the fog, a series of bangs echoed through the cabin. All the lighting fixtures flickered violently before plunging into darkness. The dials on the dashboard spun wildly to zero and then ceased to function entirely. The engine emitted a final, reluctant cry before coming to a complete halt. The entire polar submarine transformed into a steel coffin, adrift in an unknown realm. "We're doomed," Beppo lamented, cradling his head in despair. "I'm sorry, Captain. We've lost all power." Shachi's voice quivered with a hint of tears. In this bizarre fog, they felt as though they had been forsaken by the world. Amidst the silence, Law's voice resonated in the darkness, steady as ever. He slowly raised his right hand. "Since reason cannot prevail, I shall resort to my own methods." Room. A pale blue, translucent sphere expanded instantaneously around him. The radiance dispelled the darkness, enveloping the enormous submarine within its glow. The crew gaped in astonishment at this miraculous spectacle. Their captain intended to transport an entire submarine? Beads of sweat formed on Law's brow, revealing the immense toll this exertion took on him. Yet he hesitated not for a moment. With a subtle movement of his finger, he declared, "Butchery." In the next instant, a thunderous cascade of water erupted. Blinding sunlight streamed through the observation window, flooding the cabin. Everyone was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. When their eyes adjusted, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They had surfaced? Surrounding the submarine was no longer the dark depths of the ocean, but rather clear, gently flowing river water. On either bank stood verdant, towering trees they had never encountered before. "Are we saved?" Pekin murmured. "Where's this? Is it an island?" Law remained silent, swiftly appearing on the deck of the submarine. The fresh air filled his lungs, infused with the scent of earth and foliage. This was no ocean. He looked up, and his pupils constricted sharply. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in billowing smoke. A village that should have been grand had been reduced to a vast ruin, ravaged and desolate. Most alarming of all was the enormous rock face adorned with human figures, now marred by a colossal gaping hole, as if some terrifying force had punched through it. The members of the Heart Pirates scrambled onto the deck and gasped in unison at the sight. What in the world happened here? A war? The sheer magnitude of destruction was horrifying. Trafalgar Law gazed silently at the ruins, at the massive hole that pierced the mountainside. He remained silent for a long while, then slowly removed his spotted hat, resting a hand on his forehead, releasing a weary sigh that seemed to drain all his strength. I knew it. That bastard. The Straw Hat Captain. Chapter 127. The Shock of the Desert Siblings. The crew of the Heart Pirates stood frozen on the deck, their expressions shifting from initial astonishment to a blend of fear and numbness. Captain. Pekin's voice was hoarse as he pointed toward the massive hole that pierced the Hokage rock, struggling to swallow. That couldn't possibly be Monkey D. Luffy, could it? Though he did not finish his sentence, everyone understood. Who else but their unreasonable ally could accomplish such an outrageous feat of piercing a mountain? I apologize. I should not have followed the captain here. I'm sorry. White Bear Beppo curled into a ball, trembling in fear. Law paid no attention to the crew's tumult. He merely surveyed the devastated landscape with his dark-circled eyes. The air still held remnants of gunpowder, blood, and an unfamiliar residue of energy. Chaos, fury, and a pervasive scent of destruction lingered. Yet amidst this devastation, he keenly detected an incongruous, discordant sense of joy. Following that sensation, Law's eye twitched involuntarily. In the central square of the ruins, astonishingly, there were indeed individuals reveling in a party. A group donned in green vests, with iron plates tied around their foreheads, mingled with several familiar figures. That green-haired swordsman was guzzling from a barrel larger than himself, while the curly-haired cook lavished attention on two women, his eyes sparkling with affection. In the midst of the revelry, a long-nosed fellow and a cyborg were boasting to a group of people, evoking gasps of amazement. At the heart of the gathering, a rubber-headed fool donned a straw hat, competing with a corpulent man and a large dog to see who could consume meat the fastest. Trafalgar Law remained silent, feeling an intensifying ache in his head. He had traversed great distances, risking being engulfed by an eerie fog, and expended tremendous energy to forcibly relocate an entire submarine with the powers of his Ope Nomi. Yet, what greeted him was this absurd scene of a foolish party. He began to doubt his sanity, wondering if he had truly allied himself with such characters. From one asylum to another, he muttered under his breath, his voice heavy with existential fatigue. At that moment, three figures emerged amidst the distant ruins. Leading the trio was a red-haired youth carrying a massive gourd, his expression stern and his gaze sharp, as the sand beneath his feet seemed to part for him as if alive. Following him was a golden-haired woman wielding a gigantic iron fan, alongside a peculiar man adorned with a strange scroll and painted with a purple mask. They were none other than the delegation from Sunagakure, consisting of Kazekage Gaara, his sister Temari, and brother Kankuro. Is this Konoha? Temari gasped, taken aback by the apocalyptic scene before her. Prior to their arrival, they had received intelligence regarding the assault on the village by Pain, but the written accounts paled in comparison to the devastation they now beheld. The village had nearly been erased from the map. Kankuro's expression grew grave. Could the Akatsuki organization possess such terrifying power? Gaara remained silent, quietly observing, his emerald eyes reflecting the desolation of Konoha. He could distinctly sense the lingering hatred and sorrow that permeated the land, as well as the familiar chakra of Naruto. It seemed Naruto was safe, Gaara thought, feeling a flicker of relief. His attention was soon captured by a peculiar yellow submarine anchored in the middle of the river, an incongruous sight amidst the devastation. What was that? A colossal, yellow iron contraption of an unprecedented design. More bizarre was the group of individuals standing upon its deck, clad in attire that starkly contrasted with anyone from the world of ninjas. The leader, a man wearing a spotted hat and clutching a long blade, emanated an aura of irritation and a desire for distance. And what of that enormous walking white bear? Gaara, look! Temari exclaimed, her vigilance heightened. Who are they? I sense not a trace of chakra from them. Kankuro's puppet strings tightened in readiness, the raven and black ant hidden within the scroll prepared to strike. No chakra? How could that be possible? Unless they were ordinary people completely devoid of ninjutsu. But would ordinary folk navigate such a bizarre metallic construct, especially in a village recently ravaged by war? Moreover, the presence of the man at the forefront suggested he was no benign character. Gaara furrowed his brow, stepping forward as the sand around him coalesced, swirling like a living entity. Who are you? His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, sharp and direct like a desert wind. This question jolted the members of the Heart Pirates on the deck from their stupor. Wow, another group of oddly dressed folks. They exclaimed, "What's with the sand at the feet of that red-haired one? Are they from this world? They seem quite formidable. Apologies." Beepo began to apologize again. Law lifted his gaze, glancing over. 3 more have arrived. One controls sand, another wields a large fan, and the last seems adept at puppetry. Quite fitting for this ninja world, he mused, feeling a growing annoyance. All he desired was to locate Luffy and find a quiet place to reflect alone, completely uninterested in any conflict with these local inhabitants. "We are pirates," Law replied languidly, remaining slouched against his beloved sword, Shusui. "Pirates?" Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exchanged perplexed glances. What could that mean? Was it the name of a small ninja village or an unknown organization? "Regardless of who you are," Temari stepped forward, her massive iron fan unfurling with a flourish, the 3 purple crescent moon patterns glistening under the sun. She sensed the nonchalant attitude of her opponents, which irked her greatly. "This is Konoha, recently ravaged by war. Declare your identities and intentions immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite." A fierce wind began to gather around the blades of her fan. Kankuro unfastened the scroll from his back, the puppet strings quivering at his fingertips. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. The Heart Pirates braced themselves for battle, while Law remained indifferent, even yawning. "Impolite." A mocking smile curled at the corner of Law's mouth as he slowly raised his right hand. Room. A pale blue, translucent sphere instantaneously expanded from his center, enveloping the entire submarine along with the surrounding river and banks. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro's pupils dilated in shock. What was this? A barrier technique? No, this was different. There was no chakra fluctuation. This was a power they had never encountered, entirely incomprehensible. Gaara's expression shifted dramatically. Within that pale blue domain, he sensed a presence akin to that of a supreme ruler watching him. A mere thought from this being could dictate his very existence. Slaughterhouse. Law's finger twitched gently. In an instant, Kankuro felt a disorienting sensation as the puppet strings he had held tightly vanished. The scroll behind him had inexplicably disappeared, replaced by a mundane, dirt-stained stone. What? Kankuro gasped in disbelief. Where was his puppet? He turned around only to find his puppet scroll lying peacefully at the feet of the man in the spotted hat, who had not moved an inch throughout the ordeal. Illusion technique. Temari's voice trembled. The sand surrounding Gaara erupted, transforming into tendrils that protectively encircled the trio. His countenance reflected grave concern. The man before them was the most enigmatic adversary he had ever encountered. "Return what you have taken," Kankuro shouted in fury. Law glanced at him, his finger moving once more. Thud. Beepo suddenly discovered a heavy scroll in his arms, while the orange work cap that had adorned his head appeared in Kankuro's hand. "Beepo, sorry?" Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, the 3 siblings from Sunagakure stood utterly petrified. Chapter 128. When the Death Surgeon encounters the Wind Shadow. The siblings from Sunagakure remained rigidly rooted in place, Kankuro clutching the soft orange work cap, which still bore the faint warmth of a polar bear. Before him stood an enormous, articulate polar bear, cradling his beloved puppet scroll, Wuya, as if it were a precious life. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that it left no room for reaction. There were no hand seals, no fluctuations of chakra, no forewarnings. The man adorned with a spotted hat merely flicked a finger. Hanju tightly gripped her iron fan, her wind techniques seemingly rendered futile against such bizarre prowess, fearing she might not even graze the hem of the opponent's garment. How could the wind sever the fabric of space? The sand before Iai Luo surged wildly, yet it refrained from making any rash movements. This sand possessed sentience, transmitting an urgent signal of peril to its master. The blue domain before them resembled an invisible net. A mere twitch would result in instantaneous replacement, leading to a fate akin to that of Kanjiro's scroll. No, the outcome could be far worse. Perhaps a separation of head and body. The silence was shattered by the polar bear, Beibwa, whose deep voice resonated with remorse. Clutching Kanjiro's scroll, he trudged forward, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, raising the scroll high above his head. "I should not have taken your belongings. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me." Kanjiro, Hanju, and Iai Luo stared, their minds blank, at this excessively polite creature towering over them. What was the meaning of this? A thief who returned what was stolen. And with such sincerity? Kanjiro's face fluctuated between hues of blue and white as he snatched back his scroll, roughly shoving the hat back to Beibwa, muttering fiercely. Who needs your wretched hat? Babwa accepted the hat with another bow. My apologies. At this, Kanjiro was utterly at a loss for anger. What could he do? Quarrel with a bear? He was no match for the man in the spotted hat. Iai Luo, observing this ludicrous scene, finally exhaled a weary sigh. Thankfully, the recent close-range replacement had not drained him significantly, but his spirit was nearing exhaustion from the incessant bizarre occurrences. He raised his hand, causing the encompassing light blue domain room to vanish instantaneously. The pressure weighing upon the trio dissipated along with it. We mean no harm. Luo's voice emerged lazily. He still cradled his beloved sword, Giku, lacking even the desire to stand upright. We are here searching for someone. Searching for someone. Hanju and Kanjiro's faces reflected wariness and skepticism. Iai Luo's brows knitted tightly. Searching for someone. The voice of the Kazekage was cold and devoid of emotion. Why come to Konoha? This place, recently devastated by calamity, hardly seemed a venue for amicable encounters. Moreover, the manner of their arrival was exceedingly peculiar. Luo's eyelids drooped. Seemingly weary of uttering even a single word more, he extended a finger, gesturing towards the depths of the ruins, in the direction from which raucous sounds emanated. The person I seek resides within these ruins. His tone exuded unwavering certainty. Iai Luo's azure pupils narrowed slightly as he followed Luo's pointing finger. There lay the central square of Konoha, the very place resonating with Naruto's chakra. Could it be that this peculiar group devoid of chakra were Naruto's acquaintances? The thought struck Iai Luo as absurd. Were Naruto's friends not all ninjas? When had he befriended such radically different individuals? Yet, Iai Luo refrained from further questioning. He sensed that despite their nonchalant demeanor, an undercurrent of peril lurked beneath their surface. Furthermore, they had not displayed any hostility. In the face of uncertainty, the best course would be to bring them before the Hokage, allowing the higher-ups of Konoha to grapple with the situation. Very well. Iai Luo spoke coldly, as if reaching a decision. Accompany us. With that, he turned and strode deeper into the ruins. Hanju and Kanjiro exchanged glances and promptly followed, flanking Luo and his crew. Forming a vigilant formation, Luo shrugged indifferently. Let us go? He addressed his crew, who were nearly cowering in fear, before leisurely moving onward. The members of the Heart Pirates fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Peijin and Shachi trailed closely behind Luo, their legs trembling. Goodness, are all the inhabitants of this world so terrifying? The red-haired youth appeared youthful, yet his aura was more intimidating than that of an admiral. The sand beneath his feet seemed to possess a life of its own, restlessly stirring. And that woman wielding a fan, along with the man manipulating puppets, were clearly not to be trifled with. Captain, are we truly going to follow them? Peijin whispered, nearly speaking in a breath. What else is there? Luo did not look back. Do you wish to remain here and confront that boy who commands sand? Peijin shook his head vehemently, as if to dispel the very notion. What a joke. He certainly did not wish to be transformed into a sand sculpture. Iai Luo, walking ahead, appeared to be oblivious. Yet a significant portion of his attention remained fixed on Luo behind him. His peripheral vision frequently darted back, carefully scrutinizing Luo's every move. This man was enshrouded in mystery. What was the nature of his ability to replace objects seemingly at will? A bloodline limit? Or some arcane art unheard of before? Most crucially, he exuded no trace of chakra whatsoever. This was more unsettling than sensing a vast and malevolent chakra. The unknown constituted the greatest fear. The sand beneath Iai Luo remained perpetually active, akin to the most loyal guard, poised to transform into the sturdiest shield or the sharpest spear at a moment's notice. Kanjiro walked beside Iai Luo, furtively inspecting the scroll in his possession to ensure Wuya remained unscathed. He regarded Luo's silhouette as one might regard a monster. Meanwhile, Hanju continually assessed the polar bear named Babwa. This bear seemed devoid of aggression. Rather, it appeared somewhat adorably foolish. The group traversed the woods bordering the ruins of Konoha in a tense and surreal silence. As they ventured deeper, the dissonant clamor intensified. At last, they rounded a collapsed wall, revealing the chaotic spectacle of the central square in all its unrestrained glory. Boom! A massive roast was sent soaring through the air by a ninja clad in a tight green suit, sporting a watermelon-shaped head. Konoha whirlwind. Wow. Teacher guy? So cool. A miniature watermelon head, nearly identical to the original, excitedly waved his fists from the sidelines. On another front, another bowl, please. The blonde fifth Hokage, Tsunade, stood atop a sake barrel, pouring an entire bowl of sake into her mouth, her face flushed with exuberance. At the heart of the revelry, meat, my meat. The straw-hatted rubber fool was embroiled in a fierce food battle with a hefty member of the Akimichi clan, along with a boy from the Inuzuka clan and his large white dog. Their mouths gaped wider than basins as they frantically stuffed their faces with towering heaps of roasted meat. The siblings from Sunagakure were utterly dumbfounded. Hanju's mouth had formed an O shape, while Kanjuro's scroll fell with a thud to the ground. A slight fissure appeared on Iai Luo's eternally frosty visage. Is this truly the Konoha village that has just endured the devastating assault from Pain, almost reduced to ruins? Is this indeed the same group of Konoha shinobi that were just moments ago grappling with life and death? Why? Why are they celebrating so joyously amidst the debris? Where is their sorrow? Where is their pain? Has it all been devoured by dogs? As the worldview of the Suna trio is violently shaken behind them, Trafalgar Law emits a long, weary sigh, filled with a sense of disillusionment. He has found it. He has finally located the individual he has been searching for, a rubber-headed fool whose face is puffed up like a balloon amidst a crowd of portly individuals and large dogs. The name that has caused him endless headaches escapes his lips softly. Iwero keenly catches the whisper, turning abruptly. Is that the one you're looking for? Chapter 129. What peculiar friends Naruto has. Iwero's cerulean eyes fixate intently on Trafalgar Law. The name the man just uttered resonates clearly within his mind. Straw Hat Captain. This title is both unfamiliar and bizarre. Yet the image of the straw hat strikes like thunder within Iwero's consciousness. He swiftly turns his gaze in the direction indicated by Law's finger, once again focusing on the chaotic center of the party. There, amidst a large white dog and a rotund figure, one person is frantically competing for meat, their mouth stretched wider than their face. Indeed, that individual wears a straw hat. The guest Naruto has brought back. A formidable presence devoid of chakra. The Straw Hat Crew. In this instant, all clues intertwine, collide, and converge within Iwero's mind, culminating in a conclusion that he finds incomprehensible, even somewhat absurd. Is it truly him? Iwero's voice is parched, each word squeezed out like grains of sand. Now no longer a question, but a tremulous affirmation. Law casts a languid glance in his direction, tacitly confirming. Upon receiving this affirmation, Iwero feels as though he has been struck by a sandstorm shuriken, his mind buzzing. His companions, Shizune and Kankuro, are equally frozen, ensnared in a stupor. Konoha has been nearly obliterated. Debris lies scattered everywhere, massive craters mar the landscape, and the scars of battle are evident. The air is tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood mixed with dust. In such a backdrop, one would expect an atmosphere of sorrow, heaviness, and the struggle to rebuild. Yet, what is happening before their eyes? They are throwing a party, a celebration amidst the ruins? That woman with golden hair and a gambling symbol emblazoned across her chest is undeniably the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Yet now, she stands atop a barrel, pouring alcohol into her mouth like a bandit, her face flushed with intoxication. Over there, two watermelon-headed figures, one large and one small, are engaged in a playful kicking match with grilled meat. And at the very center of the party, that fellow in the straw hat is engaged in a fierce tussle with Konoha's ninja over the last piece of meat. Do these people possess no semblance of sorrow? Are their hearts made of stone? Kankuro is utterly bewildered, inching closer to Shizune, whispering in a trembling voice only she can hear. Have they collectively lost their minds due to the village's destruction? Shizune remains silent, for she too finds this possibility highly plausible. Just as the trio's spirits teeter on the brink of collapse, a boisterous, slightly inebriated voice calls out from nearby. Well, if it isn't the Wind Shadow Brat. Tsunade approaches, clutching a massive gourd of sake, staggering slightly. Though her steps are unsteady, the commanding aura of the Hokage remains unyielding. Her gaze briefly lingers on Iwero before shifting to Law and the eclectic crew of the Heart Pirates. Tsunade squints, assessing Law's peculiar attire and his enormous companion, Bippo. Who are these individuals? She shakes her head as if to clear her thoughts, inquiring, your friends, perhaps? Wind Shadow Brat. They don't appear to be ninja. Iwero's lips twitch. Friends? He wishes to deny it, yet the earlier identification as Naruto's companions complicates matters. He has yet to formulate an explanation for this convoluted web of relationships when Kankuro suddenly emits a terrified scream. What is that? A yellow whirlwind, defying all laws of physics, rushes toward them from the direction of the bonfire. The whirlwind's originator is none other than Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hat crew. His right leg is bandaged thickly, stained with blood. Yet, at this moment, he seems oblivious to the pain. Pivoting on his left leg, his body spins like a high-speed top, tracing a bizarre arc across the ground before halting precisely before Shizune. With a thud, Sanji kneels in a knightly manner. His eyes burn with fervent passion. "Ah, my desert rose of destiny." Sanji's voice is rich and magnetic, each syllable laced with exaggerated tremors. "Your arrival is akin to a golden sandstorm, sweeping away the emptiness of my soul. Your eyes, as clear as an oasis, ensnare me. Your sweetness, reminiscent of dates, leaves me entranced. Permit me, a humble chef, to offer you my eternal loyalty and affection. You are my forever, my one and only main course, beautiful and spirited lady." A torrent of cringeworthy declarations bursts forth, akin to a barrage of bullets. The world seems to fall silent in that moment. Shizune, Kankuro, Iwero, the crew of the Heart Pirates. Shizune is completely frozen. She has faced countless life and death battles and encountered the most vicious rogue ninjas. Yet she swears she has never witnessed such an outrageous mental assault in her life. Who is this golden-haired, curly-browed individual? What did he just say? Desert Rose? Dates? Main course? What nonsense is this? Shizune's cheeks transition from bewilderment to a vivid crimson, finally turning a deep shade of purple. She instinctively tightens her grip on her iron fan, a surge of violent chakra erupting from within her. She yearns to send this greasy fool flying to the borders of the land of fire. However, just as she is about to make her move, a languid voice, as though forever sleepy, drifts over from beside her. "Hey, Curlybrow, I suggest you tread carefully." Nara Shikamaru yawns, hands tucked in his pockets as he ambles over. He glances at Sanji kneeling on the ground, and then at Shizune, who is on the verge of exploding, his face etched with the words, "This is such a hassle." This woman is not one to be trifled with. If you continue this way, the outcome will be quite grim. Shikamaru's warning does not deter Sanji, rather, it fuels the flames of affection in his eyes. Oh, the thorny rose is all the more fragrant and alluring. Sanji twists his body, uttering even more nauseating compliments. "To protect my beloved princess, I would dare to venture into hell itself." The veins on Shizune's forehead throb. She is truly on the brink of losing her composure. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Law, positioned across from the Suna trio, observes this farcical spectacle unfold in its entirety. His eyelids drooped heavily, sinking further against the body of the wailing specter, the lifeless expression on his face thickening to an unbearable degree. He had merely come in search of a foolish ally. Why? Why had he encountered another group of monsters? Why was this imbecilic ally's crew also a bunch of hopeless simpletons? Why could this recently devastated village still hold a celebration? Why were the inhabitants here all so utterly abnormal? Luo felt a piercing pain in his head. He wished to do nothing but locate that straw-hatted fool immediately, seize him by the collar, drag him back to the submarine, and leave this cursed place without a moment's delay. Meat. That last piece is mine. In the heart of the ruins, Luffy's roar echoed once more as he used his rubbery arms to snatch the last piece of roasted meat from Ding Xiai, completely oblivious to the fact that his ally had arrived and was on the brink of a breakdown. Chapter 130. Luo's rationality is burning. Shumaru's temples throbbed, veins bulging one by one. The chakra within her surged uncontrollably, and in an instant, a raging tempest would completely vaporize the greasy, curly-haired man before her on a physical level. She swore she could hardly contain herself. Hey, I'm talking to you," came Nara Shikamaru's lazy voice, punctuated by yawns, his expression one of utter exasperation, as if uttering another word would drain his entire life force. "Take my advice, get up quickly, or else," before he could finish, a more boisterous voice, laced with the potency of alcohol and the authority of Hokage, interrupted. "Oh, Naruto, that brat Gaara has arrived. Come over and say hello," Tsunade shouted, clutching a massive wine gourd and swaying unsteadily. Her call instantly captured everyone's attention. Even Shumaru, on the verge of a violent outburst, instinctively halted her chakra gathering, turning to look. From the distant crowd emerged a golden figure. Coming, Granny Tsunade." The vibrant voice of Uzumaki Naruto grew nearer as he strode through the bustling throng. However, what caused everyone, particularly the three siblings, to gasp in shock was the figure closely trailing behind Naruto, Hyuga Hinata. Her cheeks were tinged with a delightful flush, whether from the festive atmosphere or something else was unclear. She nearly jogged to keep up with Naruto, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of his orange jacket. That posture, that proximity, that unabashed intimacy required no words at all. An air of sweetness, tinged with the scent of gossip, suddenly filled the atmosphere. Shumaru, who had been radiating murderous intent moments ago, found her anger dissipating without a trace. In its place blossomed a smile tinged with mischief, understanding, and excitement. She gently nudged Kanjuro beside her, her voice lowered but dripping with teasing implication. Hey, did you see that? It seems that while we were away, Konoha has had not only great disasters, but also great joys. Kanjuro paused momentarily before revealing a lecherous grin of comprehension. Only Gaara remained unchanged, his emerald eyes flickering as he regarded Naruto and Hinata's figures. His expression steady, yet an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Seemingly aware of the attention, Hinata's face flushed brighter than a ripe tomato. She nearly shrank into Naruto's shadow, burying her head deeply, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Ah, Gaara, Kanjuro, Shumaru, you really came, Naruto exclaimed as he approached the trio, his face beaming with a radiant smile, completely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. His gaze then fell upon the odd assortment of figures beside Gaara. There was a man donning a spotted hat, clutching a long sword, his entire demeanor radiating a do-not-approach vibe. Two peculiar figures clad in jumpsuits and hats that looked odd, and then there was a gigantic, standing, white bear. Wow. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. What a massive white bear. He took a step forward, only to be halted by Hinata, who tugged firmly at his clothing, preventing him from lunging forward. The crew of the Heart Pirates was taken aback by Naruto's sudden enthusiasm, instinctively taking a step back. The enormous bear, Beppo, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, apologizing in a voice filled with contrition. I'm sorry. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. Naruto's outstretched hand froze midair, his excitement morphing into sheer confusion. Huh. He scratched his head and turned to Tsunade, bewildered. It can talk? Why is it apologizing to me? Tsunade, taking another hearty swig from her drink, waved her hand dismissively. What is so strange about it? Isn't your friend Chopper a talking reindeer? Naruto pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Oh, that is true, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly accepting this revelation. He looked back at Beppo, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Hello, White Bear. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What about you? Beppo bowed once more. You don't need to apologize, Naruto exclaimed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Trafalgar Luo, who had been observing the entire scene, exuded an aura of utter despair, leaning against the wailing specter, his entire being radiating a sense of exhaustion and destruction. He could no longer endure it. This village, its people, and the friends of his foolish ally, none of them were normal. Not a single one. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the impulse to activate room and obliterate everyone present, and in a voice laden with fatigue, as if he were on the brink of collapse, he spoke. Straw Hat Captain. His voice was low but precisely reached every ear in the vicinity. Naruto paused, looking at Luo. Straw Hat, are you calling Luffy? Luo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just then, the source of Luo's frustration, the center of the celebration, finally reacted. Huh, Trafalgar. Luffy, with a mouthful of meat, called out Luo's nickname through a mouthful of food. He quickly swallowed and bounced over like a rubber ball. What are you doing here? You're so slow. The party is almost over. Luo felt his temples throb painfully. He sensed his blood vessels might burst at any moment. I came to find you, you idiot. Find me? Luffy cocked his head, then clapped his hands together. Oh, I get it. You're here for the party too? The meat over there is super delicious. Luo, I am not. I did not. Stop talking nonsense. Luo felt his sanity being gradually consumed. He gazed at his utterly peculiar ally and then at the equally simple-minded blonde lad beside him, finally surveying the group of ninjas reveling amidst the ruins. He made a decision. He must, immediately, take this foolish ally away from this cursed place. Straw Hat Captain, Luo's voice turned icy as he declared. We must leave now and attend to our business. But the party hasn't shut up. Luo raised his voice, a rare display of anger. Our objective is Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Have you forgotten? As soon as the name Kaido was uttered, the smile on Luffy's face vanished instantaneously. A weighty and potent aura, starkly contrasting with the previous atmosphere, emanated from him. Naruto, keenly sensing the shift in mood, glanced at Luffy, then at Law, inquiring, Kaido? Who is that? Is he strong? Luffy offered no response. He merely fixed his gaze on Law, then turned to Naruto, ultimately breaking into a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Trafalgar, Naruto, he declared, raising his fist with an unprecedented seriousness. To take down that guy, we'll need a lot more meat. Chapter 131. The hospitality of Konoha. The name Kaido exploded like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, shattering the jubilant atmosphere of the party. The air, once filled with merriment, freedom, and a hint of absurdity, was replaced by a suffocating pressure. Nara Shikamaru's previously languid expression vanished as he abruptly sat up, swallowing back the words he had yet to utter. His eyes were fixed on Luffy, then on the ominous man wielding a long sword. The expressions of the Sand Village siblings also turned grave. Temari tightened her grip on her fan, while Kankuro instinctively shielded the puppets behind him. They might not know who Kaido was, but they could acutely sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Luffy and the man in the spotted hat, a force capable of rivaling the tailed beasts. It was a purer, more primal aura defined by sheer power. Both Luffy and Uzumaki Naruto felt the shift in atmosphere. Naruto's smile faded. He sensed that when Luffy spoke that name, he was no longer the foolish meat thief, but a true king reigning over the seas. Who is Kaido? Naruto asked earnestly. However, the response did not come from Luffy or Trafalgar Law. Oh, sounds like quite a formidable fellow. A drunken yet imposing voice broke the silence, revealing the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, who staggered over with her enormous gourd of alcohol. Her eyes were somewhat glazed, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. She approached Trafalgar Law, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if assessing a commodity. So you're the one who brought such a troublesome name to my party? Tsunade hiccuped, the potent scent of alcohol wafting through the air. We're here to find the captain of the Straw Hats. Law's voice remained hoarse and cold, insisting that there were serious matters to attend to. Serious matters? Tsunade scoffed, extending her finger to poke Law's chest. In this wasteland, surviving, drinking, and eating meat are the only serious matters. She then grinned at him, her smile unsettling Law. You're Luffy's friend, right? You seem quite strong. Ally. Law corrected her, his tone laced with impatience. For him, the distinction between the two terms was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Friendship connoted emotion, whereas alliance signified benefit. Yet, Tsunade seemed oblivious to this nuance, flashing a grin that made Law uneasy. What's the difference between friends and allies? Quite significant. Law began to explain, but before he could finish, a hand, swift as lightning, grasped his collar. The force was so immense that Law didn't even have a chance to activate his room. He was lifted effortlessly into the air. Captain, what is that woman doing? The crew of the Heart Pirates erupted in panic. Beppo collapsed, hugging his head and repeatedly muttering apologies. They watched helplessly as their captain, the fearsome surgeon of death, was hoisted like a mere chick by the blonde woman. Was she going to kill him? Temari and Kankuro stood agape, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Only Gaara, with an unusual glimmer in his emerald eyes, observed with quiet intensity. Hey, you! Luffy shouted, his urgency palpable, but Tsunade shot him a fierce glare that silenced him. Shut up, kid. I'm entertaining guests. Entertaining guests? A collective bewilderment filled the air. The next moment, they understood Tsunade's unique hospitality. With one hand still gripping Law, she raised her massive gourd, aiming it at his mouth. The clear liquid cascaded like a waterfall, forcefully poured into Trafalgar Law's mouth. Ugh! Law's eyes widened in shock as he struggled desperately, but the grip on him was unyielding, akin to iron. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, surged into his stomach, and an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck his brain. His consciousness, pride, plans, and the dignity of being one of the worst generation were washed away in that instant by Konoha's strongest liquor. Ha ha! Tsunade's raucous laughter echoed. Since you're Luffy's friend, you're Naruto's friend. If you're Naruto's friend, you're a friend of Konoha. And if you're a friend of Konoha, then you must drink with me. This impeccable logic left all the ninjas present, including Nara Shikamaru, in stunned silence. It seemed there was no flaw in her reasoning. Law's struggles weakened, his pupils began to dilate, and his body grew increasingly rigid. Finally, Tsunade released him. Trafalgar Law, like a wooden post stripped of all its bones, rolled his eyes back, foam bubbling at his mouth, and collapsed backward into the ruins, completely losing consciousness. His sword, Enma, slipped from his grasp, lying forlornly beside him. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle. Tsunade put away her gourd, taking a satisfied swig before disdainfully glancing at the unmoving Law. "What a lightweight," she muttered. "One cup and he out." The Heart Pirate's crew had descended into tears. Captain, he has been drunk to death. What should we do?" Luffy and Naruto hurried over, poking Law's cheek with their fingers. "Hey, Trafalgar, are you still alive? He seems to be asleep." They mused amidst the bizarre atmosphere of chaos and sorrow, primarily stemming from the Heart Pirates. In this peculiar moment, a calm and indifferent voice emerged. Gaara, arms crossed, quietly observed the unfolding chaos. His emerald eyes reflected Tsunade's bold figure and the incapacitated Law. "Your village's method of hospitality," he began slowly, his tone ambiguous, "is truly distinctive." Chapter 132, Seduction Technique. The Chef's Treasure. Nara Shikamaru covered his face, feeling overwhelmed. The wind shadow of Tsunade was commenting on such an absurd scene. Was this acknowledgement or mockery? "This is truly troublesome, immensely troublesome." The Heart Pirates continued to lament for their captain, now reduced to a comatose state by a single drink. Beppo had curled into a ball, incessantly muttering apologies, as if Law's unconsciousness were a result of his failure to bow properly. Amidst this chaos, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Konohamaru, Asuma Sarutobi's nephew and the grandson of the third Hokage, the little brat who had always followed Naruto around. At that moment, his face bore none of the usual mischief or folly. Instead, it was replaced with an almost fervent admiration and resolve. His gaze was firmly fixed upon a single individual. That person, the green-haired swordsman Roronoa Zoro, had just risen from the ruins, dusted himself off, and settled into a corner to continue drinking. Moku Yawara took a deep breath, as if he were about to make the most significant decision of his life. He hastily approached Zoro, and in the astonished gaze of all onlookers, he abruptly knelt, his knees hitting the gravelly ground with a thud, and his forehead pressed heavily against the debris-laden earth. "Mr. Zoro," he shouted with all his might, "please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn your swordsmanship. I beg you." This exclamation even drowned out the roars of Luffy and Choji fighting over meat. The raucous party atmosphere was once again paused, as all eyes converged on the two figures, one kneeling and the other seated. Zoro slowly opened one eye, glancing down at the resolute boy before him, his brow slightly furrowing. "Huh," he yawned, his tone laced with impatience and confusion. "What? Are you an idiot? Why would I take you as a disciple?" His rejection was swift and unhesitating. Moku Yawara shot up, his face filled with urgency. "Because you are strong. I saw it when you fought that monster with the Rinnegan. Your aura, it's the kind of strength I want to possess. Then I could protect my grandfather's village." His words were sincere, yet Zoro clearly was unimpressed. "That's my business. What does it have to do with you?" Zoro picked up his bottle and took another swig. "If you want to get stronger, practice on your own and stop bothering me." But there was no buts. "Get lost, kid. You're blocking my drinking." Zoro waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Moku Yawara's face fell, brimming with disappointment and frustration. He bit his lip tightly, his fists clenched resolutely. At that moment, a crisp and melodious voice, tinged with cunning, chimed in. "Oh, what's the harm, Zoro?" Nami had approached, hands on her hips, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "It's just taking on a disciple. Look at how sincere this child is. He might even help us run errands or do some chores in the future." Nami's plans were clearly laid out. In this unfamiliar world, having one more ally was undoubtedly beneficial, especially one who was the grandson of the former Hokage. However, her words ignited a powder keg. Moku Yawara suddenly stood up, turning to glare fiercely at Nami. His youthful pride could not bear the notion of his pure admiration being reduced to that of a mere tool for chores. "What do you know?" he shouted at Nami. "This is a matter between men. You foolish woman, stay out of it." "Foolish woman?" Nami's smile instantly froze on her face. "What did you just call me? You little brat?" Her voice turned icy, her eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. "I said you are a—" Moku Yawara's words were cut short as a whirlwind of rage swept past him. "You little brat." Sanji, the chef with his right leg heavily bandaged, charged forward like a mad bull, dragging his injured limb in an oddly aggressive manner. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the eye not hidden by his bangs burned with an intensity that could turn a person to ashes. "How dare you speak such crude words to the beautiful Nami-san? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." His intact left leg ignited with crimson flames, the terrifying heat of his diable jam causing the surrounding air to warp. I will kick you to the heavens so you can reflect on your mistakes. Moku face flickered with a hint of panic at the sight of that flaming foot. But he quickly regained his composure. He recalled the invincible technique that Naruto had taught him. I'm not afraid of you, Moku declared, hands on his hips, boldly puffing out his chest. Against a perverted guy like you, I have my own secret technique. What? Sanji's fury intensified. All right, let us see if your technique is stronger or if my love's flame surpasses yours. The commotion drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward them. Isn't that the grandson of the third Hokage? Temari asked, puzzled. Is he going to fight that blonde-haired guy? Kankuro found it hard to believe, as Naruto observed the scene. Especially the familiar smirk curling on Moku lips, he instantly understood. A sense of foreboding loomed over him like dark clouds. This is bad, Naruto shouted. But it was too late. Moku formed hand seals. Watch closely, he cried out, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of Moku clones appeared before Sanji, surrounding him. Sanji paused for a moment, then scoffed. Humph, just because there are more of you doesn't mean anything. However, Moku grin widened further. Then, all the shadow clones, along with the original, formed hand seals simultaneously. Sexy jutsu. Bang. Accompanied by a thick cloud of white smoke, the figures of the half-grown children vanished in an instant. In their place stood numerous stunningly beautiful women, each with a voluptuous figure, draped only in wisps of white mist over their most delicate parts. Each possessed a different allure, some innocent, some seductive, some wild, and some demure. They struck various alluring poses, casting flirtatious glances toward Sanji, who stood at the center of the encircled group. Come play, Sanji-kun. The moment felt frozen in time. Sanji's fiery foot, poised midair, remained suspended as shock and ecstasy replaced his rage. His eyes transformed into enormous hearts, bubbling with pink affection. What? His voice trembled, his soul quaking. Why is there such a technique? This is art. This is a miracle. It is the highest tribute to the male spirit. In the next instant, with a powerful force akin to a fire hose, a thick stream of blood erupted from Sanji's nostrils. The sheer impact defied physical laws, propelling Sanji backward like a rocket. Nami-san. As Sanji, he called out joyfully in midair, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc as he blissfully shouted the ladies' names, only to crash with a resounding thud into a distant pile of debris, enveloped in a cloud of dust, rendering him utterly silent. All the shadow clones vanished. Moku returned to his original form, proudly rubbing his thumb against his nose, hands on his hips, gazing in the direction where Sanji had disappeared. How was that? Chapter 133. Tonight, no talk of tomorrow. The blood-red arc that had sliced through the sky remained indelibly etched in everyone's memory. Nara Shikamaru felt his temples throbbing. He was not a medical ninja, but he would wager his entire intellect that the chef named Sanji had lost more blood from his nose than he possessed in his entire body. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaotic scene, Moku stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a smug expression that conveyed, I told you so. Mingrun, in torment, covered his face with his hands, desperate groans escaping through his fingers. Why does this forbidden technique persist? He felt a burning shame as the progenitor of this jutsu. More painful than the blows dealt by pain. How intriguing, a deep voice shattered the silence. It was Sauron. His solitary eye glanced with keen interest at Konohamaru. Then at the smoking crater left by Sanji amidst the ruins, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smirk. That foolish chef truly managed to inflict damage. In that moment, Konohamaru felt an immense validation. Even this formidable swordsman acknowledged his technique. He puffed out his chest, feeling he had taken a significant step closer to becoming a strong warrior. Meanwhile, the three siblings from Suna were utterly petrified. Kankuro's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist as he mechanically turned to his sister. Temari, I must be mistaken, right? That little brat used a transformation jutsu to send that chef flying? Temari's expression was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially shocked, then disgusted, ultimately experiencing an indescribable thrill, as though witnessing a nemesis being devoured by an even stranger foe. Just moments ago, she had been revolted by Sanji's nauseating words, and now, inexplicably, their enemy had vanished. The ninjutsu of Konoha is indeed profound, she sputtered. Gaara remained impassive, yet within his emerald eyes flickered an unprecedented glimmer of confusion. He could not comprehend it. There was no violent clash of chakra, no cataclysmic power. Merely illusions had shattered a seemingly competent warrior. What constituted the logic of battle for the people of this land? A resounding laughter, powerful enough to dislodge dust from the ceiling, finally snapped everyone back to reality. It was Tsunade. With one hand on her hip and the other clutching a massive sake gourd, she laughed until tears nearly spilled. Well done. Excellent work, Konohamaru. She praised. Giving him a thumbs up, you truly are the grandson of the third Hokage, understanding how to eliminate foes in the most effective manner. Finally, someone can address that boy's weakness with women. Tsunade strode to the center of the arena, surveying the ninjas and villagers, some standing, others seated, still dazed from the calamity. She looked upon their battered homeland. Her laughter gradually faded, replaced by a calm, yet resolute strength. Listen up. The voice of the Hokage resonated through every corner of the ruins. I know our village has been devastated. I am aware of the many losses we have endured. I understand sorrow and pain. Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of hoarseness. But she suddenly raised her voice, slamming the sake gourd onto the ground with a resounding thud. We are alive. Konoha stands. As long as we are here, Konoha will never perish. Pain is dead. The enemy has been driven away. This is victory, the triumph of us all. Her words flowed like a warm current into the cold hearts of every survivor. People lifted their heads, their once numb expressions slowly ignited by hope. So, Tsunade raised the sake gourd high, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. We will discuss rebuilding tomorrow. Those troublesome plans can wait. Tonight, just for this night, everyone, forget your pain and sorrow. We shall do but one thing to celebrate. Food, plenty of it. Drinks, to our fill. Frankie, construct the largest stage possible from the debris. Chopper, gather every edible herb you can find. Tonight, we shall feast instead of heal. Everyone, eat, drink, revel. Tonight, Konoha shall not return until we are intoxicated. A brief silence was followed by a roaring cheer. The fears, sadness, and despair that had been suppressed for too long were ignited by the joy of survival and the ecstasy of victory. The ruins of Konoha transformed into a grand open-air celebration. The ninjas laid down their guard, and the villagers forgot their losses. Frankie laughed heartily, shouting super, as he breathed fire, swiftly welding the discarded beams and planks into a makeshift yet sturdy stage. Usopp boasted to a group of Konoha children about how he had defeated a god with a single pepper star, inciting waves of admiration. Luffy and Shuji grappled once more over the largest piece of roasted meat, while Akamaru barked encouragement from the sidelines. Even Trafalgar Law, who had been unconscious, was hoisted aside by his sobbing crew, with Beppo thoughtfully covering his face with a rag, continuing to mutter apologies in the corner. Konohamaru, having enjoyed a moment of hero's treatment, summoned his courage and approached the self-indulgent, green-haired swordsman. Mr. Sauron. Sauron did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Downing another gulp of sake. Go away. Mr. Sauron. Konohamaru did not kneel this time, standing tall. I have proven my strength. My technique is of use. Please accept me as your disciple. Finally, Sauron set down his bottle, raising his singular eye to scrutinize Konohamaru from head to toe. That gaze made Konohamaru feel as though an invisible blade had swept over him, sending chills down his spine. Your technique? Sauron scoffed. Such flashy nonsense cannot even be called a technique. Konohamaru's face flushed crimson, but it defeated that chef. That foolish chef was merely too lecherous. Had any reasonably intelligent foe faced you, your head would have been severed 100 times before you completed your hand signs. Sauron's words were as cold and merciless as ice. Konohamaru's shoulders slumped, disappointment etched on his face. Was he truly still inadequate? Just as he was about to give up, Sauron's voice cut through again. However, Konohamaru's head snapped up. Sauron lightly tapped his shoulder with the hilt of his sword. To unhesitatingly employ such an embarrassing move, and to accurately strike at your opponent's weakness, you possess a certain potential for mischief. Is that a compliment? Konohamaru wondered, uncertain. To aspire to be my disciple and learn swordsmanship, you're still far from it. Sauron rose to his feet, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the glow of the bonfire. But, since you show such sincerity, Sauron pointed toward the distant ruins of the Hyuga clan's estate, once the repository of Konoha's celebratory sake. Do you see that rubble? Konohamaru nodded vigorously. Go, and excavate the largest, fullest vat of sake from beneath it. Sauron's tone left no room for argument. Huh. Konohamaru was taken aback. This is your first trial. Sauron resumed his seat, closing his eyes. If I do not see the sake before dawn, you may never show your face before me again. If you succeed, I might consider teaching you how to drink without choking. With that, he dismissed Konohamaru, as though he had already fallen asleep. Konohamaru stood frozen for several seconds. Digging for sake? Is this the trial of a strong warrior? Though it sounded peculiar, this was the first time Mr. Sauron had not outright rejected him. Moreover, he had assigned him a task. The boy's mind swiftly pieced together the logic. This must be a test of his perseverance, strength, and treasure-finding ability. Yes, Master Sauron, I vow to complete the task. Mokiamaru exerted every ounce of his strength to let out a resounding shout. Then, like a cannonball, he turned and charged toward the ruins, his face ablaze with fervent enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, Lushiko once again covered his face and let out a deep sigh. Trouble truly follows these fools. As night deepened, the revelry amidst the remnants of Konoha gradually drew to a close, enveloped by the mingling sense of alcohol, exhaustion, and a profound sense of survival. The towering bonfire had dwindled to mere embers, flickering in the evening breeze like the last stars in the sky. Drunken ninjas lay sprawled across the rubble, their snores creating a symphony of slumber. Even Tsunade clutched her massive gourd of sake, leaning against a broken wall. Lost in a deep sleep, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. On the makeshift stage erected by Frankie, Usopp cradled several Konoha children, regaling them with tales of his imminent challenge against Hokage Rock, promising to carve his likeness into its face, eliciting dreamy adoration from his young audience. The air was filled with the intoxicating aroma of barbecued meat mingling with the potent scent of alcohol, creating a peculiar yet serene atmosphere. The war had ended. Victory had been achieved. It was a night for everyone to seek rest and slumber, except for one. Monkey D. Luffy lay atop a half-demolished wall, his belly round and satisfied, letting out a contented belch. The stones beneath him were cold and hard, yet to him, they felt no different than the softest of beds. He was not asleep. His eyes were wide open, gazing intently at the resplendent moon in the night sky. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a silvery glow over the ruins of Konoha, softening the jagged edges of the debris. Luffy watched in silence, his mind untroubled by complex thoughts. He felt joy at having defeated pain, delight in the survival of his comrades, satisfaction from feasting on copious amounts of meat, and happiness at Naruto reuniting with his parents and forming a bond with the girl with white eyes. Everything was well. Yet, why did his heart feel so empty? It was as if his stomach was full, yet his soul remained starved. Luffy scratched his head, perplexed by this convoluted sensation. Instinctively, he reached into the inner pocket of his clothing. His movements were light and cautious, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. His fingertips brushed against a cool, hard object. He withdrew it, laying it in his palm. It was a small glass vial, no larger than a finger joint, tightly sealed with a tiny cork. This was his most treasured possession, more precious than his straw hat. Luffy sat up, raising the vial to his eyes against the moonlight. Inside, a single insignificant strand of black hair resided. It was Ace's hair. He vividly recalled the moment during the Marineford War when Ace perished in his arms. The flames extinguished. Life ebbed away, and that chilling despair still pierced his heart, making it difficult to breathe whenever he recalled it. Later, upon awakening on Amazon Lily, he was in a daze, consumed by a desire to obliterate everything. It was then, amidst his battered and bloodied body, that he discovered this strand of hair. It clung to his skin, as if possessing a life of its own. The moment Luffy's fingertips first touched it, an incredibly gentle force surged through him, spreading warmth throughout his entire being. It felt as though Ace was still alive, tenderly caressing his head with a hand that bore the warmth of flames. "Don't cry, Luffy. I'm still here." He had felt Ace's presence in that moment. Since then, Luffy had known this was no ordinary hair. It was Ace's final and only legacy left for him, a fragment of Ace's will, a piece of his soul. Thus, he had requested Hancock to procure the smallest and sturdiest of vials, carefully preserving it. After each battle, whenever he felt lost or in pain, he would take it out to gaze upon it. As long as he could sense that faint, gentle power through the vial, he would find the courage to stand again. Ace had always been watching over him. Ace had always been by his side. Tonight was no different. After such a monumental victory, he had to share the news with Ace. Luffy beamed widely, speaking to the vial in a voice only he could hear. "Ace, did you see? We won. That guy named Pain was super strong, but I knocked him away. Bam! And Naruto, he is amazing too. He can turn golden and is incredibly fast. Oh, and I made many new friends. The watermelon-headed guy with the thick eyebrows, the lazy one who uses shadows, and that girl with white eyes who almost died protecting Naruto. But she is fine now, which is great. We ate so much meat. Next time, I'll treat you to the biggest piece. As he spoke, laughter spilling from his lips, moonlight bathed his face and the crystalline vial. Yet, gradually, Luffy's smile froze. His pupils dilated sharply in the moonlight. Wait, something seemed amiss. He brought the vial closer, nearly pressing it to his eye. He blinked, then blinked again with more force. Inside the vial, it was empty. The strand of hair he cherished so dearly, Ace's hair, was gone. Huh? Luffy uttered, confusion evident in his single syllable. He shook the vial vigorously in his hand. No trace of hair remained. Stunned, his mind struggled to comprehend. How could it have vanished? Was he seeing things? He removed the cork and turned the vial upside down, striking the bottom against his palm. It was entirely devoid of contents. Only the cold moonlight and the chill of the empty vial lingered in his hand. In that fleeting moment, Luffy felt as though his heart had been frozen by the moonlight, halting its rhythm. No, it couldn't be. His voice quivered as he began to frantically rummage through his pockets, emptying their contents. A piece of leftover jerky. A crumpled, makeshift map drawn by Nami. But no trace of that hair. He knelt against the wall, desperately searching every inch beneath him. Cold stones, shattered debris, sharp pebbles. His hands were cut and bleeding. Yet he felt no pain. Where could it possibly be? Where did it go? His breath quickened, chest heaving with panic. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had secured that vial tightly, checking it several times a day. How could it have fallen out? That hair. It was as if it had a life of its own. How could it simply disappear? Luffy leaped from the wall, crashing onto the stony ground below. He clawed at the rubble like a beast on the hunt, turning over stone after stone, stirring up clouds of dust. Ace, where are you? His voice cracked, laced with desperation and helplessness. The cheers of victory, the joy of comradeship, the elation of survival, all faded away in that moment. In his world, only one thought remained. The sole treasure Ace had left him was gone. The only proof that could make him feel Ace's presence has vanished. Just like on the day of the Summit War. He witnessed it being completely taken from his life once again. Luffy halted his movements, kneeling amidst the cold rubble, his hands pressed against the ground, his head buried deep. A single, searing tear fell into the dust beneath him, instantly soaking a small patch of darkness. Chapter 135, The Wailing on the Ruins. The night was eerily silent. Only the sound of the wind and a muffled sob echoed through the debris. The sound was faint yet sharp, piercing the dreams of every light sleeper like the finest needle. Hinata Hyuga's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She had not truly fallen asleep. The myriad of emotions from her recent experiences, those near-death agonies, the overwhelming shyness, the approval from her future in-laws, had kept her mind taut. At that moment, the fragmented, despairing cry jolted her into wakefulness. It was not Naruto's voice. Following the sorrowful sound, Hinata quietly tiptoed toward the other end of the ruins. In the moonlight, she saw the Straw Hat Captain, who had recently shattered pain and proclaimed a celebration, now kneeling in the icy rubble like a lost child. His shoulders shook violently, his hands frantically clawing at the ground, and he emitted a series of unintelligible, anguished howls. Luffy-san, Hinata tentatively called out in a whisper. Upon hearing her voice, Luffy suddenly lifted his head. The sight of his face startled Hinata profoundly. Tears, snot, mingled with dirt and blood, congealed into a grotesque mask, and his usually bright, vibrant eyes were now hollow, drowned in immense sorrow. He is gone. Luffy's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had scraped his throat. Ace is gone. It was as if he had clutched the last straw for survival, lunging forward to grasp Hinata's shoulders. His grip was strong, causing her pain, yet she did not struggle. Mesmerized by his despair. Who is Ace? Hinata asked, bewildered. Ace. Luffy's mouth opened, but was blocked as if by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. He shook Hinata more fervently, tears cascading down like beads from a broken string. The commotion finally roused more people. Hey, Luffy, what madness are you up to at this hour? Nami grumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes, anger etched on her face, followed closely by a puzzled Sakura. Are you hungry? Haven't we finished all the meat? Sanji limped over, dragging his legs still in a cast. When they caught sight of Luffy's ghastly face, All complaints and drowsiness evaporated instantly. Luffy, what happened? Sakura asked with concern, having never seen the eternally cheerful man display such an expression. What is going on? Nami noticed something was amiss, her tone shifting to one of urgency. Luffy released Hinata and turned toward his navigator, his lips trembling as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength to utter a few words. He opened his palm to reveal an empty glass vial. Ace's hair is gone. A moment of silence ensued. Hair. Sakura was increasingly perplexed. Who is Ace? Just a strand of hair. How could? Her words trailed off as she saw Nami's face turn as pale as a ghost. Ace. Nami's voice trembled. More aware than anyone of what this name meant to Luffy, his brother. She hesitated before adding, his deceased brother. Sakura's pupils narrowed sharply. She looked at Luffy. At the man kneeling on the ground, weeping like a child abandoned by the world. The only memento left by his deceased brother? Nami's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she crouched down and gently patted Luffy's back. It was all he had left, his most cherished treasure. In that moment, everyone understood. Hinata covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddened. She recalled her own resolve to protect Naruto, unafraid of death. That feeling for the most important person, she understood. Sanji's frivolous demeanor vanished without a trace. He silently lit a cigarette, the smoke rings heavy with sorrow. This man, who often spoke of chivalry, best understood the sentiment of cherishing something that must be protected. How could it be gone? Luffy's voice shattered completely, resembling a helpless child as he clutched Nami's arm. I had secured the cork tightly. How could it? Calm down, Luffy, calm down. Nami forced herself to regain composure. We will help you search. Everyone will help you look. It must be nearby. She stood up, shouting to all the bewildered Konoha ninjas and Straw Hat companions who had been roused from their slumber. Don't just stand there. Help find something. A strand of black hair. Beyond that, Nami could find no other descriptors. Quickly, move. Nami's voice shattered the silence of the night. The drunken ninjas were awakened by their companions. Though confused, they joined the search. Some complained, a single strand of black hair? How can we find it in this vast rubble? Yet they diligently searched through the debris. Usopp and Chopper were already frantic, scouring the ground inch by inch. Even Konohamaru, who had been complaining moments ago, set aside his playful demeanor, unleashing several shadow clones to assist in the thorough search. The entire Konoha ruins, once a site of revelry, had transformed into a scene of urgent searching. Everyone held their breath, seeking the lost world for the man who knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Naruto too had been awakened. Upon seeing Hinata's red-rimmed eyes and listening to Nami's explanation, he was stunned. Memories of Jiraiya-sensei's death flooded back, alongside the instant pain of losing a loved one when Hinata had been pierced. He empathized deeply. Silently, he approached Luffy, saying nothing, merely crouching down and using his hands, which had just saved the village, to diligently search through the cold rubble. Can't you let anyone sleep in peace? A lazy, disgruntled voice emerged from a pile of debris. Zoro finally sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning, displeased as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Green algae head. How can you still be sleeping at a time like this? Sanji exclaimed, his anger flaring. Zoro ignored him. His gaze fell upon Luffy, kneeling on the ground, fixated on the cold little vial illuminated by moonlight. He saw the despair on Luffy's face as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Zoro's expression gradually darkened. Without a word, he leaped off the stone pile and approached Luffy. Hey! His voice was cold and firm. Luffy remained unresponsive, lost in his sorrow. I'm asking you. Zoro raised his voice slightly. Can you cry it out? You idiot, green algae head. Can't you speak properly? Sanji yelled, ready to charge over. Yet Zoro's next action halted everyone. He sat cross-legged before Luffy and slowly closed his eyes. A serene yet razor-sharp aura emanated from him, spreading silently around. Kinbunchika haki. But this time, it was not to sense malice or anticipate attacks. The spiritual force enveloped the surroundings like countless invisible hands, delicately caressing each grain of sand, every shard of tile, and every inch of land. He searched in his own way. Stop crying, fool. Zoro's eyes were closed, his voice devoid of warmth, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Be silent until I find it. Chapter 136. The brother's apology. Zoro furrowed his brow tightly. His spiritual energy, akin to the finest spider silk, covered every corner of the ruins, sensing the weight of each speck of dust and the temperature of every piece of rubble. However, the outcome left him profoundly agitated. Beneath this wreckage lay countless remnants of the past: broken furniture, charred clothing, scattered weapons from battle, and countless strands of hair that had fallen amidst the chaos of conflict and revelry. Black, brown, gold, each strand bore a faint, vital essence of life. Yet, none bore the unique mark of the man named Ace. As time ticked by, the night breeze grew colder. Everyone held their breath, placing their last hope upon Zoro. Finally, he opened his eyes. In that single eye, there was no joy in discovery, only the stark silence of a chilling reality. He turned to the still kneeling Luffy, whose body trembled slightly, and spoke in a dry, straightforward tone. No. The two syllables struck like cold iron hammers, shattering the last flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Nami's complexion paled further, while Usopp and Chopper froze in their actions. What do you mean no, you green-haired idiot? Sanji's roar shattered the silence. Search again. Use your observation haki. I said no. Zoro's voice remained unwavering as he stood tall, looking down at Luffy. There are too many strands of hair down here, at least 800. If not 1,000. I cannot distinguish which one is his. He articulated this cruel reality. Hope was utterly extinguished. Luffy's sobs abruptly ceased. He slowly lifted his head, his face smeared with tears and dust, devoid of expression. Only emptiness remained. He glanced at Zoro, then at his worried and sympathetic companions surrounding him. Then, he lowered his head, extending the fists that had just crushed pain, continuing to dig through the cold rubble, one scoop at a time. There were no howls, no cries, only silent, stubborn digging, as if he intended to excavate the very earth itself. Tears streamed down Hinata's face uncontrollably. Naruto clenched his fists, yearning to say something, yet found that any words of comfort felt utterly impotent in the face of such despair. He could only kneel beside Luffy, joining him in the excavation. A man destined to become Hokage and another aiming to be the Pirate King. Both resembled helpless children amidst the ruins, searching for a lost thought that could never be found. All eyes were glued to this scene, their hearts constricted by an invisible hand, causing pain so profound it was hard to breathe. In this suffocating silence, a voice unexpectedly echoed. The tone was cold and hoarse, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Stop searching. You will not find it. The voice emanated from atop another ruin nearby. Everyone looked up in shock. Bathed in moonlight stood a slender figure with long hair, his skin appearing sickly pale against the night, and his golden, snake-like eyes curiously gazing down at the crowd below. The moment this figure appeared, an overwhelming, nauseating aura of danger enveloped the area. Tsunade, previously dulled by alcohol, felt as if ice-cold water had been poured over her, instantly sobering her. Her pupils constricted, color drained from her face, replaced by a tide of hatred and murderous intent. Orochimaru. Each syllable emerged as if forced through clenched teeth, steeped in blood and fire. Orochimaru. Naruto recognized him instantly. Though his appearance had altered slightly, that cold and malevolent chakra was unforgettable. This was the man who had slain the third Hokage, the one who had lured Sasuke away and destroyed Team 7. Boom. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails erupted from Naruto, the violent wave of energy sending fragments of stone flying. His eyes transformed into the slitted pupils of the Nine Tails, fixating intensely on the figure atop the ruins. How dare you show your face in Konoha? What did you mean by that statement, Orochimaru? Sakura also clenched her fists, unable to forget the terror he instilled during the Chunin exams, nor the pain he caused Sasuke. The Straw Hat crew, though unfamiliar with the newcomer, gleaned enough from the reactions of Konoha's ninja and the unmasked malice to understand he was certainly no ally. Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Wado Ikamanji. Sanji ceased his angry tirade against Zoro, dragging his injured leg to stand protectively before Nami and Sakura. Yet, in the face of their hostility and Naruto's frenzied chakra, Orochimaru merely extended his long tongue to lick his lips, revealing a disquieting smile. He offered no response to Sakura's inquiries, but instead, his serpent-like gaze surveyed each person present. His eyes swept over the furious Naruto, the bloodthirsty Tsunade, the vigilant Zoro and Sanji, before finally resting on Luffy, who continued to dig silently among the stones. Ha ha ha, he chuckled, a laugh devoid of meaning, as if thoroughly amused by the scene before him. I told you, you will not find it. He rasped, repeating himself. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from behind Orochimaru. Everyone's breath hitched at that moment. It was a tall man, bare-chested, with defined muscles radiating power. He wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with charms depicting both smiles and tears. Nami covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground. The figure strode step by step to the edge of the ruins, standing beside Orochimaru. He lowered his head, the shadow of his hat obscuring his face, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet all the pirates present recognized him. Luffy, still digging below, seemed to sense something and gradually halted his actions. He lifted his head, gazing in confusion at the familiar yet strange figure. Then, the figure slowly spoke. His voice was hollow and dim, as if resonating from a distant place, laced with a hint of resigned sigh. "I'm sorry, Luffy." Chapter 137. Luffy, don't come over. That single apology, Luffy, transcended the boundaries of life and death, piercing through the tumultuous night winds, clearly reaching every ear. Kneeling amidst the ruins, Luffy's movements came to a complete standstill. Slowly, inch by inch, he raised his head. His face, smeared with tears, snot, and dust, bore an expression of utter bewilderment. That familiar tone. He gazed at the figure standing atop the ruins, tall and familiar. The outline etched deeply within his soul. The orange cowboy hat adorned with accessories of a smiling and a crying face. The bare torso, marked by the indelible insignia of the Whitebeard pirates on his back, along with the familiar freckles on his face. Ace. Luffy's lips trembled, producing a fragmented and nearly inaudible syllable, reminiscent of a drowning man releasing his final bubble before sinking to the ocean's depths. Immediately, within those hollow, desolate eyes, it seemed a volcano erupted in an instant. Hope, ecstasy, a profound joy, potent enough to ignite his very being, overwhelmed all his reason in a heartbeat. Ace. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from Luffy, who leapt from the ground like a frenzied beast, charging heedlessly towards that figure. He forgot everything. He forgot the loss of his hair, the despair that had just engulfed him, his surroundings, and everyone around him. In his world, only that longed-for figure remained. His brother had not perished. His brother had returned. Luffy stopped. However, the man known as Ace uttered an even more urgent and pained plea to halt. "Stay back." He abruptly stepped back, extending his hand with his palm facing the rushing Luffy, signaling rejection. This motion caused Luffy's steps to falter. It also stirred the crowd, momentarily lost in the shocking upheaval. Back to a shred of awareness, Nami covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Ace, brother?" Usopp and Chopper were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. What a joke. Sanji's face turned ashen, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. There was no trace of life emanating from that Ace. Not a shred. Zoro's solitary eye fixed intently on the ruins, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening. He could feel it. That man was not alive. He was a corpse. Hee. Amidst this tension-filled standoff, Orochimaru's chilling, nauseating laughter echoed once more. He extended his long tongue, licking his sickly pale lips, his golden snake-like eyes gleaming with delight and appreciation, as if he were watching a splendid stage performance. What a heartwarming reunion of brothers. Is it not? Tsunade's fists cracked ominously, her murderous intent radiating palpably as she glared at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what have you done to him?" "Me?" Orochimaru shrugged, an innocent yet wicked smile gracing his face. "I merely granted this poor child the opportunity to reunite with his beloved brother. You should be thanking me, Tsunade." He paused, his playful gaze sweeping over the shocked, furious, and fearful faces of everyone before finally settling on Tsunade. "This is a remarkable ninjutsu, developed by the second Hokage, destined to be etched in history. Edo Tensei." Those 4 words detonated in the minds of all Konoha ninjas. Tsunade's pupils constricted to the utmost. That was a forbidden technique. It desecrated the dead, toyed with souls, an evil ninjutsu that should never exist in the world. "You bastard." Naruto's Kyuubi chakra surged uncontrollably once more, golden waves of energy swirling frantically. "How could you use such a technique? How dare you use such a technique on Luffy's brother? Why not?" Orochimaru tilted his head, watching the enraged Naruto with keen interest. "As long as there is a sufficiently powerful soul and DNA containing the information of his body, he can remain in this world in an undying form." His tone shifted, his serpent-like eyes glancing at Luffy with a hint of playful mockery. "By the way, rubber boy, I acquired your brother's belongings from that precious bottle of yours long ago. After all, one must come prepared when dealing with an exceptional test subject. So it was. The hair was not lost. It was stolen by this scoundrel." He had meticulously planned everything from the very beginning. He had long prepared for this most cruel and malicious reunion. Luffy could hardly absorb Orochimaru's words. His gaze was solely focused on Ace. He observed Ace's pained expression. His heart wrenched. What is wrong? What happened? Why won't you let me come closer? He could not comprehend. Why would his reunited brother regard him with such eyes? Why could he feel not a shred of warmth from him? Luffy heard Ace's voice filled with endless sorrow and despair. I am already dead. The one standing before you is not the true me. I do not believe it. Luffy shook his head frantically, tears streaming down once more. You are right here. I can see you. You are Ace. He took another step forward, yearning to rush towards him. Do not move. Luffy. Zoro's deep voice thundered as he dashed forward, gripping Luffy's waist tightly from behind. Calm down. That guy is not right. Let go of me. Zoro, let me go? Luffy struggled wildly, his strength astonishing, making even Zoro feel the strain. Can't you feel it? He emits no life force. He is merely a puppet controlled by that scoundrel. Sanji, limping from his injured leg, rushed over, positioning himself in front of Luffy, roaring at him. I don't care. Luffy's eyes were blood red. He is Ace. He is Ace. He must embrace him. He must confirm with his own hands. He must feel his brother's warmth. Witnessing Luffy's nearly shattered state, observing the pure longing in his eyes, Ace on the ruins revealed a smile more grotesque than tears. He understood that no words could deter Luffy any longer. To make him recognize this despairing reality, there was only one way. Ace slowly raised his right hand. Under the horrified gazes of all, the skin on the back of his hand began to crack like parched earth, revealing innumerable fine fissures. Then, with a snap, a piece of skin peeled away from the back of his hand. Beneath it lay no vibrant flesh nor stark bones, only grayish-white dust continuously falling away, and a note embedded in the dust, inscribed with bizarre runes. The night wind blew, scattering the dust into the air, revealing the internal structure of his arm. Look closely. Luffy. Ace's voice was as light as a sigh, yet heavy enough to crush the entire world. I am no longer your brother. I am merely a puppet manipulated by another. There is no warmth, no heartbeat, nothing at all. He gazed at his body, which was continuously shedding its exterior to reveal its essence, the light in his eyes utterly extinguished, leaving only boundless sorrow. Therefore, I beg you, do not come closer. Do not touch this filthy body. Chapter 138, True Despair. That filthy body composed of dust and talismans, that plea capable of shattering the world, shattered Luffy's last shred of reason. He ceased his struggles, as though all strength had been drained from his body, supported by Zoro and Sanji, staring blankly at the one who claimed to be his brother made of dirt. In this silence of despair, Orochimaru's nauseating laughter resounded once more through the night sky. Such a touching plot. Shouldn't we add something more entertaining to liven things up? He seemed to announce a grand revelation, his golden snake-like eyes sparkling with madness and excitement. By the way, Tsunade, while I was studying this body, I discovered something very, very interesting. Tsunade gritted her teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws, imbued with overwhelming killing intent. What? Orochimaru spread his arms wide, his demeanor as graceful as that of an actor upon the stage, reveling in the attention of the onlookers. Regarding the child named Ace, he is not of our continent. Thus he possesses no mastery of any ninjutsu. Yet, a grotesque smile curled upon Orochimaru's lips. Saturated with a morbid fervor, he could transform his very being into a raging inferno. Much like that rubbery boy Luffy, I had thought that after the reanimation of the impure world, such a peculiar ability would vanish with the death of the body. However, he elongated his tone, his serpent-like eyes greedily scanning Ace. To my astonishment, this power, unbound by chakra, remained intact. What? Sanji's complexion turned ashen as he gasped in disbelief. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Yet, when a wielder of a devil fruit perishes, their power is reborn into the world. Even if revived by such wicked ninjutsu, it should not retain the fruit's ability. This is impossible. His words plunged all the ninjas of Konoha into deeper confusion and dread. They may not comprehend what a devil fruit is, but they grasped the essence of Sanji's words. This defied all logic. Orochimaru cast a curious glance at Sanji, akin to a teacher regarding a student posing a foolish question. Impossible? He chuckled. In this world, nothing is beyond possibility. The common sense of your world does not necessarily apply here. Enough. He clapped his hands, seemingly weary of this educational interlude. his smile transforming into one of cold cruelty. Let the melodrama cease here. His gaze, like the flicker of a venomous snake's tongue, settled upon Ace. Ace, he issued a command, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable enchantment. Go, reminisce with your brother. A good opportunity to stretch those weary limbs. Filthy wretch. Ace's lips uttered a low whisper filled with loathing. His consciousness fought desperately, his soul roared in agony. Yet, his body moved uncontrollably. A brilliant orange flame erupted from the cracked skin of his back. The fire swiftly enveloped his earthen form, concealing the grotesque fissures and peeling skin beneath. Within the blazing inferno, he seemed to transform back into the formidable fire fist Ace who once roamed the seas. Powerful, confident, radiant. But only he knew that beneath this fiery facade lay a cold, filthy shell, crumbling incessantly. Luffy. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Ace's throat, laden with warnings and despair. However, his right arm lifted uncontrollably, fingers splayed, aimed at the brother he wished to protect most. Flames surged violently at his fist, coalescing into a scorching ball, exuding an aura of annihilation. Fire fist. Boom. A torrent of fire, like a roaring dragon, tore through the inky night, hurtling toward Luffy with the ferocity to incinerate all in its path. Luffy, Nami, Usopp, Chopper shrieked in terror. Bastard. Zoro and Sanji simultaneously roared in anger, attempting to shield Luffy, but were forced back by the searing heat. Luffy remained motionless. He stood there dazed, watching the familiar flames that had cleared countless obstacles for him now approach with a destructive intent. His mind was a blank slate. His body could not respond, as the flames threatened to engulf Luffy, along with Zoro and Sanji beside him. In that critical moment, a golden flash, like lightning tearing through darkness, appeared before Luffy. Bang! An arm enveloped in golden chakra spread its fingers wide, acting as an indomitable shield against the torrent of flames. It was Naruto. At this pivotal instant, he unleashed the power of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Sizzle! The flames collided violently with the chakra, two distinct powers clashing with a deafening, grating sound. The golden chakra surged and roiled under the flames' assault, while the wild fire was held at bay by this unyielding force, unable to advance an inch. You bastard! Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming heat radiate from his arm, his golden eyes burning with an anger that rivaled that of the flames. I will not allow you to harm your own brother before my eyes. Stop it, you bastard! Naruto. Luffy gazed at the golden figure shielding him, his lips barely moving. Get away quickly, Luffy. From the other end of the flames came Ace's agonized voice, as he exerted all his will to reclaim his power. But Orochimaru's control was absolute. The flames not only persisted, but grew more ferocious. Ha ha! From the ruins, Orochimaru's laughter echoed with sheer delight. Truly splendid. Far more captivating than any play I have ever witnessed. Go, Ace. Show him your true power. Roar. Ace unleashed a sound not of this world. As the flames upon his fist surged dramatically, great flame ring, an even more terrifying blaze erupted. A colossal fireball, akin to the sun, ascended from his fist and descended mercilessly upon Naruto. Naruto's pupils dilated. He sensed that this strike's power far surpassed the last. He dared not underestimate it. Immediately extending a chakra arm to conjure a colossal Rasengan before him. Boom! The Rasengan and the Flame Emperor collided midair. A terrifying explosion ensued. Golden chakra and orange flames intertwined, morphing into a devastating shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The entire Konoha ruins trembled violently under this force. Surrounding debris was instantaneously hurled into the air. Everyone was blinded by the ferocious gust. Naruto bore the brunt, blasted backward, his feet scraping against the ground for several meters, the golden chakra cloak dimming significantly. Meanwhile, Ace staggered back from the recoil, the flames upon him flickering uncertainly. Witnessing this scene, seeing Naruto injured while protecting him, observing Ace's painful struggle, Luffy's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Something within his hollow eyes was shattering. Zoro, Sanji. In a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, he uttered, "Let me go?" Zoro and Sanji were taken aback. "Luffy, I command you to release me." A furious roar. Bang. A powerful wave of energy erupted from Luffy. Zoro and Sanji felt an irresistible force surge through them, as they were forcefully pushed apart. Luffy freed. He gradually stood upright, head bowed, bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Second gear. A calm, emotionless voice resonated. Buzz. His body instantly transformed into a brilliant crimson, steam billowing from every pore. He raised his head. On his tear-streaked and dusty face, confusion and despair had vanished, leaving only a chilling silence. An anger potent enough to freeze the soul. He gazed at his brother, engulfed in flames, and the sinister mastermind grinning from afar. "AC," he uttered, his voice hoarse. "Stop." Chapter 139, The Inescapable Fire Fist. "Stop." The words emerged, rasping and low, devoid of warmth. Luffy's voice was faint, yet amidst the chaotic ruins, marred by flames and chakra, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He raised his head, and those eyes, once eternally radiant like the sun, were now shrouded in darkness. Steam erupted from his scorched skin, distorting the air around him. AC observed Luffy, whose body, consumed by flames, quivered violently. His soul screamed, roared, striving with every ounce of strength to reclaim control of his body. "Run, Luffy," he pleaded, words tumbling out incoherently. But it was too late. Orochimaru's technique, like invisible threads, manipulated him, forcing him to raise his burning fist once more. Run? Why would you run? It is only natural for a brother to draw close to his sibling." Atop the ruins, Orochimaru chuckled with delight, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his golden serpentine eyes gleaming with admiration. He resembled an audience member seated in the front row of a theater, relishing a tragedy crafted specifically for him, one of brotherly betrayal and the destruction of love. And he was the sole director. Jet gun. Luffy's figure vanished, transforming into a crimson specter, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, appearing before AC. His fist, enveloped in haki, howled through the air as it surged toward AC's heart. This punch was faster and more ferocious than any before. Everyone held their breath. Nami stifled a sob, biting her lips to suppress her cries. Sanji's teeth ground together, as the leg he had just healed throbbed painfully. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword. Yet, just as that obsidian fist was a mere centimeter from colliding with AC's chest, it halted, as if the film had been paused mid-frame. Luffy's fist trembled violently. His entire arm, his whole body, quaked in desperation. Why? Why couldn't he strike? The person before him was a puppet resurrected through forbidden techniques, an enemy. The very enemy that had plunged everyone into sorrow. Just one punch could bring him to a stop. But why did that face belong to AC? That familiar, freckled smile seemed like it had been yesterday. "Listen well, Luffy, I will never die," echoed in his ears. "After finally reuniting with you, AC, how could I bear to shatter you again with my own hands?" Boom. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, AC's flaming fist struck his chest uncontrollably. Luffy was sent flying like a ragged sack, tumbling several times before crashing into the debris, shattering a large section of ruins to a halt. "Luffy!" Chopper cried out, his voice piercing. Coughing, Luffy struggled to rise from the rubble, spitting blood. His chest was charred black. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain. His lifeless eyes fixed firmly on AC. Jet rocket. He charged once more. Both fists thrust forward with an even more ferocious intensity. Then, once again, at the moment of impact, he came to a sudden stop. Fire gun. AC's fingertips unleashed fiery bullets, striking Luffy and sending him reeling back. Once, twice, thrice. Luffy, like a relentless, pain-ignorant madman, charged again and again, only to halt his punches at the last moment, each time being brutally knocked down by AC's uncontrollable flames. He was battered, blood staining the ground beneath him, steam rising from his body tinted with crimson. Yet AC also endured hellish torment. With every punch, every sight of Luffy battered and bruised, his soul felt as if it were being fried in boiling oil. He longed to weep, yet no tears would flow. He wished to scream, but only a beastly growl escaped his throat. He could only watch helplessly as he, with the very hands that once protected his brother, pushed him closer to the abyss of death. What a wondrous scene. Orochimaru reveled, arms outstretched, weaving together the love of a brother and the pain of another, composing a heartbreaking symphony of despair. Damn it. Naruto clenched his fists, golden chakra swirling violently around him. He watched Luffy, continually rising from a pool of blood only to be knocked down again, as if seeing himself chasing after Sasuke's shadow long ago. The helplessness, the heartache, the despair of watching someone so important descend into the abyss while feeling utterly powerless. He felt every ounce of it. AC. Orochimaru's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable command, delivering the final blow. Use your strongest power to end this farce. Roar. AC's body erupted uncontrollably with a roar. More terrifying flames erupted from within him. This time, the flames were no longer orange-red but bore a dark crimson hue, seemingly from the depths of hell. Divine fire. Unknown fire. Countless long spears of flame took shape behind AC, dense and overwhelming, each aimed at the faltering Luffy. It was over. The words echoed in everyone's hearts. Luffy had reached his limit. He could not evade such widespread attacks. Stop. Naruto could no longer endure the sight. He could not bear to watch Luffy suffer any longer. Buzzing. A deafening sound erupted, akin to a million birds chirping simultaneously. A chakra sphere, spinning like a planet and adorned with 4 massive wind blades, rapidly formed in Naruto's hands. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. He bellowed, hurling the spinning shuriken toward AC. But his target was not AC's body. Rather, it was the wall of fiery spears behind him. Whoosh. The Rasen Shuriken expanded dramatically in midair, transforming into a colossal tempest that swept through the heavens. The terrifying cutting force, even before reaching, carved deep gorges into the ground. The dense array of fiery spears behind AC was like a candle flame in a tempest, instantly scattered and ultimately extinguished. The flames vanished. The fierce blaze enveloping AC was forcefully snuffed out by the sheer might of the gale, without the flames to conceal him. AC's body, composed of dust, was revealed for the first time in stark clarity to all. The gale continued to rage. Crack. A faint sound of cracking emerged. A patch of dirt on AC's cheek was blown away by the wind. Beneath the dirt, there was no flesh, no bone. Instead, it revealed a decaying, grayish-white skin belonging to another stranger. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering continued to resound. The dirt on his arms, on his chest, on his legs, one after another, peeled away and fell off. Revealing within was a grotesque corpse of an unfamiliar sacrificial offering, meticulously assembled from countless talismans, a true embodiment of the impure world reincarnation. The body, clad in tattered garments unbefitting of Ace, lay twisted and bound together by dark runes. This was the harrowing truth. This was the most brutal and malevolent reality of the impure world reincarnation, utilizing the life of a living being as a sacrifice, binding the soul of the deceased to a lifeless body, and crafting a semblance of the deceased's form from earth and chakra. This was not resurrection. It was the most vile desecration of both the living and the dead. Nami's scream lodged in her throat, transforming into silent convulsions. Usopp could no longer contain himself, kneeling on the ground and retching violently. All the ninjas of Konoha displayed extreme terror and revulsion. Luffy stood frozen. He gazed at the abomination, a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh and earth, watching as Ace's face slowly peeled away and crumbled. His mind went blank. His world was collapsing. Chapter 140. Don't go, Ace. The violent whirlwind created by the spiraling shuriken, having dispersed the flames and stripped away the earth, finally exhausted its last vestige of strength, dissipating into the eerie silence of the ruins. Time seemed to freeze entirely at that moment. Space felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, oppressive to the point of suffocation. All movement ceased. All sounds faded away. Only that creature, an abomination formed from rotting flesh, twisted limbs, and dark talismans, stood silently. The face that belonged to Ace continued to deteriorate before Luffy's eyes. Luffy remained in a forward charge, steam still emanating from his second gear, his skin flushed, fists clenched. Yet he stood still. He resembled an ancient statue, weathered by time, rigid and hollow, staring ahead at that thing. What was that? That was not Ace. Ace was the brother who would laugh heartily with him. Ace was the one who would grumble about his foolish younger brother while cleaning up the mess he created. Ace was the brother who took a fatal blow for him during the Marineford War. Ace was fire, a warm, radiant flame capable of illuminating all darkness. But this thing before him was decayed, cold, filthy, a monster. Luffy's mind was a void. No, it wasn't even a void. It was chaos, countless shattered images, a cacophony of disarrayed sounds, an incomprehensible reality, and inescapable memories swirled in his mind, boiling into a noxious, foul-smelling sludge. He could not comprehend. He could not grasp anything. What was that thing? It was impure world reincarnation, the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, That bastard Orochimaru actually employed such an evil ninjutsu, forcibly pulling the deceased back from the Pure Lands and binding them to a sacrificial body. This was the greatest blasphemy against life. A demon. He was nothing but a complete demon. The ninjas of Konoha, finally breaking free from their profound shock, regained their voices. Their words were laced with unprecedented fear and deep-seated disgust. They had witnessed war, experienced death, and seen the destruction brought by pain. Yet, this scene was even more terrifying than Pain's Shinra Tensei. It evoked a primal fear from the depths of their souls, a terror of the twisted laws of life and death. Luffy and Nami fell to their knees, tears long shed, leaving only silent sobs. Sanji, dragging his injured leg, attempted to rush forward, but was firmly held back by the alert Shikamaru. His teeth bit into his lip, blood trickling down his chin, yet he felt no pain. Zoro's hands still gripped his swords. The three blades hummed, their ominous aura nearly tangible, casting a frost over the ground around him. Yet he could not move. He knew that any slight motion could seal the fate of his captain, who was already on the brink of collapse. A light chuckle shattered the frozen silence. Atop the ruins, Orochimaru extended his crimson tongue, savoring the moment with a satisfied lick of his lips, his golden serpent-like eyes brimming with a sickly delight. "How exquisite!" he exclaimed, like an audience member who had just witnessed a flawless performance. The helplessness of the brother against the brother's uncontrollable harm, the intertwining of despair, sorrow, love, and hatred, what a magnificent piece of art. His gaze swept over every tortured, furious, and despairing expression below, finally resting upon the wobbling form of the impure world reincarnation. What a pity! Orochimaru's tone turned regretful. "Ace, my test subject, is still too fragile. Just a slight movement, and he begins to break apart." He observed the dirt falling from Ace's body, shaking his head. Such precious material. It would be a shame if it were to be completely ruined. He clapped his hands, as if applauding the curtain call of this tragic play. "Well then, the show is over." His voice turned cold and devoid of emotion. "Ace, it's time to go." The command was issued. The creature known as Ace, stiffly, jerkily turned away. It no longer gazed at Luffy. It lifted its head, its crumbling face glancing at Naruto, who stood at the opposite end of the ruins, engulfed in golden chakra. Then, it slowly shifted its gaze back to Luffy. In those hollow eyes, something seemed to flicker. Was it pain? A plea? A farewell? No one could tell. It uttered not a word. Or rather, the shell formed from the corpse and talismans could no longer produce any sound that belonged to him. It merely looked, deeply, finally, casting a last glance at the brother he had protected with his life. Then, it turned, taking stiff steps toward Orochimaru at the top of the ruins. That silhouette was no longer the reliable, broad back from Luffy's memories, but rather a collapsing specter, constructed from lies and sins, teetering on the brink of oblivion. "No." Luffy's throat finally forced out a dry, almost inaudible syllable. "Don't go." He wished to reach out, yet discovered his body weighed 1,000 pounds. He yearned to chase after it, but his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru paid no heed to Luffy's pleas, which were no more than the buzzing of a mosquito. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. An unimaginable, colossal serpent erupted from the ground. The massive serpent opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a house, revealing a foul, slimy interior. Orochimaru chuckled softly, vanishing into the serpent's mouth. Ace followed suit, step by step, entering as well. "Well then, everyone," Orochimaru's voice echoed from within the serpent's mouth, imbued with a touch of farewell elegance. "I look forward to our next meeting." The serpent's jaws slowly closed, swallowing the last vestiges of light, along with Luffy's final hope. It then twisted its enormous body and plunged into the earth. The ground was left with a bottomless pit. The roar faded away. The malevolent aura dissipated. That man, accompanied by his most vile creation, departed. Everything had come to an end. Everyone gazed at the empty abyss, then turned their eyes towards Luffy, who remained frozen in a rigid posture. Nami trembled, yearning to rise and approach him. A broken whisper, laden with boundless despair, escaped Luffy's lips. The searing steam emanating from him began to dissipate at a visible rate. His crimson skin gradually returned to its normal hue. The second gear had been released. The last vestige of strength that upheld his body was entirely drained with the utterance of those two words. Thud. He faltered on his knees, collapsing onto the ground. Then, like a marionette deprived of its spine, he toppled into the rubble and dust before him, motionless. "Luffy." The piercing cry finally shattered the oppressive silence of the night sky. Chapter 141. Awaken, Luffy. Ace is no longer here. Luffy. The anguished cry, akin to a cuckoo's lament, pierced through the stillness of the night. The first to rush forward was Chopper, the diminutive reindeer doctor. With tears and snot smeared across his face, hastened to Luffy's side, awkwardly prying open his eyelids to check for a pulse. Hurry, lift him to a flat surface. Sakura, come help. Chopper's voice trembled with tears, yet he endeavored to maintain the composure of a physician. Zoro and Sanji, silent, carefully lifted Luffy's form, which seemed devoid of its very soul. Their movements were gentle, as if handling a fragile piece of porcelain. Nami, Usopp, Frankie, and Brook, the entire Straw Hat crew, encircled them. They gazed at their immobile captain, whose face was ashen, and each countenance bore the profound mark of terror, more profound than when facing an admiral. They understood that this time, their captain was not merely vanquished in body, his spirit had shattered. What has happened to him, Chopper? Nami asked, her voice quivering, as if it might shatter in the wind. Multiple burns across his body, severe muscle tears, the strain on his body has reached its limit. Chopper's voice grew softer as he stared at the charred skin on Luffy's chest, tears welling up once more. But these are not the gravest of injuries. The most severe is his spirit. His life is swiftly ebbing away. Sakura also arrived, crouching down, her green healing chakra glowing in her palms, gently enveloping Luffy. Yet, that healing energy seemed to flow into a dead sea, generating no ripples. Luffy's body rejected treatment. No, it was not rejection. It was as if he had relinquished all desire for survival. How could this be? Sakura's complexion turned pale. She understood better than anyone what this implied. A person's will could indeed be so powerful as to refuse to live. Orochimaru and Tsunade stood not far off, observing the scene. The eyes that usually bore a hint of languor and grandeur now radiated a chilling, almost palpable murderous intent. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood trickling between her fingers, yet she remained oblivious. That name pierced the hearts of every Konoha ninja present like a venomous thorn. Fear, revulsion, and a sense of shame. The traitor who had once fled the village, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, now returned in the most malevolent and wicked manner, trampling upon the dignity of all. He not only desecrated the ruins of Konoha, but also plunged the sharpest dagger into the heart of their hero, Straw Hat Luffy. That night, no one could find sleep. The Straw Hat crew remained vigilantly by Luffy's side, while the ninjas of Konoha formed a silent perimeter, standing guard. The farcical party of survival had long been replaced by a chilling despair. Silence reigned, oppressive and suffocating in the air. The following day, when the first rays of dawn pierced through the debris, illuminating Luffy's pale face, his tightly shut eyelids finally fluttered gently. Luffy, you are awake. Chopper, who had remained by his side, was the first to notice, exclaiming in delight. Everyone hurried over, anxiously watching him. Luffy slowly opened his eyes. They were hollow, devoid of focus. He stared blankly at the sky for a moment. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he leaped up from the ground. The intensity of the motion caused his wounds to split open anew, blood seeping through the bandages once more. Yet, he felt nothing. Ace. He let out a hoarse, beast-like roar. I must find Ace. Ace is still alive. I saw him. He has returned. Like a madman, he scanned his surroundings, searching for that familiar figure amidst the ruins. Luffy. Nami rushed forward, attempting to restrain him. Let go of me. Luffy forcefully pushed her away with astonishing strength. I must find Ace. Did you not see? Ace has returned. He is not dead. Luffy, calm down. Sanji stepped forward to block him. You all get away. You do not believe me. Ace has truly returned. I spoke with him yesterday. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot, his expression one of madness and obsession that none had ever seen before. He refused to accept it. His mind, his heart, every cell in his body fought with all their might against the cruel, unacceptable truth. Luffy, your brother. Sakura inhaled deeply, her voice low and soft, yet undeniably carrying a cruel weight befitting a healer. He is already dead. Those words brought Luffy's frantic movements to an abrupt halt. He turned his head stiffly, inch by inch, to face Sakura. What did you say? I said Ace is dead. Sakura forced herself to meet Luffy's increasingly dangerous gaze, speaking each word deliberately. What you saw yesterday was not your brother. It was a puppet created by Orochimaru using forbidden jutsu, bound to the corpse of a sacrificial offering. No. Luffy's voice trembled. He used Fire Fist. He called my name. Ace is still alive. He shouted as if trying to convince himself. I saw him. Luffy. Nami could no longer hold back, covering her mouth as suppressed sobs escaped her. Hinata stood before Naruto, watching the figure struggling like a trapped beast, her eyes instantly reddening. She recalled the moment she had recklessly charged towards pain to protect Naruto. She remembered the singular thought in her mind when pierced by the black rod, her consciousness fading. The feeling of being willing to sacrifice everything for the most important person, she understood. Thus, she could better grasp the despair that ensued when that protection, that longing, was torn apart in the cruelest manner. Luffy-san, she gently called out, her voice heavy with sorrow. Then, unable to bear the weight of the atmosphere any longer, she turned away, burying her face deeply into Naruto's chest. Her shoulders shook violently with silent sobs. Naruto said nothing, merely extending his arms to gently embrace her, shielding her within his warmth. He gazed at Luffy, teetering on the brink of self-deception and collapse, as if he were witnessing his former self, chasing after Sasuke's shadow, pushed away time and again, hurt repeatedly, yet unwilling to give up. That pain, he understood better than anyone. Orochimaru, a low growl, suppressing an extreme rage, emanated from nearby. It was Tsunade. With a fierce strike, she smashed her fist against the remnants of a broken wall beside her. The wall crumbled into fragments in an instant. The wrath of the fifth Hokage could no longer be contained at that moment. Relay my orders. Her voice was as frigid as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. From this moment forth, Konohagakure shall enter a state of utmost battle readiness. Issue the highest level pursuit order for the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. To the death. Anyone providing information about him, anyone aiding in the pursuit, shall forever be a friend of Konohagakure. Tsunade's words resonated powerfully, echoing across the desolate ruins. Yet Luffy could not hear them. He was enveloped in silence. With only Sakura's cold words and his own desperate, powerless scream remaining in his world. Ace is still alive. Chapter 142. Wake up, coward. The horse. Fragmented murmurs had persisted for an entire day. Luffy knelt amidst the rubble, his hands mindlessly clawing at the ground, as if attempting to unearth the vanished figure from the icy earth. His eyes held no sparkle, merely vacantly repeating those self-deceiving words. The Straw Hat crew circled around him in solemn silence. Chopper's medical kit opened and closed repeatedly, knowing well that no medicine could heal Luffy's wounds. Nami leaned against the broken wall, her eyes swollen from tears, devoid of the strength to cry. Sanji chain-smoked, each cigarette but scorching the ground with dark imprints. Zoro sat cross-legged not far off, 3 swords resting across his knees, eyes closed and motionless. Yet the chilling, oppressive aura he exuded kept everyone at bay. They all waited. They awaited their captain to rise on his own. Yet a day passed. The sun rose and set again. Luffy remained unchanged, trapped in the illusion of Ace is still alive, like a broken marionette unable to break free. Naruto stood at a distance, observing the scene. He watched the figure kneeling in the dirt, incessantly clawing at the earth while murmuring his brother's name, resembling a version of himself he never wished to become. What if, back then, he had not pursued Sasuke with such determination? What if he had been completely shattered by Jiraiya's death? What if he had chosen to give up when Hinata fell before him? Would he have turned into someone like this? A coward, lost in the past, numbing himself with lies, too afraid to face reality? No, he could not. Luffy could not either. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped forward. Naruto-kun. A gentle hand grasped his sleeve. It was Hinata. Worry filled her eyes, written in her pale gaze. What are you going to do? Naruto did not turn back. He merely patted her hand gently to reassure her. Then he broke free of her grasp and continued toward the heart of despair. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the deathly silence of the ruins. Stop! A chilling voice pierced the air. Zoro's eyes had opened, a terrifying glint flashing in his single eye. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. What do you intend to do to our captain? Another voice, filled with anger, followed closely. Sanji spat out his cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot, his bandaged right leg bent slightly, poised to unleash a powerful kick at any moment. Usopp raised his slingshot, while Frankie aimed his arms at Naruto. Brook drew his sword from his cane, and Robin crossed her arms in front of her. In that instant, the Straw Hat crew formed an impenetrable wall, firmly standing before Luffy. They could tolerate the golden-haired ninja observing from the sidelines. However, they would not allow anyone to disturb their broken captain at this moment. Hinata clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Naruto-kun. Yet Naruto seemed oblivious to them. He did not halt his steps, nor did his gaze waver. His focus remained singular. He walked straight through the narrow gap between Zoro and Sanji. Zoro's pupils constricted sharply. Sanji's brows knitted tightly. This guy was disregarding their warning. Just as they were about to act, Naruto reached Luffy's side. He bent down, grabbing Luffy's collar and forcibly lifting his hollow body from the ground. "Let go of me." Luffy's eyes remained vacant, struggling unconsciously. "I need to find Ace." "You fool." Sanji's anger erupted instantaneously, ready to kick out. But Naruto's voice was swifter than his movements. "Wake up, Luffy." The roar resounded like thunder in the ears of all present. This shout contained the chakra of the Nine Tails, the power of a sage, and Naruto's uncontrollable fury. Luffy's hollow gaze seemed to ripple slightly at the sound of this mighty roar. "Look at yourself." Naruto clung tightly to Luffy's collar, nearly nose to nose, shouting furiously. "What have you become? A coward who can only weep and wail? A lost dog terrified by reality? Do you think you are the only one suffering? Do you think you are the only one who has lost someone dear?" Naruto's eyes turned blood red, the vertical pupils of the Nine Tails manifesting. "I have a brother too. He called me a loser. He is stronger than me, more talented. I chased after his shadow, but he abandoned the village, forsook his comrades, and abandoned me for power and revenge. When my teacher died, I didn't even get to see him one last time. I watched helplessly as Hinata was beaten half to death to protect me. That feeling of helpless pain, that despair of having your heart torn apart. Do you think I haven't tasted it?" Naruto's voice rose higher and higher, growing hoarse with each word. He was not lecturing. He was using his scars to strike at Luffy's wounds. "If you want to cry, then cry. If you want to scream, then scream. If you want to smash everything here, do it. But you shall not evade. You must look closely." Naruto turned Luffy's head toward his comrades. "Look at your friends. They have stood guard here for a day and night for you. They are hurting more than you, worrying more than you. But do they become useless like you?" Zoro and Sanji were momentarily stunned. All members of the Straw Hat crew were taken aback. They gazed at the roaring, furious Naruto, momentarily at a loss for words. "Now think carefully." Naruto turned Luffy's head back, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Think of your brother, Ace." When that name erupted from Naruto's mouth, Luffy's body trembled violently. Why did he have to die? Who did he die for? He used his own body to shield you from a fatal blow. He exchanged his life for your future. Is the future he bought for you meant for you to wallow here like a coward, muttering nonsensical lies about him still being alive? He is dead. Ace is already dead. Naruto nearly exhausted every ounce of his strength as he bellowed his final words. Yet, his voice suddenly fell into a deep silence. He lives within your heart. He resides in your fists. He exists in your dream of becoming the Pirate King. What does your current state signify? To whom do you owe your allegiance? Do you honor the comrades who worry for you? Do you honor Ace, who risked his life to save you? You scoundrel! Naruto's chest heaved violently. The roar drained him of too much energy. Meanwhile, Luffy stood motionless, merely gazing blankly at Naruto as he clutched him by the collar. In his hollow eyes, something was gradually shattering. Ace! His parched lips moved slightly. He is already gone. The layer of hardened lies encasing his heart finally cracked open a small fissure. Then, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from Luffy's throat. It was not a frenzied roar nor a desperate scream, but a pure, primal cry, akin to that of a child. Tears, like a flood that had burst its dam, cascaded uncontrollably from his vacant eyes. He grasped Naruto's collar tightly, his body collapsing against Naruto as if all his bones had vanished. Ace, Ace, ah, Ace. He buried his face deep into Naruto's shoulder, weeping openly like a lost child, his cries tearing at the very fabric of existence. Chapter 143. Hungry, and then to eat. The heart-wrenching cries were the sole sound in this desolate wasteland. Gone were the previous madness and obsession. Only the purest, unreserved pain remained. It was as if he sought to expel all the sorrow, despair, and regret that had accumulated in his heart, along with flesh and blood, through his cries. The members of the Straw Hat crew stood there, unmoving. The indomitable wall formed by comrades had quietly dissipated without anyone noticing. Zoro sat cross-legged once more, his three swords still resting on his knees, but his grip on the hilt finally loosened. Sanji stood rigidly in place. The cigarette in his mouth burned down to the end, the hot ash brushing against his lips, yet he remained oblivious, allowing the acrid smoke to linger in his mouth. Nami covered her mouth. Tears silently streamed down her fingers, soaking her clothing. Usopp and Chopper clung to each other, their sobs almost intertwining with Luffy's lament. They did not approach. They understood that what Luffy needed now was not comfort, but a release. A thorough catharsis that would empty his very soul and then refill it anew. Naruto stood tall, allowing Luffy to hang on to him like a koala, enduring the deafening cries ringing in his ears, allowing the scorching tears to soak his shoulder. He did not move or speak. He merely bore the weight of another man's overwhelming sorrow that threatened to engulf the world. Hinata, unbeknownst to when she had approached, stood behind Naruto, silently extending her soft hand to gently, yet firmly, rest on his back. She could feel Naruto's body trembling slightly. It was neither fear nor fatigue, but resonance. A shared pain. Time passed slowly amidst the sorrowful cries. No one kept track of how long it had been. Perhaps an hour, or merely a fleeting moment. The thunderous wails gradually transformed into suppressed sobs. The sobbing, in turn, slowly morphed into intermittent hiccups. Eventually, even the hiccups faded away. Luffy remained with his face buried in Naruto's shoulder, motionless, as if asleep, or as if he had completely lost all strength. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. In this suffocating silence, a faint, nearly inaudible voice emerged. Sanji. The voice was soft, yet it sliced through the clouds of despair hanging over everyone. Sanji's body jolted. Instinctively, he spat out the extinguished cigarette, almost dashing forward in a single leap. I am here, Luffy. His voice trembled with an intensity he was not even aware of. Slowly, Luffy lifted his head from Naruto's shoulder. His tear-streaked and dust-covered face bore eyes red and swollen like two walnuts. The emptiness that once resided in those eyes had been completely washed away by tears. Though still filled with indescribable sorrow, a faint, yet real light reignited deep within. He looked at Sanji, his lips moving slightly. Everyone held their breath. Then, they heard that unforgettable, heavenly voice. I am hungry. Luffy's voice remained hoarse, but carried an undeniable certainty. I want to eat grilled meat. 1 second, 2 seconds, then all. This time, the ones crying aloud were Usopp and Chopper. They embraced each other, crying even louder than before. Yet this time, their tears were filled with pure joy. Nami could no longer hold herself up. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. She covered her face, her shoulders shaking violently as suppressed laughter mingled with tears escaped through her fingers. So wonderful, sob, sob, sob. Frankie suddenly raised his arms, striking his signature pose. But tears flowed down his rugged cheeks like two small streams. Super, Captain, he has returned. Brook removed his top hat, gazing skyward, letting out his signature yet deeply emotional laughter. Yo-ho-ho. Though my heart is no longer here, it feels as if it is about to leap out. What a profoundly moving moment. Zoro slowly rose to his feet. He neither cried nor laughed. He simply lifted his head to gaze at the now brilliantly blue sky, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What a troublesome idiot of a captain. And Sanji, the chef who had been called out by name, stood there in a daze, listening to Luffy's proclamation of wanting to eat grilled meat, as if he had been struck by a spell. Then he smiled. First, the corners of his mouth turned upward, followed by silent laughter, and finally, he could no longer contain himself, tilting his head back, bursting into a hearty laugh interspersed with tears. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. He abruptly wiped his face with the back of his hand and straightened his posture. His severely injured right leg seemed to regain strength in that moment. He looked at Luffy, his eyes, usually filled with tenderness, now burned with unwavering determination and pride. All right, Captain. His voice was clear and resonant, echoing across the ruins of Konoha. I will prepare it for you right away. The best grilled meat in the world. With that, he swiftly turned around, unleashing the commanding presence of the Straw Hat Pirates chief chef. Hey, Usopp, Frankie, what are you two idiots standing around for? Quickly find me the best firewood, and dismantle that guy's submarine. I will use that to build the most luxurious grill for the captain. Yes, Sanji. Usopp and Frankie were instantaneously rejuvenated, their voices tinged with tears, yet resonating with vigor as they charged towards Law's submarine. Naruto observed the chaotic yet vibrant scene before him and finally released his grip on Luffy's collar. A wave of profound fatigue swept through his entire being. He staggered back a couple of steps, steadied by Hinata behind him. He gazed at Luffy, who, despite still sobbing, was surrounded by his comrades and already debating how many pieces of meat to devour. He watched Sanji, akin to a gust of wind, orchestrating everyone's movements. He beheld Zoro, arms crossed with an expression of genuine annoyance. A smile blossomed on his face, a heartfelt smile. What a perplexing bunch they were. Chapter 144. The most miserable allies at this moment, Law's submarine, the Polar Tang, was being dismantled in a most humiliating manner. Its exterior, bombarded by Frankie's wind, had morphed into a gigantic roasting iron plate, glimmering with metallic sheen. Inside, Usopp had ingeniously assembled the internal components and pipes into a complex device for automatic flipping and seasoning. Meanwhile, its captain, Trafalgar Law, the Heart Pirates' leader and a deathly surgeon, lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back, his mouth stuffed with a piece of meat that Bepo was tearfully feeding him, his body twitching sporadically as he had yet to recover from the drunken haze induced by Tsunade. "Hey, Luffy, that piece is mine." "Not at all. I saw it first." Luffy and Akimichi Choji, both gluttons, were embroiled in a fierce battle over a sizzling, half-human-sized chunk of meat on the iron plate. Their fists and palms clashed in midair. Yet they tacitly refrained from using any chakra or haki, engaging in a primal struggle for sustenance. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, deftly maneuvered his hands like a phantom, continuously plating the finest portions into exquisite dishes, then, in an exaggerated knightly manner, knelt to present them to Sakura, Ino, Tamari, and every woman he deemed beautiful. Zoro single-handedly monopolized a large barrel of sake, which Konohamaru had unearthed from the ruins of the Hyuga clan, a prized vintage cherished by Hayashi Hyuga. He eschewed a cup, drinking straight from the barrel, tilting his head back, the sound of gulping echoing like mere refreshing water rather than potent liquor. The entire ruins of Konoha reverberated with laughter intertwined with cries, a jubilant cacophony laced with sorrow. This absurd banquet, erected upon the rubble, was both a mourning for the departed and a tribute to the living. The revelry persisted until dawn, as the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds. Illuminating the scarred earth, the clamor gradually subsided. Everyone was exhausted, both physically and spiritually. They lay sprawled across the ruins in various corners, deep in slumber, their faces adorned with satisfied, weary smiles. Inside the temporary tent of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Tsunade's expression had shed the exuberance and intoxication of the previous night, replaced by the cold authority befitting the fifth Hokage. Before her stood 2 rows of individuals, Kakashi Gai, Naruto, Sakura, Neji, Lee, Tintin, along with the solemn-faced Luffy and the dozing Zoro. Tsunade's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable command. The two responded in unison, their demeanor serious. Tsunade pointed decisively at several locations marked in red on a vast map of the 5 great nations sprawled across the table, each mark resembling a glaring scar. According to intelligence from the Umbu and Jiraiya, these locations were highly likely to be Orochimaru's clandestine laboratories. Some may have been abandoned. Yet we cannot overlook any lead. Her gaze swept over everyone present. This mission was a top priority assassination order. The targets were Orochimaru and all the deceased he had desecrated with his Edo Tensei technique. Kakashi, you will lead Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata. Gai, you will lead Lee, Neji, and Tenten. This time, there will be no divisions into teams. You must maintain constant communication and be prepared to assist at any moment. The enemy is Orochimaru. We cannot afford to be careless. Understood. They responded in unison, their voices filled with resolve. Upon hearing Hinata's name, Naruto stepped forward. A look of concern etched on his face. Tsunade Baba, the mission to find Orochimaru is too dangerous. Hinata. His words were cut short as a gentle hand rested softly on his arm. Hinata had silently appeared at his side. She did not meet Naruto's gaze, but instead looked directly at Tsunade, her white eyes devoid of the usual shyness and hesitation, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Hokage-sama, I can do this. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. I want to stand by Naruto-kun's side. She slowly turned to Naruto, meeting his worried blue eyes with a reassuring smile. Moreover, I will not be a burden anymore. Then, an indescribable aura emanated from Hinata. A fleeting surge of power intertwined with the chakra of the Uzumaki clan and the armament haki, manifesting as a mysterious red-black energy, though it lasted but a moment. The strong among them, Kakashi, Gai, and even the drowsy Zoro, opened their eyes wide. Naruto felt as though his arm was enveloped by a warm, resilient force, a sensation both familiar and comforting. He looked at Hinata, her eyes brighter than ever, and a complex mix of pride, pain, and helplessness surged within him. Tsunade regarded Hinata deeply, then nodded in acknowledgement of her resolve without uttering another word. Her gaze shifted to the other side of the tent. Luffy Zoro, startled by his name being called, rubbed his sleepy eyes and stood upright. Tsunade inquired in a low tone, "Do you two wish to accompany them? The mission targets the scoundrel who desecrated your brother's remains and sullied his body." Her words pierced Luffy's heart like a needle. The silent Luffy slowly raised his head. The sorrow from the previous night had been entirely suppressed, replaced by a raw, burning fury, as if he sought to incinerate everything. Without a hint of hesitation, each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth. "I will go. I will make that guy Orochimaru." He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with the intensity of his grip. "I will crush him." Just as he finished speaking, the tent flap was suddenly flung open. Bang! A figure stumbled inside, dragging one leg across the ground with a jarring screech, each step seemingly a trial of immense pain. It was Sanji. His face was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, yet his eyes blazed with a frenzied fire. Ignoring all the gazes within the tent, he fixed his stare upon Tsunade, his voice hoarse with excitement and anger. Why wasn't I called to go with you?" Tsunade didn't even glance back at him. "You?" The single word floated lightly, yet it cut deeper than any weapon. Sanji's body stiffened, struggling to stand tall, gritting his teeth as he shouted. That bastard desecrated Ace's body and tormented Luffy like that. Such a task. How could I possibly be absent? I must go? I must personally shatter that scoundrel's bones. One by one, Tsunade slowly turned around. Her gaze shifted from Sanji's contorted face, marred by fury, gradually descending until it rested upon his incapacitated right leg. And then, her voice was eerily calm, unnervingly so. "Are you planning to use that leg to kick?" Sanji's breath caught sharply in his throat. Or perhaps, Tsunade took a step forward. The oppressive aura befitting a Hokage instantly enveloped the entire tent. "Do you wish for Luffy or Naruto to divert their attention to rescue a comrade who can barely stand while battling that monster?" He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what could he possibly accomplish in his current state, beyond foolishly sacrificing himself in a misguided chivalry? What else could he do but become a burden to his comrades? Tsunade no longer regarded him, turning back to Kakashi and Guy, her tone reverting to its previous coldness and authority. "The action plan remains unchanged. Prepare to depart immediately." "Yes," the others responded in unison, promptly turning away and silently passing by Sanji, none daring to meet his gaze. The tent was soon emptied, leaving Sanji alone, standing rigidly in place. He clenched his fists tightly, the overwhelming rage and humiliation threatening to burst from his chest. Chapter 145. Family Sanji dragged his nearly numb leg, step by step, out of the makeshift tent. Each step felt like dragging bone fragments across the ground. Yet, he felt nothing. The physical agony paled in comparison to that woman's frigid words. He wished to light a cigarette, but his trembling fingers could not even flick the lighter. The faint sound echoed painfully in the dead silence of the morning, mocking his helplessness mercilessly. He gazed at his comrades, who had gathered not far away. Luffy stood at the forefront, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his expression, but his tense body, as if ready to erupt with volcanic fury, spoke volumes. Naruto stood beside him, whispering something to Luffy, seemingly attempting to soothe him. Zoro leaned against a massive rock, the hilts of his 3 swords gleaming coldly in the morning light. Kakashi, Guy, Sakura, and Neji were all prepared. They were a cohesive unit, a formidable and reliable ensemble poised to avenge their comrade. And he was cast aside. Sanji's body swayed, nearly losing its balance. An immense, chilling sense of powerlessness spread from his feet to engulf his entire being, nearly freezing him in place. Never had he loathed his weakness so profoundly. At that moment, a small, pure white paper flower, like a butterfly guided by the wind, fluttered down from the sky. It did not land on the dusty ground, but rather, gently and precisely, settled on the back of Sanji's trembling hand. Sanji froze. This was no ordinary paper. He sensed a faint yet familiar fragrance lingering upon it. He slowly opened his palm, and the paper flower unfurled within his grasp. Inscribed upon it was a delicate line of handwriting, tinged with a hint of shyness. Thank you for being willing to protect me. Signed with 2 small characters, Xiaonan. Sanji's pupils constricted sharply. Xiaonan, the woman he had dubbed an angel. The one to whom he had offered all his fervor upon their first encounter, with her violet hair and amber eyes. The very member of Akatsuki whom Tsunade had deemed responsible for the death of Jiraiya-sensei. She survived Pain's assault? She left this for him? Sanji stared at the note, as if it held some extraordinary power. The humiliation and helplessness that had nearly crushed him began to dissolve in the presence of this delicate piece of paper. At least, amidst the doubts cast upon his chivalry, when he could scarcely stand, someone still remembered that he had recklessly stood before her, remembered his seemingly foolish and laughable resolve. That angel acknowledged him. A low, hoarse chuckle escaped from Sanji's throat. He finally struck the lighter. With a flicker, an orange flame ignited, illuminating his face. Half shrouded in shadow and half aglow with firelight. He inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled a thick plume of white smoke into the cool morning air. As the smoke swirled around him, his gaze transformed. No longer was it one of confusion or self-doubt. It was a rekindled flame, wilder than ever before. Xiaonanchan, he whispered softly, as if making a vow to the air. Are you an angel? Have you departed? It matters not. Wait for me. Wait until I heal my leg. Until I become stronger than ever, and I will find you. Then, I shall prepare the most delectable cuisine in the world for you. Sanji carefully folded the note, treating it as the most precious of treasures, tucking it close to his heart. He turned, gazing toward the devastated region outside Konoha. There lay the ingredients he sought. Trafalgar Law's eyelids twitched violently. His head felt as if it might explode. The nausea from his hangover made him feel queasy, every bone in his body protesting. Lamenting the grim fate of being overindulged by a certain violent female Hokage with a bottle of liquor, he struggled to sit up, eyes met with the sight of desolation and the aftermath of a party gone awry. His crew surrounded him, each appearing as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, their heads hung low, scarcely daring to breathe. Where's my ship? Law rasped, a grim sense of foreboding creeping in. Pekin and Shachi trembled like leaves in an autumn wind. The massive bear Bepo had curled into a tight ball, his enormous head nearly buried in the ground, his furry paws helplessly twisting in front of him. Law followed their evasive gazes, turning his stiff neck. Then he saw it. Not far from the towering bonfire, a heap of charred, twisted metal debris exuded the lingering warmth of roasted meat and the stench of grease. The familiar yellow paint, now blackened and smeared with remnants of consumed bones. The ship's helm had been disassembled to serve as a bench. The control lever had been brutally snapped, adorned with charred mushrooms. What made Law's blood pressure spike and his vision darken was the sight of his polar tang. The sturdy hull, emblazoned with the proud emblem of the Heart Pirates, had been grotesquely repurposed into a massive iron barbecue grill. Greasy stains from yesterday's revelry still lingered upon it. Law opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. A tempest of rage, absurdity, despair, and a suffocating sense of grievance surged within him. This is the ally I painstakingly sought. Kaido, the 4 emperors? To hell with it. I'm done. Whoever wants this wretched alliance can have it. Captain. Pekin trembled, attempting to muster a sound. Law ignored him. He merely fixed his gaze upon the pile of scrap metal, once his home, his mobile operating room. The embodiment of all his efforts, the corpse of his polar tang. A pang in his chest, a sweetness in his throat. He straightened abruptly, his eyes rolling back, and collapsed backward. Captain! The cries of the entire Heart Pirate crew echoed through the ruins of Konoha. Baiboa's massive form lunged forward, tears cascading down his cheeks. I'm sorry. A voice pierced the dawn's silence. It was Tsunade, calling from the front of the line. Are we all set to depart? We can leave at any moment. Kakashi replied. Luffy and Naruto exchanged glances, nodding emphatically. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in each heart. Just as the group was about to set off, a figure emerged from the ruins. It was Konohamaru, dirty and disheveled, with mud and sweat coating his face, yet cradling a massive barrel of sake, staggering toward Zoro. With a thud, he dropped the barrel, sending dust swirling into the air. I found it. The largest barrel of sake in the ruins. Konohamaru gasped, his face alight with fervor and anticipation as he looked up at Zoro. Does this mean I have completed the trial? Can you take me as your disciple? Zoro lazily opened one eye, glancing at the barrel and then at the eager Konohamaru. Oh, you really found it. But merely finding it is not enough. He extended a finger, pointing at the barrel. Drink it all. If you don't finish it before dawn, don't bother me. Ah. Konohamaru's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Finish such a huge barrel of sake? That's impossible. Is this green-haired guy a demon? Ignoring him, Zoro turned to follow the group. In a panic, Konohamaru grabbed Zoro's leg. Don't go, master. I truly have the willpower. Hey, Konohamaru. Naruto couldn't bear to watch any longer. He strode over and yanked Konohamaru off Zoro's leg. What is wrong with you? Have you forgotten about me? Naruto pointed to himself, his expression one of discontent. If we're talking about masters, I am your master. I taught you the Rasen Shuriken. Konohamaru paused, staring at Naruto's familiar, somewhat smile. He shook his head, his eyes no longer reflecting the fervor directed at Zoro, but instead revealing an earnest admiration. No, you're not my master. You're my brother Naruto. He paused, breaking into a radiant smile. Your family. Naruto froze in place. The term family washed over him like a warm stream, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. He gazed at Konohamaru, at his clear, untainted eyes, and felt a deep, soft part of his heart stir. He couldn't help but reach out, ruffling Konohamaru's hair as he used to in their childhood. You rascal. Zoro stopped, glancing back at the scene, a subtle smirk tugging at his lips, followed by a soft, ambiguous grunt. Let us go, no more dawdling, he urged, leading the way toward the village's exit. Luffy joined him, patting the still-moved Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto, let us set off. His voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay the brewing tempest of impending destruction. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reined in his emotions. He cast one last glance at Konohamaru and nodded firmly. Wait for us. With that, he turned and fell in step with Luffy and Zoro. Two teams, laden with vengeance and hope, vanished into the morning light. Konohamaru stood rooted, watching them until they disappeared from view. Then, he abruptly turned to the barrel, nearly as tall as himself. Gritting his teeth, a resolute expression crossed his face. It's just sake. He hoisted the barrel and aimed it at his mouth. I'll drink it all. Chapter 146. The Forbidden Zone of History in this cacophonous sea. One individual stood apart, like a solitary island, Nico Robin. She held a glass of Sanji's specially crafted fruit wine, its subtle floral notes wafting through the air. A serene yet detached smile gracing her lips as she observed the absurd yet authentic scene before her. Her companions were healing the village's wounds in the most direct and pure manner possible. Yet, her historian's instincts were drawn to the profound silence concealed beneath this land, beneath the ruins. Her gaze traversed the crowd, settling on the southeastern part of the village, an area seemingly overlooked even in the daylight's reconstruction efforts. It appeared cloaked in an invisible barrier, isolating it from all sounds and light. Nami, I'm stepping out for a bit, Robin softly addressed the navigator, who was scolding Luffy. Huh, Robin, where are you going? It's not safe here at night. Nami replied with concern. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look around. Robin smiled, her figure slipping into the night like a shadowy cat, unnoticed by the throng. As she moved further away from the central square, the air grew increasingly frigid and deathly silent. The gravel path beneath her feet gradually gave way to smooth, yet cracked stone slabs. The ruins of buildings along the road revealed an unusual, orderly, and ancient style. Most striking were the ubiquitous red and white fan symbols, etched into doorways, printed on tattered banners, and even fused into shattered pottery. This was the former site of the Uchiha clan, a taboo location nearly erased from the memories of Konoha's ninjas. Robin paused, surveying her surroundings. It was unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that felt wrong. Even the wind seemed devoured by the land. A faint scent of long-buried decay and blood lingered in the air. She slowly entered a main street, flanked by empty mansions. Doors and windows gaped open, resembling dark, crying mouths. The weeds in the courtyards had grown taller than a person. How could such a once mighty clan fall to this state? They seemed to vanish overnight, leaving only a vengeful figure named Uchiha Sasuke. The story hidden within made Robin quiver with curiosity. She stepped into the most grandiose building, where a plaque barely discernible bore the words of the Konoha police force. This was once a symbol of the clan's power. Suddenly, dozens of pristine white arms unfurled from behind Robin, blossoming like petals. They gently swept the dust from the tables, carefully turned over scattered documents, and retrieved decayed books from the shelves. Most records had turned to ash in a great fire. Yet Robin's inquiry proved more meticulous than the finest instruments. Soon, her movements halted. An arm extracted a scroll wrapped tightly in oiled cloth from beneath a charred beam. Though the cloth had carbonized, its contents were miraculously preserved. Robin's fingers delicately unfurled the scroll. It contained minutes from a meeting, detailing the escalating tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups during a particular period, restrictions on the Sharingan, the undermining of the police force's authority, and the clan's relocation to the village's outskirts. The text was rife with suppressed, volatile anger. The scroll concluded with a scrawled plan in blood-red ink, a coup to seize control of the Hokage through force and take the highest power in Konoha. Robin's heart sank. Originally, it was not merely a matter of victimhood. Yet, is this the entirety of the truth? A family of such formidable stature orchestrated a meticulously planned coup, only to be annihilated overnight, without even a ripple of resistance? This is illogical, unless a more powerful, insurmountable force intervened beforehand. Luo Bin carefully stored the scroll and continued her exploration. This time, her objective was more defined. She needed to uncover clues connected to the upper echelons. With a soft click, one of her probing arms seemed to activate a mechanism. The wall, emblazoned with the colossal emblem of the Tuan Shan clan, gradually recessed, revealing a dark staircase leading underground. A chilling, damp breeze surged forth from below. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Bin descended. Beneath the surface lay an archive room even more expansive than above, yet it had suffered far greater devastation. All documents and files had been reduced to an unrecognizable black powder by a remarkably potent fire-release ninjutsu. The adversary was in the process of obliterating evidence. Luo Bin crouched, touching the ash with her fingers. It still bore traces of combustion. Such a formidable flame, she murmured, yet entirely distinct from Ace's. It feels as though it could incinerate one's very soul. Just as she was about to relent, one of her arms discovered a cold fragment beneath an iron cabinet deep within the archive. Approaching, she instructed the arm to retrieve the object. It was a shard of a mask, white, adorned with red stripes, and the image of a creature. Luo Bin immediately recognized the origin of the mask, the secretive unit directly under the Hokage of Mu Yi. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The presence of a fragment from an Umbu mask in the underground archives of the police force spawned a terrifying hypothesis in her mind. Were the perpetrators of that massacre none other than Muya's own? Could an entire family be sacrificed in the name of village stability? Is this the essence of the ninja world? Luo Bin murmured, a cold shiver rising from deep within her. This was far more brutal and heartless than anything she had endured in Aohala. At that moment, a hoarse voice, akin to two sheets of sandpaper scraping together, echoed abruptly in the silent basement. Knowing too much of history that should remain hidden may lead to your demise. Luo Bin's body tensed instantly. She spun around. Behind her, a massive plant resembling a Venus flytrap emerged from the ground. Its leaves parted to reveal a half-black, half-white creature with a grotesque human face, devoid of any signs of life, as if it were a sentient plant. Who are you? Luo Bin's voice regained its usual calm. Yet dozens of arms had silently encircled the creature, poised to strike. Me? The white half chirped cheerfully. I am but a passing gardener, occasionally pruning the crooked branches of this grand tree of history. The black half added in a deep voice, you possess something that does not belong to this world. Luo Bin's pupils constricted to their utmost extent. It appeared that the collision of worlds was far more intriguing than she had anticipated. By Ju, the creature chuckled, as its form slowly began to sink into the ground, much like a wax figure submerging in water. And I, Luo Bin, your insatiable curiosity will become your epitaph. The truth of the Uchiha? Merely a tedious drama scripted in advance. If you truly wish to know, seek out the eyes that witnessed it all, Uchiha Itachi. As the last words echoed, the creature vanished into the depths, leaving behind a haunting reverberation in the basement. Chapter 147, Bonds in the Dim, Damp Underground Laboratory. Rows of enormous glass petri dishes held various grotesque biological tissues, gently writhing in a greenish liquid, as if possessing independent life. Yao Shirdo stood at the center of the laboratory, his hands forming intricate and bizarre seals. A maniacal fervor illuminated his face. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. As he completed his final seal, he slammed his hands onto the cold ground. With a thunderous roar, a colossal black technique spread from his palms. As countless black runes slithered like venomous snakes across the floor, the ground trembled violently as a wooden coffin, cloaked in dust and dirt, slowly emerged from the earth with an agonizing scraping sound. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid toppled to the side upon reaching its zenith, crashing to the ground with a dull thump. Inside the coffin stood a man clad in a gray robe. His eyes were shut, his skin bearing an ominous grayish hue, etched with fine lines from the cracking of the earth. In the next moment, those tightly shut eyes flung open. They were not the eyes of the living. The whites were an eerie pitch black, while the pupils were three ominous spinning tomos set within a crimson abyss. Sharingan. Those eyes held no trace of the disorientation of awakening, only a chilling clarity that discerned all. A sticky, serpent-like laughter slithered from the shadows of the laboratory. Orochimaru emerged slowly, extending his long tongue to caress his pale lips, his golden snake-like eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. "Welcome back, Uchiha Itachi," he intoned in a sing-song, spine-tingling tone, one of my most exquisite collectibles. Uchiha Itachi's gaze shifted from Yaoshiro to Orochimaru's face. He remained silent, his eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of the soul. Even under such scrutiny, Orochimaru felt an imperceptible chill creeping over him. "Please refrain from looking at me with such eyes, Itachi-kun," Orochimaru chuckled, more delighted than ever. "We are comrades now. Moreover, I have brought you a new companion. I believe you will find much common ground." He gestured toward the entrance of the laboratory, raising his chin slightly. Heavy, hollow footsteps resonated. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. Bare-chested, the enormous, purple Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard Pirates loomed prominently on his back. His lightly freckled face, topped with an orange cowboy hat, was an exact replica of the memory etched in time. It was none other than Fire Fist Ace. The wounds that had once marred his body had fully healed. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's pupils narrowed slightly. He discerned the truth. The man before him, like himself, was also a resurrected corpse through impure world reincarnation. However, there was a distinction. Within this man surged not only the foul chakra of impure world reincarnation, but also another utterly disparate and ferocious energy, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Two completely contradictory forces had been forcibly fused within a single body in an exceedingly twisted manner. "Who are you?" Itachi finally spoke, his voice hoarse, cold, and devoid of emotion. Ace halted, not meeting Itachi's gaze, his hollow eyes staring vacantly at the ground, as if peering into an abyss that did not exist. "Poor Gasti." "Ace," he replied in a barely audible whisper, his tone laden with an inescapable weariness and despair. "A dead pirate." He gradually raised his head, his equally dim eyes locking onto Itachi's. Orochimaru's face displayed an even greater delight. He turned around and exchanged a knowing glance with Yaoshiro behind him. "Do, let us depart. Allow them to converse freely." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Yaoshiro replied respectfully, bowing his head and following Orochimaru out of the laboratory. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind them, sealing the space entirely. In an instant, the laboratory was left with only two lifeless bodies and an oppressive silence. "Your body is quite extraordinary," Itachi finally broke the stillness. "Orochimaru's technique has transformed you," he stated, his tone matter-of-fact, explaining how your original power was forcefully grafted onto this reanimated form in a brutal manner. Ace's body trembled imperceptibly, and he slowly clenched his fists. Indeed, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. "Merely a more convenient tool for him to manipulate. I can even feel the flames." Itachi's gaze fell upon Ace's tightly clenched fist. "But that is not chakra. It is a purer power, stemming from your very soul." His Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slightly, as if analyzing the structure of Ace's body. "This power repels the reanimation, making your soul suffer far more than that of a typical reanimated being." Ace abruptly lifted his head, fixing a fierce stare on Itachi. "What kind of monster are you? You can see all of this?" "I am but a soul, like you, dragged back from the underworld," Itachi replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "And I can sense the overwhelming hatred and despair bubbling within you. That hatred," he continued, "was not directed at Orochimaru, the one who resurrected you, but rather at yourself." The color drained from Ace's face, as memories of Luffy's devastated, disbelieving expression flooded back to him. He recalled being manipulated, time and again, unleashing flames upon his beloved brother. The agony of having his soul torn apart, the despair of destroying what he cherished most with his own hands, was far more excruciating than being pierced through the chest by a kainu during the War of the Best. "Shut up," Ace growled, an uncontrollable flame erupting from his fist. The temperature in the laboratory soared instantaneously. Yet, Itachi merely observed him quietly, his crimson eyes unwavering. You have a brother, Itachi remarked casually. A brother for whom you would willingly sacrifice your life. The flames on Ace's fist extinguished in an instant. He became a statue, as if all strength had been drained from him. How do you know? Because I have one too. Itachi's gaze flickered with a hint of emotion. His eyes seemed to pierce through the laboratory's thick walls, looking towards a distant place he could never return to. A foolish brother. The laboratory fell silent once more. But this time, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Two brothers, equally devoted to their siblings, yet both ensnared by fate, transformed into monstrous figures that inflicted harm upon their brothers. In that moment, it felt as though a peculiar resonance transcended the barriers of two worlds. After a lengthy silence, Ace rasped, "Why are you still so calm?" "Because I have died once," Itachi replied slowly. "All regrets, all sins, should cease with death. To be forcefully awakened is merely to repeat a tragedy that has already unfolded." He paused before changing the subject. "Moreover, our master, though he possesses the forbidden techniques to defile life and death, does not comprehend that some things cannot be manipulated by incantations." Ace looked up, confusion etched on his face. "What do you mean?" Itachi did not answer directly but countered. "What do you think bonds are?" Itachi's seemingly casual question struck Ace's already shattered heart. Bonds. How familiar yet ironic that term felt. Ace's body trembled violently, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable pain that surged from the depths of his soul. "Bonds," he repeated hoarsely, his voice laced with self-mockery, "are what my father and brothers were willing to risk everything for to save this foolish one," charging headlong towards the Navy headquarters. It is that foolish kid, weak as he is, who still cried out, time and again, running towards the execution platform, desperate to bring me back. It is the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. The very thing that warms my heart, even in the depths of hell. His voice crescendoed, his emotions spiraling, flames erupting uncontrollably from him, distorting the air around. But now? Ace raised his head suddenly, his hollow eyes igniting with a wild flame for the first time, glaring at Itachi. Bonds are these very hands. Once protected by my father and brothers, now uncontrollably striking at my beloved brother. Bonds are the memories we cherished, now tainted by my filthy, enemy-controlled body. He shouted. That is my bond. A colossal joke. A curse from which I shall never be freed. He laughed maniacally, his laughter steeped in despair and self-destruction, as a searing storm of flames swirled around him. However, that inferno, hot enough to melt steel, halted 3 feet from Itachi as if it had collided with an invisible wall, thwarted by an even colder, more deathly force. Itachi stood there calmly, allowing the flame's heat to ripple through his Akatsuki cloak. He resembled an ancient, immovable iceberg, impervious to the raging storms outside. Only when Ace's laughter faded into heavy breaths did Itachi finally speak again. Are you finished? His tone remained flat, devoid of emotion. Ace, panting heavily, regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a madman. Do you not have a heart? The heart was hollowed out when I died. Itachi responded nonchalantly, yet his words bore a weight that sent shivers down one's spine. He ignored Ace's shocked expression and continued, what you describe as bonds is merely one facet of it. They are warmth, protection, light. But bonds also possess another aspect. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, the 3 tomo transforming into 3 bottomless whirlpools, threatening to consume one's very soul. They are shackles, chains, darkness. They are the sins born to protect them. They are the suffering endured to sever them. They are the resolve to let them continue in another form, even if it means plunging oneself into the depths of hell. Ace stood completely stunned. He could not comprehend the depths of Itachi's words, yet he felt a sorrow far deeper and more profound than his own despair emanating from those cold phrases. What had this man experienced? What are you trying to say? Ace's voice was dry. What I wish to convey is that your understanding of bonds is far too superficial. Itachi replied bluntly. That is why you are so easily crushed by the pain they bring. What did you say? Ace was instantly enraged, flames igniting once more around his fists. Have I spoken incorrectly? Itachi countered. Your brother must be in great pain now, not only from losing his brother, but also because the brother he revered has become a monster, controlled by the enemy, attacking him. He must be filled with guilt, confusion, and consumed by helplessness and despair. And you? The gaze of you, sharp as a sword, pierced through the very essence of Ice's soul. Here you languish in self-pity. Aside from eliciting a fleeting smile from our master, what purpose does it serve? You have relinquished even the most fundamental responsibility of an elder brother. Silence. I see roared, transforming into a blazing meteor, launching a fire fist imbued with boundless fury and anguish towards Yu's face, intent on shattering that disturbingly serene visage. However, in the face of this ferocious strike, you did not even twitch a finger. Just as the fire fist was about to make contact, Icy's body abruptly froze. Ensnared by countless invisible threads, halting midair, a chilling and tainted chakra erupted from the depths of his body, emanating from the curse sealed within him, forcibly suppressing his raging flames. Aya! Icy cried out, his body convulsing uncontrollably, as though two diametrically opposed forces waged a brutal war within him. Do you see? Yu's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in his ears. This is the handiwork of Dasha Wan. Through the technique of Edo Tensei, he has branded you with the mark of a slave. Your anger, your power, even your will only serve as tools to amuse him. Each act of defiance will only deepen your suffering and render you ever more grotesque in your brother's eyes. And no, Icy struggled, sensing his consciousness being eroded and enveloped by that frigid power. Let me go? Let me go? I cannot, you replied calmly. However, you can. Icy froze, his struggles ceasing abruptly. What do you mean? Your power is unique. Yu's Sharingan glimmered with analytical light. It does not belong to this world. It is not chakra. It emanates from your soul, purer and freer. Dasha Wan's technique can bind a body formed of chakra, but it cannot entirely imprison the power that springs from your soul. He has merely employed a crude method to force them together. Each time you become emotionally agitated and attempt to wield your flames, it will simultaneously trigger the shackles of Edo Tensei, like a rope pulled from both ends. The first to snap will inevitably be you. Yu's explanation was clear and cold, yet it illuminated a faint glimmer of hope within the depths of Icy's despair. What then must I do? Control it, Yu replied, providing an answer not of suppression, but of mastery. Control your emotions, control your flames, allowing them to cease being a wild outburst and instead become a part of your very being, akin to breathing. Transform that power from an external assault into an internal safeguard. When your soul's power can perfectly envelop and permeate every corner of this body, rather than clashing with it, the curse left within by Dasha Wan will temporarily lose its absolute control over you. Though it may be fleeting, it will suffice. Icy listened, each word from you unlocking the door to a new realm of understanding. This man not only perceived the essence of his power, but had also conceived a method to unravel it. Who on earth is he? Then I see. Yu's voice took on a subtle, almost seductive tone. Since I have granted you this opportunity, go and meet your brother properly, with your true will, not as a mere puppet. Go tell him what you wish to convey. Go do what you, as an elder brother, ought to have done long ago. Icy's pupils constricted sharply. Meet Luffy? With my own will. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his dreary world. You. Icy's voice trembled with excitement. Why do you wish to aid me? I am not helping you, you replied nonchalantly. I simply detest witnessing an elder brother display such an unseemly countenance before his younger sibling. Icy fell silent for a long while, the tempest within his heart gradually calming. He gazed deeply at the enigmatic man before him. Will you not go see your brother? Yu's body subtly stiffened. His gaze slowly drifted towards the cold, heavy iron door of the laboratory, as if wishing to penetrate it and glimpse a distant place. Now is not the time. The previous chill and indifference had vanished from his voice, replaced by a hollow tone, stripped of all emotion. You turned away, no longer looking at Icy, but rather at the impenetrable iron door that sealed them away from everything. Moments passed, long enough for Icy to believe he would not speak again. Yet, Yu's voice came forth, light and airy, as if it could be swept away by the wind at any moment. He must surely hate me. This statement seemed to drain all strength from his very being, the Edo Tensei vessel bearing a weariness that not even death could cleanse. Stemming from the depths of his soul, as Icy beheld his solitary figure, he suddenly felt that this man might be in greater torment than himself. You are quite the peculiar fellow, Icy could not help but remark. My last companion said the same. Yu's response caught Icy off guard. Last companion? You turned back, regarding Icy once more, his blood-red eyes devoid of ripples. A companion from my past life. Chapter 149. The flames of youth are contagious. The forest of the land of fire remained as serene and profound as ever. Sunlight filtered through the layers of treetops, casting mottled shadows upon the moss-covered ground. The air was thick with the unique scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps. Figures darted through the woods at high speed, stirring gusts of wind that sent the birds scattering in fright. Leading the charge was the silver-haired Kakashi Hatake, his form agile and silent. Each leap landing precisely on the most suitable branches, showcasing the pinnacle of an elite shinobi's skill. We've arrived. Kakashi's figure abruptly halted in a clearing, raising a hand as his languid voice resonated through the woods. The others came to a stop behind him, revealing a vast, barren rock wall before them. Beneath the wall loomed a massive iron gate, exuding a chilling aura, engraved with bizarre patterns that emanated an unsettling malevolence. This was their destination, one of the many secret laboratories of Dashawan. At last, we've made it. That scoundrel Dashawan is inside. A vibrant voice shattered the silence. Clad in a tight green suit, Maidakai struck an exaggerated pose, his signature bushy eyebrows framing eyes ablaze with fervor. Can you feel it, Lee? The evil presence. It is our time to purify it with the fiery passion of our youth. Indeed, Kai-sensei, responded Li Lo-ka, matching Kai's flamboyance with his own, his eyes burning even brighter. I am prepared. My youth is fervently ablaze for the sake of protecting my comrades. Well spoken, Lee. The teacher and student exchanged determined glances, as if the backdrop transformed into a raging sea and a setting sun ablaze, a palpable aura of youthful fervor radiating from them, rendering the surrounding air several degrees warmer. Oh, let it burn. A voice, even more resounding and invigorated, unexpectedly joined the fervor. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who has just clawed his way out of the abyss of despair, now radiates an intense light from his eyes. Emulating Kai and Lee, he strikes an eccentric pose that defies categorization, yet his aura is undeniably formidable. He may not fully comprehend the essence of youth, but he understands the fervor of burning passion. To burn signifies enthusiasm. It signifies strength. It signifies the ability to deliver a resounding blow to the scoundrel who harmed Ace. Burn. Luffy raises his arms high and shouts exuberantly. Oh. Brother Luffy is quite spirited. Kai gives Luffy a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile. Indeed. Very spirited. Lee fervently nods in agreement. Burn. 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 The three voices, each with its unique tone, unite to create an invincible ensemble aptly named the Fervent Fools. Their overwhelming spirit engenders a palpable tremor throughout the forest. Kakashi Hatake silently raises a hand to cover his face. Why is it that every mission leads to such extraordinary circumstances? Was bringing this group along truly the right decision? His gaze instinctively drifts towards the other members of the team, seeking a semblance of normalcy. He looks at Haruno Sakura. As his student and Tsunade's direct disciple, she should embody rationality and composure, right? Yet, what he observes is Sakura, fists clenched tightly, her face devoid of gentleness, replaced instead by determination and resolve. The flames of rage dance in her eyes. That's right, Sakura murmurs, her voice trembling yet laced with murderous intent. Such evil must be utterly incinerated. Sasuke was manipulated by him, Naruto was harmed by him, and now, the very existence of Luffy's brother is the utmost desecration of life. Absolutely unforgivable. Kakashi's heart sinks. It's over. Even Sakura has been infected by this fervor. Is there truly no one normal in this team? His last hope shifts toward the quiet figure at the back of the group, Hinata Hyuga. That girl, always shy and timid, whose voice is softer than a whisper. Must surely, Kakashi's gaze freezes. What does he see? The Hinata from his memories, always with her head down and fingers fidgeting, now stands poised in a perfect stance of gentle fist, feet slightly apart, her center of gravity lowered. Her Byakugan is activated, veins visible at the corners of her eyes, exuding a disquieting pressure. A visible layer of red and black energy swirls around her fists, reminiscent of a spiraling vortex. What leaves Kakashi breathless is her expression. There is not a trace of fear or unease. Her face is etched with resolute determination. Her gaze is locked onto the cold steel door, as if she intends to pierce it with her stare. Flames burn in her eyes as well. But these are not the flamboyant, boisterous flames of Kai and Lee, nor the pure, direct flames of Luffy. Instead, they are a more reserved, profound fire. A fire born of the resolve to protect those most dear. Capable of incinerating anything in its path, the unwavering flame of guardianship. Kakashi has entirely surrendered. He feels as though he is not on an assassination mission, but leading a band of berserkers into battle. This is the most challenging team he has ever led. Without exception. Sigh. Naruto stands quietly, his golden Kyuubi chakra rising like flames, yet devoid of any violent aura, emanating a sacred majesty instead. He gazes at his impassioned companions, particularly Hinata, and a gentle smile unconsciously graces his lips. He has certainly noticed Hinata's transformation, from the girl who stood behind him, needing his protection, to the warriors standing shoulder to shoulder with him, radiating such a powerful and unwavering aura. Each of her growths is indelibly imprinted in Naruto's heart. He subtly nods in her direction, a wordless acknowledgement, a heartfelt pride. Fully engrossed in elevating her spirit to its zenith, Hinata keenly captures Naruto's gaze and gesture. Boom. A surge of warmth erupts from her head, and her face flushes like a ripe tomato. For a moment, her eyes betray a fleeting panic, almost breaking her stance. And Naruto-kun is looking at me. He smiled at me. He nodded at me. However, just a second later, Hinata bites her tongue, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming shyness that could send her into a euphoric swoon. No, this is not the time for bashfulness. Now is the moment to clear every obstacle for Naruto-kun. She steadies her resolve, the red and black energy upon her fists, fueled by her unyielding will, spins even faster, exuding an even more terrifying aura. Witnessing this, Naruto's smile broadens. All right, everyone. At last, Kakashi, having emerged from despair, claps his hands, attempting to pull this unruly group back to reality. Our mission is to infiltrate, investigate, and locate Orochimaru. Yet, his words are abruptly interrupted by three voices. Infiltrate. Too troublesome. Luffy stretches his arms back, the properties of rubber allowing his limbs to extend to an exaggerated length. Why not just blow the door away? Exactly. Kai lifts his leg high. Any obstacle in the path of youth should be shattered with the most fervent method. Yes, Teacher Kai. Lee strikes a similar pose. Kakashi's eyes widen in disbelief. Hey, you guys, but it is too late. Rubber, jet, pistol. Konoha hurricane. Luffy's fists, wrapped in haki, charge forward like two black cannonballs, while Kai and Lee unleash flying kicks, resembling two streaks of green lightning, creating a violent gust of wind as they attack the door from both sides. Three distinct forces converge at that singular point on the steel gate, their synergy inexplicable. Boom. A deafening explosion erupts. A terrifying shockwave generates a visible white air wave that rapidly expands in all directions. The ground quakes violently, countless fragments are sent skyward, and trees are uprooted. The solid gate, forged from special alloys, crumbles under the combined assault of the three, shattering like fragile cookies. First, a dent appears at the center, followed by an explosion of cracks that spread like a spider's web. Ultimately, with a sharp crack, the entire gate is reduced to a shower of debris. Dust fills the air, obscuring everything. A dark, bottomless opening emerges in the rock face, emanating a nauseating stench of a sickening blend of blood and formaldehyde. Well done. Luffy retracts his fist, laughing with exhilaration. This is the power of youth. Kai and Lee land and strike victorious poses once more. Kakashi is at a loss for words. He silently retrieves his book, believing that only the world within its pages can heal his wounded spirit. Yet, at that moment, a chilling, spine-tingling hissing sound emanates from the depths of the dark opening. Chapter 150. Impure World Reincarnation, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The dense, hissing sound, akin to countless venomous snakes, disrupts the once fervent atmosphere, plunging it into icy silence. The foul stench, a grotesque amalgamation of formaldehyde and the metallic tang of blood, surged forth like a tangible wave, causing both Xiaoying and Hinata to involuntarily furrow their brows. Kakashi's demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness, his exposed eye, typically languid, sharpened to a razor's edge. He withdrew the tool known as Chinra Tiantang into his ninja pouch, slightly lowering his posture to adopt a standard combat stance. The pervasive dust gradually dissipated in the chilling winds that wafted from the cave's entrance, as external light struggled to penetrate the profound darkness. 7 indistinct silhouettes on the opposite side of the cave entrance began to take shape. They exhibited varying postures, differing in height and build, yet each radiated an aura of cold, palpable menace, a presence not befitting the living. This was the essence of those who had clawed their way from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an aura unique to executioners. What was even more disconcerting was the array of weapons they wielded. There was a massive beheading blade, its edge alone visible beneath layers of bandages. Another weapon, a jiaoji shark skin replica, was adorned with vicious barbs that seemed to quiver as if alive. A slender needle-like sewing pin capable of piercing anything completed the deadly ensemble. Each of these weapons bore a notorious legacy within the history of the ninja world. Kakashi's voice, laced with incredulity and dryness, broke the silence. There could be no mistaking it. Beside him, Might Guy's fiery expression had also solidified for the first time, replaced by a grim amalgamation of rage and sorrow. It was the legendary Mist Ninja 7, a terrifying force capable of conquering a small nation overnight with the strength of 7. As his words hung in the air, one of the 7 figures stepped forth from the shadows, a man shouldering a colossal beheading blade. His face was obscured by bandages, revealing only a pair of cold, familiar eyes, dressed in the standard vest of the Mist Village. His gaze precisely traversed the crowd, landing squarely on Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's voice emerged, hoarse and frigid, akin to the grinding of rusted metal. "We meet again." Boom. A thunderous jolt echoed in Kakashi's mind. This voice, this man, this face. He would recognize them even if reduced to ashes. On that great bridge, amidst the dense fog, they had fought to the death. The ghostly figure, Momochi Zabuza. The name squeezed through Kakashi's clenched teeth, his fury and disdain for this forbidden technique surging forth. That scoundrel Orochimaru. He could not even spare the souls who had long since found peace. However, before Kakashi could respond, another voice, dripping with scorn and disdain, rang out. A stout man with a watermelon-shaped head, brandishing a dull blade resembling a pipa, directed his gaze toward Might Guy. He scrutinized Guy from head to toe, his tone imbued with condescension. "You must be that monster's worthless son? Look how much you've grown over the years." Monster's worthless son? Might Guy's expression darkened. It was this man, Pipa Shizuku. He would never forget the name his father, Might Dato, had mentioned when recounting his own awakening of the 8 gates. It was this man and his companions who had driven him and his team into a corner. Indeed, there was a resemblance. Yes, that foolishly passionate fervor was strikingly identical. Your father's fists are formidable, but I wonder how much of that strength you inherited. The other men wielding ninja swords also cast their gazes toward Guy and Lee, their eyes filled with mockery, disdain, and a hint of the humiliation and hatred from being repelled by a mere chunin years ago. "Guy-sensei." Lee's fists crackled with tension, his fiery spirit morphing into a raging inferno. They could insult him, but to slander Guy-sensei's father, the great hero who sacrificed himself to protect his comrades, was absolutely intolerable. Lee's voice was a deep, ominous growl. He slowly lifted his head, the trademark shine of his teeth and sunny smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented chill. "My father is not worthless. He is a greater hero than anyone else." Boom. A surge of green chakra erupted violently from Guy, the raging winds cracking the ground before him. The 6th gate, the gate of view, open. Instantly, the atmosphere of the battlefield escalated, charged with the tension of this fateful reunion. On one side stood the copy ninja rekindling old grievances with the ghost, while on the other, the son of the Azure Beast sought to vindicate his father. All held their breath, the impending clash palpable. Yet, in this moment of heightened tension, an incongruous voice, brimming with unfiltered curiosity, broke through the silence. "Hey!" Straw Hat Luffy, who had been scanning the surroundings with impatience, was now scratching his head in annoyance. He showed no regard for the legendary Mist Ninja 7, nor did he grasp the weight of their fateful reunion. His singular focus had remained unchanged. He pointed at the 7 intimidating figures, loudly inquiring, "Do you guys know where that guy Orochimaru is?" The arena fell into a profound silence. Kakashi, Might Guy, Momochi Zabuza, Pipa Shizuku, all eyes were fixed on Luffy. The expressions of the 7 legendary ninja transformed from cold disdain and anger to sheer confusion. Who was this individual? Where had he emerged from? What had he just said? The irascible Sujetsu, wielding the jiaoji, was the first to voice his displeasure. "What nonsense is this little brat spouting?" He seemed to sense that the boy was not a ninja, a mere civilian without chakra. "Quite bold of you." Zabuza's gaze shifted from Kakashi to Luffy, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He sensed no chakra, yet there was an instinctual danger emanating from this youth. As Luffy grew increasingly impatient due to the silence, he urged, "Speak up. Is that scoundrel Orochimaru hiding behind you? If you don't answer, I'll send you all flying." Send us flying? Several members of the seven, unable to contain their amusement, erupted in laughter at what they perceived as the best joke of the century. What an amusing little brat. It seems we need to clear out these oblivious pests before enjoying our meal. Kill him. The cold intent to kill locked onto Luffy in an instant. The seven legendary killing machines raised their deadly blades, aiming at the audacious Straw Hat. Hey, your opponents are not him. Kakashi sighed in exasperation, swiftly stepping in front of Luffy, his Raikiri crackling ominously in his hand. Guy? Lee. Oh, yes. Kakashi-sensei. Guy and Lee instantly positioned themselves, their green figures akin to phantoms, flanking Kakashi to shield Luffy. Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata also assumed their stances. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails, the green might of Guy's chakra, and the intertwined red-black energy of the 8 trigrams formed a powerful trio, resonating with their seniors. Yet, at this critical juncture, a languid yet undeniably excited voice emerged from the rear of the group. Silently observing the weapons of his opponents, Roronoa Zoro took measured steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi and the others. His hand rested lightly on the hilts of the 3 swords at his waist. The legendary blades emitted a faint hum, as if yearning for blood. A fervent smile curled at the corners of Zoro's mouth, his gaze akin to that of the most ravenous beast, sweeping across the 7 distinct legendary ninja swords before ultimately fixing on the colossal decapitating blade of Zabuza Momochi. Using a sword, are we? How perfectly agreeable. In an instant, the battlefield erupted. Kakashi's left hand, already flickering with lightning, momentarily stiffened. The green steam enveloping Might Guy became chaotic for an instant. Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and even Rock Lee behind Guy all regarded the green-haired swordsman who had boldly stepped forward to confront the fabled 7 ninja swordsmen with expressions akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. Given the fateful enmity of Konoha, was it truly wise for an outsider to approach so brazenly? On the opposing side, the 7 formidable and murderous figures from the Hidden Mist Village, who had been poised to indulge in a massacre, exhibited expressions of incredulity. Pakin Shizuku, the first to voice his confusion, scrutinized Zoro from his distinctive green hair to the 3 uniquely styled swords at his waist, and finally to his face, which radiated excitement. Who was this green-haired fellow? His tone was filled with unguarded bewilderment. The previous straw hat-wearing brat had been odd enough. Now, where had this green-haired one sprung from? What on earth is happening today? Has Konoha's manner of confrontation evolved to such an incomprehensible degree? Another ordinary person devoid of chakra. Kurasame Shiranui hissed with a serpent-like laugh. It seems Konoha is truly desperate, allowing such a specimen to stand before us. His gaze lingered greedily on Zoro's impressive blades. The only female ninja, Noera Shinpachi, licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with avarice. However, the one who had engaged Kakashi the most, Momochi Zabuza, did not share their enthusiasm. His bandaged face turned toward Kakashi, his hoarse voice tinged with perplexity. Kakashi, your friend is rather peculiar. He sensed that this green-haired man, like the previous Straw Hat boy, was devoid of any chakra fluctuations. Yet, the feeling of being scrutinized by a slumbering beast, an unnerving sense of peril, was even more intense than when facing Kakashi. This was illogical. Kakashi, too, wished to cover his face. He sighed helplessly, responding in a voice almost reminiscent of a groan. Zabuza, believe me, I am more eager to comprehend their true nature than you are. Hey, Zoro interrupted their conversation impatiently. He placed his left hand on one sword's hilt, gently pushing aside the other 2, revealing their chilling gleam. A wind, purely composed of his imposing presence, surged outward from him in all directions. Enough of the idle chatter. A manic grin spread across Zoro's face, exposing his gleaming white teeth. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. The rotund swordsman, Suigetsu Hozuki, wielding the great sword Kubikirabocho, could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, 3 swords? Kid, are you from a circus? More blades do not equate to greater strength. This is amusing. I have never heard of such a ridiculous style. Eliminate him, do not waste time. The 7 ninja swordsmen raised their weapons, their cold, murderous intent coalescing, aimed at the audacious green-haired man before them. The lethal intent of the decapitating sword, the greed of the Kubikirabocho, the venom of the Kiba, and the dominance of the Shibuki intertwined, forming a suffocating web of death that descended upon Zoro. Sakura and Hinata clenched their fists in anxiety. Yet, In the face of this overwhelming pressure capable of altering the very fabric of reality, Zoro's smile only grew brighter and more fervent. Is that so? He bit down on the hilt of the Wado Ikemonji, his hands gripping the Sandai Kitetsu and the Akisui simultaneously. Then allow me to show you. Lowering his body slightly, the muscles in his arms surged, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. A terrifying force, seemingly capable of distorting space itself, began to coalesce around his arms and blades. What is that? Pakin Shizuku, who had maintained a mocking demeanor, suddenly found his smile frozen. He observed as the arms of the green-haired man became shrouded in a layer of ink-black sheen, akin to steel. Forget whether you've heard of it. Prepare for battle. Zabuza, a seasoned warrior, was the first to recover from his shock, unleashing a hoarse roar. He brandished the enormous decapitating blade before him, channeling his chakra without reservation. The other 6 instantly regained their composure, aiming their weapons at Zoro and adopting defensive stances. But it was too late. 3,000 worlds. Zoro's figure transformed into a whirling, black vortex, tearing through the formation of the 7 ninja swordsmen in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light or spectacle. Only a few dark, slicing trajectories, as if capable of consuming light itself, flashed through the air. Like a windmill in motion, Zoro's form reappeared behind the 7. Slowly sheathing his blades, turned away from them. Crack! The crisp sound echoed. It was Pakin Shizuku's blunt blade, the Kubikurabocho, reputed to shatter all defenses, which fractured in 2, falling to the ground. Crack! That was the long blade Kiba in Kurisame's hand, severed into 3 pieces. One by one, the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their pride and joy, were either broken or brutally cleaved, leaving deep gashes. Each of them bore a cross-shaped wound, deep enough to reveal bone, across their chests. Nanny? Pakin Shizuku lowered his head, incredulously staring at the wound on his chest and the half of the hilt remaining in his hand. What kind of power is this? He could not comprehend it. The 7 of them, standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, had been utterly annihilated by a single strike. Unleashed by an obscure green-haired man, devoid of chakra, along with their beloved swords, they were all severed? Thud! His knees buckled as he became the first to kneel, the body of his reanimated form beginning to deteriorate and crumble. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd. The 7 once mighty legendary ninjas fell like cut wheat, their forms swiftly disintegrating into the dust. Only Zabuza, relying on sheer willpower, remained upright, propping himself up with his decapitating blade. He turned to gaze at the man who had merely left him with a silhouette, observing the 3 unremarkable swords at his waist. Within his cold eyes, for the first time, a complex mix of shock, bitterness, and relief surfaced. He chuckled softly, his laughter laced with self-deprecation. It appears that our generation has fallen out of sync with the rhythm of the world. As these words fell from his lips, the executioner's great blade in his hand could no longer sustain itself and crashed to the ground, while his body dissipated into a cloud of dust, carried away by the wind. Chapter 152, The Stillborn of the Xuanhua Clan. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the remnants of the 7 legendary ninjas. Their forms reduced to mere dust, alongside the shattered remnants of their once mighty blades, symbols of unparalleled glory and slaughter. In but a single strike, the infamous Wuyin Ninja 7, who in legend annihilated a small nation overnight, were all swiftly dispatched by a swordsman with green algae-like hair, employing a technique they had never before encountered, 3-sword style. Hatake Kakashi's lifeless dead fish eye drooped weakly. He slowly raised his hand to cover his face, letting out a sigh that resembled a moan. Alas, it is over. All is lost. He had hoped that even if he could not defeat them, he might leverage his old acquaintance with Zabuza to learn some intelligence about the location and defenses of Orochimaru's laboratory from these reanimated corpses. But what was the outcome? Intelligence? What intelligence? The individuals had been reduced to ash by Zoro's single blow. Not even a single articulate fragment remained. Kakashi felt an overwhelming fatigue settle upon his heart. Undertaking a mission with this unpredictable group was far more exhausting than confronting the Akatsuki directly. However, beside him, Might Guy exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Oh, 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 oh. The green steam emanating from Guy, fueled by the 8th gate, burned even more fervently. He felt no displeasure at having his rival usurped. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was engulfed in a state of extreme exhilaration. He dashed to Zoro's side, grasping his hands tightly, shaking them vigorously. His iconic bushy eyebrows and broad face flushed with enthusiasm. Zoro. Guy's voice boomed like thunder, magnificent. Your youth burns so brightly, so intensely. This is the pinnacle achievable without reliance on chakra, purely through physical prowess, will, and skill. Zoro, slightly dazed by the shaking, attempted to withdraw his hand with a look of distaste, only to discover the astonishing strength of this green-clad individual. Lee. Guy suddenly turned, directing a thunderous roar at his equally astonished disciple. Do you see this? Yes, Sensei Guy. Lee rocked, jolted upright, his eyes ignited with fervent flames. He gazed at Zoro with an almost reverent expression, his voice brimming with passionate admiration. I can feel it. That power, not of ninjutsu, yet potent enough to sever all sword intent. It turns out, the path of physical techniques is not limited to mere fists and feet. Mastering weaponry to its utmost is equally an unparalleled expression of youth. Well said, Lee. Sensei Guy. The master and disciple embraced without a care for the world, shedding tears of emotion at the fallen forms of the Wuin Ninja Seven. Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and Zoro, among others, regarded this duo with exasperated expressions, as if questioning the logic of this world's battles. Hey! Luffy's impatient voice once again shattered the peculiar atmosphere. He paid no heed to Zoro's earth-shattering strike, nor to the emotional embrace of the green-skinned duo. He bypassed everyone and approached the gaping, dark entrance, shouting into its depths, Orochimaru, come out. I know you're hiding in there. Return Ace to me. His voice echoed through the shadowy corridor, met only by a chilling wind. Luffy, do not act rashly. Kakashi finally shook off his fatigue, appearing beside Luffy in a flash, gripping his shoulder, his expression grave as he surveyed the dark depths of the tunnel. Sensing the complexity of the situation, he gestured to the others. Everyone, remain vigilant. We are entering. The group immediately set aside their emotions, taking up a battle formation as they cautiously ventured into the ominous steel passage. Inside, the corridor proved far more expansive than anticipated. The cold metallic walls bore dim emergency lights, their flickering casting elongated shadows that danced like clawing specters. A foul stench permeated the air, nearly suffocating. Beneath their feet lay a sticky, unidentified liquid. Scattered in the corners were various surgical instruments and shattered glass vessels, while some translucent petri dishes contained grotesque, failed experimental specimens. Truly, what a disturbing individual. Sakura recoiled upon seeing a massive glass jar containing a stitched-together head with 3 eyes, her stomach churning as she fought the urge to vomit. Kakashi-sensei, Hinata's voice broke through, tinged with uncertainty. The structure here is quite complex, with numerous branching paths. She activated her Byakugan, the veins around her pure white eyes bulging as she surveyed the surroundings within a radius of hundreds of meters. Can you locate the central control room or the place where Ace is being held? Naruto immediately inquired. I am searching. Hinata's gaze swept across the vast underground maze with precision, revealing countless rooms, countless corridors, and numerous corpses suspended in formaldehyde. This place is akin to a museum of death. Suddenly, Hinata's focus locked onto a room fortified with special alloy in the left foreground. At the center of that room stood a colossal, cylindrical glass container, taller than a person. The container was filled with a pale yellow nutrient solution, countless bubbles rising slowly from the bottom. Within that solution, a curled, yet to be fully developed infant floated silently. The child appeared to be merely 7 or 8 months old, with pallid skin and tightly shut eyes, connected to numerous tubes of varying thickness, resembling an unfinished, delicate doll. However, what sent chills down Hinata's spine was not the stillborn itself, but the faint yet unmistakably familiar chakra emanating from within. Kakashi-sensei. Hinata's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. What is it, Hinata? Have you discovered something? Kakashi immediately became alert. Hinata raised her hand, pointing toward the room separated by alloy walls. Her voice strained. There is a large glass jar in that room containing a stillborn. A stillborn? Kakashi furrowed his brow. It was not surprising to find such a thing in Orochimaru's laboratory, but Hinata's distress suggested it was more than just a mere stillborn. The chakra within that child. Hinata took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm her emotions, turning to Naruto beside her and articulating with a complex tone, each word deliberate. The nature of that chakra is very similar to yours, Naruto-kun. No, wait. She shook her head, as if searching for a more accurate descriptor. That is not the chakra of the Nine Tails, but a purer essence belonging to the Schwanwa clan, a vast life chakra. Chapter 153, Orochimaru's Mad Scheme. The Schwanwa clan? Is that not the family of Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina? That legendary clan, obliterated in history due to their overwhelming power, possessing unparalleled vitality and sealing technique prowess. The shock from Zoro's instantaneous defeat of the Ninja Seven paled in comparison to this chilling revelation. It was a bone-deep coldness, rising from the very depths of the soul. In that moment, the perpetually drowsy, fish-like eyes of Chimu Kakashi abruptly contracted. The lethargy and fatigue etched upon his visage vanished without a trace. He fixated intently on the room separated by alloy walls, his mind racing with information at an unprecedented speed. Orochimaru, Edo Tensei, Uchiha, and now, the Uzumaki clan. What exactly does this man, a madman who would stop at nothing for the sake of so-called immortality, intend to achieve? A series of terrifying hypotheses materialized in Kakashi's mind, each swiftly dismissed until the most chilling possibility crystallized before him. Cloning. That scoundrel Orochimaru is not merely conducting simple experiments. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Naruto, who was stunned into silence, then landing on Hinata, who trembled slightly as she clutched Naruto's arm. Finally, his voice bore an unmistakable tremor of horror. He is attempting to mass-produce members of the Uzumaki clan. An individual from the Uzumaki clan possesses an immense chakra and vitality capable of sealing tailed beasts. If Orochimaru succeeds in creating an army of Uzumaki under his control, Naruto's fists clenched tightly, the chakra of the Nine Tails surging uncontrollably at the surface of his skin. His family, his bloodline, being replicated and exploited in such a profane manner by that man. Kakashi inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He understood that this was not a moment for emotional turmoil. The gravity of the situation surpassed even the pursuit of the Edo Tensei of Ace. It is imperative. Immediately. He must inform Lady Tsunade. His gaze swiftly traversed the group, finally settling on Tion, who stood behind Guy. Tion. Now, Kakashi-sensei. Tion jolted upright, her palms sweaty from the horrifying truth. Kakashi wasted no words, his eyes sharpened with resolve. You must return to the village at once and personally deliver this specimen to Lord Hokage. With that, he strode towards the reinforced alloy room. Guy? Open the door. Understood. Might Guy retracted all humor from his expression, his brow furrowed with intensity. He asked no further questions, raising his right leg, green chakra erupting like steam. Konoha's strong whirlwind. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the alloy door buckled inward, warping under the sheer force of Guy's assault, eventually collapsing in a resounding crash. A more pungent, acrid stench surged forth. The sight within the room churned the stomachs of all present. Various human tissue slices adorned the walls, while tables were laden with glass jars containing soaked eyeballs and hearts. In the center, a massive glass container loomed ominously under the dim light, exuding an air of sinister malevolence. Kakashi disregarded all of it, approaching the container with an icy demeanor. He required a smaller, more portable vessel. Searching the corner of the room, he swiftly located a cylindrical specimen storage jar, over half a meter tall, crafted from special metal. Completing this task, he returned to the enormous glass container. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his right hand, chakra enveloping his palm without forming seals, and struck the thick reinforced glass with a powerful punch. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the entire container. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of all, the glass container exploded into countless fragments. The viscous, pale yellow nutrient liquid, mingled with shards of glass, cascaded forth, saturating the ground. The curled, unformed body of an infant also plummeted onto the cold metal floor with a thud, still connected to severed tubes, appearing so fragile and pitiable. Ugh! Sakura could no longer restrain herself, abruptly covering her mouth and rushing to the corner to heave violently. As a medical ninja, she had witnessed countless horrors. Yet the blasphemy against life and the distortion of ethics before her shattered her psychological defenses. Scoundrel! Tion also turned away, her face ashen, her teeth chattering. Even the usually fiery Rock Lee clenched his fists, his eyes devoid of flames, replaced only with cold fury. However, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, as impassive as the most ruthless surgeon. Donning a pair of medical gloves, he bent down carefully, cradling the small, cold corpse from the viscous liquid. His actions were methodical, calm, even imbued with a trace of tenderness. Yet, in this hellish scene, that tenderness felt more chilling than any brutality. He gently placed the stillborn into the metal specimen jar, sealing it tightly with a miniature sealing technique to completely isolate its essence from the outside. Once this was accomplished, he stood, handing the heavy metal jar to the pale Tian Tian. Remember, proceed with utmost speed. Do not engage anyone along the way, and do not reveal your mission. If you encounter an insurmountable adversary, Kakashi paused, his voice as frigid as ice. Prioritize its destruction. It must not fall into anyone else's hands. Understood. Tian Tian took the cold metal jar, feeling its weight like a 1,000-pound burden. She nodded solemnly, casting one last glance at the group, particularly at Naruto, whose expression was dark enough to drip water. In the next instant, her figure left behind a fleeting shadow, vanishing at the end of the corridor. With Tian Tian's departure, the underground space descended once more into a profound silence. This time, even Luffy refrained from shouting. He stood there, gazing at the shattered glass jar, at the chaotic liquid on the ground, and then at Naruto, who silently emanated a golden chakra. He did not comprehend what the Uzumaki clan entailed, nor did he grasp the concept of cloning. Yet he understood. He perceived Sakura's retching, Hinata's fear, and Naruto's suppressed rage. He comprehended that the scoundrel Orochimaru had committed an atrocity far more unforgivable than turning Ace into a puppet. Zoro's hand remained steadfast on his 3 swords. His solitary eye calmly surveyed the scene, ultimately resting upon Naruto. The battles of this world are far more intricate and sordid than mere swordplay. Let us proceed. Kakashi turned, directing his gaze towards the dark corridor leading deeper into the abyss. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolution. The true business has only just begun. We shall confront this scoundrel who defiles life. Chapter 154. Nursery room. The entire process of Chimu Kakashi handing over the metal jar containing the Uzumaki clan's stillborn to Tian Tian transpired in silence. Everyone merely watched, quietly observing as the bloodline that once belonged to Naruto's clan was sealed as a cold specimen, sent away from this hell. This was no longer a battle. It was the gravest desecration of life, bloodline, and kinship. Hinata trembled slightly, leaning against Naruto, her pure eyes unable to muster the courage to delve deeper into the dark secrets beyond. The image of the glass jar had imprinted itself indelibly in her mind. She dared not look again, fearing that doing so would drive her to madness. Naruto remained silent, gently drawing Hinata into his embrace, blocking her view of the encroaching darkness with his body. His movements were gentle, yet his body was taut as if forged from steel. An overwhelming rage, suppressed to its limits, surged within him like a volcano poised to erupt. Hyuga Hinata, take a moment to rest, a steady voice resonated. Hyuga Niji stepped forward, placing his hand lightly on Hinata's shoulder. His face, usually marked by an air of detachment and indifference, was now etched with gravity. I will scout the path ahead. Without hesitation, he advanced to the forefront of the group, standing at the entrance of a dark passage leading deeper into the abyss. Byakugan. Veins popped instantly at the corners of his eyes. Niji's vision pierced through layers of walls, extending into the depths of this underground base. However, merely seconds later, the color drained from Niji's usually impassive face, leaving it pale. His body stiffened abruptly, and for a moment, even his breath faltered. Niji. Kakashi immediately sensed something amiss. What did you see? Niji did not respond instantly. His throat constricted as he struggled to suppress his overwhelming terror. Slowly, he turned to Kakashi, his voice trembling with a fear he had not realized he possessed. Kakashi-sensei, it would be best not to enter that door ahead. What? Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from the genius who had glimpsed death and fate? Taking a deep breath, Niji seemed to search for the right words to describe the horror he had witnessed, but ultimately, he could only utter a few words. It is truly hell. The words sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present. Yet, Kakashi's response was resolute. Regardless of what it is, we must see it with our own eyes. His voice was cold and unyielding. We must unearth everything Orochimaru has done. Kai. Understood. Madogai responded solemnly. His face, usually ablaze with fervor, now bore a chilling intensity. He stepped forward, standing before the heavy metal door that Niji had dubbed the Gate of Hell. This time, he did not even call out the name of his technique. He merely concentrated all his fury and murderous intent into his right leg. Boom. A sound more thunderous and terrifying than any before erupted. The entire corridor shook violently. The alloy door, sturdy enough to withstand artillery fire, twisted and warped under the sheer force of Guy's assault, ultimately collapsing with a deafening metallic shriek. A stench, far more potent than before, surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Ugh! Cough, cough! Sakura and Rock Lee could no longer contain themselves, retching violently. Even Zoro, a man accustomed to the chaos of bloodshed, grimaced at the foul odor, his stomach churning. What in the world is that smell? Behind the door lay an impenetrable darkness. Kakashi did not hesitate. He stepped forward, positioning himself before everyone. Crackling. A blinding flash of lightning gathered in his right hand. Raikiri formed in his palm. At that moment, it served as their sole beacon of light, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the horrors beyond the door. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone's breath was stolen away. The sight before them defied any description. It was an immense underground chamber, devoid of jars or scientific instruments. Instead, it was filled with bodies, mountains of them, strewn everywhere from their feet to the limits of their vision. These were not the corpses of adults, but rather the small, curled forms of children. Some were mere infants, while others appeared to be 5 or 6 years old. They were haphazardly discarded like refuse, forming small hills made entirely of child corpses. Without exception, all bore vivid red hair. They were all clones of the Uzumaki clan, all of them failures of Orochimaru. Sakura let out a sound that was incomprehensible, as if her soul had been drained. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if one more glance would lead to her demise. Zoro's face also paled. He turned away, no longer able to bear the sight of the mountain of corpses, clutching his stomach with his empty hand. That monster, he managed to mutter through gritted teeth. Luffy stood there, motionless. He did not comprehend bloodlines or cloning, but he understood. He saw the lifeless bodies of children scattered around him. A purer, more primal fury than when he had witnessed Ace's desecration erupted from his chest. Boom. Golden chakra flames erupted from Naruto's body like a tsunami. 9 golden tails thrashed behind him, cracking the ground beneath. He gazed at the sea of red hair, at the faces of those who should have shared his bloodline, those who should have known the joys of childhood, now discarded like refuse. His mind went blank. The strings of reason snapped completely. A roar erupted from Naruto's throat, a sound devoid of humanity, filled with endless agony and hatred, echoing throughout the underground chamber. Just then, slow, mocking applause emerged from the depths of the sea of corpses. A figure wearing glasses stepped forth from the shadows, adjusting his glasses as the blue light of Raikiri reflected off the lenses, a sickly smile gracing his lips. What a touching scene, Naruto-kun. Welcome to the Uzumaki clan's nursery. Chapter 155. Orochimaru's target is that man. He dared to refer to this place as a nursery. Boom. Golden chakra transformed into a cataclysmic wave of energy, surging from Naruto's being. The ground beneath him evaporated in an instant under this terrifying power, forming an ever-expanding chasm. 9 tails of chakra, solid as reality, lashed through the air like golden dragons, creating sonic booms that tore the very fabric of space. Naruto's consciousness sank entirely into an ocean of hatred. He saw nothing, heard nothing. In his world, only the scattered red hair and the small faces that should have laughed in the sun, now curled up coldly, remained. They were his kin, family sharing the same bloodline. I will kill you. A beastly growl erupted from deep within Naruto, each word laden with a venomous hatred capable of freezing souls. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi shouted sharply, his left eye's Sharingan spinning frantically, seeking a means to suppress Naruto. Yet he knew it was futile. This hatred was too profound, too heavy. Oh dear, what terrifying chakra. Yao Shirdo adjusted his glasses, and the sickly smile on his face became even more radiant. A true embodiment of the artistry that is the offspring of the Schwanwa clan, perfectly complemented by the 9 tails. His words ignited a fierce blaze. However, just as Naruto's devastating chakra was on the verge of spiraling completely out of control, ready to reduce this hellish realm to ashes, a dull thud echoed, a heartbeat resounding like war drums. All movement ceased. It was Luffy, who had remained silent since stepping through the door. Unlike Naruto, he did not share the visceral pain of blood ties, nor did he possess the tactical acumen of Kakashi or Neji to analyze the tragedy unfolding before them. His world was simple. He only saw the lifeless bodies of children scattered around. That was sufficient. A rage, more pure and terrifying than Naruto's outward, violent hatred, coalesced within his chest. Kakashi, Luffy spoke, his tone unervingly calm, a calmness that instilled fear. That bespectacled fellow is mine. Wait, Luffy. Kakashi immediately sensed something was amiss. It was too strange. Don't act impulsively. But it was too late. Second gear. A torrent of steam erupted violently from every pore of Luffy's body. His skin transformed into a searing crimson, veins prominently visible, as he seemed to morph into a moving volcano. In the split second before Kakashi finished speaking, Luffy's figure had vanished from sight. He was too fast. So fast that even Kakashi's Sharingan could only capture a vague, crimson blur. Yaoshido's smile froze. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger locking onto him, unable to react in time. Rubber. Luffy's voice resonated like a judgment from the depths of the abyss, exploding in his ears. Jet pistol. Boom. A diminutive fist, enveloped in steam, struck Yaoshido's face with a resounding impact. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The glasses on Yaoshido's face shattered into dust. In the next instant, his entire head, along with his upper body, exploded under the immense speed and force, akin to a watermelon crushed by a sledgehammer. There was no blood. The exploded body transformed into dozens of pale, twisted serpents, scattering in all directions. What? In Zoro's single eye, astonishment was evident. Those serpents twisted in midair, seemingly receiving a command, swiftly converging toward a point behind them. Moments later, an intact Yaoshido reappeared before the crowd. He leisurely adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a cold, snake-like excitement. Remarkable power, he remarked, staring at Luffy with a hint of sickly admiration. The sheer physical strength you possess is astonishing. Rubber boy, you truly are a collectible masterpiece. It was a clone. Kakashi's voice was gravely serious. What had been struck was merely a substitute. Luffy remained silent, slowly lowering his fist, steam still billowing around him. He was not surprised or disheartened by the failed strike. His dark pupils merely grew deeper and colder. Yaoshido let out a nauseating laugh, seemingly relishing this cat-and-mouse game. Don't be in such a hurry, the best is yet to come. He surveyed the furious expressions of those present, nodding in satisfaction. By the way, I have good news for you all. Lord Orochimaru is currently extracting DNA from that little brat named Ace. Progress seems to be quite smooth. DNA? Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly. Hasn't Ace already been brought back through Edo Tensei? His body is merely composed of dust and offerings. What use is there in extracting DNA? No, Kakashi-senpai, your thinking is too limited. Yaoshido shook his finger, a more sinister curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Edo Tensei was merely to obtain a usable shell. But Lord Orochimaru's true interest is not in Fire Fist Ace himself. His voice elongated, laden with malicious suspense. It is in his father. A man capable of fathering someone like Fire Fist Ace must be an extraordinarily remarkable individual, in Lord Orochimaru's estimation. Well, I have said what I needed to say. Yaoshido spread his hands, his body beginning to fade. So, everyone, until we meet again. He prepared to leave, exuding the demeanor of a victor, leaving behind a trail of despair. The people of Konoha were engulfed in immense confusion and fury. Ace's father? Who could that be? Orochimaru's lunacy had surpassed their understanding entirely. Yet, amidst this silence, Luffy spoke once more. His voice remained calm. Yet beneath that calmness lay a weight capable of upheaving the world, a terrifying force akin to a cataclysm. Ace's father. Luffy slowly raised his head, his dark eyes piercing through the darkness, fixating on the vanishing Yaoshido. It is Gold, Roger. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be paused. Yaoshido's vanishing figure abruptly froze. Kakashi, Neji, and Sakura's faces were etched with confusion. Gold, Roger? Who is that? They had never heard that name before. However, the next three words that Luffy spoke fell like an invisible hammer, striking deep into the souls of everyone present. The Pirate King. Chapter 156. The man who conquered the seas. Naruto's raging nine-tails chakra momentarily halted in the face of those three words. Yaoshido's ethereal form, composed of serpents, suddenly froze midair. The Pirate King? Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun frantically, attempting to decipher any useful information from this unfamiliar term. The Pirate King? Is it some small nation-esque lord? No, that's not it. What could it be? Niji's brow furrowed tightly, his Byakugan activated. But he could not fathom the significance behind this term. It sounds like some powerful title. Lee Rock appeared bewildered, yet he could sense the atmosphere shifting. The Pirate King is some strong ninja? Sakura muttered, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. They struggled to comprehend this term through their established worldview, attempting to fit it into a framework, only to discover it was like a puzzle piece that did not belong to their world. Amidst this silence and confusion, the only one capable of grasping the weight of the moment, Uzumaki Naruto, slowly turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, the chakra flames enveloping him had subsided significantly. His eyes, once transformed into slits of pure hatred, regained a flicker of clarity. He gazed at his steam-emitting, eerily calm companion. He recalled Luffy's eyes, which had shone brighter and more resolutely than ever when discussing this term. The Pirate King, Naruto rasped, his voice still tinged with the embers of Ninetales' chakra, or perhaps hatred. Luffy, that is your dream, isn't it? This question served as a key, instantly unlocking the confusion of all present, yet thrusting them deeper into the fog. Luffy's response was strikingly simple. There were no explanations, no boasts. Just a straightforward and decisive affirmation. This nonchalant attitude caused Yaoshido's pupils to constrict sharply. A dream? A dream named after a king? What audacity! What a fascinating soul! Naruto took a deep breath, feeling his heart race wildly. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous hatred within him, striving to clarify his thoughts. Therefore that man, Gold, Roger, the father of Ace. Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse as he posed what he considered the most logical deduction. He is the Pirate King of the previous generation, right? Just as he is the son of the fourth Hokage, Ace must be the son of the former king. This logic seemed coherent. However, Luffy shook his head. A subtle shift appeared on his previously calm expression, as if correcting a fundamental misconception. Not the previous generation. Not. Everyone present was taken aback. Naruto, in particular, wore a bewildered expression. What? Luffy lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting an endless, free ocean. He spoke each word with remarkable clarity. He is the first Pirate King. Boom. The phrase first generation cleaved open a brand new world in the minds of all present, a realm they had never imagined. Not an heir, but a pioneer. Not merely a ruler of a kingdom, but an entity that defined the very concept of a king. The first generation, Kakashi murmured, his throat feeling parched. What does this imply? This means that in Luffy's world, there was once a man who rose from nothing to reach the pinnacle known as king. While everyone was still immersed in this revolutionary shock, the swordsman Roronoa Zoro, who had been leaning against the wall seemingly indifferent to everything, slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He opened his single eye, his voice deep yet imbued with a resolute authority, providing the final annotation to Luffy's words. He is the first man to conquer that sea. Conquer the sea. These two words utterly shattered the last vestige of hope and comprehension in Kakashi, Niji, Sakura, and all the ninjas of Konoha. Ninjas can conquer enemies, can conquer nations, and even aspire to conquer the world like Uchiha Madara. But to conquer the sea? What a concept! That is a feat akin to conquering the sky or the earth, belonging to the realm of myth. A man? A mortal body conquering the sea? Ha ha ha! An uncontrollable, pathological, frenzied laughter suddenly erupted from Kabuto's throat. His once solidified figure regained clarity. He adjusted the glasses that had appeared on his face at some unknown time, and the serpent-like pupils beneath the lenses sparkled with an unprecedented, insatiable gleam. Intelligence. What a precious and revolutionary piece of information. A whole new world. A brand new system of power. A world teeming with unknowns and possibilities that gave rise to the existence of the Pirate King. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. Kabuto trembled with excitement. Orochimaru's true ambition was this. He gazed at Luffy as if looking at an unparalleled rare treasure. The value of Fire Fist Ace lies not in his flammability, but rather in the bloodline that harbors the essence of that first Pirate King. The DNA of a man who can conquer the sea. Ha ha ha. This is countless times more precious than the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, than the Sharingan, than all the bloodline limits in this world. Kabuto's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the underground space littered with corpses, sounding exceedingly jarring and insane. Rubber boy. Uzumaki Naruto. He spread his arms wide, like a prophet proclaiming an oracle. One is the heir to the Pirate King, who conquered the sea. The other is the descendant of the fourth Hokage, who saved the village. It is truly marvelous that the children of destiny from two worlds would meet here. Orochimaru will be grateful to you. Your existence will open the door to a new world for us. The entire world will become our most perfect laboratory. Kabuto's words sent chills down the spines of Kakashi and the others. Orochimaru's madness had long surpassed their imagination. His ambition was no longer confined to this ninja realm. Shut up. The suppressed chakra of the nine tails within Naruto surged once more due to Kabuto's frenzied words. You shall undoubtedly die here at my hands. A golden chakra claw, imbued with the hatred to annihilate all, struck down fiercely towards Kabuto. However, Luffy's movements were swifter. His figure transformed into a flash of red lightning, appearing instantaneously before Kabuto. This time, Luffy's face bore no trace of his earlier calm. His jaw was clenched, his eyes wide with fury. A rage more pure than Naruto's, one that would not allow anyone to tarnish what he held dear. Do not mention Roger's name again. Rubber rubber. Luffy's fist, enveloped in scalding steam, rose high. Jet Gatling. Chapter 157. Eyes beneath the waterfall as Kakashi led the revenge squad. Darting like arrows into the depths of the forest, a figure chose to remain at the very outskirts of Konoha's ruins. Nico Robin. She did not partake in the raucous festivities, nor did she join in the reconstruction of Konoha. Her battlefield lies elsewhere. Her enemies are those buried in the dust of time, histories deliberately erased by the victors. The scroll discovered at the Uchiha police headquarters was like a key, unlocking a door to a dark abyss. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons, plans for a coup. The massacre that obliterated an entire clan overnight. Everything loomed over her like a massive magnet, drawing her in. Especially that person, Uchiha Itachi. A man who slaughtered his entire clan but left his brother alive. A man mentioned by Kaguya, who claimed to know the truth. What kind of person are you? Uchiha Itachi? Robin murmured softly, her steps light as she ventured along the fringes of Konoha. She avoided the main road, opting for a more secluded, desolate path. This road led to the former territory of the Uchiha clan. As she delved deeper, the air seemed to grow oppressive. The structures that survived Paine's assault carried a profound silence that starkly contrasted with the village's center. It felt like a graveyard forgotten by time, with every stone and leaf exuding an intense sorrow and resentment. Robin's steps eventually halted by a riverbank. The rushing water crashed against the rocks, producing a thunderous sound. At the river's end, a massive waterfall cascaded down the cliff, sending up splashes that formed a misty veil. Nanga River, a sacred site of the Uchiha clan. The scroll noted that this was a place of secret gatherings for the Uchiha. Simultaneously, it was a place where a genius met his downfall. Uchiha Shursui. Robin recalled the name briefly mentioned in the scroll. Known as Shunshin Shursui, the man who possessed the strongest genjutsu, Kotoamitsu Tsukumi. To prevent the coup within his family and to safeguard the village's peace. He entrusted everything to his dear friend Uchiha Itachi and then took his own life by the river. A genius who sacrificed himself for peace. This sharply contrasted with Uchiha Itachi's image as a traitor who annihilated his clan. Was the death of his dear friend the catalyst that drove you to take action? Uchiha Itachi? Robin stood before the waterfall, feeling the moist mist enveloping her, her thoughts swirling. She sensed that this place concealed too many secrets. The scroll is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true history is often far more brutal and complex than what is inscribed in words. Much like the tale of O'Hara. Just as Luo Bin was lost in her thoughts, an unexpected and almost imperceptibly cold chill surged up her spine. It was a sensation of being watched, as if behind the roaring curtain of the waterfall, there were emotionless eyes, fixed and indifferent, gazing upon her. This feeling was all too familiar to Luo Bin. From her childhood, throughout her 20 years of fugitive existence, countless greedy or cold eyes belonging to the world government's lackeys, Navy agents, and bounty hunters had locked onto her in this very manner. In an instant, her body tensed. She instinctively yearned to unleash her abilities. However, she restrained herself. This was the realm of ninjas. Unleashing her power recklessly would only attract unnecessary trouble. Maintaining her composure, she discreetly scanned her surroundings with her peripheral vision. The waterfall, the rocks, and the trees remained unchanged, as if time stood still. There was no killing intent, no fluctuations of chakra, not even the slightest hint of anomaly. Was it an illusion? Luo Bin's brow furrowed. Perhaps this land itself was imbued with an ominous aura, or perhaps she was simply overly sensitive. After all, This was the forbidden ground of the Uchiha clan, a place steeped in death and resentment. It would not be impossible to experience some psychological delusions. She stood quietly for a moment, meticulously attuning herself to her surroundings. That feeling of being watched flickered in and out, elusive and unpredictable, like a reflection in water. It was present when observed, yet shattered and vanished the moment one attempted to touch it. Perhaps it was just her imagination, Luo Bin sighed lightly to herself. Ultimately, she attributed this sensation to her own delusion. The continuous clash of two worlds had left her nerves taut and strained. She cast one last glance at the magnificent waterfall, seemingly wishing to imprint the scenery, along with the unresolved mysteries, into her mind. Then, she turned and retraced her steps, deciding to leave this area and head to the village's library to seek out more clues regarding the Uchiha clan or the history of this world. The pursuit of truth requires patience. Luo Bin's figure gradually faded at the end of the forest path. Yet, after her departure, the South Hechuan waterfall continued its relentless roar. Everything returned to silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, this was no illusion. Just as Luo Bin's silhouette completely vanished from the forest path's end, behind the thunderous curtain of the South Hechuan waterfall lay a cavern, utterly hollow and shrouded in darkness. At the deepest point of the cave, an ice crystal emanating a chilling aura stood ominously. This was not a naturally formed ice block. The surface of the crystal was covered in intricate sealing patterns, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, completely isolating the essence contained within. And at the core of this frozen entity, an eye lay quietly. Its blood-red pupil housed a bizarre and sinister black pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Was it the eye of Uchiha Itachi? Did he seal away this eye, which bore the weight of his friend's death and the sin of his clan's annihilation? Of course not. This eye belonged neither to Uchiha Itachi nor to Uchiha Shursui. The eerie sensation that had penetrated the waterfall and sent chills down Luo Bin's spine originated from this very place. Chapter 158. Luo Bin's encounter. Luo Bin's figure melded seamlessly into the night, silently departing from the confines of the South Hechuan shrine. Within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. The name Uchiha Shursui, the betrayal of Uchiha Itachi, and the truths of the night of massacre all intertwined like a deliberately tangled ball of yarn. She had barely grasped one thread, only to find it leading her into a deeper, darker whirlpool. Luo Bin felt an intense premonition. She was perilously close to the core secret of this world. The chilling sensation of being watched intensified as she left the Uchiha territory, coiling around her spine like a venomous serpent. This was no mere illusion. Luo Bin paused at the boundary between the Uchiha district and the normal region of Mai. She slowly turned to gaze at the empty street behind her. "Come out," she stated calmly, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Are you not tired of following me for so long?" Only the sound of the night breeze whispering through the ruins responded. However, at that very moment, an ancient and chilling figure silently emerged in the center of the path before her. It was a one-eyed old man, his right eye and half of his face swathed in thick bandages, revealing only his left eye, which was murky and scrutinizing. Leaning on a cane, he exuded a frigid aura. Indeed, a guest summoned by the Hokage possesses keen perception, the old man rasped, each word imbued with an unsettling chill. Luo Bin's pupils constricted slightly. She was certain she had never encountered this man before, yet he emanated a danger far surpassing any ninja she had previously faced. It was a malevolence rooted deep in his very being. "Who are you?" Luo Bin inquired, her hands naturally falling to her sides, yet her muscles had already tensed imperceptibly. "You need not know who I am." The old man, Shimura Danzo, tapped his cane lightly against the ground, producing a dull thud. "You merely need to understand that this is the forbidden ground of the Uchiha clan, and you, Tsunade's guest, should not be here. I was merely taking a stroll." "Curious about the history of Mai," Luo Bin replied with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension with a light-hearted demeanor. "Curious?" A glint of mockery flashed in Danzo's murky left eye. "Sometimes, curiosity can kill a cat. Likewise, it may also lead to the demise of one who ought not to know too much." Before he could finish his sentence, Danzo's figure blurred. So swift. Luo Bin's heart raced, and before she could react, a gust of wind laced with a metallic scent surged toward her. Instinctively, she sought to unleash her abilities. But the speed of her opponent surpassed her expectations. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo expelled a highly compressed, nearly invisible blade of air that raced toward Luo Bin's throat at supersonic speed. This strike was swift and merciless, leaving no room for evasion. Aimed directly at taking her life. Shock flickered in Luo Bin's eyes, and in that life-and-death moment, the instinct of her devil fruit saved her. Double flower shield. In front of her, two thick shields formed from countless, overlapping arms instantly blossomed. The vacuum wave effortlessly tore through the first shield, its momentum unabated as it slammed into the second. Accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones, the second shield was also breached, but ultimately, the lethal blade of air was depleted of its force, dissipating into the atmosphere. Luo Bin staggered back 2 steps, her complexion paling. In just a single exchange, she discerned that this old man's strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he possessed a particularly troublesome nature. Oh, an interesting ability. Danzo's expression remained impassive, as if the failed strike bore no impact on him. You are not utilizing chakra, nor any known power system of this world. Outsider, the secrets within you are more numerous than I had anticipated. What do you seek? Robin's voice turned cold. She had abandoned any hope of a peaceful resolution. This man had harbored murderous intent towards her from the very beginning. Without hesitation, Danzo approached her slowly. His right arm, wrapped in bandages, began to emit a disquieting, faint writhing sound. I merely wish to assist Lord Hokage in educating you. A rather impolite guest, he remarked, as he methodically began to unravel the bandages encircling his right arm. As the bandages fell away, a surge of malevolent chakra, 100 times more intense than before, erupted. When that arm was fully exposed to the air, even Robin, who had witnessed countless bizarre events, could not suppress a gasp of horror. On the pale, swollen skin, countless crimson eyes were embedded, resembling the most repulsive of insect eggs. Each eye bore 3 black tomo. Sharingan. An entire arm adorned with Sharingan. The visual and psychological impact of this scene upon Robin was unprecedented. In an instant, she comprehended that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was intricately linked to the man before her, who was undoubtedly a central participant, perhaps even one of the masterminds. He had taken the eyes of a once great clan as trophies, grafting them onto himself. Do you still believe you are worthy of knowing my name? Danzo's voice carried a note of morbid delight, as though he relished the shock and revulsion evident on Robin's face. Robin remained silent. Her response was action. Thousand blossoms. Great delphinium. From the ground, countless white arms erupted, entwining Danzo from all directions like frenzied vines. Faced with such an eerie assault, Danzo merely snorted disdainfully. Before the Sharingan, any trickery was meaningless. One of the Sharingan on his arm suddenly spun. An invisible mental shock enveloped Robin in an instant. Jinjutsu. Robin felt a sharp pain in her head as the world around her warped. Countless deceased Uchiha, dragging their broken bodies, crawled towards her, lamenting her intrusion. Yet, Robin's will was unwavering. The despair she had endured far exceeded these illusions. With a sudden bite to her tongue, the intense pain jolted her free from the Jinjutsu. However, the moment the illusion was dispelled, there was no hint of surprise in Danzo's murky single eye. Instead, it revealed a deeper, almost pathological interest. Remarkable willpower, he rasped, as though appraising a fascinating tool. To break free from the Jinjutsu through sheer will is a rarity in the entire shinobi world. Where did Tsunade find you? His words were ambiguous, neither entirely complimentary nor derogatory, yet the chilling intent to kill surged to its peak. This woman knew too much. Regardless of how much she had uncovered about the Uchiha's forbidden grounds and the truth behind their annihilation, she should not have known any of it. Curiosity is the original sin. And for those who threaten the very foundation of Konoha, Danzo Shimura's method of handling them was always one: absolute eradication. However, mere willpower would not suffice for survival. Danzo's voice turned icy, and at that moment, his right arm, embedded with countless Sharingan, seemed to come alive. Each crimson eye radiating ominous light. He abruptly raised his hand, forming several simple, yet deadly hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without an ounce of hesitation or trial, a massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, engulfed in orange flames, instantly took shape in his mouth and was unleashed. The intense heat warped the air, roasting the surrounding debris into a sizzling cacophony as it descended upon Robin with a brutal inevitability, intent on reducing both her and the earth beneath her feet to cinders. The force of this strike surpassed that of an ordinary ninja's fireball by several folds. This was not a test. It was a determination to turn Robin and the ground she stood upon into ashes. Robin's expression darkened. She understood that the elderly man before her was not merely teaching her a lesson. He aimed to eliminate her, an intruder, once and for all. Faced with the fireball descending like a miniature sun, she did not flinch. 1,000 purple, 10,000 red, great tree. With a low exclamation, Robin crossed her hands before her. In an instant, from the ground between her and the fireball, countless arms erupted, proliferating, intertwining, and coiling. They formed a massive tree made entirely of arms, towering over 10 meters high, at a speed defying the laws of life. The crown of this arm tree served as a colossal and solid shield, standing resolutely before Robin. Boom! In the next moment, the immense fireball collided violently with the canopy of the arm tree. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the ruins of the Uchiha clan's grounds. A tempest of flames surged outward, igniting countless arm-formed branches into charred remains, turning them to ash. The terrifying shockwave lifted the ground, shrouding the night sky in smoke and firelight. Yet, as the furious flames gradually subsided, the enormous arm tree, though its crown was scorched black, still stood defiantly in place. Behind the giant tree, Robin re-emerged, slightly panting, her complexion pale, clearly drained from the defensive effort. Nevertheless, she had managed to withstand the onslaught. What a dangerously formidable elder. Robin mused, gazing at the figure obscured in smoke, her voice tinged with gravity. However, as the smoke cleared, Danzo Shimura remained rooted in place, not having moved an inch. His expression was still that eerie calmness, unsettlingly serene, as though the earlier attack capable of leveling a street was merely a flick of dust. Indeed, a fascinating ability. Danzo remarked indifferently, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. To withstand my fire-style head-on, your defensive prowess is commendable. His tone was akin to stating a fact unrelated to himself. This extreme calm ignited a sense of unease in Robin, even more intense than before. However, Danzo's words shifted direction. The next technique is inescapable. The moment his words fell, Robin's pupils constricted. She clearly observed one of the 3 Tomo Sharingan on Danzo's grotesque arms slowly closing, expending all its power, completely extinguishing its light. What is this? That thought barely flickered in Robin's mind. The Danzo before her, once again, formed the same simple yet lethal hand seals with identical speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. The same action, the same jutsu. A massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, ablaze with orange flames, was unleashed once more from his mouth, hurtling toward Robin. What? Robin's mind was engulfed in confusion. Why? Why employ the same move again? He should have realized that this technique was ineffective against her. This defied the strategic logic expected of a powerful adversary. Could it be a feint? Or was there something concealed within the fireball? Countless thoughts raced through Robin's mind. Yet the searing fireball was already upon her, offering no time for contemplation. There was no choice. Robin could only once more summon her ability. 1,000 purple, 10,000 red. Great tree. Accompanied by her low growl, yet another colossal tree, formed by countless arms, rose from the ground, its thick canopy confronting the immense fireball. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated once more. The raging flames, the swirling smoke, the charred arms, everything mirrored the previous occurrence. As the dust settled, the expression of confusion on her face deepened. Something was amiss. It was exceedingly peculiar. This intense sense of déjà vu felt as though time had reversed. However, before she could gather her thoughts, the old man across from her, resembling a malevolent specter, once again formed the very seal she had already witnessed with utmost clarity. The great fireball technique. A third immense fireball, possessing the identical might as the previous 2, surged toward her once more. This was impossible. For the first time, disbelief painted Robin's face with shock. She abruptly activated her abilities, intertwining countless arms into a wall, once again blocking her front. Boom. The explosion echoed for the 3rd time. The shockwave staggered Robin backward, and she could distinctly feel her stamina depleting, the acrid scent of burning filling the air, and the tangible heat wave from the explosion. This was no illusion. She was absolutely certain she had not fallen into a jinjutsu. Every attack, every defense, was undeniably real. But why was that? Why could this man, as if he were expending no chakra, infinitely and repeatedly unleash the same formidable ninjutsu? It was as if he possessed the ability to rewind time by a few seconds. reinitiating his assault. And she was trapped in this fragment of time, compelled to face the inevitable fireball time and again. The Great Fireball Technique. Fourth time. The Great Fireball Technique. Fifth time. Boom, boom, boom. Robin could only mechanically and numbly activate her abilities in defense once more. Her stamina was rapidly waning, and her spirit was on the brink of collapse due to this exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. The world in her eyes seemed to transform into a film that had been poorly edited. The only recurring image was that of the one-eyed elder, expressionless as he formed the seals, followed by a massive fireball descending upon her. She was ensnared, trapped in an infinite loop of time. Each act of defense drained her strength. Meanwhile, the opponent's attacks surged like an unending tide, relentless and ceaseless. Was this the unfathomable jutsu spoken of by Danzo? As Robin beheld the enormous fireball rushing toward her once again, an overwhelming chill of powerlessness washed over her. Chapter 160. Sanji's concerned defense was futile. As the colossal fireball took shape once more, Nico Robin finally arrived at this chilling conclusion that sent shivers throughout her being. Each time she used the enormous tree to block, it drained her own stamina. Meanwhile, that malevolent elder seemed to possess boundless energy, able to relentlessly repeat this cataclysmic strike. If this continued, she would inevitably be exhausted to death. No more enduring. She had to evade. At the moment the sixth fireball hurtled toward her, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Robin's eyes. She ceased to conjure the tree of arms and instead directed her abilities toward herself. The 80-petal blossom sword. Countless arms blossomed behind her like wings, suddenly unfurling. A tremendous force propelled Robin sideways, her body shooting forth like an arrow, narrowly evading the direct impact of the fireball. Boom! The searing fireball crashed into her previous position, erupting with a deafening roar, and the ferocious flames and shockwaves surged forth, the scorching air slapping against Robin's back, delivering a painful sting. But ultimately, she had escaped. Stumbling, Robin steadied herself amidst the ruins several meters away, gasping for breath. A flicker of relief flooding her heart after surviving the ordeal. It worked. As long as she didn't take it head-on and kept moving, she could find an opportunity to counter. That thought abruptly ceased in her mind. An indescribable, profound sense of dissonance suddenly gripped her heart. The world before her seemed to flicker like an old film reel. When Robin regained clarity of her surroundings, it felt as though all her blood had frozen in that moment. She was back to where she started. Back to the moment before she activated her abilities to dodge the fireball. The ground beneath her was unscathed, not even a trace of the explosion evident. It was as if that heart-pounding evasion, that colossal fireball, had merely been a surreal dream. Yet, the one-eyed elder before her, Shimura Danzo, shattered her final glimmer of hope with the harsh reality. He spoke in the same unperturbed tone as the previous 6 times, uttering the nightmarish incantation once more. The Great Fireball Technique. The 7th. An identical colossal fireball erupted once again from his mouth, hurtling toward Nico Robin's face, which had completely drained of color. A despair so profound it could engulf one's very soul washed over her, akin to icy waters submerging her. Running was futile. Hiding was futile. Defending was futile. No matter what she did, no matter how she struggled, the inevitable outcome would always pull her back to this starting point, forcing her to confront the next identical assault. Time and space. This man's abilities had transcended her comprehension of the rules of this world. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided execution with a predetermined conclusion. Robin's mind, which had deciphered countless historical texts and unraveled myriad conspiracies, crashed entirely in that moment. She relinquished thought, relinquished resistance, and relinquished the will to survive. She simply stood there quietly, motionless, her eyes that once sparkled with wisdom and composure now vacant, hollow, and gray. She watched as the sun-like fireball descended, growing larger and larger in her pupils, until it engulfed her entire world in a cataclysmic orange red. In the real world, amidst the ruins of the Uchiha clan, the night wind was chilling. Nico Robin stood there silently, like a discarded puppet. Her eyes were open but unfocused, staring blankly ahead, as if her soul had been extracted from her body. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No fireball, no explosion. A figure emerged, as if seeping from the shadows, silently appearing beside Robin. It was Shimura Danzo. He paid no heed to the now lifeless outsider, merely walking past her with his steady and cold gait. Guests should present themselves as guests. His raspy voice bore no trace of emotion. Things that should not be seen, heard, or thought, best forgotten. That is the most courteous way to host. As his words faded, his figure melded once again into the darkness ahead, as if he had never existed, leaving Nico Robin alone, like a wooden post, solitary and immobile, standing atop this ground that concealed countless secrets. In the heart of the Konoha ruins, a chaotic yet vibrant party continued to unfold with fervor. However, in a noisy corner, Nami halted her drink, scanning the raucous crowd with her gaze. "How strange," she murmured. "Has anyone seen Luabin?" Upon her utterance, Sanji's movements abruptly halted. His heart, ablaze with the flames of affection, was suddenly engulfed by an unsettling anxiety. "Luabin Jiang?" he mused, lighting a cigarette and feigning composure as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, such an erudite lady must be quietly engaged in her historical inquiries somewhere in this village, truly captivating. Yet, despite his bravado, the fingers that held the cigarette trembled slightly. There was an inexplicable disquiet. It seemed an eternity had passed since he last laid eyes on her. Usopp ceased his boasts, stroking his chin, his expression transforming into one of gravity. "Super. I haven't seen her either." Frankie stepped away from Zoro's barrel, striking a peculiar pose. "Yo-ho-ho. Neither have I, though I lack the eyes to see." Brook cradled his violin, a hint of concern flickering in his hollow eye sockets. Chopper emerged from a pile of snacks, nervously inquiring. "Luabin, could she have gotten lost?" One by one, the members of the Straw Hat crew halted their revelry. An invisible wave of anxiety swiftly spread among them. The once vibrant atmosphere of the party was abruptly doused, akin to being splashed with cold water, leaving behind a weighty and empty silence. Sanji inhaled sharply, forcefully discarding the cigarette, but, his gaze sharpening. "No, I must find my Luabin Jiang." Chapter 161. The unbreakable curse. Sanji hurled the cigarette, but to the ground, extinguishing it with his toe. Despite having his right leg wrapped in bandages, it did not hinder his speed. This man, in pursuit of the woman he cherished, would never be impeded by anything. "Luabin Jiang, where are you?" His voice echoed above the ruins of Muya. Nami and Usopp exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring profound concern. With no clear direction, Sanji followed an inexplicable intuition toward the darkest, most desolate area at the village's edge. The air felt as though it had solidified here, the wind carrying a biting chill that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively tightening his collar, he continued to call out, "Luabin Jiang, are you there?" Navigating through the collapsed Torii gate and around a shattered wall, his footsteps abruptly halted. He saw her, under the moonlight. At the center of the ruins, a familiar figure stood silently. Luabin Jiang. A weight lifted from Sanji's heart, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he prepared to rush forward. Yet, after only 2 steps, he abruptly stopped. Something was amiss. It was far too unsettling. Luabin stood there, facing away from him, utterly motionless. She did not respond to his calls, nor did she turn her head, resembling a beautifully crafted doll abandoned by its artisan. "Luabin Jiang?" A hint of trepidation laced Sanji's voice. He cautiously circled to face her, and upon glimpsing her face, his expression darkened. Nika Luabin's eyes were wide open. Those eyes, usually imbued with wisdom and tranquility, more alluring than the depths of the ocean, now appeared terrifyingly vacant. There was no focus, no spark, no flicker of emotion. She merely gazed ahead into the void, as if her soul had long been extracted from her exquisite form. "Luabin Jiang?" Sanji extended his hand, waving it before her eyes. No response. "Hey, Luabin Jiang, what's wrong?" Panic surged within him as he grasped her shoulders, gently shaking her. Her body swayed with his motions, soft yet devoid of any life. It felt as though he held not a living person, but a soulless, cold shell. An indescribable dread engulfed him in an instant. This was more terrifying than witnessing her injured or bleeding. "Chopper!" A piercing, distorted scream erupted from Sanji's throat. He hesitated no longer. Scooping Luabin into his arms, her body alarmingly light, he turned and sprinted with all his might toward the direction of the party. The wound on his right leg seemed to rip open further with each frantic stride, sending waves of pain coursing through him, yet he felt none of it. His mind was consumed by one singular thought. Faster, even faster. "Chopper, hurry, come and see Luabin Jiang." Sanji charged back into the raucous square, cradling Luabin as if he were a whirlwind, his panicked cries instantly chilling the atmosphere of the entire celebration. Dingzi halted his snacking. "Nami, explaining French pastries to Jinbe, turned pale. Usopp and Frankie ceased their banter and antics. All eyes focused intently on Sanji and the unmoving figure in his arms. "I'm here." Chopper, with his medical kit, scrambled over in a tumble. Sanji laid Luau Bean gently on a relatively flat stone slab. "Chopper, quickly. See what's wrong with her." Sanji's voice trembled. Chopper immediately transitioned into his doctor mode. He placed a stethoscope against Luau Bean's chest, listening intently. Then, he lifted her eyelid, shining a small flashlight into her pupils. Next, he checked her pulse and breathing. The members of the Straw Hat crew formed a tense circle around them, holding their breath. Time ticked away, and Chopper's expression shifted from seriousness to confusion, finally settling into a state of incomprehensible horror. "Ah!" Chopper screamed, collapsing onto the ground, his hat askew. "What happened, Chopper? What's wrong with Luau Bean Jiang?" Sanji was nearly driven to madness. I don't know. Chopper's voice quivered, tears rolling down his cheeks. Luau Bean's heartbeat, breathing, blood pressure, all vital signs are normal. Her body is uninjured. But, Chopper pointed at Luau Bean's lifeless face, tears streaming down his cheeks. But her spirit, her soul seems to be gone. The soul is gone. This revelation sent a chill down the spines of all non-ninja members present. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. "Step aside." Tsunade pushed through, approaching. Though she had consumed considerable alcohol, her expression bore no trace of inebriation. It was grave beyond measure. She squatted down, placing 2 fingers on Luau Bean's forehead. Closing her eyes, a gentle, green chakra seeped from her fingertips into Luau Bean's body. Moments later, Tsunade abruptly opened her eyes, her face turning an ominous shade. "This is an illusion." "Illusion?" Nami asked, puzzled. "What is that?" "A jutsu that directly attacks the spirit and nervous system," Tsunade replied in a low tone. "The caster disrupts the opponent's senses through chakra, leading them to perceive false sights, sounds, and sensations, thereby shattering their will." She gazed into Luau Bean's vacant eyes, continuing her explanation. "But this is different. This is not an ordinary illusion. An ordinary illusion can be broken, and the person awakens. Yet her cerebral cortex and nervous system have been forcibly controlled by an exceedingly tyrannical force." Tsunade paused, articulating a more despairing conclusion. "Her spirit is eternally trapped in a false moment, endlessly repeating, cycling until her soul is utterly eroded. In a sense, she has become a living corpse." Upon hearing the term living corpse, Sanji swayed, darkness clouding his vision, nearly collapsing. What can be done to save her?" Usopp asked, trembling. To unravel an illusion typically necessitates the forceful intervention of external chakra or the exertion of one's formidable mental strength to break free. Tsunade shook her head, her expression increasingly grave, acknowledging that this level of technique transcended conventional boundaries. Unless the caster could be located and one possessed greater ocular prowess or mental energy. Tsunade did not need to complete her sentence. Everyone comprehended her implication. It was insurmountable. Despair once again engulfed the Straw Hat crew. Sanji's knees buckled, collapsing beside Robin. He reached out, yearning to caress her cheek, yet hesitated mid-air, fearing that what he might touch was merely a cold porcelain figure. At that moment, Tsunade, who had remained silent, suddenly recalled something, her pupils constricting sharply. She leaned closer to Robin's collar, inhaling deeply. The scent was chilling, putrid, and faintly reminiscent of roots. Tsunade's complexion turned ashen, a wave of terrifying bloodlust emanating from her. "Shimura Danzo." She spat the name through clenched teeth, each syllable infused with unrestrained fury. Apart from that old scoundrel and the vile eyes upon his arm, no one in Konoha could wield such a malicious, forbidden technique. Chapter 162, Ineffective Attack, Izanagi. The name carried an aura of decay and bloodshed, causing the temperature in the square to plummet. Tsunade's roar was laced with an almost corporeal killing intent. At that moment, from the shadows of the ruins, a figure emerged slowly. He leaned on a cane, half of his face wrapped in bandages. It was the darkness of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. 2 masked root ninjas followed closely behind him, exuding an ominous presence. "Oh, have you discovered something, Tsunade?" Danzo's voice was hoarse and indifferent, as though discussing a trivial matter. He disregarded the fury of those around him, his gaze bypassing Tsunade to fixate on the unconscious woman behind her. "No, I should refer to you as the 5th Hokage." He deliberately emphasized the title, his tone dripping with unmistakable mockery. Tsunade's muscles tensed, her chakra roiling within her, as if on the brink of eruption. What are you intending to do, Danzo? To poison the guests of the village. What of Konoha's reputation? Guests? Danzo chuckled lightly, devoid of warmth. Regarding a group of enigmatic outsiders with bizarre powers who ran amok in the village as mere guests, Tsunade? His solitary eye swept across Sanji, Nami, and all members of the Straw Hat crew. I am merely assisting you, Fifth Hokage. I am helping you discipline these unruly guests, making them understand that Konoha is not a playground for their whims. Tsunade trembled with rage. Danzo lightly tapped his cane against the ground, producing a dull thud. Watch over your guests, Fifth Hokage, or else I cannot guarantee that the next one will live to see you again. He paused, a glint of cruelty in his solitary eye. This guest, I have already shown mercy. At least, she is still alive, is she not? You bastard. Sanji's reason was incinerated the moment he heard those words. The chivalry born for the sake of women permitted him no further tolerance, not even for a second. Sanji! Wait! Nami cried out, reaching to grasp him. But it was too late. A wave of heat, warping the air, erupted violently from Sanji's right leg. Devil Wind Foot, level 1 meat grinder. In an instant, his right leg turned crimson, akin to a searing iron brand. Despite his old injuries, the fury of the moment extracted every ounce of strength from him, converging at that point, transforming into a bolt of black lightning. He disregarded the excruciating pain in his leg, resolutely delivering a powerful kick toward Danzo's head. This kick could shatter steel. Yet, in the face of this thunderous assault, Danzo did not evade. He offered no defense. His expression remained unchanged as he stood silently, allowing the foot engulfed in hellfire to loom larger in his vision. For he too wished to test the power of this world, to see if it could pose a threat to the divine forbidden technique. To test his Anaji. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, enough to make one's teeth ache. Sanji's foot solidly struck Danzo's cheek. In that instant, everyone witnessed Danzo's neck twist at an utterly impossible angle. The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. His body flew sideways as if struck by an invisible hammer, tumbling through the air, crashing heavily against a distant crumbling wall, which collapsed in a cacophony of dust and debris. The world fell silent. Nami and Usopp gaped, their faces painted with disbelief. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tsunade's visage. Was it resolved just like that? Sanji landed, his scarlet right leg still emitting smoke. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving with rage and exhaustion, he fixed his gaze upon the swirling dust, determined to witness that scoundrel who had insulted Robin turn to powder. However, the next moment, a scene unfolded that froze the souls of all present. Behind Sanji, at the very spot where Danzo had stood, the figure, leaning on his cane and half of his face still bandaged, had inexplicably reappeared there, unscathed. Not even the slightest wrinkle in his clothing had altered. It was as if that world-shattering kick had merely struck a phantom of emptiness. What? Sanji whipped around, his pupils constricting to the utmost upon seeing that figure. How is this possible? I clearly struck him. That sensation of bones shattering could not have been mistaken. This is your power? Danzo's hoarse voice resonated once more as he slowly raised his left hand, unwinding the bandages around his right arm, round after round. When the last of the bandages fell away, a spine-chilling arm, covered in a multitude of crimson, swirling Sharingan, was exposed to all. At that moment, one of the Sharingan slowly, permanently closed its eyelids. Excellent power, pure physical destructive force, Danzo remarked, as if appraising a prized collection, yet regrettably. It holds no significance to me. Izanagi, at the cost of one Sharingan becoming permanently blind, this divine technique allows for free transitions between illusion and reality. This is a joke. Usopp's voice trembled, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Chopper, terrified, hid behind Frankie, daring to reveal only half of his head. This utterly surpassed their understanding of combat. An indestructible enemy. You monster. Sanji squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, unable to comprehend or accept the events unfolding before him. Monster? Danzo's solitary eye shifted to Sanji, the gaze reminiscent of observing a beast futilely struggling in a trap. No, this is merely the rules. In Konoha, one must adhere to Konoha's rules. And he pointed his cane at himself, am part of those rules. With that, he disregarded the nowadays Straw Hat crew, redirecting his attention back to Tsunade. Fifth Hokage, manage your village and your guests well. My patience is limited. As his words faded, the two root ninjas behind him simultaneously formed hand seals. A soft thud resonated in the air. The figure of Tuanzong, accompanied by the two root ninjas, transformed into a cloud of white smoke at the spot, vanishing without a trace. Only the chilling warning and an unfathomable despair lingered in the hearts of all present. With a soft thud, Sanji's knees buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. He glanced at his trembling right leg, then at Robin, who remained nearby with vacant eyes and an aura of lifelessness. An indescribable sense of powerlessness engulfed him completely. His utmost effort, his fury, his chivalry, were rendered utterly meaningless in the presence of that monstrous being. Chapter 163. Orochimaru's Mobile Fortress, Country of Wind. The endless sea of sand shimmered under the scorching sun, distorting the air with waves of golden heat. This was a realm of death, devoid of any signs of life save for the occasional skeleton swept by the wind. "I'm so hot I might melt," Luffy lamented, hanging limply over Zoro's shoulder like a parched plant. Ever since the incident with Ace, the smile that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a haunting silence. Only when pushed to his physical limits would he instinctively utter a few complaints. "Shut up and behave," Zoro replied in his usual monotone, yet he bore Luffy's weight without faltering. His gaze swept across the vast desert, and his brow furrowed slightly. This environment, so alien to a swordsman accustomed to the ocean and forests, was a torment in its own right. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, is this really the place?" Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, his golden hair damp and clinging to his cheeks. His eyes burned with the flames of vengeance. Yet the desolate silence of this expanse left him with no outlet for his fury. Kakashi halted, unfurling a special map seized from the root. The red mark on the map was precisely beneath their feet. "The map indicates it is here." Kakashi's voice was somber, his exposed Sharingan vigilantly scanning the seemingly tranquil dunes. "But there's nothing here. Just sand." Naruto kicked the ground in frustration, sending a plume of scalding dust into the air. "Don't act rashly, Naruto," Kakashi cautioned, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Orochimaru's base cannot be so easily revealed." He turned towards Hinata and Neji in the group. "Hinata, Neji, I'm counting on you." "Yes, Byakugan," they responded in unison, their eyes bulging as their pure white pupils instantly perceived the essence of the world. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute passed. Sweat beaded on Neji's forehead, and his expression grew grave. The chakra flow beneath this area was highly chaotic, as if a formidable barrier was disrupting it. The range was too vast for precise localization. Just as a sense of dread settled over the group, Hinata's voice rang out, unwavering and resolute. "I found it." All eyes turned to her. Within Hinata's Byakugan, her pupils contracted to their limits, resembling two pure white stars. Her gaze penetrated hundreds of meters of quicksand, piercing through the chaotic chakra barrier, ultimately locking onto a single point. Directly beneath us, approximately 300 meters deep, there exists a massive, living entity made of metal. "A living entity?" Kakashi blinked in surprise. "Yes." Hinata's tone carried a hint of confusion. "I can sense it breathing. Very faintly, but it is indeed moving." Neji looked at his sister in shock. He had not noticed. Hinata's Byakugan, now infused with that mysterious vortex power, had far surpassed his own perceptive abilities. "All right. Since we've located it, let us dig it out." Mato Guy and Rock Lee ignited with fervor. This was the moment to embrace youth. Konoha Hurricane. They transformed into two streaks of green lightning, their legs spinning like drills, rapidly excavating a pit several meters deep in the sand. However, before they could celebrate, the quicksand surged like a tidal wave, filling the pit almost instantaneously. "Damn it! Again, youth will not be buried by quicksand." The master and disciple, undeterred, dove back in, only to meet the same fate. This desert resembled an endless funnel, mercilessly consuming any efforts to excavate. At this rate, they would toil until dawn without success. Kakashi frowned, his mind racing. "Doton. No, the area is too small. It would be filled instantly. Futon. It would merely blow the sand away, but underneath remains sand. This is a physically insurmountable dilemma." At that moment, Zoro, who had been silent, suddenly placed Luffy down. "Hey, you ninjas, do you always work this slowly?" He approached the repeatedly filled pit, gripping the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu. "It's just sand, right? All we need to do is cut it away." As his words fell, an invisible, sharp intent surged from him. It was neither chakra nor haki, but the purest essence of a swordsman's will. All the ninjas present felt a prickling sensation on their skin, as if countless invisible blades hovered at their throats. Santoryu. Zoro bit down on Sandai Kitetsu, gripping both Shusui and Akisame with his hands. His muscular arms bulged as a terrifying power began to coalesce. Mado Guy and Rock Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. They could sense the explosive physical strength within Zoro, rivaling that of the Eight Gates release state. Technique. Zoro bent at the waist, the blades of his three swords pointing towards the boundless sea of sand at his feet. He aimed not at a single point. He intended to cleave the entire desert. A low growl emanated from Zoro's throat as he unleashed his strength. This time, it was not a whirlwind spiraling upwards. Instead, a dark circular wave of slashing energy erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. Rokushiki. The pitch-black sword aura surged forth like a bulldozer, skimming the ground and wildly expanding. Wherever it passed, layers of sand thick enough to measure in meters were forcibly pushed aside, not blown away, nor sliced through. But with an utterly brazen and unreasonable force, it expelled all quicksand within a kilometer radius outward. In an instant, a colossal circular pit, exceeding 1,000 meters in diameter, emerged beneath the crowd. The edges of the pit were solidified like a fortress wall, formed by the compressed sand. At the very center of the pit, a gigantic metallic structure, cloaked in purple-black scales and etched with numerous bizarre runes, resembling the back of some great beast, was exposed to the air. Click, click, click. The immense metallic creation, upon contact with sunlight, caused the runes on its surface to flicker ominously with red light. Its tightly shut gates, reminiscent of a colossal beast's maw, slowly cracked open. Woo! A piercing alarm blared from the depths below, echoing like the wails of a tormented soul from the abyss, awakening an ancient beast from its slumber. What is this? Kakashi gazed at the scene before him, a spectacle that defied comprehension, staring at the seemingly sentient underground fortress. Is this Orochimaru's mobile fortress? Chapter 164, Naruto and Zoro's First Alliance. The deafening alarm reverberated, akin to the cries of the damned from the depths of hell, assaulting the eardrums of all present. Woo! Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the colossal metallic structure, exposed to the blazing sun and exceeding a kilometer in diameter, truly stirred to life. It was not merely a tremor. It was a writhing motion akin to that of a living creature. The ground quaked as the sand walls, forcibly compressed by Sauron's sword energy, cascaded down in a shower of dust. The enormous spine, covered in purple-black metallic scales, began to arch segment by segment, resembling a colossal python that had slumbered beneath the earth for millions of years, now stretching its stiffened body. The friction between metal and rock produced a sound that grated on one's teeth. Under the astonished gaze of all, the front end of this behemoth slowly and irresistibly rose from the sandy ground. It was a head, a grotesque, enormous head of a mechanical serpent. The purple-black alloy scales glimmered under the sunlight with a cold metallic sheen, while two enormous golden vertical pupils, devoid of any emotion, slowly rotated, locking onto the minuscule figures on the ground that resembled mere ants. It opened its mouth, revealing not fangs, but a serrated array of alloy blades reminiscent of a shark's teeth. Was this a snake? Naruto craned his neck, his golden locks whipped by the foul gust emanating from the serpent's maw, leaving him momentarily stunned, his mind blank. He had encountered myriad serpents, even the legendary white snake sage of the Dragon Cave. Yet, those mythical spirit beasts appeared insignificant, akin to inconspicuous earthworms, in the presence of this mechanical monstrosity, forged entirely of steel, runes, and unknown flesh. A rare dry chuckle escaped Kakashi's lips amidst the tension, his Sharingan fixated on the colossal serpent's head, his tone tinged with absurd mockery. This truly is a fitting embodiment of Orochimaru. No one found humor in this, regardless of what it was. Naruto was the first to recover from his shock. The fury brought forth by the Nine-Tails chakra, imbued with a thirst for vengeance, swiftly overpowered his fear. His eyes turned crimson, golden chakra flames erupted from his body, forming a magnificent fiery cloak. Crush it to smithereens, Naruto roared, turning to his two most dependable allies. Luffy. Zoro, let us go. Okay. A feeble voice, as if on the brink of collapse, emerged from Zoro's feet. The group glanced down to see Luffy, who had moments ago radiated fighting spirit, now reduced to a puddle of goo. His body lay limply on the scorching sand, limbs sprawled like melted noodles. Bubbles unconsciously escaping his mouth, nearly merging with the desert itself. So hot. I feel like I'm evaporating. The barbecue is beckoning me. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even the massive mechanical serpent seemed momentarily halted by this bizarre sight. This idiot captain. A vein pulsed at Zoro's temple as he sighed in exasperation, disdainfully kicking at the puddle that was Luffy. No response. Surrendering, Zoro lifted his gaze. His focus surpassing Kakashi and the others, landing directly on the young man engulfed in golden flames. A glimmer of acknowledgement flickered in his hawk-like eyes. Hey kid. Zoro's voice remained as deep and flat as ever. Looks like that fool is unreliable. It's our turn. I am Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto instinctively retorted. But upon seeing Zoro's determined gaze, the grip on his sword, and the rising battle spirit, he swallowed the rest of his words. It was not the time to quibble over names. All right, let us do this. Naruto inhaled deeply, the golden chakra flames surging with vigor. Let us go, Zoro. As the words left his lips, two figures, one golden, one green, shot forth like cannonballs, vanishing from their positions in an instant. Naruto unleashed the full potential of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, skimming the sand in a zigzagging trajectory towards the massive serpent's head. He was not charging in a straight line. Rather, he was using himself as bait to divert the attention of the colossal beast. Zoro, however, opted for a markedly different approach. He stomped forcefully, causing the ground to crack, and propelled himself upwards like a soaring hawk, aiming for the sky. In midair, he seized the Wado Ikemanji with his teeth, gripping Sandai Kitetsu and Akisui with both hands. Here it comes. Hinata's Byakugan discerned clearly as the serpent's golden vertical pupils accurately tracked Naruto's rapid movements. Hiss! The colossal serpent opened its maw, brimming with rotating blades. Yet, instead of emitting the anticipated flames or venom, it unleashed a deluge. A torrent comprised of countless smaller mechanical serpents, each the size of an arm, surged forth. Each miniature serpent glimmered ominously with red light, their bodies writhing like whips, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds as they swept toward Naruto in a relentless tide. Explosives. Niji's expression shifted alarmingly. Those small serpents were embedded with explosive tags. This serpentine bombardment had the potential to level a mountain in an instant. Naruto's eyes flashed with intensity. Instead of slowing down, he concentrated even more of the Nine-Tails chakra behind him. Whoosh! Massive golden chakra arms erupted from Naruto's back, akin to the 1,000 hands of a mythical Buddha, forming a gigantic golden shield to confront the wave of serpents. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions converged before Naruto, igniting a sea of flames. The violent shockwave propelled the sand skyward, creating a tsunami of dust. Now's the time. Three-sword style. Zoro's voice boomed like thunder from above. Harnessing his descent, he channeled all his strength into the three famed swords, coating them with an ink-like infusion of haki. He aimed for the massive serpent's head, which had momentarily stiffened as it launched its assault. Rengoku Onigairai. In an instant, three jet-black slashes intertwined in midair, forming a character resembling as if they sought to cleave through space itself, bearing down with a terrifying momentum upon the mechanical serpent's head. Clang! The ear-piercing clash of metal resonated throughout the desert. Sparks erupted like waterfalls upon the immense serpent's head. The Rengoku Onigairai had hit its mark. Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. This strike was potent enough to sever mountains. As smoke and flames dissipated, a gigantic, grotesque cross-shaped wound was revealed upon the serpent's head, deep enough to expose bone. Yet, there was no blood. Instead of flesh, countless high-speed rotating gears, glimmering wires, and thousands of smaller living serpents, writhing like nerves and veins, were revealed within that gaping wound. This fortress, this colossal beast, was constructed from a chaotic amalgamation of living beings and machinery. There was no discernible weak point. Hee. A chilling, mocking laughter echoed through some amplification device from within the fortress, reverberating throughout the chasm. That voice belonged to their intended target, Orochimaru. Welcome, my delightful vessel, Naruto-kun, and to our guest from afar. With his voice, the giant serpent's head, grievously injured by Zoro, became a hive of activity as the myriad of smaller serpents began to writhe chaotically, the severed metal parts emitting a nauseating clatter as they began to self-repair and reassemble. Do you still enjoy the appetizers? Orochimaru's tone was filled with delight. Now, allow me to serve you the main course. As the words fell, from the mouth of the mechanical giant serpent, two figures suddenly emerged. One figure, ablaze with towering flames, bore familiar freckles upon his face. The other figure, possessing crimson Sharingan, exhibited an expression as frigid as ice. It was the resurrection of Huetu Zhuangxing's Huchuan Ace. It was the resurrection of Uchiha Itachi. These two, akin to emotionless deities of slaughter, floated side by side in midair, their icy gazes fixated upon Naruto and Zoro below. Chapter 165. Vengeance from Hell. Zoro gripped the hilt of the Wado Ikemonji, his teeth clenching with such intensity that a faint cracking sound echoed. In his hawk-like eyes, the burning figure was reflected, his pupils constricting to their utmost. Ace. He recognized him, of course. The man who had shielded Luffy from a fatal blow during the Marineford War. The man who, manipulated by Orochimaru amidst the ruins of Konoha, had screamed in anguish with every attack directed at Luffy. Yet now, although the flames surrounding him remained searing, the heart-wrenching despair and agony seemed to have vanished. In its stead was a tranquility that Zoro could not comprehend, even a semblance of calm confidence. Naruto, too, halted his charge, golden chakra flames flowing gently around him. Yet his gaze remained firmly locked onto the other figure beside Ace. With long black hair and a handsome, indifferent visage, deeply etched lines marked his face. And within his crimson eyes, three tomos slowly spun. Uchiha Itachi, the brother who had burdened Sasuke with endless hatred, vowing to kill him with his own hands. How could he be here? What? Kakashi behind them, his exposed Sharingan bulging in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity. Uchiha Itachi has also been resurrected. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen was already formidable enough, and now they were confronted by two true monsters standing at the pinnacle of their respective worlds. Amidst the deathly silence, Orochimaru's chilling laughter once again echoed through the loudspeaker. Hee, quite a surprising reunion, isn't it? Naruto-kun and the companions of the Straw Hat Boy. To welcome you, I have prepared the highest standard of entertainment. Engage, my collectibles, let them witness the zenith of art. The command was given. However, the anticipated cataclysmic attack did not immediately ensue. The burning figure, Ace, suddenly tilted his head, his gaze passing over Naruto below and landing upon Zoro. Then he smiled. It was a smile tinged with 3 parts teasing and 7 parts joviality. Ah, green algae-haired swordsman, long time no see. His gaze swept over the puddle of Luffy, nearly cooked to a mush at Zoro's feet, and his smile deepened. What happened to Luffy? How did he become a puddle of goo? Ha ha ha. Laughter reverberated across the expansive desert abyss, clear, resonant, and brimming with vitality. He bore no semblance of a controlled corpse. Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted. Something was amiss. This was far too strange. The ace before him was a world apart from the despairing puppet amidst the ruins of Konoha. His thoughts raced, and his gaze instinctively darted toward the silent, icy man beside Ace. Uchiha Itachi. From the beginning, that man had remained there, quietly suspended, like an ancient iceberg. Yet the sense of calm and formidable pressure emanating from him was even more unsettling than Ace's flames. It was this man, Zoro instantly concluded, that Ace's transformation was undoubtedly linked to Uchiha Itachi. Not long before, in a dim, damp underground laboratory, Ace was curled up in a corner, his flames flickering erratically, each flicker accompanied by excruciating pain as if his soul were being torn apart. In his mind, images replayed of him relentlessly unleashing fire punches upon Luffy. With each strike, Luffy's despairing and unresisting gaze burned like a branding iron deep within his soul. I am a worthless brother. Even in death, I continue to harm him. Hatred, regret, and despair gnawed at his will like parasitic insects. At that moment, a calm voice resonated behind him. Is this the extent of your pain that you wish to give up? Ace whirled around. Uchiha Itachi stood behind him, having appeared without him noticing. What do you understand? Ace screamed, his raging flames erupting uncontrollably, yet they were effortlessly quelled by an invisible force 3 feet from Itachi. I understand, Itachi replied, his words simple yet weighty. My foolish brother. To make him stronger, to ensure his survival, I slaughtered our clan, forcing him to bear the burden of hatred towards me, living in hell. His voice held no tremor, as if recounting another's tale. Compared to you, Who do you think resembles a worthless brother more? Ace was taken aback, staring blankly at the man before him. Within those crimson Sharingan eyes lay a darkness and sorrow deeper than hell itself. Orochimaru's technique is quite intriguing, Itachi continued, disregarding Ace's shock. It can control the bodies of the deceased, even simulating some of their pre-mortem powers. However, it cannot manipulate the soul, particularly the power derived from the soul. He gazed at the flames engulfing Ace. Your fire originates from your soul, thus this technique's control over you is imperfect. Each time your emotions spiral out of control and the flames rage, it is a struggle against the sorcery's control, yet simultaneously, it is an unnecessary drain on your will. What do you want? Ace rasped. I offer you a choice. Itachi's gaze seemed to penetrate Ace's soul. You can continue to wallow in self-pity here like a true worthless brother, waiting for the next opportunity to be manipulated into harming your sibling. Or, you can rise as a brother and protect him. Protect him? Ace scoffed bitterly. In this state, how can I protect him? I would only harm him. Then do not resist Orochimaru's control. Itachi's words left Ace utterly bewildered. Follow his lead, he continued, his voice chillingly calm. He wishes to witness a brotherly conflict. Let us perform for him. He wants you to attack your brother. You shall do so. You've lost your mind. Ace roared. Do you think your brother would be so easily killed by you? Itachi countered. Those words rendered Ace speechless. Luffy, his foolish brother who always created miracles. How could he possibly be killed by his own hand? Orochimaru seeks dramatic effect, seeks despair. The more he wishes to see something, the less we can allow him to witness it. A cold smirk curled at Itachi's lips. Repress your emotions. Transform your outwardly aggressive flames into inwardly protective strength. Use your will to deceive the sorcery, not to combat it. I will find a way to temporarily sever Orochimaru's control during the battle. Then, Itachi looked deeply into Ace's eyes. You will fulfill the duties of a brother. Ace's laughter echoed again. The sound of Orochimaru's delight was transmitted through the loudspeaker. Hee hee. It appears Ace-kun has fully accepted reality. Very well, very well. A toy that knows how to please its master is a delightful toy. He evidently interpreted Ace's newfound cheerfulness as a form of self-abandonment after a mental breakdown. Now, let the game begin. Itachi, Ace, eliminate them. The moment the command was issued, Uchiha Itachi's crimson Sharingan finally moved. His hands formed seals in a flash. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A colossal fireball over 10 meters in diameter descended like a meteor, aimed directly at Naruto and Zoro below. Simultaneously, Ace also made his move. He clenched his right fist, flames erupting fiercely from his arm. Fire Fist. A violent wave of flames surged forth, yet it did not target Mingren or Soalong, but rather aimed at Itachi's great fireball. Boom. The two torrents of fire collided midair with a thunderous roar. The force of the Fire Fist instantaneously detonated the massive, great fireball. The explosion's power dramatically multiplied several times. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud of flames ascended into the sky above the desert. The searing heatwave and shockwave spread outwards like an impenetrable wall, engulfing the entire battlefield. This is bad. Kakashi's expression changed drastically as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Luffy. Might Guy and Lilac also assumed defensive stances simultaneously. However, within the epicenter of the explosion, Mingren and Soalong did not experience the terrifying heat that one would expect to vaporize a person. The chakra cloak of Kyuubi surrounding Mingren easily shielded him from the heatwave. As for Soalong, he remained still, merely squinting as he gazed at the inferno that obscured everything. A wild grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, Fox Boy, Soalong's voice cut through the cacophony of the explosion. Did you see that? Mingren paused. See what? Those two fellows. Soalong's tone held a hint of exhilaration in facing a worthy adversary. They're inviting us. As his words resonated, amidst the sea of flames, two figures emerged. One from the left and the other from the right, like phantoms piercing through the fire, rushing towards them with great speed. Uchiha Itachi transformed into countless ravens, appearing before Mingren in an instant, wielding a kunai gleaming with a chilling light, aimed directly at Mingren's heart. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace, enshrouded in flames, resembled a human sun, materializing before Soalong, delivering a flaming iron fist imbued with the Conqueror's haki, crashing down upon him. Their attacks were swift, precise, and ruthless, brimming with lethal intent. Yet, just as their strikes were about to connect, Ace whispered in a tone only he and Soalong could hear. 3 steps to the left. Your ninjutsu is ineffective against me.